September 23, 2058. The date was only 3 years, 1 month, and 18 days away from the bizarre resurrection. Ye Xuan took off his VR headset, and the game completion prompt still hovered in front of his eyes. World's first, time, 3 minutes 42 seconds. First again. Another boring game that made him laugh. The VR technology in this world had long matured, but all the games felt castrated. Leveling up, killing monsters, fake supernatural events, none of them could even make your heart race. But Ye Xuan knew, real horror was never like this. He was a traveler from another world. He knew very clearly that in 3 years, the world would change. The bizarre would arrive, and the rules would collapse. Ghosts would run rampant, and humans could only survive by luck. But for now, everyone was still immersed in the false sense of safety. Ding! A cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Detected host has future memories. Binding survival system. Binding successful. Ye Xuan's breath caught. System? Just as Ye Xuan was about to get up for a meal, his eyebrows suddenly raised. Sure enough, the system might be late, but it would never fail to show up. System, as usual, introduce yourself. Ye Xuan sat back down. At this moment, he didn't feel so hungry anymore. Host, in 3 years, the bizarre resurrection will occur. The entire world will descend into a living hell. Evil spirits will emerge endlessly, lives will be cheap, the people will suffer, and the world will collapse. The system's words left Ye Xuan frozen in place. System, are you sure you didn't grab the wrong script? Swallowing hard, Ye Xuan's tone was a little strained. Naturally, this system is here to save the world. The main function of this system is to steal future apocalyptic projections. Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan squinted slightly. What does this mean? He wasn't very smart. This system can steal the future bizarre resurrection world projections. The host can log in advance to explore it and obtain weapons to fight ghosts ahead of time. So, host, you understand now? Did you study in Sakura country? So, you're saying that I can go to the future world of bizarre resurrection right now, and get tools to fight ghosts from it? Then, I can arm myself with these things, and when the bizarre resurrection happens in 3 years, I will be in an unbeatable position? Probably, maybe, it could be something like that. After getting the system's affirmative answer, Ye Xuan tapped his fingers on the table, falling into deep thought. Bizarre resurrection, the world collapsing. This was no joke. He had read all kinds of novels in his past life. Bizarre resurrection was the most terrifying, the most dangerous. And on top of that, he was extremely afraid of ghosts. The system could take him to the future world in advance, let him get familiar with it, and even bring back items to fight ghosts. But no matter how many items he got, once the bizarre resurrection occurred, even if he became strong, he couldn't change the situation. Moreover, with the global apocalypse, what good was being strong if he was the only one left? If he was the only one alive, what would it even mean? Rather than just strengthening himself, he thought. For a moment, Ye Xuan's eyes fell on the VR headset on the table. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. System, maybe we can establish a link to the future world. We can turn it into a game, let players go to the future world, and explore it for me. Then whatever they get, in the end, will all belong to me. What do you think? Do you think this is feasible? Ye Xuan slowly outlined his plan. The system was silent. After a while. Scanning, analyzing, hacking. Ding, the link has been successfully established, connected to the future Gene City, narrowing the range, Gene City 3rd High School has been set up. Now the host can use the game helmet to enter the future Gene City 3rd High School. The link channel has been compressed into game software. Just download it to log in. Hearing the series of electronic sounds in his mind, Ye Xuan had to give a thumbs up to the system. Bro, that's solid. Ye Xuan quickly put on the helmet, and soon, he found the game software that the system had prepared for him. He clicked to download the software, and the screen quickly loaded. Within seconds, the game interface appeared in his mind. It was a simple, sleek design, just like any ordinary VR game, but with an underlying tension that sent a chill through his spine. Gene City 3rd High School was displayed boldly in the center of the screen, with a faint, eerie glow around the words. Ye Xuan took a deep breath and clicked on the enter button. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he found himself standing in front of a familiar high school. The buildings loomed tall, the sky was a murky shade of gray, and a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. This was Gene City 3rd High, but something was off. The school was eerily quiet, and the usual sounds of students bustling around were absent. Instead, there was a cold silence that seemed to stretch forever. He took a few steps forward, the gravel under his feet crunching loudly in the stillness. Suddenly, a low, ghostly wail echoed from somewhere inside the school. Ye Xuan froze, his heart racing. The air seemed to thicken, and the temperature dropped. This was no longer just a game. The system's voice crackled in his mind. Host, you are now inside the future world. Proceed with caution. Ye Xuan swallowed hard. Caution? That's an understatement. He pulled up the menu and checked the inventory. There was nothing. The system had said he would get weapons, but all he had was his bare hands. System, what's going on? Host, the future world has been altered. You need to explore and gather resources to equip yourself. Ye Xuan clenched his fists. Alright, no more hesitation. He would have to rely on his wits and whatever he could find. With determination, he started walking toward the entrance of the school. The door creaked as he pushed it open, and a cold gust of wind hit his face. Inside, the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Every step he took felt heavier, as if the very air was thick with the weight of something lurking in the dark. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hallway, its outline barely visible in the dim light. Ye Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and his muscles tensed. Is it a ghost? The figure moved closer, and Ye Xuan instinctively backed away. The figure stopped just a few feet away, and for a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the figure slowly raised its head. Ye Xuan's breath caught in his throat. The face that stared back at him was pale, with hollow eyes that seemed to stare right through him. It opened its mouth, and a chilling whisper echoed in the air. Help me! Ye Xuan's heart raced as he fought to steady his breath. This was no ordinary ghost, it was desperate. Was it trying to warn him? Or was it luring him into a trap? Before he could react, the figure suddenly lunged forward, its hands reaching out to grab him. Ye Xuan jumped back, barely avoiding the cold, bony fingers. His heart hammered in his chest as he realized that this was just the beginning. The future world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. And now, he was fully immersed in it. Without thinking, he directly uploaded it to the largest gaming platform, Yunding. But system, you say it's a future world, so there must be people I know in there. Once players discover. This system will handle it. As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, he got the system's affirmative response. Still the same, bro, steady. Game terminal generating, please host, make the game trailer as soon as possible. Suddenly, the entire scene in the VR goggles vanished, and various modules appeared instead. These modules were all for making a game trailer, and Ye Xuan could freely control them and create at will. This was very interesting. Ye Xuan devoted himself to studying. An entire hour later. Alright, it's done. Looking at the game trailer he made, Ye Xuan nodded with satisfaction. As for the rest, it wasn't his business anymore. Time to eat. He took off the helmet and turned to leave the dorm. As for entering the game to explore? He wasn't an idiot. Knowing it was a mysterious revival background, he wouldn't dare to look for trouble. After all, whether in the past life or now, the thing he feared most was ghosts, no doubt about it. Better leave it for the players to explore and pave the way themselves. At this moment, a new VR game quietly appeared on the country's largest official platform, Yunding. Douyang, the largest online live streaming platform in the country. At this moment, the famous game streamer Master Sister was chatting and joking with her live audience while looking for games on Yunding. Brothers, the recent games are so boring. Let's find something new. Master Sister, wearing VR goggles, was scrolling through the large screen. The stream was showing her perspective. Douyang Master Sister, with her good looks and large following, quickly rose to fame in the live streaming world and now had 4 million followers. Her live stream usually had over 10,000 viewers at all times. Every time I watch Master Sister, I get new insights. Who says not? How heavy do you think Master Sister is? How heavy? Isn't Master Sister only 110 pounds? Children, you can leave the live stream now. Master Sister is looking for games again, don't bother, these recent ones are all boring. No new ideas. Exactly, romance games can't hold hands, can't kiss, can't undress, what's the point of romance? The modeling is so good, but, sigh. Every time I play, I have to wash my underwear. Seriously, my body can't take it. The viewers were all chatting and joking, but Master Sister was the only one focused on finding games. Recently, due to a lack of good games, her live streaming performance hadn't been great. She knew that most of her viewers came for what? But there were many streamers with better looks than hers. She needed to spice things up with some live streaming effects, otherwise, she'd be eliminated sooner or later. Even though she was a million-follower influencer, if she didn't have big hits, elimination was only a matter of time. After all, reality was that cruel. Suddenly, she saw a game in the corner of the large screen. If you have the guts, come play. That's right, that was the name of the game. And with that picture, it had something interesting. Brothers, I found a game. The name's a bit edgy. Let's try it. I want to see what the heck it is. Master Sister said with a smile and quickly downloaded it. It's even a free game? This time, her smile gradually disappeared. Heh, if you have the guts, come play. So cocky? And it's a free game? I don't even need to play, I already know it's trash. Yeah, the platform's review process is strict. To charge, it has to meet certain standards. This game doesn't even pass the charging threshold. Master Sister, just forget it, it's boring. How about playing a parkour game? That one's at least a bit fun. Seeing the disappointment in the chat, the game was already downloaded. Well, since it's downloaded anyway. Let's try it. The senior sister clicked on the game. In an instant, a blood-red scene slowly unfolded. This is the game's CG. 3 years later, the eerie revival, ghosts descended, slaughtering the world, humans became playthings for the ghosts, all spirits wailed, corpses lay everywhere. A deep voice slowly echoed in her ears. At this moment, the originally bustling live broadcast room gradually became quiet. No one was sending comments in the bullet screen anymore. In the live stream, it was a blood-red world. Chapter 2, The Player Fainted from Fear? Wow, this game's promotional video is something. Damn, this feels so real. By the way, what does eerie revival mean? It should be supernatural, right? Now that you say that, I get it. The screen continued to unfold, showing dilapidated streets, abandoned cars, blood-red skyscrapers in the distance, and a dark sky. Hanging in the sky was a blood-red moon, its light casting a red glow over the earth, and an eerie atmosphere gradually filled the air. Moreover, in the silent air, there were faint sounds of screams coming from somewhere. Dear player, next, you will head to the eerie revived Jincheng 3rd High School. Remember, you only have 3 revival tokens. Every time you die, you will need a revival token to come back to life. If you run out of revival tokens, you can either buy more or you will be unable to log into the game. Just when the senior sister was at a loss, a line of blood-red subtitles suddenly appeared in front of her. After the blood-red subtitles disappeared, her viewpoint shifted. The next moment, the senior sister looked around in shock. At this moment, she was in a classroom. The classroom was packed with people, students sitting upright, while a teacher in a tight skirt and black stockings stood at the podium. In the sky, a round moon hung, and the last rays of the setting sun poured into the classroom. Wow, this feels so real. The senior sister looked at her hands, then at the whole classroom, muttering to herself in shock. She was an experienced VR game player, but such a real feeling was something she had never experienced before. It didn't feel like playing a game, it felt like crossing into another world. Welcome, player, to Jincheng 3rd High School. Your primary task is to escape from the school. The 3rd High School hides many secrets. For each secret you uncover and solve, you will receive unexpected rewards. If you manage to escape, you will also get a big gift package. Remember, the 3rd High School is the most terrifying at night. Do not move around at night. The people you see may not always be people. Finally, wish you a happy game. The blood-red subtitles appeared once again. The senior sister immediately calmed herself down and looked around. It was an ordinary classroom, with ordinary students and teachers. But upon closer inspection, the faces of these students and teachers were completely expressionless. They all seemed like puppets, numbly sitting in place. The most terrifying time is at night? At this moment, the senior sister recalled the blood-red warning. People might not always be people. Night is the most terrifying. Oh my god. After carefully pondering these 2 sentences, the senior sister couldn't help but exclaim. It had a bit of that scary game vibe now. Not good, it's almost night. Suddenly, the senior sister's sharp eyes noticed the setting sun outside beginning to dip, the night approaching quickly. Night is the most dangerous time. Without a second thought, the senior sister immediately stood up, intending to leave. Wang Qingqing, please stand up and answer, what is the ultimate meaning of life? Suddenly, before the senior sister could move, the teacher's gaze had already fallen on her. What? The senior sister froze. At this moment, all the surrounding classmates turned their heads, their faces blank, staring at her. The teacher slowly walked down from the podium. What is the ultimate meaning of life? The teacher repeated again. I. At this moment, the senior sister clenched her hands tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What is the ultimate meaning of life? How would she know? Please answer my question. The teacher repeated again. The next moment, all the students around her stood up. She stared at the senior sister with an expressionless face. The ultimate of life is death. Under the pressure, the senior sister blurted out without even thinking. As soon as these words were spoken, the students who had stood up earlier quickly sat back down. The teacher, who had previously left, returned to the podium and resumed the lesson. Did I answer correctly? The senior sister quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know when, but her whole body was covered in sweat, and even her legs were trembling. Although there was no sign of any ghosts, the atmosphere alone was enough to make her extremely nervous. At that moment, the sun outside had completely set. Nightfall enveloped the entire classroom. The scene in front of her changed. The classroom, once bright, now grew dim, and the desks in front of her began to writhe. On the floor, on the walls, there was blood everywhere. The classmates around her twisted their heads, showing her eerie smiles. Their bodies didn't turn, their necks twisted 180 degrees, just quietly staring at the senior sister. Stay, stay, stay. Stay. The voices echoed in the senior sister's ears. What the hell? Unable to stop herself, the senior sister cursed. The next moment, she shut her eyes. And then, there was no more after that. You died, would you like to consume a resurrection coin to revive? What the hell? In the real world, the senior sister swiftly removed the VR headset and gasped for air, her hand clutching her chest. Her face still held the lingering terror. She looked at the desk in front of her, at the sunset outside the window, everything around her familiar, and finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. That was terrifying. The senior sister, still shaken, lay back in her chair, trying to recover. At this moment, her livestream chat had exploded. What the hell, what was that? I almost pissed myself. Damn, I recorded that. I'm calling this the scariest moment of the year, hands down. Shit, I almost had a heart attack from that. Oh my god, this game is something else. The senior sister still hasn't come to her senses. No kidding, if it were me, I'd be crying by now. Don't be a coward, streamer, try again. Do it again. Streamer, go. In the livestream, seeing the viewers urging her on, the senior sister had finally recovered. Brothers, this game is really something. I admit, that moment earlier really scared me. But no matter how scary, it's still just a game. I still have 3 resurrection coins left, so let's try it again. Our first goal is to escape the classroom. Watch how I show you guys how to escape without taking any damage. The senior sister smiled at the livestream, saying this. As a streamer, she knew that immense wealth was on the line. She had to seize the opportunity. Although she was very scared. But is there anything more terrifying than being poor in this world? She had to do it for the money. This time, she would make sure to escape successfully. She put the headset back on and entered the classroom again. It was still the familiar classroom. The sunset filled the room, everything seemed so harmonious. This time, I must leave before night falls. The senior sister thought to herself. Last time, nightfall came, and then she died. This time, she had to be quick. Looking at the podium and the open classroom door, the senior sister silently calmed herself. Now. Suddenly, the senior sister seized the opportunity, stood up from her seat, and dashed out the door. Leaving the classroom, the senior sister stood in the hallway. She looked at the hallway ahead, and without hesitation, she ran. She felt that she was almost there, that she was going to succeed. But she had to find a safe place before night fell. Or, she had to run straight out of there. Ghost, streamer, there's a ghost above your head. Senior sister, there's a ghost above your head, look up, look up. Behind you, behind you. At that moment, the comments in the livestream slowly appeared before her eyes. What is this? The senior sister paused for a moment, then instinctively turned her head to look. She saw a pale face, a person dressed in white clothes, and a corpse hanging upside down, appearing in front of her. The head of the badly defeated corpse was less than 10 centimeters away from her. The senior sister could even smell the stench of the corpse. The eyes of the horribly defeated corpse just stared straight at her. Damn. You have died, would you like to consume a resurrection coin to revive? In the next moment, the senior sister's eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. In the real world, the senior sister lay stiffly in her chair, motionless. Damn, you scared me to death, damn it. Damn, my cabinet moved, I'm not looking. The streamer passed out, call an ambulance, call an ambulance. Damn, the streamer was scared unconscious? In an instant, the entire livestream chat room was in chaos. Chapter 3, the game became a hit. Done eating, time to head back. Ye Xuan wiped his mouth with a tissue, then, hands behind his back, walked towards his dorm. He wanted to check how his game was doing by now. Given the game level of this world, his game should be quite popular, right? After all, it wasn't just any game. Back in the dorm, seeing the empty room, Ye Xuan didn't pay it much attention. He sat down at his desk, slowly picked up the VR headset from the table, and put it on. He accessed the Cloud Ding platform. He opened the game backend. When he saw the 4,444 downloads on the game backend, Ye Xuan's eyes flashed with surprise. So fast? From the time he uploaded the game until now, it had only been an hour. Over 4,000 downloads in an hour? He hadn't done much in the way of promotion. Where did all these downloads come from? As the largest domestic game platform, Cloud Ding launches many new games every day. 4,000 downloads in an hour was already considered a popular game. Opening the player comments, Ye Xuan quickly understood what had happened. The author is awesome, he actually scared the senior sister unconscious. I would call this game the dark horse of the year. I swear, I played it once just now, almost scared me to death. I still don't dare to enter the second time. Me too, my heart is still pounding. If you have a weak heart, don't touch this game. Seeing these comments, Ye Xuan opened Douyin. He remembered correctly, the senior sister should be a streamer. After searching for her on Douyin, he indeed found her. And there were various live stream clips online. #shock, Douyin senior sister passed out from playing the game. #shock, is this a distortion of human nature or a downfall of morality? #. What kind of game is it that can scare a seasoned player like the senior sister unconscious? #shock. What the hell? Damn it, if you keep spreading these news, I'll kill you. Don't think that no one in Jincheng can deal with me. Do your thing. After looking at a few clips, Ye Xuan finally understood what had happened. But after seeing the live stream clips, he couldn't help but frown. It was terrifying, really terrifying. Luckily, he wasn't the first one to go. For someone as terrified of ghosts as him, just those live stream clips were enough to frighten him. If he had gone in, wouldn't he have been scared to death on the spot? However, such huge attention also meant that his game had truly become a hit. Ding, player, I'm not the medicine god, sold ghostly item Ghost Stick. Ghost Stick, a good item containing a small amount of ghostly energy, capable of causing some damage to the ghostly beings. Host, would you like to exchange it for energy points or keep it for yourself? Suddenly, Ye Xuan heard the system's voice in his mind. Ye Xuan didn't expect that a player would obtain a ghostly item so quickly. Ghostly items were specifically for dealing with ghostly beings. After all, regular weapons couldn't deal any damage to them. Only weapons containing ghostly energy could cause effective damage to the ghostly beings. System, what are energy points? Energy points are the source power that keeps the system running. The current connection range is limited to Jincheng No. 3 High School. If energy points are enough, the connection range can be expanded. Also, energy points can be exchanged for resurrection coins. The strange stick can be exchanged for 30 energy points. One resurrection coin is worth 10 energy points. Hearing the system's explanation, Ye Xuan understood. So, if players offer strange items, I still have to give them energy points, right? You don't have to. Ye Xuan. Exchange for energy points. Give him one resurrection coin. Okay. Half an hour earlier. Brothers, I have to blow up this game, it's just too awesome. This is completely a second world, its realism crushes any other game on the market. In a Douyin live stream room, a streamer named I Am Not the Medicine God looked very excited. He stared at the desk before him, and at the classroom around him that looked so real, full of excitement. Although VR games are already mature, they're still a little short of being 100% real. But this game. It is 100% real. 666, I heard this is a horror game, but it doesn't look scary. Not scary, my ass? The senior sister next door fainted from fear. For real? Of course it's real, the ambulance already took her away. Damn, that's kinda badass. Alright brothers, watch me crush the so-called horror game. Medicine God shook his head a little and said in a low voice. He was a technical streamer. With his skills, clearing a game was super easy for him. This game's realism was no problem, but he didn't know how playable it really was. Brothers, night is the most dangerous time, and most likely, the students and teachers here are not human. That's the usual trick in horror games. So, before night comes, we must leave this classroom. Medicine God lowered his voice on purpose. He didn't want the students around him to notice anything strange. During the day, they are human, so... Suddenly, Medicine God raised his right hand. Teacher, I want to go to the toilet. His loud voice echoed in the classroom. For a moment, the teacher's lecture above stopped abruptly. A pair of empty eyes stared straight at Medicine God. That gaze made his scalp tingle. But he still pretended to be calm, not moving at all. At this moment, the audience in the live stream all held their breath for him. That was a ghost. Did Medicine God really have such guts? Alright, go ahead, be quick. Finally, the teacher in the tight skirt moved her lips, her voice emotionless, echoing by his ear. Yes. Medicine God answered, stood up, and left the classroom immediately. Soon, he arrived at the hallway. Wait, he just walked out like that? What the hell, the senior sister next door lost a life just to get out. That's why our medicine god's balls are big. His what? 666, badass, totally badass. By the way, there's a ghost in the hallway, that senior sister fainted right here. Staring at the normal-looking hallway and the slowly fading sunset. Medicine God's face turned serious, walking toward the toilet. He was originally from Jincheng. The Jincheng No. 3 high school in this game world was exactly the same as the real one. The creator must have copied it 100%. Luckily, he had been to Jincheng No. 3 high before, so he knew the layout very well. Brothers, the sun's almost down, it's impossible to run out now. So I plan to hide in the toilet for a while and watch quietly. After all, I once heard a rumor that ghosts hate filthy places like toilets the most. As he spoke, he kept walking. Soon, Medicine God entered the toilet. It was an ordinary toilet, nothing strange. He casually opened one of the stalls and went inside. During that time, he didn't forget to grab the mop stick from the corner. As if that could give him a bit of safety. Congratulations, you have obtained a weapon filled with strange energy. Would you like to sell it? Estimated value, 1 resurrection coin. Staring at the blood-red words that suddenly appeared before his eyes. The god of medicine was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the rough mop stick in his hand, then looked again at the bloody words floating before him. The mop stick he had casually picked up could be exchanged for a resurrection coin? Exchange. Exchange successful, you now own resurrection coins, 4 pieces. I am not the god of medicine. Chapter 4, The Ghost with Moral Integrity. Damn, brothers, this mop stick actually exchanged for a resurrection coin. The god of medicine, regaining his senses, squatted in the cubicle and whispered. Started with 3 resurrection coins, never thought a mop stick could exchange for 1? Then that's fine, no need to worry about resurrection coins anymore. The senior sister next door woke up, already on her way home, that's hilarious. Streamer, are you sure you want to hide here all night? Streamer, what are you scared of? Go out and take a look, hurry hurry hurry. I also suggest the streamer go out and see. Seeing the comments in the live chat, the god of medicine's eyes narrowed. Whatever kind of game it was, his first goal was to make money. So, he had to make something happen. If he stayed here all night, that would be too embarrassing. Alright, brothers, I'll take you out to see what's going on. I want to see just how dangerous it is at night. The god of medicine silently pumped himself up, then carefully pulled open the cubicle door. He stuck his head out and looked around. No one. Only then did he cautiously step out of the cubicle and walk toward the distant main door. When he arrived at the door, he looked to both sides of the dark corridor. The corridor was pitch black, and there was a layer of bloody glow, making the atmosphere eerie beyond words. Even worse, inside the bloody glow, several figures were wandering around. Streamer, there's someone there. Bullshit, in this kind of game, whatever's moving at night isn't human. So you mean, ghosts? Most likely, yeah. Oh my god. No one this way. Go. After watching for a while, the god of medicine chose the left side. He immediately got up and rushed into the left corridor. But the next moment, he couldn't move anymore. A figure was standing right in front of him. It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you back in the dorm? A cold voice entered his ears. The god of medicine cautiously looked up. It was the teacher in the tight skirt who had been teaching in the classroom earlier, staring at him with no expression. Why aren't you back in the dorm? Why aren't you back in the dorm? The teacher before him kept repeating the same sentence like a robot. As she spoke, 2 lines of blood tears slowly seeped from her eyes. The blood tears flowed down her face. You are dead. Would you like to use a resurrection coin to revive? Before the god of medicine could explain, a bloody line of text appeared before his eyes. He looked down. There was a headless body standing at his feet. The clothes, it was his own. His head was gone. Damn, dead again? How did he die? I didn't even see it clearly. In the last frame, his head was gone. Shit, is this game really that hard to play? In the classroom, you die. Run out, maybe meet a ghost. Hide in the toilet, still die. Too hard, and too scary, I can't play this anymore. The atmosphere in the live chat was heavy. Meanwhile, the creator, Ye Xuan, was already lying in bed, happily ready to sleep. Today, he had received many strange items sold by players. In total, their value added up to more than 900 energy points. So comfortable. He didn't have to do anything, just lie down and enjoy the profits. Sleep. Ye Xuan pulled the blanket over himself and sank into sleep. At that moment, the entire internet exploded. The game If You Dare, Come Play had already gone viral across the web. After being promoted by several top streamers, countless netizens rushed in to play. Of course, the ways of dying were all kinds of bizarre. Under the game, countless angry comments were left by netizens. And of course, the top liked comment was this one. Where is the game creator? Come out. Are you sure 3 resurrection coins are really enough? Below that comment, countless players followed suit and replied. Yeah, that's really enough, the revival coins are gone, can't even log in now, damn it. Damn, this is the first time I've ever seen a game like this. Shit, the game doesn't sell anything, no recharge channel, just pure torture, right? Can't they give us a few more revival coins? As more and more comments came in, the event was spreading fast. The night passed in silence, and the next day arrived. At 8 in the morning, Ye Xuan got up as usual, brushed his teeth, washed his face. Back in the dorm, it was still empty as always. There were 4 people in the dorm, the other 3 were all rich kids, they all rented places outside. Only Ye Xuan stayed in the dorm all day long. At first, it felt a bit lonely. But now, he was used to it. And Ye Xuan even kind of enjoyed the feeling. As usual, he opened the Yunding platform to check the game downloads. Holy shit! Seeing over 30,000 downloads, Ye Xuan couldn't help but curse out loud. Over 30,000 downloads overnight? And that was without any promotion spots at all. This couldn't just be called a hit. This was straight up the next phenomenon level game. After a short shock, Ye Xuan calmed himself down a bit. Makes sense, after all, others make games, but what I made isn't really a game. Ye Xuan murmured to himself, a charming curve forming at the corner of his lips. Opening Douyin, Ye Xuan started scrolling through videos. Suddenly, one video caught his attention. He clicked it and began to watch. In the video, a streamer named Ye Xuan was sitting inside a classroom. The same familiar game classroom. Brothers, this is my second time coming in. After 3 hours of study, I finally figured everything out. First step, before night falls, leave the classroom. That point, the medicine god already gave us the answer. On screen, Ye Xuan raised his hand while talking. Teacher, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the toilet. Go ahead. Ye Xuan left the classroom calmly. But when he reached the door, he didn't walk out right away, instead he carefully observed the hallway first. Only when it was completely safe did he step out. Brothers, remember this, there are ghosts in the hallway. But the ghost's appearance is random. Before, the senior sister was unlucky and ran right into it. But now, obviously, there's no ghost. As he spoke, Ye Xuan walked toward the end of the hallway. Brothers, we can't go to the toilet, we have to go to the dormitory. The school at night is terrifying, but from my research, the only safe place is the dorm. Which means, as long as we reach the dorm before night comes, we can live. Ye Xuan ran all the way to the end of the corridor, then grabbed the handrail and slid down fast. Brothers, remember, from the start of the game to nightfall, there's only half an hour. Half an hour you must get from the classroom to the dorm or you'll die for sure. The only good thing is, the layout of Jincheng No. 3 High School in the game is exactly the same as in real life. Now, time to sprint. On the empty playground, only Ye Xuan was running at full speed. The sunset poured over his body, giving off a strange beauty. Brothers, remember, as long as you're under the sun, there's no danger. As for why I'm heading to the dorm instead of leaving the school, it's because there's a ghost at the gate. Someone tried, and already died at the school gate. So, we hide in the dorm first, then think about the next step. As he spoke, Ye Xuan had already reached the dorm. He went into the dorm building and picked a random room to enter. Once inside, he locked the door behind him smoothly. Alright brothers, we're in the dorm. Nighttime has just arrived. Ye Xuan walked to the window and looked outside. Outside, the sunset had vanished. What replaced it was a blood-red land. The entire playground was covered in a scarlet glow. User wants me to translate Chinese stories into emotionally compelling English with a focus on straightforward, easily understandable language. Figures limped and staggered across the playground. They seemed like puppets on strings. Above, in the sky, hung a blood-red moon. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the iron door behind the expert began to shake, and the sound of knocking echoed through the dormitory. Are you trying to die? It's late at night, are you disturbing my sleep? Do you believe I'll come out and kill you? In such a dangerous scene, the expert wasn't afraid at all, instead, he cursed loudly in anger. After a moment, the knocking stopped, and everything returned to calm. Brothers, see? The dorm is absolutely safe at night. If a ghost knocks, just curse it out. After all, even a ghost shouldn't disturb our sleep at night, right? Alright, brothers, this video ends here. Wait until I figure out how to escape the school, and I'll make another video. The video ended. Ye Xuan's eyes flashed with a hint of interest. What a talent. He then opened the comments section. Damn, 666, awesome bro, cursing out a ghost in public, and the ghost actually admits it's wrong? What a great line, even a ghost shouldn't disturb our sleep at night. Looking at it this way, this ghost's moral standards are pretty high. Moral standards of a damn ghost. Chapter 5, The Players Who Were Crying from Frustration. September 24, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 17 days until the mysterious resurgence. This guy really is a talent. Ye Xuan closed the Douyin app. He then opened the game comments again. After seeing the pinned comment, Ye Xuan frowned slightly. The number of likes had reached over 10,000. 3 game coins aren't enough? In the game, you don't even have enough with 3 lives. If the weirdness arrives, over 10,000 of you will be dead already. But Ye Xuan tapped the table and fell into deep thought. What he wanted was for players to expand his territory while he stayed behind the scenes to reap the benefits. So, the more active players were, the more benefits he would get. And the more energy points the system could gain. Right now, with only 3 revival coins, it was clearly not enough to keep people. If he had to buy the revival coins, he'd need to pay out of his own pocket. No matter how he calculated it, it was a loss. System, release an announcement. The announcement is called Energy Point Loans. Generating. Generation complete. Looking at the system-generated loan information, Ye Xuan nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the end of the universe is all about lending. Want revival coins? Sure. But there's no way I'm losing out. So, lending it is. He'd lend players the coins to buy revival coins, and once the players had weirdness items, they could exchange energy points to pay back the loan. 1 game coin equals 10 energy points. But he would sell them for 30 energy points. This way, it was like selling the players, and they would still pay him back. It was sweet. Damn, 3,400 energy points? Sweet. Looking at his balance of over 3,000 energy points, Ye Xuan was even happier. System, bring out the weird mop stick, let me see. After Ye Xuan spoke, he felt a flash of light before a tattered mop stick appeared in front of him. This mop stick didn't look much different from a regular one. The only difference was that it was wrapped in a cold, eerie aura. He reached out to grab the weird mop stick and couldn't help but shiver. A coldness seemed to flow from the mop stick into his body. Hiss. Is this the weirdness aura? With my current body, I can't hold onto this thing, I can't bear that coldness. Such a good thing, but I can't use it. Looks like, maybe only specialized people in the future world will be able to control such weirdness items. You guys good luck. After observing for a moment, Ye Xuan put away the weird mop stick. This thing, he couldn't control it now. The information he had was simply too little. He could only pray that the players would do well. Right, class time. Putting down the VR headset, picking up a book beside him, Ye Xuan turned and left the dormitory. Elsewhere, Tang Xian, with messy hair like a bird's nest, put on her VR headset in annoyance. Your frequently played game If You Dare, Come and Play has released a new announcement. Would you like to check it? Just as he put on the helmet, a line of text popped up in front of his eyes. Oh? Let me see. Tang Xian raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling interested. That game, wasn't it the crappy one he played last night? He finally found a good game, but now, they wouldn't let him play it? 3 revival coins used up, and they wouldn't let him log in? Because of that, he even made a post cursing for a long time. Now, seeing the announcement again, his interest was stirred. He opened the official forum of the game. There, he saw a pinned announcement from the official account. If you dare, come play again. In view of the strong reactions from many players about the revival coins, after internal discussion, our company has decided to make the following adjustments to protect players' interests. Seeing the opening, Tang Xian showed a faint smile. As expected, this dog game still wanted to make money. But after reading the next part, the smile on his face froze. For all players to have a better gaming experience, our company has decided to start a lending program. Each player may freely borrow 3 revival coins. If a player obtains game items containing strange energy, they may exchange them for energy points to repay the debt. If a player's survival time in each game does not exceed half an hour, they are not eligible for a loan. If a player's survival time in the game is long enough, the loan amount may be raised as appropriate, with no upper limit. Lastly, we wish all players a pleasant gaming experience. After reading the rest, Tang Xian didn't even know what to say. A game, and they're actually doing lending now? At that moment, he had a curse on his tongue but didn't know if he should say it. Sure enough, the comments below were full of curses.
F asterisk asterisk K your mother, a damn game, and you dare to do lending?
I've already reported it to the officials. Openly lending money, you've got guts.
The one upstairs, they're not involving real money, reporting is useless.
Damn, even if it's not about money, I still feel this is ridiculous.
No kidding, I feel the same.
Whoa, the game told me my last 4 game times didn't survive over half an hour, so they won't lend to me.
Whoa, me too, but after I wrote a 300-word good review essay, they gave me 1 revival coin. Seeing those comments, Tang Xin just felt everything was absurd.
After seeing the one saying they weren't even qualified for a loan, he let out a cold laugh.
Not even qualified for a loan? How damn bad are you? Mocking quietly, Tang Xin confidently opened the game.
Then, he clicked on loan. Hello, since your last 4 game times did not exceed half an hour, you do not meet the loan qualification.
F asterisk asterisk KU.
However, you can give this game a 5-star rating, with no fewer than 300 words.
After writing, submit for review. If approved, we can give you 1 revival coin. Seeing the next prompt, Tang Xin's anger slowly faded. Damn it, this crappy game, pulling this trick?
There are plenty of games out there, acting like it's so proud. Fine, I just won't play it. Fuming, Tang Xin closed the game and started browsing others. An hour later, his face was full of despair. Ever since he played that game, all others felt dull. They had none of that realness, none of that tension or thrill.
Like chewing wax, tasteless and empty. F asterisk asterisk K it, I'll just write it. After carefully writing 300 words, Tang Xin chose to submit.
Sorry, review not approved.
Tang Xin was dumbfounded. A good review, not approved? Such strange words to see.
Sorry, review not approved. Sorry, review not approved. Sorry, review not approved. After changing it dozens of times against his conscience, finally, the review passed.
Congratulations, your review is approved.
1 revival coin loan granted. Please, after the game starts, quickly collect items containing strange energy to repay the debt.
Isn't it free? Damn it. At this moment, Tang Xin could no longer hold back.
He had worked so hard, revising dozens of times, only to end up with a loan qualification? Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes. This was the first time he had ever been driven to tears by a game. Meanwhile, other players, just like him, were completely broken at this moment. One by one, they were crying in frustration.
Chapter 6, Found You.
The fact that players were crying from frustration was something Ye Xuan didn't know. At this moment, he was in class. As for the system's announcement, it was very much to his liking. He had used up 3 resurrection coins, got nothing, and still hadn't learned his lesson. A full 4 game chances, and not once did he survive for more than half an hour.
Even a pig could learn something by looking up guides online, right? For Ye Xuan, such fools were useless.
Letting them play the game was a complete waste of system energy.
After the strange resurrection, they would be the first batch of cannon fodder to die. However, due to his inner moral conscience, Ye Xuan decided to show some kindness and gave them a chance for a loan. But only 1 resurrection coin. If they couldn't seize this opportunity, then too bad.
After all, he needed players to help him expand his territory, not useless people who died as soon as they entered. These useless people only wasted time and energy points, offering no substantial help.
So naturally, Ye Xuan had abandoned them. What are you thinking about?
Suddenly, a cold voice reached Ye Xuan's ears. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ye Xuan turned around. The person who spoke was his high school classmate, Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's looks were still quite striking. Mostly, it was because she was all natural. She didn't like makeup, and always went around with a bare face. She gave off a vibe of pure natural beauty.
Do you play games?
Yeah. I recommend a game for you, it's called, If You Have the Guts, Come Play. After hearing this, Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise.
This game's name sounds so lame.
Ahem, it does sound a bit, but it's actually a great game. If you have time, go try it out.
Okay. Seeing Su Qingqing agree, Ye Xuan chose not to say anything further.
Anyone who gets into games now will accumulate experience to prepare for the strange resurrection in 3 years. It could be said that anyone who has played the game will survive a bit longer than those who haven't when the strange resurrection happens 3 years later. If someone is a real genius, then as long as they sail smoothly in the game, they will only have it easier in 3 years. Apart from his own interests.
This game could serve as a shot of adrenaline for today's players.
This way, when the strange resurrection happens in 3 years, players won't be blindly stumbling around like headless flies. While Ye Xuan was in class, a live stream had quietly begun.
Hello, brothers, it's still your good friend, Jue Wagu. Last night, I came back to the dorm. Since I came back to the dorm, I decided to AFK and started searching for videos and information online. So, after some guessing, I now have the latest news. Ye Xuan began explaining to the livestream. The first step is, we need to leave here. After all, if we keep hiding here, we'll never get out. With that, Ye Xuan approached the door and carefully opened it. The viewers in the live stream, watching all of this, couldn't help but get tense. The vast majority of them had seen Ye Xuan's videos. So now, their characters were all hiding in the dorm. Now, they were watching the stream, hoping to learn what to do next. There's nothing in the hallway. Do you remember the game's hints from the beginning?
There are many secrets hidden here, and if we can discover and crack them, the game officials will reward us with big prizes. So, I plan to start from here. Saying that, the skilled player not only didn't leave, but also started walking up the stairs to the second floor.
Holy crap, amazing bro.
Big brother, be careful, I love watching you, don't waste your respawn coin.
Yeah, big bro, game coins are the most important, don't lose your game coin.
The viewers in the live stream all started to warn him. Since realizing the game official was serious, they had become a lot more cautious. Before playing, they would check tons of guides to make sure they wouldn't die. Moreover, the strange stick in the bathroom had become a necessary stop for every player. When logging in, you had to go to the bathroom. After all, it was worth one respawn coin.
Brothers, I'm on the second floor.
Line. The skilled player, fully focused, didn't notice the barrage of comments.
Right now, his mind was completely on the game.
The blood-stained hallway exuded a creepy atmosphere. The skilled player walked through the corridor. Carefully, he didn't encounter anything strange. Brothers, all these dormitory doors are locked, I can't get in. The skilled player went up to each door, pushing them one by one. But he found all the doors were locked, he couldn't push any of them open. After searching, he finally reached the end and saw a dormitory door wide open.
Brothers, this door is open, let's go in and check.
His eyes lit up, then he turned and walked inside. Inside the dormitory, everything looked normal. It was exactly like the setup from when he was in school, no difference at all. The skilled player stood inside the dormitory, habitually closing the large door behind him. He walked to the desk at the back of the room, and on the desk, he saw a piece of paper.
The paper was filled with crooked, messy handwriting. Next to it was a fountain pen.
The skilled player picked up the paper and read the words on it. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, I really didn't mean to kill you. To whoever comes after me, once you see this letter, remember, you must hide, it will come for you, it will definitely come for you. Hide, the dormitory is not safe, the door can't stop it, you must hide. The handwriting was very messy, it was clear that the person who wrote it was in a hurry.
Brothers, does this letter mean there's a ghost coming for me? The dormitory isn't safe, the door can't stop it?
The skilled player furrowed his brow and put the letter down. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, there was a series of sharp sounds from outside the door. The skilled player's mind raced, and he quietly approached the door, pressing his ear to it. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds were getting closer, becoming clearer.
Damn it, it's really coming.
The skilled player's face turned pale.
The ghost was coming.
Based on the letter's content, he had to hide, but the dormitory couldn't stop it.
Damn it, I shouldn't have come in.
The skilled player looked around.
A small dormitory, where could he hide?
In the end, the skilled player crawled onto the floor and rolled under the bed, his eyes glued to the dormitory's iron door. Thud, thud, thud.
The crisp sound echoed outside the door. The skilled player lay still under the bed, not daring to move.
From the nervousness, his palms were sweating. He could feel the ghost right outside the door.
I'm coming for you, I'm coming for you.
The next moment, the locked iron door slowly creaked open. The skilled player lay there, not daring to make a sound. Thud, thud, thud. The sound grew louder, and the skilled player grew more anxious.
He didn't even dare to breathe.
Finally, the ghost revealed its true form. Thud, thud, thud. Its head hit the ground, its body inverted, and its head kept slamming into the floor, making a thudding sound. Its face was covered in blood. It slowly turned around, its bloodied face locking eyes with the skilled player hiding under the bed.
Found you. Chapter 7, Fusion of the Ghost's Eye.
Holy shit, Mom, I'm not watching anymore.
Get out of my screen, fuck your mother, get away. I have heart disease, don't scare me. Don't scare me, woo-woo.
I wet the bed, it's too scary.
Luckily, I'm in the hospital.
The sudden scene scared all the viewers in the live stream badly. And the one in the middle of it all, Master Skill, suddenly woke up. You are dead, would you like to use a revival coin to revive? Looking at the line of blood-red text in front of him, Master Skill wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his eyes showed a bit of excitement.
Good game, good game. It's been so long since I felt this way.
So thrilling. Touching his own chest, Master Skill muttered to himself. Then, he quickly put the helmet back on.
Revive.
The screen flashed, and he was back again in the familiar dorm room. Brothers, this game is beyond words, it's really thrilling.
Luckily I saved before I died. That means the ghost from before will still come for me. Looking around the dorm, Master Skill quickly turned and climbed onto the bed.
It was a bunk bed, and he was lying on the top one now. That ghost's head was stuck to the floor, so if I lie here, it won't find me.
He spoke as he lay down, secretly glancing toward the dorm door. Damn, how twisted are you? Not only are you not scared, you want to experience it again?
I swear I'll never go to the second floor of the dorm, never.
Scared me to death. Why was that ghost's head on the floor?
My grandpa once said, ghosts keep the way they look when they died, so that ghost probably jumped off a building, hit its head, and died that way, that's why its head sticks to the floor.
Do you think ghosts really exist? This game doesn't feel fake. If it's not fake, then is it real? Don't joke around.
Yeah, it's already the year 2058, believe in science, there are no ghosts.
Shoo, it's coming. Dong, dong, dong.
In the live stream, the same sound came again. Master Skill held his breath, staring at the dorm door. He wasn't afraid, but still couldn't help feeling tense.
Dong, dong, dong.
The sharp sound echoed through the dorm. The door opened.
Where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm coming to find you, where are you? Where are you? The hollow voice echoed in the dorm.
At that moment, Master Skill saw the full appearance of the female ghost. She wore a long white dress, her hands pressed tightly against her thighs. Her head hit the ground up and down, making dull thudding sounds.
Like a zombie.
The only difference was that this ghost's head was stuck to the floor. The female ghost wandered around the dorm, back and forth, back and forth.
Why don't you come out? Why won't you see me? Why?
I died so miserably, I died so miserably, I will take you with me, I will take you with me.
Woo-woo, woo-woo.
Her crying echoed through the dorm. Master Skill covered his ears with both hands, not letting the sound enter. As time passed, the ghost's crying slowly stopped, and the dorm fell completely silent. But Master Skill didn't believe the ghost had left.
He stayed still on the bed, not moving at all. What's this?
Suddenly, Master Skill felt something hard under him. Curious, he reached out and started to feel around.
Something's wrong. In an instant, Master Skill sat up and looked down. Found you. The female ghost's head was embedded in the bedboard.
Her pale face, her blood-red eyes, stared straight at him. This is. He raised his hand, and saw that in his palm was a blood-red eyeball.
It was the female ghost's eyeball? F****ku.
He cursed, jumped off the bed at once, and ran for the door.
Run, run, run fast.
In the hallway, Master Skill clenched his teeth and ran. He rushed from the second floor to the first, then went into the dorm he had hidden in before and shut the door tight. Only Master Skill was left, leaning against the door, breathing hard.
So thrilling.
His eyes grew brighter and brighter.
How long had it been? How long? How long since he had played such a thrilling game?
He made up his mind, that Skill bro really got something in him, that scene just now scared me again. Me too, that female ghost is really everywhere, she even hid up there, but still got caught. Skill bro ran so fast just now, I swear he went beyond human limits.
No joke, if it were me, I'd have jumped straight out the window. That female ghost actually looks kind of pretty. Something's wrong with you. Huff, she shouldn't be able to come in. This dorm, it's absolutely safe.
After waiting for a long while, with no sound at all, Skill bro finally let out a sigh of relief. He left the door, sat casually on the bed to rest. That ghost's eyeball is still in my hand. Skill bro raised his hand, staring at that bloodstained eyeball, and just when he was about to throw it away, a line of bloody text appeared before his eyes.
Item name, Eyeball of the Vicious Ghost.
After fusion, part of the ghost's power can be obtained. During fusion, you will suffer inhuman pain. Please be cautious.
This eyeball is worth 1,000 energy points. Exchange it?
Looking at the bloody words floating before him, Skill bro froze. He looked at the eyeball in his hand, then at the letters before him.
Fusion can give me a part of the ghost's power?
Skill bro murmured, a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. It felt like he had found a hidden side quest in the game.
But how do I fuse it? Skill bro stared at the eyeball, sinking into deep thought. What's Skill bro doing? Is that the ghost's eyeball in his hand? Yeah, but why's he so silent? What's he thinking? No clue. Why isn't he throwing that thing away? Isn't it gross? Can't understand, but I respect it. Holy crap, what's he doing? He's gone mad?
Suddenly, the livestream chat went wild. On the screen, Skillbro gritted his teeth, then slammed the ghost's eyeball straight into his own eye.
Ah!
Skillbro let out a sharp, tearing scream. He clutched his eyes and rolled on the floor, screaming non-stop.
Damn it, stupid game, can't even turn down the pain level. Fuck you, stupid game.
Skillbro roared and cursed as blood poured down his face. Watching this, the whole livestream went crazy.
No one knew why Skillbro did this. Skillbro shoved the ghost's eyeball into his own eye? What kind of fetish is this? He really put it in? No, that's not okay. Shut up, what the hell is he doing? Someone explain. Explain my ass, just watch. If Skillbro's doing this, it must mean something big.
Chapter 8, Skillbro tortures the vicious ghost. Under the eyes of the livestream viewers, Skillbro rolled and screamed on the floor for half an hour.
After half an hour, everything went silent.
Skillbro lay there soaked, as if pulled out from a tank of water. His whole body trembled as he sat up by the bed. His eyes had completely changed. The left one looked normal, but the right one had no black pupil at all, it was all white. Congratulations, you have fused with the ghost eye. Congratulations, new skill unlocked, Ghost Eye. You can now see through any hidden tricks of ghosts, resist deadly ghost attacks, and your normal attacks can hurt ghosts.
Seeing those bloody words, Skillbro's eyes shone with excitement. He had unlocked a new skill? Why are normal people afraid of ghosts? Because they can't see them, can't touch them, right?
But now, it was different. He could not only see ghosts, he could touch them.
Since he could hit them, what the hell was there to be afraid of? Streamer, what's wrong with you? Say something. Did the ghost possess you? Holy crap, what happened to your eyes? They're terrifying. His eyes merged with the ghost's eyes? Holy crap, did the streamer trigger a hidden storyline? Come on, talk to us, you're scaring me here. The live stream audience was getting anxious.
At that moment, Ye Xuan regained his senses and opened the bullet screen permissions. In an instant, dense bullet messages flickered across the screen. Brothers, you guessed it right, I have fused the ghost eye. Now, I possess part of the ghost's abilities.
For example. Bang, bang, bang.
Before Ye Xuan could finish his sentence, clear banging sounds echoed from outside the door.
Damn it, here we go again? Fuck you, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'm no longer afraid of you. Excitement filled Ye Xuan's eyes. He was completely fearless and walked up to pull the dormitory door open. Outside, the female ghost's head was repeatedly slamming against the ground. But at this moment, Ye Xuan showed no fear at all. Damn it, scary, huh? Before the female ghost could speak, Ye Xuan grabbed her ankle. With a quick move, he hoisted her ankle onto his shoulder and then used his waist to shove her down. The female ghost was thrown violently to the ground by Ye Xuan's shoulder throw. Hee, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Under the female ghost's bewildered gaze, Ye Xuan directly mounted her, fists raining down like a storm. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Let's see how many punches you can take. Sending you to the sky. As punch after punch fell, the female ghost's figure began to fade away. And Ye Xuan's right eye was glowing with a red light.
Congratulations, you have slain a fierce ghost.
Congratulations, you gained 500 energy points. Moments later, Ye Xuan, tired from the beating, finally stopped his actions.
And the female ghost beneath him had completely disappeared. Looking at the blood-red text before him, Ye Xuan shouted in his heart, feeling ecstatic.
This was the right way to play the game.
Moreover, after killing the fierce ghost, he felt much stronger. Brothers, as you can see, I have fused the ghost eye.
And then I gained the ability to kill ghosts. This is the correct way to play the game.
Ye Xuan turned to the live stream audience and gave a slight smile.
Wow, Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Wow, this is amazing, grabbing the ghost eye, fusing it, killing the fierce ghost, is this even human? Fusing the ghost eye lets you kill fierce ghosts. Remember this with a notebook expression.
Every day just remembering in that broken notebook, I'm going to the second floor to find a ghost.
I'm going too, no matter what, I want to grab that fierce ghost's eyeballs.
In an instant, countless players left the live stream and entered the game. Now, the method was there.
Next was practice.
Some players even posted clips of the live stream on the Douyin platform. In no time, this matter climbed to the Douyin hot search. From first to fifth, all were taken. Hashtag shocking, host Ye Xuan actually discovered the passcode for the game. If you have the guts, come play, hashtag.
Hashtag beating a ghost in public, is this really a horror game?
asking for the shadow area of the fierce ghost hashtag. Hashtag shocking, a certain host actually publicly beat a ghost, is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality, hashtag.
Hashtag this game can't even adjust the pain perception? 100% pain?
So perverse, hashtag. Hashtag may I ask the game author, how did you come up with the idea of a fierce ghost's head stuck in the ground, hashtag.
It's exploded, this game has completely exploded.
As the saying goes, good wine fears no deep alley.
After many streamers rushed to join in, this game became wildly popular. Wow, over 100,000 downloads? Are you serious?
In the dormitory, after lunch, Ye Xuan looked at the download numbers, shock filling his eyes.
Amazing, it's really incredible.
The game released yesterday has over 100,000 downloads by noon today. And the number is still rising crazily. This is all without him taking any promotional measures at all. Terrifying, truly terrifying.
Fusing the ghost eye, gaining ghost abilities, counter-killing fierce ghosts? This host is quite interesting.
Ye Xuan tapped on the table, watching the clips that netizens made from the livestream.
This operation was simply amazing.
Ye Xuan believed that if given him 10 chances, he wouldn't be able to do it.
Sure enough.
It is right to make this thing into a game method.
By himself, how could he possibly compare to millions of people?
These actions are all very valuable experience.
Damn.
Seeing the energy points approaching 90,000 and nearly hitting 100,000, Ye Xuan exploded with another curse.
Awesome.
The energy points are almost at 100,000. Ye Xuan began to look through video clips about the game.
Finally, he understood.
The new players are basically very united. Escape from the classroom, go to the toilet, exchange for the strange stick. The strange stick in the toilet has already been treated as the official newbie welfare by players.
Starting with resurrection coins, isn't this event amazing?
Now, players have all begun to imitate the pro player. Earlier, players were incredibly afraid of this game, the horror atmosphere was too scary.
The player's first thought was to hide, they absolutely cannot be caught by the ghost.
But now, after watching the pro player's livestream, their mindset has changed. Escape from the classroom, exchange for the strange stick, go to the dorm to find the female ghost.
No matter what, they want to take out the female ghost's eyeball. The benefit outweighs the fear, for the sake of taking the female ghost's eyeballs, the players are truly determined.
Some players even camped at the dorm door, ready to take the ghost's eyeballs as soon as she dared to come.
Then take the eyeballs to the first floor safe dorm for fusion.
After fusing, they would come back to kill the female ghost.
This whole procedure has definitely been completed by many players.
What frightens people the most about ghosts is that they cannot be seen or touched.
But now, they can see and touch, so what is there to be afraid of? Moreover, in the players' hearts, this is still just a game. A useless life is just to take action.
The horror game seems to have gone a bit off track.
Chapter 9 I am not short of money. I still won't fuse.
Looking at the ghost eyeball in his hand, Ye Xuan still refused to fuse. After all, there are more than 3 years until the supernatural revival, which means that during this more than 3 years, it is safe. Fusing this ghost eyeball is not only painful but also not as powerful as Ye Xuan imagined. There is still plenty of time, there might be even stronger items coming out in the future. There is no need to fuse such a small thing.
Suffering for nothing.
If I want to use it, I must use the most powerful.
Opening the comments section, a large number of comments flooded into his view.
Especially those top-voted comments caught Ye Xuan's attention. The first comment, of course, was about resurrection coins, which he simply skipped. This problem he had already solved.
The second comment. Does the official dare to open the recharge channel? I want to spend money, I want to kill ghosts, I want to have fun.
This one he also skipped.
He doesn't lack money right now.
After all, his original parents passed away, leaving him a large inheritance.
Moreover, in the supernatural revival, so-called money is of no use at all. Do you really think that she doesn't know about apocalypse novels? Can the official open an energy point trading system? And can they add more items to the shop? Selling only resurrection coins is a bit too monotonous.
Under this comment, there were 50 replies agreeing.
Yes, I have so many energy points that I can't use them all, can you add more items? No, can you add props to deal with ghosts? I still have hundreds of energy points. Damn, I don't even have a resurrection coin yet, and you all have energy points that are never ending?
Upstairs, have you watched pro players live stream?
As long as you kill that female ghost, you can get 500 energy points. Kill the female ghost, what are you talking about?
Looking at these comments, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. Energy points are the system currency.
Currently, the only thing that can be purchased with energy points is resurrection coins.
These players have now started to think that there are too many energy points with nowhere to spend.
Could it be that they are a bit too carried away? System, can you create these things?
No, I cannot create items from the supernatural world out of thin air, but this system can mimic existing items. Hearing the system's explanation, Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This system's function perfectly matched his heart's desire.
Transforming existing props to make them stronger? Now this is interesting. It's completely custom made for him.
Though it can't be seen now, in the future, players will get stronger props and not want to sell to the system.
Yet he can directly have the system replicate something stronger. It's entirely just sitting back and reaping benefits.
This function is nice, and system, open the energy point trading function.
Let players trade energy points freely, then charge a small fee.
Ye Xuan stroked his chin, thinking while instructing the system to get to work.
Anyway, these tasks he cannot do himself. By the way, system, how do you sell your props?
At this moment, Ye Xuan asked the most crucial part.
How to sell the props replicated by the system. After calculation, the ghost stick is 50 energy points each. The ghost eye is 200 energy points.
Looking at these numbers, Ye Xuan snapped his fingers. Sell the ghost stick for 70, the ghost eye for 300, update the listings.
Okay, host can now expand the link range. Does the host wish to expand?
Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Xuan's gaze sharpened. Expand the link range.
It seems unnecessary now.
After all, players have not even escaped the third high school yet, expanding now would be pointless.
Let's make an announcement.
If any players escape the third high school, then expand the link range.
The announcement can indicate the opening of a new map.
After a moment of thought, Ye Xuan gave a plan. Wait until players successfully escape the third high school, then consider the expansion.
Otherwise, expanding now would be utterly useless. Good, generating program.
Next, there was nothing left for him to do. Ye Xuan went to bed and began his afternoon nap.
This feeling was comfortable.
At this moment, the players who were playing the game and those who were not received the game announcement.
Oh. Brothers, there's a game announcement. The live streaming expert's brows raised, then he started to check.
Thanks to the vast number of users for loving this game, we have also received player feedback during this time.
From now on, this game will open a trading system. Players can freely buy and sell energy points and revival coins in the game.
In addition, this game has added 2 new types of props, aiming to let new players experience the fun of the game. Note, if any player successfully escapes the third high school, this game will undergo a major update, opening a larger map. And we have prepared a rich gift bag for the first player to escape the third high school.
And will grant the player an Epic Glory title.
Dear players, please explore hard, please escape, and enjoy your game.
This update seems quite serious. After reading the entire announcement, the live streaming expert nodded silently. It seems this game is not stubborn, it still pays attention to player feedback.
But unfortunately, a recharge system has not been opened.
However, for him, this is still a good thing. This means that the game is very hardcore and has a lot of playability.
After all, many good games have been ruined by recharging.
Alright brothers, let's continue to explore.
Closing the announcement and greeting the live room, the expert began to explore again. He wanted to be the first to leave Jincheng Third High School, he had to grab that mysterious gift bag.
He wanted that title too.
This game was too hot, it wouldn't be long before it became a phenomenon. If he obtained that title, it would smooth the way for his streaming career.
Wow, finally waiting for it, brothers, who has energy points? I'm buying energy points at a high price. I want revival coins, who's selling them?
No need to worry about the price, you said it. Quick, quick, quick. Buying energy points, revival coins, and new items at high prices.
Players seeing this announcement went crazy.
Especially those players who ran out of revival coins and completely lost their chance to play the game.
One by one, they frantically bought revival coins and energy points. At this moment, the value of energy points skyrocketed wildly. In just one short hour, one energy point was worth 1,000 Huaxia coins.
As the most important game currency in the early stages, energy points are very precious, it is rare to have a large amount and be able to sell them. This led to outrageously high prices for energy points.
Even so, some people still bought them. In a luxurious and magnificent villa,
a young man in pajamas stood silently in the center of the living room with a glass of red wine.
Young Masterly, right now 1,300 can only buy one energy point, are you buying? A bodyguard holding a super brain asked. Buy it. Don't say 1,000, even if it's 10,000, I'll buy. I'm not short on money.
The young man waved his hand grandly, exuding wealth.
Yes. Chapter 10, Sanction Storm. You died, do you want to use a revival coin to come back?
In the Golden City Villa area, in a huge villa located in the center of the villa district.
A sexy woman with an enchanting face is wearing a VR helmet.
At this moment, she was staring at a line of bloody subtitles in disbelief. I thought obtaining the ghost eye would help me clear the level, but I didn't expect there to be an even more powerful ghost. The security uncle at the school gate is a ghost even more formidable than the ghost in the dorm building. Chi Bingtong rubbed her forehead, her expression slightly unpleasant.
Is the maker of this game crazy? Is the novice village this difficult?
After a moment of silence, she took off the VR helmet, her head feeling a little dizzy. This game was recommended to her by someone last night. At that time, she started playing just to give her friend face. But once she played, she became addicted.
A 100% realistic game environment. A strange atmosphere.
And the kind of monsters that make your heart race. This made her fall deeply in love with this game. But the only downside is that it's too difficult. Other games usually have a very mediocre difficulty level in the novice village, to ensure players enjoy and stay. This game, on the other hand, goes against the trend, taking the difficulty of the novice village to the maximum right from the start. Now, with over 200,000 downloads, none have managed to leave the novice village.
It's ridiculous.
And she is one of them. She still hasn't figured out how to get out of this game. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding.
Suddenly, a crisp ringing sound echoed.
She raised her hand to pick up the phone on the table.
Supervisor, come to the company quickly, we have a meeting.
Okay, I'll be right there. Chi Bingtong put down the VR helmet, immediately got up, dressed neatly, and turned to leave. This game, from the release yesterday afternoon at 5, has only been 21 hours, and the downloads have already exceeded 200,000. At the corporate headquarters, the director of the marketing department said solemnly while holding a document. As soon as these words were spoken, all the executives from the Penguin Company were in an uproar.
A game without any advertising has broken 200,000 downloads in just 21 hours? Being game developers, they knew what this data meant. It's hot, truly on fire. A phenomenon-level blockbuster that could be recorded in game history. Remember when they spent $300 million to promote their 5v5 national esports? Even that didn't achieve this kind of result. Contact the creators for acquisition.
The president of the Penguin Company, sitting at the head of the table, spoke in a low voice. Boss, we can't reach them, our messages sent from the Yunding backend have sunk like a stone.
Their contact information has been encrypted, and we can't find it. The marketing director spoke up. If you can't reach them, then investigate thoroughly. If we can't find them, then take this game down. If that doesn't work, then copy it for me, understand? No matter what method is used, we must get this game, understand?
Old Ma loudly said, looking at the group of company executives. He built his fortune on games in his early years. He deeply knows how much money a phenomenal game can make.
Especially a massive hit like this one, once it explodes in popularity. It can be said that nothing makes money faster than a printing press.
As the leader of the domestic gaming market, he naturally wants to see such a game.
Yes.
Faced with the boss's resolute tone, all the executives nodded in agreement.
I don't agree.
This kind of game should be allowed to develop, not acquired or suppressed. Just as the executives were reaching a conclusion, the door of the conference room opened. Chi Bingtong strode in with long legs, placing her hands on the office table, her aura fully unleashed.
Oh? What insights do our supervisor Chi have?
Old Ma rested his chin on his hands, squinting at Chi Bingtong. The surrounding executives sat with an air of indifference, as if it had nothing to do with them. This game has the potential to become a phenomenal game.
Moreover, its achievements, including game quality, crush all domestic games in every aspect.
In recent years, epic IP masterpieces from abroad have been harvesting wealth globally, draining a lot of wealth from our country. And now, we finally have an epic IP masterpiece in our country.
Do you want to destroy it? Haven't you destroyed enough over the years?
Chi Bingtong leaned on the desk, her eyes fixed on Old Ma in the distance, speaking each word steadily. Her tone was cold but filled with strength.
This is not something you should be concerned about. As an employee of my company, your primary duty is to ensure the company's interests. Not to talk to me about the domestic situation or the world.
Now return to your own seat, and I can treat it as if nothing ever happened. Old Ma's expression did not change, but his eyes emitted a chilling light.
With people like you, the domestic gaming environment will never improve. Our country will never produce so-called epic IP masterpieces.
All you know is how to suppress your peers and plunder domestic wealth, yet abroad you can't even grab a bit of market share.
In other words, you only know how to dominate within your own territory. I have nothing to discuss with you. Let's part ways peacefully.
Chi Bingtong took a deep look at Old Ma and turned to leave.
She left behind a remarkably graceful figure. Process her resignation paperwork.
Once Chi Bingtong had completely left, Old Ma finally spoke, his tone cold and emotionless.
But boss, her dad is Secretary Jinchang. An executive beside him couldn't help but speak up.
Yes, I'll take care of it right away.
The executive broke into a cold sweat, quickly nodding. Only 2 hours of sleep? TSK, I'm really getting lazier.
On the other side, Ye Xuan opened his eyes. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time, shaking his head lightly. Getting out of bed, he routinely checked the game download numbers. 280,000 downloads, about to surpass 300,000 soon. Indeed, good wine fears no deep alleys.
Seeing these download numbers, Ye Xuan couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement.
At this moment, Ye Xuan noticed a large number of emails in his account. Upon clicking in, he saw that these emails were all from well-known gaming giants. The explosive success of the horror game made these big companies extremely envious.
Penguin, Technology, Cloud1, Starry Sky.
Without exception, they were all top-tier companies in the country.
Some wanted to fully acquire it. Some wanted to collaborate.
Others wanted purchasing rights. The most dazzling offer came from Penguin, willing to spend 10 billion to buy outright. What a wealthy company, 10 billion, that's enough for me to spend for 10 lifetimes. Ye Xuan smiled as he closed the mailbox.
But unfortunately, he didn't lack money. Nor did he need money. 3 years after the Bazaar revival, 10 billion would just be useless paper. Yet no one called him.
To avoid trouble, he had long let the system wipe away his traces on the internet. Not to mention these big companies, even the state can't trace him.
He only needed to quietly be a behind-the-scenes puppeteer. The vast horizon is my love, endless.
Hey, Xijia, what's up?
Xuan, I'm in a bad mood today. Come out for a drink.
Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan looked at the contact Xi Bingtong and fell into deep thought. This person he met in the 3rd month after his transmigration. But still in the bar, she was being harassed by several men. As a young man of ambition who grew up under the red flag in his past life, how could he tolerate such a scene? Then, he stepped up. At the cost of a cut on his arm, he saved her and successfully got acquainted. Their relationship was quite good.
Okay, send me your location.
After hanging up, Ye Xuan got dressed and turned to leave.
Xi Bingtong, this woman he didn't know much about. He only knew she was wealthy, very wealthy.
Ye Xuan had gone out with her a few times, anyway, paying the bill was never his turn. Arriving at the familiar bar, Ye Xuan walked in and immediately saw Xi Bingtong sitting alone in the corner, drinking her sorrows away.
Xijia, what happened?
Ye Xuan sat in front of Xi Bingtong, looking at the table full of beers.
Don't talk nonsense, come on, drink. Bang.
A bottle of beer was placed in front of Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan hesitated for a moment, but finally started to drink. After 3 rounds, a whole case of beer had gone down the two of them. Ye Xuan was still okay, but Xi Bingtong's face was now red, lying on the sofa, counting on her fingers. Xi Bingtong's looks were still very striking, even without makeup, she could outshine most stars. Plus her figure, she was simply a man-killer.
I quit my job.
Suddenly, Xi Bingtong said out of the blue.
Quitting is good, quitting is good.
Ye Xuan didn't know how to comfort her, he could only echo her words. I previously worked at Penguin Company.
Xuan, do you know? Those people at Penguin Company are useless. Have you played that new horror game?
Xi Bingtong fixed her gaze on Ye Xuan.
I have played it. Although Xi Bingtong didn't mention the name, Ye Xuan already knew. Penguin Company's executives held a meeting today.
They want to suppress this horror game.
They have always been this way over the years.
Xi Bingtong leaned on the table and said softly.
Ye Xuan was somewhat surprised by Xi Bingtong's identity.
No wonder she was so wealthy, it turned out she worked at Penguin Company.
Penguin Company, that was the leader in the domestic gaming industry. 80% of the games in the country were produced by the company.
However, he didn't think much of her last words.
Suppress? He.
Xijia, don't worry, they can't suppress it.
You've had too much to drink, let me take you home.
Ye Xuan stood up to pull Xi Bingtong.
Why are you so certain?
Xi Bingtong remained unmoved, her eyes just fixed on Ye Xuan.
Xijia, let me tell you, that horror game is the world of the future. Do you believe it?
Ye Xuan said seriously. The two looked at each other. Pfft, Xiaoxian, lying is not a good habit, you know. Xi Bingtong suddenly smiled, placing her index finger on Ye Xuan's lips and laughing.
Alright, you just pretend I'm lying. Let's go, I'll take you home. Okay, home it is.
Ye Xuan supported Xi Bingtong and brought her out of the bar, hailing a taxi on the side of the road, heading straight for the villa area. He was already familiar with this route. After all, he had drunk with Xi Bingtong many times, and each time she got drunk, he was the one to take her home. Half an hour later, Ye Xuan handed over the unconscious Qi Bingtong to a beautiful woman in front of him.
Xuan, I guessed it was you.
In the guardroom, the beautiful woman looked at Ye Xuan and smiled.
And Wang, Qi Jia is drunk again.
This girl, give her to me, I'll help her inside.
By the way, do you want to have a cup of tea? And Wang looked up at Ye Xuan.
No need, and Wang, I have classes.
I need to go back.
Ye Xuan smiled and waved his hand.
All right then. Be careful on the road.
Sure.
After saying goodbye to the two, Ye Xuan turned around and left. Xiao Xian. Suddenly, Qi Bingtong's voice entered Ye Xuan's ears. Ha!
As Ye Xuan turned his head, he felt a softness touch his lips.
Bye-bye.
Watching Qi Bingtong follow An Wang away, Ye Xuan stood in place and touched his lips.
He was ambushed?
After a moment, he smiled gently and turned to leave.
Did he like Qi Bingtong?
Of course he did.
Top-notch looks, top-notch figure, gentle in dealing with others, and has her own personality. Who wouldn't like such a girl?
But in the past, he really had no such thoughts. After all, the class difference was right in front of him. Qi Bingtong was clearly a woman he couldn't match. Just look at this villa. Shanshui Manor Villa area, located in the very center of Jincheng, where the price per square meter is enough to buy Ye Xuan's life.
He didn't dare to have thoughts before, but now. It's not necessarily the case anymore. After taking a taxi to the dormitory,
Ye Xuan opened his course schedule and looked.
Not going.
After saying that, Ye Xuan directly put on his VR headset. A class that was of no use, he just skipped it. The apocalypse is coming soon, and still attending silly classes. If it fails, then so be it. Hello, producer, your game Dare You to Play is temporarily taken down due to horror, violence, bloodshed, and the spread of feudal superstition.
Please make modifications and resubmit for review.
As soon as Ye Xuan opened the Yunding platform, he saw such a notice. Ye Xuan squinted slightly.
His game was taken down? Yunding platform is the official gaming platform of Penguin. The sanction came so quickly? He opened Douyang. Sure enough, a large number of videos had already appeared. Did Penguin Games look too bad? Just took it down? Damn it, it's probably those brainless parents who reported it. Damn it, I'm so angry. Wow, directly taken down? Such a hot game just taken down? Penguin Games, you are great, you are really great, I'm really mad. This is bad, could it be over just like that?
No, I want to play the game, I've fallen in love with it, I can't live without this game.
Producer, studio, where are you? Say something, please say something. The takedown of the game made countless players' mental states collapse instantly.
Although this game had not been out for 24 hours yet, they realized they seemed to be unable to live without this game. Players who had played this game looked terrible when they tried to play other games. Their expressions looked as if they were eating shit.
System, can I build my own platform?
Ye Xuan immediately asked.
Since your platform won't let me use it, then I'll build my own platform. Yes, it requires 100 energy points.
Hearing the system's prompt, and looking at his account with 13,000 energy points, Ye Xuan's mouth curled up slightly.
Sanctioned? Taken down? What a joke. And what about violence, bloodshed, spreading superstition? Is Penguin Games involved in this less?
The game regulation in this world isn't as strict as in the previous life, so there are still many violent and bloody games.
At most, they're just not so explicit. As for spreading superstition? It's even more ridiculous. Ghost-catching games from Penguin Games are plentiful. System, build the platform.
After Ye Xuan said this, he opened Douyang and started recording a video. The voice and visuals were both AI blurred. Dear players, I am the creator of Dare You to Play.
Due to some people's reasons, my game has been taken down.
But now, I want to tell everyone, the game will not go away, and I have built a new gaming platform. Ding, the platform has been built. The platform is called Apocalypse Crisis. You just need to search for Apocalypse Crisis to find the platform, and the game Dare You to Play is up there.
Here, I want to thank everyone again for their love for the game.
I will do my utmost to bring everyone more fun modes. Please look forward to it. After speaking, Ye Xuan edited for a moment, then uploaded and published it. By the way, he spent 10,000 yuan to buy Doja.
Done. Chapter 12, Brother, can you kill me?
With 10,000 yuan spent on Doja, the effect was very noticeable.
Ye Xuan's video quickly became a hot topic. It was browsed by countless viewers. New platform? This is going head-to-head with Penguin. No matter who is fighting Penguin, I want to help out. Me too, supporting all the way, go go go. New platform, this official background is pretty solid, keep it up. Let's go, brothers, I've already deleted Yundings. Haha, I've also deleted Yundings, so many games, none are as fun as this one.
Thus, countless players began to download End of the World Crisis.
Brothers, you startled me, luckily, this game didn't die.
In the live stream room, Brother Juehu looked at the video before him and immediately started downloading End of the World Crisis. The earlier event of the game being taken down scared him quite a bit. Although he was also a major streamer with 1 million fans, the number of viewers in his live stream fluctuated around 10,000. Since streaming this game, the number of people watching directly broke past 100,000.
The gift earnings also skyrocketed.
He had already regarded this game as his lifeline. Now seeing that the game had returned, he finally sighed in relief.
Downloaded, brothers, let's continue. He opened the newly downloaded platform and started logging in.
Entering the platform in the clean interface, there was only one game. If you dare, come play.
Can the official change the game name? This name is really too overboard.
As he opened the game, Brother Juehu complained. Ah, you're right, this name is really overboard, strongly suggest the official change it.
But to be fair, what exactly is the official background?
They are openly challenging Penguin, which is the biggest gaming company in the country. This game's official really has guts. After being sanctioned, they quickly set up a new platform. Such efficiency is staggering. From this, it's clear the game official has a significant backing, and a deep one at that.
Of course, creating such a game requires at least billions of investment. That can't be that exaggerated, right? Ha ha.
Brother Juehu ignored the bullet comments and focused on taking the next steps. Brothers, last time we got the ghost eye and successfully countered that fierce ghost. But there are still many fierce ghosts hidden in this third high school, and their power cannot be underestimated. Right now, I am not their match. So, we absolutely cannot be reckless, we must be smart. In the video, Brother Juehu quietly walked through the dormitory while speaking softly. The dormitory was extremely dark, and the terrifying atmosphere was at its peak. But Brother Juehu felt no fear at all. A flash of red light flickered in his right eye.
Did you hear anything?
Suddenly, Brother Juehu stopped in his tracks, standing in the corridor with his ears perked up.
What's going on? I don't hear anything.
Ah, I can't play the game, just can watch your live stream on the plane.
I heard it, crying, someone is crying.
What an eerie cry, I'm getting a bit scared.
Yes, that's right, it's the sound of crying. And this crying sound is coming from ahead.
Brother Juehu glanced at the bullet comments, then walked down the corridor toward the end.
The crying sound is coming from right here.
Brother Juehu looked at the wooden door beneath his feet and whispered.
There should be a basement here.
Brother Juehu slowly crouched down, looking at the wooden door locked by chains. He reached out to pry it, but it was useless.
From beneath the wooden door, faint cries drifted out.
Streamer, don't go there, that should be a ghost crying.
Yeah, streamer, don't be curious, a basement, crying sound, it's clearly a ghost's cry. If you go down, you will die, streamer, find another way out.
The bullet comments in the live stream began to offer warnings.
Maybe it's some hidden plot. Brother Juehu did not heed the viewer's advice.
He foolishly picked up a stick from a corner and began to pry.
No, it's locked.
Looking at the golden lock at the center of the iron chain, Brother Juehu walked back into the original dormitory to take down a piece of wire that was used to fix the bed legs, then returned to his spot. He crouched down, bent the wire, and started turning it into the keyhole.
Streamer, are you picking a lock? Your position is all wrong, don't waste your effort. Picking a lock with a piece of wire, do you think this is a TV drama?
No seat, just give up, streamer, don't try so hard, it's all in vain.
Prying it like this is worse than smashing it open. 3 minutes later.
Click. I got it, brothers. Brother Juehu removed the lock and unwrapped the iron chain. With both hands gripping the doorknob, he yanked it open, and the wooden door swung wide.
Streamer, honestly, what exactly do you do? I'm new here, is this a legitimate live broadcast room? Wow, the streamer has some skills. Streamer, I'm from the Law Enforcement Bureau, come over when you have time for a backup. Ahem, brothers, it's normal to have a few skills while roaming in the world, right? Forget about that, it seems like there's a basement down there. Let's go take a look. Brother Juehu lightly coughed twice, then crawled into the passage beneath his feet. It smells so bad.
As soon as he entered, Brother Juehu furrowed his brows deeply.
What a horrible smell. This scent, is it the smell of blood?
When he was young, his family was in the pig slaughtering business. This scent is very similar to the smell of pig blood.
Brother Juehu gripped the handrail and descended. After climbing for about 10 seconds, Brother Juehu arrived at the ground floor.
He slowly turned his head to look. At the sight before him, he was stunned. At that moment, the entire live broadcast room erupted. In front of him was a space of moderate size. In the center of the space stood a little girl, covered in blood, her hands and feet entangled in chains. Besides that, there was also a chain around her neck. Tears of blood flowed from her eyes, and a faint, indistinct sobbing sound came from her mouth.
Damn it, beast, monster. What has she been through? She looks like she's only 7 or 8 years old. A little girl of 7 or 8 enduring such torment?
Streamer, save her, it breaks my heart to see this.
Damn it, game creator, come out, what were you thinking, making this scene?
Streamer, hurry and save her, hurry. Even though it's a game, my heart is soft, I can't watch this.
Whoa, me too.
The audience in the live broadcast room reacted, and the comments flooded the screen at that moment. Meanwhile, Brother Juehua cautiously approached. Upon seeing the wounds on the little girl and the chains beneath her feet, he felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. The little girl had very slender wrists, but the chain was thicker than her arms. As if sensing someone was near, the little girl slowly opened her eyes.
Her big eyes gazed at Brother Juehua.
Brother, Nuan hurts so much, can you kill Nuan, please?
Chapter 13. Although you are cute, I'm sorry.
Whoa, crying, I really don't know what kind of torture she has suffered. Streamer, don't kill her, save her, please, Streamer, save her, I'll send you gifts. Streamer, I'll send you gifts, don't kill her, I beg you, please don't kill her.
So pitiful, I can't take it anymore, I have to log in now, I need to save her.
You don't need to say anything, I will save her. Brother Juehua stepped forward and placed his right hand on the chain. At that moment his hand touched the chain, a shiver ran through his body.
So cold. Brother Juehua kept rubbing his arms.
He felt a chill creeping from the chain into his body. Brother, kill me, quickly kill me, she's coming, she's coming. Suddenly, Nuan opened her big eyes, her gaze filled with pleading. She looked straight at Brother Juehua, tears swirling in her eyes. She's coming, she's coming. Then, Nuan's expression turned to one of utter terror, as if she had seen something incredibly horrifying. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp sound came from above. This sound was made by high heels. Brother, there's no time, quickly kill me, she will torture me, she will torture Nuan.
Nuan shed 2 lines of bloody tears, turning her head to plead with Brother Juehua.
But Brother Juehua again placed his hands on the iron chains. However, a chill entered his body, and he felt his whole body start to stiffen. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was getting closer. How should I kill you? Brother Juehua suddenly lifted his head to look at Nuan, his eyes had turned blood red.
It's very simple, brother, do you see the knife behind me? Just stab it into Nuan's heart, okay, please, brother. It hurts so much, I really hurt.
The sound grew closer, Brother Juehua gritted his teeth and directly picked up the knife standing against the wall, following Nuan's words.
Holding the knife, Brother Juehua just stared at Nuan.
Brother, kill me, kill me.
I will thank you, brother, I beg you.
Listening to Nuan's soft and sticky pleading, Brother Juehua finally closed his eyes, then suddenly exerted force. PSH. The knife plunged into her body.
Bright red blood flowed out from her chest. Ah, no. Host, you killed someone.
No, such a good little girl, why kill her? It hurts my heart so much, I can't take it anymore, I need to log in, if the host doesn't save her, I will save her.
The people upstairs must be idiots?
It's clear they can't save her, the voice from above must be another ghost, how can the host save? Well said, now the host only has to kill the Nuan in front and leave before the female ghost arrives. You go save, I want to see if you can save her. The live chat polarized, both sides started arguing. And in the frame, Brother Juehua slowly relaxed his grip.
How real it felt. It seemed like he really killed someone. Brother, thank you. Thank you.
Nuan sweetly smiled at Brother Juehua and slowly closed her eyes.
Unknowingly, 2 streams of clear tears flowed out.
Brother Juehua reached out to wipe them, it was tears.
He actually cried. This game was pathologically real. Sometimes, he couldn't even react, he was doubting, is this really just a game?
Just a small plot made him shed tears.
The NPC's reactions were so real.
Congratulations, you have fulfilled the wish of the evil ghost Nuan, helping the evil ghost Nuan find release. The evil ghost Nuan gives you a ghost pearl. Ghost pearl, a gift from the evil ghost Nuan, it can merge, after merging, you can summon the evil ghost Nuan to fight for you. The merging process may be painful, please be careful. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment of discovering the evil ghost Nuan, specially rewarded with 500 energy points and 3 revival coins. Staring at the long string of bloody subtitles in front of him, Brother Juehua stood frozen. In the virtual void before him floated a black pearl. This black pearl slowly rotated right in front of his eyes.
Am I gaining fortune from disaster? So, I can revive Nuan? Crap.
In the next moment, Brother Zhuhua came to his senses from sorrow.
He could merge with Wan Nuan, then summon her to fight for him? Was this a foreshadowing? Was this an opportunity? Crap, what's that thing in front of the host? I don't know, that thing seems to have appeared out of thin air. The host won't unlock some hidden plot again, will they? Oh man, host, what are you in a daze for? Hurry up and speak, it's killing me. I'm back, I finally understand the host's dilemma. It's not that they won't save, but they can't save at all. Exactly, the iron chains on Wan Nuan couldn't be touched at all. If you put your hand on it, your body would freeze stiff. I was killed. The one who killed me was that teacher in a bodycon skirt who taught us when we first entered the game. That teacher is the biggest boss. Even if I have ghost eyes, I'm not a match for that teacher. Speaking of which, what is that thing in front of the host? Oh, right, the fierce ghost is coming. Brothers, I will explain to you later. The voice from above became clearer, and Zhuhua finally came back to his senses. The fierce ghost is coming, and I must slip away. Gripping the ghost bead tightly, Zhuhua crawled up the escalator to the hallway. Hearing the clear sound of high heels outside the hallway, Zhuhua did not hesitate and ran toward the distance. Arriving at the previous dormitory, Zhuhua immediately ran inside and locked the dormitory door. The dormitory is absolutely safe. Zhuhua held the ghost bead in one hand and pushed against the dormitory door with the other. Outside, the sound of high heels grew clearer. Zhuhua's breathing gradually stabilized. He could only hope that this dormitory was absolutely safe. Tap, tap, tap. Not sure how long it passed. The sound of high heels disappeared. Zhuhua let out a sigh of relief. Phew, brothers, the dormitory is absolutely safe. Zhuhua sat down on the ground. Host, what is that thing in your hand? Can you tell us about it? Host, please explain quickly. Could it be that killing Nan Nan would unlock a hidden plot? This is interesting, I will give it a try. Brothers, this thing is a ghost bead. It is a reward from the female ghost Nan Nan. As long as I merge with this thing, it will summon Nan Nan to fight for me. By the way, the previous Nan Nan was not a human, but a fierce ghost. With a glance at the barrage in the live chat, Zhuhua did not hesitate and directly slapped the ghost bead against his chest. Anyway, he didn't know how to merge, so he just did it this way. Once is unfamiliar, twice is familiar. Instinctively, Zhuhua lay on the ground, waiting for the sharp pain to come. Sure enough, pain spread from his chest throughout his body. He gritted his teeth and continuously let out low growls on the ground. Wow, it can still be like this? Brothers, I'm out, I'm going to kill Nan Nan now. Take me with you, isn't this just having a fierce ghost to be a henchman? Good game, really good game, I love it. Gradually feeling good. He, I'm logging in. Nan Nan, although you are very cute, but... I'm sorry. Chapter 14, Discovering the Item, Ghost Bead. Item discovered, Ghost Bead, starting analysis. Analysis complete, starting modification. Modification complete, Ghost Bead has been modified. In the dormitory, Ye Xuan looked at the series of prompts in front of him, feeling delighted inside. System, please give an introduction. Ye Xuan snapped his fingers while lying on the bed. The ghost bead contains a fierce ghost named Nan Nan, no merging required, just holding the ghost bead will summon her. The summoned fierce ghost Nan Nan is 100% loyal to the summoner. Oh? System, how much does the ghost bead cost? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow and immediately asked. It costs 300 energy points. Good, put the item on the shelf, sell it for 500. Alright. 20,000 energy points then. Looking at his energy points balance, Ye Xuan was naturally very happy. Although there are few ways for players to gain energy points in the game, there are still many players. Moreover, that haunted stick has already become a must-visit place for new players. Most of the energy points come from the haunted stick. Also, the video he posted earlier has already received more than 100,000 likes, bringing a wave of game popularity. Now the download count has surpassed 300,000. 300,000 players, if each contributes 1 energy point, he would have 300,000 energy points. However, half of the players chose to take loans. If the energy points from loans are included, his energy points could directly exceed 300,000. He earned money while lying down. Comfortable, really comfortable. Is this the ghost bead? Ye Xuan reached out, and a black bead appeared in his hand. It felt icy cold to the touch. As Ye Xuan focused his thoughts, the air in front of him began to twist. A figure slowly appeared in front of Ye Xuan. A little girl in a torn vest, with messy hair and a pair of big eyes, was staring at Ye Xuan. Clearly just a little girl, but upon seeing those big eyes, Ye Xuan felt a chill. The one in front of him was a genuine fierce ghost. Ye Xuan was seeing something like a ghost for the first time. Brother! Brother! In the next moment, the fierce ghost, Nana, spoke. A soft and sticky voice entered Ye Xuan's ears. Hello. Ye Xuan reached out and touched Nana's messy hair. Nana closed her eyes, seemingly enjoying Ye Xuan's touch. Magical, truly magical. Ye Xuan looked at Nana in front of him and kept saying, "Alright, let's go back." After looking for a moment, Ye Xuan picked up the ghost bead and softly spoke to Nana. "Okay, brother." Nana gently nodded and then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, entering the ghost bead. Comforting. My dear players, you must continue to expand my territory. With a sigh, Ye Xuan glanced at the night outside the window and then covered himself with a blanket, falling asleep. A whole night without a word. The next day, Ye Xuan got up as usual. Updated item, Ghost Blade. Just as he got up, the system brought Ye Xuan good news. Ye Xuan immediately opened the system introduction. Item, Ghost Blade. A weapon containing a large amount of ghost energy, capable of causing considerable damage to fierce ghosts. Where did this item come from? Ye Xuan took out his phone and opened Doyang short videos. The items updated by the system are all discovered by players in horror games. What happened last night? Flipping through, Ye Xuan opened the topmost video. The popularity of horror games is currently extremely high, many streamers have fallen in love with this game. As long as a video related to horror games is posted, it will receive a very high number of likes. In the video, a sweet-looking woman is standing in a dorm room. Hello everyone, my name is Fresh Breeze. The place I am currently in is the dormitory in the game. This is a safe place discovered by the streamer, Juehuagu. Yesterday, Juehuagu killed the fierce ghost Nana in the livestream, helping Nana find peace, and thus obtain the ghost bead. This may be a small Easter egg left by the game creator, but I am very curious, if there is a reward for killing Nana, what if we save her? To explore this idea, I took action. This is my 5th attempt, the first 4 attempts failed. I summarized the experience of my failures, so our first task is to find a suitable weapon. In the video, Fresh Breeze walked to the end of the dormitory to a wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe and took out a 1-meter-long large cleaver from a hidden compartment at the bottom. There's a small compartment in the wardrobe in the dorm, this thing was hidden here. Maybe some student hid it, or perhaps it was left by the game creators. And this thing is our important tool for what's next. Now, we are going to meet the ghost Nana. Fresh Breeze left the dorm with the 1-meter-long cleaver, walking down the corridor to the end. Looking at the iron chain on the wooden door, she swung the cleaver down without hesitation. The chain broke with a sound. Normally, you can't cut this chain with a knife, but in the game, you can. As for the principle, I don't know, you can ask the game officials. Next, we're going down. Fresh Breeze opened the wooden door, skillfully threw the cleaver down, and then climbed the stairs alone to the basement. Nana, don't be afraid, sister is here to save you. In the small space of the basement, Fresh Breeze walked towards the female ghost Nana with the cleaver in hand. Nana opened her big eyes, looking confused as she watched Fresh Breeze walk toward her. Do we know each other? But Fresh Breeze didn't care about that, she raised the cleaver and aimed at the chain that trapped Nana, swinging down with all her might. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds echoed in the basement. From her facial expression, Fresh Breeze was putting in great effort, even using all her strength to do it. And the surface of the chain kept sparkling with sparks. Crack. After chopping up to 32 times, the chains broke with a sound. Seeing this, the little fresh girl did not stop, but instead lifted the machete and walked to the other side, continuing to chop with the machete. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, another crisp sound came from the video. This sound was the sound of high heels. The female ghost who trapped Nan Nan had arrived. However, the little fresh girl in the video showed no signs of panic, she continued to chop at the chains. The iron chains on her feet were cut off. The chains on her hands were cut off. What remained was the one around her neck. Nan Nan, don't be afraid, sister is here to save you. Nan Nan, don't move. The little fresh girl raised her head to look at Nan Nan and comforted her. Okay, Nan Nan won't move. The female ghost, Nan Nan, nodded obediently. In the next moment, the little fresh girl directly lifted the big machete and slashed at Nanan's neck. The machete struck the iron chains on Nanan's neck fiercely, making a huge sound. I will chop again. The little fresh girl continued to raise the knife and chop down. Crack, crack, crack. Thud, thud, thud. Such a huge commotion made the crisp sound of high heels speed up even more. The female ghost upstairs seemed to start getting anxious. What are you doing? In the picture, a stunning woman in a fitted dress stared at the little fresh girl with a blank expression. Her eyes were completely dark, not a hint of white visible. Expressionless, with black eyes. It looked very strange. But the little fresh girl ignored her and continued to raise her big machete to chop down. Crack, the chains broke. Chapter 15, Something Dirty, Pause for a Poop.
September 25, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 16 days until the strange revival.
Brothers, the next step is the most critical one. In the picture, the little fresh girl actually handed the big machete in her hand to Nan Nan in front of her. Nan Nan, mommy wants to kill your sister, protect your sister.
The little fresh girl said astonishingly.
Nan Nan will protect her sister well.
Little Nan Nan grabbed the big machete, which was only a head lower than her.
Why let her go? Why? Nan Nan is already dead, Nan Nan is already dead, why do you want to let her go? I want you dead.
Seeing Nan Nan regain her freedom, the distant malevolent teacher let out a horrifying scream. She was bleeding from all 7 orifices, her body covered in terrifying spots, her hands transformed into claws. The skin on her face suddenly split open.
It looked like the slit-mouthed woman from anime. Her face twisted in rage, continuously letting out horrifying shrieks.
While howling, she charged at the little fresh girl.
Nan Nan must protect her sister, Nan Nan won't let you hurt her sister.
At this critical moment, little Nan Nan stepped forward to stand in front of the malevolent teacher.
You little brat, get out of my way.
The malevolent teacher swept her hand, and little Nan Nan's small body was thrown away. Seeing the malevolent teacher getting closer to the little fresh girl, little Nan Nan came back again, wielding the machete to fight the malevolent teacher.
2 malevolent spirits began to fight in this small basement. Heart-wrenching screams and roars echoed throughout the basement.
The entire basement was filled with chilling winds, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the little fresh girl crouched in a corner, closing her eyes and covering her ears,
completely ignoring the situation outside.
In the picture, the 2 malevolent spirits fought back and forth, and little Nan Nan had one arm torn apart by the malevolent teacher. But the malevolent teacher was covered in countless knife wounds.
You bad mommy, you are not my mommy. Nan Nan will kill you. Little Nan Nan's eyes erupted with a blood-red light.
With one slash, the big machete in her hand actually split the malevolent teacher in front of her in 2.
You little brat, you are not my daughter. You little brat, little brat.
The screaming continued. And so, the battle in the picture lasted for several dozen seconds.
Finally, the fight ended. Little Nan Nan won.
The malevolent teacher transformed into a mass of black gas.
Half of the black gas entered little Nan Nan's mouth. As the black gas entered little Nan Nan's mouth, her torn arm grew back.
The other half of the black energy merged into the large machete in the little girl's hands.
What looked like an ordinary large machete surprisingly emitted waves of black energy. Sister, I will protect you, don't be afraid.
The little girl with the machete came to her sister's side and reached out to stroke her hair, comforting her.
Sister is not afraid, thank you for protecting me.
Sister, take me away from here. The sister got up, hugged the little girl, and softly said. In the scene, she took the little girl and the machete away from the basement and into the hallway, with one big and one small figure walking towards the dormitory. Friends, this time, I succeeded. With the help of the little girl, I turned the tables on the terrifying teacher. I gained the little girl's loyalty and obtained true ghost energy, the machete. This machete can harm terrifying ghosts, which might be the true intent of the game creators. And the terrifying teacher's identity is clear, she is indeed the little girl's mother. But why would a mother do such things to her own child?
I haven't figured that out yet. Perhaps, this is part of the storyline.
Alright, this video ends here. Those who like the little girl can follow my method.
See you next time, goodbye.
In the scene, the sister shook the little girl's hand repeatedly. And the little girl revealed a smile, looking extremely cute.
Wow, this is a talent.
After watching the video, Ye Xuan exclaimed.
Talent, this is real talent. Indeed, these players are my greatest support. If I explored alone, I probably wouldn't have discovered so many hidden details. At this moment, Ye Lin was even more certain of his initial choice. Opening the comment section, all he saw were positive reviews. The streamer is amazing, you are truly incredible. I watched the whole video, all I can say is amazing.
The streamer's mentality, the meticulous thought, the intelligence, nothing to say. Great job, girls can also support half the sky, love it.
I love the little girl the most. I'm going to try it now.
I hesitated before, but now with this perfect method, I have to give it a try. The little girl is so pitiful, getting mistreated by her own mother at such a young age.
The creator is really a jerk for making this storyline.
Seeing this, Ye Xuan touched his nose and sighed.
He knew nothing at all. To be honest, this game is really amazing. The streamer is impressive.
Glancing quickly at the comments, Ye Xuan turned off his phone.
System, can this machete really cut that chain? Ye Xuan asked.
Players treat this as a game, but I know this is the real world.
The chain in the screen is so thick, can this machete really cut through it in just 2 strokes? Moreover, can an ordinary knife harm a ghost? Players might find the game fascinating, but I have doubts. That machete itself contains a large amount of evil energy, plus the constant erosion of ghostly energy. It has long become a ghostly item. A ghostly item cutting through an ordinary chain is that easy. And a ghostly item dealing with terrifying ghosts is top-notch. After receiving the system's explanation, Ye Xuan nodded. Makes sense. After buying a large machete to place in the system space, Ye Xuan got up to wash up. He planned to buy a copy of all good items to put in the system space, so that he could use them whenever he needed. Players, keep it up. This capitalist is very pleased. In the real world. At Jincheng No. 3 High School. Ye Xuan, who was hiding in the bathroom to scroll through his phone, was in high spirits watching Douyin videos. As he scrolled, he came across a video of the little girl. This game is really popular, but unfortunately, there are still 2 days until the holiday. Once the holiday starts, I must download it and give it a try. With that thought, he commented. He started watching the video. Jincheng 3rd High School, isn't this our school? This dormitory seems like it's my dorm. What the hell, is this really my dorm? No, the stuff inside is different, but this bed and the paintings on the wall are exactly the same. Li Chonggao, squatting, had a shocked expression. Because the dorm in the video looked exactly like his dorm. At the moment the woman took out the big knife in the screen, Li Chonggao felt cold all over. A chill crawled from his feet to his brain. Isn't this the knife I stole from my grandfather? How could it be in the game? The patterns, the shape, all exactly the same? What the hell? Looking at the big knife in the video, Li Chonggao was completely stunned. That knife was indeed the one he stole from his grandfather. The knife was now in the dorm, in the exact place shown in the video. He hid the knife in the school dormitory. His roommates didn't know about this. So why is it in the game? This feels a bit ridiculous, right? The chill, cold, getting colder and colder. Mom, there's something dirty, I can't go anymore. Coming back to his senses, Li Chonggao felt cold all over. He broke out in goosebumps. He let out a scream, not even bothering to clean himself, and frantically ran out of the bathroom, pulling up his pants. Chapter 16, The Unusual Gatekeeper. System, has anyone escaped from 3rd High School yet? After finishing washing up, Ye Xuan asked. It has been 2 days, and still no one has escaped from 3rd High School? Not yet. Receiving the system's reply, Ye Xuan gently nodded. Looks like it still needs some time. The vast horizon is my love, endless. Hey! Xuan, come out for a bit, I'll take you to have fun. Hearing Qi Bingtong's words, Ye Xuan opened his class schedule. All right. Continuing to skip class. For a moment, skipping class feels so good. Everyone, what do you think about this game? In a spacious office. 10 middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits sat around a huge office desk. At the center of the desk, a screen was playing a video. Brothers, today, our goal is to clear the game. The video showed a certain streamer enjoying a horror game. This game can be called a phenomenon, it's even comparable to some renowned overseas IPs. Indeed, we in Huaxia have not had such games for a long time. I think we can provide some support. Deep voices echoed in the office. The middle-aged man seated at the head took a sip from his teacup. But the horror elements, bloody elements, and superstitions are unavoidable obstacles. So far, the complaint rate for this game has reached 10% of all players. The middle-aged man placed his teacup on the table, his voice very soft. Others' gazes slightly tightened. They were all top talents from Huaxia's gaming department. A complaint rate of 10% among total players for a game is extremely frightening. In other cases, this would have already led to the game being taken down. I think we can contact the developers to make some adjustments to the game content. The engine and the environment for this game are very mature, including VR technology, even more mature than some famous overseas IPs. This game cannot be buried. Others began to speak up. What is the most profitable thing in the world now? It's not selling arms or smuggling but gaming. The money-making speed of a famous game can outpace even a money printer. And their gaming industry in Huaxia is rather mediocre, while those famous overseas IPs harvest wealth globally. Among them, there is Huaxia's share. And now, they finally have a phenomenon-level game that can compete with those overseas IPs. They don't want this game to go to waste. But we can't contact the producer, nor can we find any information about the game behind it. It's as if this game just appeared out of nowhere. The middle-aged man sitting at the front continued, so, the theme of this meeting is to find the producer. I don't care what method you use, but within the next month, contact the producer. At the same time, we can start promoting the game appropriately. Yes. The meeting is over. Sister Qi, ever since you stopped working, you look much better.
Ye Xuan said with a smile as he walked through the amusement park, looking at the youthful Qi Bingtong next to him. The old Qi Bingtong always appeared aloof and cold. But now, she looked just like a little girl.
Innocent and cute. It's like she has two different faces. Indeed, working can be harmful. Of course, since I stopped working, I feel so relaxed. No need to deal with those foolish leaders or worry about anything. So I plan to never work again.
Qi Bingtong opened her arms, closing her eyes to enjoy her freedom. And Ye Xuan stood beside her, nodding with a smile.
With Qi Bingtong's family background, not working for a lifetime is just a piece of cake. She's not bragging, she can really do it. By the way, Xiaoxian, do you have classes today? How come you came out the moment I called you?
Qi Bingtong turned her head curiously to look at Ye Xuan.
I have classes, but I don't want to go.
Ye Xuan took out his phone. By now, his instructor had sent him a bunch of messages.
Not wanting to go to class is fine, at worst, I'll fail. Come on, today big sister will take you out to have fun. Okay.
Ye Xuan's lips slightly curved upward.
This time, I guarantee I can clear the level. Jinchang, First People's Hospital. As the chief psychiatrist, Lu Ziyan took off her clothes and turned to enter her office.
After plopping down on the sofa, Lu Ziyan put on her VR headset. With a shift of the scene, she had already entered the game.
Little Nuan Nuan, let's go, this time I will take you out of here. Let's go outside, okay?
As her gaze shifted, she was now standing in her dormitory. Beside her was the ghost girl Nuan Nuan, and on the left bed lay a large black cleaver. Her game ID above her head read Little Fresh. Where big sister goes, Nuan Nuan goes.
The fierce ghost Nuan Nuan timidly said while holding Lu Ziyan's hand. Okay, come with me.
Lu Ziyan glanced at the bloody sight by the window, her left hand holding little Nuan Nuan, and her right hand grabbed the cleaver as she boldly opened the dorm door and walked outside. The corridor was filled with blood-red hues.
Lu Ziyan held little Nuan Nuan and walked out of the dorm building, confidently making her way toward the distant school gate.
Now, she had a fierce ghost Nuan Nuan on her left and a strange cleaver in her right hand, so she was not worried about taking down a security guard. Arriving at the school gate, she saw a security guard in a uniform lying in the security room, a layer of newspapers covering his head.
No entry at night, go back.
Just as Lu Ziyan was about to leave, she heard an old voice by her ear.
Sir, I have something urgent at home. I need to leave here. Lu Ziyan said anxiously. The principal's rule, no entry at night, go back.
This time, the tone was even more decisive than before.
Sir, I. Go back.
The security guard lying on the chair suddenly sat up, the newspaper falling to the ground. His face was incredibly pale, skin resembling tree bark. His eye sockets sunken, and his eyes were murky. Staring at her with that gaze, Lu Ziyan felt a tightness in her heart. Lu Ziyan looked down to see little Nuan Nuan hiding behind her, looking at the old security guard with fear in her eyes.
Little Nuan Nuan is scared? The little Nuan Nuan who could kill the fierce ghost teacher was actually afraid of a security guard? Realizing something was off, Lu Ziyan took a deep look at the security guard, then pulled little Nuan Nuan away from there.
Even the ghosts feared by the guards made her hesitate to confront them directly.
She decided to think of another way. The principal's rule is that no one should leave at night? The principal. Chapter 17, the master player completed the level.
Brothers, this game gives me a feeling like no other. This game is not just a game, it is more like another world. Everyone knows that a top VR game's key feature is its sense of reality. But the realism of this game is too real, I can't even imagine how amazing its physics engine must be. In a live stream, a young man in a white lab coat held 2 test tubes, continuously praising the game.
Streamer, what are you doing? Streamer, where are you? Streamer, are you a doctor? Streamer, you are so handsome. Can I get your contact information?
Brothers, I am not a doctor, but I am a physics teacher.
I am currently in a lab inside the game. Here, I can conduct all kinds of experiments freely. The process and the results of the experiments are exactly the same as in the real world. What does this mean?
It means we can create and achieve anything here that we wouldn't dare to do outside.
For example,
the young man lifted the 2 test tubes in his hand.
Looking at the liquids in the test tubes,
he poured both liquids into a glass cup before him.
The 2 liquids quickly reacted in the glass cup. Ultimately, the color changed to blue. Did you see that, brothers?
A normal chemical reaction, no glitches, no skipping reaction time, and no altered data. This means we can freely conduct all sorts of experiments here, even create guns and ammunition.
In the end, we can create anything. This is completely unlike a game, it feels more like another world.
As he finished speaking, the young man's excited face flushed red. Other games do have chemical reactions, but these reactions are all preset. Aside from a well-crafted main storyline, everything else is superficial. But this horror game is different, the details are impeccable.
Does that mean I can create a mushroom bomb in there? The guy upstairs, what exactly are you doing? I suggest a serious investigation. Serious investigation +1.
But it does sound thrilling.
I'm scared of ghosts, so I've never played. But if you say that, then I'm interested. Charge. Life simulator players are in for a treat.
A group of viewers in the live stream began to download the game en masse. No matter what game it is, life simulator players can hold a significant portion in the player base. These players have no interest in killing, but their hands-on skills are exceptional. In apocalyptic games, while other players kill zombies at the front, life simulator players are crafting guns behind. In fighting games, while other players perfect their combat skills, life simulator players are crafting weapons and selling them to other fighters. In racing games, while other players practice their techniques, life simulator players study and modify cars. In ancient conquest games, while other players recruit soldiers and plan to become emperor, life simulator players grow flowers, raise crops, and sell food. They are a unique group of players. Yet they occupy a high proportion of the entire player community.
With this promotion, the download count for the horror game surged again.
The downloads approached 500,000.
What exactly do you want to do? Create a parallel world?
In the live stream, the young man stared at the dazzling blue light before him and adjusted his glasses. Ding, master player has successfully escaped from 3rd high school. Ding, achievement detected, awarding the player with a novice gift pack.
Ding, awarding the master player a novice skill.
Ding, current exploration level of 3rd high school is at 42%.
If exploration reaches 100%, the host can obtain a truly great gift. Exploration tasks can be completed or not completed.
On the other side, Ye Xuan, who was accompanying Qi Bingtong on the roller coaster, was stunned.
Someone escaped from 3rd high school? What's wrong with you? Are you scared?
Beside him, Qi Bingtong held Ye Xuan's hand and turned to look at him.
No, I just thought of something.
Oh, that's good. The most exciting part is coming up, pay attention.
After 3 hours of enjoying the amusement park with Qi Bingtong,
3 hours later, the two finished their meal, and the sky was getting darker.
A fine time and lovely scenery, would you like to have a drink with me? This time we won't drink in a bar, we'll drink in a hotel, how about going?
Looking at the nearby large hotel, Qi Bingtong turned around and took the initiative to invite Ye Xuan. She had a smile on her face, her eyes slightly squinting, half of her body leaning against Ye Xuan.
Feeling the softness on his arm, Ye Xuan couldn't help but swallow.
Sister Qi, I have something very important tonight, I need to go back first.
Next time, I will definitely accompany you. Facing Qi Bingtong's tempting invitation, Ye Xuan still firmly refused. What a joke! How could I, Ye Xuan, be that kind of person? I didn't expect you, little Xuan, to still be a gentleman. However, I am in a good mood today, if you miss this village, there won't be this shop again.
Qi Bingtong spoiled, holding Ye Xuan's arm, pressing her softness even more. Her long legs kept rubbing against Ye Xuan's thigh. Looking down at the alluring black stockings, Ye Xuan gritted his teeth and resolutely broke free. Sister Qi, I'm leaving first, bye. Watching Ye Xuan's departing figure, Qi Bingtong stood there, alone and confused.
Is her charm so low? Even a vigorous college student can resist? Something's not right.
On the other side, in the taxi, Ye Xuan suppressed the strange movements in his lower body. He cleared all the dirty thoughts in his mind. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. System, open the newbie gift package. Ye Xuan thought to himself. He rejected Qi Bingtong just for the newbie gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost Servant Wang Jin, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Strange Tulin Yang Mirror, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Strange Tulin Yang Umbrella. Ghost Servant Wang Jin, a ghost general that escaped from the underworld, possessing great power, loyal to you at 100%. Strange Tulin Yang Mirror, a mirror that can observe the yin and yang, revealing the true form of fierce ghosts, and will automatically activate upon sensing ghostly energy. Strange Tulin Yang Umbrella, the umbrella closes for yang, opens for yin, opening the umbrella can create a yin-yang field, isolating yin and yang, fierce ghosts cannot approach. Listening to the system's series of prompts, Ye Xuan's eyes shone with a glimmer of excitement. Is this the newbie gift package? Although he couldn't understand it, he felt it was very impressive. Anyway, it sounded very powerful. And in this moment, the car arrived. Getting out of the car and returning to the dormitory, Ye Xuan began to carefully check his gains. Chapter 18, The Way to Escape, Through the Dog Hole? Upon arriving in the dormitory, Ye Xuan began to tally his gains. The first item was Ghost Servant Wang Jin. As Ye Xuan focused his thoughts, the space in front of him suddenly began to twist. At the same time, the temperature in the entire dormitory began to drop. A chill swept over him. Ye Xuan couldn't help but shiver.
Wang Jin, greet the master.
As the black mist dissipated, an old man dressed in a black robe with a kindly face stood before Ye Xuan. The old man knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Ye Xuan, showing a very low posture.
Get up.
Ye Xuan waved his hand slightly.
Wang Jin stood up. Wang Jin, how strong are you?
Looking at the kindly-faced old man, Ye Xuan asked curiously. Master, my strength may not be very high, but I can easily deal with some ordinary fierce ghosts. Generally, ghost generals would avoid me. Wang Jin smiled slightly and explained.
Oh. Ye Xuan nodded gently. He understood. Fierce ghosts can be easily killed. Ghost generals are a bit difficult.
This strength is quite good, very good. Immediately, Ye Xuan began to examine the second treasure. It was an ancient copper mirror, similar to the copper mirrors of ancient times. The palm-sized copper mirror rested in Ye Xuan's hand. The edge of the mirror was crafted in a design resembling the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, with a golden gem at the top. Suddenly, the copper mirror in Ye Xuan's hand began to tremble. An image appeared on the surface of the mirror. In the image, there was an old man, all dried up, with a twisted face and long fingers. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, and his terrifying face looked extremely fearsome. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Ye Xuan looked at the copper mirror, then at Wang Jin in front of him, and suddenly understood. The figure in the mirror was the true face of Wang Jin.
Good, a fine treasure.
Placing the yin-yang mirror on the table, Ye Xuan began to inspect the last item. With a flick of his hand, a black umbrella suddenly appeared in his grasp.
This umbrella was a paper umbrella, an ancient paper umbrella, not the modern kind.
Ye Xuan slowly opened the paper umbrella. He held the paper umbrella above his head.
Master, where have you gone? At that moment, Wang Jin looked bewildered, observing his surroundings as if he couldn't see Ye Xuan. Holding the umbrella handle and seeing Wang Jin's expression, Ye Xuan understood. This umbrella could hide his figure.
Even the ghost, Wang Jin, would not be able to find him. A ghost servant, Wang Jin, with top-notch strength.
A yin-yang mirror could detect ghosts. A yin-yang umbrella could hide oneself. Robbery was all set. Finding ghosts, killing ghosts, hiding oneself. The system certainly had ideas.
This newbie gift pack was very much to his liking.
I have always been here.
Ye Xuan closed the yin-yang umbrella. As Wang Jin saw Ye Xuan disappear and reappear, he felt incredibly amazed. His master, apparently an ordinary person, could actually hide his figure right under his nose. The black umbrella in his master's hand was no ordinary object. It was a powerful and eerie item. The mirror on the table was just as impressive.
Wang Jin, you can go back now.
Ye Xuan stored the yin-yang umbrella in the system space and looked at Wang Jin. He was currently in the dormitory, and the strange occurrences hadn't yet revived. It was not appropriate for this guy to stay in the dorm.
Master, can I enter that mirror? My intuition tells me that if I enter that mirror, I can become stronger.
Wang Jin pointed at the yin-yang mirror on the table and said softly. His eyes were filled with longing.
Oh? Hearing Wang Jin's words, Ye Xuan raised his eyebrows. The yin-yang mirror has this function too? All right, you can go in.
After looking at Wang Jin, Ye Xuan finally nodded in agreement.
Thank you, master.
Wang Jin was overjoyed at Ye Xuan's approval and then transformed into a cloud of black smoke, entering the yin-yang mirror. Master, this place is very comfortable, and the eerie energy here greatly benefits my cultivation. If you need me, just call, and I will come out to protect you.
Wang Jin's voice came from within the yin-yang mirror.
Ye Xuan nodded. With a flick of his hand, the yin-yang mirror was directly stored in the system space. Ghost bead, ghost blade, evil ghost Nan Nan, ghost general Wang Jin, yin-yang mirror, yin-yang umbrella. In just 2 or 3 days, I have gained so many powerful tools. If I wait until 3 years later when the evil ghosts revive, how strong will I be then?
TSK, how will the strange beings view me then? Sigh. After indulging in self-satisfaction, Ye Xuan picked up his phone and opened Douyang short videos. Currently, horror games were extremely popular. As the first person to escape from the 3rd high school, there must be related videos. He wanted to see how this guy managed to escape. Opening Douyang short videos, he began to search. Sure enough, the first video appeared. The first person to complete the game, Master of Skills. Clicking on the video. In the video, the Master of Skills was standing in front of a wall. Brothers, it's still your familiar Master of Skills. What you see is the wall behind the dormitory building of the 3rd high school. After my numerous explorations, I discovered a dog hole here. As the camera shifts, there is a hole hidden among the weeds at the bottom of the wall. The game officials say that the first person to escape from the third high school will receive a big gift package. And now, I, Master of Tricks, am the first one. Ha ha ha. Master of Tricks chuckled and, without hesitation, lay down and crawled through the dog hole. After passing through the wall, there was a gray mist ahead. The fog was thick, completely obscuring what was inside. Ah, brothers, I got the hint. I am the first to escape from the third high school. And I have also received the big gift package. Inside the package, there is a skill called the Soul Extinguishing Blade. I will learn the skill now. As for what the skill is, click on my profile and enter my livestream. By the way, game creators, I have left the third high school. It's time to fulfill your promise and expand the map. The video ends. Holding his phone, Ye Xuan stood there in a daze. Is it really that simple? Just crawl through the dog hole, and that's it? I have to say, this guy is really something. This dog hole is hidden in the weeds. If you don't look closely, you would never find it. Who knows how this guy found such a dog hole in a horror game with such a terrifying atmosphere? Opening the comments section, the praises are pouring in. Wow, you are really something, escaping through a dog hole? You discovered a method that hundreds of thousands of people didn't think of. Brothers, I'm off to crawl through a dog hole too, wah. This game has high freedom. The third high school hides many puzzles. Escaping through a dog hole is just too boring. I choose to break through it. Me too, I will never be so cowardly. I plan to break through the game. Exactly, escaping through a dog hole defeats the fun of the game. I want to explore the third high school. This should be a bug. Hurry up and crawl through while you can. If the game officials find out, they will definitely fix it. Wow, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you going to break through the third high school? Do you really believe in your own hype? Chapter 19 Game Update, Online Mode opened. Seeing this, Ye Xuan clicked on his profile and started watching the livestream. He also wanted to see what skill this guy had gained. In the live stream, Master of Tricks was demonstrating his skill. Brothers, this is the Soul Extinguishing Blade. I feel it's very powerful. In the frame, Master of Tricks made a gesture, and numerous streams of black light suddenly appeared in his right hand. These black streams merged together, eventually forming a long black knife. With a flick of his hand, the black knife flashed, and a nearby rock was split in two. Wow, that's amazing. This skill is interesting. Streamer, go challenge a fierce ghost. This skill is something. A big rock was split apart like cutting tofu? Streamer, hurry to the third high school and try to challenge a fierce ghost. Yes, streamer, hurry up and try it. If you can't kill the ghost, it will be somewhat useless. Nonsense, it can definitely kill ghosts. After all, the background of this game is the eerie recovery. If it can't kill ghosts, what's the use of this skill? Ah, brothers, I also successfully escaped. Master of Tricks is really something. Crawling through the dog hole is indeed convenient. Alright brothers, demonstration finished. I have successfully escaped, but the map outside hasn't been unlocked yet. Now, please urge the game officials to unlock the big map quickly. Master of Tricks smiled slightly, and the soul extinguishing blade in his hand also dissipated. Seeing this, Ye Xuan smiled slightly, then closed the livestream. He opened the Last Crisis platform and then opened the game forum. Sure enough, the vast majority of comments were about clearing the game. Hurry up and update the map, we have all escaped. It was that simple. I closed my eyes and escaped. The difficulty of this game is just that. That's right, I didn't take it seriously at all, I just escaped. It was simply not challenging at all. Hurry up and update the map, there's nowhere left to go. Looking at these comments, Ye Xuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile on his face. No difficulty? So simple? You weren't saying that at the beginning, were you? But he still chose to release the game announcement. Since the game has been completed, let's keep our promise and expand the link range. If you have the guts, come and play, dear players. Hello, first of all, congratulations to some players for successfully escaping from third high school. Now, our production team is preparing to update the features. The game will be updated tomorrow, expanding the map and adding new gameplay. At the same time, the game will also be merged. Future games will have two modes. The first is single-player mode, just like now, where players explore alone. The second is multiplayer mode, where players can connect with each other and explore together. Please stay tuned. Click Send. After finishing all this, Ye Xuan began to prepare for the game update. As he thought, nearly 500,000 energy points appeared before his eyes. System, spend 100,000 energy points to expand the map. Earlier, he learned that expanding the map only required 100,000 energy points. Received, the map is expanding. Map expansion completed, new area added, bright neighborhood. May I ask the host, would you like to continue expanding the link range? No need. Ye Xuan raised his hand to refuse. One step at a time, you can't rush. By the way, I need to give them a main storyline.
At this moment, Ye Xuan pondered, stroking his chin. In the player's eyes, this was just a horror game, so a main storyline was needed to drive development. For example, the main storyline of Third High School was to escape from Third High School. So, this bright neighborhood also had to establish a main storyline. Only then could it inspire the player's fighting spirit. After thinking for a while, Ye Xuan began to check the information provided by the system. Bright neighborhood, a community located next to Third High School. After the eerie revival, this place became a dead zone, where all kinds of powerful monsters appeared, and during this time, terrifying events like the night parade of 100 demons occurred. After reading this introduction, Ye Xuan stroked his chin, deep in thought.
System, if players kill evil spirits, I will also gain energy points, right?
Yes, the main source of energy points is the eerie energy, and the evil spirits are composed of eerie energy.
When players kill evil spirits, a portion of the eerie energy will be siphoned by the system. Hearing the system's answer, Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. He had a way now.
The current players were no longer the powerless ones at the beginning. Now, each player had integrated ghost eyes, captured Nan, and some even had big knives that could kill evil spirits. They all had considerable combat capabilities.
Then let's give them a main mission. To clear all evil spirits in Bright Neighborhood and explore the ultimate secret hidden within.
2 main missions, completing either one will reward a large amount of energy points and unlock subsequent maps. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan slowly said.
With these 2 main missions out, won't players be more motivated? The nuclear-powered donkey of the new era was created by him. Okay, the announcement has been updated.
By the way, system, make the multiplayer and single-player modes work.
Done. I knew you were the most reliable.
Thank you for the compliment, we progress together.
Ding dong.
With everything prepared, Ye Xuan was about to sleep when a series of sounds came from the phone beside him. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Chi Bingtong. I was very upset about today's matter, I hope you can be more sensible next time. Seeing this message, Ye Xuan was at a loss for how to reply.
A domineering young lady fell for someone with nothing? This thing really happened to him. Ahem. One night without a word. The next day.
The ready-to-go master of skills quickly started the live stream.
Then enter the game.
Since he started live streaming this game, his popularity has skyrocketed. As long as he opens the game, the number of viewers instantly jumps to over 100,000. Yesterday, just as he escaped from Third High School, the count in his live stream room directly exceeded 500,000. This made him incredibly excited. He swore, this lifetime, he would only play this game.
The streamer is really punctual, says 8 in the morning and it's 8 in the morning.
Poor me, still have to go to work. Working +1, streamer hurry up and enter the game to check the update content. Hurry up, come on, I'm almost at the office. I've already reached my workstation, streamer take your time, no rush. Upstairs, aren't you afraid of getting caught, slacking off just after starting work?
My dad is the chairman, I'm just here to waste time. Sorry to interrupt. Bro, may I ask if your company is hiring? I can do anything.
Brother, look at me, fair skin, beautiful legs, I can do any pose.
Guys, hello.
Yesterday, I was the first to escape from Third High School, and the game officials kept their promise, and the update started last night.
Today, let's see what the game update includes. Chapter 20, the top 10 streamers attack Bright community.
In 2058, September 26th, 3 years, 1 month, and 15 days remain until the strange revival. Brothers, I'm in the game, the fog has disappeared. On the screen, the Master of Skills stands outside the wall of Third High School, looking up into the distance. The fog that was once there has vanished, replaced by a gigantic community. Tall buildings rise within, and occasionally, a few shadows dart by. Though it looks normal, the longer you stare, the more you feel an eerie sense.
Dear players, welcome to the game. Now, in front of you is Bright Community.
Strange revival occurred, Bright Community is shrouded in ominous red light, and over 1,000 people are trapped inside.
Among them, fierce ghosts roam.
Players can explore the community alone or in teams. Mission objective, eliminate all the fierce ghosts within the community, or investigate the true origin of the ominous red light and uncover the hidden secrets of the community.
Complete either of the 2 missions to receive a special gift pack from the system.
At the same time, the game has started the online feature, allowing you to freely add other players.
As long as you obtain other players' consent, your game progress will be synchronized. Enjoy your game.
Looking at the blood-red subtitles before him, the Master of Skills was overwhelmed with excitement. Brothers, this time the playability is really off the charts. The game has opened the online feature, which means you can explore with your best buddies. And the blood-red subtitles you just saw, I'm sure you will notice that, right?
This is the entire content of the game update.
If you want to unlock the next map,
you must complete one of these two main missions. Either eliminate all the fierce ghosts in Bright Community, or uncover the secrets hidden in Bright Community. Sounds interesting, huh? The Master of Skills couldn't help but lick his lips. This game update is quite nice. I know Bright Community, it's next to 3rd High School, and the housing prices are ridiculously high. 3rd High School is a key high school in Jinchang. The area around 3rd High School is considered school district housing, so it's normal to be expensive. Being able to play online is very, very good. I can play with my best girlfriend. This mission is a bit hard. Eliminate all the fierce ghosts in Bright Community? Hiss, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. One person can't do it, two can't do it. What about 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people? That's right, the online mode is out. As long as you have a wide network, bringing 10,000 people to attack Bright Community would make it much easier, right? You all think too much. I just came back from the game. The online mode can support a maximum of 10 players. Then isn't that hopeless? Looking at the bullet screen, Juewagu smiled slightly, then began to showcase his network. Now he was on top of the world. In the realm of horror games, he was the #1 streamer. His connections were naturally extensive. He knew dozens of streamers, and as long as he contacted 9 strong ones, clearing this so-called Bright Community was just a matter of time. Brothers, don't be anxious, I'm starting to get people now. I'll invite some other big streamers, and then you'll see how we attack the Bright Community. After Juewagu finished speaking, he began to livestream and invite people. The first person, I am Dasha. This streamer was someone he had just met in the past 2 days. This person had great ideas and excellent skills. The second person, I'm Xian, also a big streamer. It was said he soloed the dormitory building in just 1 hour. As he sent out the invites, the other streamers receiving them also agreed one after another. After all, Juewagu's livestream had tens of thousands of regular viewers, and they didn't mind riding on his popularity. In the next moment, streams of light flitted beside Juewagu, and figures appeared one after another around him. Hello everyone, I am Dasha. Hello everyone, I am Xian. Hello everyone, I am Lu Mang. Hello everyone, I am Wang Tailang. Famous horror game streamers stood beside Juewagu, introducing themselves. Wow, Xian, Lu Mang, all these big shots are here? There are a few I don't know, never heard of them. It's normal, the game has only been out for 3 days, you'll get to know them later. Juewagu is something, such a wide network, even pulling in the big shots. No joke, Juewagu is now the top player in the game, who would dare to snub the person he personally invited. Haha, with 10 big names gathered together, they must clear the Bright Community in no time. I think so too, looking forward to it. The game officials must be sweating right now, huh? Laughing to death. The viewers in the live stream room started to joke around. After the 10 streamers introduced themselves, they prepared to take action. Their standard setup, Ghost Eye, Nuan, Big Saber. To get this Big Saber, Juewagu had specially restarted the game to rescue little Nuan. Let's go, we'll test the waters first. The 10 discussed for a moment. In the end, it was still Juewagu who waved his hand, the 10 of them marching fiercely towards the Bright Community. This scene was captured in countless screenshots by internet users and posted on social media. So cool. At the same time, the popularity of the 10 livestreams skyrocketed. After all, the download count for the horror game had long surpassed 1 million. And with the official push behind the scenes, the popularity was unstoppable. There were tens of thousands of downloads every hour. The download volume soared. And the game update itself was a hot topic. Coupled with the 10 top streamers teaming up to attack the Bright Community, it attracted innumerable viewers. This is the main gate, but based on my years of experience, we can't go through the front. The 10 carefully approached the entrance to the community. Looking at the open gate, Dasha suddenly stopped a few people. What Dasha said makes sense, the gate is wide open, it clearly has a trap. So how do we get in? Climb over the wall. Good idea. After a brief discussion, the 10 all moved to the side and began to climb the wall one by one. The first was Dasha. He leaped and grabbed the railing at the top of the wall, then swiftly made his way onto the top of the wall. No danger. Dasha didn't jump down immediately, instead, he observed for a moment before entering inside. Seeing this, the others followed suit one after another. Streamers truly are streamers, their understanding of the game is different from us regular folks. Indeed, with the community gate so wide open, it's obviously dangerous. As expected, watching this livestream is the right choice. If it were me, I'd probably just stroll right in. Me too. Let's keep watching, we can learn a lot. Chapter 21 come out. Nan. After all 10 streamers went inside, they quickly approached the distant residential building. So cold. Feeling the cold wind blowing from all directions, Juewagu couldn't help but shiver. This is a ghostly wind.
With such a thick ghostly wind, there are a lot of fierce ghosts here.
The streamer Wang Tailang squinted his eyes and said. Let's go, hurry in. The 10 streamers entered the residential building one after another. What is this, blood? Ye Xuan felt something sticky beneath his feet. He couldn't help but be curious and looked down. He saw the ground beneath him was a sea of blood red, and his feet made squelching sounds as he stepped on it. Looking closely, he realized the bright color was all fresh blood. Moreover, there was an incredibly pungent smell of blood wafting through the air. This building has too much ghostly energy, there are many hidden fierce ghosts. Let's explore separately. The great god glanced at the corridors on both sides and said quietly. Alright, I'll team up with Xian and Tailang. Ye Xuan was the first to speak up. Fine, I'll team up with Qiming and Lu Laosan. The rest of you can be a group. After a brief discussion, the group divisions were quickly decided. Our group will explore the left side. Our group will explore the right side. Then our group will explore the second floor. Okay. Ye Xuan led Xian and Tailang up the stairs. The other two groups began to explore the first floor, one to the left and one to the right. Come out, Nan. Suddenly, Wang Tailang shouted unexpectedly beside Ye Xuan. This shout startled both of them. What are you doing? Ye Xuan glanced at Nan beside Wang Tailang and whispered. I don't think this feels old at all, right? Realizing he had made a mistake, Wang Tailang scratched his head awkwardly. Next time, don't be so cringy. Hearing this, Ye Xuan rolled his eyes at him and continued up the stairs. Xian beside him didn't say anything but also rolled her eyes. Wang Tailang rubbed his face, revealing an embarrassed smile. Then he followed behind the two. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was laughing hard at this scene. Ah, this is killing me, I didn't know Tailang could be this cringy. Ye Xuan, dude, we don't need to play cringy. Come out, Nan, do you think you're summoning Pokemon? Hey, don't say it, there really is that vibe. Laughing to death. I announced that from now on, Tailang will be the comic relief. Can you be serious? This is a horror game, do you understand what a horror game is? Okay, serious guy. In the scene, the brief moment of difference was quickly forgotten by the three. At this moment, they had already reached the second floor. The second floor was cold. The ghostly energy was even stronger. Be careful, there's movement. The three stood at the stairway, not daring to take a step forward, when Ye Xuan suddenly spoke up. The three crouched at the top of the stairs. In the air, a faint sound was approaching them. From the sea of blood, a round object rolled over from the side. Eventually, the round object stopped in front of them. Because the environment was very dim, the three didn't clearly see what it was, thinking it was a ball. A basketball? Where did this basketball come from? Wang Tailang leaned out cautiously to look around the corridor. Curiously, he picked up the basketball from the ground. Step, step, step. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps came. The three immediately became alert, and behind them, Ye Xuan summoned Nan, wielding a large knife, with his ghostly eyes and skills activated. A black long knife coiled around his left hand. In the distant darkness, a small figure slowly approached them. Fierce ghost. Wait for it to get closer, then take care of it. Xian and Ye Xuan whispered, standing behind Wang Tailang. Brother, my head is missing, did you see it? Brother, did you pick up my head? In front, ethereal voices echoed. Head? Wang Tailang looked confused. No way. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the ball in his hand. Just then, a streak of bloody light shone through the window beside him. What the hell? Wang Tailang cursed, and the ball in his hand was instantly thrown away. What the hell was that basketball? It turned out to be a human head. Thud thud thud. The head kept rolling on the ground, making crisp sounds. What the hell? Wang Tailang held his chest, panting heavily. That scene terrified him greatly. The pale head had blood-filled eyes. So scary. Thank you, brother, I found my head. Thank you, brother. In front, a small figure slowly squatted down and picked up the head from the ground, hugging it in its arms. In the bloody light, they finally saw the full picture. In front, a small headless corpse held a pale head in its hands. At this moment, the head was showing them a strange smile. Damn it, Nan, kill him for me. Terrified, Wang Tailang could no longer hold back. With a wave of his hand, a small figure flashed by and rushed towards the boy. Nan, go help. Nan, you go too. Seeing this, Ye Xuan and Xian each instructed their Nan to go help. Just like that, the three Nanans charged forward and tore the small boy into pieces in the blink of an eye. The whole battle process was incredibly smooth. But it only lasted a few seconds. Heh, just like that.
Seeing the fierce ghost being solved so easily, a slight smile appeared on Wang Tailong's lips, and he let out a cold laugh. The other two were also speechless.
Didn't expect Wang Tailong to be so showy. Let's go, continue exploring. The three continued to explore.
Having killed a fierce ghost, the three felt a sense of accomplishment. A fierce ghost was nothing more than that.
At most, it was a little scary.
As they walked along the corridor, Zhuehuagu seemed to step on something and looked down. The ground was covered in hair.
A thick layer of hair filled the entire corridor. It felt soft underfoot. Something's up. Xian whispered. Zhuehuagu looked up. At some point, a white figure appeared at the end of the corridor. That white figure stood there at the end of the corridor. The bloody light outside fell on it, making it eerily surreal. And the hair under their feet. Have you seen my child? Where is my child? Have you seen my child?
The hair beneath their feet moved, and the white figure began to approach.
Let's go together. Zhuehuagu whispered. Your child is dead, and now you must die too. Stop the tricks, Nan, go on, give her a couple of slaps.
Wang Tailong naturally wouldn't be lenient, directly instructing Nan. The other two also instructed their Nanans.
My child, is it you who killed him? Return my child's life. In an instant, a piercing voice echoed in the corridor.
The three immediately covered their ears in pain.
The next second, an unbelievable scene occurred. Their Nanans hadn't even approached the white figure before they completely disappeared in the corridor. What?
Before the three could react, the hair on the ground wrapped around their legs.
Not good, hurry. Zhuehuagu's face changed in shock.
Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him entirely. At this moment, a line of blood-red subtitles appeared before the three streamers.
You died, do you want to use a resurrection coin? Chapter 22, Training Courage. What happened?
All three streamers are dead, killed in an instant.
My god, even Nan was killed instantly? What on earth is that female ghost?
I knew the game officials had no good intentions, smashing through the bright community. This is hilarious.
Quickly go see, even the great gods have been wiped out. Don't look, the other group has also been annihilated. This is just one building in the community, and they were all wiped out?
Laughing to death, the top 10 streamers were wiped out at the same time.
The bullet comments were full of ridicule.
The skilled brother couldn't help but touch his nose. All his original ambitions disappeared at this moment. Such a huge blow truly left him at a loss. He originally thought that the 10 of them could clear the level at once.
Unexpectedly, they were wiped out as soon as they entered. This is just 2. Damn it, continue.
I bought 10 resurrection coins, I refuse to believe this. The skilled brother gritted his teeth and revived directly. Brothers, this time it was our oversight, next time it definitely won't happen again.
Yes, brothers, don't worry. Next time, we'll definitely clear it.
Charge. Soon, the 10 streamers adjusted their mindset and began the challenge again. In the real world, Ye Xuan sat alone in the dormitory after washing up. It's been 2 months since school started, and he doesn't even know who his roommate is.
Anyway, he hasn't seen even one face so far. But that's okay.
At first, this situation was just a bit lonely. And now he has completely accepted it.
I think I should enter the game and experience it myself.
Ye Xuan looked at his hands and murmured. He was afraid of ghosts, which was a fatal weakness, he needed to overcome it. After all, in 3 years, the bizarre revival would happen. If he was still afraid of ghosts by then, it would be really unacceptable.
So, should he go in and experience it first? Once this idea came out, it was unstoppable. System, I want to enter the horror game, I can be revived too, right?
Wearing the VR headset, Ye Xuan asked tentatively.
2 ways.
Enter as your true self, dying means permanent death.
Enter from the game side, dying means you can revive.
Hearing the system's response, Ye Xuan decisively chose the second option.
Unless he was out of his mind, he would never choose the first option. Enter the game.
Ye Xuan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had already arrived in the game. Like other players, he started in a classroom. In the dim classroom, expressionless students sat at their desks listening. Above, a sexy teacher in a bodycon skirt was teaching. The golden sunset shone into the classroom, creating a very harmonious scene. But this was only temporary. Once night fell, this place would turn into another scene.
Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom.
Ye Xuan raised his hand immediately. With a player opening the way, he was naturally very skilled.
Go ahead. The bodycon skirt teacher looked at him with a cold gaze for a moment, and finally nodded. Receiving the teacher's approval, Ye Xuan stood up and left the classroom. However, at the classroom door, he didn't rush out immediately, but carefully looked around the hallway. After all, there was a hidden ghost lurking in the hallway. This ghost had been repeatedly verified by players, and it was ultimately determined that its refresh rate depended on luck. Some players wouldn't encounter it, but others would. Those who encountered it were all dead ends. After looking around the hallway and not seeing a ghost, Ye Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't run to the dormitory like the other players, but started to wander in the hallway. His goal for coming in this time was to build courage, not to clear the game. Ye Xuan walked down the hallway. Familiar classrooms, offices. Ye Xuan casually stopped in front of a classroom door and peered inside through the glass. Inside the classroom, suddenly, the teacher and the students all turned to look at Ye Xuan. Expressionless faces, hollow eyeballs, just staring at Ye Xuan. This scene made Ye Xuan's scalp tingle. "You all keep busy, keep busy." Leaving those two sentences, Ye Xuan turned to leave. That scene just now gave him a visual shock that filled him with dread. As long as the sun hasn't set, this place is safe. Of course, excluding that ghost in the hallway. As Ye Xuan walked in the hallway, he thought quietly. It is well known that the students and teachers here are ghosts. But even after what just happened, those guys still remained unmoved. Everything is because the sun hasn't set yet. From the moment the player enters the game to the sunset, there is only 1 hour in between. So, this 1 hour is safe. If I am afraid of ghosts, then I will face them head-on. Ye Xuan's mind stirred, and then he resolutely went to the classroom he was in earlier, and then reached out and opened the door. Silence. Inside the classroom, Ye Xuan stared at those hollow eyes and walked step by step toward the podium. "Classmate, you don't seem to belong to this class. The sun is about to set, please return to your class quickly." The bald teacher on the podium stared blankly at Yi Lin. Even his tone was extremely cold, like a robot. "Please return to your class. The sun is about to set, please return to your class. Go back to your class." Immediately, the students below echoed the previous sentence. The voices grew louder, more and more voices. A bit scared, but still within my tolerance. Looking at this scene, Ye Xuan was scared, but his psychological defense line was not broken yet. "I won't go back, come bite me." Ye Xuan beckoned, and a strange big knife appeared in his hand. With another wave of his hand, the yin-yang realm appeared in his left hand. The reason I fear ghosts is precisely that unknown factor. As long as I kill these ghosts, I will no longer be afraid of you. Ye Xuan licked his lips. The sun is setting, the sun is setting. It's setting. Suddenly, the bald teacher approached Ye Xuan, repeating one sentence. Ye Xuan turned to look, and the sunset had already fallen. A strand of blood-red light slowly appeared by the window. The blood-red light shone into the classroom. The teacher in front of him suddenly changed his appearance. The flesh on his face began to turn outward, his legs started to wither, and blood tears flowed from his eyes. The most frightening thing was that his head actually split open, exposing the gory wound to the air. Ye Xuan could even see his brain matter. The students in the classroom also changed their appearance. Some had broken legs, some had lost their heads, some had their eyeballs dug out, and others were completely burned. At this moment, the whole classroom was in chaos. Such a horrid scene frightened Ye Xuan quite a bit. But, although your appearances are terrifying, I am not easy prey. Take this, a knife from me. Chapter 23, Cutting Demons, Ghosts Are Not So Terrifying. With one blow, the bald teacher in front was cut in half. Blood splattered all over the floor. This bloody scene made Ye Xuan feel quite uncomfortable. But for some reason, Ye Xuan not only did not feel fear but instead became excited. "Come on, everyone." Looking at the ghosts in the classroom, Ye Xuan showed no hesitation, directly walking forward with the knife. In an instant, the ghosts in the classroom went mad, one after another charging towards Ye Xuan. The entire classroom could be described as a dance of demons. And Ye Xuan, wielding his knife, tirelessly struck again and again. Any demon he struck was split in half. Die. Suddenly, a fierce ghost appeared abruptly from behind Ye Xuan, mercilessly clawing at his back. Caught off guard, a gash was made on Ye Xuan's back. Feeling the sharp pain from behind, Ye Xuan could no longer hold back. Adrenaline, activated. Ye Xuan became like a god of killing, the so-called fierce ghosts in front of him couldn't make a single move. Even though these ghosts looked terrifying, at this moment, he seemed to forget his fear. After a battle, all the fierce ghosts in the classroom were defeated by Ye Xuan. One person, one knife, took down all the fierce ghosts in the entire classroom. At this moment, Ye Xuan, who achieved such an accomplishment, was lying on the ground. His whole body was covered in wounds. From these wounds, wisps of black smoke were rising. Fierce ghosts are nothing more than this. Ye Xuan laughed heartily, although the pain coming from his body made him furrow his brows. However, after seeing his results, he felt it was all worth it. The terrifying ghost he had always feared wasn't so bad after all. You are dead, do you want to use a resurrection coin to come back? Looking at the blood-red text in front of him, Ye Xuan waved his hand to refuse. Resurrect my arse. This time the effect had already been achieved. He had completely overcome his fear of ghosts. If he didn't face it, Ye Xuan would be scared of it for a lifetime. But since he had chopped down the entire classroom of ghosts, he found that they weren't so fearsome. Ghosts can die too. When he returned to the real world, Ye Xuan took off the helmet, frowned, and picked up his phone. On the phone, there were several missed calls. All these calls were from his instructor. Without thinking, Ye Xuan directly dialed back. It was connected quickly. Ye Xuan, skipping class for 2 days in a row, you think you're amazing now? Come to my office quickly and tell me face to face what you've been doing these 2 days. A roar came from the phone from the instructor. Ye Xuan had a nonchalant expression on his face. He lightly tapped to hang up the phone, tidied up, and left the dorm. From the dorm to the teaching building, then from the teaching building to the office. In the spacious office sat a woman wearing glasses and black stockings. Her figure was alluring, exuding a charm all over. She looked like a ripe peach. This was Ye Xuan's instructor, Wang Qingyu. A stunning woman in her 30s who was still single. Ye Xuan, since the start of school, you have been present every day. Why haven't you been here the last 2 days? Without a leave of absence, you must give me a reason. Looking at Ye Xuan who walked in, Wang Qingyu furrowed her brows at the big boy in front of her. Teacher, I had something very important these 2 days. What important thing could make you unable to even ask for a leave? I'm not unreasonable, can't you just take a leave? Wang Qingyu rolled her eyes at Ye Xuan and said coldly. That roll of her eyes was full of charm. Teacher, I plan to drop out. What? Wang Qingyu looked at Ye Xuan in shock. She knew this child, he was an orphan. Since school started, he had performed well. Why was he suddenly acting so foolish? Ye Xuan, you are an adult now, you understand some things. I will just say it plainly, you and Qi Bingtong are not from the same world, don't let her affect your studies. Wang Qingyu adjusted her glasses and said lightly. Teacher, how do you know about this? I haven't told anyone, right? Or are you following me? Ye Xuan pulled a chair beside him and sat down. His eyes fixed on Wang Qingyu. Ahem, I live in Shanshui Manor, how could I not know when you keep sending Qi Bingtong home? Wang Qingyu adjusted her glasses to cover her embarrassment, then continued to speak. Teacher, I have no relationship with Qi Bingtong. No? Are you sure? Wang Qingyu squinted her eyes slightly. I don't know what temptation you have received, but believe me, your top priority now is to study. This decision to drop out is about Qi Bingtong, right? Give it up, let's face reality, you and Qi Bingtong are completely from 2 different worlds. I am your teacher, you are my student. I have the duty to bring you back on track. Here is a leave of absence form, you can fill in whatever days you want. Go back and think about it. Dropping out is not a joke. Wang Qingyu took out a leave of absence form and placed it in front of Ye Xuan. On it was her signature as well as the signature of Director Liu from the academic office. The only thing missing was the number of days. Thank you, teacher. Ye Xuan reached out to take the leave of absence form, then stood up. Think it over, then come find me. Wang Qingyu glanced at Ye Xuan and then began to busy herself with her work. Teacher, I didn't expect you to be a rich woman. After speaking, Ye Xuan left the classroom. He also didn't expect that this teacher also lived in the Shanshui Manor. Deeply hidden and unassuming, huh? However, linking his dropout with Qi Bingtong also made Ye Xuan laugh and cry. His dropping out has nothing to do with Qi Bingtong at all. 3 years after the Bazaar revival, what's the use of studying anyway? Leaving the dormitory with a leave request, Ye Xuan opened the request and picked up a pen nearby, filling in 2,000 days. Requesting leave for 2,000 days, perfect. Taking a glance at the leave request, Ye Xuan took a photo and sent it to Wang Qingyu, then began to pack his luggage. Although he was the only one in the dormitory, it was still not very convenient. After all, the neighboring dormitory, or his roommate, might return at any time. The horror game was his biggest trump card, he didn't want to reveal it. After all, sometimes he still needed to take out some props to observe. What if someone happened to see him while he was integrating some props? In the future, the horror game would only become more popular, if discovered, it would be disastrous. Before the Bazaar completely revived, or before he became truly invincible, this trump card absolutely cannot be exposed. To hide this secret, there was only one thing to do, move. Picking up the suitcase, organizing his clothes, he turned and left the dormitory, looking very carefree. As a college student, he didn't really have many belongings, just some clothes.
On the other side, upon receiving Ye Xuan's message, Wang Qingyu gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and her eyes filled with anger became tangible.
Chapter 24, Download numbers exceed 3 million, official promotion. What the hell? Looking at the message on her phone, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but curse softly. Even if her upbringing and character were good, at this moment, she couldn't help but let out a curse word. On the leave request, the number 2000 seemed like a slap in her face. And the following message. Teacher, thank you for your guidance, and thank you for your agreement. First, I'll take a leave for 2000 days, I will return to school in 2000 days. Also, I've already moved, teacher, the mountains are high and the roads are long, goodbye. This message made her furious. Clearly so smart, why act like a fool at the critical moment? Qi Bingtong is just playing with you, but you go and gamble your future, how can you be so foolish? Wang Qingyu murmured to herself.
In her eyes, Ye Xuan must have been captivated by Qi Bingtong. Absolutely captivated, even going so far as to drop out. Unable to drop out, he straight up moved away. What does he take school for? As a game? When she's done playing, he'll be slapped back to reality. Just thinking about a freshman's future being destroyed like this made her feel an indescribable feeling inside. Freshmen in college are naive, thinking that meeting someone is just a game. Simple-minded. Wang Qingyu held the pen, silent. On the other side, with the help of his money-making ability, Ye Xuan had already rented a place. In the center of Jinchang, he found an apartment in the Guangning community. That's right, it's the Guangning community from the game. At this moment, the Guangming community had not yet been contaminated by the bazaar. 1 bedroom and 1 living room for 2,000 a month. In the past, Ye Xuan wouldn't even dare to look. But now, he rented it. Not lacking money. Mr. Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The smiling agent looked at Ye Xuan. Go ahead. Okay. Taking 1,000 as the commission, it was all set. Mr. Yi, I wish you a pleasant stay. This was his first time smoothly completing a deal like this. After sending off the agent, looking at this well-decorated 1-bedroom apartment, Ye Xuan was very satisfied. His parents left him an inheritance of more than 1 million. In the past, he saved and scrimped, as this was his last safeguard. But now. Spending 1 million in 3 years, let's challenge it. Lying on the sofa, looking at the sunlight outside the window, Ye Xuan comfortably closed his eyes. This is life, huh? But unfortunately, this kind of leisurely life. It can't last much longer. Ye Xuan abruptly sat up. 3 million downloads? Is this a cheat? Looking at the 3 million downloads, Ye Xuan's mouth fell open in disbelief. He remembered that just yesterday or the day before, the downloads hadn't even reached 500,000. This was only 1 day later, and the downloads had reached 3 million? Even cheating doesn't happen this fast. Casually flipping through, Ye Xuan found the reason. The official account is recommending it? Seeing the official account with over 300 million fans personally promoting the game on Douyin short videos, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. The official account with over 300 million fans had specifically posted a video about the horror game. The likes reached a terrifying tens of millions, and the comments were countless. This might be the biggest reason for the explosive downloads. But why did the official account promote it specially? Out of curiosity, Ye Xuan opened the video. In the video, a beautiful female reporter with a microphone was introducing the game. The background behind her showcased scenes from inside the game. Hello, audience friends. Recently, we found a game online called If You Dare, Come Play. The name is quite interesting, it must be the creator's dark humor. Moreover, many players have entered the game these past couple of days, and out of curiosity, I tried playing it as well. I didn't expect it. Once I started playing, I was shocked. The modeling of this game is far superior to any game in the world. For example. As she spoke, the beautiful reporter squatted down and scraped some wall dust from the corner of a wall. She ground the white wall dust between her 2 fingers and began to introduce further. Look, the details of this game can only be described as perverse. Even those big IP games in the world can't possibly refine the details to this level. Besides details and modeling, the realism is unmatched as well. Smell, touch, sight, all simulated at 100%, and the freedom is also 100%. It feels like this isn't a game, it's a real world, almost like a true parallel universe. Thus, we can see the dedication of the game production team. This is a true game studio, putting their heart into making games. At the end of the video, I urge everyone again, the game is fun, but please do not get addicted. Minors should not enter the game. Alright, I'm Qingqing, thank you for watching, goodbye. Ending the video. Ye Xuan casually opened the comment section. There were many comments in the comment section, both good and bad. Awesome, really awesome, the official promotes it, and horror games are getting better.
Why does the official recommend this trash game?
It's terrifying, bloody, violent, spreading feudal superstitions.
My kid got scared and didn't dare to go out for a day. Yes, sister, my kid too.
He used to be cheerful, but since he played this game, he doesn't eat, doesn't do homework, it worries me to death. I suggest the government shut down all games, strongly suggest, games will only ruin kids. I support shutting down games, this is simply spiritual opium.
Damn, are you blind? Minors shouldn't play, didn't you see or hear? Fool.
Here it comes, the classic, it's you foolish parents who ruin so many games. Blaming all your incompetence on games, I'm really impressed.
If you give your kid $20,000 during the holidays, do you think he'd still play games? What should kids do during the holidays if they don't play games?
Go steal, fight, or date. Support horror games, go international, scare those foreigners good. Looking at these comments, Ye Xuan didn't bother to pay attention.
Games ruined kids? What a joke. With over 4 billion people in China, your kid is the one ruined, right? Ye Xuan really couldn't understand people like this. Blaming their own incompetence on external factors. Poor academic performance, loves to play.
Blame the teacher, blame the school, blame the games, blame the kids. Sigh, just don't blame myself.
By the way, the official should have contacted me by now.
Ye Xuan opened his backend and started to sift through his private messages. The official personally pushed the stream, according to past experience, they should have contacted him. After a long search, he finally found it.
Chapter 25, New Props, Xi Bingtong at the door. Dear creator, hello, I am the director of the Huaxia Game Bureau, may I ask if we can chat about the game?
This is the first private message. Crazy as they are, they sent hundreds of private messages.
The first one is very formal.
But as Ye Xuan scrolled down, the messages started to feel a bit off.
Hello, can we chat? Can you give a contact method?
Your game has a lot of potential, we can promote it on a large scale.
Comrade, don't worry, we mean no harm, we won't rob you. Comrade, we are good people, really, we just want to talk about cooperation.
This game has the potential to go international.
Comrade, we are really not bad people, don't be afraid, please reply.
Dad, please reply. Seeing the last message sent 3 minutes ago, Ye Xuan fell silent. The Huaxia Game Bureau is a special existence in this world. Due to the rampant spread of VR technology, all sorts of VR games appear one after another, but each one is worse than the last. Many VR games are shooting type, with bloody violent scenes everywhere. Thus, the Game Bureau came into being specifically to supervise the games across the country.
Is the Huaxia Game Bureau so low-key? Calling my dad just to find me? I despise you.
Ye Xuan silently raised a middle finger. Then he started to reply. Ye Xuan, hello, I am not currently interested in cooperation, thank you.
Far away in the Huaxia Game Bureau.
In a large office, Assistant Xiao Liang supported his chin with one hand, half asleep.
Xiao Liang, has the other side replied?
A middle-aged man walked over and casually asked.
Report, Director, no.
Xiao Liang forced his eyes open and weakly replied. Then keep sending messages until he replies. The middle-aged man spoke sternly.
Director, it's been 2 days and nights, if he wanted to. Damn. Xiao Liang just wanted to complain. But when he focused on the computer screen, he couldn't help but curse.
Xiao Liang, as my assistant, you need to remain composed and calm,
don't ruin my image. Seeing his assistant's exaggerated expression, the middle-aged man couldn't help but frown. Director, he replied. What? The middle-aged man was startled and immediately walked over. On the computer screen was Ye Xuan's reply. Not interested in cooperation?
Send him a message telling him he doesn't need to worry about anything, we'll promote him.
The middle-aged man patted Xiao Liang's shoulder loudly. Okay, Director.
Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of typing echoed.
A message was sent.
On the other side, Ye Xuan fell into thought after reading the message.
I don't have to worry about anything? Free promotion from you? Then what's there to cooperate about? There's something fishy going on.
Ye Xuan placed his hands on the keyboard and began to type.
Ye Xuan, free promotion? Sure, I agree, go ahead and promote. Ye Xuan, by the way, thank you, you're really nice.
After finishing, Ye Xuan turned off his phone and began to tidy up his room. On the other side, in the Huaxia Game Bureau, Xiao Liang and the middle-aged man stared at each other.
Does this kid really not understand or is he pretending not to understand? After a long silence, the middle-aged man couldn't help but speak. I don't know, but he isn't replying now, Director, what should we do? What to do? Of course, we promote it.
It's rare to have such an IP masterpiece. Naturally, we need to promote it heavily. Several famous IP masterpieces from abroad are already invading our market. This game is the only hope to resist them. Yes. On this side, while tidying up, Ye Xuan had no idea what was happening at the Huaxia Game Bureau. Ye Xuan, having laid the sheets and organized his clothes, lay on the bed with a look of enjoyment.
This is my little nest.
Detected the item whispering radio, undergoing transformation, transformation successful.
Detected the item ghost coin, undergoing transformation, transformation successful. Oh. System, give me an introduction.
Hearing the sudden prompt, Ye Xuan immediately sat up. Whispering radio, once activated, it will play sounds from vengeful spirits.
These sounds can turn an ordinary person into a fool in 10 minutes or attract surrounding vengeful spirits.
Ghost coin, a universal currency among the strange, containing a small amount of eerie energy. It can bribe the strange. If an ordinary person wears it, their body will be invaded by eerie energy, causing severe illness or even death. After seeing the introduction of these two items, Ye Xuan lay back down on the bed.
These items are really not that great. They are useless.
System, you know what, raise the price and put it on sale for players.
Already done. Not bad, you understand me more and more.
Just as Ye Xuan closed his eyes, intending to rest in his new home, he was abruptly woken up by a series of urgent knocks on the door.
Who is it? Ye Xuan got out of bed and walked towards the door.
He had just moved here, so no one should know his new address.
He opened the door. Standing at the door was Qi Bingtong, holding 2 big bags of items.
There were also 3 cases of beer at her feet behind her.
You moved to a new house without telling me, how could you be so unkind?
Seeing Ye Xuan, Qi Bingtong tilted her head and smiled softly.
Sister Qi? How did you know I was here?
Ye Xuan felt a little surprised.
Is Qi Bingtong following me? Aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Oh, of course, please come in.
Watching Qi Bingtong enter, Ye Xuan pulled the 3 cases of beer inside.
Qi Bingtong opened the bag she was holding and took out box after box of delicious food.
These dishes were made by Aunt Wang at my home. I specifically brought them for you to try. The steaming dishes were set on the table. Ye Xuan walked over and plopped down onto the sofa.
Sister Qi, you still haven't answered my question. How did you find this place?
Ye Xuan curiously asked Qi Bingtong. I have a friend here who saw it by chance. And I came here to specially wish you a happy housewarming. Qi Bingtong picked up a beer bottle, opened it, and placed it beside Ye Xuan.
Come, let's drink one.
Looking at the beer in front of him, Ye Xuan forced a smile but still picked up the bottle. Cheers. After downing the beer, Ye Xuan couldn't help but wipe his mouth.
He drank too quickly. Xuan, why did you think of renting a place? Isn't the school dormitory good enough?
Qi Bingtong put down the beer bottle and looked at Ye Xuan. I just feel like I can't be myself in the dormitory, plus I plan on not continuing my studies.
Not continuing school? What do you plan to do? Qi Bingtong frowned for a moment. Could it be that she influenced Ye Xuan?
No, she hadn't done anything after all.
Of course, I will be doing what I should be doing. I am working on something big, something earth-shattering. Ha, bragging without a draft. Just consider, me as bragging. Come on, let's drink. Drink.
Chapter 26, The Sky Falls, and I Bear the Load. Director, the download numbers for the horror game are nearing 10 million. The audience is very broad, and the approval rate is high, but the report rate is also high. With over 10 million downloads, the daily active players exceed 1 million, but the report count is in the tens of thousands.
In the Huaxia Game Bureau, Assistant Xiao Liang looked at the director's face, which was somewhat grim. The horror game did catch on after their promotion efforts.
But this report rate is too alarming. No game has ever had a report rate that could reach half of its daily active players.
And now, there is one.
If it were any other game, it would have been taken down long ago.
Don't worry about it. A major IP game will inevitably face some storms. Director Wang Gao waved his hand majestically. But director, someone above has already inquired. Xiao Liang continued to speak.
This game's core content is these. Once the game is taken down, it means the hope for Chinese games is wiped out. I'll go negotiate with the higher-ups.
Even if the sky falls, I will bear it.
By the way, contact the developers. I plan to sell this game directly abroad.
Wang Gao waved his hand and then stood up to leave the office.
The director truly deserves to be the director, so tough.
Xiao Liang looked at his director's back with admiration.
For a game, he actually chose to confront higher authorities. A moment later, he heard curses coming from the office. Cautiously moving closer, he saw his director holding a red phone, standing upright like a rookie soldier.
Sigh. A night without words. The next day, Ye Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit dizzy. What he saw was a big bed. He was lying in bed. As for Qi Bingtong, she was nowhere to be seen. No way? Ye Xuan suddenly realized and quickly lifted the blanket to check. Thankfully, the clothes are still on. He got up, rubbed his head, and went outside. Looking at the trash-filled living room, Ye Xuan felt speechless. He took out a dark ghost bead from the system space. With a thought, the ghost girl Nuan Nuan appeared in front of Ye Xuan. Nuan Nuan, I have a task for you, clean up the living room. Okay, big brother. After receiving Nuan Nuan's reply and seeing her small figure diligently tidying up the living room, Ye Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he began to wash up. After getting ready, he simply ate the leftovers from yesterday and turned on Doyang short video as usual. Shocking, the first person to escape from the horror game, 4 minutes and 58 seconds to escape from the third high school. As soon as he opened the video, Ye Xuan saw this video with millions of likes. 4 minutes and 58 seconds to escape from the third high school? Is it a joke? Ye Xuan was also skeptical and opened the video. As the video started, he saw the familiar classroom perspective. Hello, brothers, my name is Cool God, the first in extreme parkour. Today, I am going to teach you how to swiftly escape from the horror game's third high school. As we all know, the first hour after entering the game is absolutely safe. So, this hour is our best time to act. In the video, a strong man explained. The next moment, he actually ran straight toward the window. Under the watch of numerous ghosts in the classroom, he directly flipped over the window and climbed down the wall. He only took 1 minute to descend from the 4th floor to the ground. Once on the ground, he showed no hesitation, madly running toward the distant wall. Upon reaching the wall, he used both hands and feet to grab the wall and flipped over, leaving the third high school. The entire process was incredibly smooth, with not a single obstruction. Moreover, there were no mistakes at all, it was completely a perfect art performance. It was pleasing to the eye. Brothers, 4 minutes and 58 seconds, challenge succeeded. Cool God waved his fingers at his temples and struck a cool pose. Damn! Seeing this man's fluid movements, Ye Xuan was also shocked. This guy must be cheating, right? From the 4th floor to the 1st, then directly over the wall. Is this still a horror game? This has turned the horror game into a parkour game, right? A master, this guy is a true master. Opening the comments section, all responses were filled with shock. Damn, can this game be played like this? Your climbing speed is just like jumping down directly. No wonder you're the first in parkour, impressive. Brothers, I learned this. I plan to try it. Trying means death. 666, impressive brother, 4-minute speedrun of the third high school, you have something. The production team, watching this scene, probably couldn't even react out of shock, right? Laughing to death, the production team worked so hard to create the game, to build the horror atmosphere. In the end, how can you let the production team see this? He laughed, it was really impressive. 666, bro, share your sensitivity level. TSK. Ye Xuan gently smacked his lips. This guy is a seed player, he's worth keeping an eye on. He continued to scroll through game videos. Ye Xuan found that most of them were players complaining. Could it be that my main quest is too difficult? Ye Xuan rubbed his chin, lost in thought. These videos all told one story, the light community's tasks were too hard. Many people hadn't even entered the community's gate before they were killed. Even the luxurious teams of streamers were wiped out. At this rate, completing the main quest was completely impossible. If the progress slows down, he would be the one to lose. After all, the faster players explore and collect things, the more benefits they gain. If players get stuck here, it wouldn't be good for him. System, can we increase the number of team members? At this point, Ye Xuan asked the system. The biggest reason players couldn't conquer the light community was that there were too few people. One person soloing the light community was completely impossible. But with teams, the upper limit was 10 people. 10 people looked like a lot, but the difficulty was still very high. If the team limit were 100 or 1,000, conquering this horror game would be just around the corner. First plan, merge all players into one location, unlock the entire Golden City, and allow players to freely explore the whole Golden City. Second plan, unlock the team size limit, allowing a maximum number of up to 1,000 people. The first plan is estimated to cost 10 billion energy points. The second plan is estimated to cost 5 billion energy points. Upon hearing the system's proposals, Ye Xuan was shocked. 10 billion, 5 billion? Is this still a number? Why can't I understand it? After the shock, he began to think. The current game mode is similar to a mirrored mode. Each player opens a unique world line, meaning each player represents a strange world. The first plan is easy to understand. Put all players in one world. Similar to the fourth disaster. The second mode is to open the team limit. Chapter 27, Wealthy Team, Deployment.
September 27, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 14 days until the strange revival.
Both plans are possible. But only one can be chosen. However, he can't currently achieve either. Because that requires a massive amount of energy points. He only has a bit over 700,000 energy points right now. Even the second plan needs a whopping 5 billion energy points. So, he hoped players would speed up. As for the two plans, Ye Xuan naturally favored the first one. Throw all players into Golden City to explore. With tens of millions of players exploring Golden City, how many powerful items could that bring him? Ye Xuan didn't dare to imagine. So, the current top priority is to gather energy points. Energy points are everything. Oh? Wang Songsong is live streaming?
Suddenly, a notification popped up on Ye Xuan's phone.
Ye Xuan raised his eyebrows and clicked in out of curiosity.
Wang Songsong, the son of China's richest man, is known as the nation's husband.
How should this person be described? It's simple. 1 word, rich. 2 words, extravagantly wealthy. In the live stream room, there were over 100,000 viewers, and the screen was filled with dense comments. Husband, husband, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Husband, look at me, let's get married. Ah, husband is so handsome, husband, look at my profile, I can do any pose. Dad, pick me. Honestly, brothers, it's my first time seeing girls be so proactive. Hee, just get used to it. But what is Wang Zong streaming? Looks like a horror game. It does look like it. Is Wang Zong planning to challenge the light community?
Forget it, Guangming community is recognized in the gaming world as the hardest place, even the top 10 tech streamers were wiped out in 5 minutes. I watched that live stream too, it was unbelievable, they were wiped out in the first building. In the screen, a handsome man stood on an open space. In front of him, there were 9 figures standing. This time, we must take down Guangming community.
Everyone, check your equipment.
With Wang Songsong's command, the people in the screen began to check their gear. As they saw their equipment, the live stream instantly fell silent.
Nuan. Nuan, each person has 3 nuan?
Looking at the little nuan standing on the ground, the viewers in the live stream were speechless. It turned out that beside each person, there stood 3 nuan. Look, ghost eyes, both eyes have it. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed viewer in the live stream commented. These 10 people all had pitch-black eyes. It was obvious they had merged with ghost eyes. Merging one eye with ghost eyes is a common strategy for players. But merging both eyes with ghost eyes, this was the first time they had seen it. Look, it's a big knife for cutting ghosts, each person has 2. In the screen, each person had 2 large knives strapped to their backs. That knife was the same one used by Nuan to slash the ghost teacher to death earlier. 2 ghost eyes, 3 nuan, 2 big knives, wow, newbie gear is fully loaded. This is obviously a pay-to-win team. Isn't this game not supposed to allow microtransactions? The game can't be paid for, but energy points can be freely traded. Right now 1 energy point is worth 3,000 huaxia coins. Just imagine how much a lineup like this would be worth. Seeing this, some viewers in the live room immediately took out calculators to do the math. 500 multiplied by 3,000 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 10. That's just the price for 1 nuan. That's right, nuan can now be freely traded. After being modified by the system, ghost beads are directly on the market, requiring only 500 energy points to get a fully loyal ghost nuan. In this team, just 30 nuan are worth 45 million huaxia coins. Not to mention other gear. Altogether, it would be worth billions. Whoa, billions? Are we even playing a game? I just managed to buy 1 ghost eye, and they got everything fully loaded? What the hell, can nuan be bought in bulk now? We don't understand the world of the rich. So this is how the rich play games. No wonder the price of energy points has skyrocketed these past few days, it turns out President Wang is secretly buying them. Oh my gosh, spending billions just to play a game. You all seem to be missing the focus here, these billions, the game developers don't get a dime. If this game isn't profitable, will it go bankrupt? Strongly suggest the devs open up recharge permissions, billions, that's billions, aren't you envious? Support, suggest buying items with money, and buying energy points with money too. Seeing these players suggesting to open up trading channels, Ye Xuan also felt helpless. He didn't need the money. Moreover, after the strange resurrection, money is just waste paper. Most importantly, for him, this was real, not a game. If a trading channel were opened, the money they spent would just be their own energy points. They would lose energy points, only to end up with money that is destined to become waste paper 3 years later? That's impossible. Ye Xuan had also considered a trading channel. But in the end, he still rejected it. Those who have learned finance know that exchanging something that will have enormous future value for something that will be worthless is just foolishness.
Continue watching the live stream.
In the screen, the wealthy team began to act under the envious gazes of the viewers in the live stream. 10 people, bringing 30 ghost nuan, swaggered into the Guangming community.
With Wang Sonsong's command, they walked into the first building.
Each person held 2 big machetes, starting to sweep through the first floor. The few fierce ghosts on the first floor had no idea what was happening and were ruthlessly torn to shreds by 30 little girls.
So brutal, it's really too brutal. Is this a horror game? Why isn't it scary at all?
A bunch of rich people totally turned the horror game upside down. I wonder what the production team thinks when they see this scene. Laughing to death, the production team must be furious. Their painstakingly made horror game has been played by Mr. Wang like a monster-slaying game.
Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter.
The ghosts on the first floor are so pitiful, I'm starting to feel sorry for them. The live chat was full of jokes, but Ye Xuan's face showed little emotion. As for what the audience in the live chat was saying, he naturally did not care. Not only did he not care, but he was also quite happy. Whether the horror game is scary or not has nothing to do with me. As long as I can pass the level quickly and find valuable good things, that is the best for me. I hope Wang Songsong and the others can clear the bright community.
Let me realize the freedom of energy points.
In the scene, after clearing the first floor, the rich team collectively headed to the second floor.
Here comes the main event. The long-haired female ghost is the real boss.
The little girls from Zhuhuagu couldn't last a second against this long-haired female ghost. I hope the rich team can hold out a little longer.
Ha ha ha, can't wait.
Chapter 28, the rich team crushes and slaughters fierce ghosts. In the scene, the rich team climbed the stairs all the way up. Once they reached the second floor, they didn't explore, nor did they look around. Instead, they charged forward. Girls, go. As they pointed forward, 30 little girls charged ahead together. The next moment, a series of ghostly wails echoed from the front. The little boy who used his head as a ball was mercilessly torn to shreds by the little girls.
How dare you, where did you come from?
Return my son's life.
I will kill you, kill you.
Bitter, piercing screams came from the end of the corridor. No one from the rich team moved. They stood at the stairway and waited quietly.
No one knew what the battle ahead was like.
30 little girls should be able to take down that long-haired fierce ghost, right?
Not necessarily, it depends on how the game is set up.
Exactly, from the live stream of Zhuhuagu, that long-haired fierce ghost has the ability to one-shot the little girls. You're right, if the game is designed for the strong to be very strong, then even a greater number won't make up for the level difference. But judging by the sound, it seems like it's getting quieter. Let's see the battle situation later.
Look, someone is coming.
In the scene, a long bloody shadow was approaching the stairway.
Prepare. Wang Sonsong's voice was low.
2 figures at the very front held 2 big machetes, lowering their bodies, always on guard. Just by their appearance and movements, it was clear they had undergone professional training.
I will kill you.
Suddenly, a terrifying ghost face covered in blood appeared.
In that instant, the 2 people at the front acted in unison.
4 machetes struck the fierce ghost at once.
Ah!
The fierce ghost let out a chilling scream.
The scream echoed through the corridor.
Those who heard it had goosebumps. The next moment, the others also joined in. One slash after another hit the fierce ghost. With each slash, the fierce ghost's form would fade a little. Not knowing how many slashes later, the fierce ghost's form completely vanished. The 10 people, including Wang Songsong, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily.
Did we solve it? As the captain, Wang Songsong asked tentatively. Solved it, it's dead.
A team member replied.
This game is too hardcore. Although it was solved, Wang Songsong's excitement in his eyes could not be hidden.
This is still the first game that made him feel truly thrilling. The fierce ghost's scream was still fresh in his memory. However, hardcore as it was, the difficulty was indeed high. 30 little girls. Just like that, the team was wiped out. 45 million Huaxia coins just evaporated like that. Yet, he felt no heartache for the money. Only excitement from the thrill of the game. 45 million is worth it for such a game experience.
Wow, they really killed it, damn, that's amazing. Is this white-haired ghost too strong? 30 little girls couldn't even win? Did you hear that horrible scream just now? So scary, it gave me chills. Me too, even though I'm in the dorm, I can't help but feel scared. So realistic, I want the voice actor's contact. Upstairs, you. The wealthy teams are struggling so much, what should we do?
Forget it, let's use the mouse strategy, explore first and gather information. Right, no matter how hard the levels are, there must be a way to beat them, the developers wouldn't create an unbeatable game. The bullet comments flashed wildly. However, Ye Xuan, who was watching the livestream, was also feeling overwhelmed.
Is it really that difficult? The developers wouldn't make an unbeatable game? What a joke, I'm trying to find a way for you to win.
But this also gave Ye Xuan a sense of urgency, the difficulty was so high that he needed to think of a solution.
If players are stuck here forever, what's the point? If they can't progress, players will give up on the game. What about myself?
No way, as the evil capitalist Xuan, he must think of a perfect plan. He needs to ensure players keep working for him honestly.
My cattle and horses, capitalist Xuan will find a way for you.
Ding, detected player has slain a half-step ghost general level ghost, special reward of 500 energy points for each participating player. Ding, detected player belongs to the first kill, special reward of a unique item, 1 half-step ghost general summoning card. In the game, a line of bloody subtitles appeared before Wang Song, who was lying on the ground.
His expression froze, then he quickly sat up. Captain.
The teammate beside him turned to look at him. Clearly, he also saw those bloody subtitles. Suddenly, the void in front began to warp, and a black card appeared from the void. Half-step ghost general summoning card, after use, you can summon a half-step ghost general level ghost for you to command, lasting 1 hour. Seeing the introduction of this summoning card, Wang Song carefully held the card in his hand. It felt cold to the touch, with no friction at all. On the surface of the card, a ghostly figure was engraved. White clothing, hair all over the place.
Isn't this exactly the ghost they just fought so hard to slay? Now it has turned into a card?
The summoning card can summon the ghost we just killed to serve us. Facing the bewildered eyes of his teammates, Wang Song explained.
Does that mean we have a strong trump card?
One teammate said excitedly.
That's right, this is a powerful trump card. Wang Song nodded.
A ghost that couldn't be matched by 30 little girls is naturally the strongest trump card.
Half-step ghost general? Does this game also have levels? Interesting.
So, above the ghost is the ghost general.
Little girls are ordinary ghosts, naturally not the match for half-step ghost generals.
If half-step ghost generals are this powerful, how strong could the real ghost generals be?
This game is really getting more interesting. Each person buy a little girl, take a break, and let's continue exploring. We must control this building today.
Wang Song commanded, putting the summoning card into his pants pocket.
Yes, Captain. The teammates were resting, and Wang Song was also taking a break.
But the viewers watching the live stream were going crazy.
What? A summoning card? Mr. Wang just said that this thing can summon the white-haired ghost that was killed earlier?
Damn, I didn't expect this game to have such hidden gameplay.
It's been there for a while, just check the store, the product's hanging there. Everything is something players discovered in the game. I just went to see, and it really is like that.
What players discover will eventually be put up in the mall and then sold to players.
666, I discovered a perpetual motion machine. So, we can also buy this summoning card? Doesn't that mean we can win without any effort?
I saw that one summoning card costs 2,000 energy points, which is about 6 million Huaxia coins, let's buy it.
What the heck, that's so expensive? I only have 300 energy points.
I have converted all my energy points into money, I don't even have 1 energy point left.
Chapter 29, Connecting a Building.
In the real world, Ye Xuan looked at the long-haired ghost before him, remaining silent.
Master.
The long-haired ghost knelt on the ground, motionless.
Long hair sprawled across the entire floor. In the distance, a little girl hid behind the sofa, occasionally taking peeks.
This ghost appeared harmless, but the chilling aura emanating from it made Ye Xuan shiver uncontrollably.
Get up.
After observing for a moment, Ye Xuan spoke. According to the system, this long-haired ghost in front of him could wipe out the entire Guangming community in one day.
In the current world, this ghost was invincible.
The eerie things hadn't yet revived, and the strange objects had not appeared. In this world, there was currently nothing to deal with ghosts.
Tell me, what's going on in Guangming community?
Ye Xuan asked as he sat down on the sofa. This ghost came from Guangming community, so it naturally knew the specific details about it.
Yes, Master.
In Guangming community, there is a ghost general hidden, the entire Guangming community is its ghost domain. In addition, there are 5 other half-step ghost generals like me, and countless fierce ghosts. The long-haired ghost answered.
Ghost general.
Hearing this term, Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Jin is also a ghost general.
If he puts Wang Jin in Guangming community, doesn't that mean Wang Jin could clear the levels alone? What do you mean by ghost domain?
Ye Xuan snapped back to attention and continued to ask.
Ghost generals are divided into two types. One type has a ghost domain, and a ghost domain is a ghost general's exclusive territory. Within their ghost domain, ghost generals are invincible and can do anything. The other type of ghost general does not have a ghost domain and is relatively weaker. That one in Guangming community is a ghost general with a ghost domain. The entire Guangming community is its ghost domain, and its power is immensely strong. Listening to the long-haired ghost's explanation, Ye Xuan gained some insight. So, there is such a layer of causality behind this. Above fierce ghosts are ghost generals. Ghost generals are also divided into ghost domain ghost generals and ordinary ghost generals. He doesn't even know which type Wang Jin belongs to. But since it's a system reward, it must be extraordinary. Okay, you, just stay here. Hide. Ye Xuan waved his hand. He currently didn't know how to properly place this ghost. He could only let her hide here for now. Yes, master. The long-haired ghost nodded, her form sinking into the ground and disappearing. Though he couldn't see her, Ye Xuan could feel she was still in the room. Having a fierce ghost hiding in the room, in the past, Ye Xuan would feel very creeped out. But now, he didn't feel that way at all. He was starting to gradually adapt. Moreover, what the system provided was all at full loyalty. He didn't need to worry about betrayal at all. You, don't slack off, hurry up and clean the room, or I'll be careful to spank your little butt. Ye Xuan pointed at the little girl hiding behind the sofa, pretending to be stern. Okay, big brother. The little girl, who was watching the drama, pouted and then squatted down with a cloth to start wiping the floor, her little bottom sticking up high as she scrubbed back and forth. Seeing this scene, Ye Xuan smiled knowingly. Ghosts can also be cute. Ye Xuan continued to watch the live stream. He wanted to see how far this wealthy team could go. Ever since he learned that the entire Guangming community was the Ghost General's ghost domain, he knew that this wealthy team would absolutely not be able to clear Guangming community. He was also curious about how far this rich team could go. I hope to discover more good things. As long as they discover, the system can immediately start to replicate. And the replicated items are more genuine than the originals. In the live broadcast room, the well-rested rich team began to act again. They started to raid the second floor. After a tour on the second floor, they found nothing. Let's go, head to the third floor. With a wave of Wang Songsong's hand, the rich team rushed to the third floor. On the third floor, a gloomy aura lingered, but it was slightly weaker than the second floor. Nan Nan, go. As Wang Songsong issued the command, 10 newly bought Nanans advanced to the front to scout the way. The little Nan Nan scouted ahead, while the 10 of them hid in the hallway. Where did so many little ones come from? This is my territory, you have crossed the line. Can you not understand me? Damn beasts, I'll kill you. Roars and howls echoed in the hallway. Wang Songsong squatted in the corner, quietly listening to the sounds from the hallway. After a few minutes, the noise gradually faded. Let's go out and take a look. With no more sounds, Wang Songsong waved his hand, taking his team to explore. When they reached the hallway, they saw 5 little Nanans approaching them. At the end of the hallway, a massive gloomy aura slowly dissipated. It seems the evil spirit on the third floor has been dealt with. The evil spirit on the third floor is not as strong as that on the second floor. Let's head to the fourth floor. After a simple analysis of the situation, the rich team turned around to head to the fourth floor. This scene made the viewers in the live broadcast room twitch at the corners of their eyes. Little Nan Nan has become a scouting tool? I'm convinced, I'm completely convinced, the little Nan Nan I regard as a treasure is a consumable in their hands. Little Nan Nan scouts the way, if Nan Nan can't handle it, they personally step in. Wang is too skilled in playing. As expected of Wang, this kind of arrogance really makes me envious. Envious, jealous, jealous. Ha, this is killing me with laughter. The neighboring anchor team squad was wiped out again. I've watched too, 10 anchors cannot defeat one long-haired evil spirit. Just arrived, I can only say their skills are okay, but their equipment is lacking, they don't have 30 little Nanans. Awesome. In the scene, the rich team began to cleanse layer by layer. By the end, the entire building was thoroughly cleared. Brothers, this time, we've taken the entire building. This building is ours from now on. Next, we will gradually expand, until we take down the entire Guangming community. By the way, I am buying energy points infinitely, 3,000 Huaxia coins for 1 energy point, no limit on how many. Alright, we've fought for so long, we are tired now, time to eat and log off, farewell. In the scene, Wang Songsong stood on the rooftop, looking at the blood-red sky with great ambition. His teammates were wildly posing, taking photos for souvenirs. And the viewers in the live broadcast room also began to frantically take screenshots. This is an epic moment. Wang is awesome, the neighboring anchor team squad was wiped out 8 times, while Wang took down a whole building in one wave, who's strong and who's weak is clear at a glance. The anchor team is really going to kill me with laughter. They're facing off against the long-haired evil spirit on the second floor. They've been wiped out 8 times today and are still challenging. Latest news, the anchor team's mentality has collapsed, they've logged off and won't play anymore. Laughing to death, skills are still no match for capital. Clearly, the game has no recharge channel, yet Wang opened up a new path. I hope the production team opens a recharge channel, I'm really afraid you'll go bankrupt. Yes, production team, please open a recharge channel, aren't you here to make money? Open the recharge channel plus 10,086. Chapter 30, Qi Bingtong's Gathering. It's already night.
Putting down his phone, Ye Xuan rubbed his temples. He had watched live broadcasts all day. Before he knew it, it was already night. Outside, the lights were bright, but the room was pitch black. He turned on the light, lay back on the sofa again, and picked up his phone to order takeout. There's no way. He was a deadbeat otaku before he crossed over. After crossing over, he still couldn't change this habit. Staying indoors is actually quite comfortable. As soon as he opened the takeout app, his phone rang with a crisp tone. Hello? Sister Qi, what's the matter? Ye Xuan put the phone to his ear. Xiaoxian, are you awake yet? Sister Qi, what are you saying? I woke up at 8 this morning. Are you busy right now? If not, come accompany your sister to a dinner party. Dinner party? Hearing this, Ye Xuan didn't immediately agree, but fell deep into thought. A dinner party, could it be meeting the parents? Is it progressing this fast? But I'm not prepared yet. What are you thinking about? I'm bringing you to meet my friends. I've sent you the location, hurry up and come. Qi Bingtong's voice came through the phone again. After hanging up, a message alert followed. Opening the app, Ye Xuan looked at the location Qi Bingtong had sent and got up to pack his things. It's just right that I haven't eaten all day, so going to mooch a meal is not bad. After getting dressed, Ye Xuan opened the door and walked out. After a moment, he returned to the doorway. Remember, don't wander around, just stay in your room. If you dare leave the room, I'll make you lose your soul. After giving a warning, Ye Xuan closed the door. Yes, master. In the dark room, a crisp voice echoed. Going downstairs, he took a taxi to the destination. The ghost in the room had to be warned. After all, if he didn't warn it, what if that guy escaped in the middle of the night? A ghost, escaping. What a strange term. Sitting in the taxi, Ye Xuan arrived at the restaurant entrance. Getting out of the taxi, he looked up and exclaimed, wow, so big. In front of him stood a tall building, and before him was a gigantic glass door. On both sides of the glass door stood 4 security guards, and behind the glass door stood 2 rows of long legs. Every face wore a signature smile. Eating at such a big restaurant must cost 70 or 80, right? Ye Xuan sighed, then pulled out his phone to contact Qi Bingtong. Wait, I'll come get you in a minute. Looking at Qi Bingtong's reply, Ye Xuan put away his phone and quietly waited with his hands in his pockets. A moment later, a stunning figure appeared at the entrance. The Qi Bingtong before him made Ye Xuan's eyes light up. Wearing a floral dress with a black trench coat draped over her shoulders. On her feet were black high-heeled cowboy boots, similar to marten boots, but with a long tube that marked them as feminine. A silver necklace adorned her white neck, with a blue gemstone embedded in the center. Her prominent bust revealed a glimpse of a cleavage line. Her face was lightly made up, looking charming and alluring. She was still as beautiful as ever. What are you standing there for? Come over. Seeing Ye Xuan standing still, Qi Bingtong waved from afar. Oh. Snapped back to reality, Ye Xuan hurried forward. What's wrong? Are you so mesmerized by your sister that you can't move? Qi Bingtong smiled lightly as she tossed her hair. She was really beautiful. Yes, Sister Qi tonight is simply stunning. Ye Xuan nodded and gave a thumbs up. I love it when you praise me, let's go. After Qi Bingtong said this, she naturally took Ye Xuan's hand and walked into the restaurant. Qi Bingtong smelled sweet. That was the scent of perfume. Unlike the pungent smell of cheap perfume, Qi Bingtong's fragrance, though light, was very pleasant to breathe in. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Following Qi Bingtong, they arrived at a large door. 2 attendants stood at the entrance, respectfully opening the door. Walking inside. What came into view was a huge table surrounded by a dozen figures. Everyone, let me introduce, this is my little brother I've often spoken about, Ye Xuan. Xiaoxian, these are my friends. Qi Bingtong confidently and generously began the introduction. Hello everyone. Ye Xuan naturally had no stage fright. From the identity of Qi Bingtong, none of her friends were simple. If it were in the past, just standing at the door would make Ye Xuan feel inferior. But now, what is there to feel inferior about?
Theoretically, I am already invincible.
One could say that now, Ye Xuan could kill anyone he wanted, and no one could survive.
Wow, is this little brother that Bingtong often talks about? He really is handsome.
Little brother, come over and sit beside sister, let sister examine if you are big. The closest girl waved at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan looked up.
Beauty score of 10, physique score of 9. Don't mess around, let's go, Xiao Xian.
He followed Qi Bingtong to a distant spot to sit down. At this moment, Ye Xuan was sitting beside Qi Bingtong.
Next to him sat a young man in a suit. Hello, my name is Wang Xing.
The man in the suit politely extended his hand to introduce himself to Ye Xuan.
Hello, my name is Ye Xuan. That's a nice name. Thank you.
After getting to know each other, Ye Xuan began to meet each person one by one. After going around the circle, Ye Xuan's mouth was dry.
Serve the dishes, let's eat. Qi Bingtong waved to the waiter at the door.
Ye Xuan silently observed and realized. Here, Qi's sister is the boss. As expected of Qi's sister, she still has such style. In no time, plate after plate of dishes were brought out. Soon, the huge table was filled with delicious dishes. It's embarrassing to say, Ye Xuan hadn't seen many of the dishes.
I'm starving.
Ye Xuan picked up his chopsticks and quietly complained.
You didn't eat anything all day, did you?
I really haven't eaten all day. Hearing Ye Xuan's affirmative answer, Qi Bingtong looked at him in surprise.
Then you need to eat more. Thank you, Qi sister, I will definitely eat enough to go back. Good, sister wants to see how much you can eat.
The atmosphere of the entire gathering was extremely harmonious, with no signs of rich young masters looking down on poor losers.
What's written in novels is completely wrong.
These people had no intention of looking down on him at all, and each spoke very politely, leaving Ye Xuan somewhat at a loss. He thought it would be a hellish scene. An hour later, after chatting and eating for a while, everyone laid back in their chairs and began to share past stories. The things they talked about, Ye Xuan couldn't understand a single word.
By the way, should we go to Broken Soul Mountain later?
It's said that at midnight there are malevolent spirits, let's go see if there really are ghosts. Originally, Ye Xuan, who was starting to get sleepy after eating, suddenly became wide awake upon hearing this.
He looked at the person who spoke. That was a young man in casual clothes.
Ye Xuan knew him, his name was Lu Rong, whose father was the president of a listed company.
Going out in the middle of the night to find ghosts after eating? Are you serious, man? Maybe let's not. I'm a bit scared.
Another girl spoke up.
What's there to be scared of? It's the 21st century, where would ghosts come from? I just want to digest after the meal.
Wang Rong said with a smile.
Wang Rong makes sense. Broken Soul Mountain isn't high, we can drive up. We finally gathered together, why not go enjoy the breeze? Anyway, it's still early. Another boy chimed in. Since it's being said that way, let's go. I don't believe in ghosts anyway. Nonsense, where would the ghosts come from? Have you guys played that new horror game recently? Even if there are ghosts, I know how to kill them. Speaking of that, I am no longer sleepy. I have cleared the 3rd high school.
I cleared it too, came out from the dog hole. Once they started talking about that horror game, the originally quiet dinner party became lively again. Unfortunately, Ye Xuan had no common topics with them at all.
Qi's sister, I'm a bit sleepy after eating. I'm heading out to sleep.
Ye Xuan rubbed his forehead and looked towards Qi Bingtong.
In the middle of the night at 12 o'clock, going up the mountain to blow cold wind?
He would never do such a stupid thing. Besides, there are still 3 years until the eerie revival, so what's the ghost doing now?
Xiao Xian, feeling sleepy just after eating, that's a sign of weakness.
Since they're all going, as the big sister, I definitely have to go too.
Can you bear to leave me alone standing at the mountaintop in the cold wind?
Qi Bingtong turned her head, looking at Ye Xuan with a pitiful expression.
Don't you have so many friends? With Qi Bingtong making that face, Ye Xuan really couldn't hold back.
He couldn't help but want to hold Qi Bingtong in his arms and torment her fiercely. But Ye Xuan still held back.
He didn't want to go to the police station. It's been an hour, haven't you noticed anything?
Qi Bingtong squinted her eyes, looking at Ye Xuan.
What?
Ye Xuan mumbled and then started to observe.
After a moment, he understood. He had just been too busy eating to notice.
These people, except for him and Qi Bingtong, had an equal number of men and women. Moreover, they all looked quite flirtatious. At that moment, he knew why Qi Bingtong had called him. Xiao Xian, you wouldn't want your sister Qi to be lonely at the mountain top blowing cold wind, would you? You know, Sister Qi has never asked anyone for anything in her life.
Qi Bingtong hugged Ye Xuan's arm, beginning to plead. Sister Qi, don't do this. I'll go, I will accompany you. After glancing at Qi Bingtong, Ye Xuan's heart softened, and he agreed. There was no way to say no, he couldn't resist. Imagine the national goddess Lu Feifei looking pitifully at you, asking you, could you really hold back? I knew Xiao Xian is the best. Upon getting Ye Xuan's positive answer, Qi Bingtong smiled, and it was a very happy smile. It looked like a plot had succeeded. Since we have decided, let's go to Duanhoan Mountain, just in time to enjoy the breeze. Great. Charge. Let's go. Ever since my dad made me manage the company, I haven't relaxed in a long time. Today, I will let loose. Me too, my dad insisted I go be a secretary for some deputy minister. I'm really fed up. A group of rich second-generation and government second-generation kids took their clothes and walked out of the private room, heading towards the underground parking lot. Xiao Xian, do you have a driver's license? Can you drive? Before them lay a silver sports car, quietly resting. Mercedes-Benz GLC? With some knowledge about cars, Ye Xuan recognized it at a glance. But he still looked puzzled. No, it doesn't look quite right. This is a custom version, do you want to drive? Qi Bingtong smiled, placing the keys in Ye Xuan's hand. What kind of contemporary college student doesn't have a driver's license? Ye Xuan pocketed the keys and walked towards the driver's seat. Before he crossed over, the original owner already had a driver's license. In his previous life, he was quite experienced. Driving was a piece of cake for him. But in 2 lifetimes, it was his first time driving such a good car. He started the vehicle and moved forward. Qi Bingtong sat in the passenger seat, closing her eyes to rest, while Ye Xuan became her dedicated driver. A casual glance stunned Ye Xuan. Under Qi Bingtong's floral dress, there were actually black stockings? He recognized the black stockings, it seemed to be from some brand called Burn Family. Very tasteful. While driving, he couldn't help but steal glances at the black stockings. To be honest, Ye Xuan really wanted to try the feel of them. However, reason still suppressed the impulse. He couldn't act recklessly. Ahead, a line of luxury cars led the way, heading towards Duanhoan Mountain. Along the way, they attracted countless gazes from passers-by. Passing through the bustling city area, they finally arrived at the country road. With flashing lights, luxury cars began to climb the mountain one by one. After passing the national road, it turned into winding mountain roads. At this moment, Qi Bingtong had already started to doze off, and Ye Xuan could even hear her light snoring. Leaning her head, she was in a deep sleep. A snow-white neck, a stunningly beautiful face. She was simply a work of art. Only to be admired from a distance, not to be touched. Driving for a full 2 hours, they finally reached the mountaintop. Looking around, there were mountains all around, and apart from the lights of their luxury cars, it was pitch black. Sister Qi, wake up, we've arrived. Ye Xuan stopped the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and nudged Qi Bingtong. Are we there? Qi Bingtong opened her eyes and looked around, then slowly got up, opened the car door, and stepped out. Ye Xuan got out of the car and checked his phone, it just turned 12. These rich second-generation kids really have a screw loose. At midnight, instead of picking up girls or going to bars, they come to this desolate mountain to enjoy the cold wind. Xian, come help me. Qi Bingtong waved to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan walked over and noticed that the ground was covered with small stones, and Qi Bingtong's shoes were very unsuitable for this place. Walking here poses a risk of twisting an ankle. He supported Qi Bingtong all the way to the edge. In front of them was the dazzling golden city, like a dreamlike city. So beautiful. So cool. So comfortable. Freedom, this is the breath of freedom. Next to them, a group of rich second-generation and official second-generation kids stopped pretending and started shouting loudly. Without their rich and powerful halos, they are also people, with their joys and sorrows. And Ye Xuan naturally embraced Qi Bingtong's waist, quietly watching this scene. Qi Bingtong leaned almost her entire body against Ye Xuan. The two were incredibly in sync, neither of them spoke first. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. The people around were all enjoying the wild wind. But Ye Xuan slightly frowned. In this wild wind, he felt a familiar chill. Yin energy? Ye Xuan's eyes widened suddenly. He quickly looked around. Did he just feel Yin energy? How could there be Yin energy here? System, are there ghosts in the real world? To get an answer, Yilin thought in silence. Not necessarily. Why? Isn't the weird resurgence 3 years from now? Ye Xuan felt heavy in his heart after getting the system's response. The weird overall resurgence is 3 years from now. The tone of the system clearly emphasized the word overall. So you mean? Host, you already guessed it, you don't need to ask. Ye Xuan. Chapter 32, Acting Cool in Front of the One You Love.
The wind grew stronger, and Ye Xuan stood on the cliff with Qi Bingtong in his arms.
Why is the wind getting stronger?
The weather forecast didn't say it would rain tonight.
No, it's too cold, I want to go back to the car. I want to go too, it's too cold.
At this time, the others around also felt something was wrong. The wind was getting stronger, and the temperature was dropping. Their clothes were already thin, so they naturally couldn't stand it.
So cold, let's go back to the car.
Qi Bingtong patted Ye Xuan's arm and said softly. Ye Xuan nodded gently and helped Qi Bingtong back to the car.
Damn, the car won't start. The lights won't turn on, what's going on? Isn't this strange? Could there really be a ghost? Voices intertwined.
Luxury cars were stuck, completely out of power. The car wouldn't start, and there was no light.
Surrounded by darkness.
The only thing visible was the moonlight above.
So cold, could there really be ghosts? Or, maybe? This temperature really doesn't seem right. It's all your fault, why did you come here in the middle of the night? What do we do now?
Everyone hid in the car, cautiously looking out the window.
One by one started to complain. Xuan, could there really be ghosts?
The passenger seat Qi Bingtong couldn't help but hug Ye Xuan's arm, looking very scared.
Shoo!
Ye Xuan put his finger to his lips. Then, in Qi Bingtong's shocked gaze, he pulled out a bronze mirror from his chest.
Open!
Ye Xuan held the yin-yang mirror in one hand and whispered softly. In an instant, bright lights appeared on the surface of the yin-yang mirror.
As the brightness faded, a headless figure in white appeared in the yin-yang mirror.
In the next moment, the white figure disappeared, and a pointer appeared in the mirror, pointing behind them. Suddenly, Qi Bingtong next to him screamed. She curled up in Ye Xuan's arms like a crazy person. Ye Xuan turned to look, and he was also startled.
He saw on the back seat.
Sitting there was a headless corpse dressed in white. The wound on its neck was tangled with flesh and blood, looking extremely terrifying. A thick, dark energy filled the car.
Collect.
At first, Ye Xuan was indeed startled, but now, he was completely unafraid. Because he had personally entered the game before and was already immune to this stuff. Ye Xuan raised the yin-yang mirror towards the female ghost behind him. Right under Ye Xuan's eyelids, an old arm stretched out from the yin-yang mirror, then grabbed the female ghost and roughly dragged her into the mirror.
The female ghost vanished, and the dark energy gradually dissipated.
The yin-yang mirror was not harmful, but it didn't matter who was inside the mirror. In front of Wang Jin, such little ghosts were insignificant. Once the female ghost was taken by Wang Jin, the vehicle strangely started making noises.
The car lights turned on, and the air conditioning was automatically activated.
After collecting the female ghost, Ye Xuan pretended to put the yin-yang mirror into his arms but had actually stored it in the system's space already.
Sister Qi, it's okay now, it's okay.
Looking at Qi Bingtong, who was trembling in his arms, Ye Xuan kept patting her back to comfort her.
Did you collect it?
Qi Bingtong clung tightly to Ye Xuan's arm, then cautiously turned her head. The female ghost that had been sitting in the back seat was already gone. The temperature inside the car was rising as well.
It seemed that it wasn't that cold anymore.
Recalling Ye Xuan's strange actions earlier, Qi Bingtong looked up at him.
Sort of. Staring at Qi Bingtong's questioning gaze, Ye Xuan nodded with a smile. Xuan, who exactly are you? You can actually catch ghosts?
Qi Bingtong held Ye Xuan's arm, looking puzzled. At that moment, she felt that this big boy in front of her was so unfamiliar. My grandfather is a Taoist priest, and when I was young, I often followed him to learn various knowledge. I used to think my grandfather was just fooling me, but I never expected it would actually come in handy now.
I don't want too many people to know about this, Sister Qi, can you help me keep it a secret?
Ye Xuan gently put his arm around Qi Bingtong's shoulders as he spoke softly.
I will. Qi Bingtong leaned against Ye Xuan's embrace.
As for why he exposed himself in front of Qi Bingtong,
Ye Xuan thought, who wouldn't want to show off in front of the person they love? Show off, who doesn't want to? Especially in front of the one they love. When someone gains unimaginable power, the first thing they want to do is to show off in front of others. Clearly, this show-off was quite perfect. Since there were already ghosts, it meant Qi Bingtong would encounter them sooner or later. So, this show-off had to be done sooner or later. It wouldn't be possible for Qi Bingtong to associate a yin-yang mirror with a horror game, right? That was impossible.
Ye Xuan slowly closed his eyes. I have to say, the feeling of showing off really feels good. How strange, the car started making noises again. This place feels a bit eerie, should we leave?
Let's go, hurry up, I don't want to stay here any longer, drive fast, let's get out. Go, evacuate a million.
Luxury cars around began to start.
Bang bang bang.
Suddenly, a crisp sound rang from outside the car window. Ye Xuan let go of Qi Bingtong and slowly rolled down the car window.
Outside the window, there were a few figures standing. Bingtong, let's go down the mountain, it's too eerie here.
Bingtong, we will leave first, be careful, and let's meet again next time when we have time.
Goodbye.
Facing the farewell from a group of friends, Qi Bingtong also waved gently.
Okay, be safe, see you next time.
Luxury cars crazily rushed down the mountain. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan drove the car leisurely down. Beside him, Qi Bingtong kept asking questions like a curious child.
Xian, how are ghosts formed? Xian, what form do ghosts exist in? Xian, can you draw talismans? Can you give me some? I'm a bit scared. Xian, are ghosts everywhere?
Facing Qi Bingtong's questioning, Ye Xuan felt helpless.
You ask me, who do I ask?
Sister Qi, don't be afraid, a person with a clear conscience need not fear shadows. As long as you don't go to remote places like deep mountains or old forests, you generally won't encounter such things. Ye Xuan comforted her.
It seems this time Qi Bingtong was really frightened.
With Ye Xuan's reassurance, Qi Bingtong's face improved a little.
When they arrived at the villa area, Ye Xuan got out of the car. Sister Qi, you can go in now, I won't see you off.
Ye Xuan waved at Qi Bingtong by the car.
Xian, why not come in? Sister Qi, it's late, I don't want to disturb you.
Before Qi Bingtong finished speaking, Ye Xuan directly refused. Qi Bingtong had invited him to her home more than once. However, Ye Xuan was very resistant to meeting parents.
Alright then, let's meet another day. It's late, Xian, be safe.
After saying this, Qi Bingtong hurried towards Aunt Wang in the distance. Her steps were faltering, clearly frightened. Seeing this, Aunt Wang quickly came forward to support Qi Bingtong.
Sister Qi, your car.
I don't want it, I sent you here. Watching Qi Bingtong leave, Ye Xuan stood still and gazed at the customized Mercedes, lost in thought.
Hundreds of thousands for a car, and she just said she didn't want it?
After pondering for a moment, Ye Xuan went to the driver's seat, his hands resting on the steering wheel.
A free car, that's nice. Time to go home. Chapter 33, Ye Xuan's Doubts, Systems Answers. System, based on what you said before, does this mean that there are now a small number of vengeful spirits active in this world?
On the road, Ye Xuan communicated with the system while driving. Correct, it's just a small-scale revival, in the short term, it won't cause any impact on overall social order. Hearing this, Ye Xuan couldn't help but grip the steering wheel tighter.
Are the vengeful spirits currently invincible in this world? Not really. So far, these revived spirits aren't even considered vengeful spirits.
There are still some talented people in this world who can deal with spirits. They can handle these minor threats effectively.
And what about true vengeful spirits?
In theory, they are temporarily invincible, but based on estimates, true vengeful spirits will probably emerge about a year from now.
With this answer, an urgent feeling arose. The time marked by the system is when the strange phenomena will fully revive. During this time, there will be a gradual recovery of the strange. A change that will alter the world is about to arrive. I must become a true invincible being and a real leader amid this great change. So, players, you have to help out a bit. Please don't let me down. After parking the car in the underground garage, Ye Xuan returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. A night passed without a word. The next day at 11 in the morning, Ye Xuan opened his eyes. The first thing he did upon waking up was check his energy points. Wow, 15 million energy points? Ye Xuan was directly shocked when he saw his energy point balance. 15 million energy points? Is this real? System, is there a personal panel? Yes. Name, Ye Xuan. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Mental power, 15. Talent, none. Skills, Soul Blade. Equipment, Yin Yang Mirror, Yin Yang Umbrella. Energy points, 1536480. The panel was simple, with nothing impressive about it. The only outstanding part was the skill. Soul Blade, a skill of the anchor known as Absolute Skill Brother. It is his skill. As long as players find any item in the horror game, or discover any item, he can grab it immediately. His ability to become strong quickly entirely depends on the player's efficiency. Taking out his phone, he opened the Apocalypse Crisis game. Now, the horror game had surpassed 20 million downloads. And it was still increasing at a speed of dozens of downloads per second. The future looked bright. 20 million downloads, no wonder I have so many energy points. Holding his phone, Ye Xuan muttered to himself. The official promotion had clearly shown its effects. As he continued to watch videos, he also discovered some bad news.
Most players, at the first moment they have energy points, sell them, trade for money. And the wealthy players who buy energy points purchase items, then continue to spend lavishly.
A little girl, worth 500 energy points.
She has already been treated as a consumable by the wealthy players.
She can be called a disposable item.
In addition, there are a large number of players who have taken out loans. If all of these were counted in, my energy points would definitely be much more than they are now. For this, Ye Xuan has no way to deal with. The way I earn energy points is by making a profit from players.
A little girl originally costs 300 energy points, I sell her for 500. Every time a wealthy player wastes one, I can earn 200 energy points. Looking at it this way, it's not bad. Keep spending lavishly.
Ye Xuan is not afraid of players wasting energy points, he is afraid that players won't spend.
If players don't spend, energy points won't circulate, how can I make money from them?
Bottom-level players earn energy points by working hard, then sell to wealthy players to make money.
Wealthy players buy items to challenge tough levels, spending energy points.
Ye Xuan earns from both sides, gaining energy points while watching players work hard for him.
A virtuous cycle.
No matter what players do, in the end, the one who truly profits is still himself. There are many players, but the bright community is still a very, very big challenge. So far, the only ones making the fastest progress are the wealthy players.
Come on, let's strive to break 10 billion energy points.
Ye Xuan silently cheers for the players. The player's progress is closely related to his own strength. Seeing players getting stuck, he also feels bad inside. As long as energy points break 10 billion, he can unlock the big map and throw all players into a golden city to explore. This way, the benefits he receives would be enormous. At that time, he could witness the true destructive power of the fourth disaster.
Wait, this isn't just a game. If I bring Wang Jin into the game, wouldn't that be chaos? 10 million energy points could completely wipe out all the evil spirits in the bright community. System, how many energy points would I get if I clear out the entire bright community? About 30 million energy points. Hearing the system's answer, Ye Xuan's gaze sharpened. There's a chance.
However, this system does not recommend the host to do so.
The system's next words left Ye Xuan perplexed. Why?
This system operates in mirror mode, meaning the instances players experience are just illusions imprinted from the main world. The energy points gained from killing oddities are all stolen by the system from the main world using special means. If the host enters, he must enter the main world. If the host wipes out all the weirdness in the bright community of the main world, the illusion will also collapse. Then, there will be no more bright community instance in the game. If players explore, this system can continuously generate energy points from it. Listening to the system's answer, Ye Xuan understood. After all, he's not stupid. System, what if I conquer the bright community and then expand the area? In the bright community, there are only ghost generals, which the host can indeed deal with right now. But if the host conquers the bright community and continues to expand the area, what if an unstable factor encounters a higher level ghost? After all, the system's expansion of links is inherently uncertain. At that time, if players can't solve it, and the host can't either, everything will ultimately fall into a deadlock. The most important thing is, if the exploration progress of the bright community reaches 100%, the host will receive a big gift package. Understood. At this moment, Ye Xuan was completely out of options. If he wiped out the bright community, it seemed like he would gain 30 million energy points. In reality, this instance would simply disappear from the game. Other players who come to Guangming community will see a Guangming community without any strange occurrences. And if one does not intervene, the energy points will continuously be gained. As for where they come from, Ye Xuan does not know, and does not know where the system steals them from. A satisfying meal is something Ye Xuan can distinguish clearly. The highest combat power he currently holds is the Ghost General. To manage Guangming community, he must expand the connection range. What if there is a character stronger than the Ghost General within the expanded range? If he cannot solve it, it will be a nightmare for the players. At that time, a large number of players will leave due to the high difficulty, and if he cannot deal with that guy, his energy points will be consumed due to the expansion range. Then, it will be a deadlock. Without energy points coming in, it means he is completely stuck. So, the best way now is not to intervene too much, allowing players to explore a little at a time and grow stronger. Gradually accumulating energy points for himself. In the end, when all players become stronger, he will also earn a lot of energy points. Then, he can expand the connection range again. Even if he encounters a more powerful ghost than the Ghost General, with energy points in hand, Ye Xuan will not be too passive. If current players are made to face something stronger than the Ghost General, it wouldn't just be a fourth disaster, but a group of ants facing a god. For players, this is just a game. No matter how fun the game is, once they encounter a level they can't pass, they will ultimately lose patience and stop playing. Therefore, it must be done step by step.
However, Ye Xuan did notice one key word: when players fully complete the exploration of Guangming community, he will receive a big gift package?
Ye Xuan is very much looking forward to this big gift package. After all, the beginner's gift package had him licking his lips with satisfaction.
By the way, system, is there an exploration gift package for 3rd high school?
Yes.
3rd high school exploration progress, 67%. Guangming community exploration progress, 10%.
Exploration progress refers to unveiling all secrets of a dungeon.
Hearing the system's answer, Ye Xuan suddenly realized. System, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Ye Xuan.
Ye Xuan was speechless.
But it's not too late now.
In the next moment, Ye Xuan had the system draft an announcement and then sent it to the players.
The announcement content was for players to reveal all the secrets of 3rd high school, whether visible or hidden. The first one to complete the task would be rewarded with 100,000 energy points. Let's not talk about Guangming community for now.
But this big gift package for 3rd high school, he must get his hands on it.
Chapter 34, The Terrifying Ratio of Money.
September 28, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 13 days until the resurgence of the strange.
Once the announcement was made, the entire game exploded. Countless players rushed into the game, frantically heading towards 3rd high school.
For Ye Xuan, 100,000 energy points might not mean much. But for players, 100,000 energy points is a huge sum that can cross social classes. Right now, there are countless wealthy players in the game, and the price of energy points remains high due to these wealthy players' actions. 1 energy point is worth 2,100 huaxia coins. Compared to the previous 3,000, the ratio has indeed dropped. After all, with a larger player base and more trading, the price of energy points has decreased accordingly. However, energy points are still precious. 1 energy point is worth a terrifying 2,100 huaxia coins.
So what about 100,000 energy points? That's 200 million.
One could say, whoever is the first to achieve such an accomplishment. That would mean directly crossing social classes.
This lets countless players and guilds smell the opportunity.
Ever since this game became a hit, those gaming guilds and players who specialize in farming have flocked into the horror game. Their goal is all
reselling energy points.
And this time, it made them completely crazy.
What the hell, is the game official out of their minds? Directly rewarding 100,000 energy points? Is that 100,000 energy points? That's 210 million, 210 million.
Damn, I remember when I first played, energy points were still cheap. Why are the prices so terrifying now? In the beginning, they were indeed cheap because the game was not popular at all, and there were no big spenders. But ever since Mr. Wang began to buy up energy points in bulk, the price has skyrocketed. Besides Mr. Wang, other rich people are buying energy points too, so you understand the price. What it is now, at its peak, 1 energy point could be exchanged for 3,000 huaxia coins. Do you know what that means?
I know.
Now, major gaming guilds are moving in, and some wealthy individuals are spending money like water. Many guides are speculating on energy points, causing the prices to soar. The main issue is that in this game, the channels to gain energy points are far too few and the difficulty is really high. Exactly, many newbies have failed in the classroom area.
666, tutorials are everywhere, yet they can still fail in the classroom. Those people should just stop gaming. I'm feeling annoyed by their stupidity.
Now the first requirement for finding a boyfriend or girlfriend is to see if you escaped from the 3rd high school in the horror game.
666, it is a bit bizarre indeed. Brothers, let's go, that's 100,000 energy points, let's go. Comments flooded in.
The daily active users of the horror game surged suddenly,
including some office workers, who chose to take leave and farm for money. Why can't he be the first to eat the crab?
Once he achieves such success, he can lie flat for the rest of his life.
Huaxia Gaming Bureau. Director, the energy points in the horror game are now too terrifying. Should we notify the production team to limit it?
Assistant Xiao Liang placed a report in front of Wang Gao, looking serious. The data on that report made him feel a chill.
The increase in energy points far exceeded any stocks he had ever seen. A virtual currency in a game could actually skyrocket to this extent.
It's ridiculous. It made him not want to work anymore, wanting to dive into farming for money instead. What if luck came, encountering something worth hundreds of energy points, selling it, wealth freedom? After all, many people had achieved financial freedom through this game in just a few days.
Indeed, it should be limited. Wang Gao picked up the report and flipped through it.
In the end, he put down the report, his face extremely grave. This report was too scary. If left to continue developing like this, the entire social order would face severe challenges. The reason this game suddenly became so popular in the past few days is all thanks to his endorsement.
If problems in social order arose because of him, even a bullet wouldn't be enough. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen a game's virtual currency become so outrageous. Even well-known foreign IP masterpieces were not this unreasonable.
In just a few days, the virtual currency market in the horror game had already reached tens of billions. The daily trading volume reached over 100 million.
Crazy, right?
You go message the production team, tell them to find a way to limit it.
It's best to bring this price down for me.
Otherwise, if it continues like this, something will happen. The more he thought, the more fearful it became. Wang Gao immediately ordered.
Because he finally realized.
Such results were just a matter of a few days.
If given some more time, what would it develop into?
Just thinking about it made him feel scared.
Yes, director, I'll contact them right away. Assistant Xiao Liang immediately left the office to get busy. How is this game making money? Aren't they making money?
Wang Gao sat alone in the office, puzzled.
He could not understand what this game was making money from.
Energy points are indeed the virtual currency of the game. But all of these are obtained free of charge by the players.
The game doesn't charge any money. Not selling these energy points, nor selling props. Then what's the problem? These guys have made the game so good, aren't they making money?
Forget it, whether it's making money or not, let's put that aside for now.
Wang Gao picked up a document and left the office. On the document, a few big words faintly revealed themselves.
Discussion on the Global Strategy Report for Horror Games. On the other side, in a hospital. A doctor in a white coat lay tired in the restroom. She casually opened her phone and flipped through the screen.
Explore third high school, reward of 100,000 energy points?
Her eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of hesitation, she opened her contacts.
Hey, Xiao Zhang, do I have any surgeries this afternoon? No.
Okay, I'm going to take a nap in the restroom, don't disturb me unless it's something important.
Alright, Dr. Liu, have a good rest. After hanging up the phone, she put down her phone, got up, and took a VR helmet from the corner cabinet.
Returning to the bed, she lay down, put on the game helmet, and went smoothly. With a change of sight, she had already arrived in the game.
After these days of exploration, I have almost figured out the entire third high school. Now, there's only one most mysterious principal's office left. As long as I find the principal's office, I can uncover all the mysteries of third high school.
She murmured to herself, then picked up a machete and, with the little girl beside her, walked along the corridor. According to what the guard said, the principal is in the principal's office for 22 hours a day. The 2 hours in between are the best time for me to enter the principal's office. The most terrifying thing in the whole school is this mysterious principal, I must avoid him.
The woman led the little girl out of the experimental building, heading towards the playground.
And above her head, there was an ID name. The ID name was Little Fresh. Chapter 35, The Rich Gift Pack, Earning a Fortune. September 29, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 12 days until the strange revival. Congratulations to player Little Fresh for discovering the ultimate secret of third high school, a special reward of a gift pack, plus 100,000 energy points. The next day, an announcement sent countless players into a frenzy.
What the heck? The ultimate secret has been discovered? Third high school has been breached? I haven't even made a move.
In the live stream, the player known for his third high school strategies looked stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly.
Forget it, brothers, there's always someone better out there. Let's go conquer the bright community. 666, who is this Little Fresh, so amazing? The game official's announcement was broken today after being released yesterday, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, besides the 100,000 energy points, there's also a gift pack? It's over, someone got richer again. Damn it, seeing you all profit is worse than killing me. 240 million just like that? Oh my goodness, my heart hurts.
In the live stream room, comments wildly scrolled by.
What? It got breached that quick?
Another horror game streamer looked dumbfounded, then turned and left third high school for bright community.
That's too fast. I haven't even made a move yet.
One streamer wailed loudly.
And professional players for farming gold knelt down and cried. Once again missed an opportunity to get rich. So fast?
Ye Xuan, who was buying milk tea in a tea shop, was also shocked.
Third high school exploration progress, 100%. The announcement he made yesterday was completed today?
As expected, with great rewards, there will be brave men. Players are truly a lovely bunch. Putting away his milk tea, Ye Xuan hurriedly returned home.
System, open the gift pack.
Ye Xuan rubbed his hands, filled with anticipation.
The gift pack has been opened.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a stand-in paper figure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an equivalent balance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yellow Springs record. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade ghost object, Yellow Springs coin. Hearing a series of delightful sounds, Ye Xuan began to check them one by one. Stand-in paper figure, just needs a drop of fresh blood to block a lethal crisis for the user. Good stuff. Looking at the paper figure made from yellow talismans in his hand, Ye Xuan's face brightened. This thing is a real good item, something that can save a life. Ye Xuan put his finger near his mouth, trying for a long time, but couldn't bite it open. So, he had to find a needle and gently poke his finger. He forced out a drop of blood to drip onto the paper figure above. No feeling. Ye Xuan frowned slightly and then casually set the paper figure aside to check the next item. Equivalent balance, place one item on it, and it can return to you something of equal value. The more precious the item placed, the higher the value of what is returned. Please note, the things returned by the equivalent balance are completely random and could bring you terrifying things. The equivalent balance can only be used 3 times a day. This is interesting. Ye Xuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the old balance on the table. On the table was an extremely old balance, and there were ominous vibes entwined around it. Equivalent balance. Let's give it a try. Ye Xuan looked left and right, finally pulling out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and placing it on the other side of the balance. In the next moment, something magical happened. The 100 yuan bill vanished into thin air. On the other side of the balance, sinister energy surged. When the sinister energy dissipated, a piece of white paper quietly lay there. White paper. Ye Xuan picked up the white paper and looked at it from all sides. That's right, it's just an ordinary piece of white paper. The equivalent balance can only exchange a 100 yuan bill for a piece of white paper? Ye Xuan tore the white paper apart, feeling a bit confused. That's right, the equivalent balance doesn't consider the additional value of money, it only looks at the inherent value. A 100 yuan bill, ignoring its additional value, is just a piece of paper, right? There's something to it. Coming back to his senses, Ye Xuan put down the white paper and picked up a teacup from the side to place on it. The teacup disappeared. On the other end, a stone appeared. This stone was nothing special, its surface adorned with various patterns. But overall, it still wasn't of much use. Right now, I don't have anything valuable here, I'll study you later. Looking around, Ye Xuan casually put away the equivalent balance. So far, he didn't have anything valuable. Yellow Spring record. The Yellow Spring is the boundary between life and death, the crossing between yin and yang. This record is not the law of the human world, it does not cultivate purity but steals the authority of the 9 underworlds, taking the foundation of the other shore. Those who practice this path take their body as a boat and their soul as a guiding lamp, crossing the illusion of the Yellow Spring and gathering the power of extinction. Wow, a cultivation technique? Seeing this introduction, Ye Xuan was overjoyed. He had opened up a great treasure. He actually directly opened a cultivation technique. Long before, he had guessed that in the future apocalypse, people must have mastered some kind of cultivation technique. Otherwise, how could they fight against the weirdness? Even with powerful strange artifacts, if one has no abilities, wouldn't that make them prey for the eerie spirits? Unexpectedly, it really gave him one. As Ye Xuan willed it, an ancient book with a yellow cover silently appeared in his hand. Holding this book, a dense sinister energy surged toward him. Ye Xuan trembled and opened it with shaking hands. This was his first step into the realm of supernatural powers. Naturally, he was very excited. After reading the first page, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. At the beginning, I need to draw the sinister energy into my body. In the future world, there might be sinister energy everywhere, but now, where is the sinister energy? Ye Xuan supported his chin with both hands. He needed sinister energy to assist in his cultivation. But, where could he get sinister energy? Without sinister energy, he couldn't even enter the door. The previous emperor's venture was cut short without achieving anything. Countless strands of sinister energy condensing into a strand of yellow spring chi meant he had at least entered the doorway. But he was now stuck at the first step. That's right, I'm such an idiot, I can just enter the eerie world with my real body. I'm really an idiot. Suddenly, Ye Xuan jolted back to reality and couldn't help but smack his forehead. Other players enter the eerie game. And he could directly enter the bizarre world with his true form. At that time, wouldn't it be good to find a place with heavy yin energy to cultivate in the bizarre world? Third High School has no ghost general, even the entire Bright community has only one ghost general. At that time, I'll cultivate in Third High School, with Wang Jin as my protector. So beautiful. Lastly, check. After organizing his thoughts, Ye Xuan began to check the last thing. Underworld coin, a coin salvaged from the underworld, deadly to fierce ghosts, and can also injure ghost generals. A bit powerful. Looking at a yellow coin in his hand, Ye Xuan's fingers moved slightly and kept playing with it. The coin in his hand was 3 to 4 times the size of a normal coin, completely yellow, with symbols carved on the surface that he couldn't understand. Holding it felt nice and cold. Fierce ghosts would die upon touching it, while ghost generals could also be heavily injured. This thing is really impressive. To put it simply, the system is powerful. This big gift bag is so beautiful. He put everything from the table into the system space one by one. During this, Ye Xuan found that he just couldn't put the stand-in doll into the system space. Helpless, he could only leave the stand-in doll in a more hidden place. After all, this thing represents a life of his, so of course it needed to be placed securely. After everything was perfectly prepared, Ye Xuan didn't rush to enter the bizarre world right away. Instead, he took out his phone and started browsing. Sure enough, he found it. I am Xiao Qingxin. In this video, I will analyze all the details of third high school from various angles. Last time, it was you who discovered Xuan. This woman is interesting. I am also very curious, how did you raise the exploration level to the max in such a short time? Ye Xuan tapped his finger and opened the video. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Qingxin. This time, I will explain the true secrets of third high school. As we all know, third high school is the beginner village of this horror game and a place every player must pass through. And now, the place I am in is the principal's office of third high school. The entire third high school has become this way all because of this behind-the-scenes big boss, the principal. In the video, a sweet-looking woman was beginning to introduce. Behind her was an office full of blood. The floor was covered in blood, the walls were blood-splattered, and the ceiling was also stained with blood. With the blood-red light from outside the window illuminating the office, it made the whole place even more chilling. Yet, Xiao Qingxin in the video showed no fear at all, instead, there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Third high school was originally very normal, but everything changed after this principal came. This principal's true identity is a very powerful fierce ghost, and he turned the entire school into an experimental site. Whether students or teachers, they are all his experimental subjects. Xiao Qingxin walked to a nearby desk. She pulled the drawer open with one hand. Inside were incredibly rich materials. These are his experimental documents. To put it simply, he is conducting human experiments on all the teachers and students of third high school. Xiao Qingxin slowly opened the documents in her hands. There were countless records inside. In addition, there were corresponding pictures. Xuan is the biological daughter of the fierce ghost teacher. The principal transformed the teacher into a fierce ghost and then ordered her to personally transform her daughter. However, although the fierce ghost teacher was transformed, a trace of rationality remained, and in order not to harm her daughter, she locked Xuan in the basement of the dormitory. This is the origin of Xuan's background. The documents in Xiao Qingxin's hands recorded the past of the fierce ghost teacher and Xuan. In addition, the security guard at the school gate is also the principal's accomplice. He sat guarding the school gate, not letting even a single ghost or a single person leave. The old gatekeeper would not kill people on his own, but if you tried to escape under his eyelids, then he would definitely kill you. The file in his hand flipped again, turning to the page about the old gatekeeper. The record on it was extremely detailed. It even clearly wrote down what the old gatekeeper did when he was alive, clear and bright, very detailed. These transformed fierce ghosts will continue their habits from when they were alive during the daytime. The teachers will teach classes, and the students will listen to classes. But once night falls, when the blood moon rises in the sky, they will lose all reason and turn into terrifying fierce ghosts. So it is advised that new players who enter the pit later should act as much as possible during the day. As long as you don't take the initiative to seek death during the day, then you will not die. In the video, the girl with a fresh look closed the file in her hand and gave a slight smile to the camera. Just that one smile made Ye Xuan feel a chill creeping over him. This woman, she was a little scary. So calm that it seemed abnormal. And that smile of hers, really. It was even more terrifying than the fierce ghosts. This woman, she was not simple. Alright, the next piece of information, that is the fierce ghost in the corridor. It is the principal's half-finished product, and also the one he is most dissatisfied with. Whether it is day or night, it will be in the corridor, crawling back and forth on the ceiling. So this is why some new players who run out of the classroom will meet it. Its appearance is completely random. If you're lucky, you won't meet it. If you're unlucky, you die the moment you step out. So, everyone, please be careful. Generally speaking, if a new player meets it, it is a sure death situation, so I suggest all new players jump out of the window to escape. Doing this can avoid losing one revival coin at the start. After speaking, the fresh-looking girl sorted all the files neatly and put them back in place. Brothers, this is my harvest. The principal's office holds all the secrets of number 3 high school. As long as you find this place and take these files,
Then for you, number 3 high school will no longer have any secrets. From this we can see, this principal really likes to keep records. The girl gave a sweet smile. After casually closing the drawer, she moved lightly and took a few steps to the wall. Dear viewers, players, the next scene is very bloody, very scary. Cowardly viewers can skip ahead, brave players, get ready mentally. Minors, please watch with your parents. This is the principal's laboratory. The girl showed a mysterious smile to the camera. Then she gently twisted a decoration beside her. In the next moment, the wall in front of her began to tremble. The whole wall began to turn around at that moment. The camera followed her as she walked into the secret room behind the wall. After seeing what was inside, the comments in the video exploded instantly. Holy shit. Even Ye Xuan, holding his phone, couldn't help but curse. In the picture, at the very center, there was a huge platform. On the platform lay a huge ball of flesh. The surface of the flesh ball was covered with all kinds of dense scars that looked like stitching marks. The whole flesh ball looked like it had been sewn together. But that wasn't the most important part. The most important thing was, on the surface of the sewn flesh ball, there were heads. Yes, heads. Living, human heads sewn onto the huge ball of flesh. The key point was, those heads were not completely dead. At that moment, they all turned their heads in unison, staring at the girl. On their faces, there were twisted, crazy smiles. On the surrounding walls, there were huge glass cabinets. Inside the glass cabinets were divided small compartments by glass. In every small compartment, there was a head. Those heads were not dead either. Their eyes were wide open, staring straight at the girl. That scene made people's sanity drop wildly. The fresh little girl in the video was not afraid at all, but instead showed her excitement. Viewers, did you see? This is the principal's laboratory. Look at this, I really can't imagine how he did it. This principal is simply a genius, I really want to discuss it with him. The fresh girl started to circle around the meatballs filled with heads. As she moved, the heads on the meatballs and the meatballs in the glass cabinets on the walls all followed her with their eyes. Hungry, hungry, I'm so hungry. Hungry, I want to eat you, I want to eat you. Eat you, eat you. So hungry. Suddenly, these heads began to speak. The creepy voices and terrifying expressions created an atmosphere that an ordinary person could not possibly bear. But as the protagonist, the fresh girl was completely unafraid. Instead, she was obsessively admiring what she saw as a perfect piece of art. Alright, viewers, due to time constraints, the video ends here. Interested viewers can enter the game to see for themselves. Counting the time, the mysterious principal will be here soon, I want to wait for him, I want to communicate with him. Goodbye. The video ended. She casually opened the comment section. I feel like the hats on the hanger are laughing at me. What should I do? Waiting online. It turns out that the scary ghost mom is truly powerful and tragic. Principal, crawl over to me, mom bought revival coins on crowdfunding. I'm really going to be scared to death, my sister is really brave. I admit I am a coward, boo-hoo. Is the streamer a pervert? Especially that pair of eyes and that smile, I feel it's scarier than a ghost. Boo-hoo, upstairs, I finally found an organization. Damn, I commented that the streamer is a pervert in the last video, and those girls said my mom flew away. Now I can apply for a return. It's over, I am too scared to get out of bed, I feel like there are heads all over my room, and they seem to be hiding in the dark laughing at me. Upstairs, male or female, I am here to accompany you. Male. Forget what I said. After casually scrolling through the comments, Ye Xuan turned off his phone. This fresh girl is really a talent. He was gradually admiring her. This mental quality is simply absurd. She won't really be a weirdo, will she? Ye Xuan touched his chin and murmured. Then, after following the fresh girl's Douyin account, Ye Xuan no longer focused on her. After all, he had something more important to do now. That is to cultivate. With a wave of Ye Xuan's hand, the yin-yang mirror appeared in his palm. Wang Jin, remember to protect my safety later. Okay. A deep and powerful voice came from the yin-yang mirror. System, I want to enter the 3rd high school. Okay, transporting now. The next moment, the scene in front of Ye Xuan began to spin rapidly. He didn't know how long it lasted until the scene stabilized. At this moment, he was standing in a huge playground. Is this the 3rd high school? He looked around and picked up the yin-yang mirror. On the surface of the yin-yang mirror, a pointer was spinning violently. Ye Xuan was using the yin-yang mirror to find the place with the heaviest yin energy in 3rd high school. The pointer spun violently for a while before slowly stopping. Following the pointer, Ye Xuan's expression gradually became strange. The place with the heaviest yin energy is the principal's office?
Chapter 37, Congratulations, Master, your skills are complete.
Since it's the principal's office, let's go. Holding the yin-yang mirror, Ye Xuan walked towards the principal's office.
As he moved, Wang Jin also crawled out from the yin-yang mirror.
Wang Jin followed Ye Xuan like a loyal servant.
The weird world that Ye Xuan had arrived in was nighttime.
A blood moon hung in the sky, bathing the entire school in a bloody glow.
The whole school was drenched in the red light. However, Ye Xuan was not afraid at all. With Wang Jin by his side, he was invincible in third high school. Even if he went to Bright Community, he could walk sideways. Host, please remember, you have now arrived in a bizarre world every time you kill a ghost. In the game, there is just one less ghost. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan gave a gentle nod. The game that the players played all originated from this main world. So, as the important figure, the principal, he still couldn't kill him. As for other ghosts, he also had to exercise restraint.
Wang Jin, do you have a ghost domain?
As they walked, Ye Xuan turned to look at Wang Jin behind him.
Replying to the master, I do have a ghost domain. And among the ghost generals, I am invincible.
Wang Jin showed a kind smile to Ye Xuan.
Impressive.
Ye Xuan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
The system's product is indeed a masterpiece. There's no problem with that statement.
In this brief moment, he had already reached the bottom of the building. He went straight up the stairs to the principal's office.
Master, there's a little guy. Should we deal with it?
Suddenly, Wang Jin's voice came from behind.
Bring him here to take a look.
Okay. In the next moment, Wang Jin casually waved his hand, and a white figure was caught in his grasp.
Upon closer inspection, the figure's skin showed an abnormal color, with patches of corpse spots on the surface.
Its face was pale, and its eyes were completely white. At this moment, it was trembling in Wang Jin's hand.
Ye Xuan recognized it at a glance. It was the ghost hidden in the corridor.
According to Xiaoqing's words, it was the principal's least satisfactory creation.
Let it go.
Ye Xuan waved his hand casually. He was still counting on this thing to scare the players. Every time it scared a player to death, he could gain 9 energy points.
Where did these energy points come from?
From the resurrection coins he earned. Every time a player killed it, he could also gain a small amount of energy points.
Keeping it around was still useful.
Yes.
Wang Jin nodded slightly and then casually tossed it. Get lost.
The hanging ghost that was thrown to the ground looked at Wang Jin with a face full of fear and disappeared in the blink of an eye after hearing that word. At this moment, they had already arrived at the door of the principal's office.
Ye Xuan took out the yin-yang mirror. The pointer was pointing directly at the principal's office door ahead. Master, there's an interesting fellow inside.
Before Ye Xuan could open the door, Wang Jin stepped forward to block his view.
Control him.
Yes. Wang Jin slowly pushed the door open and walked in. Ye Xuan felt a chilling aura hit him directly. This chill made his whole body shiver.
What a terrifying yin energy. With a sigh, Ye Xuan walked inside.
Inside, it looked exactly like the place where Xiaoqing was in the video. However, in front, a middle-aged man in a suit with glasses was kneeling before Wang Jin, trembling.
Master, I have controlled him. Should I kill him? Wang Jin looked up at Ye Xuan.
At the same time, the suited man on the ground also looked up at Ye Xuan. At the first sight of Ye Xuan, the suited man was stunned.
Human? A ghost general, calling a human master? Had the outside world changed so much in just half a year?
At this moment, the human's gaze also fell on him.
My lord, do not kill me. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I am willing to serve you.
Before Ye Xuan could speak, the suited man took out a scarlet bead and handed it to Ye Xuan.
This is...
Facing the suited man's action, Ye Xuan was confused and looked up at Wang Jin.
Master, this is his life ghost bead. He is pledging loyalty to you.
The life ghost bead is connected to his life. Once crushed, he will die.
Wang Jin kindly explained. I see. I accept your loyalty, rise.
Ye Xuan reached out and held the suited man's life ghost bead in his hand. Special item detected, half-step ghost general level bizarre life blood bead, starting analysis.
Analysis complete. Reconstruction completed.
In just a moment, Ye Xuan saw a new item appear in the system mall. Principal of 3rd High School, half-step ghost general priced at 2,200 energy points. Seeing this, Ye Xuan couldn't help but marvel at how fast the system was. I now have 15 million energy points, and if I use all of these 15 million energy points to buy a half-step ghost general, could I destroy the world?
Cough, okay, I want to cultivate here. Wang Jin, stay, you go out.
Suppressing the bad thoughts in his heart, Ye Xuan commanded.
Although this suited principal has submitted, he still feels uneasy. Wang Jin is better. Get out.
Hearing Ye Xuan's command, Wang Jin coldly looked at the suited principal under his feet.
Yes, I will leave right now, I will leave.
The suited principal kept nodding, and then rolled out along the ground in a hurry. After going out, he did not forget to gently close the door. Master, the Yin energy here is very strong, it is a rare place for cultivation.
Wang Jin looked up at Ye Xuan.
Ye Xuan nodded, then found a blanket to spread on the ground, sitting cross-legged by himself. Then he took out the Book of the Yellow Springs, opened the first page, and began to read. After reading, Ye Xuan felt he understood.
However, acupoints, meridians. These things, he didn't understand at all. Master, I can help you.
At this moment, Wang Jin's voice rang out from behind Ye Xuan.
Please allow me to see this cultivation method.
Ye Xuan looked at Wang Jin, who reached out to him.
Okay.
Without hesitation, Ye Xuan handed the Book of the Yellow Springs to Wang Jin.
Wang Jin's loyalty is 100%, he doesn't need to worry at all. Master, next I will guide the Yin energy into your body.
I will let the Yin energy circulate within you for a complete cycle, you just need to feel it and remember its path of movement. After saying this, Wang Jin placed his hand on Ye Xuan's shoulder. In an instant, Ye Xuan felt a stream of energy suddenly appear within him. And this stream began to move within him according to some pattern. Ye Xuan closed his eyes, sensing the stream within him, trying hard to remember the path of its movement. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Time slowly passed by. 3 hours later, Ye Xuan suddenly opened his eyes.
I did it.
His tone was somewhat joyful. 123 times, exactly 123 times, he remembered the trajectory of the Yin energy.
Moreover, he can now actively absorb the Yin energy, run the great cycle, and cultivate on his own. Master is truly a genius. Wang Jin praised from behind.
Hearing this, Ye Xuan's expression gradually became strange.
Is this heartfelt?
No matter, absorb the Yin energy, run the great cycle, condense the yellow spring energy.
As long as I can condense a wisp of yellow spring energy, it means I have entered the door.
Feeling the sweetness of cultivation, Ye Xuan began to practice. And Wang Jin stood behind him, watching him with a kind expression. The Book of the Yellow Springs in his hand had already been closed at some unknown time. He looked at the first part to help his master get started. Without the master's command, he did not look at the content below. Unlike Ye Xuan, who needed to actively absorb the Yin energy, Wang Jin did not need to because the Yin energy was continuously pouring into his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days quietly passed. And within Ye Xuan's body, a wisp of earthy yellow energy appeared. In this energy, Ye Xuan felt a sense of deathly silence, transcendence, and suppression.
I did it, the yellow spring energy.
Ye Xuan opened his eyes, but he could not hide the joy on his face. The condensation of the yellow spring energy signifies that he has fully entered the door. From this moment on, he is no longer an ordinary person. A wisp of yellow spring energy can suppress ordinary vengeful spirits.
Ordinary vengeful spirits are no longer my opponents.
Stretching his limbs, Ye Xuan felt completely relaxed. There was no discomfort at all. Congratulations, Master, on achieving great skill.
Keep a low profile. Chapter 38, No more tricks, I really have no more tricks. How long has it been? Back to Master, it has been 3 days.
Ye Xuan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that 3 days had already passed. He hadn't really felt it at all. 3 days to enter the door, especially with Wang Jin's help. I don't know whether this speed is fast or slow. Let's go, leave this place first. Ye Xuan stood up and dusted off his clothes. Although practicing was enjoyable, he also had business to attend to in the real world. He couldn't waste all his time here.
Master.
Wang Jin handed the Huangquan record to Ye Xuan.
Alright, let's go.
Yes. The two instantly disappeared from their spot. Outside, the suit-clad principal knelt at the door, unmoving. For 3 days, his position hadn't changed at all. Left, did they? Suddenly, he looked up at the door in front of him. The despairing aura from inside had suddenly vanished just moments ago.
Did they really leave? The suit-clad principal was uncertain but cautiously opened a crack in the door.
When he saw no one inside, he let out a breath of relief. Phew, I never thought such a powerful being would come to this desolate place. A ghost general recognizing a total ordinary human as a master, it makes no sense.
Could it be the offspring of some powerful ghost controller? A ghost controller, aren't they supposed to be unable to have offspring?
Then there's only one possibility, that the ghost controller was cheated on. Kneeling at the door, the suit-clad principal began to boldly speculate about Ye Xuan's background. On the other side, Ye Xuan had already entered the room.
Go in. Yes. Wang Jin slipped into the yin-yang mirror.
The whole world has become much clearer. By looking out the window, Ye Xuan could see the pedestrians in the building 1,000 meters away clearly. His hearing was even terrifying, he could hear what someone was saying if he wanted to. This kind of ability was too frightening.
But fortunately, he could control it. Otherwise, Ye Xuan would be driven mad. I can also see you.
Ye Xuan's lips curled slightly. At the same time, he had discovered the location of the long-haired ghost. Before, he only knew that the long-haired ghost was in the room but didn't know exactly where.
Now, he could see it very clearly. This feeling was very novel.
And it was very powerful.
What has happened in 3 days?
Ye Xuan lay back on the sofa and picked up his phone to scroll. What came into view was 128 missed calls.
All from Qi Bingtong, and there were even 4 from the instructor. As for Fei Xin, it had long exploded.
Qi Bingtong's messages had already reached 99 plus.
Xiaoxian, are you still at home? Xiaoxian, why aren't you answering your phone? Xiaoxian, I came to your house to look for you. Xiaoxian, why won't you open the door? Are you not home? Xiaoxian, you didn't get into an accident, did you? Xiaoxian, don't scare me. Xiaoxian, I'm breaking down the door.
Xiaoxian, your house is so cold, I don't dare to go in.
Moment of silence. Safe travels. Xiaoxian, I will hold a funeral for you.
Sister Qi will take care of everything, don't worry. Reading the earlier messages warmed Ye Xuan's heart. But later messages turned his body cold.
Everything is fine. Click, send.
After sending, Ye Xuan directly opened his panel. He wanted to see how his panel had changed.
Name, Ye Xuan. Power, 100. Speed, 100. Mental strength, 150. Talent, none. Skill, soul-destroying blade. Equipment, yin-yang mirror, yin-yang umbrella, equivalent balance, substitute doll, Huang Quan coin. Energy points, 183659090.
The values have increased tenfold.
That means, now I can defeat 10 of my previous selves?
One punch could kill a cow. After looking at the panel, Ye Xuan was filled with excitement.
Cow. Ding dong. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone rang.
Ye Xuan picked up the phone to see it was a message from Qi Bingtong.
Xiaoxian, it's so good that you're not dead. Xiaoxian, do you have time now?
My grandpa is sick, but my parents have looked for many doctors and haven't cured him. I suspect it's something else.
Xiaoxian, please sister, can you come take a look? Regardless if there's a solution, tonight I'll let you handle it.
Looking at the messages from Qi Bingtong, Ye Xuan understood. No wonder she was in such a hurry, it turned out it was about the elder's health problem.
Okay, I'll come over in a bit.
As soon as he sent the message, Qi Bingtong immediately replied.
I'll come to pick you up, wait for me.
Seeing this, Ye Xuan smiled.
Although he and Qi Bingtong hadn't confirmed their feelings, well, this busy task is worth helping with. I can also show off in front of my future parents. Steady as a rock.
In his past life, he was an orphan, and in this life, he is still an orphan. So, having never experienced a mother's love, he still doesn't know how to face Qi Bingtong's family. But now the opportunity has presented itself.
Show off a bit, and it will naturally happen. Can the eerie even hurt people?
Ye Xuan frowned slightly. If what Qi Bingtong said is true, then it means that the eerie can indeed hurt people.
Things are developing a bit quickly.
He turned off the messaging app and opened the game backend. Glancing at the downloads nearing 50 million, Ye Xuan opened the backend messages. Only then did he see that the official team had sent him a lot of messages.
And now, they were still coming in. Almost one message per second. So urgent, it must be something major.
Ye Xuan clicked on the backend and saw a flurry of messages. Big brother, I beg you, please reply. Dad, please reply, Dad.
Father, grandpa, ancestors, please reply.
Looking at these messages, Ye Xuan smiled slightly, then edited a message and clicked send.
I got delayed with something ahead, what do you need from me?
On the other side, at the Huaxia Game Bureau. Assistant Xiao Liang, who hadn't slept for a day and night, let out a sharp sound upon seeing this message. Director, Old Deng, he replied. The production team of the horror game replied.
The sound echoed throughout the office.
Director Wang Gao rushed to the scene almost instantly. Quick, tell him to take action and fix the in-game currency situation, hurry. Wang Gao immediately gave the order.
After some back-and-forth communication, holding his phone, Ye Xuan finally understood why these people were so anxious.
2 days ago, the Huaxia Game Bureau released a notice that the horror game had successfully launched overseas. In just one day, it had garnered over 10 million downloads.
The number of players, both domestic and foreign, surged. The energy point exchange system in the game went completely crazy. One energy point that started at 2,000 huaxia coins skyrocketed to 5,000 huaxia coins. This news also spread overseas. Foreign game guilds went wild. Domestic game guilds also went wild. Both sides started a financial war over the energy points in-game. You have 2,000, I have 2,001. You have 2,001, then I'll take 2,002. You hoard energy points crazily, then so will I. Such tactics drove the price of energy points sky high. This made those who resold energy points earn a fortune. In society, countless people chose to quit their jobs and go home to play games. Damn it, as long as I can sneak around in the game and get 10 energy points, that's my annual salary done, why work at all, stupid boss, drop dead. If luck is on my side, getting rich overnight isn't a dream. After all, many people have already done so in the last 2 days. And this horror games trading market has been dubbed a new trend by many financial experts. Watching the situation grow more significant, the Huaxia Game Bureau sensed something was off. They wanted to intervene, but their hands were tied. They couldn't reach into the game. All they could do was issue announcements to persuade the crazed players. Originally, they had seen a chance for Huaxia to harvest globally through this game. But now, the situation was completely beyond their expectations. If this continued, the consequences were unimaginable. Now, they could only pray for the game production team to step in. Fixing things wouldn't be hard, it would be very simple. The official sale of energy points would fix the price set by the officials. In this way, this whole farce would be completely quelled. So that's how it is. Understanding the entire process, Ye Xuan typed out a message and sent it. Then, he made a slight adjustment to the system. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. She's here. Knowing it was Qi Bingtong, Ye Xuan immediately got up to greet her. On the other side, Director Wang Gao and assistant Xiao Liang stared intently at the computer screen. Especially Wang Gao, his eyes were bloodshot, and there were red veins all over his eyes. He hadn't slept for a day and a night for this matter. After all, the pressure from above, the pressure from society, was suffocating him. Director, he has replied. Upon seeing the new message, both of them jolted with excitement. I understand the situation, I have already solved it, you can check it in the game. Great, Xiao Liang, quickly take a look. Upon seeing this message, Wang Gao clenched his fist tightly. Okay. Assistant Xiao Liang picked up the helmet beside him and put it on, then directly entered the game. As soon as he entered, he saw a line of text. Those who actively buy energy points with money are all amateurs. The strong do not rely on any external help. Xiao Liang. Chapter 39, Arriving at Qi's home, Discovering the Ghosts. October 2nd, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 8 days until the strange revival. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was already sitting in Qi Bingtong's new car. Facing the soaring value of energy points in the game, which could potentially threaten social stability, those were not in his consideration. On one hand, it was because of the strange revival 3 years later, players playing the game now could gain some self-protection strength when the revival occurred. On the other hand, the higher the value of energy points, the more beneficial it was for him. For example, previously, spending just 100,000 energy points had driven players completely crazy. Spending little money allowed players to do big things for him. Naturally, he was extremely satisfied with this. If the price of energy points were to be driven down, it wouldn't be a matter that could be solved with just 100,000 energy points if he wanted players to fight for him in the future. Of course, since the Huaxia Game Bureau had personally sent him feedback, he naturally needed to give them some face. Xiao Xian, my grandpa fell into a coma 2 days ago suddenly, and we have found many doctors with no results. According to what those doctors said, my grandpa's physical characteristics are normal, but he remains in a coma, and they have no solution for this. That's why I thought of you. In the driver's seat, Qi Bingtong spoke softly while driving. Ye Xuan rested his arm on the car window, one hand touching his chin, quietly looking out the window. Sister Qi, I can't guarantee this matter, perhaps it is not the work of ghosts. I know, regular medical methods cannot solve it, so I can only place my hope on you. Qi Bingtong's voice was somewhat choked. Ye Xuan could see that her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had been crying. It seemed that her grandpa meant a lot to her. The vehicle was moving quickly. Strangely, all the traffic lights along the way were green. What was originally a half-hour journey only took 10 minutes to reach. Xiao Xian, we have arrived. Ye Xuan unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door to get out. As soon as he got out, he saw an incredibly grand villa. At the entrance of the villa stood 3 figures. A middle-aged man, a beautifully dressed lady, and a young man with dyed yellow hair. Xiao Xian, this is my dad, this is my mom, and this is my younger brother. Qi Bingtong pulled Ye Xuan's hand and introduced them one by one.
Hello, young brother, I am Bing Tong's father, Shi Tian. The middle-aged man stepped forward and shook Ye Xuan's hand. His hello, uncle. Seeing this person, Ye Xuan took a sharp breath. He had seen this person on television before. It seemed to be the secretary of Jin Chang. Sister Qi has such a big background? Xiao Xian, come, I will take you to see Grandpa. Oh right, young brother, come with me. Following this family, Ye Xuan entered the villa. They slowly stopped in a small room on the second floor. The room was very luxurious, with numerous frames on the walls, and in addition, there were military medals covering the wall. In the center of the room, there was a large bed, and on the bed lay an old man. Surrounding the old man were various medical devices, and two doctors in white coats stood by the bedside. Mr. Qi, is this the expert? Noticing the movement, the two doctors walked over, and upon seeing Ye Xuan, they were slightly taken aback and turned to look at Shi Tian. Yes, please let the two of you step aside for now. Shi Tian said nothing, but Shi Bingtong was the first to speak. Alright, can we watch from the side? Whatever. Thank you. The two doctors in white coats stood silently by, just staring at Ye Xuan. Xuan, this is my grandfather. Shi Bingtong pulled Ye Xuan to the bedside. Under the gaze of several eyes, Ye Xuan looked at the old man on the bed. No one mocked, no one stopped, no one questioned. Everyone was watching how Ye Xuan would handle it. The two doctors were also looking on with some expectation. The Qi family had a prominent background, and the Qi family's young lady was a business genius. They did not dare question someone she invited. Even if it seemed supernatural, they had no objections at all. Because they had completely run out of options. The old man on the bed was thin, his face calm, as if he were sleeping. After observing for a while, Ye Xuan saw nothing unusual. There was no negative energy in the room, and the old man had no negative energy around him either. Strange. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. He raised his hand and placed it inside his clothes. The yin-yang mirror was pulled out by him in one motion. Seeing the yin-yang mirror in Ye Xuan's hand, Shi Bingtong's eyes sparkled a bit. If she remembered correctly, during the last incident at Broken Soul Mountain, Xuan used this mirror to solve the ghost problem. This time, she wondered if he could do it again. Reveal. Ye Xuan held the yin-yang mirror in front of the old man. In an instant, a figure in military uniform, with a fierce face, slowly appeared on the mirror. A ghost. Ye Xuan's eyes instantly became sharp. What appeared in the yin-yang mirror was none other than a soldier from Sakura country. A soldier? Shi Bingtong beside Ye Xuan also saw the soldier on the mirror's surface. Damn beast. As Shi Bingtong saw it, the others in the room also noticed. The whole family changed their expressions, turning grim. Especially Shi Tian, whose face was dark as if he wanted to eat the ghost alive that appeared in the yin-yang mirror. The two doctors in the distance suddenly widened their eyes at this scene. This was unscientific. Well hidden. At that moment, Ye Xuan already figured it out. The old man's body was hiding a soldier from Sakura country. This soldier was the root cause of the old man's unconsciousness. Wang Jin, catch him for me. Remember, do not hurt the old man. Ye Xuan immediately issued the command to Wang Jin inside the yin-yang mirror. Ye Xuan had no way to deal with this strange situation. After all, it was hiding in the old man's body. Although he had begun to practice the Yellow Springs record, he didn't know how to extract this soldier from the old man's body. The old man was elderly. If he used the Yellow Springs coin forcefully, it would easily hurt him. So, he could only let Wang Jin do it. Heavens! Suddenly, Shi Bingtong's eyes widened, her hands tightly covering her mouth. The few people in the room also looked in shock at this scene. Especially the two doctors in the distance. They widened their eyes, their bodies trembling. At that moment, their scientific beliefs were gradually collapsing. They saw a withered hand reaching out from the yin-yang mirror. The hand plunged directly into the old man's head. Under everyone's watch, this hand stirred continuously within the old man's head. Baka, let go of me. Damn it, I'm going to die. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the room, with incomprehensible angry shouts echoing inside. Come out. A cold snort came from the yin-yang mirror. In the next moment, a soldier in a yellow military uniform was directly pulled out by Wang Jin. Master, how should we handle this? Wang Jin's hand tightly gripped the soldier's neck. Baka, get off me. That soldier kept struggling and cursing in Wang Jin's grasp. It's up to you, don't let him die too easily. Understood. In Ye Xuan's eyes, this soldier was roughly pulled into the yin-yang mirror by Wang Jin. As for what happened next? Naturally, Ye Xuan no longer needed to take care of it. Little Xuan, is it over? It's over. The old man is temporarily out of danger now. Ye Xuan placed his palm on the old man's head, absorbing all the residual dark energy from within him. Fortunately, Sister Qi found me in time, otherwise, it could have been life-threatening. Ye Xuan said softly. This ghost was very weak, just had some hiding skills. Ye Xuan did not know how the old man had endured for 2 days. But Ye Xuan only knew that he was lucky to have come in time. With the ghost resolved, there was very little dark energy remaining in the old man's body, not enough to harm his foundation. Had he come any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That's good, that's good. As soon as Qi Bingtong heard Ye Xuan's first words, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing the latter part of Ye Xuan's words, her heart tensed again. After listening completely, she finally set her heart at ease. Thank you, little brother Ye Xuan. From a distance, Qi Tian also hurried over, shaking Ye Xuan's hand repeatedly in gratitude. You child, hurry up and make tea, tell Aunt Wang to cook, go quickly. Madame Mei nearby patted her blonde son and instructed.
Oh, okay, I'm going right now. The blonde boy nodded repeatedly and then quickly left.
However, since the old man could be entangled by this thing, it means that the old man must have come into contact with something.
Ye Xuan's eyes scanned the room.
If it had been another weird phenomenon, he wouldn't have such doubts.
But this time, it was different. It was actually a ghost.
That meant the old man had been to, or come into contact with, certain places or things related to ghosts.
Things that he has come into contact with.
Qi Tian, standing in front of Ye Xuan, froze for a moment, then slightly squinted, deep in thought. My dad was a soldier who retired from the battlefield.
After retiring, he liked to play with antiques. If there's anything that could be it, it's that knife. Qi Tian seemed to have thought of something, looking up at Ye Xuan. Oh? Where's the knife?
Right here. Qi Bingtong quickly moved, taking out a knife from among the ghost's belongings.
The shape of this knife resembled a Japanese military dagger. Moreover, it still retained a trace of faint dark energy. Yes, that's it. Ye Xuan put away the yin-yang mirror and nodded gently. Damn Zhou Ba Pai, sending such things to my grandfather. I will definitely make him eat his words.
Upon hearing Ye Xuan's confirmation, Qi Bingtong threw the knife on the ground, gritting her teeth in anger.
Little brother, will this knife? Qi Tian looked hesitantly at the knife on the ground. The soul within the knife is already gone.
If you're still uneasy, you can bury it somewhere or burn it. With a glance at the knife, Ye Xuan spoke. There was still a very small amount of dark energy remaining on the knife, but it was not significant, and it would dissipate after some time.
Okay, I will melt it down and then throw it in the toilet.
Qi Bingtong said through gritted teeth. It was this knife that caused her grandfather to fall into a coma.
Ye
Xuan looked at Qi Bingtong in surprise but ultimately chose not to speak. Sister Qi is still too powerful. Everyone, I hope that today's matter will not be told to anyone else and will not spread. Ye Xuan said seriously, looking at the people in the room. This time, helping Sister Qi in public was his own choice.
But this matter, if it can be kept from spreading, let it be.
Now that weird phenomena are starting to revive, he did not want to attract the attention of relevant departments so soon.
Okay, little brother, we won't. 2 of you, I hope.
Qi Tian nodded solemnly, then turned to the 2 doctors in the distance.
Mr. Qi, we definitely won't say anything.
We are both known for having tight lips. The 2 doctors waved their hands repeatedly.
What a joke, who would dare to leak this?
Besides, even if they did, others might not believe them. But this time, they chose to stay and take their shift, which was the most correct decision of their lives. Because they saw, for the first time, the real ghosts. It turned out that there really are ghosts in this world. It's okay, I've already left a little trick on each of you, whoever speaks will wish they were dead. Suddenly, Ye Xuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, not only did the 2 doctors in the distance tremble, but even Qi Tian's body couldn't help but shiver.
He usually held a high position and carried an air of authority.
But in front of Ye Xuan, who possessed supernatural abilities, he seemed so insignificant.
Don't worry, we definitely won't say a word, we definitely won't say.
The 2 doctors' tones became more determined. At the same time, they secretly whispered to themselves.
I shouldn't have been hexed, right? Alright, you 2 can go back, you're no longer needed here. Qi Tian waved his hand at the 2 doctors. Okay, Mr. Qi.
The 2 doctors stepped forward and removed the 4 from the old man's body. After all, it was just glucose they had been giving. After cleaning up, the 2 grabbed their things and walked away. When they reached the door, they suddenly turned around and looked at Ye Xuan.
Hey, brother, if we don't say anything, will we be fine?
Of course, you'll live in peace. Ye Xuan nodded with a smile.
That's good, that's good.
Reassured by Ye Xuan's affirmation, the 2 doctors finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left with their boxes.
Xiao Xian, it's getting late, stay for dinner. Qi Bingtong pulled Ye Xuan's arm and whispered, looking out the window.
Indeed, the sky had gradually darkened. Little brother, stay for a meal, I still don't know how to thank you. Qi Tian watched his usually cold daughter be so warm to a stranger and, choosing to be willfully blind, warmly invited Ye Xuan.
Okay then. Ye Xuan nodded gently. By the way, Xiao Xian, my grandfather.
Qi Bingtong walked to the bedside and touched the old man's hand, looking up at Ye Xuan. He needs to rest well, once he sleeps enough, he will naturally wake up. Ye Xuan said with a smile. The old man was still strong, and the eerie presence had been cleared, even the residual energy in his body had been absorbed by Ye Xuan.
Waking up was just a matter of time. That's good, that's good. Let's go, let's eat.
Covering her grandfather's arm, Qi Bingtong wrapped both her hands around Ye Xuan's arm and led him to the living room. Watching his daughter and Ye Xuan's sweetbacks, Qi Tian stood in the doorway lost in thought.
Strange, it feels like something important is leaving me.
The dinner was lavish, a whole big table. Ye Xuan also found it strange.
He hadn't eaten for 3 days. Yet he felt not a bit of hunger.
Of course, he didn't feel full either. In the end, he attributed it all to his practice.
Through Qi Bingtong's introduction, Ye Xuan got to know Qi Bingtong's family. Father Qi Tian, the secretary of Jinchang, a high and powerful position.
Mother Zhao Qingyu, from a wealthy family in Haicheng, had more money than one could spend.
Younger brother Qi Yun, the yellow-haired kid.
Grandfather Qi Yongheng, a true battlefield veteran with a high position, retired from the military. In the history of this world, in the year 1980, there was a world war, almost all countries in the world had participated.
The war didn't end until the year 2000.
The dinner table was cheerful and harmonious.
Xiao Xian, what you just said, leaving a little trick on us, is it true? If it's true, can you remove it for me?
You know, I'm afraid of ghosts.
And I'm very tight-lipped. As for my parents and little brother, better leave it on them. Qi Tian. Zhao Qingyu. Qi Yun. Ye Xuan.
Chapter 41, The True Mastermind Behind the Scenes. October 3, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 7 days until the eerie revival. Hiss. Ye Xuan opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling above and then scanning his surroundings.
A luxurious room. Ha!
After sorting out his thoughts,
Ye Xuan lay back down on the bed again. He remembered everything, all of it. Last night, he was still having dinner, and then Qi Bingtong's father insisted on dragging him to drink.
He didn't even know what kind of liquor it was, the aftereffects were so strong.
He couldn't even handle it himself.
To be known, his body had been cultivated, you know. Sigh, my skills are still lacking, I need to practice harder. After a grumble, Ye Xuan got up, got dressed, and habitually took out his phone.
11:42. Not bad. Putting away the phone, Ye Xuan opened the door. How are you? Is your body okay?
At the door, Qi Bingtong, who was just about to knock, looked at Ye Xuan with a concerned expression.
I'm fine.
Ye Xuan rubbed his head and nodded lightly.
Qi Bingtong then pulled his arm. That's good, your alcohol tolerance is really low. How much did I drink yesterday? About a bottle. How much is in a bottle? About a pound.
This is too much, Ye Xuan couldn't take it anymore.
He was treated like a cherry blossom person. No wonder he couldn't handle it. A pound of 64-degree liquor? Even Ultraman would have to light up in red.
With this, Qi Bingtong actually said his alcohol tolerance was low.
My grandfather is awake, he wants to see you. Okay.
Following Qi Bingtong, the two headed to the back garden together. In the back garden, an old man in practice clothes was watering flowers with his hands behind his back.
Grandpa, we are here.
This young man is your lifesaver, his name is Ye Xuan. Qi Bingtong pulled Ye Xuan towards the old man, smiling as she introduced him.
Hearing the voice, the old man turned around.
Young man, thank you, Bingtong told me everything. If it weren't for you, this old bone of mine might have returned to the earth. The old man looked very well at that moment, his face rosy, and his body strong. He came to Ye Xuan, grabbed his hand, and smiled while patting it. Old man, I'm good friends with Sister Qi, it's the least I could do. Ye Xuan nodded repeatedly. That's good, very good. The old man happily patted Ye Xuan's hand, looking at him with great affection.
Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Not yet. What do you think of my little Tong? Grandpa.
Beside them, Qi Bingtong stared at her grandfather. Although she usually liked to tease Ye Xuan. But when her grandfather said this, it sounded so strange.
Ha ha ha, young people. Your little secret can't be hidden from me.
The old man laughed loudly at them. Ye Xuan smiled and looked at the old man. After finishing lunch, he bid farewell to the Qi family, and Ye Xuan got into Qi Bingtong's vehicle to return to his room.
Shen, I went to your school and found out you dropped out. You seem quite busy lately. What exactly are you doing? But you don't have a job.
In the car, Qi Bingtong glanced at Ye Xuan, unable to resist.
Can't say.
Ye Xuan glanced at her, then smiled.
Shen, you said you can catch ghosts, so doesn't our country have a special department to deal with the unusual? Like in the novels, hidden in the dark, solving things that are unknown to outsiders. Are you one of them? Do you have any secret identities?
Qi Bingtong seemed to have discovered a new world, getting more excited as she spoke.
Not now.
In the future, who knows? Ye Xuan supported his chin with his hand and pondered slightly before casually saying. He didn't know if he was part of it now. But in the future, he would definitely be.
I've lived this long and have never seen a ghost, why is it happening now? Could it be?
Before Qi Bingtong could finish, Ye Xuan gestured for silence. Sister Qi, drive well, don't think too much.
Oh, right, I know.
You must have a confidentiality agreement, I was just babbling.
Ye Xuan.
The vehicle was stable, and 20 minutes later, it stopped downstairs of the apartment.
Shen, what did you leave on us? Can it be removed?
I now feel very uncomfortable all over.
Seeing Qi Bingtong looking this way.
Ye Xuan suddenly smiled.
Sister Qi, I haven't held back anything against you. You mean? To scare you.
Ye Xuan smiled slightly, then turned and walked upstairs.
Aren't you inviting me up for a drink? There's an unexpected guest in my room, do you want to come see?
As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, he heard the roar of an engine. Turning around, he saw Qi Bingtong had already started the vehicle.
Little Xian, see you another day. Another day, I will definitely thank you properly. Farewell.
The vehicle vanished in a puff of smoke.
Ye Xuan chuckled softly and took a few steps into the room.
The unexpected guest was a trick to fool Qi Bingtong.
However, he really did have something to do. System, what is the progress of the strategy for Guangming community now?
Lying on the sofa, Ye Xuan was browsing game videos while asking the system. The situation in the game was his main concern right now. Currently, the 2 buildings of Guangming community have been captured.
The ones capturing these 2 buildings are the rich squad.
With a large number of players pouring in, more and more powerful competitors are starting to show their skills.
At this rate, in just a month's time, Guangming community will be completely captured by the players.
Listening to the system's report, Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly.
A month's time. Not long, yet not short.
3 years after the Bazaar full recovery, he had been thinking of letting players completely conquer the Bazaar world before it happened. But now it seems, that was a delusion. Given the current situation, the Bazaar and horror games in reality will soon be noticed by relevant personnel.
He looked forward to that scene.
Ye Xuan was not afraid of players discovering that the Bazaar game was the future world. Because once players learned the truth, they would place even more importance on the game, rather than stop playing. In the game, they could find ways to kill the Bazaar, and methods to escape when encountering the Bazaar. So even when the Bazaar fully recovers, the game will still be played, completely unaffected. And he would be the biggest winner in these 2 worlds.
A true behind-the-scenes king.
When he accumulates enough, he will appear, with an absolutely invincible kingly presence.
Show himself before others. A month is something I can wait for. In these days, have any new items been born?
Naturally, there are, and among them, there's something very interesting that I think the host will like.
Oh? Introduce it. Item 1, yesterday's old newspaper.
Description, a yellowed newspaper that always shows yesterday's date, with news content that is vague and unclear. Effect, when placed on the ground, it can cover all breadth within 100 meters, leaving traces of yesterday to deceive low-level Bazaar creatures.
Item 2, stagnant hourglass.
Description, a small wooden hourglass, with black sand that flows extremely slowly. Effect, when inverted, it can slow down the flow of time within a 3-meter radius by half, with no effect on the user. Side effects, causes temporary dizziness, tinnitus, nausea, and drowsiness after use.
Items have been replicated, and side effects have been cleared by the system.
Discovery 1, a lame dog of Ghost General level. Description, a Ghost General level Bazaar creature, possessing powerful strength and a Bazaar domain. Potential, 5 stars, must break through to Ghost Commander in the future.
Item introduction complete.
Hearing the system's series of introductions and looking at the subtitles it specially listed, Ye Xuan habitually touched his chin.
The first item was useless.
At least for himself right now, it was of no use. The good things in his hands, even one of them couldn't be compared to this broken newspaper.
The second one was somewhat useful. But still, the same old story, he couldn't use it. System, the ghost general in Guangming community is a dog?
Upon seeing the third item, Ye Xuan was stunned.
Yes. So, what is the surprise you mentioned?
Ye Xuan continued to ask. He didn't dwell too much on this matter. After all, the strange things had begun to awaken.
What could a dog of ghost general level be?
There was no shock at all. Because his mental threshold had already reached a very high level.
Unless, this dog is the howling celestial hound.
Host, the strange world is the future world, and this dog may still exist now.
Are you not tempted to capture a dog that will surely break through to ghost general level in advance?
Moreover, this system has already locked onto it, and now can immediately provide you with the coordinates.
Hearing this, Ye Xuan's breath became slightly rapid.
What a ghost general was, Ye Xuan did not know. But it must be stronger than a ghost soldier. To capture a future ghost general in advance, he was indeed tempted.
System, if I intervene in advance, will it still?
The potential is there. If you cultivate it more, it may grow faster.
System, give me the message.
Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan could no longer sit still.
Deal 1 million energy points. You son of a. Then you can go find it yourself. Ha. Ye Xuan took a deep breath. Deal. Here's the message for you.
Looking at the message provided by the system, Ye Xuan began to check carefully.
Since it's in the bright community.
Ye Xuan was astonished.
And, it's not far from me, let's go take a look.
Glancing at the night outside the window, Ye Xuan hesitated not for a moment and directly dressed before heading out. Strange awakening, even dogs can become strange. This world is truly insane.
Dressed, Ye Xuan moved through the hallway.
Soon, he reached downstairs.
Still a stray dog, little cutie, I'm coming.
Ye Xuan wore a lewd smile as he went alone through the community, running towards the garbage pile outside. Before long, he arrived at the garbage heap. Even at night, his vision was not affected at all. According to the message from the system, the dog was right in this garbage pile. Ye Xuan began to search around the garbage pile.
Though it was stinky, he held on.
At last, in a corner near a black pipe, Ye Xuan saw it. It was a small black dog, not big in size. It was an authentic Chinese rural dog.
However, its condition was not good at the moment. Its fur was messy, smelly, and its lower body lay powerless on the ground.
It seemed to be broken.
Woof, woof, woof.
Noticing someone approaching, the little black dog pushed itself up on its front paws, barking at Ye Xuan continuously. At the same time, its body kept retreating. Moreover, Ye Xuan could clearly sense a trace of fleeting ghostly energy from this little black dog.
Interesting.
Ye Xuan raised the corner of his mouth.
Sure enough, it had extraordinary talent. System, does this dog turn into a ghost general when it dies, or can it change while alive?
Ye Xuan squatted down in front of the little black dog and couldn't help but ask. Host, it is not necessarily that only when a person dies will they become strange. All beings in the world have souls, and the soul is the foundation of strangeness, not the flesh.
Got it.
Ye Xuan nodded. Then he reached out towards the little dog. Little dog, come here. As soon as he spoke, the little dog not only did not come over but instead barked even louder. Seeing this, Ye Xuan extended his hand to grab. The more he reached out, the more the little dog retreated. The entire pipe was long, the internal space extremely narrow, and Ye Xuan's body could not squeeze inside at all.
Sigh, never mind.
Seeing this, Ye Xuan stood up helplessly and dusted off his hands.
Nana, bring it home.
Ye Xuan snapped his fingers and then turned to leave.
At that moment, Nana's figure quietly appeared. Woo woo woo. Upon seeing Nana, the little black dog hiding in the pipe let out a whimper. Clearly, it was scared.
Okay, brother. Nana beckoned with her hand, and the little black dog was in her grasp.
Not minding the dirt, Nana held the little black dog and followed Ye Xuan.
The little black dog trembled in Nana's arms, completely afraid to struggle. On the way, they encountered no one. One person, one ghost, one dog, arrived home smoothly. The little black dog was placed on the ground.
At this moment, the little black dog no longer resembled its previous self.
Now, it lay on the ground, shivering. While Yi Lin crouched in front of it.
It was beaten by someone.
Just with a glance at the wound, Ye Xuan made his judgment.
This dog was beaten like this. But it was lucky, it didn't die.
Now he finally understands why the Guangming community was slaughtered by such a ghostly figure. The one who beat this little black dog must be a resident of the Guangming community.
TSK TSK TSK. Don't be scared, stay here tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you to the pet hospital for treatment. No matter what, from now on, you are my dog. I'll give you a very creative name.
Looking at the little black dog trembling on the ground, Ye Xuan stroked his chin and fell into thought.
I got it, I'll call you Little Black. I really am a naming genius. Snapping his fingers and praising himself, Ye Xuan got up and walked to the refrigerator.
He casually took out a box of milk from the fridge, warmed it with hot water, and poured the milk into a bowl, placing it in front of Little Black.
Drink it, for now, this will do. Nan Nan, keep an eye on it, don't let it run away.
Okay, brother.
Gently touching Little Black, Ye Xuan turned and walked toward the bedroom.
Little Black was very dirty, but it couldn't have a bath right now. Because it was injured. It was too late now, so he could only take it for treatment tomorrow.
And under Nanan's watch, Little Black was very scared. Time passed little by little. 1 hour, 2 hours.
Seeing that Nan Nan was only watching it and not hurting it, Little Black finally couldn't resist the temptation of the milk.
Its small body moved to the bowl's edge. It glanced at Nan Nan.
Then buried its head in the bowl and began to drink heartily.
Gulp, gulp, gulp. Chapter 43, Spending 2 million energy points, Crazy Players.
October 4, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 6 days until the strange resurrection.
The next morning, after getting up,
Ye Xuan hurriedly took Little Black to the pet hospital next to the Guangming community.
How is it?
Looking at the doctor in front of him, who was examining the newly taken x-rays, Ye Xuan asked.
Fortunately, it was sent in time, it can be saved. But the costs, you need to think about. I'm not short on money, just do it.
Hearing this, the doctor looked at Ye Xuan in surprise.
This kid's clothes together didn't add up to more than 300 yuan. And yet, he was so decisive?
Moreover, as a pet doctor, he had seen all kinds of pets.
Just looking at this dog, it was clearly a stray. Otherwise, how could it be so dirty with this attitude now? It looked like it hadn't had a bath since it was born.
Alright, then I will perform the surgery, and the estimated cost for the surgery, plus follow-up care, won't be less than 50,000.
Go ahead.
Okay, then I'll prepare for the surgery. Glancing at the little black dog lying on the table, Ye Xuan smiled slightly. At this moment, the little dog lay still on the table, its small eyes filled with fear. It was clear that it still didn't know what it was going to face next.
After a moment, 2 fully armed doctors lifted Little Black and walked into the operating room.
What came next was naturally something Ye Xuan could not see. Ye Xuan took out his phone and lay down on the chair to start scrolling through videos. Most of the videos were about horror games. From the beginning to now, horror games had become a nationwide sensation.
Basically, everyone knew about them.
And the download counts had completely surpassed 300 million. In addition, the overseas market had also begun to develop. Now, the entire third high school was the main battlefield for players. 80% of players were in third high school. 20% of players were in the Guangming community. Due to the high difficulty of the Guangming community, many players eventually returned to third high school to enjoy themselves. There was no way, the difficulty of the Guangming community was completely beyond what these ordinary players could handle. This made Ye Xuan fall into deep thought. Players had many ideas. But in the face of real strength differences, they were of no use.
System, can the ghost will Little Black be replicated? Yi Lin silently thought. No.
If it's a tool, players just need to discover it, and this system can immediately replicate and transform it. But if it's something strange, players must either kill it or completely tame it, only then can this system replicate it.
Hearing the system's answer, Ye Xuan slightly nodded.
According to what the system said, within a month, players could completely conquer the bright community. But he still felt it was a bit slow.
In that case, why not? System, announce it. He believed that players' potential is limitless.
Now the progress was stuck. Then a strong medicine was needed.
Brothers, we have conquered the first building, how's that? Aren't we amazing?
In the live broadcast room, Brother Juehua stood with his hands on his hips, looking proud. The other streamers around were all trying hard to show off in front of their fans.
After several days of effort, they finally took the first step and killed that white-haired ghostly woman.
You noobs, the wealthy team led by Boss Wang has already started to conquer the third building.
Yeah, noobs, don't you know how you are doing?
Bought a long-haired ghost to fight a long-haired ghost, you really thought of that?
You little chicken, I've already started conquering the second building.
I used to think you guys had some skill, but now it seems you're too weak, pure weak. So weak that it's embarrassing to look at, I'm too ashamed to scold you, better pack up and go offline.
Unlike before, now Brother Juehua's live room was filled with jokes and taunts.
Brothers, we have to speak with our conscience.
No matter how strong we are, can we compare with Boss Wang? What level am I, what level is Boss Wang? I'm not even worthy to carry Boss Wang's shoes.
It's already not easy for me, Brother Juehua, to get to this point. Seeing the public opinion in his live room turning against him, Brother Ye Xuan immediately shouted loudly in defense. Weak is weak, still looking for excuses.
Noob, I'm also going to conquer the first building now.
Charge, charge, charge. Although the game official doesn't have any pay-to-win channels, we still can't compare with those rich folks. Sigh, there's a saying I don't know whether to say or not.
Bro, don't say it, seaweed egg drop soup warning. Brothers, the game official has released an announcement. At this moment, Brother Ye Xuan's eyes showed a hint of curiosity.
And in front of him, the game official's exclusive blood-red subtitle appeared. Dear players, hello. Given that the difficulty of the Bright Community Dungeon is too high, many players are unable to break through. Our production team has also noticed this matter, and we did not expect players to be so inadequate. This is indeed our mistake. To make up for our error, we have specially set the following strategy. The first player or team to clear the Bright Community can receive 1 million energy points. The first player or team to fully explore the Bright Community can receive 1 million energy points. Players, keep it up, charge ahead, our next dungeon has already been completed. As long as either the clear or exploration task of the Bright Community is completed, the next dungeon can be unlocked.
Wish you all happy gaming.
After reading this announcement, Brother Ye Xuan's breathing became rapid.
1 million energy points? Whoa, look at the announcement, 1 million energy points. Damn, the officials are really putting their money on the line. Brothers, don't sleep tonight, let's conquer the next floor. Not sleeping, damn, that's 1 million energy points. Go go go.
In an instant, including Brother Ye Xuan, the top 10 streamers in the live room all let out sharp explosive sounds.
What's wrong with them?
I don't know, they suddenly changed like this.
Are they sick? Could it be that we hit them too hard and made them mentally unstable?
Whoa, brothers, hurry up and get in the game. The game official has announced, the first to clear the Bright Community.
Reward 1 million energy points. Steal the little? Is it real? Wow, it's real, get online, brothers. Damn, 1 million energy points? Here I come, go go.
The Dragon Guild is recruiting, top players, top players, top players. The Sky Explosion Gang is buying energy points at a high price, 3,500 per energy point, as many as you have. Gather people, log in. At this moment, the entire Huaxia, including some areas abroad, countless players went completely crazy.
That is 1 million energy points.
Whoever gets this reward will live a carefree life. Countless players, guilds, streamers, and wealthy individuals rushed into the game. Even the players who had been slacking off at 3rd high school rushed into Guangming Community. Although the hope is slim, what if I am the one who clears the levels? If not, the second exploration task is fine too. 1 million energy points, such a big investment, let's go, gather people for a meeting.
Chapter 44 Official Attention. Do we now have a basic understanding of the situation?
From now on, 10 teams, each team can allocate 10,000 energy points. Remember, this time, our only goal is to clear the levels.
This 1 million energy points definitely belongs to our Dragon Guild. In a huge office, there were dense figures standing.
In the front, a middle-aged man in a suit looked solemn.
Every player below nodded. Okay, now let's enter the game.
I will monitor your game progress in real time.
Remember, if there's no absolute confidence, never provoke that lame dog. That guy is currently recognized as the biggest boss in Guangming Community. With a wave of the middle-aged man's hand, each player turned and left the conference room.
And this scene played out synchronously in other guilds. Other players either soloed, teamed up in 2s or 3s, or casually formed 10-person groups. But these guilds start off with several battle teams, each team has the energy points funded by the guild as starting capital. So, regular players had no competition against these guys at all. At this moment, the entire game fell into madness.
The value of energy points rose dramatically. For this million energy points, countless invisible hands were manipulating the market.
Countless wealthy individuals were buying energy points like crazy.
Fully armed teams entered Guangming Community, starting day and night assaults. Meanwhile, in a mysterious underground laboratory,
several middle-aged men in military uniforms and some researchers in lab coats were in a meeting. It has been basically confirmed, the ghostly things we discovered are exactly the same as the weirdness in the game.
This game is definitely not just a simple game. Everyone, if you have any thoughts, just speak up.
In the meeting room, the military-clad man at the head looked stern and spoke deeply. This game, the producer, and any information behind it are blank, we can't find any trace.
It seems like a game from the future.
In the corner, a young man wearing glasses, constantly typing on a keyboard, squinted and said word by word. The Huaxia Gaming Bureau has completely lost contact with that producer.
How should we deal with this game? How should we deal with the future? For a moment, the meeting room fell into silence.
A few days ago, strange events erupted across Huaxia. At first, it was just a few cases and did not attract the state's attention. The impact on society could be ignored. However, in the past few days, the strange events increased significantly. Eventually, it reached the highest levels.
They immediately linked the strange game with these bizarre events.
This team was also temporarily formed, specifically to research the strange occurrences. What we need to clarify now is one thing.
In the strange events in our country, is it the game that brings them, or is the game a warning?
The places in the game overlap completely with the real world, as if it is a future world. If the strange events are brought by the game, we must address this, otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. If the game is just a warning, and the future will surely see a large-scale outbreak of the strange, then we must prepare early. A researcher in a white uniform said softly. His words caused many people to nod in agreement.
Is the strange caused by the game? Or is the game simply from the future, just to warn us? That's not the most important part.
The most important thing is that the real world has already erupted with the strange, and we do not have the items from the game to deal with it. Therefore, what we must do first is to learn how to handle the strange. As more incidents arise, we will eventually be overwhelmed, and at that time, social order and the lives of the people will be threatened. So, I suggest we send people into the strange game to study it and find ways to combat it. A researcher waved his hand decisively, setting the tone for the matter immediately. Academician Wang's words are not without reason. The military has already begun to arrange for entry into the game.
If we could bring out the items from the game, wouldn't that be great?
A man in military uniform rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache.
We will enter the game. We will study those items in the game.
As long as we can figure out their operational patterns or discover which items can deal with the essence of the strange, we can replicate them.
Academician Wang continued to speak.
He wore a hint of confidence on his face. At 31 years old, as the youngest academician in China, he absolutely had this confidence. The researchers around him nodded as well, no one refuting him.
All right, let's arrange this matter. Academician Wang will lead the researchers into the game to study the strange and the items to counter it. I will represent the military and try to handle the strange in a general way.
Game Bureau, contact the creator, remember to keep the tone gentle, ask him whether this game is a warning from the future or simply meant to bring disaster. Others, keep a close watch across the country, the matter of the strange cannot be exposed yet. This plan must be kept confidential. After the military man sitting at the head spoke, he slowly stood up.
Others hurriedly got up upon seeing this. Everyone, begin to act.
On the other side, Ye Xuan was unaware of the major events happening outside. At this moment, he was looking at the small bed where the little black dog lay.
After 2 hours of effort, the surgery was finally completed.
At this moment, the little black dog was completely wrapped in bandages, lying on the bed getting in for. Ye Xuan stood by the bed, watching him. A little hairless dog. All its fur, except its head, had been shaved off. Mr. Yi, the surgery went very smoothly, the bones have all been reattached. And this little guy's vitality is extremely strong, and his recovery speed is fast.
In about a month, he should be able to walk on the ground.
The director stood beside Ye Xuan with his arms crossed, smiling cheerfully.
Thank you, Director.
No need for thanks, the total is 45,000, plus future treatments, let's pay 50,000 first. The director smiled at Ye Xuan, showing a harmless smile.
Scan the code.
All right. After scanning the code, Ye Xuan stayed with the little black dog for the 4. At this moment, the little black dog's eyes looking at Ye Xuan no longer held the previous fierce look. Instead, they were filled with curiosity. Even when Ye Xuan placed his hand near its mouth, it did not bite.
Little guy, you understand now, right? I'm not a bad person. From now on, just follow me well. As long as I have a bite to eat, you will have a bone. Chapter 45, Heroes of the World are like fish crossing the river. Tell me, how should we get through this bright community?
In the dim room, Wang Songson looked at the team members in front of him and said in a deep voice.
Boss, right now we are making the fastest progress.
Those players and guilds are following our old path, which is making their speed insanely fast too. So, our top priority right now is to close the livestream, or we'll get caught up soon. Another team member glanced at Wang Songson, then at the livestream room, and leaned in to whisper in his ear.
Makes sense. Wang Songson nodded lightly. They were currently the fastest.
The players behind them were all following their past path, already aware of the strange number and location of those buildings. This way, those guys would catch up with them very soon.
That was extremely bad for them.
Brothers, for privacy reasons, we'll close the livestream now.
Goodbye.
Wang Songson apologized to the livestream and immediately closed the stream.
Seeing the sudden black screen, hundreds of thousands of viewers were left dumbfounded.
Damn, as expected of Boss Wang, he can shut down a livestream with hundreds of thousands of viewers just like that.
Why did Boss Wang close the livestream? Right now, Boss Wang's team is the fastest.
A lot of people are learning from their experience, trying to avoid falling behind, so it makes sense to close the livestream. I wanted to see how Boss Wang would clear the levels next, such a shame.
Don't worry, Boss Wang is obviously aiming for the million energy points reward.
Once he clears the level, there should be a strategy guide. I feel like Boss Wang has no strategy.
He just relies on throwing money at it. You can't learn this. Isn't the idea to clear the levels first, then help others clear them?
Don't make it sound like we have no livestream to watch, take them out, and beat them with sticks.
5-horse dismemberment. Let's find a few black guys to teach them a lesson.
The viewers in the livestream were debating. Meanwhile, in the game, as the fastest progressing rich team, they had already started moving forward again.
The entire Bright community had 15 buildings, both big and small.
At the moment, they had already taken control of 8 of them. At this pace, they would eventually take back the entire Bright community. Of course, the cost was enormous. Up to now, Wang Songsong and several rich guys had already spent tens of billions. Spending tens of billions to play a game might sound ridiculous to ordinary people, or even like a fantasy.
But for Wang Songsong, it was worth it.
Money, to him, was just a string of numbers. Spending a string of numbers for emotional value was very worth it to him.
Let's go, next building.
Remember, keep quiet, don't let that dog notice us. Wang Songsong said softly. When he mentioned that dog, a flash of caution crossed his eyes. Back then, they had only seen that dog once. Before they could even make a move, they were wiped out. It was just too strong.
The half-step ghost general level long-haired evil spirit didn't even last a second.
The 10 of them neatly walked down the building, then came to another building that had not yet been cleared.
After days of fighting, they had become very familiar with it. 30 Nans were immediately thrown out.
Report, Captain, all 3 of my Nans are dead.
Location, 3rd room on the left.
A voice came from a distance.
Wang Songsong's face remained calm.
Release long-haired sister.
Yes.
A team member casually waved his hand, and the long-haired evil spirit appeared, then vanished. Long-haired sister was the name they gave to the long-haired evil spirit. Report, Captain, right side, 4th room.
Release. Yes. Each Nan death, each long-haired evil spirit death, represented hundreds of thousands of dollars evaporating. But Wang Songsong didn't care.
After all, now he was gaining fame through this game. As long as he was the first to clear the Bright community, he had plenty of ways to make back the money he lost. His father also saw this and gave him 10 billion in funds. After all, this game was already a nationwide sensation, with many foreign players and forces involved.
This game had long become an internationally known IP masterpiece.
As a leading player of this international IP, as long as he operated it well.
Money flows in like running water.
Report, Captain, the 1st floor is cleared. Go to the 2nd floor. Once again, 30 children marched in groups towards the 2nd floor.
Captain, there are quite a few evil spirits on the 2nd floor.
They are all dead. The team members following Wang Songsong turned pale. The moment the 30 children arrived on the 2nd floor, they lost all connection with them. Don't panic, long-hair sister, 10, go. Wang Songsong and 10 others stood in the corridor, calm and collected as the captain. In the next moment, 10 long-haired evil spirits surged up from the ground.
Suddenly, ear-piercing shrieks erupted in the 2nd floor corridor. The terrifying shrieks and thick rolling dark energy made the 10 frown. But they couldn't move a muscle. Because their player's strength was even weaker than that of an ordinary evil spirit. They weren't even qualified to watch that kind of fight in the corridor. Captain, isn't this noise too loud?
That dead dog will definitely sense it.
A team member whispered. Damn it. Wang Songsong's expression turned grim as well.
After such a long period of research, they knew the strongest in the Guangming community was the crippled dog. But even now, he couldn't think of any way to deal with that crippled dog. If that crippled dog were to come now, they would only be dead. Has the fighting above been resolved? Let's go take a look. Noticing the noise above gradually calming down, a few people cautiously headed to the 2nd floor.
You're here, my food.
As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, they were greeted by a scene they would never forget. In front of them, a terrifying spirit was watching them. What sent shivers down their spines the most was the spirit's appearance. It hung upside down from the ceiling, resembling a massive, deformed lizard, tightly attached to the mottled ceiling. Its head had twisted at an angle impossible for a human, fully rotating 180 degrees, grayish-white eyeballs drooping from its forehead. Its skin was pale and bloated, covered in dark purple veins like a spider's web. It had no nose, where the nose should be were only two constantly opening and closing black holes. Its mouth stretched all the way to its ears, a mass of teeth grinding against each other, creating a sound that sent goosebumps all over the few people. Its limbs were abnormally long, slowly approaching the 10 people along the ceiling.
Damn it, run! Wang Song reacted quickly, immediately ordering the team to flee. It's here, so don't run. I haven't eaten delicious food in a long time. Hee 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 hee. The fleeting laughter echoed throughout the corridor, sending chills down their spines. You died, would you like to use a resurrection coin? In an instant, the 10 team members felt a darkness before their eyes, and this line of subtitles appeared. This. Damn it, how strong is this? What the hell is going on? Is this level even passable by humans? Damn it. Including Wang Song, the 10 of them removed their VR helmets, their faces filled with anger. What was that? Congratulations to player Xiao Xianchen for winning the favor of the Ghost General Xiaohong. Congratulations to player Xiao Xianchen for merging with Ghost General Xiaohong, becoming the first Ghost Master. Congratulations to player Xiao Xianchen for discovering the identity of the Ghost Master, reward of 50,000 energy points. Congratulations to player Xiao Xianchen for clearing the stage first, reward of 1 million energy points. What? No way? Chapter 46, Hello, my name is Xiao Xianchen. Mom, this dog looks like Xiaohong. In a rundown room in Guangning community. An 8-year-old girl wearing a worn sweatshirt lay on her bed scrolling through videos on her phone. Her little feet dangled in the air, swaying back and forth. A kind-faced woman looked affectionately at her daughter. Xiaohong? Let me see, I haven't seen Xiaohong in days. I don't know where it went. Hearing this, the woman leaned over and picked up the phone to take a look. In the video, on the blood-red ground, a big black dog, all black with red eyes, limped across the earth. Xiaoyun, Xiaohai is a small dog, this one is a big dog, and Xiaohai is not limping, you must be mistaken. The woman smiled as she placed her phone in her daughter's arms and patted her little head. A month ago, her daughter found a small black stray dog in the community and had been secretly feeding it her own food. She knew about this. I don't believe it, this must be Xiaohai. Mom, I want to see it. Xiaoyun clung to her mother's arm and began to act cute. Where do I go to find it? This is just a video. No way, no way. Seeing her little daughter act cute, the woman had no choice but to open the comments section. After scrolling through for a while, she finally found out. This is from a game. Then I want to play. But this is a VR game, and the VR headset is too expensive, our family can't afford it. The woman wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking helpless. Her daughter had leukemia, and to treat her, she sold everything that could be sold from their home. Where would she find money to buy a VR headset for her daughter now? Not buying it, I'm not going, Mama, we won't buy it. The little girl seemed to notice her mother's difficulty and immediately started watching videos while holding the phone. But her big eyes remained fixated on that big black dog. Sigh. By the way, it seems our neighbor has one, I will go check for you. Glancing at her little daughter, the woman clapped her hands and walked out the door. Looking at the iron gate across the street, she approached and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, and a big-bellied middle-aged man came out. Miaoyun, what's wrong? The middle-aged man chuckled. He knew about the family's situation across the street, so he felt very sympathetic towards this mother in front of him. Her husband died in a car accident. Her 8-year-old daughter has leukemia. To pay for her daughter's treatment, she even sold the house in her hometown. A lonely mother and daughter came to this golden city for treatment, truly pitiful. So, Boss Wang, my Xiaoyun said she wants to play a VR game, but we just don't have one. I remember your family has one, can I borrow it for a while so Xiaoyun can play? Don't worry, kids only play for a bit, the doctor said Xiaoyun doesn't have much time left, and I just want her to leave without regrets. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears fell from the mother's eyes. She couldn't help but wipe her eyes. Wait a moment. The middle-aged man turned and went into the room. Dad, what are you doing? Bring me your VR headset. What for? I have planned to play with my classmates today. Give it to me, I'll use it first. No way. Who is the boss here, you or me? I bought it, not you, you little brat, go do your homework. Whoa, you bully me, I will tell Mom, I will go find Mom. Moments later, the middle-aged man placed the VR headset in the woman's arms. Here, take it, go let Xiaoyun play. Boss Wang, your child just. It's fine, that little brat just plays games all day long without doing homework, it's a good chance for me to supervise his studies. Thank you, Boss Wang, thank you. Don't kneel, what are you doing? Hurry, go back and let Xiaoyun play. Thank you. Watching the woman leave, the middle-aged man sighed as he watched her back. Poor child. He shook his head, involuntarily thinking of his own unworthy son.
Grimacing, he dropped the belt. Holding the belt, he securely closed the door and began a lesson of love.
Xiaoyun, look, the VR headset is here. Now you can go play.
The woman placed the headset in front of her daughter, smiling.
Thank you, Mama. Mom, I'm going to play the game. Okay, you play first, and Mama will make you something delicious.
Watching her daughter put on the headset, the woman smiled as she began to tidy up. I remember, it seems to be called, Have Courage.
Come and play. Hey! I found it.
Little Yuner put on the helmet and started browsing, and she really found it.
Moreover, it was already downloaded.
With her eyes full of anticipation, she opened the game.
Player detected changing, now starting to bind independent information. Name, Yun Chiyue, from Dongshan City, binding successful.
Dear player, please choose a title for yourself. Looking at the blood-red subtitles in front of her, the 8-year-old Yun Chiyue pretended to think. Dad used to like calling me Little Sweet, so I'll call myself Little Sweet.
Okay, Little Sweet, now you can choose to descend to 3rd High School or to Bright Community? I want to see Little Black.
Little Sweet was very clear. She just wanted to go see Little Black.
Okay, the address is confirmed. Bright Community, Community Gate, preparing to descend. Wish you a pleasant game.
As the scene shifted, Little Sweet arrived at the entrance of Bright Community. She looked at this blood-colored world and felt a little uncomfortable. Her small body wandered around the community entrance.
Finally, she lifted her foot and walked into the community. This is where I live.
Looking at the familiar layout around her, Little Sweet's little mind froze.
Wasn't she playing a game? How did she end up back here? What she didn't know was that a large black dog was currently standing behind her. The big black dog had shiny fur, sharp teeth in its mouth, and its eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glow. Hey! Why has it gotten dark?
While thinking, Little Sweet noticed the ground had turned dark, and out of curiosity, she couldn't help but turn around to take a look. As soon as she turned around, she saw a big black dog standing behind her.
Little Black? Why have you grown so big?
Little Sweet looked at the big black dog, her small face full of surprise. Although Little Black had grown, she still recognized him at a glance. This was Little Black.
Little Black, Little Black.
Little Sweet squatted down, touching Little Black's huge paw. And the so-called final boss of Bright Community, the invincible Ghost General, was currently staring blankly at this little girl.
Familiar scent, familiar voice. For a moment, the lost memories flashed in its mind.
Heavy rain poured down, and the little girl carried it into the house amidst the storm. Every day, the little girl would steal food from home to give to it. Little Black, you are so black all over, I'll name you Little Black. Little Black, you need to grow up quickly, grow up quickly. Little Black, my whole body hurts, Little Black. On that day, the Little Black saw the little girl lying at home, crying endlessly. Since then, it had never seen the little girl again. Little Black, why don't you speak? Little Black, what's wrong with your leg? Little Black, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are they red? Little Black, why don't you wag your tail? You used to wag your tail when you saw me. If you do this, I won't give you food. Familiar voices kept drilling into its ears. Now, the memories overlapped. The Ghost General, the Black King, slowly faded the blood red in its eyes. What came along was its black pupils. In its eyes, a hint of tenderness flooded in. Looking at this little girl, it slowly squatted down. Its huge head rested in the little girl's arms, and it made whimpering sounds from time to time. Under the blood-red moonlight, a big black dog snuggled in the little girl's arms. Look, Mom still doesn't believe it, you are Little Black. Woo-woo. Choking sounds came from its throat. Little Black, don't be afraid, I will protect you, I will give you food. At this moment, Little Black, who had gone through hardships, and Little Sweet, who was going through hardships, became each other's everything. Chapter 47, Cattle and Horses, keep going. Damn, did we really clear the level? On the other side, holding the soaked Little Black in his arms, Ye Xuan couldn't help but curse. Really? Are energy points really that useful? Ye Xuan sat down on the sofa, lost in thought. Last time, he spent 10,000 energy points to fill the exploration degree of 3rd high school. This time, he spent 1,000,000 energy points. Before long, the Guangming community was conquered? You should know that, in the system's plan, players would need a month to conquer the Guangming community. But now, it only took 1 day. System, how did they kill the Ghost General? Ye Xuan couldn't help but feel curious. The game has been open for not even a full month, and players can already kill the Ghost General? Host, take a look for yourself. Suddenly, a light screen appeared before Ye Xuan.
Inside the light screen, there was a scene of Little Sweet and Little Black making contact. After seeing the whole story unfold, Ye Xuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Alright, so it can be played this way. Ye Xuan couldn't help but glance back at Little Black, who was lying on the ground sleeping. The names are the same. Since that's the case, I cannot go back on my word. Give this player 1,000,000 energy points. 1,000,000 energy points have been distributed. By the way, system, what is a ghost tamer?
Ye Xuan stroked his chin and asked.
He seemed to have figured out the future way of cultivation for people. The eerie, ordinary means can hardly be harmed.
In the future world, humanity actively signs contracts with the eerie to resist its invasion and fuses with it. Ghost tamers can use the strength of the eerie against it, but over time, ghost tamers can easily be eroded by the eerie.
I see. Hearing the system's explanation, Ye Xuan nodded, indicating his understanding. So, future humans rely on such means to cope with the eerie? That's somewhat interesting. System, can the ghost tamer profession be opened in the game?
Ye Xuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Since the player's overall strength is currently weak, he would lend them a helping hand. Let the players work hard for themselves.
Of course, this system has already figured it out.
The host needs to note that once ghost tamers are born in the game, the player's mental strength will also increase in the real world. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed.
If players become ghost tamers in the game, their mental strength will also increase in the real world? Playing the game can make them stronger? Okay.
Ye Xuan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. These players are his best cattle and horses.
As they expand their territory, it wouldn't hurt to give them some benefits.
After all, the stronger they are, the more he would gain. The Guangming community has been conquered, and the player group now has a ghost general, so logically, it should directly expand the connection range.
However, the timing is not ripe yet.
Let's wait 3 more days, let the players get familiar in 3 days, and then expand the connection range. Ye Xuan lay on the sofa, deep in thought. The conquest of the Guangming community was merely a coincidence.
Right now, the overall strength of the players is still inadequate.
So, he should postpone the connection range for now. Releasing the ghost tamer profession, allowing the players to get familiar with it and strengthen their overall strength first, will make expansion later nothing to worry about.
Name, Ye Xuan. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Mental strength, 150. Talent, none. Skill, Soul Extinction Blade. Equipment, Yin Yang Mirror, Yin Yang Umbrella, Equivalent Balance, Substitute Doll, Yellow Spring Coin. Energy points, 35,216,480.
Energy points have directly soared to 35 million.
However, there is still a long way to go from the target of 1 billion. System, release an announcement. Announce the ghost tamer profession, and you handle the details.
Also, 3 days after the game update, the connection range will be expanded. Finally, let the players challenge the ghost general, whether alone or in a team, as long as they can subdue or kill the ghost general, they will receive a direct reward of 100,000 energy points.
Only for these 3 days. Understood.
After making the arrangements, Ye Xuan slowly closed his eyes. He was worried that the upcoming expansion of the connection range would lead to the ghost general. Let the players engage early with the ghost general to accumulate experience. He truly cared deeply for these players. Aside from conquering the Guangming community, what he valued the most was the exploration degree. After all, this thing comes with a big gift pack.
Come on, cattle and horses.
During the time Ye Xuan lay flat and rested like a dead pig, the outside world erupted. The horror game, after the last million energy points event announcement, saw its daily active users reach an astonishing tens of millions.
Everyone rushed into the game, eager to show their skills.
Just as the players were about to show their talents, the game announcement caught them off guard.
Someone has tamed that dead dog?
That big black dog is widely recognized by players as the strongest presence in the Bright community.
Damn, I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe anyone could tame that dog so quickly.
I don't believe it either. The Rich team is recognized as the fastest progressing squad online, even they were only killed instantly when they encountered that dog. Who else is qualified to tame that dead dog? It's a bug, it has to be a bug. I can't even defeat a fierce ghost, so why could someone tame the ghost general? Damn it, our guild sent in over 100 people and spent 10,000 energy points, and now you tell me someone tamed it? I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. It must be some shady operation by the officials. Damn it, stupid game, shady operations. If you don't give it, then just don't.
Is this fun for us? Who the hell is this Xiao Tian Tian? Come out, I want to duel her. Xiao Tian Tian, a girl? Looks like she's the daughter of some big shot at the game company, drawing attention for herself.
Damn, the truth upstairs, this game is now super popular, no doubt. There's really a big shot backing his daughter.
Online, netizens were in an uproar, everyone was shouting for the officials to give an explanation. Offline, countless gaming guilds issued bounty orders.
Dragon Guild, player Xiao Tian, if you see this, please contact us. Join our guild, starting salary of 10,000 a day, and we'll buy all the energy points you have at market price, as much as you have, don't worry, we have powerful backers with rich players leading the way. Number 1 Guild, Xiao Tian, if you see this announcement, please contact us immediately. Daily wage of 10,000, 6 insurances and 2 funds fully covered, flexible working hours, plus we'll give you a house and a car as a bonus.
Wang Song, this player, I think highly of you. If you want to follow me, you can contact me directly. My strength is unquestionable, whatever you want, I'll give. I just have one request, help me kill that dead dog. Players were cursing the officials. Guilds were privately searching for this mysterious player. With the game's popularity, whoever signs Xiao Tian first is guaranteed to have a market worth tens of billions waiting for them to reap. Online or offline, no matter what methods you use, I have only one request, find Xiao Tian. In a mysterious office, a military big shot in uniform slammed the table and shouted. Not only the guilds were searching, but the country was also looking for this mysterious player. The game officials couldn't find them. But could they not find a single player? Chapter 48, The Ghost Master, I seem to have become a superhero. Apex Master, what do you think about Xiao Tian? Yeah, now there are no videos of Xiao Tian online. Is this some secret operation by the game officials? I suspect there's a bug in the game. I suspect that too. The officials haven't made any move yet, nor have they released any announcements. Maybe they're investigating. LOL, it's been so long, and the streamer squad we held high hopes for has only reached the second building, so bad. So bad. So bad. Wow, they got wiped out instantly during the team battle? So bad. Sigh. Looking at the live stream comments, Apex Master sighed deeply. At first, everyone said he was a master. But now, they all said he was bad. This game is not about skill at all. It's about having resources. With money, you can directly let fierce ghosts lead the way without doing anything yourself. Without money, you are like them, struggling hard to fight guerrilla warfare against fierce ghosts. 10 people. Gathering bits and pieces, he managed to obtain 1,000,000 energy points, but was reluctant to use them. With that, how could the clearing speed be fast? Brothers, don't think too much. If it's really an official bug, how could the officials publicly announce that Little Sweet had cleared the game? In my opinion, Little Sweet clearing the game might be true, and he's low-key, so he didn't post a video. As for the official announcement, I think. Damn, the announcement is here. Just as he was about to explain, the expert's words changed. Before his eyes, the terrifying game had its unique announcement style. Line by line, blood-red subtitles slowly emerged. In view of player Little Sweet being the first to clear the Bright community, a special reward of 1,000,000 energy points is given. In view of serious game monetization affecting game balance and the poor experience of civilian players, this game specially updates the Ghost Ruler profession. The Ghost Ruler can merge with any fierce ghost to gain its powers, significantly increasing their own strength. One player can merge with multiple fierce ghosts, but shouldn't merge too many at once to avoid affecting their own character status. 3 days later, the game will update and open a new map. In the 3 days leading up to the new map opening, players can freely challenge the Ghost General within the Bright community. Whether players subdue or defeat it, they will be rewarded with 100,000 energy points. Finally, dear players, enjoy the game. Damn, brothers, the announcement is out. The expert relayed the game announcement content one by one in the live broadcast. The audience hearing the announcement instantly exploded. Whoa, I won't curse the game anymore, it's actually great. The game officials are considering us civilian players. We've all been cursing the game officials, but didn't expect them to care about us civilian players. I'm crying. So, if I capture that Ghost General, I'll get an extra 100,000 energy points? Brothers, although 100,000 is 10 times less than 1,000,000, I'm still going for it. Better than nothing. Charge, charge, charge. Ghost Ruler, merge with the ghost, gain the ghost's power, then can I shred fierce ghosts next? Haha, that female ghost teacher from 3rd High is quite pretty. If I had the power to defeat her, wouldn't that be? Warning from Ning Kaichen. The person above you, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. Hello comrade, I'm from the Public Security Bureau. Can you come over for some tea? LOL. Ghost Ruler, what a fun thing. The expert ignored the comments and licked his lips, muttering to himself. He casually waved his hand, and the system store appeared before him. Fierce Ghost Nan, priced at 500 energy points. Merging success rate 100%. Fierce Ghost Teacher, priced at 600 energy points. Merging success rate 100%.
Long-haired fierce ghost, priced at 2,500 energy points.
Merging success rate 70%.
Ghost General Xiao He, priced at 30,000 energy points. Merging success rate 0%. Looking at this series of goods, the expert glanced at his balance and directly chose the long-haired fierce ghost. Now, the long-haired fierce ghost was the strongest anomaly besides that black dog.
A 70% merging rate was no different from 100%.
Hope this game doesn't have the same issues as a certain game company.
Dear player, do you choose to merge with the long-haired fierce ghost and become the esteemed ghost ruler?
A line of blood-red subtitles suddenly appeared in front of the expert.
Confirm.
Long-haired fierce ghost is showing resistance, suppression successful. Dear player, it's detected that the long-haired fierce ghost does not want to merge with you.
Would you like to pay an additional 300 energy points to suppress it? What? The expert was stunned. He had already spent 2,005, and now he had to spend another 300? What a scammer. Bye.
Okay, suppressing. Suppression complete, beginning merge. In the next moment, the long-haired fierce ghost suddenly drilled into the expert's body. Before the eyes of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live room, the expert was wrapped in black gas. The whole person was in a state of unknown life or death.
Expert, are you becoming a ghost ruler? It's a package.
Although it's a game, I still feel a chill running down my spine.
Not just you, I feel it too. I still stand by my previous statement, this game feels real, not like a game at all.
Brothers, I've encountered something unusual recently, it seems I've met a ghost.
And then? Bro, where are you? Tell us what happened next, and then? No more then, bro's account is gone. What's going on?
Playing a game is just playing a game, don't spread superstitions, how come he didn't say he met the king of hell?
Laughing to death.
In the live stream, viewers are chatting and joking while waiting for the master of skills.
After a full half an hour,
the black mist surrounding the master of skills disappears without a trace.
At this moment, the master of skills emits an eerie aura all over his body.
Especially his eyes, which have become deep and cold.
Brothers, I did it.
Now, I am the noble ghost master.
Is this the strange power? It's incredibly strong, brothers.
The master of skills stretches his body, excitedly saying. He reaches out, and a steel pipe from the corner of the room mysteriously appears in his hand. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers, he uses both hands to bend the steel pipe with great effort. Now, I really can tear apart evil spirits with my bare hands.
Damn, the master of skills has become Superman. Damn, the enhancement is so huge. I can't hold it in anymore, I'm logging in. I'm logging in too.
I'm envious, turning into the ghost master, tearing apart evil spirits, let's go, let's go, let's go. Go for the ghosts, go for the ghosts, go for the ghosts.
Haha, brothers, I now feel more powerful than ever.
But brothers, pay attention, if the evil spirit is unwilling to merge with you, you will need to spend an extra 300 energy points.
This part is a bit disappointing. As for the rest, it's pretty good.
The master of skills stands in the live room, puffed up with pride. What he doesn't know is that if this was in the future world, countless people would curse him to death. To become the noble ghost master is a blessing earned over lifetimes. Now, without paying any price, without the risk of death, without sacrificing anything, he could become the ghost master, and he still dares to complain?
Awesome, watch me break through a building all by myself, let's go. Chapter 49, thanks to the horror game.
October 5, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 5 days until the eerie revival. While players are going crazy over the game update, a short video rises quickly to the top of Douyang's trending list.
And this content was seen by the laid-back Ye Xuan.
Clicking in, it's a woman with tear stains at the corners of her eyes. The video title, #thanks to the horror game. Hello everyone, my name is Ye Xuan, and this is my daughter, her name is Ye Xuan, a leukemia patient.
And she is also the player Xiao Tian that many of you are looking for online.
First, I want to thank the creators of this game. It is this game that saved my daughter and me, it saved my daughter's life. To pay for my daughter's treatment, I spent all the family's savings, and her dad also went out to borrow money for her treatment and ended up in a car accident. The whole family was on the brink of collapse. But this game saved us. Yesterday, my daughter became a recognized gaming master, and the game's official rewarded her with 1 million energy points. After learning the whole story, I sold part of the energy points and finally got a lot of money. This money is enough to treat my daughter and help her return to normal. Now, I have transferred my daughter to a big hospital. Here, I ask everyone not to criticize this game, nor to blame my daughter. I thank the creators of this game once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They gave my daughter a second chance at life. After the woman said this, she bowed deeply to the screen. On the hospital bed behind her lies a slightly pale-skinned little girl with her hair in a bun, looking very cute. She had a pair of big eyes, which rolled around cutely.
Thank you, Uncle Creator, for letting me see Little Black. The little girl snuggled in her mother's arms, waving her small hand at the screen, her clear voice echoing in the hospital room. The video ended here. In the comments section, all were unanimous praises. Whoa, I cried, so this is the truth, I wrongly accused the game officials. The little kid is so adorable, having leukemia at such a young age, it's really unfair, but thankfully, she still has hope. This 1 million energy points should be hers. Sigh, 1 million energy points are gone, but I hope the little one recovers soon. Aren't you curious about how such a small kid tamed the Ghost General? That's none of your business, get out of the comments. Aside from a few top comments, the rest came from various guilds. I am the president of the Dragon Guild, sister, I know the president of the Capital Hospital, let me transfer the child there, he has very skilled clinical experience with leukemia. I am the president of the #1 guild in the world, sister, I know a team of foreign expert professors, I will contact them for a consultation right now. I am the president of the Bloodsea Guild, my dad is a medical professor, specializing in leukemia, I will contact my dad right away. I am Wang Song, pick any hospital in the world, I can contact them immediately. These people. Holding the phone, Ye Xuan looked at these comments and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, there is still real emotion in the world. Whether it's the comments from above or the guild comments below. They might have their motivations, but their kindness is real. System, is it confirmed? Confirmed, expansion location, First People's Hospital of Jincheng. Are there ghost generals? Yes, the specific number is unclear. Tisk, that's enough to trouble the players. Upon hearing this news, Ye Xuan felt a sharp pain in his teeth. From the tone of the system, there is more than one ghost general. Aside from Little Sweet, the players currently do not have the strength to deal with ghost generals. Hopefully, in the next 3 days, the players can make great progress. After all, he has opened the rising channels, the rest is no longer his concern. Xiaoxian, I am waiting for you downstairs, I dare not go in because you are rushing. Looking at the message from Qi Bingtong, Ye Xuan smiled slightly, then took Little Black from the corner and went out. Yesterday, he and Qi Bingtong agreed to go watch a movie together. On the other side, Ye Xuan was taking care of her daughter. Outside the hospital, dozens of military vehicles surrounded the hospital tightly, and even 3 helicopters were circling in the sky. At the entrance, soldiers holding rifles quickly spread out in all directions. The entire hospital was under direct control. A middle-aged man in military uniform, escorted by 2 guards, walked straight to the hospital room. 3rd floor, 3rd room. They moved quickly, and soon, the middle-aged man arrived in front of the hospital room. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath, then opened the door. Inside the independent hospital room, the little girl, Yun Shiyue, lay in bed, drinking the 8 treasure porridge her mother handed her. Suddenly, the door was opened, and both mother and daughter turned their heads at the same time. Hello, comrade, my name is Wang Xinghua. Looking at the mother and daughter, Wang Xinghua smiled and reached out his hand towards Yun Xuan. Ah, hello. Yun Xuan was just an ordinary person. When she saw the scene, she was momentarily stunned, then instinctively extended her right hand. I am here on behalf of the country. The country knows about your difficulties, and has specifically sent me to handle the transfer procedures for the child. Next, she will receive the best medical services, and we will take care of her safety 24 hours a day. Wang Xinghua spoke each word clearly, with a touch of determination in his voice. During this, he did not forget to show a kind smile to the little girl on the bed. Ah! Hearing this, as a mother, Yun Xuan was stunned. She looked at her daughter, then at Wang Xinghua, unsure of how to respond. It's okay, come with me, trust me. When we get to the place, I will explain everything to you. The country needs your child, the country needs her help. Don't worry, the child will be in no danger. Wang Xinghua spoke gently. Out of unconditional trust in the country, Yun Xuan instinctively nodded. After getting dressed, little Qiyue was carried out of the hospital room by her mother. Please get in the car. After the mother and daughter got in, the military vehicle drove off into the distance. Around them, military vehicles guarded them. Above, helicopters provided escort. The formation was complete. This left the crowd and doctors witnessing the scene wide-eyed. In the past, they had only seen this scene on television. Now, they were witnessing it in reality. Boss, should we continue? Continue your mother. Are you competing with the army for people? Withdraw. Oh. In the grass not far from the hospital, a young man glared at the little chubby guy behind him, angrily turning to leave. The little chubby guy hurriedly followed him with unfinished chips in hand. Chapter 50, The Rich Team Battles Black King. System, if I throw this little guy into the bizarre world now, will he awaken early? At home, Ye Xuan placed the little guy, who had just finished receiving 4 fluids, on the floor, crossing his arms as he looked at him. Of course. After receiving the system's affirmative answer, Ye Xuan snapped his fingers. With a gesture, the yin-yang mirror appeared in his hand. At this moment, Wang Jin also appeared behind Yi Lin. System, activate the teleportation. With Ye Xuan's command, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. In just a blink, he was back at the third high school. And this time, the location was the principal's office. Master? Nearby, the suit-clad principal holding a bloody scalpel looked bewildered at Ye Xuan. A ghost general can teleport? Why hadn't he heard about this? Get out. Wang Jin, standing behind Ye Xuan, wasted no time and directly ordered him out. Understood, understood. Wang Jin nodded honestly, rolling on the floor with the scalpel, rolling out of the room. As he left, he didn't forget to close the door. Ye Xuan merely glanced at the little black on the floor and then sat down to begin his training. It had been several days since his last training. He could not become slack in his practice. At this moment, dark energy surged toward Ye Xuan from all directions. Ye Xuan was cultivating, while Wang Jin stood with his hands behind his back, watching the timid little guy on the ground. An ordinary dog, but its soul has begun to transform toward the bizarre. A living being, transforming into the bizarre? That's a bit strange. Wang Jin mumbled to himself. The formation of the bizarre happens when people die, and their souls are eroded by dark energy, resulting in a chance to become bizarre. All creatures have souls, so the bizarre also comes from this. But this little guy, clearly still alive, without even having left its body, now appeared to be showing signs of transformation into the bizarre. He had never seen a living being transform into the bizarre before. Just a glance, and he didn't continue to focus on it. Instead, he silently protected Ye Xuan's safety. The little black looked around but didn't move. It lay quietly on the ground. Yet on its surface, silent changes were happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, a major event was occurring in the entire game. Players began large-scale attacks on the ghost generals. Countless player teams and guilds began to form spontaneously. One by one, they launched attacks on the ghost generals. Everything was quite exhilarating. Today, I, representing the Rich Team, am launching a total attack on the ghost general. In the live broadcast room, Rich Team leader Wang Xuan stood in the blood moon, waving his arm. The 9 teammates behind him were instantly energized, their expressions solemn and ready for battle. Now they, all 10 are ghost tamers. Moreover, all 10 of them are fused with long-haired evil spirits. Right now, each of them has the strength of half a ghost general. As soon as the profession of ghost tamer appeared, the overall strength of the player community rose sharply. High-level players control long-haired evil spirits. Mid-level players control evil spirit teachers. Low-level players control evil spirit children. As a wealthy team, they are, of course, fully equipped. At this moment, the number of people in the livestream has reached over 1 million. Countless bullet comments flooded the entire livestream. Because the wealthy team is the first to launch a full attack on the ghost general of the bright community. As the focus of everyone's attention, the million viewers in the livestream is just the beginning. The numbers are rising almost at a speed of 100,000 per second. The terrifying traffic is right here. Ah, I'm so excited, President Wang, kill, you are my idol. The first man to launch a full attack on the ghost general, so handsome, President Wang will surely win. Is President Wang going to create a miracle? Looking forward, looking forward, looking forward. Go, President Wang, we are all watching. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. It's coming, it's coming. President Wang, it's coming. That nightmare is here. In the live stream. Under the blood-red halo. A large black dog with pure black fur limped out. It just stood there quietly. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at the wealthy team. According to the previous plan, Wang Xuan didn't hesitate and directly ordered the team members. The team members behind did not hesitate. With a flick of their hands, 20 long-haired evil spirits appeared around them. 20 white figures floated in the void, staring intensely at the ghost general in the distance, Black King. Upon seeing these 20 long-haired evil spirits, Black King's eyes flashed with a hint of human-like confusion. It didn't understand. Go. At Wang Xuan's command, the 20 long-haired evil spirits charged toward the distant Black King. At the same time, all 10 team members held 2 big knives, following behind the long-haired evil spirits. Roar. The distant Black King let out a long howl. This sound was not like a dog's bark, it sounded more like the roar of some ancient beast. As soon as this howl came out, the long-haired evil spirits that were charging forward suddenly froze in place. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies began to involuntarily retreat. They were scared. Charge, charge. Rush. The surrounding team members shouted anxiously upon seeing this. The long-haired evil spirits were afraid, which they had not anticipated. But now, they had no choice but to attack. As the team's orders were given, the previously frightened long-haired evil spirits charged again. Roar! The Black King let out another long howl and leaped into the air. The long-haired evil spirit at the very front hadn't even made a move before being swatted away by the Black King with a paw, losing its soul. They had no fighting power at all. Damn it, use your skills, entangle them. Wang Tsong quickly issued his command. The hair of the remaining long-haired evil spirits began to grow wildly, the terrifying hair wrapping around the Black King's body. They wanted to bind the Black King in place. Roar! The Black King suddenly ignited with green flames all over. All the hair was burned to ashes. Captain, this guy is too strong, we can't trap him. A team member said anxiously beside him. They also hadn't expected that this ghost general was so powerful. 20 long-haired sisters couldn't even hold it for a moment. No way, go all out. Fight to the death. Wang Tsong gritted his teeth and said. Now there was no other way, they could only fight hard. Charge! The long-haired evil spirits rushed forward, while the 10 team members, including Wang Tsong, raised their long knives and charged forward. Die! One of the team members jumped high, swinging the long knife fiercely towards Black King's neck. However, before he got close, he was swatted away by the Black King's paw. What the hell? So strong? The team member's body crashed hard into the ground. On his chest, there is a deep claw mark that can be seen to the bone. The blood that flowed out has turned black. He glanced at the Dark King in the distance, then tilted his head and fell to the ground. You are dead. Would you like to use a resurrection token to revive? Chapter 51, Desperate Rich Team, is this too strong? Damn, this guy's strength is too strong, right? The long-haired evil spirit was taken out with one claw? Did that team member just see? One claw sent him flying over 10 meters. What is the difference between this claw's power and a small car crashing into him? Forget it, I won't challenge anymore, I'm scared just watching. I wonder if they can succeed. Looking at it now, it's very precarious, extremely precarious. Come on, you must cheer up, I believe in you. The battle is still ongoing. The number of long-haired evil spirits is sharply decreasing. In just a few seconds, 10 have been killed. Of the 10 team members, only 3 remain, including Wang Tsong. However, the dead team members immediately used resurrection tokens and are on their way back. Just keep it up, even if it means wearing him down. Wang Tsong gasped for breath, gritting his teeth and speaking word by word. He loves playing games. After playing so many games, it's the first time he's encountered such a difficult one. But this time, he absolutely must take this guy down. He missed the previous 1 million energy points. Now, the 10,000 energy points must be his. He aims to be second. Go! Taking a breath, Wang Tsong and the other 2 team members charged forward. By 15 scatter them, to attract his attention. Seeing the number of long-haired evil spirits dwindling, Wang Tsong shouted. Good. The distant team member immediately opened the system shop, clicked on Yuan, set the quantity to 50, and placed an order. Almost instantly, 15 Yuan appeared on the ground one after another. Go! The 15 Yuan charged towards the Dark King without hesitation. The sounds of roaring and fighting were constant. At the same time, the surrounding area was filled with cold winds. The terrifying cold wind carried shrill cries, making one involuntarily shiver. Roar! The Dark King at the center of the battle was clearly enraged. As the Dark King let out an angry roar, the surrounding dark energy suddenly began to rage. Before the 15 Yuan could get close, they were ripped apart by the terrifying dark energy. This scene left Wang Tsong stunned in place. What are we even fighting for? As the last long-haired evil spirit was torn apart, a bitter smile crept across Wang Tsong's face, and the long blade in his hand fell to the ground. What's the point of continuing? One special move, and everything's gone. The 2 remaining team members, including the one who used the resurrection token, couldn't help but abandon the thought of continuing to attack. What's the point of playing? Captain, why don't we just give up? The team members gathered behind Wang Tsong. At this moment, they were all in despair. This was due to the gap in strength. This game boss made them feel despair for the first time. They had originally prepared thoroughly and thought they would definitely win this time. But reality slapped them hard. This boss is simply unbeatable. In the distance, the Dark King slowly approached the team members. It did not strike directly but seemed to enjoy its prey as it approached. How despairing, oh my! How can we even fight? 20 long-haired sisters, 15 Yuan, just gone like that. One special move and everything vanished, what's the point of playing? I seriously suspect that Xiao Tian didn't pass using normal means. Let's not talk about that anymore. This dark dog is impossible to defeat. I strongly suggest the officials nerf the big dark dog. Yeah, this boss is too strong. Third high school just needed us to escape. I originally thought this game was easy, but this boss slapped me hard. Brothers, the challenge is back. The neighboring Shinlong guild was all slapped to death by the big dark dog, and they hadn't even fought back. Laughing to death, Mr. Wang, just give up.
The audience in the live broadcast room also felt deeply powerless towards this scene.
What the hell is this? Just end it already. They are powerless and hopeless. As the protagonist, Wang Songson and his team feel even more despair. Damn it, I won't play anymore.
Wang Songson gritted his teeth, his weapon falling helplessly to the ground. He had poured billions into this.
Unexpectedly, he was met with this scene.
In other games, spending billions made him a king. In this game, spending billions made him a pawn.
He's treated like some cherry blossom person. After leaving the beginner's village, he encountered a hell-level boss. Just as the Black King was about to attack, a strong wind suddenly whipped up in the sky.
This wind was not ordinary, but a chilling wind.
From afar, ghosts suddenly appeared out of thin air. Those ghosts wore fierce expressions, silently standing on the ground.
In front of the ghosts stood a mysterious figure in a black robe, holding chains. As time passed, the number of ghosts increased more and more. Even the Black King before them had to lower his body, growling towards the distance.
It is afraid? Wang Songson and his team quietly retreated.
Ye spirits pass, the living should avoid. A voice that seemed not from the living world echoed around.
Hide.
Seeing the Black King not attacking them anymore, Wang Songson immediately ordered his team behind him. The teammates were also smart, carefully following Wang Songson's lead to retreat. In the end, they crouched down in a distant garden, silently watching the scene unfold. Ye spirits pass, the living should avoid, sinful creatures of the living, why don't you quickly make way? The mysterious black figure spoke again.
And the Black King did not move, but continued to stare at it. Captain, what's going on? A teammate quietly spoke in the garden. I don't know.
Wang Songson was also puzzled.
Could this be a hidden plot in the game?
I know, I've seen it in the ancient books my grandfather collected.
Suddenly, a teammate spoke up. Speak.
Wang Songson and the surrounding teammates turned to look at him. Even the millions of viewers in the live stream became curious.
This is the night parade of 100 demons. Do you see the black figure at the front?
It could very likely be the ghost officer from the underworld, and those ghosts behind are being taken to the underworld.
Now, the ghost officer has encountered this big black dog, perhaps they'll fight.
The teammate spoke softly, his eyes full of anticipation.
This game has a conscience.
They even made a night parade of 100 demons.
Oh? Is this ghost officer a match for the big black dog?
Wang Songson was also interested at this moment. If the ghost officer and the big black dog fight, he hoped they would lose each other and then he could pick up the spoils. In this way, it would be like he had killed them. Definitely, the ghost officer is someone who specializes in capturing fierce ghosts, a public servant, and this big black dog is clearly a wild fierce ghost. It could never be the ghost officer's opponent. The teammate continued, looking like he had a lot of knowledge in this area. His words also excited the viewers in the live stream.
Chapter 52, The Black King is Dead, a Great Victory. Wow, the night parade of 100 demons, and a ghost officer, what are these things?
These legends have been lost for a long time, but I've heard my grandfather talk about how ghost officers are like today's enforcers.
So, the ghost officer is the enforcer, and this big black dog is a lawbreaker? That's about how you can understand it. This just got interesting.
I didn't expect this game to have such a hidden plot.
Isn't it possible that this big black dog isn't meant for players to deal with, but is prepared for this plot?
What you're saying doesn't quite make sense. It's not for us to deal with, the game officials send out announcements.
That's reasonable. Let's keep watching, it's getting more interesting. In the game, the ghost officer was staring at the Black King.
Sinful creatures of the living, disrespecting the laws of the underworld, and the ghost officers of the underworld, must be killed. The masked ghost officer in the black robe said coldly, as he made a slight motion with his hands. The chain in hand was lifted up.
Die.
The ghost messenger took a step forward, a surge of dark energy pouring out.
The Black King was naturally not an easy opponent. The two sides directly began to fight here.
The cold wind howled, and terrifying dark energy rolled.
The 10 people hiding in the garden were shocked by the scene before them. That guy has never used his full strength, from the beginning? Wang Songsan's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Captain, this is its true power, it is terrifying.
One of the team members also sat down on the ground, mouth gaping, unable to close it. They were all shocked by the horrifying strength of the Black King. If the Black King had fought seriously from the start, they would have been wiped out long ago. From the beginning to the end, they had been played with. Roar! Suddenly, amidst the dark wind, a roar from the Black King was heard. In an instant, the entire neighborhood trembled. The whole neighborhood was shrouded in darkness. The 10 people lay in the garden, eyes closed, not daring to move. The terrifying dark energy made them unable to even lift their heads. If they hadn't merged with the long-haired ghost and had become qualified ghost tamers, they would have been killed by this released dark energy long ago. Humph, I didn't expect this beast to create a ghost realm, turning this place into your ghost domain. It seems, I cannot spare you, die. The voice of the ghost messenger echoed. The roars of the Black King continued to sound. The great battle went on persistently. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed in delight. Although the screen was pitch black, nothing could be seen except for the occasional flashes of red light. They could visualize the scene by listening to the sound. What a thrilling battle it was! The fight lasted for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the battle gradually came to a halt. The dark energy slowly returned to calm. When everything was finally peaceful, Wang Song dared to lift his head. The sky returned to its original state. What happened? Who won? Wang Song pushed aside the flowers in front of him to look outside. In the distance, the ground was in ruins. The concrete surface looked as if it had been plowed by a bomb, a sight of scars everywhere. But among the rubble, a big black dog covered in blood lay there. The earlier ghost messenger was gone. Even the groups of angry ghosts had vanished. Seeing the scene, Wang Song's breathing quickened. The ghost messenger and angry ghosts are all dead. That guy is seriously injured. An opportunity. Quick, spend all energy points, buy all the long-haired angry ghosts, and kill it. Such a good opportunity, Wang Song would naturally not let it slip away. Okay. Quick, buy it all. These team members were originally Wang Song's employees, so they naturally listened to their boss 100%. How is this possible? It's just a wandering ghost, how could it kill the ghost messenger? This doesn't make sense. Is everything recorded in Grandpa's books wrong? Among the team members, only the one who previously suggested the night parade of 100 ghosts was struggling alone. He couldn't understand. Why was the ghost messenger not a match for that black dog? Stop thinking, charge. Remember, leave the final blow to me. Wang Song couldn't help but pat his forehead. Oh. Captain, all done, a total of 13 long-haired angry ghosts, 6 little ones. This is already our entire fortune. If we can't kill it, we'll go bankrupt. One team member reported in a low voice. Damn it, never mind, charge. Don't let that guy recover. Wang Song couldn't wait any longer, leading with his long knife, charging forward. Charge, protect the captain. Kill, protect the captain, kill this dead dog. We are the first, we are the champions. The team members shouted slogans, leading the long-haired angry ghosts to rush out. Die. Unexpectedly, the charging Wang Song was directly swatted away by the Black King's paw. Damn, the captain is sent flying. Continue onward. The remaining team members didn't care about Wang Song, but charged towards the Black King with their knives. Faced with the team members and long-haired angry ghosts' attacks, the Black King was powerless. It didn't even have the strength to lift its paws. The ghost domain was shattered. Severely injured, time is running out. Damn it, use the resurrection coin, hurry up. On the other side, Wang Song shouted with red eyes. As his gaze shifted, he arrived back at the dormitory. This time, he directly flipped and jumped from the building, rolling once on the ground before immediately getting up, holding a big knife and rushing towards his destination. Merged with the long-haired ghost, he couldn't die even after jumping from the 10th floor. Go, Wang. Charge. Wang, hurry and charge. Success or failure depends on this one move. If successful, Wang becomes king. If failed, then perish. Wang, you are the fattest, kill. So excited, I am about to witness a miracle. A historic moment, this is a historic moment. Wang, go. Wang, go. Wang, charge. Aha. Aha, so excited, I need to urinate. In the scene, Wang Song arrived back on the battlefield. In the distance, 2 teammates were still swinging their big knives at the Black King. As for the long-haired ghost and other teammates, they were all gone. Roar. The Black King on the ground let out a low growl. The 2 teammates who were swinging their knives were instantly scattered. Only Wang Song remained in place. And the Black King, his head heavily drooped on the ground, his body motionless. I'm here. Die, you dead dog. Wang Song stood in front of the Black King, holding the big knife with both hands.
With a heavy force, the big knife sank into the pre-existing wound on the Black King's neck. Wang Song pushed harder. The big knife slowly sunk deeper into the Black King's neck. Terrifying dark energy emanated from the Black King's body, then flowed into Wang Song. In that moment, Wang Song felt his body getting stronger. The long-haired sister inside him was thrilled. He ignored it, just lowering his head and exerting strength. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The long knife completely sank into the Black King's neck. The Black King slowly closed his eyes. A legendary ghost general, the ruler of Bright Community, was humiliated and killed by a group of ants. I won. The blood-red moonlight spilled down. Wang Song stood on the Black King's body, holding the knife like a true king. Beneath his feet, the Black King lay with his head tilted, completely dissipating into smoke. The dark energy continuously flowed into Wang Song's body. Chapter 53, Wang Song becomes the Ghost General. Quick, take a screenshot, this is a historic moment. Ah, so excited, we killed the Ghost General. This is a small step for Wang, but a giant leap for players. Wang is amazing. Idol, Wang, from now on you are my idol, my one and only idol, I love you. I'm so pumped, when will the night parade of 100 demons come? I don't know, I'll ask Wang later. Now I understand, only when the night parade appears is the best time to kill the Ghost General. I said, this game cannot have an impossible level. When we first started Third High, we thought we couldn't pass, but unexpectedly, we found a way out. Yes, the way out of Third High, and the night parade of 100 demons in Bright Community, this game is interesting. You can't just rely on brute force, you have to be clever. Look, this horror game is really well made, even spending money won't guarantee you pass, you have to use your brain. Upstairs, are you blind? Can't you see that even though the black dog is severely injured, Wang still paid a huge price to kill it? Spending money and intelligence are both necessary. Makes sense. Wait, why isn't Wang moving at all? Yeah. In the scene, Wang Song was completely enveloped by dark energy. His whole body bathed in thick dark energy. What happened to the captain? The revived teammates looked at their captain, big question marks appeared above their heads. I don't know, maybe it's a game reward? Maybe. The teammates looked at each other and finally nodded. Ahead, the rich dark energy continued to flow into Wang Song's body. And behind Wang Song, a white figure slowly appeared. That white figure was the white-haired ghost. At this moment, the white-haired ghost's body gradually solidified. In the end, the white-haired ghost erupted with an incomparably overwhelming aura of negative energy. At this moment, Wang Song also opened his eyes. I feel like I have become so strong. Wang Song clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He discovered that he had become more than 100 times stronger than before. And the long-haired sister who fused with him had become more than 1,000 times stronger. This feeling was so wonderful. This feeling of becoming stronger seemed so real. It felt as if he really had become stronger. Other games could not achieve this step. In other games, becoming stronger was just about leveling up. But now, his strength was something he could feel from within. This was so real. Congratulations to the rich team for defeating the Ghost Black King, specially rewarding 100,000 energy points. Congratulations to the rich team Captain Wang Song for successfully entering the Ghost General realm, extra reward of 100,000 energy points. The rich team discovered the hidden plot of the 100 Ghosts Night March and the path to become stronger as a ghost controller, triggering hidden rewards, rewarding the rich team 100,000 energy points. In total, 300,000 energy points have been credited to Captain Wang Song's account. As the first team to defeat a Ghost General, the rich team is granted a permanent unique legendary title, Ghost General Slayer. Ghost General Slayer, a team title that grants a 30% increase in strength for every member of the team. A series of announcements spread throughout the entire game. As the person involved, Wang Song stood still, bewildered. I became a Ghost General? Wang Song looked at his hands. From initial surprise to ultimate joy. I became a Ghost General? Wang Song communicated with the long-haired sister inside him, then suddenly slapped toward the distance. Boom! In the next moment, a huge palm print suddenly appeared on the ground far away. This game, wow! At this moment, Wang Song only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The thrill that other power increases brought him was not even 1/1,000th, or 1/10,000th of this game. It was too exhilarating, truly too exhilarating. Earlier, the Ghost General Black King had made them feel despair. In the blink of an eye, he had actually become a Ghost General? And there are 300,000 energy points. A unique legendary title for the team? Every team member's power increased by 30%? What a rich reward! Wang Song's eyes gradually filled with excitement. What is a game? This is really what a game should be. He wanted to praise this game to the skies. Captain, how does it feel to be a ghost general? That slap was really terrifying. Captain, how do you feel? Can you slap us all to death with one hit? Captain, share your thoughts.
Other team members looked at Wang Songsong with envy. At this moment, Wang Songsong had his hands behind his back, his head held high.
He looked like a transcendent master. Ghost General, very strong, extremely strong. You all seem like ants in my eyes now. The team members.
They just asked a question, but they didn't expect the captain to show no mercy.
Tired.
Captain, after calculating, we have not only recovered our previous losses but also made a profit. A team member excitedly said while counting on his fingers.
That's just small change. Wang Songsong waved his hand, completely unconcerned. Money has never been on his mind. Thousands of gold can't buy my happiness.
After all, ever since the strange game appeared, he has been known as the top player in this strange game. With the strange game becoming a sensation, his family company's stock price had risen significantly. His father even supported him unconditionally to play games. Billions are nothing, just small matters. The path to becoming stronger as a ghost controller.
Wang Songsong looked down at the corpse of the Black King on the ground. After a moment of silence, he understood.
This guy was a ghost general, I killed him, so I also became a ghost general.
So, the path to becoming stronger as a ghost controller is to kill the strange ones? I see now. Wang Songsong also figured it out.
Just now, he felt an incredibly terrifying energy drilling into his body. Now that he thinks about it, perhaps this is the path to becoming stronger.
Absorb.
You all, from now on, go hunt the fierce ghosts for me.
The entire school of Third High is your target.
Enhance your abilities as much as possible. I have a feeling the upcoming dungeons will only get stronger. Work hard to improve yourselves.
Wang Songsong pointed at the team members before him and instructed. Understood, boss.
The team members all nodded in agreement.
After Wang Songsong's explanation, they realized.
This is the path to becoming stronger. Looking at the team members, Wang Songsong sighed. What a pity, this game does not allow for retries. Once you clear a stage, you cannot go back to previous levels, which means you're stuck here.
This also means no repeated farming.
Otherwise, with him around, all of these team members could become ghost generals one by one. But Wang Songsong casually made a move, and the system store appeared before him.
Fierce Ghost Nan Nan, price 500 energy points. Success rate 100%. Fierce Ghost Teacher, price 600 energy points. Success rate 100%. Long-haired Fierce Ghost, price 2500 energy points. Success rate 70%. Ghost General Xiaohong, price 30,000 energy points. Success rate 90%.
Seeing the store, Wang Songsong's eyes widened, and his heart raced.
Ghost General Xiaohong, success rate 90%. Can he fuse a second Ghost General?
Understanding this, Wang Songsong's eyes lit up with excitement.
Chapter 54, The Emperor. What's going on? Wang has become a Ghost General? No way, how did he do it? Could it be that Wang has thrown money at the game officials? Where are the officials? How much? I also want to buy a Ghost General. Legendary unique title, team members' abilities permanently increased by 30%, is this real? 30,000 energy points, what's that about? Didn't they say 100,000? Path to becoming stronger as a ghost manipulator? What is that? Tell us.
Countless players, scratching their heads in confusion about how they killed that damn dog, were struck with despair upon seeing these announcements. Wang Songsong not only succeeded but also earned 30,000 energy points, plus a legendary title.
What's more important is that he actually became a Ghost General? Is this really how absurd it is? In fact, this seems richer than Xiaoqian's reward of 1 million energy points. In an instant, countless players flooded into Wang Songsong's livestream.
At this moment, Wang Songsong seemed like a master from another world, explaining things to the players. You are not ghost generals, so you don't know how strong they truly are. My advice is to wait until the night parade of 100 ghosts appears, then do as I do, attack when both sides are gravely injured.
For you guys, there is only this one way.
After all, you are not ghost generals. Wang Songsong raised his chin proudly, hands behind his back.
He could never miss the chance to show off, right?
With this smug look, the viewers in the livestream clenched their teeth, frustrated yet helpless. Secondly, the path to becoming stronger as a ghost manipulator is to kill fierce ghosts and absorb their ghostly energy. I didn't expect that after so long, no one had discovered this.
Hey, that's an easy 10,000 energy points.
As these words left his mouth, the players became even angrier.
But there was nothing they could do. Alright, I've said enough, it's up to you to figure it out.
I have things to do, I'm shutting down the stream. With that, Wang Songsong shut his livestream without hesitation.
Why did he start the livestream? Naturally, it was to show off. Now that he had finished bragging, why continue?
And now, he had even more important business.
That is, fuse Ghost General Xiaohong. By then, with 2 Ghost Generals in my body, wouldn't I be invincible?
With this thought, Wang Songsong immediately spent 30,000 energy points and began the fusion. In the office of the Divine Dragon Guild, a middle-aged man sat at the head of the table. Below, sat a group of team members.
Have you all understood?
Draw out that guy, whether called Xiaohong or Black King, and wait for the night parade of 100 ghosts. Wait until both sides are gravely injured, then kill him.
Remember, keep this in mind.
The position of the Ghost General must be left for the captain. Now, everyone start moving.
The first and second are gone, we have to do the third, understand?
As the person in charge slammed the document on the desk heavily, all the members below nodded.
Heaven's First Guild.
My goal is clear, the third must be ours.
Yes. All-powerful guild.
If you can't get the third, you all can get lost, we don't raise useless people.
As Wang Songsong successfully cleared the level, this event triggered immense excitement in countless guilds.
These guilds began to study Wang Songsong's clearing method, then learned and utilized it. Not only domestically, but foreign players also joined in.
After all, this game is just too fun. Once you play this game, playing other major titles feels like eating poop. After all, chopping down brainless zombies is nowhere near as thrilling as hunting ghosts. This also led to a shocking daily active user count of 100 million for the horror game.
At this moment, not only did Huaxia get restless, but even other countries couldn't sit still and began to research. During this time, Huaxia discovered some secrets, and foreign players also uncovered some secrets.
About strange secrets.
They all tacitly chose not to reveal them. They just quietly researched. Congratulations to the Only I Am Supreme team for slaying the Ghost General Black King, rewarded with 100,000 energy points. Congratulations to the Heaven's First team for slaying the Ghost General Black King, rewarded with 100,000 energy points. Congratulations to Player Emperor for slaying the Ghost General Black King, rewarded with 100,000 energy points. Due to the player clearing it alone, a legendary permanent title, Unique Emperor, is specially awarded. Unique Emperor, legendary permanent title, can reduce the strength of the strange by 50% when facing the strange.
Ever since Wang Songsong's clearing experience emerged, other players began to imitate. Countless teams also followed Wang Songsong across the river, ultimately achieving great success.
Some teams didn't encounter the so-called Knights of 100 Ghosts until the end. Even more teams were too eager and exposed themselves during the battle between the Black King and Ghost Messengers, ultimately being killed by the Black King with a distracted slap. Various deaths occurred, all kinds and shapes.
3 days later, a ranking emerged. This ranking was created and uploaded by players.
The ranking was based on the order of slaying the Black King.
First, Little Sweet. Second, Tycoon Team.
Third, Only I Am Supreme Team. Fourth, Heaven's First Team.
Fifth, Emperor. Sixth, Mommy Don't Hit Me Team. Seventh, I Like Wives Team. Eighth, I Like Lola's Team. Ninth, Male Same-Sex Team. 10th, LSP Team.
Once this ranking came out, it sparked countless players to discuss.
As expected, Little Sweet is first, invincible without a doubt. How did Little Sweet clear? It's still a mystery. Little Sweet is a god.
The plot of Knights of 100 Ghosts was discovered by Wang, that's why Wang earned the reward.
This also means that Little Sweet doesn't know about it. Without relying on Knights of 100 Ghosts, how did Little Sweet succeed? I don't understand. In the top 10, besides the enigmatic god Little Sweet, there is also the Emperor.
This guy is impressive, among all the teams, he's the only player. He is definitely a gaming master.
Emperor, that name, TSK, no wonder he dares to take such a name.
This guy's title is also impressive, reducing the strength of the strange by half equivalent to cutting it in half immediately. The strange loses half its strength upon seeing him.
Can this title be sold? I want to buy it. I don't know, but it should be sellable.
Players didn't care much about the teams, but they relished talking about the player Emperor. In the previous life, besides the god Little Sweet, all others were teams.
Only this guy stood alone.
Until now, the only one capable of slaying the Ghost General Black King alone, besides the teams, is this guy.
Everyone tacitly ignored Little Sweet. That person is completely not human. Completely incomparable.
On the other side, third high school, principal's office. Ye Xuan slowly opened his eyes after 3 days of cultivation.
How much time has passed?
Master, 3 days have passed. Wang Jin stood beside him, his face full of respect.
It's time, I wonder how the players are doing. It's time to open the dungeon. Chapter 55, Game Update.
October 9, 2058, 3 years, 1 month, and 1 day until the Bazaar revival.
System, open the new dungeon.
Ye Xuan snapped his fingers and thought inwardly.
Expanding link range. Detecting Jin City First People's Hospital, linking. Link successful. Opened, Jin City First People's Hospital.
Detecting random tasks, loading.
Loading successful, 3 main tasks issued.
First, follow the local ghost controller to complete the final task, reward a random big gift pack. Second, kill the director of the First People's Hospital, reward a random big gift pack. Third, find the truth behind the director of the First People's Hospital's death, reward a random big gift pack.
A series of system announcements echoed in Ye Xuan's ears. I didn't expect the system to actively issue tasks this time.
Ye Xuan looked surprised. In the past, the system had no tasks, he never expected it to actively issue main tasks this time. What excited Ye Xuan even more was the system's random big gift pack. As everyone knows, the system's random big gift pack is what Ye Xuan looked forward to the most. After all, everything he currently had came from opening random big gift packs. He was eagerly anticipating these 3 random big gift packs. System, publish the tasks to the players. Completing 1 task will grant 1 million energy points. After a brief moment of thought, Ye Xuan issued the command to the system. This task naturally did not need him to complete, everything could be entrusted to the players. 1 million energy points were enough to make the players willingly serve him.
Synchronized update complete. Huff. Having arranged everything, Ye Xuan took a deep breath.
Now, with the ghost controller profession, players all had ghost generals. At this point, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary fierce ghost, at most able to cross a few moves with that fierce ghost teacher. However, if he were to imitate the players, he could become a more powerful existence than them at any time. But without a cultivation method for a ghost controller, Ye Xuan might borrow some ideas.
But now, he actually had a cultivation method. Isn't it wonderful to cultivate? He looked down on being a ghost controller. Cultivation was the way to go. System, if I buy the Ghost General Black King now, will it grow to a Ghost Commander?
Looking at the Black King in the system store worth 30,000 energy points, Ye Xuan asked. Now, all he needed to spend was 30,000 points to buy a Ghost General Black King. Why would he keep the little black dog? Host, the Bazaar entities recorded in this system have no growth limits at all. For example, if you buy the Black King, it can only be a Ghost General for life, unable to break through further. However, your little black dog, once taken in, will undoubtedly become a Ghost Commander in the future, and even stronger is not out of the question. Hearing the system's words, Ye Xuan nodded lightly.
So that's how it is. Huff, continue to cultivate.
Clearing his thoughts, Ye Xuan devoted himself to cultivation once more.
To be honest, cultivating is incredibly addictive. This feeling is simply amazing.
In 3 days, he had gathered 18 strands of underworld chi in his body. Underworld chi was just the beginning. Once he cultivated 1,000 strands of underworld chi and condensed it into liquid, that would be the entry level. By then, he could rely on his own strength to wrestle with ghost generals. The road ahead was long and daunting.
Why aren't you eating?
In a small room, Nguan squatted on the floor with her knees hugged, her eyes fixed on the little black dog in front of her. In front of the little black dog stood a bowl larger than its body, filled to the brim with dog food. Next to the dog food, there was an identical bowl, overflowing with milk. Yet, the little black dog lay in front of the 2 bowls, frozen in place.
Indifferent.
If it could speak, who knows what it would say?
Sure enough, I can succeed.
Now, with 2 ghost generals in my body, I feel invincible. On the other side, Wang Song turned off the live stream and tried his ideas alone in the bright community.
And now, he succeeded.
He had already fused with the Ghost General Black King. Now inside him, there were 2 ghosts in total. A full 2 ghost generals, he felt so powerful now.
Can I fuse a 3rd ghost?
Calming down, Wang Song stroked his chin, lost in thought. Without hesitation, he decided to take action. Wang Song immediately prepared to buy another Black King and fuse again. However, before he could take action, a line of bloody subtitles appeared before him. With your current physical strength, you can barely suppress 2 ghost generals. If you fuse again, the power within you will run wild, and you will undoubtedly die.
Do you wish to continue?
As soon as the bloody subtitles appeared, Wang Song shivered all over.
Forget it.
He waved his hand to refuse. Before, it was just an attempt to become stronger. Now if he continued, it would be pure recklessness.
He wouldn't do something reckless. Dear player, the game will update in half an hour.
Please save your progress and log off in time.
The game update time will be about 5 hours. During the game update, you cannot log in. Update content, new map opened.
Seeing the new subtitles appear, Wang Sonsong's eyes lit up.
A new map opened? Great.
Now he felt unprecedentedly strong.
The Black King was no longer his opponent.
Now that the new map was open, it fit perfectly with his thoughts.
Once the new map opened, he wanted to take on 10. Snapping back to reality, Wang Sonsong saved his game and directly closed it.
In the real world, Wang Sonsong woke up from a 3-meter-long bed.
He took off the helmet and sat up.
Instinctively, he picked up a cup from the table beside him.
Crack.
However, accidentally, the glass cup was crushed in his hand. This. Wang Sonsong looked at the broken glass cup, then at his unscathed hand, looking extremely shocked.
My eyes, no longer nearsighted? Wang Sonsong looked around, the once blurry world became clear again.
Even his hearing had improved remarkably. Nearsightedness, completely cured. His hearing had also gotten better. His strength had also increased. This glass cup, normally, no one could crush it with one hand. Just now, he hadn't even used much strength, and the cup shattered.
What on earth is going on? Wang Sonsong looked at his hands, the shock on his face still evident. Someone is coming.
Wang Sonsong suddenly turned to look at the door. A moment later, a woman in a white lab coat slowly pushed the door open. Young master, it's time to eat. You go out first.
Okay.
Rubbing his head, Wang Sonsong casually waved his hand.
Okay. The woman left. Wang Sonsong quickly got out of bed. Could it be? How is this possible? No, I need to go to the hospital.
Quickly getting dressed, he casually opened a nearby cabinet and grabbed a random luxury car key before swiftly leaving the room.
Chapter 56 High-Level Meeting. Research shows that your guesses are true. You mean to say, anyone who has played this game has seen a certain level of improvement in physical fitness? Although it sounds shocking and unbelievable, it is indeed true.
In a huge conference room, researchers, military personnel, and government officials sat together. At the top, a researcher in a white lab coat looked at the report in his hand, still bearing shock on his face. The others were hardly in a better position. To be precise, it is after the game released this Ghost Master profession that physical fitness was enhanced. This means, what we are playing is not just a game. From the game's background to the details and various occurrences in reality. I dare to make a bold guess, this game is the future world. In other words, our world will surely become just like this game in the future. With the researchers' final conclusion made. Whether in politics or the military, the big shots on both sides were no longer calm. Just thinking about the terrifying scenes inside the game made them shudder inside. Will their world turn into that kind of ghostly appearance in the future? According to our research, players who merge with the little girl will see a 10% improvement in physical fitness, which ordinary people won't notice. Merging with the fierce teacher will improve it by 15%. Merging with the long-haired fierce ghost will lead to a 20% or even 30% improvement, which players can easily notice. If one merges with the ghost general, the lowest physical fitness improvement will be 50%. The world is about to change. Putting down the documents in his hands, the leading researcher couldn't help but let out a sigh of amazement. This is simply miraculous. How can a game allow players' physical fitness to improve so significantly? This he couldn't understand. Even if it's not a game, their bodies didn't even go in, so how on earth is this achieved? It's really too magical. He really wanted to say it's unscientific. But thinking about how strange things have appeared in the real world and they are still researching it, he bit his tongue. It indeed seems quite unscientific. This matter might not be kept secret for long. A political big shot pondered for a moment inside. We can't keep this a secret, and neither can they abroad. According to our informants, strange occurrences have also appeared in large scales overseas. Another big shot, smoking a cigarette, seemed lost in thought. Then let's continue to keep it under wraps, no explanations. I'll go negotiate with Foreign Affairs and set a time to address it together. A big shot from the Foreign Affairs Ministry took a deep drag of his cigarette, tossed it aside, and turned to leave the meeting room. In that case, I'll let our army boys train hard. A military big shot said calmly. Improving physical fitness is extremely important for the army. If every soldier could boost their fitness by 50%, that would be something. However, a 50% boost for ordinary soldiers might just be okay, but for true elite special forces, it would be something else entirely. That would be a terrifying prospect. Acquire energy points from civilians, prioritize supplying the Wolfang. Another military big shot said calmly. Other military big shots nodded in agreement. The Wolfang Special Forces are the most outstanding fighters in China, each one a king among kings.
Moreover, the value of energy points is too high, the army can't possibly supply every soldier like that, it's too burdensome. You can't expect to become fat in one breath, it has to be done step by step. Seeing that both the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the army found tasks to do, the remaining political big shots took a deep drag of their cigarettes, looking worried. This matter is not easy to handle. One wrong move could lead to huge chaos. How is the research on the strange objects going? The political big shot looked towards the researchers. Now, the occurrences of fierce ghosts exploding nationwide are increasing. Basically, in every district, county, and city, there will be one case each day. It sounds few, but there are a full 108 provinces in China, and the number of prefecture-level cities is in the thousands. So, looking at the whole country, there are at least thousands of strange events every day. The reason they can still suppress this is that there haven't been mass fatalities. Although strangeness has erupted, there haven't been any deaths caused by the strangeness up to now. So they guess that the strange occurrences born in the initial stages are too weak to kill. However, this already warrants their attention. We haven't figured it out yet. Currently, we can basically replicate the objects, but through our research, the most important thing is the Yin energy. This is an unknown direction, it will take some time. Most researchers are working day and night in the game. Hearing this, the political big shot sighed. Alright, let's speed up the research. Remember, always keep in touch with the game development team, no matter if the people behind the game are from the present or the future, tell them that Huaxia wants to cooperate with them. Huaxia will definitely cooperate with them with the greatest sincerity. As soon as this was said, the director of the Huaxia Game Bureau immediately stood up and nodded. Meanwhile, the news about the game update is known nationwide, including overseas. Is the new dungeon finally going to open? Ah, that's great. The game updates so quickly, the development team really works hard. Damn it, I haven't even run out of third high school, and now the game is updating to the third dungeon? Upstairs, you are really useless, you haven't even run out of third high school? What game are you still playing? Better roll away. Why don't you ask how long I've been playing? How long have you been playing? 2 days. Iron trash, damn, still dare to scare me, the iron trash among iron trash. He. Everyone is patiently waiting for the game update. During this time, some players wanted to take the opportunity of the game update to play other games to kill time. But in the end, they all gave up. Games that used to keep them awake at night now seemed bland. Without any meaning. Not as real as horror games, not as stimulating as horror games, and not as detailed as horror games. Compared to horror games, it's simply a piece of trash. Horror games still haven't opened the recharge channel, and the game itself is free. How dare those piles of trash ask for hundreds of dollars? I'm really impressed. My nearsightedness, is it okay? In the hospital, Wang Songsong just finished testing his vision. The doctor said that his vision is very normal. Both eyes 5.0. This is simply unbelievable. Before this, he was a full 800 degrees nearsighted. Mr. Wang, did you have vision correction surgery? Chapter 57 New Dungeon, Charge. Hello everyone, I am your most beloved anchor, my name is Wang Yi. Everyone knows Wang Yi, right? It's that Wudong Wang Yi, he. In the live stream room, a young man greeted the camera. Anchor, stop blabbering, start quickly. Yes, hurry up, we want to see the new dungeon. Let's bet, how long can the anchor survive in the new dungeon? A pack of spicy strips, I bet 1 minute. 2 packs of spicy strips, I bet 3 minutes. Anchor, hurry up, the First People's Hospital needs you. Viewers in the live stream room started sending bullet comments. Wang Yi smiled slightly upon seeing this. Since the horror game exploded in popularity, live streamers playing horror games have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, simply too many. And Wang Yi, among all those streamers, emerged. Why could he emerge? Naturally because, he is smart. Alright, enough boasting, now let's begin, we are heading to the First People's Hospital. However, this update is obviously different from the last time, because the official gave us 3 tasks. Wang Yi explained while casually making a gesture. Rows of bloody subtitles appeared before the viewers in the live stream. First, follow the local ghost chaser to complete the final task, reward 1 million energy points. Second, kill the director of the First People's Hospital, reward 1 million energy points. Third, find the truth behind the death of the director of the First People's Hospital, reward 1 million energy points. Did you see that, friends? These are the 3 tasks. Each task has a reward of 1 million energy points. This time, the game official really went all out. Wang Yi said with a smile. In the live stream room, his figure was slowly approaching the First People's Hospital. Not far from Guangming community, there appeared a hospital. First People's Hospital, this is a decaying hospital, filled with all kinds of dangers. Danger is mixed with opportunity. Which comes first, danger or opportunity? Let's explore it.
I can still understand the first task, it should be a game NPC. I thought this game was all about ghosts, but I didn't expect there to be NPCs. The creators are kind, but the last two tasks, I don't understand.
Kill the dean, find out the truth of the dean's death? Isn't this contradictory?
Silly, this is a horror game. This dean is not the same as that dean.
You mean, the one we have to kill is the ghost dean, and the third task is to find out how the dean died?
Exactly.
666 has some potential. This is interesting. I'm not watching the live stream anymore, I'm logging in.
Don't waste your resurrection coins, just watch how the streamer plays. Let's understand from the streamer's perspective before we explore ourselves.
That makes some sense.
Brothers, I've arrived at First People's Hospital, but this First People's Hospital is a bit scary. Listening to Wang Ye's words, the live stream's image instantly changed. When he saw the scene in the distance, the originally noisy live stream room fell completely silent. It stood abruptly at the edge of a desolate land, like a tombstone that had grown directly from the rotten soil of hell.
The main building of the hospital is an old Soviet-style structure, towering and oppressive.
The original white paint on the walls has long peeled away, revealing the dark, filthy interior beneath, with deep, dark water stains that snake down from the windows like dried blood.
These windows are even more eerie.
In one of the deep-set windows, a vague, formless shadow flashes by very quickly.
Or a pale, human-like face flickers past. Some windows even have a white figure hanging there, swaying back and forth.
In the sky hangs a blood moon, casting crimson light upon the hospital, adding to its eeriness.
Brothers, I feel like something is watching me.
Wang Ye crouched in a corner in fear, his body trembling. Even knowing it's a game, he was still scared.
This hospital is too terrifying, isn't it?
It is dozens of times scarier than Guangming Community.
Wow, just this atmosphere almost scared me to pee.
The game production team has really done something big. Damn, those ghost movie makers should come over and see this is what atmosphere is all about.
Other paranormal games should come over and learn.
Exactly, compared to horror games, other games are nothing, this is what we call atmosphere. Damn, I'm a bit scared to play now, just seeing this scene makes me tremble all over.
Me too. Where's the streamer? Get in there, charge in.
Yeah, where's the streamer? The live stream image switched.
Streamer Wang Ye was crouched in a corner, hugging his knees and trembling. Live stream audience. Come on, you're a streamer and you're this scared? Why don't you just go in? Damn, I've never seen someone more cowardly than me. If you don't go in, I'm leaving.
Ha ha ha, the streamer looks so scared he might have peed himself.
Wang Ye? He's not even worthy of holding Wang Ye's shoes.
I'm really going to die laughing, a horror game streamer is hiding in a corner, trembling in fear. As they saw Wang Ye too scared to move, the live stream audience began to tease him.
Phew. It's just a broken game, what's there to be afraid of? Right, it's just a game, why should I be scared?
After a few minutes of psychological counseling, Wang Ye resolutely stood up, his face filled with determination, and walked step by step toward the hospital.
Brothers, I'm not a coward, watch me speedrun First People's Hospital. The entire hospital was terrifyingly silent. In fact, Wang Ye could even hear his own heartbeat. This hospital seemed abandoned.
The ground beneath his feet was covered with a thick layer of green plants.
Though he didn't know what they were. Stepping on it feels soft.
The security booth at the hospital entrance had long been abandoned, with no security guard inside. And Wang Ye smoothly arrived at the hospital. On the building in front of him hung a sign that was crooked, with the big letters being extremely fuzzy. However, after looking for a while, Wang Ye still managed to make it out.
Outpatient building. Brothers, this is the outpatient section, let's go in and take a look.
After seeing clearly, Wang Ye took a deep breath and then lifted his foot towards the outpatient building.
The outpatient building shouldn't be that scary, right? The streamer is going to the outpatient building, to the morgue. Goodness, do you really want the streamer to die not quickly enough? To be honest, this detail, this atmosphere, is simply amazing. The outpatient building should be safe. Not necessarily.
Everyone knows, in supernatural worldviews, the most dangerous places are universities and hospitals, with hospitals being the most terrifying. Indeed, hospitals gather a lot of negative energy, and people die here every day.
Look, the streamer has already entered. Chapter 58, The Terrifying First People's Hospital. It smells a bit. Entering the outpatient building, Wang Ye frowned.
Inside, there was a strong stench.
Looking at the ground. Everywhere on the floor were bloodstains. However, these bloodstains were all dry.
Looking into the distance, Wang Ye also saw bodies lying on the ground. Some of these corpses had their intestines taken out, some had their heads missing, and some were just left with a head.
They lay silently on the ground. This scene gave Wang Yi goosebumps.
Compared to this, the terrifying atmosphere of Third High School and Guangming community seemed like a kindergarten. He suppressed the fear within and continued walking forward.
No ghosts on the first floor, so we will head to the second floor. After patrolling the first floor for half a day, Wang Yi did not see any ghosts. Therefore, he decided to go to the second floor. However, before going up, he released his strange long-haired ghost. There was no choice, he had always been alone, and to have a long-haired ghost was already impressive. After all, not everyone can be like that emperor. Going up the stairs, Wang Yi smoothly arrived at the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the second floor was relatively tidy. Director's office. Patient rooms. Wang Yi took steps forward, his eyes constantly scanning the wooden doors on both sides of the corridor. If the first floor had a pungent smell, the second floor was filled with a mix of disinfectant and some inexplicable stench, which was even more overwhelming than the first floor's odor. At that moment, clear, rhythmic footsteps started echoing from deep within the corridor, growing closer and closer. Tap, tap, tap. At the end of the corridor, a figure appeared. An exceptionally tall, thin figure emerged from the corner, pushing a rusty medical cart. It was wearing a nurse's uniform stained dark purple with blood, and the nurse's hat sat askew on its head. Its face was a blank space without features, but where a mouth should be, there was a long, blood-stained suture. Crack! Suddenly, a door opened in the distance. The nurse pushing the medical cart skillfully picked up a syringe and turned to enter a patient room. Meanwhile, Wang Yi crouched in the corner, silently watching this scene. Why do I feel that nurse is even more powerful than my long-haired sister? Wang Yi couldn't help but think this in his heart. Wow, this guy is a bit scary. Even through the screen, I feel a creepy sensation. TSK, the game production team is clearly serious, this third chapter is indeed well thought out. Streamer, go kill it. What did the streamer say? Stronger than the long-haired sister? How is that possible? Exactly, no matter how weak the long-haired sister is, she's at least half a ghost general. If it's stronger than her, that would be a ghost general, right? How could that be possible? A ghost general? That's the final boss of Guangming community, it's impossible to just run into one here, right? What's the point of playing then? What's the use of feeling? The streamer should go try it, kill it. The viewers in the live stream room urged one after another. As the protagonist, Wang also looked at the hundreds of thousands of online viewers in the stream. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind. Glory and wealth were right in front of him. Let's do it, brothers. Watch me kill it. Wang waved his hand, and a big axe appeared in his grip. He then harnessed the power of the long-haired sister, and a vast, chilling aura coiled around his right hand and the surface of the big axe. His eyes suddenly turned completely black. Ghost eyes, activate. Go. Wang's body rapidly charged forward. What seemed like a distance of over 10 meters, he covered in just 2 seconds. Strange, where is it? Wang charged straight into the hospital room like a god descending. But the next moment, he froze. The room was empty. All he could see was a blood-stained bed sheet. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice made Wang shiver involuntarily. He quickly turned around and swung his axe. Missed? No one? The axe slammed into the wall, but the expected eerie scene of being split in two didn't appear. Where is the ghost? Wang stood in the room, his eyes constantly scanning around. Room number 3, food is being delivered. The cold voice came again. Bang. The large door in front suddenly closed on its own with a loud bang. The entire room was plunged into darkness. But with his ghost eyes, Wang could still see a little. By the window, a dark shadow seeped in from the edge of the window. Food, food, food. Wang's face was filled with wariness. He suddenly looked down. This glance made his soul nearly jump out of his body. An entirely bald baby, looking unnaturally small, was clinging to his right leg. The baby's face had a crack stretching all the way to its ear. It opened its blood-red mouth and gave Wang a faint smile before biting down on his right leg. Get off me! Wang summoned the Yin energy within him and shook the baby off, causing its soul to scatter. Poof! Seeing the baby's soul dissipate, Wang couldn't help but smile with a sense of pride. After all, he was half a step away from being a ghost general, no mere wandering spirit could touch him. Food, delicious food. I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry. Hungry, eat, eat. Countless voices echoed from all directions. The entire room was now filled with shadows. On the floor, the bed, the walls, even the ceiling, countless babies clung to every surface.
They all opened their blood-red mouths, revealing faint smiles as they stared at Wang.
Damn ghost things, die. Although this scene was terrifying, Wang had already grown immune after fighting his way here. He raised his big axe and began to kill them. Each baby ghost perished as his axe struck. Ah, my arm.
Due to his poor battle awareness, Wang had still been injured. A baby bit down on his shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The pain made Wang let out a scream. Get away! Wang completely went berserk, grabbing the baby by the head and crushing it. Before he was hurt, he was timid. Once injured, the berserk state kicked in. He kept swinging his axe, one baby after another falling. But at the same time, his injuries kept piling up. His legs were bitten off, and even his abdomen had a large hole ripped through. In his ears, the sound of tearing continued. Damn it! With a furious, unwilling roar, Wang finally collapsed. He was dead. The camera zoomed out, and countless babies were gnawing on his body. Even the long-haired vengeful spirit had been completely devoured by these creatures. Outside the window, countless more babies kept pouring into the room. They filled the room endlessly. You are dead. Would you like to use a revival token to revive? Chapter 59, The Mad Scientist. October 10, 2058, 3 years and 29 days until the bizarre revival. What will happen if I blend this evil energy into it? In the third high school, inside the laboratory. A youth, dressed in rags and with a messy hairstyle, stood in front of the experimental table. His name is Wang Xian, and right now, he is working on a groundbreaking invention. Although Wang Xian looked quite disheveled, his spirit was surprisingly high. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. In front of him, many instruments were displayed. Before him lay a bright yellow bullet. Wang Xian carefully transferred his evil energy into the bullet. But in the next moment, the evil energy he infused into the bullet completely vanished. No, the evil energy dissipates when it goes in. What can store evil energy? He looked at the bullet, stroking his chin, and fell into deep thought. After pondering for a long time, a light suddenly shone in his eyes. Ordinary things can't store evil energy, but if I buy a strange tool and then take it apart, it should work. Wang Xian snapped his fingers and purchased a large machete from the shop. Then, he casually grabbed a cutting machine nearby and immediately got to work. Behind him lay a huge pile of scraps, including wires, chalkboard erasers, chalk, brooms, and tin sheets, everything you could think of. There was even a simple generator among them. All these materials were painstakingly scavenged by him. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the cutting machine started. Wang Xian began to cut the machete. Although the machete had become incredibly strong due to long-term evil energy erosion, it couldn't withstand the cutting machine. The machete was sliced into small metal pieces. Wang Xian picked up the small metal pieces and polished them gradually, then used other materials to shape them into bullet heads. He filled them with gunpowder and sealed them with brass. This should be good enough, right? Looking at the bullet head, he infused evil energy again. Sure enough, this time, the evil energy did not dissipate and attached itself to the surface of the bullet head. It worked! Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He eagerly picked up the homemade pistol in front of him and loaded the bullet into it. Little Nuan, come out. Wang Xian waved his hand, and little Nuan appeared in his palm. Looking at the seemingly harmless and even slightly cute little Nuan, Wang Xian felt no pity. He aimed the gun at her. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the laboratory. The bullet passed through little Nuan's forehead. Little Nuan appeared unhurt, but her body seemed to become even more transparent. Nuan, how do you feel? Wang Xian asked impatiently. It hurts. Little Nuan covered her forehead, looking up at Wang Xian with teary eyes. Little Nuan is a low-level ghost. This bullet can hurt her, but its power is limited. Perhaps even Sister Longhair wouldn't be able to handle it. No, this won't do. Wang Xian picked up another bullet and fell into thought again, staring at the bullet head. What should he modify next? How can it be more powerful? Only evil energy can harm the strange beings. Though he had plenty of evil energy in his body, this tiny bullet head could only hold a limited amount. No, I need to study more. Wang Xian fell back into his frenzied research. Little Nuan silently watched him from the side. Her teary eyes filled with confusion. She didn't understand what this strange brother was doing. Next, Wang Xian began his crazy research in the laboratory. In the blink of an eye, a whole day passed. Wang Xian was forced offline. 4 hours later, he logged back on and continued his research. Another day later. He was brimming with energy. Version 2.0, successful. Wang Xian cackled as he looked at the massive contraption before him. Before him stood a huge machine with 12 gun barrels. This thing was undoubtedly a handheld Gatling gun. Next to the Gatling gun, there was a long belt of bullets.
If the power isn't enough, then I'll just make it in quantity.
As long as the firing speed is fast enough, even the Ghost General will die.
Let's give it a try. Glancing at the little girl beside him, Wang Xian still chose not to make a move.
He lifted the Gatling gun and walked towards the teaching building. He was also a ghost controller, his body fully enhanced. Lifting this Gatling was as easy as picking up a toy.
He walked along the playground to the teaching building.
He glanced at the sunset outside, taking a puff of his cigarette, and kicked open the classroom door.
Bang!
The classroom door was kicked open savagely.
In an instant, the teachers and students inside turned to look at Wang Xian.
Times have changed, brothers.
Wang Xian laughed heartily while holding the Gatling gun, then he did not hesitate to pull the trigger.
Dud-day-day, dud-day-day. 12 barrels spun rapidly, fire snakes continuously spitting flames.
Dense bullets shot towards these strange beings.
Under the barrage of bullets, the ghostly souls in front were instantly shattered.
They didn't even have a chance to react.
And on the platform, the teacher, who had been expressionless, now completely revealed her true face.
Human, die. A chilling roar rang in Wang Xian's ears. The fierce ghost teacher actually vanished into thin air. Damn it, this won't hit, can you please not move?
Wang Xian punched through the wall beside him, and grabbed the confused fierce ghost teacher out from the wall.
Looks like you are a bit stronger than your students, let's see how my new weapon does. Wang Xian pressed the still smoking barrels against the fierce ghost teacher's forehead. Fierce ghost teacher? Dud-day-day, dud-day-day.
In the next moment, fire snakes spouted and the barrels spun rapidly.
Countless bullets penetrated the fierce ghost teacher's head. The entire process lasted for a good 10 seconds.
Finally, the ground behind the fierce ghost teacher was completely shot through. And her soul became transparent, as if about to disperse into nothingness. This won't do, even this can't kill her, it seems the power still needs to be strengthened. Wang Xian frowned, kicking the fierce ghost teacher away to meet her end, then took a deep breath of smoke. If the power is insufficient, no matter how fast the firing speed, it won't help.
After a deep puff of smoke, Wang Xian looked at the Gatling in his hand, lost in thought. What else can be improved? No, I need to keep improving. Wang Xian scratched his head, turned and walked away with the Gatling.
Arriving at the laboratory, he threw himself into it, continuing his research.
The original Gatling was immediately taken apart. Since it couldn't even kill an ordinary ghost, keeping it would be a waste. It's better to dismantle it and create something else. The entire laboratory was filled with a series of special sounds.
Curiously, the strange beings that heard this sound dared not approach.
Because in the corner of the laboratory lay a big black dog with smooth, shiny fur.
It lay there quietly, but made countless strange beings dare not act recklessly.
Chapter 60, Complete Clearing. October 13, 2058, 3 years and 25 days until the strange beings awaken. It had been 3 days since the last experiment. Bang! Ha, I finally succeeded.
In the classroom, looking at the fierce ghost teacher shot dead, Wang Xian laughed out loud. He placed the barrel of the handgun on his lips and gently blew.
This is the Ghost Hunter handgun, one shot can kill an ordinary ghost. Next, I will test my ancestral hand Gatling.
Wang Xian left the classroom, picked up the already placed Gatling from the hallway, and kicked open the classroom door.
Staring at the fierce ghost students and teachers, Wang Xian pulled the trigger without hesitation. Dear benefactors, times have changed.
The world is very harsh, the monk has come to deliver you.
Dud-day-day, dud-day-day. The trigger was pulled. Countless bullets poured out.
A group of students were directly shot to the point of soul scattering.
Even that fierce ghost teacher did not last 3 seconds before she completely returned to the void. In just a few seconds, the entire classroom of strange beings was completely cleared. They didn't even have a chance to react. The whole classroom was a mess.
And the culprit, Wang Xian, stood at the door with a cigarette in his mouth, looking satisfied at the scene before him.
This game is really fun, you can research anything, this physics engine is simply amazing. The real world doesn't let me research, but in the game, you can't control me, right? If I can research guns, can I also research missiles and other things?
Scratching his head, Wang Xian's smile gradually became twisted. Ding, dear player, this system has detected that your weapon has certain practical value and has come to discuss a collaboration with you. This system can choose to list your weapon for sale to other players, you will receive a 20% commission, while this system takes 80%.
Do you agree? Wang Xian, who was lost in a beautiful fantasy, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then quickly reacted.
This was the game developers contacting him.
Why do I only get 20%? Wang Xin questioned. Shouldn't he get the bigger share?
It's like this, you only need to authorize, the rest, you don't need to worry about, just wait for the energy points to arrive.
I agree. Wang Xin immediately replied.
Such a good deal, refusing would be foolish. He created weapons just for his own pleasure. But now that he could sell them for money, only a fool would refuse. Moreover, he didn't have to handle anything further, just waiting for energy points to be credited.
This game is really generous. It's exciting and makes money. Where can you find such a good game?
All right. Seeing the system not responding to him anymore, Wang Xin didn't mind but picked up the Gatling gun and walked toward the laboratory.
Upon arriving at the lab, Wang Xin tidied up a bit and took his good things all the way to the bright community.
Although the lab was good, everything of value in the entire third high school had already been looted by him. In summary, there was nothing good left in third high school. He needed to go to bright community to loot again and continue his research. Perhaps, even if he hadn't found successful theories in the real world, there might still be a glimmer of hope here.
Brothers, I heard that Wang is dead on the second floor next door? If you ask me, he's just a noob. Look at me, I've already made it to the 5th floor.
In the live broadcast room, Brother Skills held a big machete, confidently speaking to the viewers.
Do you even know how you got up here?
Encounter something weird and you hide, can't hide you just run, you are really cowardly. Exactly, Wang at least had the guts to come up and fight, you ran all the way to the 5th floor. And you carry a big machete, not knowing it makes it seem like you fought your way up. I used to like you, but now, I feel shame.
I'm new here, why do you guys say that about the streamer? Reaching the 5th floor is impressive.
This guy ran all the way up, when he met something weird, he either hid or ran, since he entered the hospital, he hasn't killed a single one.
Oh, I thought he was a skilled streamer, I'll leave now. Brothers, we can't say that. The fact that I made it here unscathed is a skill too.
Brother Skills looked at the barrage in the live chat, completely unconcerned, instead showing a proud face. Brothers, this 5th floor is the top floor, let me explore what great secrets it has.
If there's nothing secret, I'll lead you to fight down to the 1st floor.
However, up until now, I haven't encountered any NPCs, and I don't know where the NPCs in this hospital instance are. I was still thinking about that 100,000 energy points. Brother Skills held the big machete, mumbling to himself as he walked towards the large iron door at the end of the corridor.
He arrived at the large iron door at the end of the corridor.
Looking at the big iron door in front of him, he did not hesitate and pushed it hard.
The big iron door didn't budge. Iron chains?
Looking at the iron chains at his feet, a hint of surprise flashed in Brother Skills' eyes.
Is it locked by iron chains? What is in this room?
At this moment, he was even more curious. He raised the machete in his hand and hacked at the iron chain.
Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound echoed in the hallway.
After chopping it a total of 78 times, the iron chain was finally severed. After calming his emotions, he used all his strength to push open the massive iron door in front of him. It smells so good.
Food has come. Such delicious food.
As he opened the big door, he heard a rustling sound coming into his ears. The next moment, he froze.
Behind the iron door was a large pile of bald babies squatting.
On the ground, on the walls, on the ceiling, there were babies everywhere. They stared intensely at him, their eyes bursting with a bloodthirsty glow.
Run!
He screamed and turned to run with the machete raised. He was fast, but these babies were faster, relentlessly chasing after him. Laughing to death, let you run, and now you found their lair. So the babies that killed Wang Yi are all here, you're really unlucky. Don't run, turn around and fight, I respect you as a man. Fight, fight, fight. Loyalty. Streamer, stop running, turn around and fight, let's enjoy this.
What are you running for? We watch your stream to enjoy, what's the difference between you and playing by yourself? Would I not run? Haha, laughing myself rich. The fleeing man didn't pay attention to the barrage in the live stream. He just wanted to stay alive. After a thrilling journey up to the 5th floor, he didn't want to die here.
Otherwise, he would have to start all over from the 1st floor.
It's over.
Arriving at the stairway, looking at the babies at the bottom of the stairs, he had a desperate expression. No way, buy a few long-haired sisters to help me break through.
He immediately opened the system shop.
But at first glance, he saw 2 special items.
Namo Chowdu Gatling, 100 energy points. Purchase delivery of 100 bullets. 100% Chowdu bullets, 1 energy point for 10 bullets, exclusive to Namo Chowdu Gatling. Gatling? Is it the one I think it is? Get one.
Seeing the babies closing in, he directly purchased it, not even glancing at the pistol. Compared to the 500 energy points for the Fierce Ghost, this Gatling was a real bargain. The next moment, a Gatling appeared in his hand.
Damn.
Looking at the Gatling in his hand, he was truly startled.
It really was a Gatling. Is the game this wild? Can the Gatling fight the Bazaar? Damn, where did the streamer pull out such a big guy? Good lord, Gatling? Where did the streamer get it? Haha, laughing to death, can Gatling fight ghosts? Streamer, honestly, did you cheat? Streamer, send me the Gatling link, I need it in real life. I want to buy too.
The live stream audience burst into laughter at the sudden appearance of the Gatling.
Gatling fighting ghosts? The biggest joke of the 21st century. Damn it, doesn't matter.
Looking at the baby so close, he shut his eyes and pulled the trigger.
Day.
Suddenly, the Gatling in his hand started to tremble, the 12 barrels began to spin rapidly, and dense bullets kept firing out.
Although the recoil was strong, his body didn't move at all. This little recoil couldn't shake him. Ah, it hurts. Whoa, it hurts, I really hurt. I'm the head, my head is gone. Screams echoed continuously. The bullets kept firing for a full minute before running out.
During this time, he bought another 300 bullets. When all the bullets were finally used up, he dared to open his eyes. At a glance, he was dumbfounded. The babies that had filled the hallway were completely gone. The ground, the walls, and the ceiling were covered with dense bullet holes.
Meanwhile, the audience watching the whole process in the livestream was completely speechless. Chapter 61, Huge Power Boost. October 14, 2058, 3 years and 24 days until the Bazaar revival. Finally succeeded. In a strange world, at 3rd High School, in the principal's office.
Ye Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a gleam.
With a single thought, the temperature in the entire office dropped significantly.
For the past few days, he had been in seclusion here, practicing and cultivating.
At last, hard work paid off.
1,000 strands of dark energy merged into a drop of yellow spring water. At this moment, he could be considered to have truly entered the door. By himself, he could already arm wrestle with ghost generals. If he used the yellow spring coin, he could even single-handedly kill a ghost general. This was his current strength. This was not comparable to those corrupted paths that relied on the strength of evil spirits. Ghost controllers relied on the power of evil spirits, but excess usage would harm their bodies, ultimately leading to a strange backlash that would strip them of even the qualifications for reincarnation. As for him, he practiced orthodox cultivation, focusing on himself, without any of those hidden dangers.
This was the most fundamental difference between the two. System, what has happened these days?
Ye Xuan slowly got up, patted his butt, and the surroundings quickly shifted until he found himself alone in the room. He took a can of ice-cold cola from the fridge and sat on the sofa, thinking inwardly. The new instance, First People's Hospital, has opened, now the vast majority of players are exploring it. Currently, there are 98 players who have successfully merged with ghost generals, possessing their strength. Player Wang Zixin has developed a new weapon against evil spirits. This system has signed a contract with him to sell the weapon, with earnings split on an 80-20 basis.
Oh?
Ye Xuan wasn't very interested in the first 2 points. But when he heard the last point, his eyebrows raised. He took out his phone and opened a short video. He clicked on the video of the blogger he followed, Zhu Huogu, and indeed, he saw the latest video from him. In the video, Zhu Huogu carried a Gatling gun in his left hand and a pistol in his right, rampaging in a hallway.
Those strange infants couldn't even approach him.
The battle lasted for several minutes. After a few minutes, all the strange infants in the hallway were cleared away. Zhu Huogu then placed the pistol by his lips and blew softly.
The times have changed, adults.
Watching this scene, Ye Xuan was greatly shocked, even if he didn't fully understand it.
Players were creating such things in the game? Wow, Gatling, damn, we're all playing the same game, why are you so awesome? I just want to know, how was this Gatling researched? Truly a talented person. Researcher Wang Zixin, who exactly is this Wang Zixin? So talented? Incredible, I can only say incredible. Amazing, I'm truly impressed. Indeed, this land has never lacked geniuses. Today I bought one, it's really satisfying. I rampaged through Guangming community and plan to take the Gatling to challenge the Black King tonight.
Upstairs, don't go, I've tried it, before you even get close, you'll get killed by a single claw, no chance to shoot. Watching the comments of the netizens, Ye Xuan opened the system panel again.
Gatling, 100 energy points, pistol, 50 energy points? System, why didn't you tell me about this?
Ye Xuan frowned and asked.
You were in training.
You really can be foolish, why sell it so cheap? With such power, even if you sold it for 500 energy points, they would still rush to buy it.
You really can't do business.
Ye Xuan's frustration left the system utterly speechless.
How much is the cost? Immediately, Ye Xuan asked the most critical question. The manufacturing cost of the Gatling is 3 energy points, the pistol is 1 energy point. That's not bad. After receiving the system's answer, Ye Xuan sighed in relief. Next time something like this happens, make sure to inform me. You're really not good at doing business. Okay. Getting the system's affirmative answer, Ye Xuan nodded and no longer blamed it. He was grateful to the system. He knew his own abilities, without the system, he was nothing. In the Bizarre Revival, he is just the cannon fodder. It is the system that allows him to overturn his fate. As for the system's approach, he merely complains a bit. His relationship with the system is like a mutually helpful friendship. He wouldn't insult the system like other brainless novels. Without the system, every single protagonist in those books is a loser, not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Open the panel. Yilin casually pulled, and the panel appeared before him. Name, Ye Xuan. Strength, 10,000. Speed, 10,000. Mental power, 15,000. Talent, none. Skill, soul-crushing blade. Equipment, yin-yang mirror, yin-yang umbrella, equivalent balance, substitute doll, hell coins. Energy points, 123654870. Wow, 1.2 billion energy points? Seeing the energy point balance, Ye Xuan was genuinely shocked. It has only been a few days, and the energy points have skyrocketed so much. Good, let's hurry to 10 billion. This speed is still too slow. When we reach 10 billion, I will directly unlock the entire Golden City. Then, it will be a real explosion of values. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Throwing players into the entire Golden City, how much profit could he gain? He could hardly imagine. Right now, going through one dungeon at a time is still too slow. This greatly limits the player's creativity. Not to mention, he is facing the entire world. Opening one dungeon at a time is way too slow. If this continues, by the time the Bazaar fully revives, the game might not even have covered all of Huaxia yet. But this rise in combat power is too exaggerated, right? Seeing his combat power, Ye Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Before, it was only 100, and now it has directly soared 100 times to 10,000. Is the gap between ghost generals and ordinary ghosts really that big? Ha! Taking a deep breath, Ye Xuan looked radiant. Now everything is developing in a good direction. Ding, player Xiao Qingxin has successfully filled the exploration progress of Guangming community, discovering all its secrets. Ding, reward player Xiao Qingxin with a big gift package, and additionally grant player Xiao Qingxin 1 million energy points. Ding, congratulations to the wealthy team for successfully destroying all the evil spirits in Guangming community, specially rewarding a big gift package. Suddenly, the system's voice resounded in Ye Xuan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the exploration task of Guangming community, specially rewarding the host with a mysterious big gift package. Third high school exploration progress, 100%. Guangming community exploration progress, 100%. First People's Hospital exploration progress, 2%. The exploration progress of Guangming community has been filled? It's that Xiao Qingxin again, amazing. Chapter 62 Huge Gains. System, open the big gift package. Ye Xuan, filled with excitement, ordered the system. This time, he really received a big surprise. Just after coming out, energy points skyrocketed, and strength greatly increased. Now, there's another big gift package. Could it be that today is his lucky day? Opening big gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Ghost General level follower, Black Wu Chang. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Bazaar item, Time Sandglass. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time Bazaar item, God Killing Order. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Bazaar technique, Summon God. Wow, a Ghost General? Ye Xuan was genuinely shocked. He actually opened up a Ghost General? System, is it the Black Wu Chang that I am thinking of? Ye Xuan quickly asked. No. Receiving this answer, a hint of disappointment surged in Ye Xuan's heart. He thought it was Fan Yi. But disappointment lasted only a moment. Even if it's not Fan Yi, it's still a Ghost General. That's really amazing. As Ye Xuan's mind stirred, the temperature in the whole room began to drop. In Ye Xuan's sight, the space started to distort. A shadow stepped out from the twisted space. Wearing a black robe, tall and slender, holding a white long stick in the right hand and a chain in the left. On his head is a tall hat with the words Peace Under Heaven written on it. His appearance was almost identical to that of the legendary figure in myth. Black Wu Chang, meet the master. Black Wu Chang bowed to Ye Xuan. Get up. Ye Xuan waved his hand. He glanced at Black Wu Chang and then at the little black behind him. Well, the ghost commander has come out, and I can already arm wrestle with the ghost general, so this little black isn't that impressive anymore. Forget it, let's treat it as a little pet. A pet of the ghost commander level is still quite prestigious, isn't it? Black Wu Chang stood respectfully beside Ye Xuan, like a bodyguard. Ye Xuan continued to check the rewards behind him. Time Sandglass, drifted from the river of the ghost realm, possessing the power to pause time and reverse time. Once used, it can pause time within 100 meters, and it can also reverse time within 100 meters. The duration of the pause and reversal depends on the user's strength. Time. Looking at the exquisite sandglass in front of him, Ye Xuan immediately understood how to use it. Pause time, reverse time. In the past, these were words found only in novels. Unexpectedly, it was happening right in front of his eyes now. I can play with time? Ooh, calm down, calm down. Great achievers are not picky about small details. Ye Xuan suppressed his inner excitement and put away the time sandglass. His state of mind was still lacking. He needed to stay calm. Next one. God Killing Order, a one-time strange tool. Once activated, it can unleash extremely strong power, killing ghost generals upon contact, and even ghost commanders can be killed with the slightest mistake. A brief introduction made Ye Xuan aware of this item's dominance. Awesome. A token made of paper appeared in his hand. Ye Xuan didn't know what kind of paper this was, but it was black in color and felt hard when squeezed. On its surface, there was a blood-red character for kill. Good stuff, you will be my trump card in the future. Putting away the God Killing Order, Ye Xuan began to check the last item. Divine Summoning, enables one to summon deities. The stronger the user's power, the stronger the summoned deity. Remember not to misuse it, the summoning is completely random. This world is getting crazier. Is there really a god to summon? Ye Xuan fell into confusion. The ability to summon gods has appeared. Damn it, I was foolish again. Ghosts have already appeared, what does it matter if gods show up? Even if someone told me there was Sun Wukong, I would believe it. Coming back to his senses, Ye Xuan shook his head and smiled. Everything has become so bizarre, why was he still questioning the existence of gods? This isn't a joke. Everything that's come out this time is good stuff. This little fresh, truly a talent. Ye Xuan couldn't help but praise. It was this person who organized the third high school. Now the bright community was also settled by him. Simply a talent among talents. Ding, player Little Fresh opened the big gift pack and obtained the strange skill, Endless Change. Loading synchronously, congratulations to the host for obtaining the strange skill, All Things Exist. Ding, player Wang Tsomtsom opened the big gift pack and obtained the strange tool, Record of Life and Death. By writing a strange name on it, one can kill ghosts without a trace. The stronger the strange power, the stronger the backlash experienced by the user. Loading synchronously, congratulations to the host for obtaining the strange tool, Book of Life and Death, which can kill humans and ghosts, but can kill ghost generals at most. Exempt from side effects. Is there more good stuff? Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. All Things Exist, the ultimate application of Yin energy, capable of transforming everything. Just a simple line of text, Ye Xuan saw its true potential. In the next moment, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into Ye Xuan's mind. Instantly learning and mastering, completely unnecessary to comprehend. Ultimate application of Yin energy? Ye Xuan's mind moved, drawing upon the Huangquan energy within him. In the void before him, as Ye Xuan's mind shifted, a long sword slowly formed. This sword could slash evil spirits. Interesting. As Ye Xuan's thoughts continued to turn, the long sword transformed into a knife, a stick, a hammer, even firearms. Anything Ye Xuan had seen could be transformed. Interesting, this is interesting. Ye Xuan couldn't help but become addicted to playing. He played for a full 10 minutes before reluctantly dissipating the Huangquan energy. Others used Yin energy. He was playing with the underworld energy, which sounded prestigious. The Book of Life and Death, with a stroke of the pen, one can determine the life and death of people, ghosts, and gods. The explanation was also a line of text, but Ye Xuan could see the overbearing nature implied on it. With a flick of his hand, an ancient book appeared in his grasp. This book was thick, but every page was very thick. So, the whole book had only 10 pages. In other words, did he only have 10 chances? At the moment he got the Book of Life and Death, Ye Xuan already knew how to use it. To make someone die, he just needed to pick up the pen and write their name and birth date. To make a person die, write their name and birth date. To make a ghost die, just write the name. It was a true murder without form. As for what to do if he didn't know the name? Then it would be just tough luck. A truly good thing, although it can only kill ghosts. For me, it is really a good thing. Ye Xuan placed the Book of Life and Death on the table. How about trying to kill someone for an experiment?
The thought flashed through his mind, but Ye Xuan immediately dismissed it. His strength had progressed too quickly, suddenly gaining invincible power had quietly changed his mindset. This kind of thought is dangerous, I must not have it for now. Ye Xuan dispelled the dangerous thought within him and solemnly put away the Book of Life and Death. This thing was not needed for now. After organizing everything, Ye Xuan stood up and left the room. He hadn't eaten delicious food for a long time, his mouth was almost watering. Although he did not feel hungry even if he didn't eat, was the purpose of eating just to feel full? No, it was for enjoyment. Living without hobbies, without knowing how to enjoy, what was the meaning of living? Chapter 63, Hell is empty, demons walk among us. In the hot pot restaurant, Ye Xuan sat alone, eating hot pot. The whole hot pot restaurant was harmonious. Adults and children were laughing and chatting, while waiters moved around serving dishes at each table. Everything appeared to be so harmonious. Family joy, national peace, nothing could be better than this. Yin energy? Suddenly, while eating hot pot, Ye Xuan slightly frowned. He felt a trace of yin energy flash by. Now, he was extremely sensitive to yin energy. Because he himself was a powerful being. Have they started to be so brazen? Ye Xuan put down his chopsticks and began to sense more deeply. Once he determined the direction, Ye Xuan stood up and left the hot pot restaurant. Now, are ghosts already this common? What would it be like in 3 years when the strange phenomena fully revive, as said by the system? Following the yin energy, Ye Xuan passed through several small buildings before finally arriving at an abandoned factory. Above him hung a round moon. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, visibility was excellent and there was no need for any other light. Right here. Ye Xuan looked up, his eyes calmly gazing into the depths of the abandoned factory. In his perception, the yin energy was within it. Looking around, Ye Xuan put his hands in his pockets and walked deeper. If an ordinary person were in this environment, they would have probably run away long ago. But Ye Xuan was different, he was frighteningly strong now. Moreover, in the current real world, he was confident that no strange phenomena could threaten him. Boss, how should we handle this? What else can we do? Dismember it, then find a river to throw it into. Did you buy the knife I told you to? I bought it, but boss, if we throw it in the river, won't it be discovered? Are you stupid? Throw a couple of stones in the bag, then sink it in the river, erase the traces. Who would know it was us? Makes sense. As he walked, Ye Lin heard faint noises coming from ahead. In front was a factory, neither too big nor too small. At the factory entrance, under the moonlight, there was a trace of blood. Ye Xuan stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Ye Xuan saw an extremely brutal scene. 2 figures were wielding knives, continuously chopping at a female corpse on the ground. The female corpse was being dismembered by them. Blood was everywhere on the ground, and the whole scene was extremely bloody. Who are you? Under the moonlight, Ye Xuan's shadow was stretched long, reaching up to the 2 before him. The 2 who were struggling to dismember the female corpse exchanged glances, then stood up, knives in hand, looking at Ye Xuan. They were still stained with blood. Hell is empty, and demons are among us. Having experienced such scenes before, Ye Xuan felt no fear and didn't feel disgust. Instead, he felt anger. Weirdness should not be like this. While Ye Xuan was lost in thought, the 2 men moved to surround him, one on the left and one on the right. Kid, you saw what you shouldn't have seen. We are not heartless people. We don't want to keep killing. Take this knife and stab a few times, and we'll let you go. The scar-faced man on the left casually tossed a blood-stained machete to the ground at Ye Xuan's feet. Ha! Hearing this, Ye Xuan sneered coldly. He only snapped his fingers. 2 white figures quickly flashed by. What is this? Ghost, it's a ghost. The eyes of the 2 men suddenly turned terrified. And on their necks, thick hair wrapped around them. In front of them stood a pale-faced long-haired ghost, exuding terrifying dark energy. Drag them away, don't let them die too easily. Handle it cleanly. Ye Xuan said coldly. The long-haired ghost nodded. The hair wrapped around the 2 men, slowly disappearing into the night. This was the first time Ye Xuan had taken someone's life. He slowly approached the murder scene. Looking at the corpse that was hacked beyond recognition, Ye Xuan sighed softly. Whether in his past life or present, it was the first time he witnessed such a situation with his own eyes. How to say, he felt an array of mixed emotions inside. I've avenged your hatred. Leave, existence is torture for you. Ye Xuan spoke softly. On the surface of this mangled body, he felt a faint chill. The female corpse was filled with immense resentment before her death, almost forming a weirdness. Even if he hadn't come, those 2 guys would definitely have died. After Ye Xuan finished speaking, the massive energy that had gathered with difficulty quietly dissipated. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a wisp of merit. Suddenly, a voice from the system sounded in Ye Xuan's mind.
What does that mean? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. Merit?
He had only heard about it in novels.
The host practices the Yellow Spring record, recognized by heaven and earth as a clergyman. Maintaining order and punishing evil can earn heaven and earth's merit. Merit can accelerate cultivation and accumulate blessings.
Those who possess merit are safe from sickness and disaster, even ghosts dare not harm them.
Hearing the system's response, Ye Xuan nodded silently. A clergyman recognized by heaven and earth? It should be similar to heavenly officials or underworld messengers, right? He didn't understand.
And he didn't need to understand. He only needed to know that he wouldn't die in the future and that he would live comfortably, and that was enough. If he would live comfortably, then those players would also live relatively comfortably.
System, do you say I can become a god?
Ye Xuan turned to leave the place. After Ye Xuan left, two little girls appeared out of nowhere. They placed the female corpse into a burlap sack and then disappeared into the night. The little girls arrived at a desolate mountain, digging into the ground with their hands, and soon, a large pit was dug out. They threw the corpse into the pit and then buried it. The process was smooth and swift. Resting in peace. One little girl returned home, while the other little girl, holding a student ID, headed towards a certain university. It's possible. On the other side, Ye Xuan received a positive response from the system. Practicing the Yellow Spring record, heaven and earth recognize you as a clergy. You already possess a clerical position and only need to do good deeds and accumulate merit. Sooner or later, you can become a god.
Hearing the system's response, Ye Xuan gently shook his head. Do good deeds? I'm not a great person. Host, heaven and earth are not fools. What you consider good, that is good. Ye Xuan.
System, you said, if you and I join forces to change the future, preventing future disasters, would that be considered a good deed? This is the act of a messiah. In due time, countless merits will gather, and one can become a god.
Interesting, then I'll set a small goal first, to become a minor god for fun?
Let's encourage each other.
Help me become a god. I am more than willing. Ye Xuan laughed. The moonlight shone on him.
Only a long shadow was left behind.
Chapter 64, The Mysterious Affairs of Huaxia Town. October 15, 2058, 3 years and 23 days remain until the strange revival. Really, it's actually true, this game can really make my body stronger?
Wang Songson looked at his hands in disbelief. He felt an endless strength surging through his body. This is definitely not just a game, it cannot merely be a game. Wang Songson, coming back to his senses, became even more certain. Due to family factors, he knew much more than the average person. He played this game precisely because this horror game felt unlike a game. From the first time he played, he had this feeling. After all, his family also studies VR. Although VR technology is advanced, it is far from reaching the level of horror games.
Not even the latest product of the Research Institute could do it.
At first, there was no evidence. But now, he was certain.
Playing a game could actually change his body subtly. If it can make my body stronger now, does that mean in the future, I can also obtain items from the game?
Wang Songsong's eyes burned with passion. This game had brought him immense surprises.
Since it could make his real-world self stronger, could it be that items belonging to him in the game could also be retrieved in the future? The imagination was beautiful.
Wang Songsong felt like he had grasped something. What fleeting inspiration he had grasped.
Log in, log in, log in.
Wang Songsong eagerly put on his VR headset, excitedly lying on his bed and logging in directly. He wasn't the only one who realized this situation. Countless players shared his thoughts.
However, everyone seemed to tacitly maintain silence. No one mentioned this matter. Do you think the game items can also be extracted in the future?
The Mysterious Affairs of Huaxia Town. As a newly established department, its secrecy level was very high, and its authority was also very great. Few people in all of Huaxia knew about these new departments. Even those who did know couldn't understand what this department was really for. They only knew that this department wielded great power, greater than any other department, and they couldn't provoke it. At this moment, the Mysterious Affairs Bureau was holding a mysterious meeting. As the first director of the Mysterious Affairs Bureau, Director Li sat in the first seat, looking at the few senior officials below him, and slowly voiced his inner doubts. Once these words were spoken, the 4 senior officials of the Bureau's eyes narrowed. This direction was something they had never considered. But now, after Li's suggestion, they felt a chilling realization. The frequency of strange outbreaks is increasing, although it's still weak and hasn't formed a climate. I can already see the future. We have never researched this direction, everything is relying on this one game. If in the future the items in the game can be extracted, the world order will have to change.
Director Li continued. His strong voice echoed in the conference room. The four looked at each other, each seeing the seriousness of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. If what Director Li said were to come true, how would they face it? We must be cautious and think ahead. Director Li, should we notify the finance department and make early arrangements?
In this game, energy points are everything. We can stock up on energy points in advance. In the future, even if items can really be extracted, we will hold a large number of energy points.
Inherently positioned in an invincible state.
The middle-aged man on the left crossed his fingers, looked at Old Li, and spoke softly. This idea is good. Go ask the Ministry of Finance for 500 billion. First get 500 billion to arrange.
Old Li nodded gently. Alright, let's end the topic here.
Right now, strange incidents are constantly breaking out across the country. Our burden is heavy. Keep in contact with the production team, don't stop, and wait for their response.
Additionally, establish branches nationwide. Those prominent players can be recruited now.
Old Li stood up and gave the final command.
At first, China was just watching the changes. But the strange incidents were increasingly frequent. Now, China is getting serious.
Because the scenes in the game are the future, this fact has been confirmed.
Yes. The four people in front of him also got up. The meeting was over. There is a saying that goes well.
A meeting with many people is not important. An important meeting has few people.
Solve small problems in big meetings, solve big problems in small meetings. Wang Xian, what are you going to do? In a campus.
A young man in a thin shirt was stopped by a girl with a bun.
The girl looked delicate, radiating the breath of youth.
Originally, it was a beautiful picture. But the young man's attire was indeed quite strange. In October, the temperature dropped sharply, others wore coats, while he wore short sleeves. But the surrounding students seemed unfazed.
I'm going back to the dorm to play games. Wang Xian glanced at the girl in front of him, his tone lukewarm. What game? Come on, go with me to the amusement park today. No matter what your reason is, you must accompany me to the amusement park today. The girl hugged the young man's arm and started to act coy. But the protagonist, Wang Xian, remained unchanged in expression.
Facing the girl's coquetry, he stood tall and still.
No, my research has reached a crucial point, I can't go with you. Wang Xian looked at the girl and then firmly refused. You really don't know what day it is today? Today is my birthday, it's my birthday. You're not even going to celebrate my birthday with me?
The girl released Wang Xian's arm, turned around, and stared at him with wide eyes. Your birthday doesn't count, I have very important research to do today.
Sorry, I'm leaving. Wang Xian walked around the girl and headed toward the dorm. The girl seemed to be petrified, standing still in place. Isn't playing games more fun? On the other side, back in the dorm, Wang Xian eagerly put on the helmet.
Before he could enter the game, the dormitory door was opened.
Two men in black uniforms walked in. They approached Wang Xian, and in his confused gaze, took out a certificate and placed it in front of Wang Xian. Hello, you are Wang Xian, right? Are you playing a horror game called Have the Courage, Come Play, with the game ID Wang Xian? Wang Xian was baffled by the situation, he nodded blankly.
Hello, we are from the Huaxia Town Anomaly Bureau. According to the orders above, we are taking you to the headquarters. Don't worry, we just want to move you to a different environment for research. If you agree, it will be considered an official entry, and you will become a member of the Huaxia Town Anomaly Bureau. Benefits include a monthly salary of 100,000, 6 insurances and 2 funds, working hours according to your own wishes, and your family will have 24-hour professional protection. You will receive a house and a car as well.
May I ask, do you agree? Hearing this, Wang Xian's mind couldn't process anything. He just kept nodding. Great, welcome, Comrade Wang Xian.
In this way, Wang Xian was taken away by more than a dozen men in uniforms. This scene happened to be seen by the girl from earlier.
You, what crime did you commit? Chapter 65, War God Solo clears the morgue. Bro, why not just forget it? Don't be so obsessed. Yeah, bro, how about we change direction? This morgue is clearly not something a person can get through. Bro, how about we send you some gifts? You can then buy some energy points to merge with the Ghost General and try again? Indeed, your operation makes my teeth ache. In the morgue, I have died 48 times, are you addicted to death? In a live broadcast room, countless bullet comments rolled by. In the screen, a young man with a slanted fringe looked determined, holding a cleaver in his hand. Brothers, I have been practicing with this knife for 10 years, today, I do not believe I cannot break through this small morgue. The young man had the words War God on his head. As soon as he said this, the audience in the live room fell silent. Others were trying every possible way to avoid the morgue. But this guy insisted on tackling the morgue. Now, he had already died a total of 48 times. You should know that in this horror game, there is no control over pain, the pain is maximized. And the feelings before death are very real. An ordinary person might take a day or even several days to recover after dying once. But this guy, good for him, opened the stream for 3 hours and died 48 times. And judging by this, the more he dies, the more addicted he becomes. Brothers, this is the 49th time, I must kill my way through. After saying this, the war god resolutely walked into the basement with the big cleaver. Following the stairs to the basement, before him was a dimly lit corridor. The chandelier on the ceiling flickered with creepy light. At the end of the corridor stood a large iron door, rusted and stained with dried blood. But the war god showed no fear, raising the cleaver and taking steps forward. I have to admire him, the war god is truly a war god, I acknowledge you. Even though he has been playing for a long time, the atmosphere of this game is incredibly well done, I wouldn't dare walk down this corridor. Go, war god, this time you must break through the morgue. The hospital morgue, the scariest place, if the war god can clear it, I am willing to call him the strongest man. Kill, 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 charge. On the screen, the war god reached the end of the corridor. He slowly extended his hand and opened the large iron door before him. Creak. The iron door opened, making a sound that gave chills. A burst of terrifying cold air rushed at him. The war god stepped inside. Before him was a vast space. On the surrounding walls were squares, and in the center were simple beds, each with a corpse covered by white cloth. Young men, get up, don't sleep anymore. Your nightmare has arrived. The war god grinned. He pulled out a handgun, pointing it at the ceiling. Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed in the morgue. The once quiet morgue was no longer silent at this moment. Suddenly, every corpse on the beds moved. They moved in unison, all sitting up. This scene looked remarkably eerie. At the same time, the small squares on the surrounding walls began to make noise. Humans. Food. Delicious. The corpses stayed still, their heads twisting 185 degrees, with pairs of eyes staring intently at the war god. This scene instantly heightened the atmosphere of horror. With so many eyes fixed on him, the war god showed no fear at all. After all, he had already died 48 times, he was immune by now. Kill. The war god raised his long knife, moved lightly, and came in front of the corpse closest to him, raising the big cleaver without hesitation. With one cut, it was clean and tidy. A big head rolled on the ground. However, something strange happened. The corpse that had its head chopped off did not stop moving but reached out its hands and grabbed the war god's arm. Get off me. The war god broke free from the corpse and brought down the cleaver once more. The entire corpse was split in half. I must say, the sharpness of this big cleaver is impressive. Die. This action completely angered the other corpses. A pale body walked down from the bed, one by one approaching the war god. But the war god, being the war god, showed no fear, stepping forward with a big knife in hand, ready to kill. One slash after another fell, and no corpse could withstand a single blow from the war god. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of dense noises suddenly echoed within the morgue. Here it comes, here comes the second form. War god, go for it. This time, you must pass the second form. War god, hurry, buy a Gatling gun to sweep them away. Every time it reaches the second form, I can feel a chilling sensation. Laughing to death, ever since I played this game, I basically don't dare to stay out overnight anymore. In the past, I often came home at 3 or 4 in the morning. Now, I don't even dare to go out after 6. You upstairs are too cowardly. I walk home at 6 at night. Boom. With a loud bang, the war god suddenly stepped back. A huge small iron door flew past him. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, iron doors flew past continuously. The iron doors smashed heavily against the surrounding walls. From the square grids on the walls, one corpse after another crawled out. These corpses seemed even more terrifying than those lying on the bed earlier. Humans, die. Humans disturb our slumber, they are unforgivable. Die. A series of hoarse voices echoed in the war god's ears. The war god said nothing, silently changing to another big knife. He casually tore off a bedsheet, binding his hand and the big knife together with it. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. One person, facing dozens of corpses. Victory is in my grasp. Kill. With a strong roar from the war god, he plunged into the sea of corpses with his knife. These corpses were many, but fortunately, they could be killed. With each slash, the surrounding corpses fell down. Either their heads were gone, or their arms were missing, or a terrifying knife scar appeared on their chests. In just 1 minute, the majority of the corpses lay on the ground. The war god stood on the bed, panting heavily.
Around him, the remaining dozen or so corpses closed in. These corpses wore eerie smiles on their faces. Some had half their heads chopped off, some were missing arms, and some had no heads at all. Yet they still surrounded the war god in the center. Even if you are alive, I am not afraid. If you are dead, do you think I am afraid of you? Kill. Chapter 66, The War God's Brave Death. This guy is tough. On the bed, Ye Xuan lay comfortably while watching his phone. Inside the phone was footage of the war god battling the horde of corpses. He had been watching for a long time. This kid was indeed a talent. He really had some skills. In the livestream, the war god pressed forward, making these corpses afraid to show their faces. And he had many wounds on him. On his thigh, there was a deep wound, from which blood kept flowing. This wound was left by a corpse holding a knife. The war god tore off a bedsheet and wrapped it around the wound on his thigh. As he delivered his final blow, the corpse before him was split in half from head to waist. With that hit, the war god was completely drained of strength. He sat on the bed, panting heavily, disregarding his image. At this moment, the entire morgue was a mess. On the ground lay countless incomplete corpses, blood spilling everywhere. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. So fragrant, such a fragrant smell. Flesh and blood, it's the smell of flesh and blood, so fragrant. I am so hungry, I want to eat, I want to eat. At that moment, faint ethereal voices sounding like whispers echoed from outside the door. The war god looked up and saw several half-transparent little boys timidly looking at him from the doorway. Get lost. The war god said coldly. These guys are just some very weak little ghosts, he doesn't even have the interest to kill them. Under the fierce scolding of the war god, the little ghosts hiding at the door turned and left. Completely without any hesitation. Ha! Is this a success? Glancing at the corpses all over the ground, the war god let out a sigh. 49th time. He successfully broke through the morgue. However, just when the war god thought things were over, the corpses on the ground began to squirm. What's going on? Faced with such a change, the war god frowned slightly. On the ground, these corpses actually stood up one by one and then began to merge. That's right, merge. Blood returned to their bodies, and the corpses fused together in a very irregular manner. What the heck, what's going on? The war god finally cleared it. How come such a sudden change? I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Did the war god unlock a third form? Ugh, so disgusting. Damn, this makes me want to puke. I'm eating right now. Why is there no censorship? Host, please cover it up, ugh. I can't take it anymore, I won't watch. I can't bear to look either, ugh. The live stream's bullet screen rolled on. And the war god, the one involved, looked in shock at the scene before him. The corpses on the ground were no longer independent individuals, they were like being thrown into an invisible, huge blender. It also seemed like they had gained some kind of consciousness, crazily searching for each other, and then, merging. A headless, robust corpse suddenly split open at the chest, like a greedy giant mouth that fiercely swallowed the upper half of a nearby small corpse. The sound of bones cracking made one's teeth ache. On the back of the robust corpse, a large bulge suddenly swelled, tearing the skin, and the intact head of the small corpse drilled out from inside, its eyes hollow, but its mouth was moving. This scene kept happening. Watching this, the war god felt his hands and feet go cold, not daring to move. At this moment, he was truly frightened. This was the first time he had personally witnessed such a terrifying scene. He didn't even have the strength to run away. He wanted to move, but his body wouldn't listen. The merging continued. Dozens of severed limbs and broken arms twisted together like being woven by an invisible, skillful hand, intertwining, squeezing, stitching. Leg bones jutted into the ribs, arms pierced through the abdomen, and connected to another corpse's shoulder. Countless heads hung like clusters of grapes on the surface of the ever-expanding mountain of flesh. Mouths screamed continuously, and arms waved on the surface of the flesh mountain. The enormous flesh mountain, at that moment, actually stood up. Countless heads, like grapes, looked toward the war god on the bed. What the hell, what is this thing? I won't watch anymore, I'm running. Bro, Dad, Grandpa, run, we can't fight this thing. Damn, is this really the scariest place praised by countless streamers? War god, hurry, buy a Gatling gun and shoot, no matter what, it's just flesh and blood, blow it up. Yeah, buy a Gatling gun quickly. It's over, I won't be able to sleep again tonight, why did I open this livestream? At this moment, the war god had already lost the ability to act. His brain had no capacity for thought whatsoever. Simply put, he was stunned by this scene. Flesh, delicious. Like a wall, the mountain of flesh moved toward the war god. Run fast. The war god came to his senses, even though his hands and feet were cold, even though he had no strength at all, he had to run. Although this is a game.
But at this moment, the war god didn't treat this scene as a game at all. The terrifying instinct to survive within him made him want to escape from here. He hurriedly rolled off the bed and crawled away toward the distance. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound came from behind. The bed he had been on was directly smashed flat. A massive mountain of flesh moved toward him. Cruel laughter echoed in the morgue. It sounded like a symphony of death. I'm not afraid of you. Reaching the wall in the distance, the god of war leaned against it, his giant cleaver already tossed aside. He gripped a Gatling gun with both hands, aiming its barrel at the mountain of flesh before him. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. As his fingers squeezed the trigger, a torrent of bullets poured out. Despair filled the god of war as countless bullets struck that mountain of flesh, causing little damage. The imagined scene of flesh and blood flying apart did not happen. The bullets hitting this creature seemed as if they were being swallowed whole. The dense hail of bullets sank directly into the body of the mountain, causing no effective harm whatsoever. And in that moment, the monster had already reached him. Disturbing my slumber, you must die. Arms grabbed the god of war's arms, shoulders, body, and head. The body of the god of war was torn to shreds by this monster. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. You died, do you want to use a resurrection coin? A bloody subtitle appeared before his eyes. The god of war did not move, his eyes were hollow, lying on the bed. Clearly, he was genuinely stunned and had not come to his senses yet. Damn, this is too perverse? The Gatling gun hit him and the bullets were swallowed? This is the first time I've seen a carbon-based lifeform withstand a Gatling gun. Me too. The god of war died too tragically, his body was literally torn to pieces, asking for the shadow area of the god of war. I was thinking about bringing a Gatling gun to the morgue to randomly kill, thanks to the streamer for dispelling that thought. Damn, the streamer next door encountered an NPC, that sister is so cool. Really? Of course it's true, that NPC claims to be part of the eerie plots in Huaxia town, one of them wears a leather jacket, so beautiful, such a great figure. Ah. Sister? I like sisters, I'm going. Chapter 67, First Encounter with an NPC. October 16, 2058, 3 years and 22 days until the eerie revival. You mean you want to rescue the surviving humans inside? The streamer looked at the 5 people before him, then at the surrounding environment, in disbelief. Yes, that is our mission. According to our intel, there are still many survivors in the hospital. Before him stood a middle-aged man with unshaven whiskers, a weathered face, and a cigarette in his mouth, who nodded. Are you sure there are survivors in this hospital? The streamer was completely speechless. Ordinary people absolutely couldn't survive even a second in this hospital. Intel shows there are indeed a large number of survivors. This is our mission. Whether or not there are survivors, we must investigate. The middle-aged man took a deep drag on his cigarette and threw the butt to the ground, extinguishing it. The other 4 stood up at this. This group of 5 included the middle-aged man before him, 3 young men, and a woman. The woman made the streamer feel the flutter of first love. Wearing tight leather, the leather accentuated her curvy figure, and her exquisite face drew the eyes in an instant. Her pink short hair made her look even more attractive. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. You can call me Lu Zhong, these 4 are my teammates. Wang Dong, Lu Yun, Li Shang, Lu Han. Lu Zhong introduced each one. You can call me Streamer Brother. Streamer Brother looked sincere. Streamer Brother? Upon hearing this name, Lu Zhong and the 4 teammates looked at him oddly. What kind of ridiculous name is that? But they didn't mind. After all, with 40 billion people in Huaxia, there are all sorts of strange names. Little brother, looking at you, you must also be a ghost controller? Lu Zhong looked at the streamer and asked tentatively. Of course. The streamer nodded lightly. Little brother, what is your purpose in coming to this hospital? Purpose? Streamer brother's expression was strange. Why are these guys probing his background? Don't get me wrong, you dare to venture into this hospital alone, you must be a powerful contestant. Now that we meet, it counts as fate, perhaps we can team up. This hospital's level is too high, danger is everywhere, one more person means one more strength. I am the captain of the 3rd Division of the Mystery Bureau of Huaxia Town, here's my ID. To eliminate Juehua's doubts, Lu Zhong pulled out an ID from his pocket and placed it in front of Juehua. The ID opened up, revealing a huge national emblem. Below it was Lu Zhong's detailed information. 32 years old, half-step ghost general level strength. I see it, the sister is so stunning, so beautiful, her figure is so great. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd even be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. You really don't suffer at all. Mystery Bureau of Huaxia Town? Here it comes, is the worldview finally unfolding? They should be an organization specifically dealing with the eerie, and from the conversation, these NPCs seem very intelligent,
the game developers really put some effort into this.
Asking about backgrounds right after meeting, I'm a bit put off.
Not bad, Juehua, be careful, keep your eyes open, I feel this group isn't good people.
Viewers in the live stream quickly sent bullet comments to remind. But Juehua didn't see any of it.
He was only interested in one thing.
Big brother, what is the division of strength for ghost controllers? Juehua asked curiously. He was currently only interested in this matter. You don't know?
Lu Zhong said nothing, while teammate Li Shang looked at Juehua with a strange expression.
To be serious, it has been 2 years since the eerie outbreaks, and this guy doesn't even know about the strength of ghost controllers? I don't know. Faced with their questioning gazes, Juehua honestly shook his head. Information is the most important.
If he could extract information from these people, it would be worth it.
Even if he died afterward, he could use a revival coin to come back.
Alright, I'll tell you. Although he had doubts, Lu Zhong still began to explain to Juehua.
Ghost controllers control vengeful spirits, so the strength of vengeful spirits is closely related to the ghost controllers.
The first type is the usual eerie, this kind is very weak, and even killing an ordinary person would require effort. The second type is vengeful spirits, this kind kills ordinary people as easily as eating and drinking, most ghost controllers are at this level. The third type is ghost generals, reaching this level means being a strong fighter, capable of suppressing a region and can serve as a team leader in the ghost controller bureau. The fourth type is ghost commanders, this type of eerie cannot be measured by common sense, a ghost controller with ghost commander strength can dominate an entire province, and currently, there are only 18 ghost commanders in Huaxia. The fifth type is the ghost king, ghost kings have the strength to slaughter an entire province, and their very existence is a source of disaster, their power cannot be measured. In Huaxia, there are only 3 ghost kings, and they suppress the entire Huaxia, allowing us humans to survive in a world full of eerie beings. As for those above them, so far, none have appeared.
It is said that there is an eerie that surpasses the Ghost King on the territory of Sakura Country, causing the entire Sakura Country to fall completely. However, that's just a legend, since the eerie resurfaced, all electronic components malfunctioned, and no one knows what the situation is abroad.
Saying this, Lu Zhong couldn't help but shake his head.
Hearing all this, Juehua was greatly shocked. Usual eerie. Vengeful spirits. Ghost generals. Ghost commanders. Ghost kings. 5 levels. Each level has a huge gap between them. I understand now. Juehua nodded. Little brother, what is your current strength? Lu Zhong looked at Juehua with curiosity. The other 4 teammates also looked at Juehua. Daring to come alone to the First People's Hospital, his strength must be considerable, right?
According to your description, I should be half a step to Ghost General.
Juehua pondered for a moment before saying this.
He had only fused with the long-haired sister. It's not wrong to say half a step to the Ghost General. Although he is a streamer, the Ghost General, the Black King, is too expensive, he still can't afford it even now. But soon, he will be able to become a Ghost General.
Sure enough, heroes emerge from youth, Lu Zhong praised.
Half a step to the Ghost General, is it very strong? Juehua looked at these people, feeling a bit curious. He considered himself to be very weak. Yet from the expressions of these people, it seemed that he was not that weak after all. Of course, half a step to the Ghost General, in our Town of Ghosts Bureau, you can be a team leader, and during missions, you have very high authority, with resources from one area, one town, and one county at your disposal. Besides that, the benefits of being half a step to the Ghost General are also very high, fully filled.
Lu Zhong did not hide it and laid out all his benefits.
These words made Juehua a bit envious. Having the resources from one area, one town, and one county to freely use. Such authority is the best. You have to know, in the real world, he was doing just okay. If you break through to the Ghost General, then you can become a squad leader, standing on equal ground with the mayor. Looking at Juehua's shocked expression, Wang Dong, who had been silent, added.
Chapter 68, Successfully Infiltrating the Interior. Wow, such great authority? Resources from one area, one town, and one county to use freely?
Goodness, the Ghost General level Phantom controllers stand on equal ground with the mayor, that's too exaggerated. So if that's the case, Ghost Commander corresponds to the province, Ghost King corresponds to,
Although you didn't finish, I already know.
There are some things you shouldn't say, don't ruin the livestream.
I'm also half a step to the Ghost General, does that mean I'm considered superior in their eyes? Normal, according to this game background, with anomalies reviving, these people possess powerful strength, naturally they must take on responsibility.
The authority seems large, but it's also very dangerous, dealing with anomalies every day, you never know when you might die. Indeed, risk and opportunity coexist, standing at what position, you must bear what kind of risk. I was still quite envious, but after you said this, I'm no longer envious. The real world is the same: firefighters, law enforcers, soldiers defending the homeland, all carry a mission on their shoulders. Salute. Salute. Glancing at the livestream, Zhu Huoge quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Such a sensitive topic, he thought this group of netizens would discuss things that shouldn't be talked about. Looking at it this way, it's good. It seems the netizens do know what to weigh. By the way, little brother, what is your purpose in coming here? Perhaps we can cooperate. Lu Zhong asked again. Oh, my purpose is to kill the director of this hospital. Lu Zhong and the other team members. As soon as Zhu Huoge spoke, the 5 people in front of him were completely speechless. Kill the director? Are you sure? Little brother, the First People's Hospital has no less than 5 Ghost General level fierce ghosts. It has been classified by our Town of Ghosts Bureau as a high danger area. You. Although Lu Zhong did not continue speaking, the implication was already very clear. Can you handle it? Although these guys' expressions were a bit off, Zhu Huoge did not refute. To be serious, he really didn't seem capable. One person, even if he is a ghost general, wants to clear this hospital, it is still very difficult. Little brother, we understand your feelings, but currently, it's still very difficult. Why don't you come with us to rescue the survivors first? After the situation is resolved, I will report this matter, and then someone will naturally come to handle this hospital. Lu Zhong patted Zhu Huoge's shoulder to comfort him. In his mind, what could lead a half-step to the ghost general to dare to challenge a ghost general? Hatred. This little brother's family must have died at the hands of that director, so even knowing he is at a disadvantage, he must act this way. This also made him have a talent for his potential. Half a step to the ghost general is indeed a strong person. It would be a pity if he died just like this. He needs to find a way to bring him into the Town of Ghosts Bureau. Okay. As soon as Lu Zhong's proactive invitation was heard, Brother Juehua immediately nodded. He had been waiting for this guy to say these words. According to the bullet screen, he learned that he was the first to encounter an NPC. If he helps the NPC complete the quest, there will be a reward of a full 100,000 energy points. Wouldn't he just fly high at that point? Alright, little brother, follow us first. We'll take revenge for your grievances. Seeing Brother Juehua being so sensible, Lu Zhong also patted his shoulder. This made Brother Juehua feel a bit puzzled, but he didn't mind. According to the news, the survivors are all locked in the inpatient department, so we need to go there. We must avoid the outpatient building in front of us, move quietly, and try not to disturb the strange things in this hospital. Lu Zhong began to instruct the team members. Big brother, you said there are 5 ghost generals in the hospital. If we go in like this, won't we all be doomed if the ghost generals attack? As the group moved towards the inpatient department under the night sky, Brother Juehua's voice echoed. Don't worry, those ghost generals are bound by special rules. As long as we don't touch those rules, the ghost generals usually won't attack. We just need to be a little careful. Ghost generals have rules restricting them? Hearing this special term, Brother Juehua was shocked. Yes, ghost generals generally have a special area. As long as you don't enter that area, the ghost generals won't attack. Of course, this rule applies to most ghost generals, but a small number of ghost generals may not follow this rule. The ghost generals in this First People's Hospital all have their own territories. As long as we don't offend them, they won't attack. Stay close to us. Okay. Lu Zhong seemed like a big brother, patiently explaining any questions to Brother Juehua. These questions also opened the eyes of many viewers in the live chat. They learned some important information from these NPCs' words. This Lu Zhong is a good person, he seems quite reliable. By the way, doesn't Brother Juehua have 9 teammates? Where are his teammates? Laughing to death, when the streamer team faced the Black King in the Bright community, they ended up going bankrupt, so the team was forced to disband, and each streamer chose to go solo. Yes, even after going bankrupt, they didn't defeat the Black King. Why? Each of them has a unique understanding. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be that bad. Upstairs, have you played King of Glory? I have. Do you know the law that 5 countries cannot win? Now that you mention it, I understand. 10 streamers each have their own ideas. It's strange if they can beat the Black King. Exactly, other teams have strict discipline, and the captain's orders are absolutely followed. Only the streamer team is like a loose bunch. If they don't disband, who will? Laughing. In the scene, following the 5, Brother Juehua had successfully blended into the inpatient department. The First People's Hospital is huge. To get to the inpatient department, they must go around the outpatient building and 2 other unknown buildings. From Brother Juehua's observation, these NPCs were very familiar with the terrain here. More importantly, these NPCs knew exactly where the ghosts were and where they weren't. Clearly, they had done their homework before coming. He, who was completely in the dark, could not compare to these professionals. The 6 of them mixed into the inpatient department and successfully arrived in the first-floor lobby. On the ground, there was scattered hair, bloodstains, and even bloody handprints on the surrounding walls. The survivors are on the third floor. And there are strange guards on the first and second floors, so what we need to do is eliminate these strange beings.
I, Wang Dong, Lu Han, and this little brother will be the main attackers, you two stay on guard.
As the captain, Lu Zhong began to make arrangements. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at brother Juehua. Seeing that brother Juehua had no objections, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief.
All right, Captain. Let's go.
Lu Zhong waved his hand, and brother Juehua followed this group of NPCs, officially moving forward. On the spot, two young men stood in the lobby, keeping watch.
The Disturbing Bureau?
The headquarters of the Disturbing Bureau of Huaxia. A group of high-ranking officials sat upright, all gazing at the large screen before them. On the large screen, the scene of the Master of Skills talking with the NPC was displayed. Upon seeing the members of the Disturbing Bureau and the documents he presented, the group fell silent.
One person quietly took out a document.
It was identical to the one on the screen. Their Disturbing Bureau had just been formed not long ago, and now it appeared in the game.
This game hints at the future and has real-time updates? Ladies and gentlemen, the future world is completely confirmed.
From their conversation just now, the situation ahead is quite severe. Our old neighbor is probably gone.
Li Lao, the new head of the Disturbing Bureau, lightly tapped the table and said, "By the way, can we find Lu Zhong from the screen in the real world?"
A high-ranking official raised his hand and said softly. As soon as these words came out, the other members narrowed their eyes slightly. If they could really find him, then they could identify these people through the game and secretly nurture them.
It's hard to cultivate a strong person.
But it's easy to nurture someone who is bound to become strong in the future. First, this game is very strange. Players have no option to set their appearance, but as soon as they enter, their appearance automatically changes, and so does this NPC.
We cannot find Lu Zhong in reality unless we use big data screening.
However, the information we have is quite limited, so we can't conduct screening. After all, just this name can lead to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people in Huaxia.
Second, I believe all of you know about the so-called butterfly effect.
After the director's words, the high-ranking officials around all nodded silently.
Who doesn't know about the butterfly effect? If we really find Lu Zhong in the real world, and if we intervene, would Lu Zhong still become the so-called strong person in the end?
As soon as this was said, the group of high-ranking officials, who were excited just a moment ago, seemed to be splashed with cold water. They all fell silent.
Upon careful thought, it made sense.
So, some of you should avoid sneaking around to investigate privately.
Don't intervene, don't pay attention.
Don't let your cleverness prevent our Huaxia strong from appearing. Director Li Lao spoke softly. He feared that these guys would sneak into the game and encounter those NPCs, thereby extracting information and seeking them out in the real world. If their interference caused these strong individuals to disappear, it would be a significant loss for them.
So, they absolutely must not interfere with the future. With Li Lao's warning, the eager high-ranking officials repressed their inner thoughts. By the way, how is our new researcher doing?
Li Lao lifted his gaze to the middle-aged man at the end. Currently, research is underway, and we have created a device that can capture EN energy. However, we still cannot integrate the EN energy into small bullets. After all, we lack the strange tools in the game.
The middle-aged man sighed lightly as he said this. It's alright, take your time, don't rush. Li Lao waved his hand and comforted him. And you, has there been a response from the game creators? On the other side, Wang Gao, the head of the Huaxia Gaming Bureau, sat upright.
All who sat here were big figures from the military and political sectors. He was just a minor player. Logically, he shouldn't have been qualified to attend a meeting of this level. However, because the responsibility of contacting the creators fell on him, he earned the right to sit here. No, we are constantly messaging him, but there has been no response.
Wang Gao quickly replied.
Since Huaxia attached great importance, they had been in contact almost every second. Unfortunately, the other party just wouldn't respond. Keep sending messages until he replies. His attitude is extremely important, and it could even affect the future.
Okay, Old Li. Wang Gao nodded. Alright, this meeting is over, go back to your work. As Old Li waved his hand, the meeting was disbanded.
Wang Gao left the meeting room, deep in thought. On the other side, Ye Xuan opened the Apocalypse Crisis platform.
Downloads? Ye Xuan didn't really care about this thing anymore. After all, judging by the game's popularity, it didn't matter whether he looked at it or not. However, Ye Xuan still glanced at it. A whopping 1.3 billion downloads. In total, both overseas and domestically, there were 1.3 billion downloads. Simply terrifying.
In any case, no game in history has had such a high download count.
Am I creating history?
Ye Xuan laughed and shook his head, then opened the backend. In the backend, the message queue had over 100 million messages.
There were all sorts of things said. This left Ye Xuan confused. He randomly clicked on one, read it, and was speechless. I'm happy Ultraman, big brother, are you an alien?
Ever since I started playing this game, I feel like my body has become stronger, and then I went for a health check, and it turned out to be true.
Big brother, am I the only one like this? Or is everyone like this? If I'm the only one like this, have I been chosen by you? Am I the chosen one? Big brother, I'm willing, whatever you say, I'm willing. I'm willing to save Blue Star, I'm willing to be the savior.
Seeing this message, Ye Xuan was speechless.
Middle schooler detected, confirmed. The following messages were even more outrageous.
Even doomsday conspiracy theories emerged, claiming this game was a disaster meant to bring catastrophe to Blue Star.
Indeed, there are still a lot of smart people. Ye Xuan murmured. From these people's statements, they sensed something was off. Becoming stronger is just a little benefit I'm giving you.
Ye Xuan smiled slightly. Playing the game can make one's physical quality stronger, even make them superhuman.
Ask yourself, who wouldn't want to play?
Give them a little benefit, and they willingly become nuclear-powered cattle and horses working for him.
Comfortable.
Just as Ye Xuan was about to close it, he saw a pinned message. The source of the message was the Huaxia Game Bureau. At that time, he had specifically pinned the Huaxia Game Bureau, and then he didn't manage it much.
He didn't expect there to be so many messages now.
Clicking in, the messages were dense, and he couldn't finish reading them.
Moreover, it was still increasing. These messages were piling up at a speed of 1 line per second. And every message content was unique.
Dad, please respond to me. Dad, I'm really begging you.
Dad, I got scolded by the director today. He said you don't reply to messages, so I'm useless.
I didn't scold him because I have high morals. Arguing with a person like him would only lower my character.
Grandpa, today my dog Wang died, I'm very sad, just letting you know.
Grandpa, please reply, the director said, as long as you reply, I'll get a raise, $1,000.
Grandpa, Good heavens.
Seeing these messages, Ye Xuan could only exclaim in his heart.
He couldn't finish reading them at all. So many.
Basically, there wasn't much useful content among these messages. Seeing this, Ye Xuan still replied with a sentence. If you have anything to say or any questions to ask, if you keep bothering me like this, I'll delete you. After sending this message,
the originally active chat box instantly froze. Stuck?
Ye Xuan looked confused. What he didn't know was that on the other side, the Huaxia Game Bureau was already in chaos.
Chapter 70 Cooperation with the Country, Part 1.
Director, they replied, the other party replied.
Assistant Xiao Liang let out a sharp cry. This sound echoed throughout the entire Game Bureau. The originally noisy office fell into silence in an instant.
Countless people turned to look at Xiao Liang. Suddenly, a voice came from a distance. The usually calm and steady director was now scrambling over in a hurry. He didn't have time to catch his breath, one hand resting on Xiao Liang's shoulder.
Director, he replied, how should I ask?
Looking at the message from Ye Xuan on the screen, Wang Gao was excited but also momentarily perplexed. He had many questions, but he didn't know how to start.
Alright, Xiao Liang, you first ask about the items. Will the in-game items manifest in the real world at the end?
After thinking for a moment, Wang Gao spoke. This matter was something the entire higher-ups of Huaxia were paying attention to. Whether this matter could be confirmed was crucial to Huaxia's future plans.
Okay.
Xiao Liang began to type and then sent the message. Wang Gao went to the side, picked up the red phone on the desk, and urgently dialed. Some matters, some questions, were beyond his decision. On the other side, looking at the message sent by the other party, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. The manifestation of game items into the real world was something he hadn't thought about before.
This sentence gave him a new direction.
However, Ye Xuan did not make an immediate decision, but first asked the system.
System, can game items manifest in the real world?
Yes, but the price must double.
Upon receiving the system's answer, Ye Xuan nodded gently. Price doubles? That's a small matter.
After thinking for a long time, Ye Xuan still sent a message to the other party. The content Ye Xuan released was very simple, that is, game items can manifest but not right now. According to Ye Xuan's thoughts, currently, Huaxia and even the countries of Blue Star had temporarily not announced any strange matters, all countries remained silent. Moreover, at present, public order had not been disrupted, and the scene was still one of peace and stability. The bazaar had not revived on a large scale.
If it could manifest now, the social system would probably collapse.
After all, the impact brought by this matter was immense. If it got out of control, the consequences would be devastating.
Did you not see that there was a 2012 doomsday prophecy in Blue Star?
Just that prophecy had caused varying degrees of disruption to social order in various countries.
Not to mention, this matter was a real event that would inevitably occur in the future. What would happen then?
Ye Xuan did not dare to think. So, this matter must be gradual, it cannot be rushed. Director, he replied, game items can manifest, but not right now. Here, Xiao Liang relayed Ye Xuan's response to his director in real time. Good leader, yes. Over here, Director Wang Gao put down the phone.
Ask him if the player's abilities within the game will manifest in the real world? Wang Gao pressed on Xiao Liang's shoulder, his face serious. Items, abilities. This was a matter that could determine the future. Okay. Xiao Liang edited a message and clicked send. Ye Xuan's response also came quickly. Abilities will manifest, but just like the items, not now. Upon receiving this answer, Wang Gao breathed a sigh of relief.
He had finished asking two huge questions. Tell him that Huaxia wants to reach a cooperation with him. Our requirements are very simple, we want in-game items and abilities to manifest for our internal members in advance. And our return is also very simple, whatever he needs, we will provide, and if he has any troubles, Huaxia will use the power of the nation to solve it for him.
As Wang Gao spoke, Xiao Liang was typing. The return proposed by Huaxia's higher-ups was a promise. With such an unknown existence, all Huaxia could offer was a commitment. As for money, status? How vulgar. The world pattern was about to change because of someone's game. By then, all countries in Blue Star would have to rely on his breath to survive. At this time, talking about money? I spit. Over here, Wang Gao and Xiao Liang anxiously awaited Ye Xuan's answer. On the other side, Ye Xuan was also lost in thought. It must be said that Huaxia's offer of cooperation was full of sincerity. Although there was nothing substantial, this promise already represented the greatest sincerity of Huaxia. With Huaxia's current stature in Blue Star, the truth is, there is nothing that Huaxia cannot achieve. After thinking for a long time, Ye Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He could let Huaxia help him tackle the dungeon. Just like now, the First People's Hospital has been at it for days with no substantial progress. Compared to these players, the national team's capabilities are undoubtedly unmatched. Although there are many talented individuals among the public, they all have to step aside compared to the national team. If Huaxia could harness national strength to help him clear the dungeon and quickly gather 1 billion energy points, what would it hurt for him to help Huaxia in return? By granting them early access to tangible items and powers, he wouldn't lose out. After all, they have to buy at double the price, and he earns twice the money. No matter how you calculate it, he would not lose. Now that I think about it, it seems like there's no way I could lose. Since I won't lose, let's do this. But we need to limit the quotas. As for items, let's start with some low-level ones and restrict the quantity. For the tangible power quotas, let's give 100 for now. Ye Xuan organized his thoughts in his mind and then clicked send. As for the level of the items, the quantity, and the quotas for tangible strength, Ye Xuan fixed the numbers because he wanted to fish for bigger opportunities over time. In a partnership, if you throw all your cards out at once, how will you play the game after that? Cooperating with the country was thrilling. Although Ye Xuan now possessed the power to destroy the world, he had to admit this was the first time he did such a thing. As someone who was just an ordinary loser not long ago, this feeling was very new. On the other side, Wang Gao looked at Ye Xuan's reply and trembled with excitement. Although it was just a few light words, he understood what it meant, and what it meant for the entire Huaxia. Quick, write it down, write it down. Grabbing a random piece of paper, Wang Gao meticulously wrote down everything without missing a word. Then he went aside, picked up the phone that had never been hung up, and began reporting word by word. After finishing the report, there was silence on the phone. Okay, Chief. Yes. After nodding in agreement, Wang Gao approached Xiao Liang. You all can go now. Wang Gao waved his hand, and all the personnel in front of him left. Although these people were sent by the Secret Service, this matter was critical, so they should leave for now. Tell him that we agree to his request, and that we still retain our previous promise. Also, ask about the details, for example, how to materialize the items, or what our members need to do to materialize their powers. Chapter 71, Cooperation with the Country, Part 2. As for the items, let's start with the big machete, but what else should we give? Looking at the items in the system shop, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. He was thinking about what items to materialize for them. First, a big machete is a must. The big machete is already considered a basic item. He wanted to give them a Gatling gun, but he had seen the manufacturing method for the Gatling. As long as there was a big machete, then Huaxia could figure out how to create a Gatling gun, and they might even expand on it. As for how to expand, Ye Xuan didn't dare to imagine. Because for Huaxia, which has a fear of insufficient firepower, there are indeed some things they dare to tackle. It's decided, it will just be these three. A big machete, a ghost eye, and a sluggish hourglass.
After thinking for a long time, Ye Xuan decided on these three. And each one could only materialize 100 pieces.
So that's 300 items. The big machete is used to deal with the weird. The ghost eye is for discovering the weird. The hourglass is to prevent the weird from escaping. He really was thoughtful.
After sending all his thoughts to the other side, Ye Xuan quickly received their inquiry.
How should we materialize our powers?
In response, Ye Xuan quickly replied. Just give me the ID, and also, for the members whose powers are materialized, their strength must not exceed a fierce ghost, not even half a step into Ghost General. In terms of strength, Ye Xuan also had his own considerations.
He couldn't just directly manifest the strength of the Ghost General to the other party, right? Otherwise, how could he collaborate in the future?
After all, for a long time to come, Ghost Generals would be the pillar-level combat power. For the strange occurrences that have now revived, having the strength of a fierce ghost is already enough. Collaboration means that both parties take what they need, and furthermore, it should be gradual.
One cannot throw out all the good stuff at once.
After sending it out, Ye Xuan quickly received exactly 100 player IDs.
System, get to work.
Ye Xuan leaned back on the sofa and snapped his fingers.
Understood.
From now on, Ye Xuan wouldn't need to worry. The plan had been given, and the rest was for the system to handle.
One must say, the system is really quite considerate. Strange, why do I always have a bad premonition?
Ye Xuan suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. It must be that I've been too exhausted these past few days.
It's really tough for me.
Shaking his head, Ye Xuan left the sofa, flopped onto the bed, and then closed his eyes to sleep. Although he couldn't avoid sleep at the moment, Ye Xuan wouldn't allow himself not to sleep.
Not sleeping and sleeping were two different matters. On the other side, China had already begun to take action.
A while ago, the military had gradually arranged for people to enter the game. Let's put it this way, there were a full 30,000 soldiers inserted into the game.
Finding 100 people among 30,000.
One could say that these 100 people were the cream of the crop among the elite. At this moment, they all wore military uniforms and stood upright in the underground space. This place was the secret research institute of China's Ghost Control Bureau. Previously, it was the place for developing mushroom eggs, but now, with slight modifications, it had become the territory of the Ghost Control Bureau. You bear the mission of the country and the safety of the people. This opportunity was not easily obtained by the country, and it is support given to us by others. The country has granted the quota to you. You all know what this is for, so I won't say more. I hope you all can become the backbone of the country in the future.
To defend the nation and safeguard the people.
Wang Gao, the director of the China Ghost Control Bureau, looked at the 100 elite soldiers before him, his voice echoing in the vast underground space.
Alright, now let's begin to manifest your strength.
With the command given, the 100 people before him put on VR helmets one after another. The surrounding researchers watched the scene with great anticipation. At the moment these soldiers donned the VR helmets and entered the game, a line of bloody red subtitles appeared before them.
Do you want to manifest your strength? This manifestation will cost 2,500 energy points. This number was calculated by the system.
There were naturally profits for Ye Xuan included. After all, money still had to be earned.
Looking at the bloody subtitles, these soldiers all chose yes.
After all, their energy points had long been prepared by the country. In the next moment, the temperature in the entire underground space began to drop rapidly.
The researchers couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably.
Suddenly, they widened their eyes. They saw the space behind these soldiers slowly twisting, and from the distorted space, one by one girls dressed in white skirts stepped out. Seeing this scene, the researchers were both excited and confused.
Excited, they had seen ghosts, real ghosts.
Confused, their materialistic worldview collapsed in their hearts. These little girls all entered the soldiers' bodies. A layer of terrifying ghostly energy appeared around the soldiers. The strength of the long-haired fierce ghost had already reached half a ghost general, and naturally couldn't be manifested. Among the fierce ghosts, the little girls were considered the most balanced in strength according to the system.
So the manifestations were all of the little girls.
Of course, in the game, these soldiers were also bound to the little girls.
The entire process lasted a full 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, these soldiers took off their helmets, their eyes wide open. How is it?
A researcher with a face full of excitement stepped forward. But before getting close, he felt a bone-chilling cold rush towards him.
I feel like I am very powerful right now. The soldier moved his body and couldn't help but speak.
This feeling, like something from a game, he never thought he would experience it in reality.
Quick, let's get the tests done. Old Li immediately commanded. Yes. Then, a series of urgent tests began. One by one, instruments were brought out.
After a full 2 hours, the specific data was presented. According to the statistics, their overall physical quality has improved by more than 3 times. And now, they can mobilize their internal Yin energy, and can even fight alongside their strange little companions. If we add all this together, their combat power is currently incalculable.
The report from the researcher was trembling with excitement.
These soldiers were already the best of the best, the kings among kings, and now their overall strength has tripled. In simple terms, these soldiers are no different from little supermen now.
If they go to the battlefield, he couldn't even imagine it.
Good, very good. As the head of the Bureau of Peculiarities, Old Li was extremely excited, clapping his hands and saying good 4 times in a row. From now on, you will be our first batch of members of the Bureau of Peculiarities.
Yes.
100 elite soldiers all raised their hands in salute.
Get the props ready, you 3 get 1 hourglass each, the big knives will not be issued to you for now, and you all have ghost eyes, so let's leave them for other comrades.
Yes.
Chapter 72, Going Up to the 3rd Floor, The Unusual Lu Han, Extra Update.
Little brother, let's work together soon to solve the peculiarities in this corridor.
In the dimly lit corridor, Lu Zhong looked at the expert beside him.
Okay.
The expert nodded.
He vaguely sensed that the 1 million energy points were getting closer to him, as if they were waving at him.
Go.
Lu Zhong held a curved knife. It looked strange, resembling a practice knife but also not quite.
Lu Han, Wang Dong, you to assist.
Yes.
Following Lu Zhong, they came to the corner of the staircase.
According to the intel, there was a fierce ghost lurking here. Since the expert had little knowledge of this place, he could only listen to the others.
I see it.
Upon reaching the corner, the expert saw a bizarre creature, plump and bloated.
This creature was not wearing any clothes and was enormous. In addition, its eyes were exposed. 2 eyeballs dangled from its face.
It seemed to sense the presence of the 4 and the 2 eyeballs floated up, staring fixatedly at them.
Make a move.
Lu Zhong did not hesitate and rushed forward with his curved knife.
The expert followed closely behind with his big knife, ready to strike. Hee, humans, delicious food.
When the bizarre creature saw Lu Zhong and the expert, it didn't show fear, instead, it eagerly approached them.
Its ethereal voice echoed in the staircase. Die.
Lu Zhong's body spun rapidly, then lifted the curved knife and sliced at the creature's neck. With a swift motion, the head of the creature was chopped off. The expert also didn't waste any time. With a swing of his big knife, the plump creature's body was cleaved in 2.
The enormous creature simply vanished into thin air. Half of the Yin energy surged into the expert's body, while the other half flowed into Lu Zhong's.
I feel stronger.
The expert thought to himself.
Looking at this task, it didn't seem too difficult. At this moment, the expert felt a bit inflated.
He imagined that 1 million energy points had already entered his account balance.
Wow, this Lu Zhong is a master. Looking at his walking posture and the angle of his knife, he must have trained for at least 10 years to achieve this effect. Of course. You don't look at people's identities. The captain of the town's strange team, how could he be a captain without some strength? Laughing to death, looking at the expression of Brother Juehua, I can already guess what he's thinking deep down. The 1 million energy point reward is definitely his.
Ha, now that you mention it, I can see it too. That smile is just too sly.
These people are quite strong, and if they succeed, this guy might really get 1 million energy points.
How infuriating.
Other battles have also engaged NPCs, and the team's speed is faster than Brother Juehua alone.
1 million energy points aren't even in his reach.
Hey upstairs, you probably don't know that the rewards for the team and for individuals are different.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
For example, for a task, if the first team finishes, they get 1 million energy points, and the first person to finish also gets 1 million energy points. In other words, the team and individuals are separated.
So that's how it is. This game is really fair.
Yes, if the team rewards and individual rewards were put together, that wouldn't be fair. After all, the efficiency of a team is not something an individual can compare to.
That makes sense.
The barrage was buzzing.
But Brother Juehua can't see this scene anymore.
Because they were in trouble. Damn it, it's those damn strange babies again. Looking at the strange babies filling the hallway, Brother Juehua felt his head swell.
Why are these things here again? He had already been tormented by these things once.
Even though he now had a Gatling gun, it wasn't easy to take out, and explaining that to these people would be hard. Forget it, it's just a game, the task is the most important, who cares what these NPCs think? As he watched the swarm of strange babies approaching, Brother Juehua gritted his teeth and decided to take out the Gatling gun to start sweeping.
But before he could take action, Lu Han stepped forward and came in front of Brother Juehua.
Lu Han slowly extended her hand.
Binding. Lu Han's right hand tightened. Suddenly, countless black tentacles emerged from the distant walls, ground, and ceiling.
These black tentacles bound all the strange babies in the hallway, rendering them unable to move.
Strangle. Lu Han continued coldly. Crack, crack, crack.
As her voice fell, these tentacles suddenly contracted violently. The strange babies in the hallway had their bodies squeezed until they exploded, bursting apart.
Waves of dark energy seeped into Lu Han's body.
Everything was resolved. Brother Juehua, who witnessed the entire process, was left with his mouth agape.
This was resolved just like that? This is way over the top.
Little brother, the vengeful spirit Lu Han is bound to as a binding type, dealing with these weak spirits, especially when they are numerous, is a piece of cake for her.
Lu Zhong patted Brother Juehua's shoulder and explained. Wow, she's that strong? Isn't that a bit too much?
I can't believe that got resolved so easily.
Sister is so cool, sister is so fierce, I like her so much.
Drools. I've already taken a screenshot, let me make some little toys about sister later.
Upstairs, it's not good to hog everything for yourself.
So cool. I originally thought she was just a pretty face, but she turned out to be the strongest. Look at Brother Juehua's lecherous face, he's really embarrassing us players.
Alright, little brother, there's temporarily no danger on the second floor.
Lu Han, stay alert on the second floor, I, little brother, and Wang Dong will head to the third floor to rescue survivors.
Okay, Captain.
Lu Han nodded and then stood quietly on the second floor to wait.
Let's go, little brother.
Oh, okay.
At this moment, Brother Juehua finally snapped back to reality from his shock. He glanced at Lu Han complexly, then followed Lu Zhong to the third floor. He didn't expect Lu Han to be this strong. Just that move earlier was more efficient than him sweeping with a Gatling gun. Most importantly, it was cool.
The three of them made their way up the staircase to the third floor. Fortunately, there were no vengeful spirits on the stairs leading from the second floor to the third floor.
They easily arrived on the third floor.
However, compared to the second floor, the third floor. Just from the atmosphere, it felt even more terrifying. The entire hallway was dim and shadowy. There was a ceiling above, but it flickered on and off. On both sides of the hallway, there were room doors, one by one.
Some doors stood quietly open,
while others were tightly shut. At the end of the hallway, there was a patch of darkness. In that darkness, it seemed like something was staring at them intently. Besides that, there were bloody handprints on the walls around them, and the air was filled with an incredibly thick smell of blood.
Chapter 73, Terrifying and Strange, add more.
According to the intel, this third floor has at least 5 vengeful spirits. We need to be careful and not fall here.
Hearing Lu Zhong's words, Brother Juehua had something he didn't know whether to say or not.
Knowing there were 5 vengeful spirits on the third floor, he still left his team down here. But he held back his words. Looking at it now, Lu Zhong seemed more professional than him.
Since Lu Zhong did this, there must be a deep meaning behind it. It's better not to add to the chaos. Everything for the mission.
Click, click, click.
Suddenly, strange noises came from the distant darkness. Prepare for battle.
Lu Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly, and Brother Juehua also stared intently into the distance. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness.
It was a woman in a nurse's uniform.
She wore a bloodstained nurse's uniform, her legs covered in blood as she approached them step by step. As she walked, her body twisted. Her waist bent down, and her arms curved in an extremely irregular way.
That posture was something a human could never achieve.
As for her head, it was even stranger. To be precise, this nurse had her back to them the whole time. And her head was twisted 180 degrees, a pair of eyes staring at them intently. On her face was a strange smile.
The lights flickered on and off. This scene looked increasingly eerie.
Lu Zhong and Wang Dong's expressions remained unchanged. So did Brother Juehua. After all, he was someone who had experienced big scenes. This alone couldn't scare him.
It's very eerie.
Lu Zhong felt a bit puzzled.
Why was this eerie presence moving so slowly?
He had seen many eerie things, but none had such a slow pace.
This one was indeed peculiar.
I'll give it a try. Just as Brother Juehua was about to step forward, Lu Zhong stopped him.
Brother Juehua looked at Lu Zhong in confusion.
You are here to cooperate with us, to help us, so it's naturally my duty to handle this kind of dangerous matter.
If I can't win, remember to help me.
Patting Brother Juehua on the shoulder, Lu Zhong quickly moved forward with his curved blade. Looking at Lu Zhong's back, Brother Juehua felt this NPC was pretty good. Although he was the captain, from the earlier encounter, every time danger arose, this captain always took the lead.
Including this time as well. Die.
Lu Zhong's face was cold, and he swung his blade at the eerie figure. However, the long knife passed directly through the eerie body, causing no substantial damage. The nurse twisted her head, her dead fish-like eyes locked onto him.
It hurts so much. Impossible?
Lu Zhong's face changed in shock. His curved knife was a special supernatural weapon. Usually, vengeful spirits would die upon contact.
How could this thing be unharmed?
Lu Dong swung his knife again.
The result was the same. The curved knife once more penetrated the eerie body.
Ha!
The eerie figure let out a chilling laugh and immediately reached out. The speed was so fast that Lu Zhong couldn't even react in time. Crack!
Hiss! With a crisp sound, Lu Zhong gasped in cold air and quickly stepped back, increasing the distance from the eerie figure.
Big brother. Brother Ye Xuan stepped forward to support Lu Zhong.
He saw that one of Lu Zhong's arms had been violently torn off by the eerie figure, and the wound was still bleeding profusely. As for that eerie presence, it was gnawing on Lu Zhong's severed arm.
It's okay, this guy is a bit evil.
Lu Zhong was sweating coldly on his forehead but said nothing.
Captain.
Wang Dong stepped forward, took off his shirt, and then tied it around Lu Zhong's wound.
So delicious, so delicious, really delicious.
In the distance, that strange figure with a severed arm filled with bite marks staggeringly approached them again. Her face was covered in blood, and this time she looked even more eerie.
I'll take care of this.
Be careful, this guy is not like an ordinary ghost.
My knife can't hurt him.
Zhu Huoge took the lead, and behind him, Lu Zhong could not help but speak.
Don't worry.
Zhu Huoge raised his big machete and charged forward.
Die for me.
Zhu Huoge gripped the big machete with both hands and struck down at the eerie figure's forehead. However, what happened next shocked him. He saw his big machete pass right through the strange body, hitting the ground directly.
This eerie figure was completely unscathed? This was too bizarre.
It was the first time Zhu Huoge encountered something this strange.
Delicious, delicious.
Then, a shadow flashed. Zhu Huoge felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down again, he couldn't believe his eyes. The eerie figure held a wildly beating living heart. That heart was his own. A huge hole appeared in his chest.
How is this possible? Zhu Huoge's vision went black, and he collapsed, the big machete crashing to the ground.
Little brother.
Brother.
Before he closed his eyes, he saw Lu Zhong and Wang Dong anxiously calling his name. And he, forever closed his eyes.
You died, do you want to use a revival token to come back? Revive, damn it. Zhu Huoge immediately came back to life. There was no hesitation at all.
It was the first time he died in such an embarrassing way. The revival point was exactly where he first encountered this group of NPCs.
Little brother, hello, we are from the Huaxia town occult cases.
Facing Lu Zhong, who was introducing himself with a smile, Zhu Huoge immediately introduced himself and began the process. While going through the process, Zhu Huoge sought help from his livestream room.
Brothers, help me investigate what's going on. Why can't that eerie figure be harmed? I am half a ghost general, that ghost thing is at most an ordinary ghost, why can't I hit it?
Zhu Huoge's heart was stirred as he communicated with the viewers in the livestream.
I didn't notice anything wrong either. Me neither, maybe ordinary means can't hurt it? What kind of nonsense is this? When we were ordinary people we couldn't hurt the eerie figure, now we are all ghost tamers, how can we still not harm it? If it's true that ordinary people can't harm it, then what's the point of becoming a ghost tamer?
I recorded it, I carefully looked frame by frame just now, and I found a residual shadow. In other words, that eerie figure isn't really slow, but rather too fast, fast to the extreme, that's why you see her as slow. In reality, her body is moving at a frequency of thousands of times per second. It may look like a knife struck down the middle, but in fact, it's just her residual shadow.
Wow, it can be like this? Residual shadow, thousands of movements per second? How fast is that?
Awesome, as expected of the eerie, I can only shout 666.
Thanks, brothers.
After reading the comments, Zhu Huoge expressed gratitude in his heart. Soon, a strange smile appeared on his face.
Fast? A frequency of thousands of movements per second?
Good, then let's see if you can dodge every bullet. Let's see if you can dodge fast or if my bullet is faster.
Chapter 74, A Pleasant Surprise. Zhu Huoge followed these NPCs back to the third-floor corridor.
This guy is too strange, be careful. Lu Zhong stopped Zhu Huoge with one hand and then planned to go forward alone to test it out. However, before he could take a few steps, Zhu Huoge reached out to stop him.
Lu
Zhong looked at Zhu Huoge in confusion.
Let me handle this.
Zhu Huoge smiled confidently. Seeing him so confident, Lu Zhong did not stop him. Such confidence must come from a solid foundation. After all, anyone capable of becoming a ghost handler is undoubtedly a person of great will, fools can never become ghost handlers. Lu Zhong stepped aside, and Zhu Huoge stood in the hallway. He looked at the slowly moving ghost before him. Zhu Huoge plunged the large cleaver he held into the ground beside him. This left Lu Zhong and Wang Dong behind him even more puzzled. What's going on? Is he not even using his weapon? However, the two of them maintained their composure and said nothing. They were curious to see what this person wanted to do. Such a fragrant smell, you are so delicious. Delicious, I love delicious things. The nurse ghost swayed her head as she slowly walked toward Zhu Huoge. Although her speed was very slow, much like an old lady, Zhu Huoge, who understood her true nature, smiled. Oh, fragrant, is it? Delicious, is it? There's something even more delicious. With a flick of his wrist, a huge Gatling gun appeared in his hands. Come on, taste my bullets. The chain of bullets was laid across the ground. 12 barrels aimed at the ghost in front of them. Die. In the next moment, Zhu Huoge suddenly pulled the trigger. In an instant, he could clearly see a hint of confusion flash in the ghost's eyes. However, da-day-day. The barrel spun, tongues of fire shot out. Dense bullets fell like raindrops. These bullets pierced through the ghost's body one after another. Let's see if you can die. Zhu Huoge's finger seemed glued to the trigger, with no intention of letting go. Bullets poured out madly. The nurse ghost before him began to become transparent. Ah! Suddenly, that nurse ghost opened her bloody mouth and let out a piercing scream. In an instant, that scream echoed throughout the entire hallway. And Zhu Huoge felt a dizzy spell overwhelm him. Little brother, be careful. Lu Zhong's voice came from behind. Zhu Huoge felt as if something had pushed him, and he toppled heavily to the side. His body crashed against the wall, and he collapsed onto the ground, covering his head and staring at the floor. Ugh, I feel so uncomfortable, I want to vomit. Zhu Huoge resisted the urge to vomit and looked up. He saw that the previous nurse ghost had already been cut down by Lu Zhong. Little brother, are you okay? Lu Zhong approached, squatting in front of Zhu Huoge and gently patting his shoulder, his tone concerned. I'm fine, just feeling a bit nauseous. Zhu Huoge shook his head, his voice low. That feeling was like being heavily drunk, his stomach churning, his head foggy, he even felt like he wanted to die. The ghost's earlier scream was a mental attack, it's normal to be caught off guard and hit by it. Oh, here, take this. This thing can effectively prevent mental attacks. After patting Zhu Huoge's shoulder, Lu Zhong took out a black jade talisman from his pocket. The talisman was round in hand, and its surface was engraved with several mysterious symbols. However, Zhu Huoge was seeing these symbols for the first time and naturally did not recognize them. This will help you avoid the mental attacks from low-level ghosts. Just take your time to recover. After Lu Zhong explained, he began to explore the area with his teammate Wang Dong. At this moment, Zhu Huoge was stunned. Because before him, a line of bloody subtitles appeared. This system has detected that player Zhu Huoge has received a gift from an NPC, Ghost Talisman. Do you authorize the system to sell it? Looking at this line of text, Zhu Huoge couldn't help but think of the creator of the Gatling gun, Wang Ye. Sell it, of course sell it. He glanced at Lu Zhong and Wang Dong in the distance and shouted loudly in his heart. How could such a good thing not be sold? On the other side, after some communication with the system, Ye Xuan continued to lay flat. And the system received Ye Xuan's command. Okay, the Ghost Talisman is now on the shelves, and the division is 90% for the system and 10% for the player. The player doesn't need to do anything. For every Ghost Talisman sold, every player gets 20 energy points for their exceptional skills. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. As the red subtitle disappeared, the skilled player immediately opened the system shop. Indeed, at the very end he saw a strange item. Ghost Talisman provides great immunity against mental attacks from vengeful spirits, and won't fall into the illusion set by them. Price, 300 energy points. This thing is worth 300 energy points? Seeing the price, the skilled player immediately tucked it away. At this moment, he felt neither dizzy nor nauseous anymore. For every sale, he could earn 20 energy points. What's the difference between this and earning money while lying down? He stumbled upon such good fortune. He. We're just ordinary folks, really, truly happy. Be careful, we killed one vengeful spirit, and now there are 4 left. We still don't know where the survivors are. Following the 2 people in the distance, the 3 moved cautiously forward while speaking in low voices. At this moment, the live stream room had exploded. Wait, why? This Ghost Talisman was given for free by an NPC, why is he selling it to us for 300 energy points? I'm not buying it. You don't have to buy it. Good grief, this guy, the skilled player, must be earning something. Who knew such good fortune existed? I wonder what percentage he gets. 300 energy points. Even if he only gets 1 energy point from each sale, he'll never have to worry about food and drink again, especially since energy points are precious now. Indeed, even if he sells 3 in a month, that's 10,000 bucks. I'm so envious. I didn't expect it to be possible like this. I must go find the NPC, even if I have to scrape. I need to get something out of them. I've already contacted the NPC. I'm going for it. If they don't come, I'll just claim it. 666. I've already connected with my goddess Luhan. In the live stream room, the skilled player had already reached the end with the 2 people. Before them stood a large, rusty iron door. Looking at this big iron door, a bad memory surged in his heart. Captain, there's a human presence inside. At this moment, Wang Dong, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Then there's no mistake, there are still 4 vengeful spirits we haven't seen. They should be in this room. My little brother and I are half-step ghost generals. We will lead the attack. Donzi, you protect the survivors. Make sure to bring them all out. Yes. Chapter 75, you are quite smart. I'll count 3, 2, 1, then we open it together. Before the rusty big iron door, the skilled player and Lu Zhong each held a doorknob. Hearing this, the skilled player nodded firmly. As long as he completed this task, he'd receive 1 million energy points. He would certainly do his best. 3, 2, 1. Open the door. As the final 2 words fell, the skilled player pulled with all his might. The 2 rusty big doors were flung open. In that instant, a wave of terrifying Yin energy surged over. This Yin energy was so heavy that even the skilled player couldn't help but shudder. It was not one sound but countless cries distorted, filled with pain and mixed with despair, forming a terrifying wave of sound. It slammed into the souls of the 3. Even with the ghost talisman, the skilled player felt blood seeping from his nose and ears. Lu Zhong was alright, but Wang Dong directly knelt on one knee, his face devoid of color. The scene behind the door made the experienced skilled player catch his breath in shock. The walls, ceiling, and floor were covered with a thick, pulsing, dark red membrane of blood. The blood vessels on the membrane were clearly visible, pulsing rhythmically, emanating a strong smell of blood and a rotten stench. Among them piled dozens of contorted human corpses. They were crammed together, forming a nauseating mountain of corpses. At the very top of this mountain of corpses sat a baby. This baby is huge, with dark blue-black skin covered in corpse spots and stitches. Its swollen belly is almost transparent, revealing the filthy things rolling inside. Its head is very large, almost half of its body, with no nose on its face, only a gigantic mouth nearly stretched to the ears filled with sharp little teeth. On its forehead, there are 3 pure black eyes without any whites. At this moment, the baby is chewing on a bloody arm in its crimson mouth. This place is completely a so-called nest. Oh my mama. Seeing this scene, the expert was trembling his teeth. This scene is the biggest shock to him. The viewers in the live room also exploded at this moment. What the hell is this thing? Wow, what did I just see? This is too terrifying. Even through the screen, my teeth are chattering. Oh my gosh, how twisted must the game makers be for this scene? I shouldn't have watched this. I won't sleep tonight. Streamer, I hate you. Hiss, why do I feel that the female ghost next to me is somewhat pretty? You can't get in. At this moment, the expert had no heart to pay attention to the live stream. Around the baby, 3 evil spirits slowly turned around, staring at them with expressionless faces. It's a ghost baby nest. These guys are nurturing ghost babies with blood. According to the aura, this ghost baby is about to break through to become a ghost general. We must not let it succeed. Donzi, save people, little brother, come with me, kill it. Lu Zhong reacted quickly. Once he came to his senses, he drew his curved knife and charged forward. Damn it, let's do it. The expert gritted his teeth and raised the Gatling gun, aiming at the big-headed baby. With a head this big, it must have drunk too much 4-deer milk powder. Watch me send you off. The expert shouted, then without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Dense bullets poured towards the big-headed baby. Countless bullets hit the big-headed baby. The big-headed baby's belly was directly blown apart, and the filthy things inside spilled everywhere. In an instant, an incredibly pungent stink rushed over. Suddenly, the big-headed baby opened its mouth and cried out. The terrifying sound waves made the expert unable to stand steady. In the distance, Lu Zhong, who was fighting 3 evil spirits, was also affected, and with a misstep, one arm was directly torn apart by a ghost. I'll kill you. At this moment, the expert went completely crazy. The gun barrel spun rapidly. Bullets sprayed out as if they were free. Wang Dong kept rescuing the survivors. Among them, many people were still alive. They had to be saved completely. Why isn't this dog thing dead yet? The expert swept for a long time, but the strange baby just kept crying. However, until now, there was no sign of this strange baby about to die. Pooh! In the distance, Lu Zhong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Little brother, run quickly, this is not something we can solve. In the distance, Lu Zhong waved to the expert. At this moment, he looked incredibly miserable. Both of his arms were torn apart by the evil spirits. Even his abdomen had a huge hole. He knelt on the ground, letting out his last roar towards the expert. In the next moment, 3 evil spirits surged forward, directly tearing Lu Zhong into pieces. Blood spilled everywhere. Seeing this scene, the expert completely went mad. He threw away the Gatling gun and charged forward with a big knife. However, before he could get close, a blood-stained hand stopped him. Turning his head, he saw Wang Dong covered in blood standing next to him. In his arms, there was a baby. That was a normal baby. At this moment, the baby was crying loudly in Wang Dong's arms. Brother, hurry, hold the baby and run. Go tell Lu Han and them not to come, go back and notify the headquarters. Hurry up. Wang Dong stuffed the baby into the expert's arms. Then he turned and charged at the 3 fierce ghosts. Zhu Huoge stared blankly at this scene while holding the baby. Wang Dong was covered in blood. A large piece of flesh on his shoulder had been torn away by a strange and ruthless force. But it seemed he was not afraid of death, continuing to fight with the 3 fierce ghosts. Brother, run. Run fast. One of the strange ghosts turned around and reached for Zhu Huoge. But Wang Dong grabbed it and pressed it down, making it unable to move. The other 2 fierce ghosts continued to tear at Wang Dong's body. Wang Dong hugged the 3 fierce ghosts and once again let out a roar toward Zhu Huoge. Brother, hurry up and run. Don't let my life and the captain's be wasted. Get the news out, get the news out. Wang Dong's desperate shouts finally jolted the dazed Zhu Huoge back to reality. He glanced at Wang Dong with a complex expression, then turned and ran with the baby in his arms. He ran 2 steps out of the lair. Just as Wang Dong wanted to continue running, he suddenly shivered all over. 5 fierce ghosts. If one is killed, there are still 4. Is that big-headed baby counted as one of them? As soon as Zhu Huoge finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. He saw a colorless hand gripping a bright red, beating heart. You're a bit clever, huh? You are dead. Would you like to use a resurrection coin to revive? Chapter 76, Yamamoto Ueno, Extra Update. October 17, 2058, 3 years and 21 days until the strange revival. President, I'm sorry, I'm late. Baka. Smack. In an office, a man in work clothes lowered his head, and the middle-aged man in a suit in front of him slapped his face without mercy. Yamamoto, if there's a next time, you won't need to come back. Hi. Get back to work. Hi. Yamamoto Ueno immediately nodded, then respectfully exited the office. He carefully closed the office door and walked 2 steps to sit down at his workstation. Before starting work, he saw a photo beside the computer and smiled slightly. In the photo, a beautiful woman was leaning against him, and in front of them were 2 adorable children. Start working. The photo seemed to give him strength. Yamamoto Ueno patted his face and fully devoted himself to work. To earn more money for his family, to make life better for his family, he almost worked overtime every day. Last night, he worked until 2 in the morning. After finishing, even taxis were gone. Helpless, he could only find a bridge hole to sleep for the night. Why not go to a hotel? Too expensive. The cost of 1 night at a hotel was equivalent to 2 days of his salary. Sleeping in a bridge hole made him miss the time. When he got to the company, he was 5 minutes late. Then the scene that just happened occurred. Facing the president's reprimand, he had no complaints. After all, he cherished this hard-earned and precious job. His whole family relied on his job to survive. Soon, lunchtime came. Yamamoto-kun, let's go eat. Yamamoto-kun, there's a new Japanese restaurant that tastes great, let's go try it? Facing his colleagues' invitations, Yamamoto chose to decline. After all the colleagues had left, he carefully took out half a cake from his pocket. He ate the dry cake while drinking the free hot water he had gotten. Lunch was settled in just a few bites. After finishing his meal, he fell back into a fervent working state. Soon, night fell. Colleagues finished work one by one, and only Yamamoto Ueno remained working hard. To him, it seemed that his colleagues were used to it, no one paid attention to him. Late into the night. In the pitch-black office, only the sound of intense keyboard tapping remained. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yamamoto Ueno leaned back in his chair, exhausted. Done. He looked at the computer. 1:23. The time had reached 1:23 in the morning. He tidied up his workstation a bit and turned off the computer.
He picked up his briefcase. He took a piece of bread out of his bag, eating while leaving the company. The company rules stated that employees could not stay overnight after finishing their work, they could only stay during work hours. Otherwise, he would have lived in the company long ago. Stepping out of the company and looking at the night, Yamamoto Ueno momentarily didn't know where to go. A hotel? Too expensive. An internet cafe? Too expensive. Everywhere he could go was too expensive. I can only go to the underpass. At that moment, Yamamoto Ueno thought of the underpass where he had slept last night. He walked along the street, feeling very familiar with the way. The night of cherry blossoms was very cold. And it was also very lively. Cold because there weren't many pedestrians. Lively because there were many drunks lying on the ground. Some had just lost their jobs, some had just come out of bars, and some were homeless people. Looking at these people, and thinking about his own family, Ueno felt very happy. He still had a wife and children. Carrying his inner happiness, he arrived at the familiar place. He looked back at the bustling street and the vibrant city. After a sigh, he sat cross-legged in the underpass, tidied up a bit, and then slowly lay down. At this moment, the time was already 2:30 in the morning. He needed to sleep quickly, after all, he had to work at 8 tomorrow morning. Yamamoto Ueno slowly closed his eyes. After a tiring day, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Baka! You bastard, get out here! Not knowing how long he had slept, a loud noise came from outside. Yamamoto Ueno opened his sleepy eyes and looked down. Outside, there were 3 fierce-looking figures glaring at him. Baka, this is our territory, get out! Before Ueno could speak, the 3 people outside grabbed him. They grabbed Yamamoto Ueno by the ankles and roughly dragged him out. Screw you! Wait, don't! Just as Ueno wanted to argue, fists began to rain down on him. Feeling the pain, he could only curl up on the ground and let them beat him. During the beating, he smelled strong alcohol. The beating seemed to last forever. Eventually, the 3 seemed tired of beating him, spat on him, and turned away disdainfully. However, during the beating, a photo frame fell out of Ueno's backpack. One of them squatted in front of him and picked up the photo frame. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful wife. That person held the frame mockingly, staring at Ueno. Please, give it back to me. Yamamoto Ueno endured the pain and begged while holding onto the man's leg. Baka! Slap! A hard slap hit Ueno across the face. Yamamoto Ueno's body lay on the ground. His work uniform was torn, and his body was covered in bruises. His nose was bleeding continuously. Humph, you don't deserve such a beautiful wife. The man coldly snorted in disdain, then threw the frame to the ground in front of Ueno. Then, he stepped down. Cruelly, he crushed the frame, with the photo becoming unrecognizable under his foot. Humph. The man turned and left. Only the utterly embarrassed Yamamoto Ueno remained, along with the crushed frame and shattered photo. Why? Why? Why treat me this way? Why? At this moment, Yamamoto Ueno completely broke down. Years of grievances, years of insults, and years of pent-up emotions burst forth. He hugged his head and curled up, crying incessantly. He clearly hadn't provoked anyone, why did they treat him this way? He had worked so hard, why did they still bully him? However, while Yamamoto Ueno was crying, a wisp of black mist slowly rose from the river at the bridge and wrapped around him. In the next moment, the black mist actually drilled directly into Ueno's head. At the same time, voices began to echo in Yamamoto Ueno's mind. Do you want to take revenge on them? Cursing your boss all day, the foul-mouthed neighbor lady, your disrespectful parents, and the scoundrel who just beat you. Do you want to be better? Make big money, become someone important, let your family live a happy life, and have those who once looked down on you admire you. Do you want that? The voice was filled with temptation. Yamamoto Ueno held his head, unsure how to answer. On the riverbank, more and more dark mist flowed into his body. Gradually, Yamamoto Ueno was enveloped by the dark mist. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Here by the bridge, there was no light. So, no one saw this scene. No one knew that in the future, one of the 3 great ghost kings of Sakura country would be born from here. Chapter 77, Damn it, even zombies are here. October 18, 2058, 3 years and 20 days until the strange revival. Recently, I always feel restless, like something bad is about to happen. What kind of bad thing could make me feel troubled? That day, Ye Xuan held a cup of cola, standing alone by the window, gazing far away. Now, everything seemed to be going in a good direction. Yet he always felt restless. Master, I sense a small amount of dark energy gathering. At that moment, the ghost king Black Wuchang quietly appeared behind Ye Xuan. Oh? Where? East, west, south, north.
Among them, the dark energy in the east is the strongest, and it even starts to approach the level of a half-ghost general. Hearing Black Wuchang's words, Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly.
Things seem to be getting a bit strange. Half-ghost general? There were still 3 years until the strange revival. And now there was about to be a powerful ghost born? It couldn't be real, right? Let's go take a look. After some thought, Ye Xuan decided to investigate. Things seemed to be a bit beyond his expectation. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Ye Xuan drove, following Black Wuchang's guidance, heading deep into the mountains. System, did you sense something is off about this? While driving, he communicated with the system. From the moment this system was bound to the host, the future became unpredictable. The countdown time is based on normal standards, but now, the host's actions will all influence the future. Are you saying that the props and ghost tamers I manifested for the country have already affected the future?
Ye Xuan felt heavy-hearted as he drove.
That's right.
It takes time for something to evolve from nothing, but bringing out a finished product will inevitably break its magnetic balance. The future still depends on the host's judgment, the countdown is no longer reliable. Hearing this, Ye Xuan's grip on the steering wheel tightened. This also meant that the time for the strange revival would be greatly shortened. Now that dark energy was already at the half-ghost general level, didn't that mean a ghost general wasn't far off? Just a half-ghost general was already beyond what Huaxia could handle. This was just one Jincheng, what about all of Huaxia, or even globally? Were there already any ghost generals born? Ye Xuan didn't know. Is this the butterfly effect? 2 hours later, Ye Xuan had already left the city center, driving into the suburbs. According to Black Wuchang's sensing, the dark energy was hidden deep within these mountains. Compared to the city, this remote area should be where the dark energy easily gathers. I can't go up. In the middle of the road ahead, there was a large pit. Ye Xuan got out of the car, leaving it behind, and chose to walk ahead. His hands in his pockets, he stepped slowly up the mountain. The path was not easy to walk, but for him, it felt like walking on flat ground. At this moment, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. As he walked, Ye Xuan's figure had strayed far from the main road, alone in the mountain fields. Ye Xuan stood still, surrounded by dense trees, he stood alone in place. As if he had lost his direction. Is it 4 o'clock? Taking a glance at the time on his phone, Ye Xuan looked up. The sun, which had always been present, was now completely hidden behind the treetops. Here, without needing to be told by a ghost, Ye Xuan could already feel the cold energy coming from all around him. What a thick fog! He didn't know when, but the surrounding mountains and fields were shrouded in thick fog. The white fog filled the entire area, moving towards him. In this fog, if one looked carefully, they could see shadowy figures flickering in and out of view. If it were an ordinary person, they might have panicked and run away by now. But standing here was no ordinary person. Faced with such a strange scene, Ye Xuan simply took out an ancient mirror. The yin-yang mirror. Eliminate evil and disperse illusions, scatter. Ye Xuan slapped the yin-yang mirror. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted around him. The wind swept in all directions, blowing away the thick fog that had gathered around him. Once the fog cleared, Ye Xuan saw what was in the mist. Ancient official robes, a green face, sharp teeth, hopping towards him. Isn't this a zombie? What the heck, even zombies are out. Although he had seen this in movies and dramas in his previous life, seeing it in person made Ye Xuan unable to hold back. Wasn't it supposed to be a strange revival? System, come out and get beaten. Ye Xuan thought secretly. Strange revival is just a general term, you can categorize spirits, zombies, and evil ghosts as strange. All explanation rights belong to this system. Ye Xuan. Forget it, he decided not to argue with the system for now. Because the zombie in front of him was hopping towards him. This was the first time Ye Xuan had seen zombies, and there were as many as 5, coming right at him. Die. Ye Xuan flipped his hand, and the yellow spring coin appeared in his grasp. As he flicked his finger, a flash of light shot out. The zombie's head was instantly pierced by the yellow spring coin, and its body fell stiffly to the ground. On its forehead, there was a coin-sized hole, with wisps of white smoke rising from it. The yellow spring coin did not return to Ye Xuan but instead flew towards the other 4 zombies. In just 2 seconds, all 5 green-faced zombies lay stiffly on the ground. Just that. Putting away the yellow spring coin, Ye Xuan crouched down to examine the zombie closely. It doesn't differ much from what I saw on TV. After studying for a moment, Ye Xuan lost interest. The cold energy, I want to see where it comes from. The appearance of zombies was all due to the cold energy's influence. He wanted to find out where the cold energy was continuously emanating from. If discovered, it could help with his cultivation. What Ye Xuan did not know was that the 5 zombies he looked down upon could stir up a sensation elsewhere. After all, ordinary zombies were already impervious to knives and guns, with strength like an ox. In the early stages, zombies killed ghosts as easily as killing chicks.
Unfortunately, these 5 zombies had just come out and hadn't had the chance to wreak havoc before encountering a big boss. How sad, how lamentable.
Leaving this place, Ye Xuan held the yin-yang mirror and walked forward.
Following the guidance of the yin-yang mirror, he quickly left the dense forest.
After circling the road, Ye Xuan found a Taoist temple on the mountaintop. A rundown, abandoned Taoist temple. And in this temple, Ye Xuan sensed a rich cold energy. This cold energy was coming from this Taoist temple. The previous 5 zombies were inextricably linked to it. I want to see what's in this Taoist temple. Inside the temple, everywhere was overgrown with weeds, clearly having been abandoned for a long time. Some of the weeds had even grown up to Ye Xuan's waist. However, Ye Xuan still pushed through the weeds, moving forward. The temple was small, with a tiny courtyard.
There is a big house ahead. In another distant place, there is a small house.
Ye Xuan walked along the small courtyard and arrived at the big house.
As soon as he entered, Ye Xuan saw 3 clay sculptures of deities.
Upon closer inspection, they were the 3 pure ones. In front of the 3 pure ones, there was an incense burner, and beside it lay incense.
But he did not know if the incense could be lit. In the past, Ye Xuan would definitely turn around and leave.
But now, Ye Xuan stepped forward, picked up the incense, and took out a lighter from his pants pocket to start lighting it. The incense looked like it had been there for a long time, but it lit up immediately. After lighting the incense and placing it in the burner, Ye Xuan respectfully bowed deeply to the statues of the 3 pure ones before leaving the grand hall. The saying that there are deities 3 feet above one's head was just taught before.
But now, it is truly real. The yin energy is here.
Looking at the small house in front of him, Ye Xuan lifted his foot and walked inside. As soon as he stepped in, Ye Xuan saw 5 coffins placed on the ground. Wooden coffins that had probably been here for a long time, their surfaces had already rotted. But the coffin lids were scattered on the ground, and the coffins were empty. The 5 corpses in these coffins should be the 5 zombies from earlier. I didn't expect there would be such things here. Ye Xuan was a bit curious. Since he crossed into this world, he had hardly left Jinchang, so it was his first time here.
A dilapidated Taoist temple, with coffins and corpses placed in the room.
This indeed sounds eerie. No one knew where the person managing this temple had gone.
Holding the yin-yang mirror, Ye Xuan walked through the house. Found it.
Finally, in a corner by the wall, Ye Xuan sensed something. In the corner, there was a bead. On the surface of this bead, an endless stream of yin energy was surging out. The bead was large, unable to be held by one hand, and its surface was pure black and exceptionally smooth, with no impurities inside.
Good thing.
Looking at this object, Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. Right now, there are still too few places in the real world that have abundant yin energy. So if he wanted to cultivate, he first needed to enter the horror world. But now, with this thing, he could cultivate in the real world. It was just a whim. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. If this were in a novel, it would be called a fortuitous encounter. Holding the black bead, Ye Xuan left satisfied. Now, everything was clear. The 5 corpses absorbed the yin energy from this bead, causing their corpses to transform, then they became zombies. Just as they were about to harm the living, they encountered him.
Everything makes sense now.
Passing by the 3 pure ones again, Ye Xuan bowed deeply once more before confidently leaving the temple. The eerie phenomena are accelerating. If I don't intervene, the future will only be worse. It seems I need to discuss this with the country. Walking on the road, Ye Xuan muttered to himself. What he meant by intervention was that players could also manifest items and power. In this way, even if the eerie phenomena accelerated, people in the real world could have the strength to resist. But first, he needed to communicate with Huaxia. If he secretly pulled such a stunt without informing Huaxia, societal order would inevitably be thrown into chaos. Therefore, he needed to negotiate a plan with the Huaxia authorities. After all, even if he currently possessed unparalleled strength, he still preferred peace and stability. If social order fell into chaos, where would he enjoy life? No more live streams without edge-cutting anchors, no more restaurants to eat at, no more deliveries for online shopping, and no more foot massage places because they were closed. Just thinking about these made Ye Xuan's scalp tingle. No, he needed to pick up the pace.
At 8 in the evening. In a deep mountain.
Figures flickered, countless special forces personnel armed with long guns surrounded the entire mountain. All the main roads and side paths were sealed off. In the sky, the full moon hung high. On this mountain, lights intertwined with each other.
You say a 6-meter-long tiger, you aren't joking with me, are you?
At the foot of the mountain, a temporary command post. A middle-aged man in military uniform looked at a middle-aged man in police uniform and asked.
With something this big, am I joking with you? Ma Jingguo looked at his former comrade with anger on his face. Don't be angry, I am just trying to lighten the mood. What exactly happened? The higher-ups ordered my 3rd Brigade to assist you, but you need to tell me the details. Seeing his old friend getting angry, the man in military uniform, Fu Feng, became serious. This afternoon, a horrifying massacre occurred. In Meixiankan, the entire village of 132 people, 33 were brutally killed by the tiger. According to eyewitnesses, that tiger is 6 meters long, 2 meters tall, and can jump more than 10 meters. Upon receiving the news, we immediately set up defenses around and sealed off the mountain. According to our personnel reports, that tiger is still on the mountain. Listening to his friend's response, Fu Feng's heart was horrified. Even though he subconsciously didn't believe it, right now, he had no questions. A 6-meter-long tiger? Has that tiger become a spirit? Fu Feng couldn't help but think to himself. But soon, anger followed. 33 people, all killed by the tiger? I also suspect that beast has become a spirit. These days, things in Huaxia are abnormal, as if something big is about to happen. But for now, let's not talk about anything else. This time, we must kill that tiger, give the villagers an explanation, and give the dead citizens an explanation. Ma Jingguo's fist clenched tightly as he slammed a heavy fist on the table in front of him. His tone was filled with extreme anger. 33 people are dead, that's 33 people. In the past 10 years, this was the first time such a heinous incident had happened in all of Huaxia. If he hadn't already sealed off the information, the entire Huaxia would have exploded. Don't worry, my 3rd Brigade will fully cooperate with your police actions this time. What should we do first? Wait. Ma Jingguo lightly uttered a word. Director, we found it, that tiger is at the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a young man in uniform came to the two with a uniquely shaped tablet. On the tablet, a giant creature lay silently in the jungle. Looking at the creature on the tablet, Fu Feng's eyes widened. In his big eyes, there was disbelief. There's really a 6-meter-long tiger. The creature on the tablet was nearly the size of a cargo truck. This tiger has truly become a spirit? How is this different from the mountain lord in mythical stories? Notify everyone, all units mobilize. I want that tiger to pay for its life. Chapter 79, Noble Mountain Lord, Update. Attention, target is special, fire immediately upon sight, do not hesitate. First squad, second squad, advance. In the night, the Special Forces personnel holding long guns stepped forward on the ground. Their expressions were serious, their eyes heavy, moving step by step forward. Heavens! What is this thing? Is this a tiger? Do tigers get this big? Finally, upon reaching the mountaintop. Seeing the task target before them, all the specially trained personnel were momentarily dazed. In front of them, lying on the flat ground, was a tiger about 6 meters long. This tiger was covered in blood, especially its head, which was horrifying and completely different from a normal tiger. Moreover, the character king on its head was even clearer. Report to the captain, target discovered. Open fire immediately and kill it. Repeat, open fire immediately and kill it. Listening to the command coming through the earpiece, the Special Forces members didn't hesitate to aim their guns at the tiger in front of them. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. In the next moment, intense gunfire erupted. Countless bullets rained down towards the tiger. In almost an instant, the tiger, originally lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes, the blood-red eyes scanning its surroundings. Although it reacted quickly, the bullets were faster. Countless bullets embedded in its flesh, creating bloody holes, blood splattered over its massive body. Roar! The tiger let out a roar directed at the group of Special Forces personnel. The roar echoed throughout the mountains and fields. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had been shooting with long guns before lay on the ground in pain. They rolled on the ground, holding their heads with their hands. My head hurts. Damn it, my head feels like it's going to explode, it hurts so much. The tiger has run away. Captain, the tiger has run away. A soldier gritted his teeth and pressed the button on his earpiece, shouting loudly. Just as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious on the ground. At the foot of the mountain, in the command center, Fu Feng and Ma Jingguo, the two highest-ranking officers on site, looked exceptionally grim. How could this beast still stand up and run under such dense fire? They heard the tiger's roar clearly, even from over 10 kilometers away. Even the various instruments monitoring the tiger malfunctioned in an instant. Damn it, this is a big problem. Ma Jingguo slammed his hand on the table. Such a huge tiger ran away right under their noses. If it escaped the encirclement, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, he finally realized that this creature might not be ordinary. At his position, he already knew many things. I need to report to higher-ups.
This matter has exceeded both our expectations.
Fu Feng moved quickly, turning around to report upwards. Director, what should we do?
The voice of a team member came through the radio.
Ma Zhenghua picked up the radio. All team members, immediately reinforce the encirclement.
Fire at the tiger as soon as you see it, no need for instructions.
Remember, by any means necessary, do not let that tiger leave the encirclement. At all costs, stop it for me. Ma Zhenghua shouted into the radio.
He deeply knew what kind of disaster would occur if that tiger escaped. At that point, he would not only lose his position but ruin the rest of his life.
Yes, Captain.
At the same time, at a mysterious base in Huaxia, a helicopter quietly took off.
The higher-ups want us to keep an eye on the tiger's movements. They said someone is coming, arriving in 20 minutes.
At that moment, Fu Feng, who had left earlier, walked back in.
Ma Zhenghua was confused but did not speak. The two silently waited in the command center. Time passed second by second, every second an agonizing ordeal for both of them. Fortunately, the tiger did not charge the encirclement, obviously still on the mountain. 20 minutes later, the sound of rotor blades whirred in their ears.
The two exchanged glances and walked outside. In the night, a helicopter hovered in the sky, and three figures jumped down from about 10 meters high. They wore black combat gear and each held a huge machete in their hands.
Where is the tiger?
The leader's expression was cold, his voice sharp.
On the mountain. Let's go.
The three said nothing further and turned towards the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the three figures vanished into the night. Watching the three leave, Fu Feng and Ma Zhenghua exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes.
Jumping down from such a height, unharmed? Are they human? Could they be robots? They did not speak.
This was no longer something they could understand. In the dense forest, the three moved swiftly, weaving through the mountains and fields.
Left.
The smell of blood is strong, it has been injured. The ominous energy is heavy, about at the level of a malevolent spirit, be careful.
Understood.
The three crossed a small river, charging towards the mountainside. Finally, on the mountainside, they found the tiger under a massive rock.
At 6 meters, its face was fierce. At this moment, it
licking the wound with its outstretched tongue.
Make a move. As if the fierce ghost isn't enough, these beasts can also become spirits? Myths and legends might just come true.
The three men lowered their bodies and softened their footsteps, inching closer.
10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Make a move. Suddenly, 3 dark shadows sprang out.
They swung their knives toward the tiger's neck, waist, and head.
Crack. Rip. Sounds of metal-piercing flesh echoed. The tiger, originally lying on the ground, instantly went berserk, leaping up and throwing the 3 men away. Roar.
The furious tiger let out a skyward howl once more. The roar shook the ground. Though the 3 men felt a bit dazed, they managed to hold their ground.
Charge.
At that moment, a horrifying knife wound was visible on the tiger's neck, blood continuously streaming onto the ground.
It also bore a fatal knife wound on its waist. Chop. Kill. A knife struck fiercely into the tiger's body. Its body was already riddled with bullets, inflicting severe injuries, and now it faced a surprise attack from the 3 men. Even such a strong creature could not hold on any longer. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. It was filled with countless wounds. A pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the 3 men, letting out one last roar. Once, it had been corroded by dark energy, its body beginning to change, destined to become the Mountain Lord, yet now it faced such a suffocating death. The tiger's roar spread in all directions. And this 6-meter-long tiger finally breathed its last. The 3 men stood there, panting heavily as they looked at the giant tiger. Phew, this guy had such a strong oppressive force. Right, even though we have fierce ghost-level strength, if this guy wasn't injured, the 3 of us wouldn't stand a chance. I didn't expect such a terrifying creature to appear. Are there others out there? Let's not worry about that, it's not our concern. Let's drag it out, the research center needs its body. Chapter 80, Rich Rewards for Techniques. October 19, 2058, 3 years and 19 days before the strange resurrection. Phew, so close. But this thing, the dark energy inside is still lacking. Looking at the transparent bead in his hand, Ye Xuan felt a bit disappointed. He thought there would be plenty of dark energy inside the bead. Unexpectedly, it was absorbed so quickly by him. And now, he was just one step away from becoming a true ghost general. Just one final step. But this step had him stuck. According to the conversation last night with the official Huaxia, it's best to start a small-scale manifestation in a month. Throwing the transparent bead into the trash can, Ye Xuan muttered to himself. Last night, he had a talk with the Huaxia Gaming Bureau.
In the end, both sides agreed that a month later, they could start manifesting props and power.
And now, Huaxia had already begun to warm things up. For example, #shock, a family of 3 has been brutally murdered, police are currently investigating #. At 3 o'clock last night, witnesses claim to have seen a water ghost on the lake's surface, relevant reporters are following up #. #shock, could there really be ghosts in this world? In Liujia village, a sow miraculously became pregnant overnight, is this a distortion of humanity or a downfall of morality? #. 2 days ago, someone claimed their ancestor dreamt of the winning location for the scratch-off lottery. The next day Mr. Wang bought a ticket at the dreamt location and indeed won 200,000 #.
A flood of news had emerged over the past 2 days like mushrooms after rain. These news stories were, in fact, all a prelude.
Warming up for the big event a month later.
After all, such matters couldn't be stated directly. First, the public needed an adjustment period and the country needed time to plan.
Ding, detected that player Juehugo successfully helped the NPC complete a task.
A special gift package has been rewarded to the host. Ye Xuan was pouring milk when a message suddenly appeared in his mind.
Oh.
Opened the gift package. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow as he picked up the cup filled with milk.
The gift package is being opened. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a protective divine token, which can withstand the highest level of Ghost Commander attacks and is immune to the highest level of Ghost Commander mental attacks.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spell, Ye 5 Thunder.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spell, Golden Light Spell.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spell, Guidance. Listening to the series of prompts from the system, Ye Xuan was naturally very happy. The series of prompt sounds from the system was like the most wonderful music to his ears.
Protective divine token, can withstand the attacks of ghost commanders?
Ye Xuan slowly opened his right hand.
In the palm of his hand lay a golden rectangular token.
The surface of the token was engraved with dense golden runes, very complex, and Ye Xuan couldn't understand it at all. He couldn't even tell what material it was made of, but it shouldn't be gold. What a treasure! Casually taking a rope, he threaded it through and directly wore the divine token around his neck.
A protective charm, isn't this just it?
Ye 5 Thunder, Golden Light Spell, Guidance. With a thought from Ye Xuan, a rush of unfamiliar information suddenly filled his mind.
If not for his currently terrifying mental strength, that single moment could have knocked him out cold. Ye 5 Thunder.
Ye Xuan beckoned, and lightning flickered in the palm of his hand.
The crackling sound echoed throughout the room.
I never thought that one day I would truly wield the power from legends. Looking at the lightning in his palm, Ye Xuan felt as if he was dreaming. And then there's the Golden Light Spell. Heaven and earth, dark sect, the root of all chi.
Honing for a billion eons, I confirm my divine power.
Within the 3 realms, the Tao is supreme. With a body of golden light, envelop me. Invisible to the eye, unheard by the ear. Encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. As he spoke the incantation, a bright golden light suddenly appeared.
The dazzling golden light enveloped Ye Xuan completely.
With golden light surrounding him and thunder in his palm.
He now appeared like a true deity.
The Golden Light Spell, a legendary weapon of the Heavenly Master in past novels, I never expected I would wield it now.
Powerful spells and tremendous strength enchanted Ye Xuan.
He felt great about himself. The spells given by the system required only a thought to reach full mastery without any need for study. This point was indeed very commendable.
Next, let's look at the last one.
Ye Xuan began to check the final reward.
Spell, Guidance. Guidance, the road to the underworld guided, the soul lamp as proof. Cleanse the sins, reincarnation, and rebirth. In the world, there are evil ghosts and also kind spirits.
This method allows priesthood as evidence, enabling kind spirits adrift in the mortal realm to reincarnate and be reborn. After the guidance, one can gain heavenly merits as a reward. After checking the information in his mind, a hint of surprise flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. Unexpectedly, there was also a spell related to salvation. Now, if he faced something strange, he could provide a full package for salvation. Fight ghosts, kill ghosts, and then grant salvation.
A complete service. Ah, the loneliness of being invincible.
Ye Xuan stood on the balcony with his hands behind his back, looking up at the city before him.
Presently, to call himself invincible in this era would absolutely not be an exaggeration. Being too invincible is a kind of loneliness. Indeed, life is lonely as snow. On the other side, in the live streaming room, Brother Skill was excitedly looking at his account balance. A full 1,000,000 energy points.
With this 1,000,000 energy points, he considered himself a high player. 6666, you actually did it, 1,000,000 energy points, that's 1,000,000 energy points. Tears of envy streamed from the corner of my mouth. It's over, brothers, this kid has crossed the tiers this time, he won't be in the same world with us anymore. Bro, promise me, don't turn bad, don't go into keeping women.
Don't buy a big villa, and definitely don't buy a Maybach.
Whoa, brother, I beg you,
Can you give me 10,000? I just need 10,000, please.
Aya,
Watching you succeed hurts me more than death, I'm begging you, pack the energy points into lucky bags for the brothers to draw.
Seeing the constantly floating bullet comments, Jue's mouth curved slightly upwards. Ha, from now on, I'm also a high player, a true high player.
Ahem, brothers, basic skills, everything is basic skills. 2 hours ago. After 13 failures, Jue's eyes were bloodshot.
All night, a whole night, he didn't close his eyes. To help the NPCs complete their tasks, Jue restarted the game 13 times, but all 13 times ended in failure.
And now, this is the 14th time. Little brother, what is your purpose for coming here?
Lu Zhong's face appeared in the livestream.
Chapter 81, Jue's persistence.
Awesome, brother, you are really awesome, a whole 13 times, 13 failures, and you didn't sleep all night. I watched all night, that nest is really too difficult, who would have thought that baby was the real behind-the-scenes big boss? Yeah, from the moment the door opened, the countdown began, half an hour, only half an hour, after half an hour, that baby turns into Ghost General. Juehuagu can't defeat Ghost General, but there are still a few players with Ghost General's strength, why hasn't there been any news yet? Who knows, maybe they look down on that 1,000,000 energy points. Makes sense, streamer, come on, the big shot doesn't look down on that 1,000,000 energy points, this is your chance to turn things around. Having watched all night, I was planning to challenge it, but now it seems like I should just clean up and sleep, I've lost my touch.
Buhua, my touch.
No need to introduce yourself. Before Lu Zhong could finish introducing himself, Juehuagu waved his hand to interrupt him.
Your name is Lu Zhong, you are their captain.
Your name is Wang Dong, your name is Lu Yun, your name is Li Shang, your name is Lu Han. And your task this time is to rescue the survivors on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department.
Juehuagu said all the information he knew in one breath.
After 13 attempts, this information was deeply ingrained in his mind. His words left the people in front of him in silence. They looked at each other, you look at me, I look at you, ultimately all looking at Juehuagu together. No one spoke, they were all very confused at this moment.
Alright, if you want to complete the task, you need to follow my orders. Follow me. Juehuagu waved his hand and walked forward alone. Captain, is this guy out of his mind? Watching Juehuagu's back, Wang Dong couldn't help but complain beside Lu Zhong.
Since he knows so much, he must have some connection with inside the game. We don't know his identity, he could be reinforcements sent from inside the game. Let's go, follow him, temporarily listen to his orders, and see how he arranges things. Lu Zhong touched his chin and thought for a moment before decisively speaking his mind. No way, Captain, he is just a lunatic, and this mission has such a high danger factor, are we blindly trusting him? Li Shang jumped up immediately upon hearing this. He looked at his captain Lu Zhong with disbelief written all over his face.
That lunatic has no brains, does our captain have no brains either? A lunatic, could he have half-stepped Ghost General's strength? A lunatic, how can he know so much? Follow him.
Watching the captain take the lead, the remaining team members looked at each other, ultimately, they helplessly followed behind the captain. There is a weird thing at the stairs, you and I will kill it together. Arriving at a familiar place, Juehuagu pulled Lu Zhong up the stairs with a big axe.
With just 2 slashes, the weird thing in the hallway was completely cleared. Lu Han, come here. Ha! Hearing Juehuagu's command, Lu Han dazedly walked to his side. 3, 2, 1. Coming. What?
Just as several people were still confused, countless strange babies suddenly appeared in the corridor before them. They were running on the ground, the walls, and the ceiling, quickly approaching the group.
Lu Han, use your ability to deal with them. Okay. Though confused, Lu Han did not hesitate and directly used her ability. Black tentacles appeared out of thin air.
All these strange babies were killed by the black tentacles. Go to the 3rd floor. Juehuagu did not hesitate for a moment and turned to leave.
Are we all going? As the captain, Lu Zhong couldn't help but ask while looking at Juehuagu's back. All of you, if you want to complete the mission, follow my orders. In the distance, Juehuagu's voice came back. Let's go.
Glancing at his teammates, he saw confusion and shock in their eyes. But Lu Zhong was just as lost. But now, he could only trust him.
Captain, are we not leaving anyone behind? Wang Dong couldn't help but ask.
According to the action plan of the Jingui Bureau, no matter the task, 1 or 2 members must stay in a safe area as lookouts. If all team members die, the lookout can immediately leave the mission site to report details to the Jingui Bureau and provide valuable experience for the next team completing the mission.
This is a hard rule. Go, follow me. Lu Zhong gritted his teeth. Since that person asked them all to go up, there must be a reason. Understood. At this moment, the 4 were also impressed by Zhuehua Ji's decisiveness and prediction. This guy, as if he had done this many times, was familiar with every step. In the corridor, Zhuehua Ge held a Gatling gun, aiming the barrel at the empty corridor ahead. The 5 quietly watched him. They all understood without asking. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a nurse twisted her body and approached them step by step from the distance. Da-day-day. Suddenly, sounds broke out, and the Gatling gun in Zhuehua Ji's hands rapidly spun, flames spitting out as bullets rained down continuously. Soon, the strange nurse in the distance was shot dead. Go. Zhuehua Ge put away the Gatling gun and led the team to the large iron door. There's a baby behind the iron door. Once we go in, don't worry about anything else, just focus on killing that baby. Lu Yun, Li Shang, you two provide long-range interference. Lu Han, trap that baby at the first moment. Wang Dong, block that baby's attacks from the front. Lu Zhong and I will launch the main attack, understood? With both hands on the doorknob, Zhuehua Ge looked at the others and began to give orders. Understood. Though confused, they knew this wasn't the time for questions. All right. Open it. Zhuehua Ge suddenly pulled hard, and the massive iron door swung open instantly. The scene inside was terrifying, but Zhuehua Ge had long been immune after 13 experiences. However, the team members stood frozen in place at that moment. Why are you still dazed? Make a move. Wang Dong, hold the line. Oh. Zhuehua Ji's roar snapped all 5 back to reality. Wang Dong let out a fierce shout, and countless armors appeared on the surface of his body. Zhuehua Ge was already used to such sights. The strangeness that Wang Dong controlled was an ancient soldier, clad in heavy armor, with superb defense. Having him act as a shield was just right. Trap. Wang Dong charged straight at the large-headed baby. Lu Han suddenly made her move. Countless black tentacles trapped the large-headed baby in place. Attack. Zhuehua Ge wielded a large knife, while Lu Zhong wielded a curved knife, both charging forward to slay. We're coming too. Li Sheng took out a pocket watch, and as it spun, Zhuehua Ge and Lu Zhong's speed increased noticeably. Meanwhile, Lu Yun formed seals with his hands, and in the emptiness before him, talisman papers appeared. With every gesture he made, these talismans transformed into streams of light, rushing towards the large-headed baby. In this moment, the 6 people each displayed their abilities. Chapter 82, Brother, are you serious? Extra update. The big-headed baby, trapped by the black tentacles, began to cry loudly. Wang Dong, who charged in the fastest, was directly blasted away by the terrifying sound waves, his body crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Now is the time, kill. Brother Zhuehua swung his knife, and the big knife cleanly severed the big-headed baby's head. Beside him, Lu Zhong also did not hold back, using his curved blade to split the big-headed baby's body in half. In the distance, countless talismans exploded as they drew near the big-headed baby. At that moment, the big-headed baby's body completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. However, Brother Zhuehua's expression showed no sign of relaxation. Don't think I don't know where you are. Brother Zhuehua casually reached out, and a Gatling gun appeared in his hand. It seemed like he already knew. The Gatling gun pointed toward a corner in the distance. Countless bullets poured out. In that corner, the newly manifested big-headed baby was instantly overwhelmed by the dense flurry of bullets. You all go kill the other evil spirits, this baby is up to me. Brother Zhuehua swept with the Gatling gun continuously. It was as if he could foresee the future. Even before the big-headed baby appeared, he already knew. Every time the big-headed baby appeared and disappeared, it would be hit by a curtain of bullets. As time passed, with each appearance and disappearance, the big-headed baby grew dimmer. The other 5 team members, including Lu Zhong, blocked the remaining strange entities. With their cooperation, those strange beings were no match for them. Brother Zhuehua stood alone atop the mountain of corpses, his eyes coldly gazing into the distance. The critical moment had arrived. Either success or 14 failures. Ahead, on a massive flesh ball, the body of the big-headed baby slowly appeared. At the instant the big-headed baby manifested, countless bullets came flying. Da-day-day. The barrel rotated, firing 12 shots a second. This kind of efficiency could make any strange being tremble in fear. However, before the bullets could reach the big-headed baby, they were halted right in front of it. Seeing this, Brother Juehua was not discouraged, it was as if he already knew. He stowed the Gatling gun and summoned the big knife once more. On the flesh ball, countless blood-red lights surrounded the big-headed baby. The big-headed baby's aura was rapidly rising. Not hesitating, Brother Juehua charged forward with the big knife. Die. With one slash, the blood-red lights spontaneously coiled toward Brother Juehua. The big knife in Brother Juehua's hand trembled, and the encroaching blood-red lights were blown away. The ghost eye opened. Under the ghost eye, all strange beings had nowhere to hide. Soul-destroying blade, come. Brother Juehua reached out, and a black sickle suddenly appeared in his hand. Die for me. The black sickle chopped down hard. It pierced through the strange baby's body. The soul-destroying blade is specifically designed to counter your kind of soul bodies, let's see if you live or die. Brother Juehua kept slashing down with the sickle, completely going berserk. He discovered this secret during his previous failures. Initially, he thought the skills rewarded by the system were just that. But later, he discovered that the soul-destroying blade could inflict 100% critical damage on incorporeal entities. Indeed, system production must be high quality. As he struck down again and again, the blood-red lights in front of him grew increasingly thin. But at that moment, Brother Juehua had no intention of holding back. He knew he only had 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, the big-headed baby would surely become a ghost general. So, within 5 minutes, he must kill this being. Here, Brother Juehua's sickle was almost smoking from the fury of his swings. On the other side, through the cooperation of the 5, they had completely slain 3 evil spirits. Donzi. Are you okay? Looking at Wang Dong lying on the ground, continuously spitting blood, Lu Zhong walked forward and supported him. It's nothing, Captain, just a small injury, just a small injury. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang Dong waved his hand casually. That's good. You guys take care of Donzi, I'm going to help this brother. After saying this to his team members, Lu Zhong turned and walked towards Zhu Huagu. He also realized that the one in front of him was the strongest weird thing present. Don't come over, there's another fierce ghost, be careful. Suddenly, Zhu Huagu shouted while swinging his smoking scythe. Another one? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong's eyes immediately became sharp. His eyes searched all around in this nest. Hee hee, interesting, really interesting. You are truly interesting, especially you. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed in this nest. While swinging the scythe, Zhu Huagu looked up. He saw a female ghost standing right in front of him. Wearing a black tight suit, it outlined her figure exceedingly hot. Those round and full long legs made the audience in the live stream drool. Her jet black, smooth hair casually draped over her shoulders, giving people a sense of mature, sexy beauty. The pale, stunning features made one feel a unique, heartbreaking beauty. At this moment, her finger was resting on Zhu Huaji's chin. And Zhu Huagu remained unmoved, swinging his scythe while watching her. You are very interesting, I kind of like you now. You messed up the old vice president's plan, you're going to suffer, you know? I am really looking forward to seeing you kneeling and screaming in front of me. The female ghost smiled lightly, and her figure disappeared from the spot. From beginning to end, Zhu Huagu did not stop swinging the scythe. Because he could not stop. This female ghost, he had seen several times, but he never expected that this time she would not kill him. Vice president's plan? What plan of the vice president? Although I have seen her several times, every time I see her, I am amazed. So beautiful, I think I understand Ning Kaichen now. So beautiful, I am logging in, even if I die, I want to see her once, even if I die at her hands, I am not afraid. This game has a conscience, in reality, there aren't many women whose beauty can compare to this female ghost. I want to spend money, I want to buy energy points, I want to fuse with the Black King to become a ghost general, and then capture her and lock her up, then. Hee hee hee. TSK, the guy upstairs, telling me to say hee hee hee, I don't lack that little traffic. When I live stream, I'll give you a rocket as a reward. Me too. The audience in the livestream chatted and joked, while Zhu Huagu did not stop. Don't look at it now, it seems like the task is already completed. But as long as this big-headed baby in front of him is not dead, the task is not completely done. 3 minutes later. The originally plump meatball became shriveled. And the bizarre baby in front of him completely disappeared. Did I succeed? Zhu Huagu looked at his hands, then glanced at the shriveled meatball in front of him. Quick, rescue the survivors. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart, Zhu Huagu began to direct a few people to rescue the survivors. After a period of effort, all the survivors were rescued. A total of 13 people were saved, although they looked extremely weak, they were not dead. Ding, congratulations on completing the first phase of the task, helping NPCs complete the final task, reward 1 million energy points. Hearing the bait sound in his mind, Zhu Huagu really wanted to laugh out loud at this moment. I succeeded. Brothers, we are going back, do you want to come with us?
No, I still want to deal with the vice president and the president of this hospital.
Zhu Huoge waved his hand, rejecting them. Lu Zhong and the team members.
They looked at Zhu Huoge, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. There was something they wanted to say but didn't know if they should.
Brother, are you serious?
Brothers, why are the gifts becoming fewer? Your gifts are my motivation for updates, just throw a free gift or two.
One free gift?
You won't be poor, and the author won't be rich.
But it's enough to make the author update more like a nuclear-powered donkey, so why not?
If there were a big gift, that would be even better.
Here, I want to thank everyone again for their support. Thank you. Chapter 83, The Adventure of San Yang, Part 1. October 20th, 2058, 3 years and 18 days until the strange revival. Hello brothers, what you are seeing now is Fengmen Village, known as the #1 ghost village in Huaxia.
According to rumors, many supernatural events have happened in this Fengmen village. For example, some villagers have mysterious scratches on their bodies, and some tourists who came here suddenly had fevers and talked nonsense.
There are even rumors that all electronic devices stop working here. And I came here to break this so-called feudal superstition. It was midnight, 12:30, and the outdoor streamer San Yang was chatting confidently while holding his phone. The streamer is amazing. He dares to come to Fengmen Village at 12:30? That's something. Streamer, you really are not afraid of death.
This Fengmen Village is very eerie, I advise you to run away early. Yeah, streamer, be careful not to get stuck inside. Streamer, the legend says that the most terrifying thing in Fengmen Village is a Grandmaster chair. It is said that those who sit on that chair end up dying.
Why not try it? To the one above, if you want to eat, just say it, no need to be so coy.
I'll say it, this streamer really is bold. In the live chat, comments were flying wildly. Some viewers advised him to leave early, while others offered suggestions for fun.
As the number of viewers in the stream quickly rose from a few hundred to a few thousand, San Yang felt overjoyed.
Recently, horror games had taken the world by storm, maintaining high popularity. With a sudden thought, he planned to use the craze for horror games to expose feudal superstitions outdoors. This way, he would surely increase his popularity to the max.
Wouldn't he directly become a huge internet celebrity? Thinking about this made him even happier.
Haha, brothers, don't worry, tonight let's explore together. Today, the streamer will prove that there is no such thing as ghosts, it's all lies made up by ancient people.
Alright, brothers, don't forget to follow and send gifts. We will start now.
After speaking, San Yang held up his phone and walked deeper into the village. Underfoot were wild weeds, and at a glance, they even blocked the road. The night was very deep, and everything around was incredibly quiet. But at this moment, San Yang, driven by greed, didn't care about anything else and kept moving deeper into the village.
Brothers, we are now entering the village. You have to admit that this village is truly dilapidated.
It seems that no one has been here for a long time. Looking at the dilapidated mud houses in front of him, San Yang raised his phone to take a close-up. Then, he continued to go further inside. This time, he was heading straight for the Grandmaster chair.
The night was as dark as ink, tightly wrapping around the entire Fengmen village.
San Yang held his phone and walked through the weeds. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps and breathing. Looking up, the front was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Looking around, besides the beam of light from his flashlight, there was no other source of light. Even in the sky above, he couldn't see the moon at all. This made San Yang, who was originally very bold, feel a little uneasy inside. Brothers, look, this village is truly broken, it's just been abandoned for too long, and in reality, there are no ghosts at all. San Yang pretended to be calm, deliberately speaking loudly to dispel a trace of anxiety growing in his heart. The camera swept past a half-collapsed mud house, with its dark window resembling a beast's huge mouth wide open.
Streamer, why did you suddenly raise your voice? Are you scared? I feel like the streamer is about to pee.
Don't say I didn't warn you, I have a kind of creepy feeling in my heart right now.
Host, don't you feel the temperature around you dropping?
Upstairs, stop scaring yourself.
The temperature in the mountains is low at night.
As he walked deeper into the village, the weeds seemed to grow thicker, and the air became increasingly damp and chilly. The gradually dropping temperature made San Yang shiver involuntarily. But thinking about what the viewers in the live stream had just said, he felt less afraid.
What ghosts? It's perfectly normal for it to be a little cold in the mountains at night.
San Yang comforted himself in his heart, keeping his footsteps steady as he continued forward. Brothers, according to the map going around online, that famous master chair should be in the yard over there that still looks pretty intact. San Yang picked up his phone and aimed it at a solitary stone courtyard ahead as he spoke. Today, the host will personally debunk this so-called feudal superstition.
San Yang said with a proud face. He threw caution to the wind for the attention. He approached. The courtyard gate had long decayed, leaning crookedly to one side. San Yang stepped over the threshold, and in the center of the yard, there indeed stood an ancient master chair. Under the eerie white beam of his flashlight, the master chair stood out prominently. Whoa, did I really find it? It's exactly like the ones online. All the pictures online were taken during the day. This is the first time I've seen the master chair at night. Host, go sit on it and see what it feels like. Try sitting on it and you'll die. Sit, 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 host, hurry and sit. Host, sit down. I'll send you big rockets, go go go. Seeing the rumored item appear before them, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. The number of people in the live stream instantly soared to 10,000 and kept rising. Gift effects started to flood the screen. The three words sit, sit, sit had already been pressed to 99 plus. San Yang watched the rolling comments and skyrocketing popularity, adrenaline rushing, feeling extremely excited. His mind was occupied by only one thought: he was going to become a huge internet celebrity. The overwhelming excitement had already pushed aside any slivers of unease he felt moments ago. Brothers, send gifts, focus a bit, and watch the host personally break through feudal superstition for you. It's already 2058, where do ghosts come from? It's all just to scare people. San Yang laughed a few times, aiming the camera at the master chair as he strode over. Standing before the master chair, he did not hesitate, turned around, and sat down with a thud, even leaning back firmly. Look, nothing's wrong, right? This sitting down and dying stuff is totally feudal superstition. Those things are pure nonsense. Brothers, focus a bit and send some gifts, okay? San Yang leaned back on the master chair, proudly giving a thumbs up to the camera. This scene sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy. Whoa, this is *****ing amazing. You really sat down? It looks like just a normal chair, nothing special. Why do I feel a strange sense of disappointment? Disappointed? The idea of ghosts and gods has always been fake. Ancient people had no entertainment, and technology wasn't developed. When faced with things they couldn't understand, they would make up ghost stories, which evolved into supernatural events through word of mouth. In reality, it's just as simple as that. Exactly, the upstairs one hit the nail on the head. I remember a TV show called Approaching Science. Its initial hype was so shocking, but in the end, it all turned out to be fake. Yeah, I know that too. Chapter 84, San Yang's Adventure, Part 2. Strange, why is it getting colder and colder? Sitting in the master chair, San Yang murmured to himself. He couldn't help but zip up his jacket. Looking around at the darkness, San Yang couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Don't be afraid, it's all fake, it's all fake. San Yang reassured himself. Just as he was trying to comfort himself, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness seeping in from the back of the chair, instantly spreading through his limbs. This sudden chill made San Yang shiver uncontrollably. Almost at the same time, the screen of the phone in his hand suddenly began to flicker wildly, the image distorting. What the hell, streamer, there's something on your shoulder. What the ****, what is that? A hand? What's going on? Why is it lagging so much? Is it my network, or is it the streamer's signal? The screen is so fuzzy, I can't see anything. What the ****, did you just see that? The hand on the streamer's shoulder. I saw it too, a pale hand, almost colorless. Damn it, could there really be a ghost? It shouldn't be. What's happening? This damn phone, don't mess with me. Over here, San Yang frowned and began to beat the phone hard. Even the coldness he felt earlier was thrown out of his mind. He was finally about to become a big internet star. At this critical moment, it couldn't mess with him. However, with his banging, the phone screen flickered even more violently. ****, don't mess with me. At this point, San Yang was completely panicked. His future, his prospects. But the next moment, the phone screen completely went dark. No matter how San Yang pressed, there was no response. Even the flashlight in his hand began to flicker. Then the flashlight went out completely. What the ****? San Yang's face turned red with anger. He couldn't help but curse, ruthlessly smashing the phone onto the ground. At this moment, the surroundings plunged into absolute darkness and silence. Even the hum of insects that could be vaguely heard before disappeared. Damn it! San Yang muttered softly, coming back to his senses, and hurriedly tried to get up from the armchair. At that moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He felt a hand, a cold, stiff hand, on his shoulder. Who? San Yang turned around suddenly, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. In the darkness, he could see nothing at all. But the touch of that hand felt incredibly real, the icy temperature piercing through his thin clothes straight to his skin. Who's playing tricks? I warn you, don't scare people. Sanyang shouted loudly.
His voice carried a slight tremor he didn't even notice. He felt his shoulder, nothing was there. However, the cold sensation remained, as if it had never left. But in the silent darkness, no one responded to him.
I'm not playing anymore, I'm done.
Sanyang grabbed the phone from the ground and wanted to run. However, just as he stood up, a powerful force pressed him hard back onto the armchair. At that moment, his body felt like it had been bound by invisible ropes to the armchair, unable to move.
Let go of me, let go. Fear flooded over him like a wave. He cried out for help. But within the darkness, no sound answered him.
He struggled and twisted his body on the armchair. However, the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw, on his left shoulder, a pale, colorless hand with long fingers that he hadn't noticed before. The hand moved from his shoulder to his neck, then to his collarbone. The icy touch made Sanyang too afraid to move. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror. At this moment, he was scared, he was truly scared.
Help me, help!
His consciousness began to blur. In his last vision, it seemed he saw something outlining a vague, distorted human figure on the crumbling wall ahead in the darkness.
Why did the streamer go offline? Is the signal bad? Why is the screen black? Did it disconnect? There were 50,000 people in the stream, and you just ran off? No money to earn?
I suspect the streamer ran into a ghost.
Damn it, that pale hand didn't seem scripted.
Something's not right, I think I just heard him scream.
Call the police, something feels wrong. No way? Are we really going to feast? I want to sit at the old man's table. The old man only drinks and doesn't eat, or are you good at playing? Looks like an old hand.
Of course. Sanyang's livestream was pitch black, but the comments were still rolling wildly. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has now exceeded 50,000. On the other side, the nearest police station to Fengmen village has received numerous reports, and the police, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly organized a team and drove police cars towards Fengmen village. Arriving at the perimeter, a dozen police officers stepped down from their vehicles, leading search and rescue dogs, bypassing the outermost cordon, and heading straight for Fengmen village. Among them, one officer was holding a phone, replaying the earlier live broadcast.
Captain, this seems serious, could it really be a ghost?
Someone cautiously spoke up, their face a bit pale.
What nonsense! Don't scare yourself. This is probably just a script devised by the streamer. Nowadays, these streamers are getting more and more shameless for views.
This time, when we find him, we have to give him a good lesson. We cannot waste police resources like this. The captain in front said with a fierce attitude.
He was already fully aware of the entire incident's background. Most of the reports came from netizens.
Based on their guess, this must have been a scheme orchestrated by the streamer known as Sanyang. Wasting so much police force, this time, when they find that streamer, they must teach him a lesson.
We've arrived.
Looking at the worn-down courtyard before them, the group of police officers advanced.
Countless lights shone into the courtyard. This is the armchair, but where is the person?
Gazing at the empty armchair in the center of the courtyard, the officers began to guess.
Perhaps he ran away. Search the area.
The deputy chief instructed with a frown.
Quick, look. A phone. And a flashlight. Suddenly, an officer found Sanyang's phone and flashlight under the armchair.
The phone screen had several cracks on it.
Woof, woof, woof.
Suddenly, the rescue dog began barking loudly at a house ahead. As it barked, it backed away, seeming to be afraid of something.
Go take a look.
The deputy chief instructed the officers in the distance with a frown.
Yes.
The two closest officers showed no signs of fear as they grabbed flashlights and walked forward. The worn wooden door was pushed open by them. At the moment the door opened, the scene before them left them stunned.
Chief. Come quickly to see. The officer on the far left spoke with a trembling voice. What happened?
The deputy chief furrowed his brow and walked forward with the surrounding officers. In an instant, countless lights focused on the inside of the house. Once all the flashlight beams gathered inside, everyone present gasped in shock. In the small room's center, the original streamer Sanyang was kneeling on the ground with his back to the door. His head was unnaturally tilted upward, his arms hanging limp at his sides, his posture stiff like a discarded puppet. The light shone on his face. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilating to their limits, filled with utter terror, as if he had seen the most horrifying sight before losing consciousness. His mouth was slightly ajar, his face a pale blue, showing no signs of life. This scene left all the officers in shock. Even the usually composed deputy chief fell silent at this moment. Chapter 85, Don't Look for Trouble, and You Won't Find It, Additional Update. Hashtag famous streamer Sanyang has mysteriously died in Fengmen village, specific details are under investigation. Hashtag some netizens claim that streamer Sanyang was killed by a vengeful ghost, this statement is currently being verified. Hashtag officials remind the public to refrain from going to remote areas and to return home quickly at night. Hashtag
was Sanyang's death caused by human intervention or a vengeful spirit?
Please wait for further official announcements. Hashtag
Mom, he really died. Damn, I was watching the live broadcast last night.
Damn it, I can prove that Sanyang was killed by a vengeful ghost, I can prove it.
Is there really a ghost? Damn. This can't be a script, right?
Script?
Are you stupid? Who uses a script to gamble with lives? Damn, there really are ghosts.
I said the day before yesterday that I really saw a ghost, and you guys said my mom flew away.
Allowed to return home.
Tisk, if you don't provoke trouble, you won't die. On the sofa, Ye Xuan was scrolling through the trending news of the day. After seeing the hot search news and understanding the situation, he was speechless.
Staying out in the middle of the night, going to the wild mountains for thrill? If it were before, you might have really succeeded. But now. Just die already.
According to my calculations, the strange awakenings mostly occur in desolate places or places with heavy yin energy.
Ye Xuan lay on the sofa, secretly guessing.
When the strange things just start to awaken, there must be very few in big cities, most of them must start from wild mountains or mass grave sites. And Fengmen village, a place known as the #1 ghost village in China, naturally has real things.
Sometimes, some legends are truly not unfounded. Woof, woof, woof.
At that moment, barking sounds came from behind. Ye Xuan lowered his head and saw that Little Black was jumping in front of him, wagging its tail. After some time of recovery, this little guy had completely healed. If it were other dogs, they wouldn't be as nimble even after months.
But Little Black is not an ordinary dog. Little Black is a dog with exceptional talent. Today's sun is just right, let's go, Little Black, let's take a walk.
Ye Xuan put his hands in his pockets and walked out with Little Black.
Little Black was of course extraordinarily happy, circling around Ye Xuan. In the sky, the sun hung high, bringing a wave of warmth.
In October, the sun is neither cold nor hot, just right. After leaving the community, cars came and went, and pedestrians laughed and chatted on the road, quite pleasant. Such a harmonious and joyful scene, Ye Xuan naturally wanted it to last forever. There's a saying, when you have nothing, you wish for chaos.
When you have everything, you wish for peace.
As the saying goes, heroes come out in troubled times.
So why do heroes only emerge in troubled times? Woof, woof. Little Black kept circling Ye Xuan.
And Ye Xuan continued walking forward, as if just taking a stroll.
Suddenly, a luxury car appeared in front of Ye Xuan. The window rolled down, revealing the stunning face of Qi Bingtong. Xuan, get in the car, there's an auction today. It's said that there will be real magical artifacts up for auction. Magical artifacts? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. He casually grabbed Little Black, who was running around, and threw it into the back seat, then sat in the passenger seat.
Qi Bingtong was dressed in a simple shirt with a coat draped over it, exposing her snow-white neck. She wore black stockings on her lower half.
Her full, long legs wrapped in black stockings made the onlookers' blood boil. However, Ye Xuan's self-control was extraordinary, completely unaffected by this. What kind of magical artifacts?
Ye Xuan raised his eyebrow and looked at Qi Bingtong.
The country is currently not peaceful.
According to the news from above, it is said that something big will happen in a month.
And this big event is also related to the strange phenomena.
Today, there's an auction in Jin City's top wealthy circle where various magical artifacts will be auctioned off.
I thought you'd be interested, so I came to pick you up to have a look.
While driving, Qi Bingtong explained.
Oh? Then let's go have a look.
Hearing this, Ye Xuan's eyes flashed with interest.
Are there still magical artifacts in this world?
I wonder how it compares to what I have in my hands.
Although the official announcement about the strange awakening is set for a month later in China,
there will always be some people who receive the news in advance.
Just like this so-called top circle.
The car moved quickly.
Weaving through the city, they soon arrived at the outskirts.
In front of a manor in the countryside, Qi Bingtong and Ye Xuan slowly got out of the car.
Tisk, it's great to be rich.
Looking at the huge manor in front of him, Ye Xuan sighed.
Do you like it? I can gift you a set.
Qi Bingtong stood aside and teased. Forget it, living in such a big place by myself can be quite boring. Ye Xuan shook his head slightly. If he wanted to, not to mention a manor, the government of Huaxia could even gift him several islands and mountains.
Indeed, being alone is quite boring. He followed Qi Bingtong to the entrance. After handing over their invitation, the two walked inside. Before them was a long road.
On both sides of the road was an endless expanse of grassland. When they reached the end, a garden appeared, with a fountain at its center.
By passing through the garden, they finally arrived in front of a villa.
This manor was very large. It was estimated to be the size of 20 to 30 basketball courts.
It was really too exaggerated.
The villa's main entrance stood wide open.
Inside stood men and women in suits. Qi Bingtong was also dressed very formally.
Only Ye Xuan wore a short-sleeved shirt and casual pants, with sandals on his feet, and a little black dog behind him.
The two walked inside.
Ye Xuan's outfit, which was so out of place here, attracted a lot of attention.
However, these people only glanced once and quickly looked away. Those standing here are all big figures from Jinchang and even the entire Yun province, involved in business and politics. Qi Bingtong whispered into Ye Xuan's ear. Ye Xuan nodded gently. Big figures?
In his eyes, there was no such thing as a big figure. Ye Xuan stuffed his hands into his pockets and began to walk around the room.
The space in this villa was vast.
The layout and furniture around them displayed two words: luxury.
Little Black followed closely behind Ye Xuan. Wherever he went, it followed. Little Black was much smarter than other dogs.
After all, it had already developed a small amount of intelligence.
Everyone, welcome to show your support.
Half an hour later, the villa's main door slowly closed. At some point, a high platform had been set up in front of them. A middle-aged man with slick-back hair stood on the platform with a smile. Behind him stood two Taoists in robes and three monks. Seeing this strange combination, Ye Xuan's expression gradually turned odd. At the same time, his expectations for this auction dropped to freezing point. Those who can stand here, I believe, are all important figures. And now, it seems that they know something, but have been hiding it from us. However, according to investigations, a month later, there will be a significant event that can change the current social structure.
And the content of this auction is centered around the big event that will happen in a month. Next, our master Yuan Kong will speak.
After the slick-back man finished speaking, he stepped back, leaving the stage to the plump monk beside him. Seeing this, Ye Xuan placed a hand on his forehead. He seemed to have guessed what would happen next. If it weren't for the serious atmosphere around him, he would have been unable to hold back his laughter. This scene gave him a sense of déjà vu.
Chapter 86 Auction, Part 1.
Dressed in a robe, the plump monk slowly walked to the center.
Good day, everyone.
Yuan Kong pressed his palms together, bowing to the crowd of wealthy elites before him.
I am the monk Yuan Kong from Jingshan Temple. I came down the mountain to share the teachings as invited by benefactor Lu Yong.
These days, I have been observing the skies at night and noticed that celestial signs are quietly changing.
Buddha visited me in a dream.
In the dream, I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with fierce ghosts everywhere. The world has turned into hell, and the people are suffering. At this point, Ye Xuan raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This monk had something to him.
He actually guessed correctly.
However, whether this was a guess or pure fabrications remained to be seen. But the next sentence made Ye Xuan quite speechless.
This time coming down the mountain, I will bring with me a magical item personally consecrated by the Buddha to share it with everyone. This time I came down the mountain, I brought 3 magical instruments, which are imbued with the power of the Buddha, and even fierce ghosts cannot approach. A total of 3 items, I hope the capable donors can obtain them. Yuan Kong finished speaking, and the 2 monks behind him came to his side. The 3 of them picked up a string of prayer beads and displayed it in front of everyone. These are prayer beads personally blessed by the Buddha.
As long as you wear them day and night, fierce ghosts will not dare to approach, and you will be immune to all poisons and diseases, living a long life.
After Yuan Kong finished speaking, the big-headed man stepped forward personally.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Yuan Kong has brought magical instruments blessed by the Buddha, which are of great value. Today's event is a charity auction, and the proceeds will be donated to children in mountainous areas, which is also a way to accumulate merit.
The starting price is 1 million Huaxia coins.
After the big-headed man finished speaking, the entire venue fell into silence. Ye Xuan revealed a look that clearly showed his skepticism.
This is definitely a scam. If you're going to deceive people, at least be a bit more professional. Blessed by the Buddha? Why not just go to heaven? Everyone present is an elite, how could they be fooled? I'll bid 2 million. I'll bid 3 million. 4 million. Then I'll bid 5 million.
The voices rose and fell, leaving Ye Xuan utterly baffled.
Are rich people really this foolish?
That prayer bead looks like something you can find on the street, with no ghostly energy or any supernatural power. In such a short time, the price had already reached over 10 million.
I'm tired, let it be destroyed.
Ye Xuan casually found a chair to sit down, silently watching this farce. In the end, the so-called prayer beads were sold for 34 million.
Are rich people all this stupid?
Ye Xuan complained inwardly.
But he didn't say it out loud.
After all, he needed to give these fools some face. The next item is a Buddha amulet, which has effects similar to the prayer beads.
The starting price is 1 million huaxia coins.
Ye Xuan lay on the chair, petting Little Black, silently watching this scene.
Xiao Xian, is this thing useful?
Xi Bingtong asked softly as she leaned closer to Ye Xuan. Ever since she discovered that this world is not simple, she also wanted some protection. But she knew nothing about it, so she brought Ye Xuan along, hoping he could help her judge. Seeing the treasure in the monk's hand, she was also tempted.
Trash.
Ye Xuan spat out 2 words without mercy. Hearing this, Xi Bingtong fell silent, and the momentary excitement vanished. Compared to these so-called monks, she still believed Ye Xuan. After all, she had witnessed Ye Xuan's abilities, he was truly capable. In the end, this amulet was sold for 44 million. Ladies and gentlemen, the last item, this is a statue of the Buddha, which contains a trace of the Buddha's true spirit. Placing it in your home will not only ensure the safety and health of your family but also bring prosperity in your career and path. Yuan Kong held a palm-sized statue of the Buddha, made of pure gold.
10 million, I want it. 20 million, I want it. I bid 30 million.
As soon as they saw the sculpture, the elite attendees became excited.
This sculpture is incredibly lifelike and looks far more credible than the prayer beads and amulet.
They all began to participate in the bidding. In the end, the so-called Buddha statue fetched an astonishing price of 90 million huaxia coins.
With the 3 items auctioned, the 3 monks turned and left, looking satisfied. Next, it was the turn of the 2 Taoists. Gentlemen, the impoverished Taoist is named Tian Xian, and this is my junior brother, Wu Xian.
We come from the Qingfeng Temple. The items we brought are all from the temple, and these have been nurtured by the 3 pure ones day and night, containing a trace of divinity.
This is the soul-calming bell.
The sound it produces has the effect of calming the mind, and fierce ghosts will avoid it. One of the Taoists held an ancient bronze bell and gently shook it.
Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound echoed in the villa. Just now, the slightly noisy crowd from the auction quieted down.
The ringing of the bell, at first listen, indeed calmed the heart.
Good treasure. A wealthy man's eyes sparkled. What about this one?
Xi Bingtong squatted beside Ye Xuan and asked again.
Trash.
Ye Xuan glanced at it and gently shook his head.
Calming the mind? Just a psychological effect.
The bell was originally crisp, and combined with the atmosphere here and people's inner feelings, it created a psychological effect that calmed the heart. Because everyone subconsciously believed that the treasures brought by these masters were all good items. If everyone thought your items were fake, then even if you summoned Buddha to the mortal world, some would still say it was a projection.
This point is undeniable. Just self-comfort. Why is everything trash? Hearing Ye Xuan's words, Xi Bingtong pouted.
She was so excited when she first received the invitation letter. But now, she was no longer excited. All trash. Looking at those who were excessively excited over the so-called treasures, she shook her head secretly. Poor guys. 5 million, I want this bell, put it in my office to constantly purify my heart. I realized my heart has been too dirty lately, I'll offer 10 million, I need this treasure.
I bid 15 million. 25 million.
The bidding voices rose and fell. At this moment, Ye Xuan even thought about turning back. After a long time, he just saw a pile of trash. It's not an exaggeration to say that the scary stick from the 3rd high school's restroom in a horror world could easily beat these so-called trash. Finally, the soul bell was auctioned off for a high price of 65 million.
The 2 Taoists looked very happy.
Everyone, this is the 2nd treasure. We, the brothers of the master, don't know what this is, but it has been worshipped day and night in front of the 3 pure ones statue, so it should not be an ordinary item. Just when Ye Xuan was planning to leave this boring place, the 2 Taoists took out a bronze-colored furnace. The surface of the furnace had several small holes, with a lid on top and 3 legs underneath.
At first glance, it looked unremarkable.
However, Ye Xuan slowly straightened his body, slightly squinted his eyes, and his expression shifted from disdain to seriousness. Seeing this, Xi Bingtong beside Ye Xuan also became serious.
Could this furnace be something good? Chapter 87, Auction, Part 2. Xiao Xian, is this a treasure?
Looking at Ye Xuan's serious expression, Xi Bingtong asked in a low voice. Can't see the details for now, but it's definitely not an ordinary item. After staring at it for a long time, Ye Xuan nodded lightly. He sensed a hint of divinity from this thing. It was not something with a yin aura, but true divinity.
Divinity that came from a god. Unexpectedly, there really was such a thing.
However, Ye Xuan didn't know what this item could be used for, he would need to hold it and observe it to understand.
Taoist priest, may I take a closer look at this item?
Without hesitation, Ye Xuan immediately raised his hand and said loudly.
As soon as his voice fell, the entire audience fell into silence. Many eyes turned to Ye Xuan.
However, most of these gazes were filled with confusion and disbelief. They had never seen Ye Xuan before. Logically speaking, even if they were unfamiliar, they would have at least seen him once in this circle. But upon seeing Qi Bingtong beside Ye Xuan, they realized that they did recognize her.
Sure. The two Taoists on stage readily agreed.
Everyone present was either rich or noble. It was a simple request to just have a look, so they naturally wouldn't refuse. Under the gaze of all, Ye Xuan walked up wearing slippers, with the little black tail wagging and bouncing behind him.
Please. Thank you.
Ye Xuan took the furnace and examined it carefully. His right hand gripped the lid above, applying slight force.
It wouldn't open. His left hand was placed under the bottom of the furnace, where no one could see, as a wisp of yin energy quietly entered it.
At this moment, Ye Xuan saw everything clearly in the furnace.
With a thought from Ye Xuan, two flames quietly emerged in the furnace. One blue and one red. Good stuff.
Ye Xuan dispersed the ominous energy, and the small flames in the furnace vanished. At this moment, he was certain that this furnace was indeed a good thing.
Let's not talk about its divine nature for now.
Just those two small flames were enough to make him take it seriously. Because those two small flames even made him feel a hint of danger. After looking, Ye Xuan handed the furnace to the two Taoists in front of him.
What did you find? One of the Taoists looked at Ye Xuan with curiosity. Nothing.
Ye Xuan shook his head slightly.
It's alright, I can't figure out what this thing is either.
The Taoist was casual and smiled lightly at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan gently nodded and sat down on a chair. Starting bid, 1 million huaxia coins, the auction begins. The process was over, and the auction continued. However, this time the bidding was somewhat lower than before. After all, this thing, even those two Taoists didn't know about it. If they spend too much money, wouldn't they be the foolish ones? They were smart.
Xiao Xian, do you want this thing?
I can help you bid for it. After glancing at Ye Xuan, Qi Bingtong whispered. She noticed that Ye Xuan liked this thing.
Okay.
Ye Xuan did not refuse but gently nodded.
50 million.
Seeing Ye Xuan agree, Qi Bingtong immediately raised her hand. When the figure of 50 million came out, some wealthy people who were still going to bid gave up right away. Just now the price had just reached 13 million, and Qi Bingtong's bid of 50 million left them speechless. However, when they saw Ye Xuan, their eyes showed a hint of surprise. This guy had just touched the furnace.
Now bidding 50 million directly, did it mean that the furnace was really a good thing?
This call of 50 million even made the two Taoists above unable to remain calm. One person stared at Ye Xuan intently, while the other kept examining the furnace in his hand. When they came here, they both knew exactly what they were holding. It was meant to fool children.
But could it be that this thing was really a treasure? If it was truly a treasure, then it couldn't just be measured by money. Alright, 50 million once. 50 million second time.
The auctioneer shouted loudly. Ha, the Taoist Baichao furnace, a good treasure for refining pills, refining people, and refining ghosts, is not merely worth 50 million.
I bid 100 million.
At this moment, a sneer filled the entire villa. Everyone turned around to look, and even Ye Xuan turned his head. In the corner, an old man dressed in a brown robe, holding a pipe, and with a face full of stubble came out with a sinister smile.
I bid 100 million, is there a higher price?
The old man, while puffing on his pipe, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth.
Baichao furnace?
I think I've heard of it.
Senior brother, did we really get a treasure?
On the stage, the one holding the Baichao furnace, Wuxin, looked at his senior brother, Tianqin.
Even Tianqin looked shocked. Oh no, it really is a good thing. Baichao furnace, he knew. Refining pills, refining people, refining ghosts, nothing is left unrefined, a truly good thing. This thing is actually the Baichao furnace? Damn, he hadn't recognized it all along. 150 million.
Next to Ye Xuan, Qi Bingtong raised her hand and shouted loudly.
200 million. Little girl, you can't hold on to this thing.
At this time, the old man turned his head and glanced at Qi Bingtong with his deeply sunken eyes. Just that one glance made Qi Bingtong shiver all over. Those eyes were too terrifying.
I bid. Sister Qi.
Qi Bingtong wanted to raise her bid again but was stopped by Ye Xuan. Qi Bingtong looked at Ye Xuan in confusion.
No need, just give it to him.
Ye Xuan gently shook his head at Qi Bingtong.
You guys are sensible. Two of you, swipe your cards. The thing, you should give it to me now.
The old man sneered and then stepped up to the stage, extending his left hand towards the two Taoists in front of him. Looking at this old man's left hand full of wrinkles,
Tian Xin and Wu Xin looked at each other without saying a word. They regretted it now. If they had known this thing was the 100-herb furnace, they would never have taken it out for auction. If the ancestor found out they sold the true treasure of Taoism, they would surely be punished severely. Gentlemen, don't you understand the rules of the auction?
The old man spoke ominously. His voice was unpleasant to hear.
We're not selling it anymore, okay? Tian Xin looked up at the old man and spoke slowly. Not selling? I abide by the rules, and I hope you do too. If you don't give it to me, it would break the rules. In that case, I won't want it either, and I hope you can bear the cost of breaking the rules. The old man spoke flatly. As soon as he said this, a commotion erupted in the crowd. No one present knew who this guy was.
But hearing his voice, he sounded important.
And with such clothes, could he really be a master? Give it to him, that's the rule of the auction.
Seeing the situation was going wrong, a man with a slicked-back hairstyle stepped up. He stretched out his hand to grab the 100-herb furnace from the two Taoists and placed it in the old man's hand.
You understand things.
After the transaction, the old man turned and left, holding the 100-herb furnace with one hand. Once he had completely departed, the two Taoists on stage wanted to cry but had no tears left. It was over, they had no face to go back to the ancestor now. Xian, you shouldn't have stopped me just now, I have money. Qi Bingtong said softly as she clung to Ye Xuan's arm. She thought Ye Xuan stopped her because he felt sorry for her money. At her words, Ye Xuan just turned his head and smiled at her.
He did remind me, this thing cannot be held by ordinary people.
While speaking, Ye Xuan took out the yin-yang mirror.
Wang Jin, I want that thing.
If he does evil, kill him, if he is good-hearted, spare his life. After Ye Xuan finished speaking, a wisp of black energy quietly appeared on the surface of the yin-yang mirror and vanished in an instant. In his ears, a faint voice was heard.
Yes, master. Qi Bingtong. Chapter 88, Go Out and Lose Everything, Extra Update.
I didn't expect this trip down the mountain to bring unexpected gains. In the suburbs, the old man held the 100-herb furnace as he walked up the mountain.
He admired the 100-herb furnace as he walked.
Recently, the ghosts and monsters described in the books have begun to appear, and the world is becoming unstable. It seems I need to prepare early. As he walked, the night fell dark. The old man had already arrived at the top of the mountain. In front of him stood a not too big, not too small thatched cottage. The furnishings inside were simple. As soon as he entered, there was a wooden table with an incense burner on it. Behind the incense burner, there was a black statue, its expression hideous, resembling some kind of ghost. The old man casually placed the 100-herb furnace aside and picked up 3 sticks of incense to light and insert into the burner.
White smoke spread out.
Strangely, this white smoke did not dissipate into the air but drifted straight into the statue in front of him.
It was completely absorbed by the statue.
Seeing this, the old man was quite pleased. Taoist treasure, the 100-herb furnace, I actually came across it.
200 million, truly a huge gain.
The old man sat on the bench, studying the small furnace in his hands. Suddenly, a strong wind blew outside, making the small wooden door creak.
There's no rain tonight, what wind is blowing?
The old man frowned, putting down the 100-herb furnace and slowly getting up. When he reached the door, his frown deepened.
Not good, this is an ominous wind.
Suddenly, the old man seemed to realize something and his expression changed drastically. He rushed to the wooden table and grabbed the statue with one hand. Which little ghost dares to come here? Looking at the dark door, the old man shouted sharply. He pulled a candle from a nearby box, and with a wave of his hand, the candle lit itself without wind.
The faint light expanded his vision.
Only then did he see the true scene. Surprisingly, an old man had appeared at the door without him noticing.
Wandering soul? Leave here, there is nothing you want.
The old man squinted, saying each word slowly, his voice full of heavy threat. However, Wang Jin ignored him and walked straight towards the herbal furnace on the table. You have guts. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Seeing Wang Jin boldly heading for the treasure he had bought, the old man shouted in anger. He immediately picked up the knife on the table and cut his palm with it, a wound appearing. Dripping blood fell onto the sculpture in his arms. Ashura, kill him. With a wave of the old man's hand, a layer of black mist began to form on the surface of the sculpture. The black mist quickly condensed, and a figure that seemed half human, half monster silently emerged.
Throughout the entire process, Wang Jin did not even glance at him.
Wang Jin held the herbal furnace, glanced at him casually, and then turned to leave.
Kill him.
Wang Jin had left, and the old man became anxious. He had never suffered such humiliation before. A mere wandering soul dares to ignore him. Receiving the old man's order, the black figure instantly pounced towards Wang Jin like a leopard, its misty claws reaching for his back. Get lost. Wang Jin shouted sharply, and the shadow behind him instantly vanished.
How is this possible? My Ashura, dead?
The old man in the distance looked at the shattered sculpture in his hand, his expression frozen on his face.
His proud Ashura, just like that, is dead?
I didn't want to bother with you, but you insisted on seeking death. Wang Jin snorted coldly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a massive force sent the old man crashing against the wall.
Puff! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. How is this possible? How can there be such a strong evil spirit in the world? This cannot be.
The old man looked at Wang Jin's back in disbelief. After he could no longer see Wang Jin, his head tilted, and he died completely.
Meanwhile, Wang Jin had returned home.
For him, killing a person was as simple as killing a chicken.
When he had no role, did they really take him for a good man?
In the underworld, he was a dominant figure.
Master. In the room, Wang Jin stood respectfully beside Ye Xuan. What happened to the person?
Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow as he took the herbal furnace from Wang Jin's hands.
Dead. Wang Jin replied honestly. If he's dead, let it be.
Ye Xuan casually said, then tossed the matter aside and began to study the herbal furnace. Since Wang Jin had acted to kill him, it must be his fault.
Could it be that it was Wang Jin's fault? So Wang Jin's fault becomes my fault? How is that possible? How could I, Ye Xuan, have made a mistake? Completely impossible. This thing is quite special. Refining humans, refining ghosts, refining pills. This flame even scares me.
With a wave of Ye Xuan's hands, the herbal furnace floated before him. A blue flame and a red flame spun around the herbal furnace. The fire released from it made Ye Xuan feel a chill. The temperature of the flames wasn't very high, just like ordinary fire. But what scared him was the divinity within the flames.
This thing could kill ordinary ghosts upon contact.
Even ghost generals could be burned to death.
Refining pills? Unfortunately, I don't have a prescription, so I can't refine any. Refining ghosts? I don't have that either. Refining humans? I'm not that kind of person. Let it be for now.
Ye Xuan dissipated the dark energy and casually placed the herbal furnace in the room. This thing, although not useful right now, is still a treasure, so better keep it for now. Let's start cultivating. I'm just one step away from becoming a ghost general. This time, I must break through to ghost general. With a thought, Ye Xuan's figure had already arrived in the horror world. This time, he descended in the Guangming community. The dark energy from the third high school could no longer support his cultivation. The dark energy intensity of Guangming community was just right.
And in Guangming community, the place with the strongest dark energy was the doghouse?
Ye Xuan looked at the doghouse before him, falling into silence. According to his perception, this was indeed the place with the thickest dark energy in the entire Guangming community. Also, it is the most suitable for cultivation. Forget it, this place will do. In the end, after a long psychological struggle, Ye Xuan sat cross-legged beside the doghouse and began to cultivate. Just when Ye Xuan started practicing, the Black King, who had just finished patrolling its territory, limped back home. As it was about to enter the house, it discovered a strange aura filling the air. This aura was strong, comparable even to its own. This instantly made the Black King furious. It had just planned to go inside when a shadow quietly appeared. Black Wu Chang stared at it expressionlessly. Seeing Black Wu Chang, the Black King felt an imminent threat, its eyes warily fixed on this stranger.
This place has been requisitioned, get lost. Looking at the little dog, Black Wu Chang coldly scolded. After all, the master had said before, this dog must not be killed. Black King. It's over, stepping out means losing my home. Gifts continue, do not stop.
A free gift adds 1 chapter, a big gift adds 2 chapters, an extra big gift adds 3 chapters. Dare to send me gifts, and I dare to add chapters. The manuscript fee is not much, and the author relies on your gifts to buy food.
Come on everyone, crush me with gifts. Ha ha ha. Chapter 89 Rich Team Attacks First People's Hospital. October 21st, 2058, 3 years and 17 days until the strange revival. Today, we have only one goal, and that is to clear the level, understand?
Outside the First People's Hospital, Wang Song said loudly to his 9 team members.
Yes.
The 9 were also exceptionally excited, answering loudly one by one.
Set off.
After saying that, 10 figures slipped into the First People's Hospital. Wow, 10 ghost generals, this is probably the most luxurious team. The nearby World Association also has an average of a ghost general, and it has already started challenging the First People's Hospital. With 10 ghost generals, they can push through the First People's Hospital easily, looking forward to it.
The game officials must be shocked to see this?
This dungeon originally only has a few ghost generals, and with a team of 10 ghost generals, clearing it is simple. Wang, go for it, you are the best, push through it and kill all the strange beings.
Wang, charge, go on, keep it up.
Charge, charge, charge. I am really envious, I'm exhausted just trying to merge with long hair sister, while they already have an average of a ghost general. That's because you're not capable, look at that special skill guy, he's also a ghost general now and he made it on his own.
Indeed, that guy has something.
In the live broadcast room, the audience became excited upon seeing this scene. The rich team's performance is something they place great importance on. It is well known that in this game, the richest is this rich team. In this game, sometimes, wealth equals power. This time, the wealthy team will surely come out on top. One person, one building, clear it thoroughly at the fastest speed. Looking at the outpatient building in front of him, Wang Songsong raised his hand and gently waved. One of the team members stepped forward voluntarily, then lifted his foot to step inside. The other team members also scattered. If this was the past, they would have to work together to clear a building. But now, it is completely unnecessary.
They are now averaging a ghost general, one person is responsible for one building, it's totally fine.
Even if there are ghost generals upstairs, they can still handle it.
If they can't beat them, they can use resurrection coins to come back.
It can be said that as long as the First People's Hospital doesn't have excessively powerful strange beings, they can push through easily.
Since you all have chosen well, then I will choose this morgue.
Wang Songsong cracked his neck and then began walking forward step by step. The so-called God of War challenge video in the morgue he had seen too, he could only say it was very weak.
The morgue is located in a small 3-story building.
And the morgue is right in the basement of this small building. Wang Songsong, with a big cleaver in hand, walked step by step toward the basement. Looking at the dimly lit corridor in front of him, and the large iron door at the end of the corridor, he smiled with a crooked mouth. Even though the atmosphere in the corridor was strange, it was nothing to him. Since experiencing third high school and bright community, he had gained confidence, he was now strong.
Could any so-called terrifying atmosphere scare him?
Wang Songsong ignored the terrifying atmosphere in the corridor and walked up to the big iron door, then without hesitation, pulled it open. The moment the big iron door swung open, a thick chill rushed toward him. Looking at the rows of beds in the morgue, Wang Songsong raised his large machete and knocked on the doorknob beside him. The machete clanged against the doorknob, producing a crisp sound of ding ding ding. Brothers, stop sleeping, get up.
The sun is shining on your butts. Wang Songsong shouted unceremoniously.
His voice sounded exceptionally jarring in the quiet morgue.
Damn, Wang Zong is awesome, even braver than a god of war. What a joke, Wang Zong is now a ghost general, what does that mean? In this hospital, he's practically a big boss.
Indeed, this morgue sounds scary, but for a big boss like Wang Zong, it's nothing to worry about.
I just wanted to see the strategy, but after watching this livestream, I found that strategy doesn't matter anymore. I only saw 4 words, a rich man without humanity. Rich? Wang Zong's team has 1 million energy points, and they might not have spent it all yet. The Tricks Master has 1 million energy points too.
Damn, that guy isn't even live streaming anymore, I hope he doesn't go chasing after girls.
Sigh. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The clear sound of steel clanging echoed.
On the beds, figures rose, the white cloths falling to the ground, revealing pale, bloodless faces. Pair after pair of lifeless eyes stared fixedly at Wang Songsong.
Delicious food. A wonderful smell. I see tasty food, it's good, it smells so nice. Voices kept coming out.
Wang Songsong standing at the door suddenly felt as if he had become food in the eyes of these creatures.
But, food? What a joke. Delicious, huh? Heh.
Wang Songsong raised his palm and lightly snapped his fingers. 10 white-haired figures appeared behind him.
Kill them, be quick.
Wang Songsong stabbed the machete into the ground, crossed his arms, leaned against the big iron door, preparing to enjoy a good show. Hearing the order, the 10 white-haired ghosts rushed toward the corpses. In just a glance, the corpses' heads were crushed by the claws of the white-haired ghosts. Blood, brain matter, and organs spilled everywhere. The scene was extremely disgusting.
Moreover, it seemed to be a one-sided massacre.
Watching such a bloody scene, Wang Songsong's face showed no change in expression. Thud thud thud, thud thud thud. Suddenly, the small squares on the walls began to tremble.
In the next moment, the squares flew out.
From them crawled out more corpses. They howled and charged at the white-haired ghosts.
But how could they possibly be a match for the white-haired ghosts?
A single god of war was enough to kill them all. Now they faced 10 beings comparable to a god of war. These corpses were just cannon fodder. In just a glance, these corpses turned into a mass of rotting flesh.
The second form is coming? Having watched the video, Wang Songsong knew.
These corpses were merely the first form. Once all these corpses were dead, the second form would come. Sure enough, the blood and flesh on the ground began to move, countless blood and flesh merged directly together, slowly forming a huge meatball. This scene was visually shocking.
An ordinary person would be driven insane upon seeing it.
Even though he was prepared, Wang Songsong still felt a bit nauseous.
Most people really couldn't handle it.
This game was truly twisted.
Soon, a huge meatball stood right in front of Wang Songsong.
Pale faces were violently stitched onto the surface of the meatball, staring intently at Wang Songsong.
Keep going. Wang Songsong waved his hand.
The long-haired vengeful spirits around him immediately pounced. He wanted to see just how strong this meatball really was.
Were 10 long-haired sisters truly not a match?
Chapter 90, Strange Backlash. A chilling wind swept through the entire mortuary, as 10 white-haired vengeful spirits battled fiercely against the massive meatball. The attack from the white-haired vengeful spirits was terrifying, every strike left deep wounds on the meatball. But the meatball seemed to not know pain, it only knew how to attack relentlessly. However, its bloated body moved sluggishly, making it no match for the nimble white-haired spirits. Every attack it made was perfectly dodged by the white-haired spirits.
The battle appeared to have reached a stalemate.
Meanwhile, Wang Songsong was watching this scene unfold. He chose not to intervene. Because he could tell that neither side could gain the upper hand.
Perfect, let's try out my new gadget.
With that thought, a black book appeared in his hand. Along with the book, a brush also appeared. This black book was the strange item he had obtained earlier, the record of life and death. As long as he wrote a strange name in it, he could instantly cause the strange entity to perish. Since obtaining this item, he had never used it. Now, it was the perfect time to test if it really worked.
Wang Songsong held the brush, opening the black book.
Looking at the blank page, he lifted the brush and glanced at the distant meatball.
On top of that meatball, there was a string of IDs.
The ID was Bloodthirsty Meat God. Wang Songsong gently wrote Bloodthirsty Meat God in big letters on the blank space. As soon as he wrote it, the black ink silently turned blood red. And from a distance, the previously deadlocked situation instantly reversed. Suddenly, a massive black mist appeared on the surface of the meatball. This black mist enveloped the Bloodthirsty Meat God, and as the flesh made contact with the mist, it actually began to dissolve bit by bit. In just a few seconds, the gigantic meatball disappeared without a trace. Along with it, the black mist vanished as well.
Is that all?
On the book before him, the words Bloodthirsty Meat God were still written in large red letters.
Wang Songsong was a bit shocked. This gadget, it was so powerful?
Although the description had been clear, witnessing it firsthand still left him astonished.
So, with this item, was he invincible? Then, if he wrote down all the ghost generals from the First People's Hospital, would he clear the game directly?
Thinking of this, Wang Songsong felt excited.
Oh right, what about Backlash? What is that? Why hasn't it come yet? Could it be that this guy was too weak, causing the Backlash to pose no threat to me?
Wang Songsong snapped back to reality, feeling a bit pleased as he touched his body.
This Backlash didn't seem so bad.
But before he could enjoy the moment for a few seconds, a line of blood-red text appeared before him.
Given that you used the record of life and death, Backlash content is being randomly drawn.
Ding, drawing complete.
Backlash has arrived.
Backlash content: if you die within 10 days from the start of the game, you cannot resurrect. The 10-day resurrection period is calculated according to the game online duration.
Finally, wish you a pleasant gaming experience.
Looking at this line of blood-red text, Wang Songsong was completely stunned. He had prepared himself for the Backlash.
He never expected the Backlash just meant he couldn't resurrect?
10 days, and it was calculated based on game online duration.
Damn. Didn't that mean he couldn't die at all in the next 10 days?
After realizing that, Wang Songsong's face turned dark.
Damn it, this was completely different from what he imagined as Backlash. Stupid game. Ha ha ha, this is killing me with laughter. In 10 days, you cannot be reborn.
Mr. Wang has already welcomed the Backlash, but he didn't expect the game to pull this on him.
I'm dying of laughter, I really can't stop laughing.
Mr. Wang's earlier thought was so naive. If the Backlash was too strong, he could easily choose to commit suicide and then be reborn, returning to his peak state, but unexpectedly, the game had already anticipated this.
Hee, how could a horror game possibly give him a chance to exploit a bug?
Life and death recording can only be used 10 times, and the Backlash is random. Before, I thought this item was a bit overpowered, but now it seems, it's not that overpowered. Mr. Wang, be careful with it. If you use it again and the Backlash is too severe, you won't be able to play the game for 10 days. 666, the game developers really know how to have fun. This is very game-like. 10 days, according to the game's online time, even if you die, you still have to log in and be idle in the game? That should be the case. Better than death.
Watching this scene, the audience in the live stream was overjoyed. Everyone imagined the backlash to be something that directly harms oneself, either death or injury. Who would have thought? The game developers are so clever. They don't just give you ordinary things, they come straight for the extravagant.
The audience in the live stream was going crazy.
10 days without dying? Easy.
Wang Song put away the life and death record and sneered.
Isn't it just 10 days without dying? This is simple, right? He is now a ghost commander who could kill him.
After thinking it through, Wang Song's gloomy mood instantly lightened up, then he turned and left the morgue. This place has been resolved, it's time to go to the first floor. In this building, he had to clear it all by himself. Leaving the basement, Wang Song climbed the stairs to the first floor. The first floor was very quiet. On the floor and the walls, there were blood and blood handprints. And Wang Song appeared extremely calm. After all, he had seen these things countless times before.
Search for me, kill them all.
As soon as Wang Song finished speaking, 10 long-haired ghosts scattered to search the first floor.
Any ghost discovered was killed by the long-haired ghosts.
And Wang Song headed straight for the second floor. There was no challenge at all, really no challenge. The second floor was the same, with another 10 long-haired ghosts searching.
Then came the third floor. On the third floor, Wang Song noticed something different.
At the staircase entrance, there was a gigantic iron door, tightly bound by thick chains.
Without hesitation, Wang Song raised his large machete and struck the chains. Crack!
With a crisp sound, the chains were directly cut.
Wang Song then pushed open the giant iron door. Behind the iron door was a huge room.
The room was filled with an incredibly strong smell of disinfectant.
Wang Song walked in with his machete. It was very dark, but it didn't affect him at all.
He is a ghost commander, whether night or day, it made no difference to him.
This seems to be an operating room.
Looking at the familiar setup around, a thought emerged in Wang Song's mind. In front of him were operating tables, with corresponding instruments next to each one. However, every operating table had remnants of blood on it. The dry bloodstains seemed to have been there for a long time. After looking around, Wang Song didn't find anything unusual.
It should be a large surgical area.
As for why there were so many operating tables, he didn't understand.
He wasn't a doctor.
Seeing nothing special, Wang Song reached the end and opened the door in front of him, entering the next room. As soon as the door opened, the contents of the room came into view. Once he clearly saw what was in front of him, Wang Song was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but the viewers in the live stream also exploded.
Chapter 91, Dean, we are doomed.
In the room before Wang Song, there were small jars placed one after another.
Each small jar is filled with a mysterious liquid, in which lies a baby. Here, the small jars are densely packed, and the baby bodies are also densely packed. Besides baby bodies, there are all kinds of organs. For example, hearts, kidneys, livers, all sorts of organs are soaked in this unknown liquid.
This scene leaves Wang Song in a daze.
Can demons really research the human body?
Damn, now I know where the weird babies that Brother Skills encountered earlier came from. No wonder there are so many strange babies, they all come from here.
My goodness, densely packed, this is truly terrifying. Is this the work of a ghost or a human? It should be the work of humans. How could a ghost do such a thing? Everyone, feel free to guess what it's all about. I think I figured it out. So many baby bodies and so many organs, along with an operating table in the other room, it can't be organ transplantation, right? Ugh, my scalp is tingling. Can the organs of such small babies be useful? Well, I don't know. Viewers in the live room began to discuss among themselves.
At the first glance of this scene, everyone subconsciously thought of organ transplantation.
Brothers, let's start a big slaughter now.
In the live room, countless strange babies stared intently at Wang Song. Some are lying on the ceiling, some are crouching on the walls, and some are squatting on the ground. Babies with massive gaping mouths and bodies stitched with threads are fixated on Wang Song. The whole scene seems a bit terrifying. But Wang Song is unafraid, brandishing a big machete and charging forward. He hasn't made a move for half a day, now he'll practice with these strange babies.
Meanwhile, on the other side. First People's Hospital, Director's Office.
Wang Fuqian lies comfortably in a chair, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window. He slowly picks up the teacup on the table and gently twists it to take a sip of tea.
TSK, this is nice. Wang Fuqian looks satisfied.
At 44 years old, he is already a chief physician and has connections with the hospital director, with a bright future ahead. In the future, who knows what he might.
Bang! Just as Wang Fuqian was happily planning for the future, the door in front of him was violently pushed open with a loud bang.
Outside the door, a young man in a white coat leans against his knees, breathing heavily.
Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Can't you knock before coming in? And you're already 25, can't you be a bit more composed? How can I trust you to marry my daughter like this?
Looking at the young man at the door, Wang Fuqiang frowned and scolded sternly. This young man is his assistant, Xiao Lu.
Director Wang, it's bad, it's bad.
Xiao Lu lifts his head and speaks in a low voice. His words are halting, giving the impression that he can't catch his breath. Close the door and speak slowly. Wang Fuqiang frowns as he speaks.
Xiao Lu usually isn't like this. Now that he is like this, there must be something big going on.
Okay. After catching his breath, Xiao Lu finally closes the door.
Go ahead.
Wang Fuqiang casually crosses his legs.
He hasn't done anything wrong, what big thing could there be?
Director Wang, take a look at this. Xiao Lu pulls out his phone from his pocket, opens the album, selects a recently saved video, and hands the phone to Wang Fuqiang.
You secretive little brat.
Wang Fuqiang glances at Xiao Lu and chuckles in confusion. This kid, after all, is his future son-in-law. He takes the phone, then opens the video to play.
The video is only a short 10 seconds long. But in those 10 seconds, Wang Fuqiang's face turns frighteningly dark. Where is this video from? Who is the person in the video?
Wang Fuqiang's tone is ominous as he suddenly looks up at Xiao Lu. Director Wang, this is a scene from a horror game. That person is Wang Songsong.
Wang Songsong?
Wang Fuqiang is taken aback upon hearing this. Slowly, he stood up, his face dark and terrible.
A mere game dares to slander my First People's Hospital? Don't you want to live?
I've taken the phone, I need to discuss this matter with the director. After saying this, Wang Fugue left the office straight away. Once he left, Xiao Lu in the office couldn't help but scratch his head. He originally enjoyed watching horror game streams casually, but today, what he saw was something unimaginable.
However,
our hospital is currently in close contact with Sakura Country, and no one is allowed to go to the third floor of the morgue.
The scenes in the game can't be real, right? Seeing Director Wang's intense reaction, Xiao Lu couldn't help but think of something spine-chilling.
On the other side, Wang Fugue, carrying the phone, had already arrived at the director's office. Wearing reading glasses, the director sighed slowly after watching the video.
Stay calm, it's just a game scene, it doesn't mean anything.
You go down and issue a statement, saying this game severely damages our hospital's reputation and demanding them to delete this so-called copy immediately and issue a public apology.
Otherwise, we will meet in court.
The old director said sternly.
Director, what if someone comes to investigate?
Wang Fugue hesitated to finish his sentence. He knew about the things the hospital had done, not only did he know, but he was also one of them.
If the hospital hadn't done anything, it would have been better. But they had indeed done it. Having done it and still being so tough, this. What are you afraid of?
Vice Mayor Jin Chang is in close contact with us, he's involved in this matter.
You just handle it, I'll send someone to hide it later.
Even if someone wants to investigate, let them, let's see what they can find. Watching his director remain calm and unperturbed, Wang Fugue was deeply impressed. No wonder he is the director, look at his composure, look at his reaction. He is indeed a tough person who has weathered storms.
Okay, I will take care of it now.
Wang Fugue turned to leave with the phone in hand. As he walked a few steps, he casually glanced outside and was stunned. He quickly walked to the window and looked up, the sight outside sent chills down his spine. Military vehicles, 3 military vehicles, soldiers in camouflage, and they were holding guns. Moreover, in the sky, there were 3 helicopters. Looking around, the entire hospital had already been controlled. This. Director. Not good, not good, military vehicles are here, the army is here, director. Wang Fugue turned to look for the old director, hoping to discover what tricks he still had up his sleeve.
Director?
Old man, I'm cursing you. Wang Fugue rushed to the desk, only to find the previously calm old director now unconscious on the floor.
Run. Bang.
The door was kicked open. 2 dark gun barrels were aimed at him.
It's over. Wang Fugue's face turned pale, devoid of any color. Chapter 92, Fast Pass at First People's Hospital.
Wow, brothers, today First People's Hospital has been surrounded by the military, full of armed soldiers, and the cordon has been set up. I saw it too, that lineup is too terrifying.
Do you think the scenes in the game are really the same as reality? First People's Hospital isn't really doing organ transplants, right? A few days ago, didn't First People's Hospital collaborate with Sakura Country? In my opinion, they must be doing something shady. Oh my, I'm starting to doubt whether this game is really just a game. Why worry about that? This isn't something us ordinary folks should be concerned about.
You're right, it won't affect my monthly salary of 2005. I get 1,008 a month, I'm jealous.
I get 800, what did I say? I have to pay to work. Awesome.
In the live stream, the comments floated by. At that moment, the streamer Wang Song had completely dealt with the eerie baby in front of him. These babies are not very strong, but there are a lot of them, they are small, and they are flexible. Wang Song moved his body and whispered. Previously, a streamer was attacked to death by these strange babies, and in his opinion, that guy died unjustly. As a dignified ghost general, even fighting these strange babies was a bit difficult for him, let alone that guy. Alright, this building has been completely dealt with, next, we should go to other places.
Until now, haven't we encountered the ghost general from the First People's Hospital? Where did the ghost general from the First People's Hospital go?
Wang Song murmured while leaving this place with a big machete. The progress of the other team members was also very fast. However, until now, they had not encountered any ghost generals.
One by one, the team members left their respective buildings.
In the end, everyone gathered in an open space. Looking at a large building in front of them, the 10 people's eyes were filled with excitement. Currently, almost all the strangeness in the First People's Hospital had been cleared.
There was only this last building left in front of them. Captain, just now I encountered an NPC. After I helped those NPCs complete their tasks, I sent them away. However, one of the NPCs told me that the director of the First People's Hospital is in this building.
One of the team members pointed at the building in front and reported to Wang Song. The strangeness in the entire First People's Hospital has been cleared by us.
There is only this building left. Everyone should be cautious, and by the way, you all go up, I'll cover for you.
Wang Song said softly. He remembered the so-called backlash. He couldn't die within 10 days. Otherwise, he would have to log in every day just to stare at the screen to make up enough time. Just thinking about that scene made him shiver. Okay. The team members had no objections to Wang Song's words. In real life, they all followed Wang Song, and they listened to him.
In that case, let's set off. We will definitely be the first.
With a wave of Wang Song's big hand, a group of team members shouted and rushed forward.
The 10 people entered the building one after another. As soon as they entered the building, they realized something was wrong.
Inside the building, there were no stairs or rooms. Instead, there was a huge space inside. In front of them stood a tall figure wearing a mask. Honorable guests, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the most perfect creation of the director. I am called 007. Here, there are a total of 6 floors, and the director is waiting for you on the 6th floor. Every floor has an artwork created by the director. Among you, only by killing all the artworks on the first 5 floors can you meet the director. Now, tell me, who will you leave behind to fight me? 007's voice was cold and piercing. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Song immediately understood. You two fight him, the others follow me to the next floor. It's a challenge, he got it. After all, he was a gaming expert.
Yes, Captain.
The 2 team members who were pointed at walked up holding their big machetes.
Thank you for following the game rules. You can go to the next floor now. As for you two, you will stay with me for a good time.
After 007 finished speaking, a black vortex appeared beside him. Wang Song took a glance and led the remaining team members into the vortex.
Following the game rules, this was key information. What if they had fought 007 together just now? What would the outcome be? After stepping into the vortex, they arrived at another dark space.
Standing here was a big-headed baby. As usual, Wang Song left 2 team members behind. The strangeness on the 3rd floor was a stitched monster made of countless corpses, with numerous arms growing all over its body. Again, he left 2 team members behind.
And now,
there were only 4 of them left.
With 3 teammates, Wang Song arrived at the 4th level.
In front of them, a middle-aged man in a white coat, holding a scalpel, was smiling at them. On the operating table in front of him, a monster covered in wounds was howling constantly. The shrill voice echoed in the space.
Hello, welcome to my territory.
Leave 2 to play with me, and I will take you to the 5th level.
Of course, leaving 1 is also fine.
The white-coated doctor said softly with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Song decisively left 2 teammates behind. These strange beings were ghost generals. Only by killing all the strange beings on the 5th level could they meet the dean. So, leaving 2 teammates on each level was the best way to handle it.
2 against 1, could they still not win?
Good, you 2 can go meet our esteemed vice dean now.
I wish you happy gaming.
With a wave of the white-coated doctor's hand, a black vortex quietly appeared.
Wang Song and his friend Du Boitao stepped into the vortex without hesitation.
Stepping out of the vortex, he and Du Boitao encountered the so-called vice dean. In front of them stood a sturdy old man. The old man wore reading glasses and was lying on a chair reading a newspaper.
Oh? Newcomers have arrived? You two look unfamiliar, you must have just joined the Ghost Suppression Bureau, right? The Ghost Suppression Bureau is so eager to get newcomers in to send them to their deaths?
The vice dean put down his newspaper and adjusted his glasses, smiling as he said.
Be careful, this guy is very strong. I can feel it.
Wang Song and Du Boitao drew their weapons, watching the old man with cautious expressions. The old man felt stronger to them than the Black King.
Sigh, young people are so hot-headed. Aren't you going to chat with an old man for a bit? Chapter 93 Despairing Strength, Update. Wow, this old man is something.
Those muscles, that body, doesn't look like a ghost at all. That old man's muscles are bigger than mine, his figure is better than mine. All my time at the gym was for nothing, I decided, I'm not going today.
666, if you don't want to exercise, just say so, stop making excuses for yourself. So this is the scariest place in the First People's Hospital.
These ghost generals are all here.
Does that mean there are no ghost generals in other places? I've been worried for nothing.
There are no ghost generals outside this building, okay, I'll remember, I've decided to let loose today.
Brothers, I'm in love. Oh? Congratulations, what does the girl do? She's a nurse. Not bad, promising. Where is she from? Just from the game. Dude, you're dating a ghost?
Yeah, she's really nice, took me around everywhere, now those ghost beings aren't attacking me, having connections is great.
Bro, have you gone all the way? I've touched, but I haven't gone all the way yet. Besides being a bit cold, she's just like a real person. Wow, bro, I'm bowing to you. You really need to teach me this. Take me with you. I want to too. The live broadcast chat was going wild. But at this moment, the chat completely shifted. Everyone was focused on something else.
No one was watching Wang Song show off his skills. And at this moment, Wang Song was confronting the old man with his friend Du Boitao.
Should we use long-hair sister to distract him? Du Boitao whispered beside Wang Song.
No need, long-hair sister has no ability against ghosts of this level, it's not necessary to waste energy points.
Wang Song slowly shook his head.
Long-hair sister was not even worthy to hold shoes in front of ghost generals.
Throwing her out would just waste energy points. Let's fight him first, if we can't win, we'll throw the Black King. The cost is a bit too high, right? Du Boitao hesitated a bit. The Black King was worth 30,000 energy points. Very expensive.
Their team had only over 300,000 energy points left, and it was still being consumed continuously.
Are you stupid? Killing the Dean rewards 100,000 energy points.
And so far, we're the fastest in progress.
1 million energy points, I must have it. With Wang Song's reminder, Du Boitao's eyes lit up. Right, there's still the reward of 1 million energy points. Against this guy, no item works, only by myself. Let's do it.
After saying that, Wang Song charged forward with a big machete.
He originally thought he could avoid fighting. But now, he had no choice but to act. He couldn't just let Du Boitao go one-on-one, could he? Wouldn't he be just a punching bag?
He knew that although players fused with the Black King have Ghost General level strength, they would still lose one-on-one against a real Ghost General in the game. The Ghost Generals in the game have battle experience and endless tactics that no player can handle.
After chattering for so long, are you finally willing to fight?
Hee, I haven't fought in a long time, my joints are stiff, come, let's have fun together. The vice president laughed heartily, took off his reading glasses, and placed them on the table. Then he moved his body, looking excitedly at the two.
Old man, die for me.
Wang Song jumped high and swung the machete down at the vice president's forehead. However, the vice president lightly dodged to the left, and the strike missed. Using all your strength in one place, leaving no room for retreat, this is leaving no backup for yourself?
Have you thought about what you'll do if I dodge? The vice president chuckled. Before Wang Song could respond, a sharp pain suddenly struck his abdomen.
In the next moment, his entire body flew backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground far away, and blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth.
So strong?
Wang Song clutched his abdomen, his face nearly twisted in agony. That punch seemed to have shattered his organs. Old man, there's also me. As Du Boitao finished speaking, the vice president calmly took a step back. The machete fell in front of him. The vice president reached out and grabbed Du Boitao's wrist. Crack! With a strong force, a clear crack sound echoed. Du Boitao's wrist was directly broken. Before Du Boitao could escape, a powerful hand grabbed his neck. Crack, boom. The vice president tore Du Boitao's trachea out with one hand, blood flying everywhere.
In the next moment, a head rolled on the ground. A black dog was completely obliterated by the vice president's punch. Once the Black King merged with the player, if the player died, the Black King couldn't survive either. Is this your strength? I'm curious, are you guys connected somehow? Or are you descendants of some ghost lord from Huaxia? Such poor battle awareness can still become ghost controllers?
And your strange fused power is not low, definitely at the ghost general level.
The vice president took out a handkerchief, wiping the blood off his hands while glancing at Wang Songson lying on the ground.
His tone was filled with disdain.
Wang Songson was completely in despair. Damn it, just with one move, Du Boitao was dead.
With one move, he was utterly incapacitated.
Is this still a ghost general?
They were all ghost generals, why was the gap so big?
Damn it, Black King, come out.
Wang Songson gritted his teeth, a layer of dark mist appearing behind him. In the next moment, the figure of the Black King slowly emerged.
Black King, kill him. With Wang Songtsong's order, the Black King transformed into a black shadow and charged at the vice president. You look familiar.
Staring at the disappearing Black King, the vice president suddenly uttered 4 words. Suddenly, a sharp claw appeared behind the vice president.
The Black King was fast, but the vice president was faster. Before that claw could land, the vice president disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was grasping the Black King's head with one hand.
In Wang Songtsong's incredulous gaze, the vice dean exerted a slight force.
The Black King's head was directly crushed. Why are you so strong?
At this moment, Wang Songtsong could not help but ask his inner question.
He couldn't believe it. Is this person in front of him still a ghost general? First, this is the dean's ghost domain. All strange things here suppress strength.
Second, I am very strong, even among ghost generals, few can match me. Third, you are a ghost controller, you control it, taking away a part of its power.
Without you, it might still give me a slight headache. Fourth, I am very curious, what are you or you all, exactly? Your combat awareness is a mess, how can wastes like you make ghost generals willingly coexist with you?
The vice dean squatted in front of Wang Songtsong, his eyes looking at Wang Songtsong with great interest. Seeing this, Wang Songtsong immediately chose to commit suicide. After all, there was no hope for a comeback, so he chose to end it directly. Otherwise, he had a premonition that he would suffer inhumane torment.
Staring blankly at the screen was much better than enduring torture.
You must know that strange games have no pain adjustment feature. You died, cannot be resurrected.
Resurrection countdown, 236:38:41. Resurrection countdown, 236:38:40. Chapter 94, Despairing Ghost Generals. What the heck, this old man is too beyond the standard. Killed 2 in just 2 moves? Oh my, how can there be such a huge power gap among ghost generals? This old man even taunts. The taunting is full, 666.
It's normal, this old man is probably among the strongest in the ghost general realm.
You upstairs, tell me how it's normal. Everyone is a ghost general, and it's 2 against 1, tell me how it's normal. Let me tell you this, comparing ghost generals to humans, some people can't even beat 3 or 4, that's the gap, you know?
You're right, those trained can take on 3 or 4 ordinary people, with weapons, it's even worse.
Then tell me, if everyone is human, why is there such a big difference? Hiss, what you said makes a bit of sense. This is the truth, what reason? You know nothing.
The gap is too large, Wang has no combat experience and hasn't practiced martial arts, being completely defeated is very normal.
The live stream chat was going wild. The audience transitioned from disbelief to gradual acceptance.
At first, it seemed ridiculous. But upon further thought, it made sense. Because players only possessed ghost general strength, as for fighting skills, they had none, they were complete novices. It's like suddenly having the physical ability of a professional athlete, and your opponent is a professional athlete, you're running, of course, you can't beat them. Physical ability is just one aspect, the other aspect is various techniques and hard training day and night. Wang Songtsong died, the remaining 9 members of his team also died.
The outcome was completely unsurprising. Against these ghost generals, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. They could kill the Black King purely by luck.
At this moment, the broadcaster Wang Songtsong was staring blankly at the screen in front of him.
He needed to grind time.
He had to grind more than 200 hours. This was harder than being in prison. In addition, those high-profile teams that challenged the First People's Hospital all died without exception. Not a single player managed to see the so-called Dean alive.
They all died halfway.
The 5 ghost generals had completely become players' nightmares.
Those ghost generals, except for the Vice Dean, the other 4 are the Dean's creations, all created by the Dean. So the question arises, how strong is the Dean? A player raised this question on the forum. System, is the gap really this big?
On the other side, in the Guangming community, Ye Xuan held his phone, feeling a toothache. A few hours ago, the system told him that players were about to start a large-scale attack on the First People's Hospital.
He used the system to connect to the internet here. At first, seeing those players storm ahead, he felt happy for them. Faster, a bit faster. However, after watching the players die at the hands of that ghost general, he fell silent. The gap is just too big. Among ghost generals, there are also differences. The host's players belong to the bottom tier among ghost generals. In the entire horror world, there are no ghost generals weaker than them. In the future world, every powerful ghost general carries great tenacity and fortune. They are beings that these half-finished products cannot even touch. Listening to the system's words, Ye Xuan felt a bit speechless. He didn't expect the system to have such a low opinion of his players. But upon further thought, it makes sense. In a future world with that kind of atmosphere, anyone who can become a ghost general is a fierce person among millions, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. And what about the players? Forget it. Even killing the Black King was done with the advantage of timing, location, and harmony of people. Forget it, let's keep working hard. This time just happens to be a training for you. I hope this training can help you transform completely. Ye Xuan put away his phone and continued to cultivate. This time, it's like a trial for the players. Perhaps they can grow during this training. Captain, we failed. That ghost general is simply not something a human can fight. In a mysterious base, 10 young men in special combat uniforms took off their helmets with frustrated faces. One young man looked particularly dejected. This expression caused the captain standing in front of them to twitch his mouth. The 30-second failure. The indifferent vice captain announced expressionlessly beside him. Get your spirits up. It's just 32 failures, how can you lose heart? Remember, failure is not scary, what's scary is not daring to face it. Forget it, I've given you too much motivational talk, you probably can't take it in right now. Take a half day off today to adjust yourselves, then continue the challenges. Looking at his dejected team, the usually stern captain suddenly softened his tone. These guys, each one can be considered a king among soldiers. 32 failures in total. Thinking about that ghost general, he also lost the courage to scold his team further. If he went up, he wouldn't do any better. Hee, thanks, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Captain, we're leaving. Unexpectedly, the players who were just downcast instantly lit up with joy, then stood up in a neat salute, and one after another ran out. These little brats. The captain chuckled lightly. The higher-ups gave us 3 days, but it's already 4 days now, what should we do? Watching the team leave, the vice-captain looked worried. You saw the strength of that ghost thing in the game, we can't complete it, and neither can the next team. I heard that the higher-ups found 10 martial arts experts, what do you think? The captain turned to look at the vice-captain. Under the captain's gaze, the vice-captain gently shook his head. Don't even mention martial arts masters, even their ancestors wouldn't be able to do it. After the vice-captain finished speaking, the captain couldn't help but laugh. Report the challenge records and footage in detail, just ask for a few more days. From the initial instant kill to being evenly matched now, their progress is rapid. Give them a few more days, they will surely succeed. The captain gazed out towards the forest, speaking softly. Understood. The vice-captain behind him saluted solemnly and then turned to leave. In Huaxia town, in a perplexing situation. As the director, Oldley looked at the reports submitted by his subordinates with a troubled expression. To conquer this First People's Hospital, they had sought many talented individuals and poured in a lot of resources. This included special forces, elite combat teams, armed police divisions, martial arts experts from major sects, folk martial artists, and boxing specialists. The lineup was incredibly extravagant. But so far, I have been beaten black and blue by that ghost general. The deal with the game production team has been quite troubling for him. They gave him the first opportunity, but what about them? They still haven't captured the First People's Hospital. Cooperation, if both sides are not on the same level, how can they continue future cooperation? Dong dong dong. Come in. Oldley looked towards the door. The door was pushed open, and a young man stood outside. Director, someone has cleared the First People's Hospital. The young man said softly while holding a report. Oh? Which team? Oldley's eyes lit up, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. It's not our people, it's a player called Emperor. Chapter 95, I am Emperor. Hee, your father is here again. A young man in a training suit wielded a silver spear, grinning at the figure of 007 before him. 007 felt puzzled by his words, yet he still looked at him with great interest. Want to play with me? Of course, I want to play. The young man smiled broadly. Above his head were 2 words, Emperor. This is the 54th time, and this time, you five are not my opponents. Let's fight.
After Emperor finished speaking, he charged forward with his spear raised.
The spear strikes like a dragon.
As Emperor closed in on 007, he suddenly twisted his body and thrust the spear out.
A little trick.
The masked ghost 007 turned into a cloud of black mist and vanished from Emperor's sight.
I naturally guessed you would say that. But do you think I am as simple as you think?
54 times I've failed, all against the vice president, but you are just a small nuisance. Emperor's face showed no fear but filled with mockery. He gripped the spear tightly, twisting it swiftly. Without even looking, he stabbed behind him with the spear.
How did you know I would be behind you?
007 looked calmly at Emperor. The spear had accurately pierced his heart. And black smoke billowed from his heart area. At a glance, this spear was not an ordinary thing.
First, my sixth sense is very accurate. Second, in movies, after the villain disappears, they like to appear behind the hero. So, do you understand?
Emperor smiled slightly, and the spear danced in his hands. 007's body was instantly scattered. And a portion of the dark energy directly merged into Emperor's body.
Next level.
Emperor turned and stepped into the vortex with his spear in hand. If this scene were seen by other players, they would undoubtedly be left speechless.
The nightmare in their eyes was resolved by this person with just one move? Was this even human? Hey, big-headed doll. Emperor looked calmly at the big-headed doll in the distance.
He showed no hesitation and charged forward with his spear. Black King, interfere with his line of sight.
With a wave of Emperor's hand, a black streak of light quickly arrived in front of the big-headed doll.
A gigantic mouth opened wide to bite down on the big-headed doll.
Get lost.
As the big-headed creature let out a strange howl, the immense sound created a terrifying wave that sent the Black King flying.
Heh, your reaction is too slow.
Emperor thrust the spear at the strange big-headed creature.
As the big-headed creature tried to retreat, Emperor's spear was aimed at a very tricky angle.
The moment it stepped back, the spear had directly pierced its small body.
Come again.
Emperor showed no hesitation, withdrew his spear, and thrust the tip into the ground, bending the spear body. As the spear rebounded, his entire body was launched high into the air, arms gripping the spear heavily as he smashed down towards the big-headed creature.
But in the next moment, the big-headed creature moved incredibly fast, swiftly dodging the blow.
The spear struck the ground with a loud crash. Just as the big-headed creature was about to unleash its sound wave again, Emperor's body twisted once more, crashing down with another strike of the spear.
Do you really think I am an idiot? Boom.
The big-headed creature's massive head was directly sent flying by the spear.
This move, I call, the Dragon God Descends. Boom.
The big-headed monster, which had just landed, had not even had time to rise, and was shot away by a gun.
This shot, I call, the Emperor's Arrival. Boom.
The huge head crashed heavily against the edge of the wall.
At this moment, the big-headed monster looked extremely miserable.
Its tiny body was burst apart, and its huge head was covered in wounds.
The final shot, the Emperor descends. Crack. Puff.
One shot, directly pierced through the head. Brain matter spilled all over the ground. The Emperor pulled out the spear with force in his right hand, and with a flick of his right hand, he flung the brain matter off the spear.
I am the Emperor, to suppress all enemies in the world.
The Emperor sneered, then turned and left, holding the spear. His body vanished into a vortex, arriving at the third layer. The third layer was a stitched monster made of countless corpses.
You are the most disgusting thing to me. Die.
Facing this creature, the Emperor couldn't even be bothered to talk, he just charged with his spear. Every time he saw this thing, he felt sickened once again. Because, this thing's big move is somewhat disgusting. After several exchanges, the huge tentacle monster's body began to swell.
Die.
The Emperor jumped high, as if the spear in his hand was a javelin thrown hard. The spear unhesitatingly pierced through the stitched monster.
Boom. In the next moment, a blast sounded.
Blood, pus, severed limbs, and some unknown liquids spilled all over the ground. In the air, there was a special smell. The Emperor looked awkward, his face dark. His body, face, all covered in blood, pus, and unknown liquids. He held the spear stained with regret and turned to leave. This was the reason he hated this thing. It was simply too disgusting. Stepping into the vortex, he arrived at the fourth layer. This layer was a doctor. He called him a perverted doctor.
Give me some paper, I need to wipe.
The Emperor walked straight up to the doctor who was performing surgery. He ignored the doctor's astonished gaze and the monster on the operating table that kept screaming.
Oh, okay.
The doctor, coming back to his senses, handed a roll of toilet paper to the Emperor. Holding the toilet paper, he began to wipe his face, hands, and body.
Looking at you, it seems that disgusting thing is dead too. The doctor sighed beside him. Wait until it's your turn. The emperor replied without looking up. No problem, being able to come here alone, I admire you, and I like to fight with someone like you. If you win, I will die. If you lose, can I research your body?
The doctor looked at the emperor, his eyes sparkling. That gaze was not like looking at a person, but more like admiring a perfect piece of art.
Of course, if you win, my body is yours to research. The emperor said while wiping his hands. Okay, I will wait for you. Don't worry, I won't be as disgusting as it. After that, the doctor took the scalpel, smiling, and continued to watch the emperor. On his face, there was no sign of urgency. While the emperor finished wiping his face, he wiped his hands and finally wiped his body. After everything was done, he wiped the spear. These 5 ghost generals, he had fought dozens of times already, he knew them well. The first, Mask 007, the weakest, but the most talkative. The second, the big-headed baby, nothing to say, just a fool, the only move was sound waves. At the beginning, if you were affected by his sound waves, you would definitely die. The third, that disgusting thing, no more to say, the most disgusting creature, undeniably. Before dying, it would also self-destruct to disgust you a bit. And this doctor, he is purely a pervert. His thinking was just like an ordinary person's, the only hobby he had was to study the human body. As for strength, it was okay. Alright, let's start now.
After simply wiping himself, the emperor raised his spear, pointing the tip at the doctor before him.
Alright, let's begin.
The doctor smiled gently.
Requesting gifts, free gifts. More gifts, more updates. Update, 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 update. Chapter 96, I must slay you, more updates. You go first, or shall I? The doctor held a small scalpel, the tiny scalpel lightly resting on the tip of the spear, smiling as he looked at the emperor before him. Guests come first, so I'll go. All right. Saying this, the emperor suddenly swung his spear, making it dance like a swimming dragon in his hands, the tip continuously stabbing towards the doctor's head. The speed was so fast it left after images. But the doctor was no pushover, his head twisted quickly, and in the end, he actually lifted off his own head and held it in his arms. Now it's my turn. After saying that, the doctor swiftly moved closer to the emperor, the scalpel continuously tapping against the spear. The emperor let go of the spear with both hands and turned, delivering an elbow strike. The elbow strike was blocked by the doctor. At that moment, the spear was back in his hands. Break! A powerful thrust was unleashed. The doctor's body was violently knocked away by the spear. You have good strength. But I'm getting angry now. The doctor smiled slightly at the emperor. With a wave of his hand, the monster on the operating table actually merged with his body. In the next moment, countless tentacles appeared behind him. These tentacles waved endlessly behind him. Kill! The doctor stretched out a hand, and the tentacles behind him pierced through the void toward the emperor. You weird creatures all have a so-called second form. Can you be a little scarier? Please, this lacks any sense of horror. The emperor planted his spear in the ground and leaped high into the air. He swung the spear, turning it into a cold gleam that stabbed toward the doctor. The doctor turned into an afterimage, dodging to the distance as the spear stabbed forcefully into the ground where he had stood. Countless tentacles attacked. But the emperor dodged each one. He deftly grabbed the spear, his left hand spread wide, and a massive bloody mouth appeared in his palm. This bloody mouth belonged to the Black King. A thrust was made. The doctor dodged aside. However, in an instant, a bloody mouth appeared before him, and it bit off the doctor's head in one swift move. A bit slow on the reaction, weren't you? The emperor smiled with satisfaction, and in that critical moment, the spear pierced through the doctor's body. The doctor fell down. But the tentacles behind him were still flailing about. These tentacles closed in on the emperor, sharp at the front, and if struck, would leave a small wound. Yet the emperor twirled his spear. The tentacles were smashed into pieces. After doing all this, the emperor turned toward the vortex. The 4 ghost generals, nightmares in the eyes of players, were so easily dealt with by him. Stepping out of the vortex, the emperor calmly looked at the old man sitting in the chair, reading the newspaper. Oh? You managed to come here alone? Looks like an interesting little fellow has come to me. The vice-dean set down his newspaper and turned to look at the emperor, adjusting his reading glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes. Ha! Looking at this old man, the emperor took a deep breath. He slowly closed his eyes. 54 challenges. He had died 48 times at the hands of this old man. This old man was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and had become his nightmare. During this time, he had thought the game was unbalanced.
But every time this old man killed him, the methods were extremely reasonable. In the end, he concluded,
it should be that he was simply weak. And this time, countless past battles flashed wildly in his mind, like scenes playing in a movie.
Finally, the emperor slowly opened his eyes, pointing his spear at the distant Vice Dean.
Old man, activate your second form, I don't want to waste time.
The emperor put away his cheerful demeanor. At this moment, his face was more serious than ever. The gaze was incredibly calm, without a trace of ripples.
Oh? You know this, it seems you know quite a bit about me.
But, old man still needs to test your bottom line. The vice president finished with a smile, took off his glasses, and placed them on the chair.
He stepped lightly on the ground.
In the next moment, his body charged at the emperor like a cannonball. The emperor did not hesitate, thrusting his spear violently into the ground, his body leaping into the air, one foot aimed to stomp on that old man.
Boom! A punch, a kick. The emperor's body suddenly flew up into the air.
Meanwhile, the vice president was also stumbling backward. However, at the moment his body flew up, the spear appeared in the emperor's hand. He grasped the spear, using the previous recoil, raising it heavily to strike at that old man.
Kid, good reaction. Boom!
The spear struck solidly against the ground. However, the old man had already vanished from sight. The emperor's pupils contracted, his body quickly twisted. A gigantic fist brushed past him. The two battles erupted in this space. Speed, reaction, strength, all were of a unique existence. If a player were to see this scene, they would surely scream.
Is this really a human? Is this a ghost general? Can ghost generals be this strong? Are you eerie, or are you superhuman? Damn it. Bang. Boom.
With a loud noise, the vice president's body crashed hard against the distant wall corner. His body was covered in numerous wounds.
Old man, I told you, open your second form.
At this moment, the emperor was like a god. He held the spear, his whole body wrapped in thick ghostly energy. That ghostly energy transformed into black light, wrapping around his body surface. The spear in his hand was also enveloped in terrifying ghostly energy. Behind him, a massive black shadow flickered in and out of sight. Now he was fully powered up. It could be said that his understanding of ghostly energy and the strength of ghost generals was enough to leave all other players far behind. Good kid, with this kind of strength, even in the Xingui Bureau, you are a unique existence.
China's Xingui Bureau has produced an extraordinary person here.
The distant vice president's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness. This kid is young, yet his power is terrifying.
China's Xingui Bureau may soon add a new ghost commander. Since you say so, then I'll satisfy you.
I hope you don't die at my hands. If you die, how sad would the high-level leaders of China be? The vice president laughed heartily. At the same time, his body began to change.
His body's surface suddenly erupted with exceedingly terrifying resentment.
Meanwhile, countless cries of anguish echoed in this space. Those terrifying resentments directly morphed into twisted, horrific ghostly faces. These ghostly faces attached themselves to the vice president's body, continuously howling and shrieking.
And the vice president's original body transformed into a monster.
His body stood 3 meters tall, with arms and legs that were incredibly thick, and his face was no longer human, but the face of a monster. His face was complex, hard to imagine, a single face displaying dozens of expressions. It was this kind of feeling.
Currently, the vice president's appearance would scare an ordinary person to madness with just one glance. The screens also contained a mental attack, constantly influencing the mind.
If one was not careful, they could fall into an abyss of despair.
However, the emperor's expression was serious, his gaze calm.
As if he was not affected in the slightest. At the same time, the ghostly energy around him became even thicker. This time, I will surely slay you.
Chapter 97, Vice President, Die. The spear danced, and due to the speed of the movement, countless afterimages dazzled the eyes.
From afar, the vice president's body continually sprouted blood holes, with blood flowing from them. Blood flowed continuously from his body onto the ground. The fierce battle continued, with neither side being able to do anything to the other.
Get lost.
The vice president punched out, and the emperor was caught off guard, directly blasted away by the immense force of the punch. His body crashed heavily against a distant wall.
Put.
A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The blood splattered onto the ground in front of him. The emperor felt as if his internal organs had been shattered into pieces.
Could it be that I'm going to fail again this time? The emperor's face turned pale as he stared at the vice president across from him. Could it be that this time, he was really going to fail? He had already failed so many times. Was there really no way to get through this challenge? This vice president in front of him was truly exceptional. Kid, it's time to go.
Seeing the emperor half kneeling on the ground, the vice president immediately charged at him with a ferocious look. The terrifying fist grew larger and larger in the emperor's eyes. Gun intent, sweeping through thousands of troops. The fist continued to enlarge, growing larger and larger. The breath of death quietly emerged. At this critical moment, the emperor suddenly let out a fierce roar. He grabbed the spear beside him and then stood up, thrusting the spear out. The terrifying force of the spear sent him flying again. However, the vice president's arm was also pierced by the spear. The massive arm was impaled through, rendering it completely useless. "You brat, even before dying, you pull this kind of stunt? But this stunt won't change the fact that you're going to die." The vice president shook his arm and charged again from a distance. Around him, anguished screams continually echoed. These screams formed terrifying sound waves that constantly disturbed the emperor's mind. In the next moment, blood involuntarily flowed from the emperor's eyes, nose, and ears. Blood flowed continuously, and he felt his entire spirit faltering. Even darkness enveloped him. He could see nothing. Darkness, pure darkness. Silence, and overwhelming silence. The world was pitch black. He heard his own breath, heard his heartbeat, even heard the sound of blood flowing in his veins. "Am I dead?" The emperor wanted to speak. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his mouth. He wanted to speak, but no words would come out. He wanted to move, but he couldn't move. He couldn't even feel his own body. He felt as if he was imprisoned in an empty cage. This game really feels like the real deal. The emperor chuckled self-deprecatingly. He now believed that perhaps he had lost. Completely lost. So what state was he in now? Dead? Or not dead? He felt nothing at all. Even trying to exit the game, he couldn't call up the game settings. "No, I need to get out, I need to leave here." The emperor began to struggle violently. His spirit surged with ripples. The entire void space let out terrifying booming sounds at that moment. As his struggling intensified, the booming sounds grew louder and louder. "What the hell, this kid, is this, a ghost domain? This kid is awakening a ghost domain?" In the outside world, the vice president, preparing to deliver the final blow, looked at the emperor in front of him and couldn't help but stop his movement. Ghost domain, an eerie exclusive ability at the ghost general level. Of course, some ghost generals can possess a ghost domain, but some ghost generals can never possess a ghost domain in their lifetime. The ghost domain is like a realm, and within that realm, the owner of the ghost domain is invincible. Self-awakening of the ghost domain, this kid has the potential of a ghost king. No, must kill him, absolutely must kill him. The vice president's expression became even more ferocious. He must kill this kid. Self-awakening of the ghost domain, this means having the potential to become a ghost king. The ghost master controls the eerie. Among them, the vast majority of ghost generals initially control fierce ghosts, and after a fierce battle, they cultivate the eerie within their bodies into ghost generals. There are very few ghost controllers who can directly control ghost generals. Among them, those who can control the eternal ghost domain are even rarer. Therefore, the vast majority of ghost controllers do not have a ghost domain. A ghost general with a ghost domain needs several or even dozens of ghost controllers of the same level to deal with. And now, this kid is actually awakening his ghost domain by himself? What does this mean? The ghost domain is the key for a ghost general to break through to a ghost commander or even a ghost king. The ghost domain of a fierce ghost belongs to the fierce ghost and has nothing to do with the ghost controller. So, even if the ghost general controlled by the ghost controller has a ghost domain, it doesn't really matter for him. This kid is independently awakening his own ghost domain. Once successful, it will be a sure thing for him to become a ghost commander. Even becoming a ghost king is not impossible. In this environment, if a human gains a ghost king powerhouse, it would be a devastating blow to the eerie forces. Die. The vice president is surrounded by terrifying resentment, with countless screams of children echoing around him. Countless sharp claws reach for the emperor in the distance. "I want to get out." Suddenly, the emperor, who had been motionless in the distance, let out a roar. Boom! A wave of terrifying aftermath rapidly spreads outward from him. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp claws are directly shattered by this sound wave. The vice president is also knocked away by this sound wave. Countless terrifying wounds appear on his body. Half of the resentment on him is instantly cut away. His huge body crashes to the ground in the distance. The blood vessels on his surface explode, and his body becomes a mess of blood and flesh. The resentment within him also gradually dissipates. "So, you are also a ghost controller." At this moment, a cold voice enters his ears. The vice president looks up. He sees the emperor standing right in front of him. He holds a silver spear, and the spear tip is aimed at his head. His face is indifferent, without a trace of emotion. His eyes are terrifyingly calm.
Cough, I didn't expect you to find out.
Seeing his biggest secret exposed, the vice president chuckles lightly, lying on the ground.
You don't control fierce ghosts, but resentment ghosts? The emperor raises an eyebrow and continues to ask. Yes, I have done many wrong things.
After the eerie revival, they all found me, wanting revenge. But later, with the help of the president, I successfully merged with them, trapping all their powers within me.
However, this power is ultimately just false.
In my life, I cannot leave here. Here, with the president's ghost domain suppressing it, I can still manage these guys.
But once I go out, I cannot hold them down, and I will undoubtedly die.
The vice president softly says while lying on the ground. After finishing, he lets out a sigh of relief. The resentment ghosts inside him are almost gone, and his strength has already dropped.
There is no hope for a comeback at all. Now he has completely accepted his fate.
It's time for him to die.
Chapter 98, I am the emperor, suppressing everything. I see. Then this time, I have one. Your existence is useless, let me help you find peace.
The emperor smiles gently. Without hesitation, the spear in his hand pierces the vice president's head.
A huge body lies motionless on the ground. Time to meet this so-called president.
Looking at the quietly appearing vortex, the emperor breathes a sigh of relief. Then he steps into the vortex. After leaving the vortex, a strong smell of blood mixed with disinfectant fills his nostrils.
The emperor gently opens his eyes and looks ahead.
When he sees the scene before him, he is stunned.
Here is a huge laboratory.
It is all blood red, the floor, the walls around, and the ceiling above are all blood red. The ground is writhing as if it is alive. On the walls, faces twisted in pain are embedded within. They opened their eyes, pairs of eyes staring at the emperor. They opened their mouths towards the emperor, but no sound came out. It was as if they were making a silent plea. In the center, blood-red tentacles spread out in all directions. On each blood-red tentacle, a tiny body was strung together.
Those were infants.
Very small infants, even those who had not yet opened their eyes. Apart from that, in the corners around, piles of corpses were stacked like mountains. The blood flowing from those corpses was absorbed by the blood-red ground.
Wow, you are the first person to come here. What do you think? My artwork, isn't it beautiful? At that moment, a voice entered the emperor's ears.
In the distance, a little old man in a white lab coat walked out from the corner, arms crossed, a smile on his face. He stood in front of the emperor, constantly introducing everything around him. What you see is my laboratory made by the Huaxia people. Here, I have accomplished many miracles between humanity and the strange.
I can turn an ordinary person into a ghost general, how about that? Aren't I amazing?
That man spoke to the emperor about his great masterpiece in his not-so-fluent Huaxia language.
Do you see these babies?
They are only 8 months old. I tied the pregnant woman to the bed and cut open her belly. Then, under her terrified gaze, I took her child out. Because the child taken out this way has what I want and can be used. You are the first Huaxia person to see me, and I am willing to tell you about my masterpiece.
And this, do you see?
She was a very beautiful girl when she was alive. But, I removed her eyes, cut off her ears, opened her belly, and dug out all her organs.
Why did I do this?
Because I found that a person only dies in extreme anger will form a very, very terrifying resentment, this resentment, even stronger than negative energy.
This is also my research, so how about it? Aren't I powerful? Voices continuously flowed into the emperor's ears.
The emperor gripped his spear tightly, his eyes filled with extreme anger. A blaze of fury resided in his chest. His chest began to rise and fall violently.
You deserve to die.
With red eyes, the emperor raised his spear and pointed it at the director.
That's right, exactly like that.
The resentment of ordinary people is ultimately not enough, only the resentment generated by you ghost generals can satisfy me.
Be angry, roar. The more angry you are, the happier I will be. Die. At that moment, the emperor could no longer hold back.
He charged forward with his spear, exuding a terrifying pressure. His target was the director standing before him.
In my ghost domain, you cannot.
The director showed a contemptuous smile towards the emperor. With a slight wave of his hand, countless blood-red tentacles suddenly appeared around. These tentacles moved quickly and instantly reached before his eyes.
Get away from me.
The emperor let out a roar, and countless terrifying negative energies spread outwards. These blood-red tentacles were directly shattered into pieces.
You have a ghost domain, I also have one. My ghost domain is stronger than yours.
The emperor waved his hand, and waves of negative energy radiated outwards from him. The ground beneath where this negative energy passed turned black.
What?
Seeing this scene, the director's eyes widened in shock.
Ghost domain?
He knew the ghost manipulators of Huaxia had ghost domains, but he did not recognize this kid before him.
What exactly happened? Did Huaxia send out such a strong person to truly eliminate the First People's Hospital? Aren't there ghost manipulators with ghost domains stationed all over Huaxia? But, this is my ghost domain, you want to seize control of my ghost domain? Naive.
The director chuckled coldly.
Even if he had a ghost domain, so what?
This place was his territory. His ghost domain was indeed very strong.
With a single thought, the entire First People's Hospital began to tremble. A terrifying power started to crush towards the Emperor.
The Emperor's ghost domain emitted unbearable sounds.
You want to compete with my ghost domain? You're dreaming. I am the Emperor, who dares to be my enemy?
The Emperor raised his long spear, and the tip suddenly stabbed into the ground, terrifying dark energy. The ghost domain began to expand again.
In an instant, this entire building was under his control.
He awakened his ghost domain and successfully swallowed the ghost domain of the Black King. With the strength of his ghost domain now, he was very confident that he could contend with the Dean in front of him.
What? Impossible, this is my territory, what right do you have?
At this moment, the Dean finally panicked.
When did such a character appear in Huaxia?
He knew all the powerful characters in Huaxia.
But where did this guy come from? Die.
Seeing that the ghost domain was unreliable, the Dean chose to take action himself.
Both ghost domains began to collide.
So he had no choice but to take action himself.
Ha, you want to fight me up close? Foolish.
The Emperor casually uttered 2 words.
His figure swayed, and countless silver lights flickered in the void. The long spear in his hand transformed into countless dense afterimages. In just a moment, countless blood-colored holes appeared on the Dean's body. Why?
His body erupted with unprecedented terrifying resentment.
And he was completely eroded by the resentment. He looked at the Emperor in front of him, puzzled. Strangely, there were also insiders in the town's supernatural affairs. Why didn't he know about such a strong person appearing in Huaxia? So you are also a ghost master. Controlling resentful ghosts, extracting the resentment of resentful ghosts, and using one's own ghost domain to suppress them. I'm curious, where did your ghost domain come from? Could it be that you also awakened on your own? The Emperor couldn't help but ask. Unfortunately, he could never know the answer.
The Dean in front of him could no longer utter a word. His body was eroded by resentment, with countless white figures clinging to him and constantly biting.
At this moment, the entire First People's Hospital trembled as if it were experiencing an earthquake. The Dean's ghost domain also began to collapse rapidly at this moment.
Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully killing the Dean of First People's Hospital, reward 1 million energy points.
I am the Emperor, here to suppress everything. Chapter 99, Game Reform. October 22, 2058, 3 years and 16 days until the strange revival. Damn, this is awesome?
In Light Community, Ye Xuan, who had just finished his closed-door training, was completely stunned.
Are there such strong players among the players?
Earlier, the 10 members of the wealthy team were killed instantly.
Did this guy single-handedly take them down? Damn, that's a bit over the top. System, play me his challenge video. Okay.
In the next moment, a light screen appeared in front of Ye Xuan. On the light screen was the entire process of player Emperor soloing the First People's Hospital. Ye Xuan focused entirely on the light screen, watching his entire challenge process.
For a whole hour. After watching it all,
Ye Xuan could only think of 2 words.
Impressive. Impressive, this guy is really impressive.
Soloing 6 ghost generals, and his battle awareness was incomparable to those players.
System, how will his strength fare in the future world?
At this moment, Ye Xuan asked expectantly.
Top tier.
If he develops normally and does not die midway, his final achievements are unimaginable. Perhaps he could become a ghost king, a ghost emperor, or even a ghost sovereign.
Hearing the system's evaluation, Ye Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue.
Previously, the system had rated all the players he encountered as floor tiles. But this person was the first to receive such a high rating from the system. Ghost General, Ghost Commander, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor, Ghost Sovereign.
This guy has a chance to reach the pinnacle in the future, Ghost Sovereign? A good seedling.
Ye Xuan suddenly stroked his chin and fell into thought.
Perhaps I can cultivate him a bit and make him my top fighter? Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled.
Looking at this guy, he couldn't help but feel a pinch of admiration for talent.
This guy is truly powerful. If I train him now, he could serve as my enforcer in the real world and my first explorer in the game. After all, this guy isn't afraid of death. System, open my panel. Name, Ye Xuan. Strength, 30,000. Speed, 30,000. Mental power, 45,000. Talent, none. Skills, Soul Destruction Blade. Equipment, Yin Yang Mirror, Yin Yang Umbrella, Equivalent Balance Scale, Substitute Doll, Yellow Spring Coin, Protective Amulet. Energy points, 396,548,753.
Currently, my strength is equal to that of a ghost general, and ordinary ghost generals are not my match. The energy points are soon reaching 400 million, but it's still a bit slow. Looking at his energy points, Ye Xuan rubbed his forehead. The energy points are still a bit low.
There's still a full 600 million to go to reach 1 billion. System, let's make some reforms.
Resurrection coin, ordinary players need 1 resurrection coin to revive after dying, players with ghost strength need 5, and players with ghost general strength need 10. The different levels of strength mean that the cost of resurrection should also differ. Ye Xuan stroked his chin and started thinking about how to reform the energy point gathering.
The system, however, did not respond and quietly executed tasks. By the way, system, can you create a virtual fighting space?
Something like that, which allows players to quickly enhance their strength and accumulate combat experience. At this moment, Ye Xuan had a flash of inspiration and suddenly asked. These players were too weak, each one with poor combat experience, only knowing to mindlessly swing their swords. The downside was obvious. They were being used as punching bags by ghost generals in the game. He didn't want these players to slowly accumulate combat experience step by step, that was too slow. It would be better to create a place for players to rapidly gather combat experience. Yes, the system can replicate the powerful ghosts that players can defeat solo 1-to-1, and analyze their combat experience to pass it on to players. This system can use a unique method to create a quick experience package, directly loading it into players' minds. The complicated learning process can be skipped, allowing players to directly have the combat experience of powerful ghosts.
Ye Xuan? You're really that amazing? Listening to the system's explanation, Ye Xuan was shocked. Isn't this just an experience package?
No need for time accumulation, just absorb the experience package, click to learn, and then know it.
Goodness, is it really a game?
Host, the techniques rewarded by the system do not require learning, they will directly be perfected.
Didn't you notice? Alright.
Ye Xuan temporarily skipped this question.
System, will this combat experience carry over into reality?
Of course.
If the host does not want it, the system can isolate it.
Players can use this combat experience in-game, but once they leave the game, the related memories will vanish. At this moment, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. According to his plan, players only needed to have this in the game.
Otherwise, in the end, wouldn't everyone in reality become experts?
Originally clueless players suddenly all possessed rich combat experience and killing techniques.
Wouldn't that be unfair to others? However, there are benefits.
That being that the number of players would increase. Now, the number of players in horror games has alarmingly reached 1 billion.
A month later, when the official announces the strange revival, and he reveals the manifestation items, the player count will skyrocket again.
At that time, players from around the world will come to play.
Forget it, let's consider it charity.
By the way, system, let me set the price for the experience packages.
Okay, producing now.
Detecting the powerful ghost Nuan, extracting memories, and gathering combat experiences, removing unnecessary combat techniques. Detected long-haired evil spirit, extracting memories, extracting battle experience. Detected ghost General Black King. Detected ghost General 007. Ye Xuan waited silently as the system started to work.
The system's speed was extremely fast.
In the end, for every evil spirit slain by the players, the related experience package was produced by the system.
Production complete.
The experience package is a product extracted from the memories of the evil spirits combined with the system's unique improvements.
It involves means to deal with evil spirits, experience, and various combat techniques.
List the cost price of the experience packages. Ye Xuan snapped his fingers. Naturally, the system needed costs to create these things.
As for how to sell them, that wasn't the system's concern. This system is too kind. If it were left to the system, I would lose out badly. Nanan's Combat Experience Package, 30 energy points.
Long-haired Evil Spirit Combat Experience Package, 50 energy points. Evil Spirit Master Combat Experience Package, 50 energy points.
Ghost General Black King Combat Experience Package, 300 energy points.
Ghost General 007 Combat Experience Package, 280 energy points. Ghost General Vice President Combat Experience Package, 480 energy points.
Chapter 100 Haoling Fei.
System, for combat experience packages below Ghost General, increase the price by 1,000 energy points each. For combat experience packages of Ghost General level, increase the price by 10,000 energy points each.
For now, let's do it this way.
Ye Xuan just glanced at them and set the prices for these combat experience packages.
Isn't this too expensive? Expensive? You are still too innocent.
Listen to me, get to work.
Okay.
The system went to work, and Ye Xuan sat there with a smile at the corner of his mouth.
Expensive? Not at all. This is a combat experience package that can be brought into the real world.
It allows an ordinary person to learn kung fu and killing techniques instantly.
Expensive?
In Ye Xuan's view, he was still quite kind. Otherwise, if he raised the price by 100,000 energy points, someone would still find a way to buy it. But for the sake of the common people, he still did it this way.
I really am a great benefactor. System, contact the Emperor for me.
Ye Xuan stretched. After returning to the real world, Ye Xuan started contacting the Emperor through the system. He had to train his future top fighter.
Okay, connecting now.
On the other side, the player Emperor who had just cleared the game woke up. He picked up the VR headset and placed it on the nearby table. Just a mere ghost general, easy to handle. He smirked, revealing a satisfied smile.
I'm hungry, let's order takeout.
Coming back to his senses, he picked up the phone to order takeout. His room was very small, with just a bed and little space left. He wore a ragged tank top and shorts. The walls around him were peeling. However, the walls were decorated with many characters from anime, all of whom were martial arts masters.
A large pile of books lay on the corner table. Kung Fu Kid. My Years as Emperor. 18 Dragon Subduing Poems, Rubbing Edition. I Have a Wuxia Dream.
The Grief of High Martial Arts.
These books simply lay there quietly.
In the center, there was also a medium-sized table.
It had many small models on it.
There were chicken-fried scions, a bald kid, and even a beggar gang leader holding a dog-chasing stick. From this, one could see that this person was a martial arts fan.
Looking at the layout of the room. Definitely a gaming loser.
But who would have known that the number one player in a horror game was just a gaming loser in the real world? It seems I need to change to a bigger house. I still have 2 to 3 million energy points now, which, if converted to Chinese yuan, would be worth about
M.
Looking at the horror exchange rate of 1:2800 on his phone, Howling Fei fell into deep thought.
So, that means I'm now considered a wealthy person?
If I sold everything, could it fetch 4 to 5 billion? He looked around his small room. The inner self was more determined about the thought just now.
Sell a little energy points, then change a house. This game is really good. After a moment, the delivery arrived.
He opened the door, picked up the delivery, and went back to the bed to put it on his small table and opened it. Inside, there was a nicely packed meal and a small bottle of cola. He ate the packed meal while using his phone to check the housing prices around. This one is okay, but the location is bad, too remote.
This one is also nice, but it's too big. Don't they have smaller ones?
This one is a bit expensive, but I can temporarily join the reserve. While eating the packed meal, he imagined his bright and beautiful future.
Howling Fei felt he had already achieved something in this life.
Suddenly, the VR headset he placed on the table inexplicably started floating silently. The VR headset floated lightly in front of him.
Clatter! The chopsticks fell onto the table. Bang! The phone fell onto the bed. Howling Fei's mouth fell open, his eyes widened, shocked to watch the scene.
The rice he hadn't had time to swallow also fell onto the table.
What is this, still not out of the game? Howling Fei murmured.
His voice was trembling. This was truly encountering a ghost. In the game, he was fearless, because that was just a game. But this was damn reality.
Hello, Howling Fei, I am the creator of the horror game. Considering your outstanding performance in the game, I personally am willing to sponsor you 1 million energy points. Besides that, I will also provide you with unexpected benefits. But the prerequisite for all this is that I need your loyalty.
You don't have to rush to answer me, I will give you time to think. A mysterious voice came from the VR headset.
At this moment, Howling Fei's head was still in a daze.
However, as time passed, he gradually became excited, his eyes bursting with brilliance.
I damn knew this is not an ordinary game. Are you an alien? Are you going to destroy the blue star? Giving my loyalty means I have to listen to you from now on? Did you just find me or are there others? If it's just me, is there some secret mission? Is it to help you enslave humanity or to save the blue star?
A series of overly enthusiastic voices entered Ye Xuan's ears. This made Ye Xuan extremely speechless.
Damn it, why are these youths so over the top?
You guessed right, a terrifying upheaval will happen to Blue Star in the future. Follow me, and you will seize every opportunity, even become the strongest on Blue Star, above millions of others.
All you need to do is be loyal. Do you agree? After organizing his thoughts, Ye Xuan continued to ask. Of course, I agree. What do I need to do? Hao Fei agreed without thinking.
According to the novel's routine, he was seen by a big character.
If he refused, wouldn't that make him ungrateful? With so many people on Blue Star, if he refused, they could find someone else. Why should he refuse? What do they want from him? His 384 balance, or his month-long absence from showering?
The only thing he could show off was based on the achievement in their game. Once the game was over, he would be just a poor loser again.
Very good, eat this. As long as you listen to me, this thing will have no side effects for you.
At that moment, a wisp of black gas appeared in the VR headset, floating and wriggling in front of Hao Fei.
Without hesitation, Hao Fei directly ate it in one bite.
It has no taste, no chewiness, just soft.
Ye Xuan. Damn brat, Ye Xuan couldn't take it anymore. Alright, from now on, I will give you the first benefit.
That is to manifest your strength. Everything you have in the game will manifest in the real world.
If I need you, I will notify you. If I don't need you, you can move freely.
Remember, always keep the strategy for horror games as the top priority.
After saying this, the VR headset lay calmly on the table. As if nothing had ever happened.
Hao Fei sat in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time.
Thanks to Wang Chuan TQX for sending the character summon. Thanks to my armor, for the big update and fireworks. Thank you for the big gift. Tomorrow, I will add another chapter. And thanks to other big shots for powering love. Thank you so much. Chapter 101, Jack the Ripper. October 23, 2058, 3 years and 15 days before the strange revival. Jack, the teacher said you didn't study well again today. What is wrong with you? Beautiful country.
A beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes scolded her son, who was about as tall as her but not much taller.
Mom, you know, what school teaches is all useless knowledge.
I prefer playing games to studying. The boy, whose face was full of freckles, spread his hands and shrugged, looking indifferent. But if you don't study, when you go out into society, you won't even be able to support yourself. His mother looked at her son with a helpless expression.
She couldn't understand what was so fun about those games. How could it make her son forget to eat and sleep, even abandoning his studies and saying such rebellious things? Mom, one day, you'll understand that what I said is right. Someday, I will prove myself in front of you, but not now. Jack waved his hand at his mother and then resolutely walked upstairs.
Only his mother stood in place, furious and powerless.
On the other side,
Jack, who had skipped school, entered his room and immediately put on the VR game headset.
He skillfully lay on the bed and opened the horror game.
Welcome back, player Jack the Ripper. Blood-red subtitles appeared before him.
This time, I will clear the game. I want to be the first player to clear the First People's Hospital. I want all the glory for myself. I will prove to my mom that playing games can lead to success. Jack's eyes burned with fierce flames. With a wave of his hand, 2 curved blades appeared in his grasp.
These 2 curved blades were custom made by a Chinese player for him.
It only cost 1,500 energy points. I have to say, Chinese products are really good. In reality and in the game.
Low price, high quality, that is the name of Chinese goods.
Player Jack the Ripper, hello. Unfortunately, the honor of being first has already been taken away. Just yesterday, the Chinese player Emperor successfully cleared the First People's Hospital. Oh no.
Looking at the quietly appearing blood-red subtitles, Jack felt as if the sky had fallen. He never expected that the honor he was about to attain would just slip away like that.
Ranking for clearing the First People's Hospital. First place, Emperor. Emperor, is it the Emperor I think it is? It's all Mom's fault. If Mom hadn't stopped me yesterday, that first place would have been mine. But, second place is fine too. Glancing at the rankings, Jack took his curved blades and headed to the First People's Hospital.
With a wave of his hand, countless white-haired ghosts rushed in all directions.
He walked straight to the last building.
Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Oh, it seems a new friend has come.
Masked 07 crossed his arms and looked at Jack with a grin. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore. 5 minutes later, Jack emotionlessly went to the next level. 8 minutes, next level. 10 minutes, next level. 12 minutes, next level. 15 minutes, defeated the vice president. Jack arrived at the final level in an invincible stance, facing the president.
After completing a series of plot scenes, Jack frowned in disgust.
Damn cherry blossom people, you are still so inhumane. You are not worthy to be called human. Jack charged forward with his curved knife. Both sides clashed fiercely, unable to do anything to each other. This damned ghost realm has been holding me back. If it weren't for the ghost realm, I would have killed you long ago. Jack moved his body a bit, casting a slight complaint towards the dean in the distance. How did that emperor from China solve it? For a moment, he thought of the emperor. The dean before him, he knew he wasn't a match. To defeat this dean, he had to shatter his ghost realm. But how to break the ghost realm? Could it be that the emperor from China used the ghost realm to break the ghost realm? Let's give it a try. Jack raised an eyebrow. 10 minutes later, Jack successfully awakened the ghost realm. And the dean before him also successfully died under his curved knife. The ghost realm that shrouded the First People's Hospital was completely shattered. Jack became the second player to clear the First People's Hospital. Phew, although there are no rewards, I am ranked second. Mom, I have proven myself. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Jack logged out of the game. An hour had passed. Time to take a break. Just after logging out, before he could even close his eyes to rest, Jack saw the VR glasses quietly floating before him. Jack! Oh my gosh, I must be too tired. Jack rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Jack, you are not mistaken, and you are not hallucinating, everything is real. You can call me the Saint of Underworld. At this moment, the VR glasses spoke. Oh my gosh. Jack's eyes widened. He looked around and then at the VR glasses in front of him. Your Excellency the Underworld, what is this? Jack, sitting on the bed, dared not move. He silently gazed at the VR glasses before him. Jack, I witnessed your brilliant performance in the game. You are a genius, a true genius. And I love geniuses, and love nurturing geniuses even more. And you are the one I have chosen. I can nurture you, give you resources, give you money, give you everything you want. All I need from you is your insignificant loyalty. Be loyal to me, and you can obtain everything you desire. Money, strength, status, fame, all can be yours. As these words fell, Jack's breathing gradually became rapid. In this moment, he remembered the bullying from classmates, the insults from teachers, the disappointment from his mother. And now, all he needed to do was agree to the request of the Saint of Underworld before him to gain everything. Let those who once looked down on him gaze up in awe. Let those who once insulted him shut their damn mouths. Let his mother, who was disappointed in him, see him in a new light. I agree to you, Your Excellency the Underworld. Jack spoke. Good, eat this. It is the bridge of trust between you and me. Gladly. Jack unhesitatingly consumed the black mist before him. He hardly chewed, swallowing it whole. This appearance was more reliable and steady than that guy hailing Phi. Very good, Jack, I can feel your loyalty, you shall receive my gift. Willing to serve you, Your Excellency the Underworld. System, do you think nurturing a genius is quite interesting? In the darkness, Ye Xuan held a bottle of beer, lying alone on the huge sofa, crossing his legs, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not understood, but respected. Chapter 102, Is the gap between people really this big? October 24, 2058, 3 years and 14 days until the strange recovery. Brothers, we are back again. The game updated the day before yesterday. I believe you all saw that experience package, right? I have to say, this game is really sincere. This experience package can be considered an internal cheat of the game. Mainly, this cheat was sent by the game creators. These past few days, under my supervision, our team has undergone devilish training. Today, we officially challenged the First People's Hospital. On this day, Lu Haizhu, the captain of the Tianxia Club team, brought his team to the streaming room. Looking at them, the viewers in the live stream had lost interest. Haizhu, sometimes, effort really means nothing compared to talent. Yeah, Haizhu, we've all seen your efforts, but, your efforts really don't matter in front of true genius. Come on, Haizhu, I really believe in you. This time, you must clear the First People's Hospital. Go, Haizhu, we believe in you. Haizhu, go. You are the biggest. Kill. Clear the First People's Hospital, kill. By the way, shouldn't a new map be opened? Open what? I'm still struggling in the morgue. These big shots are really quick, I seriously suspect we're just here to make up the numbers. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. Watching these bullet comments, Lu Haizhu felt confused. What does it mean that effort is insignificant in front of talent? What does it mean that effort is worthless in front of true genius? What are these people talking about? Haizhu, check the leaderboard. At that moment, Lu Haizhu saw a bullet comment. With doubts in his heart, Lu Haizhu opened the leaderboard. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide, his expression blank. First People's Hospital Strategy Overall Ranking. First place, the Emperor, Huaxia Country. Second place, Jack the Ripper, Beautiful Country. Third place, I am Lillian, beautiful country. Fourth place, natural heavy cannon, bear country. Fifth place, my mom is Wangli, Federation. Sixth place, none. After reading this list, Lu Haizhu was momentarily stunned. Right, there should be two lists for teams and individuals. But what he opened was the overall list. This means both individuals and teams can be on the list. But now, the list is all individuals, with not a single team on the board. This means no team has cleared the game. These people have soloed the First People's Hospital. At this moment, Lu Haizhu's enthusiasm seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. He no longer had the passion he had before. If the leaderboard was filled with teams, he wouldn't feel so bad. Damn it, those guys soloed the First People's Hospital. And his 10-man team didn't have a single person on the board. This is just too ridiculous. Sigh, it looks like Haizhu is really knocked down by this. Haizhu, you must hold on. Haizhu, you have to hang in there, Haizhu. Every time I see this leaderboard, I am shocked. Those guys soloed the First People's Hospital, and I'm still in the outpatient building fighting those weird things. I seriously suspect these guys aren't human, they must be monsters. The Emperor is amazing, he makes players from other countries unable to lift their heads. I acknowledge the Emperor, my brother. Before this, I was angry about this name, can anyone just use it? But now I have no complaints, it's too amazing, bro. Looking for the Emperor's contact information. Ahem, brothers, it's alright, it's not a big deal. It's okay, just so happens that no team is on the leaderboard. As long as we clear the game, we'll be the first team to do so. We people can't compare to gods, we don't compare to them. After a long pause, Lu Haizhu regained his senses. He immediately closed the leaderboard and kept comforting himself. He was afraid that if he looked a little longer, his mindset would break. Everyone, this time, we are going to be first. We will be the first team to clear the First People's Hospital. Follow my orders, charge. The 9 team members, under Lu Haizhu's command, once again burst forth with strong will, charging towards the First People's Hospital. Old 3, Old 4, you clear the other weird ones. The rest, directly follow me to face the Ghost General. Those people can solo the First People's Hospital, so can we. We all have 2 arms and 2 legs, we are not worse than them. Lu Haizhu raised his arm and shouted, and the few teammates behind him reignited their previously cooled passion. One by one, they yelled and charged into the building. Welcome, my good friends. Mask 007 hugged his arms and just looked at the 8 of them. What's the advantage of a team? It's more people. This time, we won't scatter, but go together. The game didn't say we can't gang up. Brothers, let's go and take him down. Lu Haizhu raised his arm and shouted, and the 8 men each took their weapons and charged at 007. 007. Hey, feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. Although 007 was strong, facing these 8 wolf-like guys, he still couldn't defend himself. After all, these 8 guys had all absorbed experience packs, and their combat experience was very rich. On strength, both sides were about equal. Kill, second layer. Seeing their earlier nightmare 007 taken down so easily, Lu Haizhu's confidence soared. This time, they had to clear the level. Those who speedran the First People's Hospital were probably just quicker at absorbing experience packs. Not worth mentioning. The boss of the second layer strangely didn't last 3 minutes under the 8-person attack. The boss of the third layer also fell to their hands. Fourth layer, the doctor. In this round, the 8 felt the pressure. However, after a fierce battle for 15 minutes, they successfully cleared at the cost of 2 team members. Fifth layer, Vice President. In this round, they lost 5 members. At this point, only Lu Haizhu remained on the spot. No, I need to wait for them. Looking at the vortex in front of him, Lu Haizhu panted. Now that most of his team members were down, he didn't have the courage to face the president right now. Once the team members all arrived, they would face the president together. At this moment, he lay on the ground, starting to question life. What kind of monsters were those guys on the leaderboard? They fought their way to here, and of the 8 team members, only he was left. The difficulty was so high. How could those guys clear from the first layer to the last alone? Were they still human? Is the gap between people really that huge? Chapter 103, Lu Haizhu's Enlightenment in the Dragon Field, Extra Update. Seeing Haizhu like this really makes one feel sorry. This is too difficult, from 8 team members, now only Haizhu is left. Yeah, especially that vice president, he's just an over-the-top monster. Those guys on the leaderboard can't really be cheating, can they? I can't believe there are such amazing people. They must be cheating, I guarantee it. Strongly suggest a thorough investigation. The weak complain about the environment, I not only complain about the environment, but also about the strong. Kill them all, let no one survive, ha ha ha, let no one live. Everyone die. Lu Haizhu lay on the ground, recovering his strength while questioning life.
The viewers in the live stream had completely gone mad. In summary, their mental state was not great.
Captain, we're here. Captain, let's set off. Charge.
During Lu Haizhu's moment of rest, the remaining 9 members found him to regroup. Looking at these team members, Lu Haizhu organized his feelings and stood up again.
Alright, then let's clear this level this time. Follow me, charge.
Lu Haizhu raised his arm and shouted, and the 10 of them stepped into the vortex. The vortex disappeared, and they arrived in a bloody space. Looking at the blood-red space and the mountain of corpses, then at the vice president with a cherry blossom accent, the 10 team members' eyes turned red. At this moment, the hatred within them seemed to awaken.
Everyone, without further ado. Today, let's slay this monster together.
Lu Haizhu held the big cleaver, pointing it in the direction of the president. Kill. Charge. The team members behind him didn't hesitate for a moment, brandishing their weapons and rushing forward.
I'll kill you. Lu Haizhu also charged forward with the big cleaver.
The 10 team members unleashed unprecedented fighting power, entangling with the president. The president's strength was incredibly terrifying, even though these 10 members were all rich in combat experience. Under the suppression of the Dean's ghost domain, the battle strength of these 10 people is extremely limited. As they fought, the battle came to a standstill at this moment.
No one could do anything to anyone.
No way, Captain, this guy has a ghost domain, under its suppression, none of us can match him.
If this goes on, we will all die.
Ahead, some members are already injured. It was only then that the furious Lu Haizhu realized what was happening. Earlier, some big players had posted videos showing that the entire First People's Hospital is shrouded in the Dean's ghost domain. If they do not break this ghost domain, the players will never win. Even if they can respawn infinitely, as long as they are in this ghost domain, they will never win, and they will never kill the Dean.
This is the terrifying aspect of the ghost domain.
A ghost commander with a ghost domain facing a ghost commander without one is simply a one-sided massacre.
There is no suspense in this one-sided slaughter. If we can't do it with so many of us, how did those solo players manage it? How did they succeed in killing the Dean? Lu Haizhu stood still and began to think.
If no one has cleared the level by now, facing this situation, he would have to consider whether the game's level design is reasonable. But now, someone has cleared the level, and it was a solo run. So he should be considering how those people succeeded. What exactly methods did they use? Damn, until the ghost domain is broken, we can't win at all. This is the most buggy part of the game, one ghost commander, and even if you have rich battle experience, it's useless, you need a ghost domain.
Yeah, without a ghost domain, what does it matter how rich your battle experience is? You'll just be on the receiving end of the hits. The ghost domain, that is a strange privilege, how could we possibly have it? I don't understand, I can't wrap my head around it at all.
Haizhu, I don't have any solutions either, just sigh, good luck. While Lu Haizhu was deep in thought, he accidentally glanced at the bullet screen. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck his mind.
Ghost domain unbroken, can never win. But, I can have my own ghost domain. As long as I possess a ghost domain, can't I then counter the Dean? But, a ghost domain is a bizarre privilege, how can I obtain a ghost domain? For a moment, Lu Haizhu fell into a dilemma again. Ghost domain, how can I possess one? The game doesn't have any options in this regard. Damn it, it's getting complicated again. Captain, what are you thinking? Captain, I'm dead.
You son of a gun, sneak attack, you have no martial ethics, damn little ghost.
During Lu Haizhu's moment of contemplation, his teammates were dying one by one.
In just a few short minutes, all 9 teammates were killed in battle. Before the Dean, these teammates had no resistance at all. The previous stalemate might just have been this Dean's playtime? Now it's just you left. From their tone, you must be their captain, right? Isn't it strange? Has such a cold person appeared in the strange events of Huaxia Town? You just stood there watching your teammates die? I don't know what you're thinking, but you seem to have no resentment toward me now. So what? Do you want to join me? The Dean slowly approached Lu Haizhu from a distance. Behind him, countless tentacles waved back and forth in the void. However, facing the question, Lu Haizhu did not answer, he was lost in thought. The game said earlier that the Black King has an independent ghost domain. By merging with me, the Black King's strength is greatly limited, but the Black King's ghost domain still exists. So, I just need to communicate with the Black King, and by using the power of the Black King's ghost domain, wouldn't I then also have a ghost domain? Thinking of this, Lu Haizhu's eyes lit up. It seems I have grasped the key point. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound of breaking air rang out. A tentacle came towards his chest.
just as the tentacle was about to reach him. A palm grasped this tentacle tightly.
The crimson tentacle struggled continuously in his hand, while he remained indifferent.
Old man, perhaps it's time for us to have some fun. Lu Haizhu raised his head, revealing a mysterious smile to the director before him.
In the next moment, a massive black shadow appeared behind him.
That black shadow was rapidly expanding. Ghost domain? You have one too?
The director before him frowned slightly.
How could this filthy soldier possess a ghost domain? Shall we give it a try? Lu Haizhu brandished a large machete, his face displaying a manic grin.
Ha, your ghost domain seems rather immature. The director sneered coldly. This guy's ghost domain was weak indeed.
As long as it's enough.
If I cut off your connection to your ghost domain, reducing its suppression effect, I can kill you.
Lu Haizhu laughed heartily and charged forward with his large knife.
His ghost domain was clearly borrowed from the Black King's ghost domain, not independently awakened, so its strength was very low. But no matter how weak it was still a ghost domain. As long as his ghost domain could momentarily reduce its own suppressive effect, he could kill the Japanese guy before him.
Captain, we're back again. Chapter 104, we won, first battle team under heaven. Okay, I have restricted his ghost domain. Next, let's kill him.
Seeing that his team members had all arrived, Lu Haizhu raised the corners of his mouth. This time, victory was guaranteed.
Understood.
The 9 team members also felt that the oppressive force of the ghost domain had disappeared, so one by one, they charged in with their weapons. Facing the onslaught of the 9 team members, the distant director remained calm. However, at this moment, he was filled with confusion.
What's going on? Weren't you dead? The director felt increasingly uneasy. These guys, weren't they just killed by him moments ago? So what was happening now? Could it be that the Huaxia town's ghost bureau had mastered an endless resurrection method? Damn it. Old man, watch as I kill you.
Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Haizhu charged forward with his weapon.
Brothers, unleash all your methods. We don't have much time, my ghost domain can't hold out for long. As time ticked away, beads of sweat appeared on Lu Haizhu's forehead.
His ghost domain could not endure for much longer.
The director's ghost domain was simply too strong, eroding Lu Haizhu's strength every second.
If this continued, his ghost domain would completely shatter. Once the ghost domain shattered, he would fail utterly this time. Damn it, long hair sister, come out and kill him.
I will chop you to death. Go!
The team members had completely gone mad.
One by one, they brought out their hidden weapons.
Some of them even risked serious injury or death just to take a swing.
Black King, bite him.
One of the team members shouted loudly. In an instant, the Black King's figure appeared behind the director, its massive maw sinking into the director's shoulder. Immediately, a huge chunk of flesh was ripped off by the Black King.
Black King, go!
The remaining team members' eyes lit up, each raising their hands to summon the Black King.
Countless black figures surged forward, continuously roaring on the director's body. Damn you!
If it weren't for the instability of the things inside me, you'd all be dead. The director roared in pain. He was suppressing countless vengeful spirits within him. If those spirits were stable right now, he could easily deal with these filthy soldiers.
Die! Lu Haizhu slashed down on the director's shoulder with his knife. Crack! A crisp sound echoed.
The director's arm was directly severed. Blood spilled all over the ground. Terrifying vengeful energy flowed out from the wound.
Damn it, get away! The director let out a furious roar.
Countless tentacles behind him frantically attacked the surrounding team members. But these attacks could not inflict effective damage on the team members.
So cold. What the hell is inside this guy? The temperature around crazily dropped, and Lu Haizhu couldn't help but shiver.
Looking at the gray-white breath, Lu Haizhu was full of confusion.
Could it be that this boss has a second form? Damn it, please don't let that be true.
If there really is a so-called second form, his mentality would collapse.
Damn you all, you should all die, ah. If I die, you can't live either.
In the distance, the dean suddenly let out a tragic scream. In the next moment, his whole body was covered with that gray-white breath. The gray-white breath enveloped him and gradually swallowed him up. His flesh and blood withered away in this moment. And the ghost domain covering the entire First People's Hospital shattered in an instant.
Captain, what's going on?
The remaining team members stopped attacking, looking at the dean in front of them, then quietly approached Lu Haizhu. One team member looked at his captain, then glanced at the dean in the distance.
I don't know either. Lu Haizhu shook his head. Could it really be a second form?
However, an unexpected scene happened. After the gray-white breath swallowed the dean, it actually quietly dispersed.
Though it was a layer of gray-white mist, Lu Haizhu saw many figures within that mist. Those figures were waving at him. Ding, congratulations to the battle team Tiangue for killing the dean of the First People's Hospital, specially rewarded with 1 million energy points. Seeing the blood-red subtitles appearing in front of him, Lu Haizhu let out a sigh of relief. It's over. 1 million energy points, in hand. Thanks to that experience pack, they win this time. The experience pack at least boosted their combat power several times. Brothers, we succeeded. 1 million energy points, 100,000 each. Lu Haizhu waved his hand and said with a smile. Captain is mighty. Thank you, Captain. Long live the Captain. The team members all raised their hands to celebrate upon hearing this. 100,000 energy points, how much is that worth? This time, they all became rich. Congratulations, let's celebrate, awesome, Tiangue is awesome. The first team to kill the dean of the First People's Hospital, awesome. I want to sing your praises, you are the first battle team. First battle team my ass, the rich team is the first battle team. Oh. Brother, so where's your rich team? Haha, you killed me, the rich team captain is still staring at the screen. Staring at the screen for 10 days, that's more painful than prison. Wrong, there are still 7 days. Laughing to death. At this moment, Tiangue became the first team to kill the dean of the First People's Hospital. This news spread rapidly. Countless teams seemed to be injected with adrenaline, rushing crazily into the game. After watching the entire battle process of Tiangue, these teams also gained experience. Moreover, Lu Haizhu specially released a video about the ghost domain to seize this heat. This video opened up a new route for players, gaining a large number of likes. Lu Haizhu had both fame and fortune. However, the downside of doing this was that in the future, there might be few players who could awaken the ghost domain alone. But that was also normal. Only a rare genius among billions could awaken the ghost domain alone. For ordinary people, being able to obtain the ghost domain using Lu Haizhu's method was already impressive. According to the existing data analysis, the total base of horror game players had reached a terrifying 2 billion. Among the 2 billion, there were barely 100,000 players with ghost general strength. 100,000 ghost generals, only a dozen had the ghost domain. However, this number was rapidly increasing. 100,000 ghost generals sounded impressive. But in reality, the vast majority were organized. Either funded by various countries' governments or created by different clubs and consortiums. These guys all had backgrounds. True players who became ghost generals by their own effort. So few. Without a doubt, these players are the truly capable ones. No matter what method they used, they became ghost generals without any background or wealth, proving their skill. Among them, Hao Lingfei is the real genius. A genius that appears once in a billion. With over 4 billion people in Huaxia, there has only been one emperor until now. Chapter 105, Huaxia Town's Ghost Bureau Deputy Director, the Emperor. October 25, 2058, 3 years and 13 days until the eerie revival. Huaxia needs you. In a rented room. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Hao Lingfei fell into deep thought. At this moment, his small rented room was filled with people. Each of them was dressed in special forces uniforms, armed to the teeth. At this moment, their eyes were all on Hao Lingfei. But Hao Lingfei's gaze remained fixed on the string of numbers on the middle-aged man's shoulder. 00001. Hao Lingfei had seen what this number represented on a short video. Now, he was actually seeing the real person. But we know you are not short of money. However, if you join us, you can enjoy any benefits, and we can discuss all conditions. If I'm guessing correctly, you should have already gained power in the game, right? The middle-aged man asked. He had a smile on his face and a very kind tone. Hao Lingfei nodded. He was now a ghost general. He only needed a single thought, and no one in this room could escape. We all know your strength. In the real world, strange signs of revival have already appeared all over the globe, and countless anomalies that only existed in games have now appeared in reality. The safety of our citizens, social order, and national stability are all facing serious tests. And you, as the world's #1 player, are naturally our target for recruitment. If you join us, the country will spare no effort in training you, and national resources will be prioritized for you. What you need to do is to help us control the situation. Do you know? Across the country, 8 forbidden areas have already emerged, each of which we currently cannot resolve. Do you know how many people have died so far trying to seal these 8 forbidden areas? The middle-aged man kept speaking while Hao Lingfei kept his head down and listened. How many? Hao Lingfei raised his head. 11,000. Military and police combined, 11,000. It took 11,000 precious lives just to barely maintain control. His voice was very calm. But within Hao Lingfei's heart, tumultuous waves had already stirred up. 11,000. In peacetime, 11,000 died? How terrifying is that?
And he had no idea this was happening. No news reports, no messages were sent out. The apparent stability was maintained by countless battle-scarred figures. These 8 forbidden areas may not be a problem for you, but for us, they are disasters.
I don't want to morally manipulate you because that would make you resent us.
The country will not force you, it supports all your decisions. If you agree, the country will appoint you as the deputy director of Huaxia Town's Ghost Bureau, enjoying the privileges of a minister-level position, commanding the entire Ghost Bureau. If you refuse, you are still a Huaxia citizen, we will not interfere with your freedom as long as you do not break the law, everything will remain unchanged. By the way, my name is Wang Zhenghua, think it over and call this number. Wang Zhenghua raised his hand, and the Special Forces personnel behind him handed him a slip of paper.
Wang Zhenghua gave the slip to Hao Lingfei. Hao Lingfei silently took it.
On the slip, a long string of numbers was written.
But I won't. After a long silence, Hao Lingfei expressed his inner thoughts.
Before this, he was just a so-called weak player. But now, as long as he nodded, he could have everything. The deputy director of the Huaxia Town Mystery Bureau enjoys the treatment of a ministerial-level position and holds real power.
What does a ministerial-level position even mean? He never even dared to dream of it before. Child, you must remember. No one is a born leader. Wang Zhenghua gently patted Hao Lingfei's shoulder with a warm smile and then stood up to leave. Child, my phone is open 24 hours, if you think it through, just call. If you don't want to, that's fine, just consider it making a friend. After saying that, Wang Zhenghua left.
The room full of Special Forces members also turned to leave. The creaking wooden door was gently closed by one of the team members without a sound.
Old Wang, how is it? Did he agree?
Outside, there were dozens of police cars parked.
One person stepped forward to ask.
Wang Zhenghua did not speak, just gently shook his head.
That shouldn't be the case.
The person scratched their head, looking puzzled.
Hao Lingfei's family background had already been thoroughly investigated by them. An orphan starting out. Growing up eating meals from various families.
Since childhood, he had a strong interest in martial arts and fantasy. When he grew up, he came alone to the big city to fight for a living.
He worked in an electronics factory for a month.
Later he got into horror games, and then it became like this.
The key point is that he is only 21 this year.
At such a young age, he should be filled with passion. Logically, as soon as they spoke, he should have immediately agreed. After all, what young person in Huaxia would remain unmoved by the words "Huaxia needs you"? Moreover, these 5 words were spoken by the person right in front of him. Unexpectedly, this kid actually did not agree. This surprised him. Let's go, if he had agreed right away, we might have needed to spend some time teaching him.
Wang Zhenghua smiled gently and then got into the car.
At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. But those present had no right to speculate on his thoughts.
As the police cars left, silence fell over the area again. In the rental apartment. On the bed, Hao Lingfei looked at the note in his hand, struggling deeply inside.
His dream since childhood was to be a martial arts hero or an unrestrained immortal cultivator. From this, one can see 2 words.
Freedom.
With his current strength, he could thrive on Blue Star, doing whatever he wanted and having whatever he desired.
Such a life would be amazing.
However, he knew that once he agreed to this, he would bear unimaginable pressure in the future. Though the power is great, the pressure is even greater. This seriously contradicts his beliefs. He wanted to refuse. But thinking of those bloody death tolls, he couldn't bear to refuse again. The fact that this person personally invited him showed how much he was valued by those above. Struggling for a long time, Hao Lingfei picked up the VR headset nearby.
Boss, are you there?
Moments later, the VR headset floated up. Hao Lingfei knew that the boss had arrived.
Boss, just now.
Hao Lingfei poured out everything that had just happened.
Boss, I don't know what to do. Hao Lingfei lowered his head, struggling inside. If you want to go, then go. Do what you think is right. Don't feel burdened. Ye Xuan given a very honest answer. Boss, I want to go. Then go.
On the other side. Back in the office, Wang Zhenghua's expression was serious as he looked intensely at the landline phone in front of him. Besides, the whole office was crowded with people.
Everyone nervously stared at the landline.
Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Suddenly, a clear ringing sound broke through. Someone, come with me to welcome our deputy director.
Jinchang, Guangming Community, 807.
Ye Xuan picked up a pen, looking at the whiteboard in front of him.
On the whiteboard, names were written one by one. In total, there were 8 names. These 8 are the most outstanding individuals on Blue Star. Each one is a genius among billions. The deputy director of the Huaxia Town Mystery Bureau is one of mine. No way, the others will be lured by the official forces of various countries sooner or later. I just want to nurture some geniuses, to train some excellent fighters. If this keeps developing, it seems I could control the entire Blue Star?
Ye Xuan's expression gradually became strange.
Chapter 106, Major Reform. System, check the panel. If I guess correctly, it's about time. Name, Ye Xuan. Strength, 30,000. Speed, 30,000. Mental power, 45,000. Talent, none. Skills, Soul Destruction Blade, all-encompassing. Equipment, Yin Yang Mirror, Yin Yang Umbrella, Equivalence Balance, Substitute Doll, Underworld Coin, Personal Protection Charm. Energy points, 1,035,467,980.
Indeed, the energy points have reached 1 billion. Seeing his energy point balance, Ye Xuan nodded in satisfaction. During this time, player numbers skyrocketed, and with many players starting to pay off loans, his energy points could reach such a terrifying number.
In fact, this is just an appetizer.
His actual energy points were probably over 3 billion. However, 2 billion had been loaned out. After all, a new player could only provide him with a strange stick, and he had to give them 3 resurrection coins. Back and forth, from the moment a player entered the game, he was essentially operating at a loss. Moreover, with the loan feature, a player could borrow hundreds. Most importantly, the vast majority of energy points circulated among players, never reaching him. So although there were many players, the reason his energy points didn't increase significantly was clear. This was a hard injury, and even Ye Xuan had no way to fix it. However, the current development was still very good. System, now we will start a real reform. Ye Xuan stood up, looking at the night outside, his eyes flashing with light. You say, I do. From this moment on, a reform that would impact the global landscape would begin in this small rental house. First, unlock the entire Golden City, and open the big map. 2 modes, the first mode, players can keep their current progress, choose a team, or explore in solo mode. The second mode, open the entire Golden City, throwing all players into it. With so many players thrown into Golden City, it will surely stir up a true bloodbath. Ye Xuan's mind raced quickly. Throwing all players into Golden City would undoubtedly have a huge impact on its structure. But so what? That was a future world. What he needed to focus on was the present. The future world was a tool for him to grow strong and save others. Moreover, players could not affect the future world, ultimately, they were just a projection. The only one who could truly make an impact was him. Already recorded. Third, teams, guilds, and faction bases, pull them all out for me. This point would directly raise the playability to the maximum. Fourth, for each dungeon, customize the corresponding tasks and rewards, you can decide on this. Fifth, unlock all permissions, some things do not need to be hidden. Ye Xuan said solemnly. Once this permission was opened, players would be able to access the town of Enigma within the game. Thus, they could obtain relevant information from the town of Enigma. As a result, the game's core would inevitably be exposed. But Ye Xuan didn't care anymore. After all, when items and strength truly manifested, it would surely cause a storm worldwide. What did this little change count for? If we're going to play, let's play big. Host, please note, such actions will inevitably lead to a series of negative effects. Like what? The rise of the strange will accelerate, and chaos will ensue. It will come sooner or later, rather than boil the frog in warm water, why not add some excitement? Even if the bizarre rise comes at the normal time, a large number of fools will still die. Speeding it up will still cause deaths, there is no difference, those who deserve to die will eventually die. This, neither you nor I can interfere. Ye Xuan lay on the sofa, a slight smile on his lips. No matter how early or late the bizarre rise comes, those who deserve to die. Still going to die. Rather than waiting slowly, it's better to have a thrilling experience. Just right, let me fully appreciate what a bizarre resurrection really looks like. Already recorded, building a file, altering. As you wish. Announced that the game will update in 15 days. Ye Xuan gently snapped his fingers. His agreed time with the Huaxia official was 1 month. Now, after calculating everything, let's give him 15 days. Okay. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Ye Xuan frowned, got up, and turned on the room lights. Ye Xuan waved his hand lightly, and the gloom in the room vanished, disappearing without a trace. They've come, they've come. Walking forward, Ye Xuan opened the door. Outside stood 2 middle-aged men dressed in black uniforms.
Hello, Comrade Ye Xuan, we are from the Huaxia Town Ghost Bureau. My name is Lu Bo, this is my colleague, Wang Dang. We apologize for bothering you so late, but as per the superior's orders, we need to conduct a simple investigation. Don't worry, it's just a simple investigation.
Seeing the two men, Ye Xuan immediately cleared a path.
Please come in. What is the Ghost Bureau? It sounds somewhat familiar.
After the two walked into the room, Ye Xuan casually asked while pouring water.
It's newly established, it's normal that you don't know about it. Lu Bo said with a smile.
As he spoke, he secretly examined the surroundings of the room. Alright, I thought it sounded a bit familiar, turns out it's the Ghost Bureau from that horror game. Ye Xuan walked forward holding 2 cups of water.
Thank you.
Lu Bo and Wang Dang accepted the cups with smiles.
Here is our ID, you may check it. Lu Bo took out a black leather identification document from his pocket and handed it to Ye Xuan.
Ye Xuan opened it and laughed.
Why does this look exactly like in the game? You guys aren't scammers, are you?
Ye Xuan said with a vigilant expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo and Wang Dang both looked helpless. The anti-fraud campaign in Huaxia is very effective. Whenever they arrive at a place, they are always called scammers.
You can check online.
Despite that, Lu Bo still spoke in a pleasant tone.
Let me take a look.
Ye Xuan held the ID in one hand and pulled out his phone to check.
After a moment, he confirmed.
The Huaxia officials really are speedy.
Sorry, you know what? We understand, it's human nature.
It's commendable to have such a strong sense of alertness. After shaking hands with each of them, the 3 of them sat on the sofa.
Lu Bo's eyes looked towards Ye Xuan.
Beside him, Wang Dang started to take notes with a small notepad.
The law enforcement recording device on his shoulder kept flashing blue lights. Next, we need to ask you some simple information, please answer truthfully.
Okay, I will definitely cooperate.
Ye Xuan nodded. Name. Ye Xuan. Gender. Male. Ethnicity. Han. May I ask what your ID is in the horror game? What is your strength, what items do you have? How many energy points do you have left? What? Chapter 107, The Giant Wheel of the Era has set sail.
Hearing these questions, Ye Xuan felt a bit confused.
Ahem, routine investigation, please answer truthfully.
Don't worry, you haven't broken any laws.
Lu Bo coughed lightly and continued.
Oh. Ye Xuan nodded while letting the system casually fabricate an identity for him. My ID is Ghost Slayer Expert, fused with long-haired ghost, considered half a ghost general.
As for items, I have a big machete, a Gatling gun, and a pistol, and that's it. For energy points, I currently have 130 points.
Ye Xuan read aloud the information provided by the system.
All of this was true. Okay. May I ask if I can log in to verify? Wang Dang, who was taking notes, asked.
Sure. Ye Xuan nodded and went back to the bedroom to get the VR headset, logging into the game in front of the two. Then he opened screen sharing, and the two opened their phones, which showed Ye Xuan's in-game screen. The ID, strength, items, all corresponded one by one. In the horror game, it didn't depend on ID registration, but on personal binding. A player, from birth, is an account.
It is impossible to open a second account. Unless you can duplicate yourself.
Furthermore, other players cannot log into your account.
This is a sure thing. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. After confirming, Ye Xuan sent the two out the door.
After shaking hands one by one, Ye Xuan watched them leave. The speed of Huaxia is really fast.
Ye Xuan sighed after closing the door.
They have already started preliminary investigations. Moreover, once the information is recorded, once the strength items appear, who dares to cause trouble can be caught directly.
Really impressive. This efficiency of action is exaggerated. Huaxia has 40 billion people.
Checking one by one, Ye Xuan could hardly imagine the workload.
Can such a miracle be completed in a month in Huaxia? Yes, it can.
After thinking carefully, Ye Xuan lay down on the bed to rest. His previous performance was flawless, with no signs of slip-up. Time to sleep. At the same time, across Huaxia, a mysterious organization is visiting every resident one by one.
All information must be recorded and registered.
Among them, some strong players were directly recruited on the spot and arranged for stable jobs. In addition, there are a group of players who have not engaged with the game. Anyway, the official statement is, it is best to play a little. The Town Mystery Bureau's branches are being established across the country within just half a month. Before people can react, every district and county has set up a branch of the Town Mystery Bureau.
Countless citizens are very confused about this. How can things from a game come into reality?
Although they are confused, they still accept it calmly, they unconditionally trust the country's decisions.
Only a few smart people sense that something is wrong.
Big companies and some high-ranking individuals have heard some news. They all begin to recruit talents.
Strong players in the game are their targets for recruitment.
3 days later. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Town Mystery Bureau.
At this moment, the headquarters is holding a meeting. There are 10 people in the entire conference room. Director Li Lao. Deputy Director Hao Lingfei. The remaining 8 are big shots transferred from the political and military circles.
Except for Hao Lingfei, all of them are temporary. After all, it is impossible for people without power to hold positions in the senior ranks of the Town Mystery Bureau in the future. Now, they are forced by the situation, but in the future, things will be different. According to your instructions, we have completed all arrangements. For district and county level units, a third-level branch is arranged, managing all supernatural incidents in the district and county.
For city-level units, a second-level branch is arranged, managing all supernatural incidents in the urban area.
For provincial units, a first-level branch is arranged, which serves as a strategic level, managing all supernatural incidents in the province and has the power to deploy all resources within the province.
Among every 8 provinces, a special level branch is set up to manage the 8 provinces.
Next, we have our headquarters, which is responsible for the dispatch and coordination of national resources. A middle-aged man in military uniform at the front introduced seriously while holding a document.
Li Lao nodded slightly in response.
This is the miracle they have completed in Huaxia over the past half-month. The scale of the Town Mystery Bureau has now been completely established.
The greatest difficulty we are facing right now is a lack of personnel.
After finishing his report, the middle-aged man continued. Once these words came out, others also nodded in agreement.
The biggest problem is indeed a lack of people. Strong players seem numerous. But once deployed nationwide, it is truly insufficient.
Not to mention those businesses, families, and the state competing for talent. Whether in research, study, or gaming.
Outstanding individuals are always rare.
And the same goes for horror games. I understand this, the situation is indeed a bit difficult, but when there are difficulties, we must solve them. In a few days, we will face an unprecedented severe test nationwide. At that time, I hope everyone can arrange matters properly.
Li Lao said sternly. Once the props and powers materialize,
the entire China will inevitably face a tremendous shock. Whether in finance or social security, there will be a devastating blow.
Whether we can hold steady depends on this time.
The military has already begun redeployment, and the police have started day and night patrols.
I think we can properly get through this shock. Someone said softly. Even if some players have impure thoughts after materializing their powers, they can still be suppressed.
After all, even with power, they are still afraid of guns.
Yes, the national crime rate will inevitably soar, we must be prepared.
Old Li gently nodded.
What would happen if an ordinary person suddenly gained supernatural powers? No one dared to imagine. Comrades, prepare to face this test.
The country is watching us, and we must always take the safety of the people as our duty. Old Li slowly rose, his voice strong and firm. The 8 people in front also stood up, each with a serious expression.
Hao Lingfei stood silently beside Old Li. All right, the meeting is dismissed. We have prepared everything we need to prepare. Next, we just quietly wait.
The 8 people left, and in the large conference room, only Old Li and Hao Lingfei remained.
Child, how do you feel?
Old Li looked at Hao Lingfei with a kind smile. I don't know how to say it, but it feels very shocking.
Hao Lingfei was silent for a moment before finally saying a sentence.
In these 3 days, he witnessed too many miracles.
China is truly magnificent. You still have a lot to learn. But don't be afraid, you cannot be afraid. In these days, just stay by my side, speak less, watch more, and learn more. In the future, these things will all be handed over to you.
Old Li looked at Hao Lingfei with heartfelt emotion. In the future, the entire town's mystery, even the whole China, belongs to the young people. The wheels of the era have already set sail again. The great tide has already arrived.
What they can do is only follow the trend. What they can do is only cultivate the next generation and pave the way for future generations. Each generation does its own thing.
Child, that said, but your strength must not fall behind. Don't worry, Grandpa Li, none of those petty thugs are my opponents. Even those 2 from the beautiful country, I can kick them.
When it comes to strength, Hao Lingfei is very confident.
Ha ha ha, a vigorous young person.
Well done, that's the attitude to have, keep it up. Chapter 108, A New Era Has Arrived.
November 10, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 28 days until the strange revival. Heroes of the world are as numerous as the fish crossing the river, countless as the hairs on a cow. Ye Xuan stood in the room, sighing. In the game, there are a total of 130,000 ghost generals.
Among them, 32 have self-awakened ghost domains.
This world has never lacked geniuses.
System, it's time to give this world a little shock.
First, game update. Second, materialize props in power. Ye Xuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly instructing the system.
Alright, preparing.
Preparation successful, game is starting to update, expected time, 3 hours. Meanwhile, players all over Blue Star were kicked out of the game.
What's happening? Is the horror game being updated? Did you not see the announcement?
I heard this time it's a major update.
Major update? Then I'm even more looking forward to it.
Hee, 3 hours, I can wait for you 3 hours, first let me have a smoke.
Players all over Blue Star were quietly waiting for the game update.
3 hours, they can wait. Players were in anticipation, but the country had already started to operate at full capacity. Police cars were driving on the streets, numerous fully armed special police were patrolling back and forth with police dogs.
This scene appeared all over China.
Other countries were also puzzled by this.
They didn't understand the actions of the Chinese government. It's just a game update, why does it feel like preparing for war?
However, the governments of various countries became alert.
China's weight in Blue Star is significant.
Huaxia does this for sure with its own purpose. Thus, these countries began to follow suit and sent out their own security teams to start patrolling.
Are you ready? In Jinchang, the ghost bureau of a secondary town.
Director Wang Dong looked at the 5 young people in front of him with a serious tone. Report, Director, always ready. The 5 young people shouted excitedly with expressions full of enthusiasm.
Good.
Wang Dong smiled slightly.
These 5 young people were the strongest players in their Jinchang. Each one was a ghost general in the game.
Once they materialized, Jinchang would have 5 ghost generals stationed. At that time, even if Jinchang became chaotic, it could be immediately suppressed. And these 5 young people were even more excited at that moment. Since joining the Ghost Bureau, they knew what was about to happen.
The strength in the game could be brought into reality.
At that time, they would be ghost generals, high and mighty ghost generals.
Identity and status changed instantly.
And this scene was happening in ghost bureaus across Huaxia. They had already gathered all the powerful players from the game beforehand, just for this moment.
3 hours passed quickly.
But for them, it felt very long. Hurry, materialize strength.
Quick, increase patrol intensity.
At this moment, all of Huaxia was fully operational.
Countless players frantically entered the game.
Upon entering the game, they saw the game update content.
Game update completed, the updates are as follows. First, the Jinchang large map is open, players can explore freely within Jinchang, and each location has hidden tasks. Completing them will reward players with a large number of energy point rewards. Second, the single-player mode of the dungeon remains, players can choose not to enter the Jinchang large map. Third, all permissions are open, players can attack each other. Note, if a player is killed, half of the killed player's items and energy points will be obtained by the killer. Fourth, the game strength and item materialization function is activated. In the first stage, players can materialize up to half-step ghost general strength and materialize a maximum of 2 items. Fifth, clubs are open, guilds are open, and faction functions are open. Players can freely form factions and guilds. Sixth, players from different countries have different factions. If killed by a foreign player, all items and energy points will be obtained by the killer. Seventh, a nationality claiming mechanism is added. Players can claim their nationality upon entering the game.
Once confirmed, nationality cannot be changed.
The above is the complete update content of the game.
Finally, wish all players happy gaming. Seeing this series of game update content, the originally enthusiastic players were all confused. They could understand the game content.
But what does materializing strength and items mean?
At the moment countless players were confused, the ghost bureaus across Huaxia had already begun to act.
Correspondingly, major families and large financial groups.
Through various connections, they had already learned the inside story.
Is the materialization of strength and items the kind of materialization I imagine?
In an abandoned factory, a middle-aged man with a scruffy face wearing a blood-stained denim jacket narrowed his eyes.
He was lying on a recliner wearing a VR helmet.
In the game, he gently clicked to materialize. Detecting that the player has fused with a long-haired ghost in the game, possessing half-step ghost general strength.
Do you want to materialize all strength? Yes. Materialization requires 3,000 energy points, do you want to pay?
Glancing at his 5,000 energy points balance, the middle-aged man continued to click.
Yes. Okay, materializing strength. There may be some discomfort during the process, please do not panic.
The next moment, black energy appeared on the surface of the VR helmet, and this black energy formed a long-haired shadow beside the middle-aged man. In the next instant, this long-haired shadow directly walked into the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man's body was undergoing some unknown changes. Time was passing slowly. 5 minutes later, the fusion was complete. Power manifestation complete. The player can also manifest up to 2 more items. Do you want to manifest? I want to manifest a big machete and a Gatling gun. A total of 500 energy points. Manifest. Manifestation successful. In the real world, Ye Xuan took off his helmet and looked at the big machete stuck in the ground in front of him and the Gatling gun next to it, his face filled with disbelief. Really, is it really manifested? His voice trembled. His eyes were wide with shock. He raised his right hand, and with a thought, a wisp of dark energy quietly wrapped around his arm. This is real, this is real. Ah, it's really true. I am now a strong man, a real strong man. Ye Xuan held the big machete in his right hand and the Gatling gun in his left hand, laughing heartily in the factory. You brat, what are you shouting about? I told you to guard the gate, but you came here to play games. What are you holding? Suddenly, a scolding voice came from behind. Ye Xuan turned around. A middle-aged man with a baseball bat emerged from the shadows. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you dumb? The scolding voice came again. As he stepped out of the darkness, he finally saw clearly. The once timid Ye Xuan, who would bow his head and not dare to speak after being scolded, now looked at him with arrogance. And in his hand, he was holding a Gatling gun? He widened his eyes in shock. What the hell? Where did this brat get a Gatling gun? Lu San, you used to scold me, I didn't care. But now, if you still scold me? Then it's your fault. Ye Xuan lightly pulled the trigger. Da da da, da da da. The barrel spun, flames flickered. The dense bullets directly pierced through the middle-aged man's body. He didn't even know what happened before his body fell stiffly into a pool of blood. The world has changed. In the future, I must. Ye Xuan lost himself in ecstasy. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed 3 long shadows at his feet. He turned around. 3 figures were standing at the door of the factory. Hello, comrade from Huaxia Town. Strange incident, killing is not a good behavior. Please come with us for a trip. Chapter 109, then I will say a few words. Host, there has been a reaction, the bizarre recovery rate has accelerated. Then let it accelerate. A new era has arrived, the strong live, and the weak die. I have fed them the food right to their mouths, the rest, let them handle it themselves. Sitting in darkness, Ye Xuan sneered. Without himself and the system, normally, at the initial stage of bizarre recovery, these guys would be powerless. Now, he had given them knives and guns. The rest, let them handle it themselves. Still the same saying, no matter how it goes, the damn trash will eventually die. Makes sense. Seeing the system's response, Ye Xuan smiled slightly. The reason he didn't manifest the Ghost General was because the system had said so. The Ghost General and those beneath it were a critical point. Once the Ghost General could truly manifest, it would definitely provoke the world's will to counterattack. At that time, the situation would completely spiral out of control, and the human world would descend into hell. So, Ye Xuan decided not to manifest the Ghost General's power for now. Food must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked step by step. Although this wave was thrilling, too much thrill wouldn't do. Ye Xuan needed to ensure that the situation remained under his control. He was a man who wanted to be a savior. In this situation, even if there was large-scale loss of control, he could quickly suppress it. By the way, system, I have a big gift pack, right? Open it. Okay, the big gift pack is opening now. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the Ghost Commander by Wu Chang. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the strange tool Huangquan 12 needles. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the strange tool Huangquan cloak. 3 items, this time it feels a bit less. If you dislike it, give it back to me. Ye Xuan. The system is really getting more and more mischievous. However, that's fine, because now I can truly share my heart, only with the system. Invincible is so lonely. 12 needles of the underworld, 12 silver needles buried deep in the underworld, stained with a thick aura of the underworld, even the Ghost King would have to take a detour upon seeing them. Cloak of the underworld, a cloak soaked in the aura of the underworld, which naturally suppresses the strange. Wearing it looks very cool. Meanwhile, the entire Huaxia began to fall into chaos. Countless people at the bottom of society, who complained about fate's unfairness, suddenly gained the power to freely decide the life and death of others.
What do you think they will do?
On this night, Huaxia rarely issued a curfew.
Ordinary civilians were not allowed to go out at night.
Countless police cars and military vehicles patrolled the streets back and forth. Members of the Strange Suppression Office also roamed throughout the city, immediately arresting anyone found breaking the law. Those who resisted arrest were shot dead on the spot.
No mercy whatsoever.
The methods were incredibly ruthless.
Deep in Huaxia's mountains, some truly terrifying things were slowly awakening.
Some 100 ghosts marched through the night, slaughtering an entire village. Others, strange creatures screamed to the sky, maddened as they headed to big cities. Even fierce ghosts got married on the street, but were quickly suppressed by the Strange Suppression Office.
At this moment, the world seemed to be in disarray.
Online, the situation had already exploded.
Can anyone tell me what the heck is happening?
My deceased great-grandmother is actually standing at the door waving at me.
Ha 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 ha, I am now a half-step ghost general, I am a real power. With the apocalypse here, I am the protagonist. The end of the world is here?
Awesome, this is the world I hoped for, this is the world I wanted, respect for strength. Dear friends, I have formed a force called Source of Calamity, it's in the game, whoever wants to join can come directly.
Just killed someone, pretty good, killing feels really great.
The Strange Suppression Office of Huaxia has intervened.
Dad, I was wrong, I didn't kill anyone, I was bragging. Strangeness reviving, supernatural events? I woke up and the world has changed?
Mom, I'm scared, please don't mess with me.
The internet exploded. Netizens had mixed views on the event.
Some were happy, some were afraid.
And at this moment, the authorities urgently issued a statement.
Dear citizens, please do not panic, the entire blue planet is undergoing a major change, a transformation that will alter the world. However, the country has already formulated response strategies, please stay in your homes and trust the nation. Also, some with impure thoughts, please hold back your insidious intent, the nation will always be the sword hanging over your heads.
Finally, please trust the nation, it will handle everything well.
If you encounter an on-Myoji attack or a strange invasion, please call the Strange Suppression Office hotlines, 44444. Upon seeing the government's message, the originally restless netizens calmed down. Indeed, although the world has changed, there is still the country. Timid and scared citizens felt a sense of peace.
Those with impure thoughts also suppressed their inner evil.
At that moment, they couldn't help but think of the Strange Suppression Office established by the nation some days ago, and how the government had conducted household investigations. It turns out that the state had already been prepared for all of this. The Strange Suppression Office was indeed set up to deal with this incident.
Some onlookers, who loved excitement, felt a bit disappointed. Why is this so different from what was written in the novels? This impact might be too great.
At the headquarters of the Strange Suppression Office in Huaxia, Director Li's face was grim. Although there had been preparations, the losses were extremely significant. Beside him, Hao Lingfei looked a bit unnatural. He looked at the documents in his hand, lowering his head without saying a word. In the 5 hours since the manifestation of power, the number of crimes throughout Huaxia reached up to 3 million cases. The death toll soared to a staggering 340,000. These two pieces of data made him shudder with fear. Clearly, they had made thorough preparations, but
why are so many people still dying? This can't be helped.
Compared to other countries, we have done very well,
a senior said quietly.
As soon as these words came out, others nodded in agreement.
We, in Huaxia, have indeed done very well. Abroad, it's a scene of unbearable tragedy.
Strange horrors run rampant, and citizens are killing each other, it's completely chaotic. We can't compare with other countries. Old Li glanced at these people and spoke calmly. They have information, and the outside world does not. They prepared for a month, the other side did not.
How can we compare?
Right now, the most important thing is to maintain stability, we must stabilize completely.
The legislation aimed at demon controllers must be introduced quickly.
Also, send heavy troops to seal off all famous mountains and rivers. Old Li's tone was serious.
Famous mountains and rivers are the top priority. Especially those mass graves and similar things, who knows what's inside?
And those places where humans have never set foot, these are all hidden dangers.
This has already begun.
They began doing this a month ago.
After all, the Mountain Lord's incident is still fresh in their minds.
Next, please let the deputy director speak. Old Li looked at the young Hao Lingfei beside him. At the same time, several gazes fell on Hao Lingfei.
Ah, me? Hao Lingfei looked confused, pointing at himself.
Child, share your thoughts. Old Li encouraged him to speak.
Feeling Old Li's encouraging gaze, Hao Lingfei gathered his courage.
Since that's the case, I'll say a few words.
I have 5 main points. Chapter 110, Oh, brother, we are adventurers.
November 11th, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 27 days before the strange resurrection.
Lucia, you look beautiful today. Thank you, Belle. At a farm, several young men and women were moving huge instruments. By the way, Belle, are we really going to that haunted house? But I saw online that it's really strange.
Lucia, in a pink dress with a doll-like face, looked worried at the bare-chested muscular man before her.
Hey, Lucia, you have to know that those things online are just made up to scare people. Over the years, how many things have Huaxia made up?
Don't be overly dramatic, after all, our Bible does not record so-called strange things, only those damned demons.
Belle held his breath hard and placed the equipment directly on the small truck, clapping his hands and laughing. Lucia, I remember your grandma's medical expenses might not be enough.
You have to know that now the strange phenomenon is getting a lot of attention if we go explore that haunted house while streaming live.
Do you know?
Perhaps the earnings from one night would be enough to pay off your grandma's medical bills and have her discharged in good health.
Seeing Lucia still hesitant, Belle continued to speak with a smile.
Belle is right, Lucia, your grandma still needs money for treatment.
You really need this money, don't you?
A woman in revealing clothes and a ponytail laughed from a distance.
Faced with the advice of her two friends, Lucia's expression went from hesitation to determination.
You guys are right, Belle and Xia, this is all a trick by Huaxia, and I'm not afraid.
Lucia's eyes were resolute. That's more like it.
According to Huaxia netizens, we're just riding the wave, the internet's attention is so high, as long as we start streaming, we can surely make a fortune. Then, your grandma's treatment costs will be covered, and Xia and I will also have the money for our wedding.
Hey, brother, don't forget about me. From across the car, a young man with a hat waved at them. Oh, Diaz, we won't forget you. Xia smiled sweetly. Okay, let's go.
Belle clapped his hands to close the truck bed. In this truck, all the equipment they need to stream is placed.
Go, let's go. Get in the car.
The vehicle started and slowly left the farm,
walking towards an unknown place.
As the vehicle moved forward, the scenery gradually became beautiful. The only downside was that it was getting more remote, with not a single car in sight. In the end, the vehicle drove into the mountains. However, at this moment, the sky was getting darker. The vehicle traveled through the wild mountains.
The four people in the car looked excited. We are almost there, Belle, hurry and check the equipment.
The driver, Diaz, spoke to Belle in the passenger seat.
Okay. Belle turned around and began assembling the equipment with the two girls in the back seat.
This equipment was equipped with a signal amplifier, signal receiver, and satellite receiver, capable of directly receiving satellite signals. After all, the internet coverage in the beautiful country was truly touching. Compared to China, the internet in the beautiful country was simply a pile of junk. This situation had still not been solved, even by 2058.
Oh, friends, we have arrived.
In the darkness, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Outside was pitch black, and one could not see their own hand.
Moreover, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Inside the car, only a few breaths could be heard. Xia, I'm scared.
Looking at the darkness around, Lucia's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. The spirit she had just managed to muster crumbled quietly at this moment.
Don't be afraid, we are all here. Belle, action. All right. Xia patted Lucia's shoulder to comfort her.
Belle, in the passenger seat, took a flashlight and got out of the car. He shone the flashlight over to the trunk, opening it. With Diaz's help, the two lifted the huge generator down. Besides the generator, there were also two large floodlights.
Assembling the generator and installing the floodlights. In the next moment, the two floodlights lit up. The environment that was once blind in darkness suddenly shone bright as day.
See, under the glow of my treasure, even if the devil crawls out from the ground, he will be frightened to death. Belle proudly patted the floodlight beside him. However, at that moment, no one paid attention to Belle. The three people's eyes were instead fixed on the haunted house in the distance. Under the bright light, that haunted house, filled with countless terrifying legends, looked like a monster crawling out of a nightmare. It stood abruptly in the desolate courtyard. The house was an old Victorian-style mansion, but all the elegance and symmetry had been distorted. Large patches of wall plaster had fallen off, the roof was uneven, and several windows jutted out awkwardly, like tumors on the house's forehead. The front door had long rotted away, with half of the porch roof caved in, resembling a crooked, cold smile. That heavy wooden door was half open, and the dark doorway seemed to swallow all light.
What was most unsettling were the vines clinging to the walls.
They were not the usual green but rather withered and blackened, like countless dried arms tightly entwined, digging into the gaps of the wooden walls.
Xia, it seems to be watching us, like it's smiling at us.
Lucia, somewhat scared, hugged Xia's arm.
Relax, darling, it's just an old house that has weathered the storm. Xia patted Lucia's shoulder to show reassurance. Right, just an old house, maybe soon it will collapse. Belle laughed heartily.
Meanwhile, Diaz had already set up the live streaming equipment.
Friends, I'm about to start the live stream, are you ready? Holding something like a camera, Diaz smiled gently. Oh, man, hurry up and start.
I can't wait to explore this haunted house, I already feel money waving at me.
Belle's expression was excited. If this went well, he could earn a lot of money this time. 3, 2, 1, start. Diaz linked the signal.
At this moment, the live stream officially began. Meanwhile, on the largest social media platform abroad, DRBE, a live stream appeared quietly. We are about to explore the famous Maki haunted house.
Walking towards an unknown place.
As the vehicle moved forward, the scenery gradually became beautiful. The only downside was that it was getting more remote, with not a single car in sight. In the end, the vehicle drove into the mountains. However, at this moment, the sky was getting darker. The vehicle traveled through the wild mountains.
The 4 people in the car looked excited. We are almost there, Belle, hurry and check the equipment.
The driver, Diaz, spoke to Belle in the passenger seat.
Okay. Belle turned around and began assembling the equipment with the 2 girls in the back seat.
This equipment was equipped with a signal amplifier, signal receiver, and satellite receiver, capable of directly receiving satellite signals. After all, the internet coverage in the beautiful country was truly touching. Compared to China, the internet in the beautiful country was simply a pile of junk. This situation had still not been solved, even by 2058.
Oh, friends, we have arrived.
In the darkness, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Outside was pitch black, and one could not see their own hand.
Moreover, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Inside the car, only a few breaths could be heard.
Xia, I'm scared. Looking at the darkness around, Lucia's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. The spirit she had just managed to muster crumbled quietly at this moment. Don't be afraid, we are all here.
Belle, action. All right. Xia patted Lucia's shoulder to comfort her.
Belle, in the passenger seat, took a flashlight and got out of the car. He shone the flashlight over to the trunk, opening it. With Diaz's help, the 2 lifted the huge generator down. Besides the generator, there were also 2 large floodlights.
Assembling the generator and installing the floodlights. In the next moment, the 2 floodlights lit up. The environment that was once blind in darkness suddenly shone bright as day.
See, under the glow of my treasure, even if the devil crawls out from the ground, he will be frightened to death. Belle proudly patted the floodlight beside him. However, at that moment, no one paid attention to Belle. The 3 people's eyes were instead fixed on the haunted house in the distance. Under the bright light, that haunted house, filled with countless terrifying legends, looked like a monster crawling out of a nightmare. It stood abruptly in the desolate courtyard. The house was an old Victorian-style mansion, but all the elegance and symmetry had been distorted. Large patches of wall plaster had fallen off, the roof was uneven, and several windows jutted out awkwardly, like tumors on the house's forehead. The front door had long rotted away, with half of the porch roof caved in, resembling a crooked, cold smile. That heavy wooden door was half open, and the dark doorway seemed to swallow all light.
What was most unsettling were the vines clinging to the walls.
They were not the usual green but rather withered and blackened, like countless dried arms tightly entwined, digging into the gaps of the wooden walls.
Xia, it seems to be watching us, like it's smiling at us.
Lucia, somewhat scared, hugged Xia's arm.
Relax, darling, it's just an old house that has weathered the storm. Xia patted Lucia's shoulder to show reassurance.
Right, just an old house, maybe soon it will collapse.
Belle laughed heartily.
Meanwhile, Diaz had already set up the live streaming equipment.
Friends, I'm about to start the live stream, are you ready? Holding something like a camera, Diaz smiled gently. Oh, man, hurry up and start.
I can't wait to explore this haunted house, I already feel money waving at me.
Belle's expression was excited. If this went well, he could earn a lot of money this time. 3, 2, 1, start. Diaz linked the signal.
At this moment, the live stream officially began. Meanwhile, on the largest social media platform abroad, DRBE, a live stream appeared quietly. We are about to explore the famous Maki haunted house.
The bizarre revival is a conspiracy of Huaxia. We must expose Huaxia's conspiracy.
This live broadcast title quickly attracted a large number of foreign users.
Now, the 2 biggest topics in the world are Bazaar and Huaxia. These 2 words represent very huge traffic. 100, 200, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. Oh my god. Looking at the skyrocketing numbers, Diaz was momentarily shocked into silence. Perhaps, this time they would really make a fortune?
Friends, hello everyone, I am Diaz, and these 3 are my partners, they are Belle, Lucia, and Xia. Yesterday, Huaxia promoted the Bazaar revival. Bazaar means ghosts or monsters, similar to our demons.
In summary, Huaxia means that demons are about to crawl out from the ground?
Regarding this statement, I am very, very, very skeptical. To break Huaxia's lies, we specially came to the famous Maji ghost house. We want to see if there really are demons inside.
If there are really demons revived, then there will definitely be demons in Maji ghost house. If there are no demons in Maji ghost house, then Huaxia's lies will be broken by us.
Diaz's excited tone filled the live broadcast room. And in the live broadcast room, global viewers instantly erupted at this moment.
Chapter 111.
Oh, bro, something seems off.
Oh my god, bro, haven't you played horror games? The Bazaar revival is fake? Bro, you went a bit too far this time. I hope the Bazaar and Maji ghost house won't have ideas about you.
Poor brother, I will mourn for you in advance.
These people really haven't experienced horror games?
I don't know, but I've already seen their end. Their heads will definitely be twisted off by the Bazaar.
What are you guys talking about?
Bro, I believe you, Huaxia's lies will eventually be broken.
Bell, what is this Bazaar game they are talking about?
Looking at the live stream comments, Diaz looked puzzled.
Why do the comments seem different from what he imagined? In his imagination, these people should be applauding, right? I don't know. But this also indicates that we have succeeded, right?
Bell revealed a mysterious smile. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream reached 100,000.
This is simply a miracle. Oh, you are right. We need to start exploring. Diaz also revealed a smile.
Although horror games are popular nationwide, almost half of the players are in Huaxia. There are many foreign players, but compared to the total foreign population, they are quite few. Foreign players only make up 10.8% of the foreign population. The remaining 80% of foreigners have never experienced horror games.
Let's start exploring. Diaz held the camera and followed behind Bell.
Bell held a wooden stick in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Xia and Lucia each held a flashlight as the four of them headed toward the decayed, old, and eerie ghost house. They moved slowly, their footsteps light. Be careful, Bell, this ghost house is very old. If we are not careful and it collapses, we will all be buried inside. Xia whispered. The four of them carefully stepped onto the creaking porch stairs. Bell raised the stick in his hand and pried the door open. Creak. The unpleasant friction sound was especially piercing in the dead silence. Inside was a spacious entrance hall, and the flashlight beam swept across. The entire room was filled with dust and various cobwebs, and the furniture was covered with thick white cloth. Several crooked picture frames hung on the walls, and the faces in the portraits were blurry, but their eyes seemed to follow the light's movement.
So messy. Bell couldn't help but complain.
He took a step forward, and the floor beneath him suddenly groaned under the burden.
Diaz, stay close to me, we'll go check the second floor.
Bell turned his head to look at Diaz.
He waved at Diaz.
However, upon seeing Diaz, he frowned slightly. He saw Diaz standing behind him, his face pale, his lips trembling, pointing towards his back.
Bell, there is something behind you. Bell suddenly turned around upon hearing this.
The beam of the flashlight swept across, and at the end of the hallway leading to the kitchen, it seemed like a vague shadow in a white dress flashed by.
Who?
Bell shouted loudly, his heart racing. He raised the wooden stick and walked forward. The kitchen was empty. There was only an old rusty stove.
Diaz, what did you see just now?
Bell turned back to look at Diaz, who was holding the camera. I saw a white female ghost, with disheveled hair, a pale face, and wide-open eyes, very scary.
Diaz's tone was tense. Bell, there can't really be a ghost here, right?
Diaz looked around, his voice shaking slightly.
He really saw something just now. It might be a reflection or perhaps Diaz's imagination. At that moment, Xia, who was holding Lucia, walked up quietly.
She had just given Lucia quite a bit of psychological support to bring her here.
The brief delay made her miss seeing the female ghost Diaz mentioned.
Step by step, step by step. At that moment, a series of clear, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the second floor.
The four of them froze instantly.
Their faces were filled with disbelief.
Footsteps? In this haunted house, who else could there be besides them?
There's someone upstairs. It must be that female ghost, definitely the ghost from just now.
Diaz stammered.
Only he saw the female ghost clearly just now.
It might be an animal, or maybe the house structure is aging, making noises. Xia pretended to be calm. Let's just go up and take a look.
Bell gritted his teeth, the thrill of adventure pushed down his inner fear.
Xia was right, it might just be an animal.
Led by Bell, the four of them headed to the third floor. Diaz wanted to run, but his friends were all here.
He couldn't run.
Because the gifs in the live stream had already begun to fill the screen.
This was an opportunity for sudden wealth, he didn't want to miss it. Maybe he really saw it wrong? The third floor was a deep corridor, with closed doors on both sides. At the end of the corridor was a patch of darkness. The air grew even colder. Bell held the flashlight and walked step by step toward the end of the corridor. When he reached the end, he found a door before him. A wooden door in relatively good condition. The earlier footsteps seemed to have come from behind this door. Bell raised his hand and gently pushed open the wooden door in front of him. The beam of the flashlight swept across. The room inside was clean, contrasting sharply with the dirt and chaos outside. Bell walked in, and the other three followed him into the room one by one. Boom! Suddenly, the door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang. All four were startled and jumped. Oh, shit! Bell cursed softly and moved forward. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the door he had just pushed open easily. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, a wonderful melody echoed in the room. In the pitch-black room, the four of them felt cold hands and feet. The flashlight had long since gone out without them noticing. No, I'm scared, I'm afraid, I'm scared, Xia, I'm scared. Lucia hugged Xia, her body trembling constantly. Bang! The music suddenly stopped. Hey, don't be afraid, friends, it's just a music box, it's okay now. Looking at the music box on the table that he smashed into pieces, Diaz smiled slightly. Well done, Diaz. Bell gave Diaz an appreciative glance. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the music that had disappeared started again. Shit! Where is that sound from? Diaz's face turned pale. The music box was smashed to pieces by him. Where was the music coming from? As the music grew louder, the fear in the hearts of the four was infinitely amplified at that moment. Damn it! Bell started hitting the door with the wooden stick. Diaz trembled while holding the camera. Xia bit her lip, holding Lucia, silent and speechless. My doll, sunk at the bottom of the river. Golden hair tangled in water plants, glassy eyes gazing at the sky. They say home is warm with candlelight. Only I know how sweet the edge of the kitchen knife is. Suddenly, a hollow and emotionless song floated in from outside the door. And the sound was getting closer. Tap, tap, tap. Besides the music, there were footsteps coming near. At this moment, the four held their breath together. Things seemed completely wrong. P.S. There haven't been any gifts recently, and I can't release my drafts. What should I do? Dear readers, what do you think we should do? Chapter 112, Evil Ghost released. The four hid in the room, holding their breath. Each one tightly covered their mouths. Fear was infinitely amplified at this moment. The song grew louder. The footsteps also came closer. La la la, I count stars at the bottom of the river. One is mom, one is you. La la la, the water waves are my lullaby. Tonight, come down and play games with me. The song was crisp, devoid of any emotion. Bang! 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 At this time, the wooden door in front began to make a clamor, shaking violently. I'm scared. Lucia tightly hugged Xia's arm, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Not to mention Lucia, the once invincible Belle now sat on the ground, afraid to move. Chilled to the bone. Fear arose from within. A few beams of moonlight spilled in through the old window behind. Creak. A crisp sound echoed in the quiet night. The wooden door before them opened. The four widened their eyes, their bodies involuntarily retreating. The wooden door slowly opened. Their hearts pounded violently at this moment. Just when they were ready to face the demon, they found there was no one outside the door. Before the wooden door was a long corridor. In the entire corridor, there was nothing. No one? Bell, who was ready to embrace death, gazed at the empty corridor, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Perhaps, there is no so-called demon. The song just now must have come from some music box. Wasn't the music just like that too? Not seeing the imagined demon, Bell seemed a bit more relaxed. At this moment, he grew braver. He slowly stood up. Friends, let's get up, maybe it was just our illusion. Let's not scare ourselves. Bell held a wooden stick. He stretched his body, feeling very good about himself. Seeing Bell unafraid, Diaz also stood up, holding the camera. As the only boy in the team, he absolutely could not be scared. If he was scared, how embarrassing would that be? Diaz, come, let's go take a look. That sound was definitely from a music box. Let's go. Saying this, under Bell's lead, the two walked along the corridor. The two figures vanished from sight. Xia, let's go out, I'm scared. Lucia whispered while holding Xia's arm. Her face was filled with fear. Even her voice trembled as she spoke. Lucia, don't be afraid, I'll take you out. Xia patted Lucia's hand to comfort her softly. She also didn't want to stay here any longer, she wanted to go out. After all, this place was too strange. No, Belle, don't, no. Diaz, help me, quick, help me. Diaz, cut off my hand, hurry, this ghost is coming, it's coming. My leg, my leg. No, don't come over. Creak. Suddenly, from the distant darkness, came piercing screams. The screams only lasted for a few seconds before slowly fading away. At this moment, the entire corridor again fell into silence. Xia and Lucia, wanting to leave, stood in the corridor. They stood still, afraid to move. The screams just now had come from up ahead. That voice belonged to Belle and Diaz. Belle, Diaz, are you okay? Belle? Diaz? Xia bravely called out loud. Her voice echoed through the dark corridor. But no one answered her. Lucia, you stay here and wait for me, I'll go take a look. No, Xia, no. Lucia shook her head, tears still flowing from her eyes. Lucia, we are a team, Belle and Diaz are our friends. Belle is my fiancée. No matter what happens, I must check. You wait here for me. If I take too long, you run as far away as you can. Xia looked seriously at Lucia. She patted Lucia's hand, then turned and walked ahead. Lucia stood still, tears floating in her eyes. She watched Xia disappear into the dark corridor. As time passed, Xia's footsteps gradually faded. Eventually, the footsteps completely vanished. Lucia stood there, waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Half an hour passed. There was no movement in front of her. And she had not waited for Xia to return. No, Xia, where are you? After half an hour, Lucia's legs were numb. Her voice trembled, taking small steps, she groped forward alone. In the dark corridor, only her rapid breathing and the loud thumping of her heart could be heard. This is live streaming equipment? As she walked, Lucia found the live streaming device that Diaz had been holding. She bent down and picked up the device. In her hand, a sticky feeling came from it. Lucia raised her palm and walked closer. Reaching a window, leveraging the moonlight outside, she lifted her hand. In the moonlight, she finally saw clearly. Her hand was covered in blood, and the live streaming device was also smeared with blood. Whose blood is this? Perhaps the answer no longer needs guessing. No, Xia, Belle, Diaz. Lucia shook her head repeatedly. She stumbled and turned to leave. She exited the corridor and descended the stairs to the first floor. In the darkness, the small group of 4 was now left with only her. At that moment, a figure stood near the distant door. Illuminated by the moonlight, a shadow stretched to her feet. Xia? Lucia held the live streaming device, looking at that figure. Though she couldn't see the face, the shape looked very much like her good friend, Xia. It's me, Lucia, I am Xia. Come on, let's go back together. Xia, is it really you? Lucia set the live streaming device down and walked closer. Getting nearer, she saw clearly. The person in front of her was indeed Xia. But at this moment, Xia looked unwell, her face was pale, devoid of color, eyes sunken, making her look terrifying. Lucia, hold my hand, we must leave here. There are demons here, Belle and Diaz were killed by demons, we need to get out, we need to call the police. Xia seemed to be in shock, her face filled with fear, shaking her head repeatedly. Xia, let's go back, let's go back. Lucia took Xia's hand, and they left together. And the live streaming device fell to the ground at the door, unattended. The camera of the live streaming device pointed at their backs. And in the live stream, the chat flooded with messages. But they could not see it. Oh no, Lucia, she is not your friend, she is a demon, do not take her away. The demon is trapped in the haunted house, it has possessed Xia, using Lucia to break the seal to escape. Oh, friends, we are in danger. I live around here, I'm moving tomorrow, I have to move, no, I must move now. Now we must move. It's too terrifying, the demon is really too scary, she is completely a devil. Why didn't the demon harm Lucia? She needs someone to help her break the seal of the haunted house, perhaps there is something special about Lucia. Oh my god, what is happening to this world? Damn it. Chapter 113, let's put the game aside for now. November 12, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 26 days until the bizarre revival. A village in Hiku Town experienced a massacre overnight, with all villagers dead. Initial investigation suggested is due to the bizarre, and follow-up results are under investigation.
A skinning case was found in the Kongshan building, with the victim's skin cruelly stripped off. Initial investigations suggest it is due to the bazaar, and follow-up results await police announcement. A family annihilation case occurred in Victory Community, with 8 innocent victims. The case is under investigation, and initial judgment suggests it is man-made.
Some citizens reported hearing strange howls in Dachang Mountain, seemingly not from animals.
Sakura Country claims the bazaar events are created by Huaxia and demands compensation for losses. Datong Country has strongly protested against Huaxia, claiming the bazaar events are Huaxia's strategic weapon meant to unify the world. Beautiful Country severely condemns Huaxia, which boasts of being peace-loving. This time, their methods are indeed too dirty.
Huaxia officials remind residents to avoid going out at night. If encountering the bazaar, please immediately call the town's Bazaar Bureau hotline. TSK, it has already begun. Putting his phone away, Ye Xuan put on his clothes. Tisk, so handsome. Looking at the handsome guy in the mirror, Ye Xuan stylishly fixed his hair. There aren't many people as handsome as him left in this world. After tidying himself up, Ye Xuan opened the door and left the room alone. Staying at home too long can mess with your mind. This time, the target is Dachang Mountain. Because after the big map of Jincheng opened, he received a lot of information. This information was all sorted and sent to him by the system. Games are the future world. And now he knows about all the good things that have occurred in Jincheng. Coincidentally, Dachang Mountain has a good thing. The streets are very empty. After the bazaar revival, not to mention at night, even during the day, few people dare to go out. As for work and study? Is life not more important? Social order seems to have faced severe provocation. Of course, there are game players exploring everywhere. They are ghost tamers. Are they afraid of these trifling bazaar events? The hunt for the bazaar has begun. Thanks to these players' help, the pressure on the town's bazaar bureau has eased. Just as Ye Xuan was heading to Dachang Mountain, our good friend also started a livestream. That's right, that good friend is. Hello, everyone, I am Master of Skills. Master of Skills is your old friend. I wonder how everyone's situation is now. In the livestream, Master of Skills greeted the audience with a smile. And the popularity of the livestream quickly rose. In just a few minutes, the number of online viewers reached over 100,000. These are all loyal fans of Master of Skills. Damn it, I'm stuck at home, scared to even open the door, afraid a bazaar being will break in and kill me. Damn it, it's all the fault of horror games for bringing disasters into the real world. I'm really amazed. Luckily, I played games earlier. Now I can say I'm a powerful level of ghost, so it shouldn't be too hard. I just got into the game yesterday. Does any big shot have some energy points to spare? I want to buy a girl. Is there any stronger player? I'm 175 centimeters tall, weigh 100 gene, I can be sweet or salty, and most importantly, I'm still a virgin. Is there a big brother willing to protect me? I'm a lowly. Whatever big brother can do, I can do too. If he can't do it, I can do that too. Damn, can all you chickens roll out? Seeing the atmosphere in the livestream, Master of Skills also sighed. The strange revival, a term that only existed in novels, has arrived in the real world. To be honest, he was also very shocked. But now, he has accepted all of this. There was no way to stop it, only to accept it. To be honest, he did not feel disgusted. Because, with the help of horror games, he successfully crossed classes, and now, he is even better than others. Women, money, status, for him now, they are all within reach. As for why livestream? On one hand, it is a hobby, on the other hand, it is for showing off. Friends, something has happened, and all we can do is accept it calmly. At the very least, such a change is also an opportunity for us ordinary people, isn't it? Now, nothing is impossible, I believe you all know what I mean. For those who died in this disaster, I offer my condolences. Juehua brother finished speaking and bowed in front of the camera. In the live stream room, there was also a series of moments of silence. 3 seconds later, Juehua brother stood up. And a smile appeared on his face again. Brothers, this time the game has undergone a major reform, directly opening up the Gene City large map. Based on my understanding, the Gene City in the game is exactly the same as the Gene City in the real world, with no differences, every place is the same. The degree of freedom has been maxed out at this moment. At this point, Juehua brother seemed a little excited. Today, I want to take everyone to see this newly reformed game properly. With a thought from Juehua brother, the camera pulled up. The entire Gene City gradually appeared in the eyes of the audience. At this moment, Juehua brother was walking along a street continuously. The streamer here reminds everyone, new players, or players who are not strong enough, do not come to Jinling large map. Because in the large map, while the degree of freedom is maxed out, the risk is also maxed out, players can attack each other. If you are killed by a domestic player, half of your items and energy points will become the others. If you are killed by a foreign player, everything on you will be looted.
So, new players should honestly grind monsters in single-player dungeons. Wait until you're strong enough before coming to this Jinling large map.
Juehua brothers' voice echoed in the live stream room. This remark reminded the audience in the live stream.
Damn it, I went to Jin City large map last night and got killed. The one who killed me was a cold country player. All my 3,000 energy points are gone, and so are my items.
I'm really fed up.
Hee. I killed 3 Sakura country players yesterday and stole over 2,000 energy points. It felt really good. Speaking of this, I'm not sleepy anymore. Big shots. Keep an eye out for Sakura country players after going in. Don't worry, there are already big shots offering rewards. Kill a Sakura country player and get 1,000 Huaxia coins, no cap, earn money and enjoy the game at the same time.
Does that cold country player dare to challenge? Watch me go in today and directly block them from killing.
The beautiful country has already formed 3 guilds, and they are all hunting players from various countries with very cruel methods.
What about our country's guild?
Our guild is also being formed. It is said there are big shots leading the team. Speaking of which, I feel like countries will end up fighting sooner or later.
It's just a matter of time. The world will already start recruiting troops, aiming at Sakura. Hiss, why does the game seem a little twisted?
Hee, let's put the game's weirdness aside for now. Let's defeat other countries in turn first. Looking at the live stream's barrage, Juehua brother smiled helplessly.
Indeed, since the opening of Jin City large map,
players haven't even had time to explore dungeons before they started fighting among themselves. Anyway, they're attacking any foreign players they see, no reasoning involved.
Yo, is that you, Huaxia player? P.S. The song Between the Rainbows is really nice, it's amazing. Chapter 114, Game Flaws Emerge.
Just when Juehua brother wanted to continue taking the audience to appreciate the scenery in the game, 3 short men suddenly appeared ahead. They stared at brother Juehua with greedy eyes.
Huaxia players, leave all your items and energy points, and we won't kill you. The 3 guys looked at brother Juehua and couldn't help but lick their lips.
Oh? Looking at the 3 stinky brats in front of him, brother Juehua revealed a smile that hinted at something deeper. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream room were going crazy with joy.
3 cherry blossom country bandits, trying to rob brother Juehua openly? Have they lost their minds?
So far, all the players from the cherry blossom country add up to only 5 ghost generals.
These 3 stinky brats, they probably just fused with Nan, right? With this, they dare to rob brother Juehua openly? Brother Juehua, go ahead, kill them.
Charge, let them know what a ghost general is, let them see what true power is. This is hilarious. I'm half a step of a ghost general, and I don't dare to mess around in the Golden City big map, yet these 3 stinky brats dare to rob openly? I really don't know who gave them the courage.
Don't hesitate, make your move quickly.
Kill. The viewers in the live stream were all shouting. Brother Juehua, however, had a smile on his face as he slowly walked towards these 3 stinky brats.
Baka, did you hear me? If you dare to get closer, we will kill you.
Seeing brother Juehua show no fear, the one in the middle yelled sharply. They had 3 people, after all.
Could this guy really not be afraid at all? I have a bit of a hearing problem, I didn't hear clearly just now, can you tell me again what you said? Brother Juehua looked down at the 3 ghosts before him.
These 3 ghosts were short, about 1 meter 60 tall.
Brother Juehua stood at 1 meter 80.
To look at them, he needed to lower his head to look down.
We want to. Want what?
The smile on brother Juehua's face gradually turned cold. As he moved his mind, a wisp of black energy quietly appeared.
The black energy wrapped around the necks of the 3.
In the next moment, the 3 ghosts unexpectedly began to float up slowly. They widened their eyes, filled with terror. Their hands desperately grabbed their necks, while their feet kicked wildly in the air. They had no power to resist at all.
We were wrong, please spare us. We were wrong, really wrong.
The 3 ghosts struggled continuously, casting pleading looks at brother Juehua.
You're not wrong, you just realized you were going to die. Brother Juehua gently shook his head. With a flick of his hand, the 3 ghosts were engulfed by terrifying black energy and finally vanished into nothingness. Just 3 weaklings at the ghost level dared to rob me?
Brother Juehua snorted coldly, then raised his foot and continued to walk forward.
666, this show-off moment deserves a 9, the last point is for you to decide.
I thought my bragging skills were already perfect, but compared to this person, I'm still somewhat lacking.
It seems the streamer might be even stronger than me. Let me share something that everyone doesn't know. There are no viewers to show off to, who is he showing this off for? Bad review, I give it 1 star. Who do you think he's showing off to? Hiss, I'm just an audience member? Then who else? 666.
Friends, don't spam the screen, I just dealt with 3 insignificant little ants.
You must remember, we need to be low-key, understand? Low-key. Only by being low-key can we achieve great things. Brother Ye Xuan said with his hands behind his back, lifting his head to speak. He looked quite arrogant. But the viewers in the livestream had no way to deal with it. After all, those who could watch his stream were not as strong as him. Brothers, now the total number of players in Golden City adds up to over 10 billion, it's truly terrifying. Brother Ye Xuan flicked his hand and saw the data sent by his good friend. Now, the entire Golden City was occupied by players. Wherever one looked in the city, it was all players. These players were doing all sorts of things. Some were teaming up for dungeon strategies, while others were recruiting and expanding. There are even racial discriminations, going around to target black people. Of course, among them, there is a special kind of player. Old 3, I have to say, the soil in this game smells just like the soil in the real world. Yeah, old boss, even the urine smells the same. What the heck? Passing by, the skilled player felt his ears were polluted upon hearing the conversation of two players squatting on the ground. It was obvious they were newbie players, the kind that just started playing the game. Otherwise, they would never do such a brainless thing. Everyone, the Tianxia Guild is recruiting. If you pass by, come and have a look. Just join us, and benefits are overflowing. We only need half-step ghost generals or strong ghost generals. Brothers, our rich squad is recruiting. Led by Boss Wang himself, the benefits are simply unbeatable. The Fengyun Guild is recruiting. Once you join, you're brothers, and we'll go through thick and thin together. The Anti-Cherry Blossom Alliance is recruiting. The aim of the alliance is to eliminate the Cherry Blossom Nation. The Anti-Beauty Alliance is recruiting. The aim of the alliance is to eliminate the Beauty Nation. As the skilled player arrived in the city center, he saw countless players waving flags and occupying territory, shouting loudly. Throughout the city center, looking around was just a mass of players, densely packed like ants, with no end in sight. As for how many there were, he had no idea. The local NPCs could only watch these players from their windows. The skilled player keenly noticed that there were indeed people among the buildings surrounding the players. Those people's faces showed curiosity, fear, caution, and excitement. Are these all NPCs? The skilled player frowned. With over 1 billion players squeezing into a golden city, plus the local NPCs, the number had already exceeded the sky. He didn't know how the game officials would handle it. If they let it be, the playability of the game would drop significantly, and the channels for players to grow stronger would shrink rapidly. After all, a golden city has limited weirdness. Players are infinite. After seeing all this, the skilled player took a stroll around other places. As a ghost general, his speed was very fast. After going around the entire golden city, the skilled player discovered a fatal factor. That is, there were simply too many players, even the wild mountains and fields were filled with players. As for the dungeons? Laughable, players directly started killing each other to fill them. The game's NPCs were completely invisible. And in the game, players seemed to have set themselves free, burning, killing, robbing, doing all kinds of evil. Their nature was fully unleashed. The game is going wrong. Chapter 115, Timely Updates, Modifying Defects. Host, the map of the Golden City is overloaded, the game's balance and playability are severely affected. On the other side, Daxiang Mountain. Ye Xuan also received a system prompt. Ye Xuan noticed the seriousness of the matter. This time, he indeed hadn't thought it through. The number of players in the horror game was simply too many. The total human population of Blue Star is more than 20 billion, and there are at least 10 billion playing the game. Currently, there are only a few billion players online, and these few billion players had already filled the Golden City to the brim. If players continued to log in, what would it become? Now there were only two solutions. The first is to open a new map. However, to open a new map, he didn't have enough energy points, having used them all on the previous 10 billion. The city next to the Golden City is Yun City, and linking an entire city requires a full 8 billion energy points. At the very least, he currently didn't have that many energy points. So, he could only go with the second method. System, open divisions. The player limit per division is 100,000. Ye Xuan raised his head, his eyes shining with a bright light. This is his solution. Divisions. This is also a common trick used by game developers on the market. If one server has too many players, it will overload the server. Then, just create multiple servers and open multiple divisions. This way, the problem is solved. In one golden city, the limit is 100,000 players. Just right. Okay, it has been recorded. Host, the tasks issued by the system, or exploring dungeons and strategies, this system has only one chance for rewards. It's simple, divide the areas, and then standardize the progress across each area. If a dungeon is cleared by players in one area, players from other areas won't receive the corresponding rewards.
Ye Xuan smiled slightly. These are all common tricks used by certain games.
Okay, it has been recorded. Begin implementation. It's my first time playing a game, I have no experience.
Don't worry, the more you play, the more experience you'll gain. Ye Xuan took a deep breath and continued climbing the mountain.
Meanwhile, system updates had also synchronized and arrived.
Detecting that players' game experience is not good, the game will start real-time updates. First, divide the game into large areas, with a maximum of 100,000 players logged into each large area. Second, the division of large areas, but achievements remain unchanged. Dungeon progress in large areas is synchronized. Once a dungeon is cleared, other areas won't receive any rewards if they clear it again.
Game update complete, please log in again, players.
500 large areas have been divided, subsequent large area logins cannot be changed. Players, please choose your areas carefully. Players receiving this update were stunned, then filled with wild joy.
I told you the game officials would handle it. Look, the result is out, great, finally no more crowding.
The world will unite, let's all log into Area 108 together. Remember, we must log into Area 108. Brothers, we must ensure that every large area has players from China, and the number must not be small. We cannot be bullied by players from abroad.
This game official seems to be making a game for the first time, so inexperienced?
I suggest they hire me as a planner, I have 10 years of gaming experience.
Upstairs, your calculations can be heard even from abroad.
I suggest at least one Ghost Commander level player in each large area. As the large area commenced, countless players began to log in madly. Players joining guilds all followed their leader's commands and logged into a particular large area together. After all, this way, at least someone would be there to take care of them, without having to fight alone. However, the solo players were very cautious in choosing areas. They had to choose a large area where there were many Chinese players. Otherwise, entering on their own would be targeted by foreign players. And they couldn't change large areas. Once targeted in the game, it really would be hopeless.
500 large areas were quickly filled within just 5 minutes.
Of course, the system was not idle, and simultaneously continued to add new large areas.
Each large area was the same Golden City large map.
Remember, it is essential to ensure every area has our Town Demon Control members. In the headquarters of the Town Demon Control, Deputy Director Hao Lingfei sat in a high position, his expression serious.
The game concerns the future world's power dynamics.
Our China must ensure that players can develop. Because in the future, Ghost Controllers will undoubtedly become the main force in all countries. They in the Town Demon Control must serve as the strongest support for the Chinese people, both in reality and in the game. Director, the player login speed is too fast, and we lack manpower, making it difficult to precisely care for each large area.
Someone below looked helpless. With a maximum of 100,000 players in one large area, how many people would our Town Demon Control need to place someone in each area? And the placed personnel couldn't be too weak. After all, the game is not the same as reality. In the game, who cares about you? If the placed force is weak, others will beat up your Town Demon Control together. Then we'll manage as best as we can. Hao Lingfei rubbed his forehead. During this period, he had been following Old Li, and under Old Li's careful guidance, he had learned a lot. And now, Old Li was gradually giving him more authority, making his burden increasingly heavier. Director, the game background is our China, In the game town's strange affairs, we are the future us. We can seek cooperation with them.
I believe that as fellow Chinese, they will be very willing to help us. At this moment, someone below spoke to report.
Hearing this, Hao Lingfei's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good idea. All right, I'll leave this matter to you.
Yes. The person who spoke wore an excited expression. He had come up from the local level, and now his opinion was actually valued by the director. Naturally, he was very happy. Director, we cannot suppress foreign players too harshly. After all, the revival of the strange is a global disaster. Relying solely on our China is absolutely impossible to get through this world-ending crisis. For the strangeness abroad, we still need foreign countries to suppress it themselves. If we press too hard on foreign players, and those countries collapse, that won't be good for us. A big shot who had held a high position for many years spoke in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the other high-ranking officials around nodded in agreement. If foreign countries collapsed, then the strange beings of the blue planet would set their sights on China. That would indeed be terrible. Fighting alone is not a good option. It makes sense. Hao Lingfei nodded. No wonder this big shot had been in a high position for many years, he had a longer vision than himself. Still, as I said, if people do not offend me, I won't offend others. This is a global disaster, and we hope to develop peacefully with foreign countries to jointly resist this disaster. But if they take the initiative to create trouble. Understood. Hao Lingfei didn't finish speaking, and a group of high-ranking officials around nodded to show they understood. On the other side, Ye Xuan had already reached the top of Daxiang Mountain.
System, is this the place? It is here. Chapter 116, 7-Star Soul Stone.
At the top of Daxiang Mountain, the cold wind howled. The bright moon hung high in the sky, with starry dots scattered everywhere. In front of Ye Xuan, there were rocky outcrops, various stones of different sizes gathered here. Ye Xuan beckoned, and the yin-yang mirror appeared in his hand. The needle on the surface of the yin-yang mirror began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, the needle slowly stopped. The direction the needle pointed was right ahead. Holding the yin-yang mirror, Ye Xuan slowly walked in. Following the guidance of the yin-yang mirror, Ye Xuan stopped in front of two giant stones. Beneath these two giant stones, there was a faint glimmer of golden light.
Found it.
Ye Xuan's eyes brightened, then he slowly crouched down. Among a pile of small stones, he saw a stone that emitted a golden light. Just as Ye Xuan was about to pick it up, a sudden gust of wind swept around. The wind howled, and within the howling, there seemed to be the terrifying cries of some creature. In an instant, the shadows around the giant stones began to squirm like living beings, coalescing into three completely black figures resembling mountain goblins, with bright red eyes.
What is this? Mountain goblins?
Looking at the three big black shadows around him, Ye Xuan wore a curious expression.
Mountain goblins exist in traditional Chinese folklore and in the classic of Mountains and Seas.
This usually refers to a kind of creature or spirit or mountain god in the mountains. So Ye Xuan immediately thought of this. And at this moment, the three muscular mountain goblins were slowly approaching Ye Xuan. Their sharp claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, and they emitted hissing low growls, a thick aura of menace almost forming a physical presence.
Sure enough, these three guys were also attracted by this thing.
Ye Xuan glanced at the stone at his feet, which was emitting a golden glow, and inwardly acknowledged it. Looking again at the three mountain goblins, Ye Xuan did not hesitate and flipped his hand, revealing the yellow spring coin.
Go!
Ye Xuan flicked his finger. The yellow spring coin transformed into a beam of golden light and darted into the darkness. Puff, puff, puff. Heard the sounds of metal-piercing flesh, the mountain goblins that had been closing in moments ago had now turned into billowing black smoke, dissipating into the world. After taking care of the three mountain goblins, Ye Xuan put away the yellow spring coin and then picked up the glowing golden stone in his hand. The three-headed monster was not even a fierce ghost, completely not requiring him to expend much effort.
Not just one?
Picking up one, Ye Xuan discovered that there were actually more among the rubble. He squatted down, using both hands to dig one by one with force. Soon, 7 stones, looking like smooth pebbles, quietly lay in front of him. They were round and glossy, with golden light flowing inside. Holding them in his hand, a wave of warmth instantly dispelled the surrounding chill.
System, analyze this thing. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow.
If there was anything unknown, just ask the system.
Name, 7-Star Soul Settling Stone, Natural Magical Tool.
Properties, gathers the vital energy of the earth, has a strong suppressive and damaging effect on spiritual bodies and strange entities.
It can also be used to arrange formations.
Growing magical tool, just needs to be exposed to the sun every day to autonomously accumulate pure yang energy. With the revival of yin energy in the world, all objects are quietly undergoing some unknown changes. Looking at the system's introduction, Ye Xuan happily collected them one by one. Good stuff, this trip wasn't a loss. After the grand map of Gold City was opened, the information within was also seen through by the system. In simple terms, powerful treasures that appeared in the future have prototypes in the real world. Ye Xuan could collect them all in advance,
including this item.
Previously, the system had only said that this stone would be called the National Guardian Stone in Huaxia in the future. Just right, I've been idle lately, so I can collect these treasures. Ye Xuan walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. The winding and rugged mountain path felt as flat as the ground to him. Big brother, shouldn't we report to the Ghost Suppression Bureau?
Report to your mom, according to what you said, that thing is definitely some treasure. Haven't you read any novels?
Such a treasure must be ours.
Reporting to the Ghost Suppression Bureau, what do you get? Just a banner and $500? If they're in a bad mood, they won't even give you 500.
What you said makes sense, big brother.
At that moment, 2 voices of conversation came from afar. Ye Xuan's figure swayed and he hid in the darkness. On the distant mountain path,
2 young men were sneaking up the mountain.
Where is the golden light you mentioned?
Just ahead, the day before yesterday when I climbed the mountain, I suddenly saw it glowing with golden light. It scared me to death. Just when I wanted to explore, I heard a terrifying roar from ahead, so I ran. The young man beside him whispered. His face was filled with fear. Meanwhile, the stout man beside him stroked his chin. Based on my 20 years of reading novels, plus the information you provided, that glowing thing must be a treasure. As for the mysterious roar you heard, it should be the creature guarding that treasure.
The stout man's eyes flashed with a wise light as he analyzed calmly. "Ha? Boss, are we in danger now?" The young man appeared even more scared. "There's a creature. I'll be the one in danger. I currently have the strength of a half-step ghost general. Even the head of the Gold City Ghost Suppression Bureau has tried to recruit me multiple times. Let me tell you, I'm a true strongman now. When you're not playing horror games, you see me like a frog at the bottom of the well looking up at the moon, but when you play horror games, you see me as a mayfly under the vast sky." The stout man walked proudly with his hands behind his back. "Ha? Boss, you're so amazing. Can you take me along? I just started and can't even afford a girl." The thin young man looked at his boss with admiration. "Take you along? First, take me to find the treasure, we'll talk about the rest later." "Boss, actually, my mom has been dead for a long time." "Sorry, your dad is dead, walk faster." "Boss, your words are so harsh." "Harsh your dad is dead." While they bickered, they continued walking towards the mountaintop. Once their figures disappeared, Ye Xuan's silhouette slowly appeared. Watching the two leave, Ye Xuan let out a light laugh, then walked down the mountain. These two are destined to miss out. If not for me, these two would surely make a name for themselves in the future. But now, maybe not. Unknowingly, I have taken someone else's opportunity. No, it's not right. What I have obtained, how can it be called taking? That's not right. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Ye Xuan got in his car and took a turn towards home. This home is still too small. Putting the 7-star soul stone on the table, Ye Xuan looked at his rented room and gently shook his head. Now, I have grown fond of collecting various treasures again. This small home probably won't be able to hold my collection in the future. According to Ye Xuan's current thoughts, he wants to collect the treasures of the world and fill an entire wall with them. Not to mention their usefulness, just looking at them makes me feel good. Clearly, this small home can no longer support him. I'll go buy a house tomorrow. Thinking of this, Ye Xuan took out his phone and opened the chat with the landlord. "Ye Xuan, brother, I won't rent the house tomorrow." "Landlord, pretty boy, we agreed to rent for a year, you're breaking the contract, the deposit won't be refunded, alright?" "Ye Xuan, whatever." "Landlord, okay, tomorrow then. I won't have time, so you can move yourself and just leave the keys under the mat at the door." "Ye Xuan, alright." Chapter 117, Buying a House. November 13, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 25 days until the strange revival. The next noon. Ye Xuan got out of bed. After washing up and simply tidying his clothes, he took Little Black out the door. "Little Black, get in the car." Woof woof. Little Black leaped up with its small body and sat in the back seat. Though Little Black is small, its explosive power and speed are unmatched by ordinary dogs. Getting in the car, starting the vehicle, Ye Xuan drove towards the sales office. "System, sell some energy points. Roughly, let's gather a few tens of millions." While driving, Ye Xuan chatted with the system. Making money is incredibly simple for him. Just sell a few energy points, and it's done. Since items and strength have become tangible, energy points have become even more valuable. On one hand, everyone sees that games are the mainstream of the future. If you can't play games well, you won't even know how you die in the future. Especially for those from big families and wealthy tycoons, using a string of cold numbers to buy warm energy points is a guaranteed win. On the other hand, players know that energy points are the most important. After all, players are not fools, so basically, there are very few people selling energy points. On one hand, some people are buying them in bulk. On the other hand, no one is selling. This led to energy point prices skyrocketing. Operation completed. Moments later, Ye Xuan received a text message. Looking at his phone, he saw 5 million had arrived. Now one energy point can be exchanged for 5,000 Huaxia coins. 100,000 energy points exchange for 50 million. TSK, this is the influence. Ye Xuan heard that the financial system in the real world is almost on the verge of collapse. But this is just rumors, he hasn't looked into it. Quickly, the vehicle stopped at the largest sales office in Jincheng. Inside, they were all selling villas. Parking in the basement, Ye Xuan walked towards the hall with his hands behind his back, while Little Black wagged its tiny tail, spinning around his feet. It's so deserted. Arriving at the golden and brilliant hall, Ye Xuan's first feeling was, it's so deserted. There wasn't a single person around. Not even the staff. Is anyone here? Looking around, Ye Xuan shouted loudly. Yes, sir, are you here to buy a house? From a distance, a young man in a suit, looking haggard, walked over. Yes, I'm here to buy a house. Sir, feel free to browse. The suited man glanced at Ye Xuan, eyelids drooping, and spoke softly. Just one glance, and Ye Xuan knew this guy hadn't done anything good last night. I want a villa, requirements, north-south ventilation, good lighting, and high privacy. I don't like being disturbed, and it should be quiet around. Is there such a thing? Glancing at the models in the distance, Ye Xuan stated his requirements. According to what you said, only that villa meets your needs. The suited man led Ye Xuan to the very end, pointing at the largest model in front of them as he spoke. At just a glance, Ye Xuan was intrigued. This villa is situated at the halfway up the mountain. Although it is on the mountainside, it is still within our community's jurisdiction, so water and electricity are not issues. Moreover, there is a private road, and transportation is also fine. The only drawback is its remoteness. If you leave the community, it takes a 20-minute drive. The suited man smiled at Ye Xuan. Alright, I'll take it. How much? Ye Xuan nodded. Good house. Sir, this villa, is haunted. Can you accept that? Seeing how decisive Ye Xuan was, the suited man hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Haunted? Upon hearing these two words, Ye Xuan laughed. Sir, I know you might be a horror game player and have some skills, but this villa is different. So far, 8 players have died inside this villa, and even professionals from the town's ghost bureau are helpless. I'm just kindly reminding you, if you still want it, this villa cost 1.8 billion, and it's now being sold for 30 million. Hearing this price, Ye Xuan had no objections and casually took out his bank card. 1.8 billion cost, sold for 30 million. That's not even a fraction of the price. Swipe the card. Got it. Soon, the purchase procedures were completed, and under the suited man's beaming smile, Ye Xuan turned and left. Sigh, another one has died. The suited man shook his head and turned to leave. In his eyes, Ye Xuan was already a dead man. Because the previous 8 reckless guys were all dead. At first, he tried hard to persuade each one. But now, he was too lazy to persuade anymore. Forget it, respect others' fate. Driving, Ye Xuan headed towards his villa. Passing through the community. Through quiet thickets of trees. In front of him was a river. Ye Xuan drove over the bridge in the middle of the river. As soon as he left the bridge's surface, he felt the temperature around him starting to drop. Above, the sun shone brightly, yet the surrounding temperature began to fall. A river, 2 worlds. Interesting. Ye Xuan drove with one hand and lit a cigarette with the other. He exhaled a puff of smoke. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Wang Jin, clean it up. Don't kill yet, I want to see what this thing is that has such strong power in the midst of the strange revival. Yes, master. A shadow vanished. And Ye Xuan was also very curious. On the other side of the bridge, the temperature was normal. On this side of the bridge, it was not normal. This clearly involved a realm. In other words, the strange realm. Has such a level of strangeness emerged shortly after the revival? No wonder 8 have died. The current players, the strongest among them, are only half a step into the Ghost General. How could they possibly be a match for such a thing? Unless a rare talent among humans, like Hao Lingfei, comes to deal with it personally. Passing through a small path, the view suddenly opened up. In front was a huge fountain. After circling the fountain, a pure white villa that looked just like a castle came into view. Ha! Costing 1.3 billion, it looks like they aren't joking. Ye Xuan got out of the car and stared at the villa, puffing out a smoke ring. What kind of villa is this? This is completely a castle. Bring my things. Ye Xuan snapped his fingers, and little Gunny appeared beside the vehicle. Ye Xuan lifted his foot and walked toward the villa, with little Hei following behind. Little Gunny opened the trunk, her small body carrying a suitcase larger than herself, keeping up with Ye Xuan. Following the stairs to the top. Before him was a huge platform, with a massive stone placed in the center, surrounded by rockeries and various precious plants. Reaching the end, he finally arrived at the actual villa. Ye Xuan did not move, the grand door before him gently opened. Inside the house, it was resplendent. It was enormous. The tiles on the floor were incredibly clean, and when looking down, there were reflections. Master. Wang Jin stood beside Ye Xuan with a kind smile. Ye Xuan nodded gently, and on the ground ahead, 13 figures were kneeling neatly. What are you staring for? Hurry up and pay your respects. Wang Jin frowned and scolded. We have seen the adult. The 13 fierce ghosts in front quivered and lay on the ground, their voices trembling. Tisk, no wonder 8 died, with 13 half-step ghost generals. That was unexpected. Ye Xuan walked forward casually with his hands in his pockets. Wang Jin bent over like a loyal servant and followed behind. Little Black ran about in the huge villa. Bang! Little Nan Nan dropped the huge suitcase on the ground, her small body sprawled on top as she gasped for breath. In the distance, 13 fierce ghosts at the half-step ghost general level lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 118, not a single one left. Let me introduce myself. Ye Xuan lay on the sofa, his legs crossed, watching the 13 figures kneeling on the ground. My lord, we are innocent. The figure in the very center raised his head to look at Ye Xuan. His face was as pale as paper, devoid of color, with eyes that were almost white. Oh? Innocent? Then the 8 ghost handlers who died earlier were innocent too? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. Forget it, I don't care how they died, and I don't care whether you are innocent or not. Now tell me. How did you become so strong? Ye Xuan looked at the 13 figures with a very serious tone. The bizarre revival hadn't happened long ago, and yet, 13 half-step ghost generals emerged? Even though he influenced the entire Blue Star, the impact couldn't be that great, right? He could understand if it were deep mountains, ancient burial grounds, or forbidden places where such bizarre entities were born. But this was in the city. Even in a future world, a half-step ghost general was quite a powerful entity. Something out of the ordinary must have a reason. That was what Ye Xuan was most concerned about. There is a basement in this villa, where the Yin energy gathers. We became this strong thanks to that basement. Glancing at Ye Xuan, the previously speaking Bazaar continued. Oh? Take me there. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes flickering with interest. If that were really the case, then the villa would have been a huge gain for him. My lord, I will take you there. The fierce ghost in front of Ye Xuan slowly got up. It cautiously looked at Ye Xuan, then obediently walked in front to lead the way. The two moved through the immense villa. During their walk, Ye Xuan realized this villa was indeed vast. Moreover, this bazaar seemed to know the villa very well, almost like it was at home. Following the stairs around the corner of the villa, Ye Xuan successfully arrived at the basement. What rich Yin energy! As soon as he entered the basement, Ye Xuan felt something different. The Yin energy in this basement was incredibly dense. For bazaar entities, this place was like a holy land. Yin energy nourished the spiritual bodies of the bazaar. The reason why these 13 guys could become so powerful might be just that. Ye Xuan walked around the basement with his hands behind his back. He wanted to see where this Yin energy was coming from. With such dense Yin energy, there must be a source. The entire basement was very large, filled with various odds and ends. Of course, these odds and ends were not trash but things Ye Xuan didn't need. Anything unnecessary was called odds and ends. Strange, couldn't find anything. Looking around, Ye Xuan couldn't find anything unusual. This Yin energy seems to be emerging from below. Ye Xuan squatted down, feeling the ground with his hand. System, it's your turn. The feng shui here is extremely good. The land beneath the host's feet is the center of the Earth's energy for 1,000 miles. The Yin energy from 1,000 miles will continuously flow here. According to feng shui, this place is an excellent ground for nurturing corpses. In the past, this place was a site of great misfortune, highly ominous. Those who stayed here for too long would suffer severe illness or even die instantly. Now, it is a paradise, suitable for cultivation. Listening to the system's explanation, Ye Xuan nodded. The system is indeed professional. Paradise? This time, I truly struck gold. In the future, this will be my place for cultivation. Not bad. Alright, I understand. Ye Xuan left the basement with his hands behind his back. Returning to the hall, he looked at the 13 eerie figures before him and stroked his chin. You all tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I make you perish, or should I make you perish? Or, should I make you perish? As soon as he said this, the 13 eerie figures shivered in unison. My lord, we still have value, we are willing to follow you. Yes, my lord, we are willing to obey you and work for you. Please, my lord, do not kill us. The 13 figures trembled, almost burying their whole bodies into the ground. Work for you? You are not qualified for that yet. Ye Xuan picked up his suitcase and walked up the spiral staircase to the second floor. Not a single one left. Ye Xuan snapped his fingers, and a light, airy tone came from the staircase. Yes, master. Wang Jin smiled kindly and bowed to Ye Xuan's back. After watching Ye Xuan's back disappear, Wang Jin's gaze instantly turned sharp. Run, run fast. Run. Go. The 13 eerie figures ran out of the villa like mad. Ha, naive. Wang Jin smirked coldly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 13 figures were instantly frozen in place. In the next moment, their silhouettes gradually began to turn into nothingness, until finally, they all became nourishment for Wang Jin. After doing all this, Wang Jin regained his kind smile and leisurely walked up to the second floor. This is the master bedroom. On the second floor, Ye Xuan set down his suitcase and walked forward to open the window ahead. As soon as the window opened, a beautiful view appeared before him. In his sight was the panoramic view of the villa in front, then the garden and dense forest beyond. In the end, he could see the river he had seen when he arrived. This place doesn't look like somewhere people live. It's too dark. Ye Xuan waved his hand, and the 7-star soul settling stones appeared in his hand. Go. Ye Xuan gently threw them, and the 7 soul settling stones transformed into streams of light heading in all directions. Each stone found its own direction. In the next moment, the entire villa area trembled lightly. And the temperature around also rose significantly at that moment. At the very least, it became equal to the outside temperature. Everything returned to normal. If viewed from high above, one could see the 7 positions where the 7 soul settling stones stayed connected, forming the Big Dipper in the sky. And the place where Ye Xuan stayed was right in the center of the Big Dipper. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Oh. Ye Xuan took out his phone from his pocket and put it to his ear. Xiao Xian, did the landlord say you moved? A voice came from the phone. It was Qi Bingtong. Yeah, Sister Qi, I just moved today. Ye Xuan said with a smile. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing? Where did you move to? I'll come find you. Moving is a big happy event, shouldn't we celebrate it properly? A slightly reproachful voice came from the phone. Okay, it's my fault. I'll send you the location right now. Ye Xuan smiled and hung up the phone, then opened the location and clicked send. Chapter 119, I will definitely sneak it out. In 2058, on November 14th, there are 2 years, 11 months, and 24 days left until the strange resurgence. I will definitely succeed. That thing has to be a good item. It must be stolen out. In a small rental room, Yang Wei looked excited. He picked up the VR headset and put it on his head. Logging into the horror game. Logging into the region, Area 333, players, fighting for justice. Login successful. With a turn of the screen, Yang Wei looked at the sun in the sky and immediately started running. His figure left the city, racing towards the countryside. To pick up speed, he directly stole a motorcycle while running. V-room. The motorcycle let out a deep roar. A figure dashed across the empty road. After 3 whole hours, Yang Wei arrived in a small village. Sigh, the big map of Jincheng doesn't allow saving. Every time I respawn I have to travel. It's a bit of a hassle. Yang Wei parked the motorcycle at the village entrance, a helpless look on his face. In the past, if you died, you could just save directly, and after respawning, you could choose any respawn point. But that's not the case now. Each player has a fixed respawn point. Once dead, they revive from that point, unable to choose their respawn location. The respawn point has become the biggest secret for every player. Nobody tells anyone. Otherwise, if your respawn point gets exposed and someone wants to harm you, what if they come camp at your respawn point? Yang Wei complained, but he still followed the mountain road, arriving in front of a giant rock. In the distance, there was a dilapidated small village. The small village was very tiny, with houses made of mud. Yang Wei was originally from Jincheng, so he naturally knew this place. This village was called Shangxi Village. Long ago, almost no one lived here, and it became completely abandoned. However, he discovered a secret in the game. There are still 2 hours until it gets dark. Yang Wei leaned against the giant rock, watching the sunset on the horizon, then quietly closed his eyes to wait. I have to say, this game is really hardcore. After the big map of Jincheng opened, the time flow was just like in the real world. Wait, it can't even be called a game now. It should be referred to as the future world. Time ticked away. The sun gradually set, night fell. 2 hours later. Just as Yang Wei predicted, the surroundings had turned pitch black. The world was shrouded in darkness. The air was terrifyingly quiet. Yang Wei could even hear the sound of his heartbeat. Move. Leaning against the giant rock, Yang Wei suddenly stood up, darting quickly to the side. His figure sprinted rapidly through the mountains and fields. Meanwhile, the once dilapidated village had changed its appearance at some point. The entire village was filled with flickering lights. In front of every house hung 2 big red lanterns. On the streets, countless pedestrians walked back and forth, smiling. The noise of chatter and laughter filled the village. And at this moment, a shadow slowly approached the village gate. At this moment, Yang Wei wore a clown mask as he stepped into the village. As soon as he entered the village, the surrounding temperature dropped to freezing point, as if he had entered some realm. Yet Yang Wei felt no fear at all. Alive? At the village gate, an old man with yellow teeth and a wrinkled face looked up at Yang Wei while smoking. Yes. Yang Wei waved his hand, and a black stone appeared in his palm. He tossed it lightly. The stone traced a perfect parabola, landing in the old man's pocket. Deal. For the living inside, there's only 3 hours. Leave voluntarily after 3 hours. Go in. The old man revealed a smile and then closed his eyes. Yang Wei hesitated not at all, stepping into the village. Yang Wei seemed to have come with a purpose. He walked straight along the ground, avoiding figures, heading towards the depths of the village. The entire street bustled with life, everyone had a smile on their faces. But if you looked closely, you would notice something amiss. Because the smiles on everyone's faces were very unnatural. Stiff muscles pulled into a smile. An extremely strange feeling washed over him. Something's wrong. As he walked, Yang Wei suddenly realized that something wasn't right. The scenery around him felt a bit off. It was different from the last time he had come here. Looking around, Yang Wei began to back away. He reached the end of the street and spotted the figure of a vendor. Before him sat an old man in a robe, with a handlebar mustache, round sunglasses, and sitting cross-legged on the ground. Next to him was a flag with the words "First Fortune Teller" written on it. "Help me calculate, where is that strange stone?" Yang Wei crouched before him, revealing 3 black stones placed before the old man. Strange stone? The old man glanced at Yang Wei, then at the 3 black stones, a smile appearing on his face. You don't know? Last night, a reckless young man openly snatched the strange stone and was killed in the end, and the stone was moved elsewhere. Now you are asking me about its whereabouts. You aren't his accomplice, are you? The old man looked at Yang Wei with deep meaning. Even through the mask, upon seeing the old man's knowing gaze, Yang Wei can't help but feel a chill form over his entire body. Pay for services, and don't ask what you shouldn't. Yang Wei produced 3 more black stones and placed them before the fortune teller. Principle. The fortune teller pocketed the 6 stones, then took out a turtle shell, placed 3 copper coins in it, and began to shake. After a moment of shaking, 3 copper coins appeared before the fortune teller's eyes. East, 500 meters, underground 10 meters. There are 2 ghost generals guarding it, be careful, kid. Thanks. With a wave to the fortune teller, Yang Wei got up and left. The person who got killed last night, as mentioned by the fortune teller, was indeed him. And the stones he gave to the fortune teller were Yin stones, which contained a large amount of Yin energy, cherished by the peculiar and spirit controllers for cultivation. They are also the hard currency around here. Sigh, there are drawbacks to big maps. Yang Wei let out a sigh. In the past, if he failed, he would save the game and come back with the same method. But now it was impossible, there was no saving. Having failed last night, they had already increased their vigilance. Every time was a new choice, every time filled with new risks. Following the fortune teller's directions, Yang Wei spotted an old mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, 2 figures in armor stood guard, holding long spears. 2 ghost generals, can't attack head-on. These ghost generals aren't ordinary ones, I can't beat them. Crouched on the ground, Yang Wei felt a pain in his teeth. Last night he had just charged in directly. In the end, he was captured by the armored ghost general. In front of this thing, even as a ghost general himself, he had no power to resist and was beaten badly. Recalling it now made him shudder uncontrollably. I'll check the side first. 3 hours, this time I must steal that thing out. Chapter 120, Stolen Successfully. Yang Wei patrolled the surroundings of the mansion alone, trying to find a secret passage or something similar. However, he walked around the old mansion several times without discovering any secret passage. No secret passage, should I climb in? Looking at the high wall before him, Yang Wei gradually made his way around to the back of the mansion. Just as he was about to climb in, heavy footsteps sounded ahead. In a moment of urgency, Yang Wei quickly darted away into the distant wilderness, disappearing into the foliage. Strange, I distinctly sensed the presence of a living person just now. In the place where he had just been, a soldier in armor, holding a spear, was scanning the area. Damn, this guy's perception is too sharp. Hidden in the grass, Yang Wei couldn't help but clench his fist. He hadn't even made a move yet when this guy discovered him? Seeing the soldier standing still, Yang Wei felt vexed. An hour has already passed. There are still 2 hours left. Could you at least move? Yang Wei crouched in the grass, cursing the soldier ahead. But the soldier stood still, not moving at all. Time ticked away, minute by minute. Just when Yang Wei thought the guy would never leave, the soldier suddenly moved in the distance. He took several steps and disappeared from Yang Wei's sight. What a good opportunity. Seeing such a great chance, Yang Wei felt a surge of joy inside. He looked around and found nothing unusual. He suddenly got up and ran forward. Accelerating, he jumped. His figure directly entered the old house. As soon as he stepped inside, Yang Wei felt an extremely thick atmosphere of gloom coming from all directions. Surrounding him was a yard, not too big, not too small. In front of him stood 2 wooden doors, their surfaces bright red, the kind that radiates joy. Yang Wei glanced around, then slowly raised his foot to approach. His instincts told him that what he wanted was behind this door. He tiptoed to the door, excited, and placed his hands on it, then slowly pushed it open. The wooden door creaked as it opened. The room inside was very dark. However, Yang Wei could see clearly. As a ghost commander, he could see clearly even at night. Nighttime had no effect on his vision whatsoever.
In the dark room, a faint green light shimmered back and forth.
Just as I thought, it's here. Yang Wei felt a rush of excitement within.
In front of him, on a wooden table, lay a huge stone. The surface of this stone was surrounded by a faint green halo. This halo appeared and disappeared, as if it were breathing. Yang Wei walked up and hugged this strange stone with both hands.
Take it. Yang Wei silently thought in his heart.
The next moment, the massive stone vanished into thin air. It was directly stored in his system space.
Retreat. Having obtained the treasure, Yang Wei felt extremely excited.
But excitement aside, he had to get out of here first. If he got caught before leaving, the items would drop.
Yang Wei immediately left the room and climbed over the surrounding wall.
His feet hit the ground, and he began to run wildly. As long as he left the village, he would be safe, completely safe.
You dare! Just as he was about to leave, a roar suddenly echoed behind him.
Behind him, a tremendous amount of gloom gathered. The inscription has been stolen, seal off the whole village.
Search! We must catch this thief.
The roar echoed throughout the village.
The next moment, the whole village transformed drastically.
The red lanterns hanging in front of each house turned into white paper lanterns in the blink of an eye. On the surface of those lanterns, one character was written, Establish. And now, the smiling pedestrians on the streets had all turned into paper figures.
These paper figures stood motionless in the streets. What was once a lively street became desolate. Coffins, reeds, paper money.
These became the main themes of the entire village. In the distance, Yang Wei ran for his life, feeling a chill seep through his body.
Because he couldn't find the village entrance anymore. Damn it, where is the entrance?
I clearly remembered it was right here. Looking at the desolate mountains and fields in the distance, then back at the cold village and the round moon above, Yang Wei dared not move.
Moonlight fell on the ground.
At this moment, he stood in an endless wilderness.
Could this be a ghost wall? Yang Wei's mind raced, and he immediately activated his ghost eyes. But even his ghost eyes couldn't reveal any abnormalities at this moment. Return my treasure, return my inscription, return my inscription. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams surrounded Yang Wei.
Yang Wei looked around but found nothing eerie.
This place is even weirder than I imagined. Yang Wei couldn't help but feel a bit panicked now.
This was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. Last night, I only saw the strange stone, and before I could touch it, I was caught. This time, I have the strange stone, but it seems I can't get out.
No way, even if I die, I must know what's going on. Yang Wei quickly forced himself to calm down and began analyzing the current situation. I must understand the current situation.
Knowing the situation, even if I die, it will be worth it. Dying just means I can try again. If I don't figure things out, then dying this time will be for nothing.
Return my inscription, return it. Return it. Return it. Return it.
Suddenly, the voices grew louder. Yang Wei realized that, at some point, the wilderness around him had been filled with dense figures. Under the moonlight, he found himself surrounded by these figures. But upon closer inspection, he discovered these figures were all paper figures. They stood motionless, quietly in place.
Yet their multitude of eyes were fixated on Yang Wei. Kid, I didn't expect you could really steal it out. Now do as I say. Run left, quick. Suddenly, a voice rang in Yang Wei's ear. Diviner? Yang Wei's eyes lit up.
The voice was indeed that of the diviner.
Cut the nonsense, listen to me, or you'll die here. Run left.
The voice sounded again. This time, the diviner's voice was more urgent.
Okay. Yang Wei no longer hesitated and began to run desperately to the left.
He couldn't find a better way now, so he could only trust this old diviner.
Run right, now. Run left. Run right.
The diviner's voice kept coming, and Yang Wei followed his directions to run.
Ahead, speed up.
Yang Wei gritted his teeth and ran at full speed. He didn't know how long he had run, but he felt his whole body was hot, and his stomach was churning.
Not good.
Suddenly, Yang Wei screamed. He felt his feet lighten, and it seemed he was falling towards the ground. In the next moment, the scene around him changed instantly.
The familiar night returned once more. Where he currently stood was right at the village entrance? Did I come out? Chapter 121, Rule-like Creation. Looking at the familiar village entrance, Yang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Finally out.
He turned to look back. The distant small village appeared extremely quiet in the night. The previously lively scene was gone without a trace.
You have some guts, kid, don't you fear dying inside?
At that moment, a low voice came.
Yang Wei turned to look.
He saw the diviner from the village now lying on the ground in the distance. He had his hands behind his head, crossing his legs, and his cloth shoes were swinging back and forth. If I weren't bold, I would have died long ago.
Yang Wei grinned. Fear of death?
What players fear the least is dying.
Ha, you're pretty interesting. This time, I saved your life, so now you owe me one. No objections, right?
The diviner shook his leg, turned to glance at Yang Wei, and chuckled.
No objections. Yang Wei shook his head.
This time, he truly owed this guy his life. If it weren't for him guiding the direction, he might really have died in there. Earlier, he thought the diviner was a fixed NPC in the village. But now it seems, this diviner is not simple at all.
Good.
This life of yours, I didn't save for nothing. The diviner laughed heartily, got up, and swayed as he walked into the distance. Soon, he disappeared into the night. Yang Wei didn't think much more. He hurried a few steps to the grass where his motorcycle was, revved it, started it, and raced towards the city.
In the big gold city, the wild outskirts at night are very dangerous.
Even the ghost generals are not safe.
The motorcycle roared through the night, making loud booming sounds.
He didn't know how long it took, but Yang Wei rode the motorcycle into the city. He casually threw the motorcycle aside and walked into an abandoned building with his hands behind his back.
Let me have a good look at what you really are.
Yang Wei sat cross-legged on the ground, eagerly taking out the stone he had found earlier.
They all call you a monument, so what kind of magic do you possess?
Yang Wei murmured as he touched the stone in front of him. This was a stone about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, with a smooth, round surface that occasionally shone with a green light.
Ding, detected Earth's Wonderstone, monument. Analyzing, analysis complete.
A rule-type earthly creation can reverse the rules of a certain area, bring dead things back to life, cause living beings to die suddenly, and suppress the strange of a region. Evaluation, a rather powerful rule-type earthly creation.
Analyzing rules, analysis complete. Dear player, would you like to authorize the strange game to sell your earthly Wonderstone monument? Selling profit, the system takes 90%, and the player takes 10%. Do you authorize?
The sudden appearance of blood-red subtitles caught Yang Wei off guard.
Sell, of course sell. Once he regained his senses, Yang Wei immediately nodded. He didn't expect such good fortune to come his way. Could he sell something he had stolen?
Looking at it this way, he seemed a bit unreasonable.
Forget it, it's not me who is unreasonable, but the game. So you're a rule-type earthly creation that can bring dead things back to life and cause living beings to die suddenly? This explanation is a bit impressive.
Holding the monument, Yang Wei smacked his lips.
This explanation was indeed somewhat impressive.
No wonder after he stole this stone, everyone in that village turned into paper people.
The originally lively village fell into silence.
Everything stemmed from the stone he held in his arms.
Ha, not bad, really not bad. Yang Wei chuckled foolishly while holding the stone.
From the first moment he saw the stone, he knew it was a good thing. Rule-type, earthly creation? The next morning, Ye Xuan sat in the living room, staring at the stone in front of him. He had just woken up when the system informed him that he had obtained something good. Bring dead things back to life, cause living beings to die suddenly, can suppress the strangeness within a region.
Could it be that this thing can even bring the dead back to life?
He touched the stone, murmuring to himself. If it really could bring the dead back to life, it would be quite amazing. But thinking carefully, it should be impossible. However, the word rule did catch Ye Xuan's attention.
System, can you explain rule-type items?
Rule-type creation contains rules, can reverse the rules of the world, and the system received the command, and immediately went down to prepare, updating the game for launch.
30,000, it sounds very expensive.
But it is indeed very expensive, basically, very few people can afford it. But Ye Xuan insists on this.
Ordinary items tend to focus on small profits and quick sales.
But this thing has a cost price of 3,000, no matter how it's priced, those who can't afford it still can't afford it. In this case, it would be better to raise the price a bit, selling one would make a profit of 27,000.
Isn't that great? Feeling good about himself, Ye Xuan walked towards the basement with his hands behind his back.
In the past, to cultivate, he needed to go to the future world. But now it's not necessary. Now, to cultivate, he just needs to dive directly into the basement. In the mountains behind the villa. Some small animals that have lived here for a long time seemed as if enchanted, standing still without moving. Their little eyes darted around quickly, as if influenced by something. Even the tall trees around them swayed slightly. Everything around seemed to be affected by something, undergoing silent changes.
Chapter 122, Defense Battle of Zone 108, 1.
November 15, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 23 days away from the bizarre resurgence.
President, it's confirmed, the Sakura country, beautiful country, and the Great Cold Clan have united.
Their player count is a full 70,000, and they have more than 10 ghost generals.
I can't gather more details.
They've already declared that we, the World Association, must collectively withdraw from the game, saying this zone belongs to them. If we don't comply, they will hunt all Chinese players in Zone 108. In a meeting room, players filled the seats. At this moment, a player burst through the door, gasping and reporting loudly.
Damn, they want us to collectively withdraw from the game. Who do they think they are?
Sitting at the head, the president of the World Association, Lu Haizhu, slammed the table, his face filled with fury. The members of the World Association were equally furious.
Damn it, in the game, they think they can ride on our necks like this? President, let's fight, let's have a showdown with them. Damn it, we're not afraid of them. Yeah, President, we're not afraid, let's have a real fight with them.
A single punch strikes, to avoid 100 punches coming. As long as we scare them, we won't have worries behind us.
Exactly, let's fight. Who's afraid?
Even with a large difference in numbers, we still have to fight. The players were filled with righteous indignation. These players were all young, in their 20s. At this age, they were passionate and fearless, they wouldn't let anyone get away with it.
More than 10 ghost generals, are you sure?
Lu Haizhu, the president of the World Association, supported his chin with his hands, looking up at the player at the door.
I'm not sure, anyway, the message they released says more than 10.
The player seemed taken aback, then replied uncertainly.
Receiving this answer, Lu Haizhu felt very troubled inside.
He established the World Association and became the president. He had to take responsibility for the entire World Association. Zone 108 was also set under his watch.
Most members of the World Association were in this zone.
But the three countries united, and their player count was a full 70,000. With a total of 100,000 players, they have 70,000.
And what about the World Association?
Currently, they could barely gather a little over 10,000 players in a short time. This was still the result of his constant efforts to rally players.
How can they fight 1,000 against 70,000? Moreover, they only had 21 ghost generals.
Once fighting broke out, the one that decides victory would be the ghost generals.
But now, they still don't even know how many ghost generals the opposing side has. What if, by the time they fight, their ghost generals exceed theirs?
In this game, they couldn't change zones. If they lost, the growth of their players would suffer severely. If the game is targeted, and growth is affected, then in the real world. He couldn't bear to think, he didn't dare to think. The most important thing is that in this Zone 108, their Chinese players were indeed few. Besides their Heaven and Earth Association, the rest are foreign players.
Of course, there are also a few wandering players from Huaxia. Why don't we seek peace? At that moment, Lu Haizhu suddenly spoke up. He was not a young man in his 20s in the real world. He thought more than these young men. He could not ruin these young people's lives out of momentary anger. The game is closely related to reality. If they all become targets, it will be hard to live in the future. President, what are you saying? Seek peace? What peace? I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. They've already stepped on our faces, how can we seek peace? President, I know you think deeper than we do, but according to their temperament, if we seek peace, will they be able to coexist with us? Captain, let's fight. As long as they don't know our resurrection point, we can't lose. Hearing the president's suggestion to seek peace, these players suddenly panicked. How could they possibly seek peace? Absolutely impossible. If we lose, we will all be targeted in this area. We'll be targeted in dungeons. Even if we walk on the street, we will get beaten if they see us. Do you all know the consequences? Lu Haizhu raised his head, looking calmly at these young men. President, seeking peace is useless. They have openly told us to quit the game. What good will seeking peace do? Yes, if we seek peace, our Heaven and Earth Association will completely become a disgrace for Huaxia. I can't even face my dad. What does your dad do? He's a veteran. Yeah, Captain, let's fight. Seeking peace is impossible. Facing his teammates pleading for battle again and again, Lu Haizhu felt extremely tormented inside. If they seek peace, their Heaven and Earth Association will completely be a joke for Huaxia. But if they do not seek peace, once targeted, their Heaven and Earth Association cannot withstand it. A golden city, not too big and not too small. There is nowhere to hide. Alright, since you all want to fight, then let's fight. Let me say it up front, if we lose, we bear the consequences. Don't come crying later. After thinking for a long time, Lu Haizhu slapped his hand down, stood up suddenly, and shouted. Fight, whoever complains after losing is a grandson. Right, if we lose, we lose. If I see them again, I'll stab them in the back. That's right, anyway, they don't know my resurrection point.
Even if I lose, I will still stab them from time to time. Hearing these words, Lu Haiju's resolve gradually became steadfast.
We can't fight blindly. We need to formulate a strategy.
First, the players from the 3 countries add up to 70,000.
We barely have a little over 10,000, it's not enough.
We must unite with other wandering players.
For this, you go and manage it.
Post a message online, contact the wandering players from Huaxia in District 108, and as for players from other countries, contact them if you can.
Lu Haiju waved his hand.
The young man beside him immediately stood up, nodded, and then logged off to send a message. Next, we need to develop our battle plan.
Should we engage in group battles, or one-on-one, or fight separately? Lu Haiju tapped on the table, looking up at the others. Group battle means to agree on a place and fight.
Otherwise, everyone fights individually. It depends on how the other side reacts.
One player frowned.
The first to speak was the beautiful country, so how they fight will depend on what they say.
President,
the latest news is that the beautiful country has successfully formed a 3-nation alliance, and they are currently gathering forces in the Great Bull Village. It's estimated that there are already 30 to 40,000 people. The players we sent to scout the news have already been killed on the spot. They said they would give us a day to consider, either we quit the game and never log in again, or they will beat us until we dare not log in. Suddenly, a player kicked open the recently closed door and entered loudly to report.
Damn it, they've become too cocky. Wang Gang, get us some more people. If they want to fight, I will fight with them.
By the way, everyone take out your energy points, let's pool our resources to see if we can get a few more ghost generals. Everyone rest assured, after this battle is over, all the energy points will be returned to you.
We won, everyone rush to grab theirs. If we lose, I, Lu Haiju, will smash my pots and sell my iron to repay you.
Lu Haiju slapped the table and said loudly. They, the Tiangao Society, still had over 100,000 energy points. With more than 10,000 players, pooling resources a bit would allow him to create dozens of ghost generals.
At that time, what is there to be afraid of? President, I have 1,800, take it, no need to return. Return what?
I have 3,000 energy points, all transferred to you, but I have a request, let the madman become a ghost general. I have 800 energy points, and I also propose, let the madman become a ghost general. I have 50, though it's a bit little, but I truly have only this much. I haven't played this game for long, didn't save much.
Chapter 123, The Battle for Region 108, 2.
Brothers, I am a member of the Tiangao Society from Region 108. Today, we received a challenge from an alliance formed by the Beautiful Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Great Cold Nation. They want us, the Tiangao Society, and all Chinese players in Region 108 to quit the game permanently. In the face of such provocation, we, the Tiangao Society, cannot sit idly by. After unanimous agreement among all members, we plan to meet the challenge head-on. The 3-nation alliance has a total of 70,000 players. I urge all Chinese players in Region 108 to log into the game immediately after seeing this video and gather at the American Business Building.
Brothers from Region 108, this matter concerns your present and future interests. No egg is left unbroken under a collapsed nest. If we lose this battle, you will not escape their targeting either. Now, for yourselves, for your future, please come to find us after seeing this video, so we can together resist this disaster. And players from other countries, if you want to come, we welcome you at any time. Remember, the 3-nation alliance wants to dominate Region 108. If we lose, you roaming players will gain nothing. Let us unite and stand against them. On that day, a video went viral on Douyin, and within half an hour, it quickly climbed to trending status. Countless players left comments in the comments section. Damn it, I am from the Tiangao Society, no wonder I couldn't squeeze in, it turns out these punks got in. Brothers from Region 108, fight on, I support you. Damn, they dare to target our brothers in Region 108, players from other regions, unite and beat them down. Regions 1, 2, and 3 have already started recruiting people. A big battle is about to begin. I'm from the Divine Dragon Pavilion. The pavilion leader told me to log in and said we need to deal with the Cherry Blossom Nation. I'm heading to the battlefield. I'm from Region 108. Brother, wait for me, I'm coming right away. Brothers, log in, talking verbally is useless. Since our brothers in Region 108 are targeted, then we should target other regions. Log in, damn it, a bunch of foreign dogs are so arrogant, the so-called 3-nation alliance, even if the whole blue star is tied up, I will still make you eat shit. Charge, charge, charge. This video made countless players furious. One by one, players returned home and logged in. Work, school, completely not as important as the game. At the same time, countless videos surged to trending status. The rich team announced that tonight at 8, they will launch an attack against the Cherry Blossom Nation, Beautiful Nation, and Great Cold Nation.
The Divine Dragon Pavilion announced that tonight at 8, they will launch a surprise attack, hunting down players from the Beautiful Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Great Cold Nation in Jin City. The Tian Xiang Shan Club stated that the three-nation alliance collectively targets the Tiangao society. Our club expresses strong protest and sends a challenge to the three nations in Region 8, anyone who doesn't come as a grandson.
Jack the Ripper from the Beautiful Nation openly declares war on the Emperor of Chinese players.
The Emperor of Chinese players states, "Come at me, I won't even need to use my hands." At the same time, any club or guild with a bit of fame has declared war on the three kingdoms. In countless regions, a great battle is about to break out. The reason for such a stir is directly related to the game itself. A region has a limit of 100,000 people, with a random mix of nationalities. Secondly, killing foreign players allows players to plunder everything those foreign players possess. Thirdly, there is real-world hatred. Multiple factors combine to create such a scene. The first thing everyone did was not to hunt the eerie creatures or explore dungeons, but to fight each other. In response to this, the Huaxia government and various national governments chose to remain silent. They tacitly did not express their stance. If the officials do not speak, then this matter is just a petty quarrel between players. Once the officials intervene, the nature of the situation changes dramatically.
Fuck, are you all fools? How dare you provoke Huaxia? Don't you know this game was made in Huaxia? What benefit do you gain by publicly provoking Huaxia? Now all players in various regions are being targeted by Huaxia. What should we do? In the beautiful country, inside the Black Palace, President Ellis angrily pointed at the high-ranking officials before him. Ever since the eerie resurrection began, the officials of various countries have realized the seriousness of the situation. This game is not just a game. Because of the manifested power in items, this thing is too buggy, and coupled with changes happening in the real world, they are giving immense importance to this game. This game could even affect the future direction of the Blue Planet. So, countries started to take action, laying out plans in the game, with countless funds being poured in as if they were free. Now, who doesn't know that this game was created by Huaxia? In such a context, how could these people be foolish enough to provoke Huaxia's players? Sir, although horror games originated in Huaxia, according to our investigation, there is no connection between this game and Huaxia. Since the so-called eerie resurrection started, there have also been many casualties in various places in Huaxia, with the death toll now reaching over 1 million. And these are just rough estimates.
The whole world knows that Huaxia is the country that respects human rights the most on the entire Blue Planet. If horror games had any connection with the Huaxia government, then Huaxia would not suffer such huge casualties. At this moment, the nearest Minister of Intelligence, Roster, said in a deep voice. So what? The overall quality of Huaxia players is several times that of ours. What do we have to compete with them? I initially thought that provoking Huaxia's players was only something our players were doing. I didn't expect to find your shadow behind it. What exactly do you all want to do? President Ellis slammed the table, his face flushed. These people, scheming behind his back for the benefit of their families, is one thing. Now they dare to openly provoke Huaxia without his knowledge. Now, the entire Huaxia is targeting them in the game. Sir, if we win this battle, then in the future, we will dominate in the game. Do you know, sir, this game is truly marvelous? It determines the direction of the future Blue Planet. If Huaxia gains dominant position, then in the future, we will be completely suppressed by Huaxia. On the contrary, if we gain dominance, then our beautiful country will always be the beacon of the Blue Planet. Now is the early stage of the game, we must take action during this time. If we do not act now, once Huaxia grows stronger in the future, we will have no chance. Sir, Huaxia is a country capable of creating miracles. Do we still want to repeat the mistakes of history? Chapter 124, Defense Battle of Region 108, 3. The words of the Minister of Defense left Ellis in silence. Indeed, Huaxia is a country good at creating miracles. In the past, they were the beacon of civilization on the Blue Planet. Countless countries on Blue Star bow their heads to the beautiful country. At that time, Huaxia was poor and blank. Beautiful country has skyscrapers, Huaxia is poor and blank. Beautiful country has cars everywhere, while Huaxia still relies on donkey carts and bread vans. But now? It is precisely because of their contempt that Huaxia has stepped slowly to the present. Reaching the present, the status is equal to theirs, and even there is a faint sign of surpassing. Now, terror games can directly influence the future of Blue Star. Will the beautiful country still sit back and do nothing? If they fall behind this time, they will really be left behind. Sir, although the overall strength of Huaxia players is strong, we are not without the power to fight. That's right, if we don't seize the opportunity now, sir, we may have to exit the stage of history in the future. Sir, you have to remember, all of this is initiated by the players, it has nothing to do with us. Listening to the advice, Ellis rubbed his head and finally sat in the chair behind him.
Gentlemen, we haven't talked about anything in this meeting, right? Yes, sir. Dismissed. In the future, you will be glad for your choice today. I hope so. Chairman, they're here, they've all arrived.
Now, even counting those on the way, we have gathered as many as 13,842 people. In the game, in the temporary meeting room of the World Association, a player looked at his chairman with excitement. More than 10,000 people, to fight against 70,000.
Tisk. Hearing this number, Lu Haizhu felt a bit of a headache. The gap in numbers is too big. If they lose, it will really be difficult to handle. Chairman, I've got something good.
Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a player.
Lu Haizhu looked up to see a young man walk in excitedly. This person, Lu Haizhu knows.
His name is Zhang Jihong, and they have interactions in the real world.
Jihong, what's the matter? Lu Haizhu asked the young man. Chairman, I got this thing, incense.
Zhang Jihong smiled mysteriously, raising 3 white sticks of incense from behind him.
What is this thing useful for?
Looking at the white incense in Zhang Jihong's hand, Lu Haizhu was completely confused. Not just him, others were also puzzled. They had indeed never seen white incense before.
But what's the use?
Chairman, this thing I got from the Ghost Bureau in Jincheng Town, once lit, it has a deadly attraction for the strange. The smell it emits can attract all bizarre creatures around. One stick can attract strange things within a radius of 1,000 meters.
This time, I got 500 sticks from the Ghost Bureau.
After saying this, Zhang Jihong lifted his head with pride.
Wow, is this thing that amazing? Is there such a good thing?
500 sticks, if we light them all, even if we don't act, the bizarre creatures attracted will be enough for that group of fools to drink a pot.
Upon hearing the effect of the incense, the players around showed joy on their faces. Jihong, how did you get this thing?
Lu Haizhu was also shocked by the good news brought by this young man. But he was curious how this boy got it. They hadn't really interacted with the Ghost Bureau in the game so far.
Has this kid already established connections there? Hey, it wasn't too difficult.
I managed to win over the deputy head of the Ghost Bureau. That sister thought I was handsome and wanted to support me.
Chairman, I did this for the guild.
Zhang Jihong said with a shy expression.
Wow, good guy, you're really impressive. You are something, you've really contributed a lot this time. This time, I'll remember your merit. Kid, can you really do that in this game?
A player raised his hand and made a gesture. His face showed a lewd smile. Yes, as long as both parties agree, it can work. I'll tell you, it's even more exciting than in the real world. But, never force it, forcing will trigger a system warning. A light penalty may just be a fine, while a heavy penalty could strip you of all your strength and seal your account.
And,
as she spoke about this, Zhang Jihong became more animated.
Enough, let's talk about serious matters.
Before Zhang Jihong could finish her words, Lu Haizhu directly interrupted her. Once those words were spoken, Zhang Jihong immediately fell silent. Other players thought it was a pity inside their hearts.
Next time, I'll also give it a try.
This time, Jihong remembers the first contribution.
By the way, Jihong, can you help us with that town's ghostly affair? Lu Haizhu looked up at Zhang Jihong. This can't.
President, although this is a game, and although they are all NPCs, to me, they are just like real living people. We can resurrect after we die, but when they die, it's truly the end. Moreover, there aren't many strong ones among them. Even if they came to help us, it wouldn't make much difference.
Zhang Jihong shook her head.
Her tone carried a hint of determination.
That's right, this is something that belongs to us players, why should they interfere? If those foreigners find out, they might think we can't handle it. Now, let's formulate a strategy.
Lu Haizhu gently waved his hand, casting the previous matter aside.
Now, they began to draft their plan to see how they would handle it.
Since we know where those foreigners are, these 500 sticks of incense can play a significant role.
Didn't they give us a day to think?
We can't just sit and wait, we must take the initiative to strike at night.
Tonight, all 44 Ghost Generals of the Heavens Alliance will mobilize. Light all the incense for me. Draw the oddities from all around to them, and we'll have a fight. When the time is right, we will strike.
Lu Haizhu slapped the table and said loudly. Using the incense for a nighttime raid was the best strategy he could think of now. In 3 hours, all members of the Heavens Alliance would submit their energy points, resulting in so many Ghost Generals. To put it bluntly, when it came time to fight those foreigners, if they died, the energy points would be theirs.
Rather than giving them away for free, why not enhance their own strength?
This plan is good, a night raid, and the night is precisely when the oddities are active. This move will definitely catch them off guard.
Right, we have no choice but to proceed this way. President, I've noticed that many teams declare war at 8 o'clock at night, so why don't we directly ambush them at 8?
Now, our 108th district is the hottest, we need to create a stunning battle.
President, shall we act now? At 7:30 in the evening.
The whole of China was discussing one matter.
That is the declaration of war. In half an hour, the great battle will begin. So exciting! I wonder how many districts will be victorious.
Don't have too high hopes, in some districts, we truly have too few people, it's impossible to win. I hope those advantaged districts can knock their heads around. I'm from the 1432nd district, it's very quiet here. Everyone is peacefully developing because the number of people from each country is small, we can't fight, huh? We're the same, quiet as can be, everyone is busy with their own stuff.
Why isn't anyone live streaming? I really want to watch.
Live stream what?
Tactics are confidential, of course, they can't be streamed. As countless people discussed, a post quietly appeared on the trending topics.
On the meaning of the Great War between regions in horror games.
This post had many comments below it. More people said it was meaningful than not.
It must be meaningful, this battle will practically determine the future position of each country within a district.
Nonsense. Everyone can respawn infinitely. If you lose this battle, can you still restrict my login? I'm just waiting at my respawn point. Yeah, if everyone can respawn infinitely, what's the point? Losing is just losing. Even if I lose, I will still play the game. Meaningful, this battle is about anger, about future status, about attitude, how can it be meaningless? The two sides argued endlessly. But a comments like surged up.
Countless players were struck by this comment. A punch to start, to avoid 100 punches later.
Throughout history, the essence of war is resources, attitude, status.
When you discuss whether this war has meaning, then the nature of this war has already changed.
This battle is not about resources, but about attitude, about status.
If no one fights, players in a major region will forever fall into internal strife, constantly targeting each other, never yielding, always plotting against each other.
A fight can earn several years of peaceful development. Isn't that something familiar?
If we are to fight, not only should we fight, but we should fight to the death.
This comments likes kept skyrocketing.
Well said, it's not about resources, but about attitude, about status, infinite respawns are just the least of the matters.
Infinite respawns? I can choose not to fight too, but since we are fighting now, what are we fighting for? For that attitude. If you provoke me, then I will sell anything to take you down.
Now that players from various countries have just met, there must be a fight, if there's no fight, they will never be honest. After this battle, at least we can secure years of peaceful development in different regions.
Why not fight? Infinite respawn? Do you really think they are masochists, dying upon respawning? Hee, it seems like infinite respawn, but once the tide has turned, will the remaining players still fight alongside you?
Yeah, that's how I play games. When my teammates fight and see we are losing the battle, I run away because I know if I go in, it's death, it's meaningless. Players with no battles to fight are surfing online. After all, the nights now are different from the nights before. Those without strength don't even dare to go out at night. They don't even know how they will die when they go out.
Meanwhile, in the game, the online players have reached a terrifying number. The great battle has quietly begun. President, are we ready?
In the night, on a barren mountain, countless figures lay still.
Over 10,000 players lay quietly on the mountain, not moving at all.
Alright, everyone, stay in place, all ghost generals, follow me.
Move quickly, don't get detected. Don't expose yourself, light the incense and retreat.
Without my orders, no player shall act rashly.
Lu Haizhu looked at the endless players behind him and whispered to his assistant. President, don't worry, I'm watching them. The assistant nodded gently.
Apart from the 44 ghost generals, he is the highest in status here.
Good.
Lu Haizhu patted the assistant's shoulder, then took the remaining ghost generals and melted into the night. As they left, the players present dared not even breathe. They remained silent. At this moment, each of them was extremely nervous.
It was their first time doing something so thrilling. Was it fear or excitement? It was difficult to say.
Anyway, it felt very thrilling. On the other side, in Danyu village. At this moment, Danyu village was crowded with people, foreign players were chatting happily.
Captain, aren't we going to enter the city? There are many dungeons in the city.
A handsome American player complained, looking at the tall figure in the distance.
Hee, that's what you don't understand. I gave those foolish Chinese players a day, so tonight we will stay another night. Tomorrow, if they don't quit the game, we will completely eliminate them, driving them out of the 108th district. Fleck, with his hands behind his back, revealed a meaningful smile. Captain, we don't know the respawn points of the Chinese players, how do we eliminate them? The player continued to ask.
He couldn't understand why the captain had to target the Chinese players.
They couldn't be killed. And it might completely offend them.
It was not worth the loss. You should know, one step slow, every step slow. My ultimate goal is to control all the resources in the game, dungeons, opportunities, and anomalies must all be under our control. Without these, we will only grow stronger, while those little ghosts from China will only grow weaker.
So, do you understand why I am targeting the Chinese players?
You're right, I don't know the resurrection points, and I cannot clear them. But in this battle, as long as we win, they will fear us, and then they will be like mice hiding in the shadows, avoiding us.
Fleck's lips curled up. This was indeed his ultimate goal.
One battle, to scare all the Chinese players. Then, control all the resources in the game, allowing his family to rise to new heights through this game. If he didn't fight this battle, in the future, more than 10,000 Chinese players would become his stumbling blocks.
This battle was mainly a psychological attack. I don't understand. Hearing those two words from behind, Fleck's expression darkened. An uneducated fool. The beautiful country doesn't lack anything except fools. However, these people were easy to control. All it took was to deceive them, and he could easily rally 70,000. In the beautiful country, it all relied on deception. Sakura and the great cold nations didn't need deception, they would just come forward shamelessly if given the word. Just as Fleck was fantasizing about a bright future. Dozens of figures stood around Big Bull Village. They hid in the darkness and were far away, so basically no one noticed them. So many people. TSK, this time, it's enough for you to drink a pot. Chapter 126, District 108 Defense Battle, 5. Report to the President, Number 2 completed. Report to the President, Number 3 completed. Report to the President, Number 4 completed. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Okay. In the night, dozens of figures quietly disappeared. On the ground where they had just stood, 3 long incense sticks were inserted. The incense was white, but the smoke it produced was blood red. It looked incredibly eerie. You're not wrong, this game is simply amazing. Indeed, it's just like the real world, with absolutely no difference from reality. Nice, Tom, don't just leave your wine untouched, keep drinking, you can't secretly avoid it. In Big Bull Village, in a courtyard, a dozen blonde men held red wine, clinking glasses back and forth. In the very center of the courtyard, there was a table filled with chicken, duck, fish, meat, and all sorts of dishes, incredibly rich. This taste is exactly like in the real world, honestly, I don't want to leave here. Who says otherwise? I really want to stay here forever and ever. Are we going to slaughter those damn Chinese dogs tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow is tomorrow, today is today, come, drink up. A dozen people drank deeply again. Totally intoxicated in the wonderful wine, unable to extricate themselves. Meanwhile, everywhere in Big Bull Village, there were similar scenes. In every spot, countless people were gathering together. After all, everything in this game was real. And when a game gathered friends from all corners of the world, it naturally called for a good celebration. However, these members of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, lost in the wonderful flavors, completely failed to notice that special things were increasing in the surrounding darkness. Under the influence of the eerie incense, the strange creatures from the surrounding mountains seemed to go mad, rushing towards this direction. Besides that, there were countless spirit creatures as well. These were spirit creatures born from absorbing Yin energy and gaining intelligence. Each was highly intelligent and exceptionally strong. Oh my gosh, so many? Darn it, so scary. My scalp is starting to tingle. On a distant mountain, the Chinese players waiting for news while observing Big Bull Village saw the scene unfolding below. One by one, they felt their scalp tingle. Dania Village was surrounded by 4 great mountains, like a natural basin. At this moment, countless figures on the 4 mountains were rushing down wildly. Their target was Dania Village below. From their perspective, these figures were strange, enlightened creatures. Although individually weak, their overwhelming numbers were enough to give those foreigners a scare. These things are not strong at all, there isn't a single ghost general among them. They seem limited in number, but their potential impact is also limited. One player grimaced in pain. Dania Village conservatively had at least 20 or 30 ghost general warriors. Among these attracted creatures and oddities, not a single ghost general was present. No matter how many there were, it was useless. It's fine, causing a little impact is better than none. That's true. The Chinese players waited silently. Inside Dania Village, the players from the Three Kingdoms were toasting and chatting, completely unaware of the commotion around them. They continued to enjoy themselves. In their imagination, the current Chinese players surely must be panicking and clueless. How could they possibly launch a night raid on them? What the heck? At the entrance of Dania Village, Tom, half drunken, unzipped his pants to urinate.
As he was doing so, a shadow flashed before him, jolting him awake from his drunken haze.
Could it be a creature?
Tom pulled up his pants, his expression alert. This village had been haunted by many creatures before their arrival. But all those oddities had been cleared away by them. However, given the village's remote location, it was normal for a few strange beings to occasionally wander in.
Ha! Tom sneered confidently, stepping into the darkness.
Ordinary oddities were no match for him.
After all, he was a dignified.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Tom was lost in his pleasant fantasies, several sounds of breaking air echoed from the surrounding darkness.
Who's there? What the heck, what is it? Damn it, get off me, get off me. No, don't eat my eyes.
From the darkness came Tom's screams. A few seconds later, the screams vanished. From the darkness emerged three half-human high weasels.
Their small eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty glow.
Fresh blood was still on them.
Fragrant scent, living humans. Could this be a paradise? Quick, notify the old master might become an immortal. The weasel in the center suddenly spoke human language.
His words were filled with thick excitement. After speaking, the three half-human high weasels quickly disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, countless oddities and creatures silently infiltrated Dania village. The enlightened creatures were even more cautious than humans. After all, caution was their innate gift. Before the players in Dania village could react, they had already been forcibly logged off. Many players were dying quietly. These creatures were professionals at killing. Within an hour of the creatures and oddities infiltrating Dania village, not a single player noticed anything amiss. They were too busy enjoying themselves, lying on the ground pondering life, completely ignorant that many uninvited guests had already arrived in Dania village. Weird, where's Harvey?
Did he log off?
Inside a house, Fleck frowned while sitting on the sofa. His assistant Harvey had suddenly gone missing. He had specifically instructed that tonight, apart from those utterly weak players, the strong ones absolutely couldn't log off. This was to prevent the Chinese players from launching a night raid.
Odd.
Fleck scratched his head, slowly walking out of the room.
The night was deep.
As Fleck walked down the street, he frowned almost instantly. What the heck? Fleck cursed under his breath and turned toward a small alley. At the end of that alley, dozens of bodies, covered in blood and mangled beyond recognition, lay quietly there. The smell of blood was completely concealed. Even standing in front of these corpses, Fleck couldn't smell a trace of blood. The surface of each corpse was covered with dense bites and scratches.
Is this the work of the players from Huaxia? Why has no one noticed? Fleck left this place and casually opened their Game Alliance group chat.
Oh guys, it seems like we have some unexpected guests on our turf.
Unexpected guests? Dude, are you drunk? Where are these unexpected guests? Could it be that group of Huaxia kids has come?
Dude, just got a game message that I died. I'm logging back in and heading to Dania village, you all be careful. Where's Fleck? Go tell Fleck that the Huaxia kids are here, I just died too. I saw it, I saw a weasel half my height, oh my god, they're so vicious, they tore open my belly and shredded my insides.
Oh, too terrifying, I saw a tiger, a 2-meter tall tiger, can you imagine, guys? Why didn't I see?
Looking at these chat records, Fleck's chest heaved with anger, his head almost smoking.
Damn it, everyone knows, why didn't they notify me?
Once these people die, they will return to the resurrection point, and it takes a long time to get here from there. The players from Huaxia, they really have come. Thinking of this, Fleck immediately issued an announcement. Everyone pay attention, some unexpected guests have arrived at Dania village, kill them quickly. Repeat, get your act together, kill all these damn ghosts, hurry up. Fleck's message was pinned. In an instant, the entire Dania village was buzzing. Countless players shook themselves awake, tossing aside their bottles and starting to act. Players complained, they could judge them as just joking while still a bit drunk. But Fleck's notification was real. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. Fleck looked at the weasel he had just killed and was nearly exploding with anger. They had all died, they all knew Huaxia was attacking them, yet this group remained indifferent? It was simply too foolish. Foolishly hopeless. Chapter 127, Defense Battle of District 108, 6. These people can't all be fools, right? On the mountain, lying for an hour, witnessing over 10,000 Huaxia players collectively fall into silence for an hour. During this hour, they witnessed those strange and bizarre creatures mix into Dania village and then slaughter players from the three kingdoms. The slaughter lasted a full hour, and those people didn't put up any effective resistance. In just this hour, the players from the three kingdoms estimated that thousands had died. This left them all in silence. An hour, one village, thousands dead. Those players still enjoyed themselves, without anyone noticing the abnormality.
Although those strange creatures acted very swiftly, that wasn't an excuse. This left all Huaxia players dumbfounded. Are these foreigners really that brainless?
President, good news, over 10 ghost generals are on their way here. At this moment, a player excitedly approached Lu Haizhu and whispered the report.
Damn, maybe we won't need to take action.
Lu Haizhu's face was quite strange. Before contact, he felt this would definitely be a huge crisis. But now, his thoughts had changed. Although these guys were many, they were just a rabble, completely unable to form effective combat power.
Perhaps these strange creatures could wipe them out in one wave. They wouldn't even need to make a move.
On the other side, Jinchang, Jingue Bureau. At this moment, the Jingue Bureau was brightly lit, with countless staff moving hurriedly, all wearing urgent expressions.
Who can tell me? Where did these ghost controllers come from?
In a grand office, the director of the investigation bureau, Sushin, leaned over his desk, his serious gaze fixed on the high-ranking officials before him. Hearing this, the officials fell into silence.
None of them spoke first. The main reason was,
this matter was just too damn bizarre. It felt like, overnight, a multitude of unfamiliar faces appeared all over Jin City.
As if that wasn't enough.
Who would have thought that these suddenly emerged strangers were all ghost controllers, and their power was not low at all? Among them, there were even quite a few ghost generals.
Damn it, such a powerful force could conquer a city.
The silent and sudden appearance of these guys was the most terrifying part of it all. According to my investigation, among these unfamiliar faces that seem to have appeared overnight, a large portion are from Sakura Country, the Great Cold Nation, and Beautiful Country. Damn it, 90% of Sakura Country's land has fallen, it's almost a complete extinction. Where did these suddenly appearing Sakura people come from? The Great Cold Nation announced its complete extinction 3 months ago. Where exactly did these people come from? Looking at the silent officials, Sushin felt a surge of anger.
Director, perhaps I know.
At this moment, a woman in her 30s, well-maintained and charming, with red lips slightly moving, spoke up.
Oh? Go ahead. Sushin frowned.
This was Jiang Yu, the deputy director of the Jin City Investigation Bureau.
A few days ago, I had contact with one of them.
Jiang Yu's voice was very calm. Her first sentence captured the attention of all the high-ranking officials.
Their deputy director had interacted with these folks a few days ago?
He told me they are from another world, a different strange world that has not yet revived peacefully.
And that world is exactly like our own.
Just yesterday, he came to find me, saying that Sakura Country, the Great Cold Nation, and Beautiful Country want to unite against them.
And I gave him 500 sticks of incense.
As this was said, the expressions among the officials varied, with only the logistics department head looking as if he had eaten something terrible.
Damn it, he just thought, where did those 500 sticks of incense disappear to inexplicably?
For this, the director had scolded him more than once.
So it turned out, there was a traitor within. From another world? Sushin frowned. Can this be believed?
Yes, I willingly dedicated myself to coax the truth out of him.
Finally, I got the truth.
They are playing a game called Horror Game, and they are players who can respawn infinitely.
While we are the NPCs in the game, our world is the game world.
As these words were spoken, the high-ranking officials looked at each other in disbelief, their expressions remarkable.
Even Director Sushin couldn't hold back his surprise. Game, players, infinite respawn, NPCs. He looked at Jiang Yu with the expression of someone looking at a fool. That look seemed to say, have you gone crazy in bed?
As the director, he knew well that this deputy director was notoriously flirtatious. For within her was a desire demon. Under the influence of this demon, she delighted in passion. But usually, she was just fine. So how could she say such an outrageous thing this time? Anyway, I've said what I needed to say, believe it or not is up to you. Moreover, according to our investigation, that group is about to clash in Dainio village, right? Feeling the strange gazes around her, Jiang Yu leaned back in her chair indifferently. She crossed her legs, her long, fair legs swaying slightly. This made some of the less powerful members instinctively cover their groins, their faces turning red. This deputy director really was getting stronger and stronger. She was constantly exuding an alluring aura. It almost made them lose their composure.
All right, I'll report this matter truthfully. Now the urgent matter is to keep a close eye on those guys.
If they fight among themselves with strange things and monsters, then don't interfere, let them do as they please. But if they dare to act against ordinary people, then show no mercy. Capture what should be captured, kill what should be killed. Remember, maintain order at all costs, do not be influenced by them. Sushin spoke in a serious tone, full of righteous indignation.
Yes.
The high-ranking officials nodded in unison. By the way, when you have time, bring the one you've been in contact with to the bureau. Sushin glanced at Jiang Yu and said softly, then turned to leave. This matter was beyond his control, he had to report it upwards. If those guys cause chaos, then the entire Gene City will be in big trouble.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is a beautiful night, it would be a pity to waste it. How about coming to my house to have some fun? I saw your reactions just now, and I promise you will have a wonderful night.
Jiang Yu crossed her arms, looking at the group of high-ranking officials before her. After speaking, she teasingly stuck out her sexy tongue and licked her lips. She looked extremely seductive.
Right then, one of the high-ranking officials couldn't hold back anymore. Jiang Yu, put away that act, this is the bureau.
A high-ranking official snorted coldly, then covered his crotch and left the place. Others also came to their senses, each one escaping as if from a fire.
Playing with others might just leave one with some back pain.
But playing with this deputy director could mean losing strength at best, or even losing one's life at worst.
So boring.
Watching these guys with lustful hearts but cowardly guts, Jiang Yu felt a bit disappointed. But thinking of the guy from last night in bed made her extremely excited. That little guy not only had decent strength, but his skills in bed were also impressive. The main thing was, even when his power was absorbed by her, that little guy never complained at all. He was simply the best furnace for her.
Unfortunately, the little one was busy with his own matters.
Tonight, he would again spend the night alone. With this thought, Jiang Yu couldn't help but rub her two jade legs together.
Chapter 128, The Defense Battle of Region 108-7. How is the battle going? Is it going smoothly? I'm dying of anxiety. Why? Why is there still no news? How is the fighting going? Is there anyone on the scene giving updates? Oh, I'm so mad. Why wasn't I assigned to one of those popular regions? I can't witness such an exciting event with my own eyes. There's no news online, as if the entire world has gone silent, no messages are coming out. Is there anyone out there who can give us some news? Have you all turned mute? I'm so anxious I can't even sleep. That night, countless netizens across China were quietly holding their phones, constantly refreshing various communication apps. They were all waiting for a message. A message of a grand victory for China. But so far, no news had come out. No one knew how each region was faring, and this left them tearing their hair out in frustration. Good news, the Dragon Pavilion achieved a great victory, the Beautiful Country, the Cherry Blossom Country, and the Cold Nation Alliance were defeated all at once. 40,000 players from the three countries were eliminated, and the opposing side has all logged off, afraid to engage again. Congratulations to the Godly Wealth Guild for achieving a comprehensive victory. After 3 hours of intense battle, the total number of enemies killed reached 120,000, the three-nation alliance was utterly defeated, and the players of the three nations collectively logged off, not daring to log in again. The Battle God Hall achieved a complete victory, players from the three nations were beaten so badly they didn't dare to show their faces. We lost, the Heaven and Earth sect in Region 114 was completely crushed by the three-nation alliance, 50,000 players suffered a total defeat. In Region 336, 30,000 players from China were slaughtered by players from the three nations. Just when countless players in China were anxiously waiting for news, battle reports suddenly flooded the hot search list, as if they had all agreed on it. These battle reports included both victories and major defeats. After all, not every region had players from China at an advantage. The player nationalities in each region were purely random. Or rather, it all depends on speed. Haha, we won, Shenlong Pavilion is amazing, I knew Shenlong Pavilion was not simple, I am from Shenlong Pavilion, too bad I'm not in the main army's big area. I am also from Shenlong Pavilion, the big shots are really impressive, they fought so well that the foreign players didn't dare to show up, impressive 666. The Rich Guild is also amazing, Boss Wang personally leads the team, very strong. War God Hall is also top-notch strong, backed by 3 big families of China, truly impressive, they made us proud. I can understand the failure in District 336, after all, there was no guild leading, but what happened with Tiandi sect? Yeah, a big area has a limit of 100,000 players, and you Tiandi sect have 50,000 players, yet you were crushed? What's up with Tiandi sect coming out to get beaten? What the heck? If the player difference is too big, I wouldn't say anything, but you lost with 50,000 players? Damn it, Tiandi sect, such a powerful name, and this is what you're about? Originally, the netizens were celebrating happily, but when they saw Tiandi sect, they instantly became unhappy. If an area loses because of too big a player difference, then I would argue with you. But how can you lose with 50,000 players? Even if they were 50,000 pigs, wouldn't the players from the three kingdoms take a while to defeat them? The netizens were filled with righteous anger and all logged into Douyang, flooding Tiandi sect's Douyang with messages. Words of abuse kept appearing one after another. At this moment, Tiandi sect was completely nailed to the pillar of shame. Meanwhile, Tiandi sect's players furiously took off their VR helmets. They were furious, their bodies trembling in anger facing the netizens' vitriol, but they had no words to respond. At this moment, in a building, Countless young men and women took off their helmets one after another.
They all looked angrily at the middle-aged man in the center.
Ye Xuan, I need you to give us an explanation.
One player shouted loudly.
Yes, give us an explanation. Why didn't you let us take action? Why did you put us in danger? Why did you give that order in the end? Did you know there was an ambush there all along? Damn it, are you a spy?
Surrounding young men and women pointed at the middle-aged man and scolded him.
This was the headquarters of Tiandi sect. These young men and women were all core members of Tiandi sect.
As for the middle-aged man getting scolded, he was the leader of Tiandi sect. He was also the founder of Tiandi sect.
First, Tiandi sect was established by me, I can do whatever I want.
Second, to be serious, I pay each of you 500,000 every month, you are all my employees, who gives you the right to question my decisions? Third, yes, there indeed was a trap there, and I brought you there on purpose. Fourth, it's just a game, losing is just losing.
Do you know how much the Three Kingdoms Alliance pays me?
A full 10 billion.
If we lose, they'll give me 10 billion, that's 10 billion. Do you have any concept of that? Just by losing a small game, I can get 10 billion. If you were in my position, wouldn't you agree?
Ye Xuan showed a smile, looking at these capable subordinates.
Now, I will take out 5 billion and distribute it all to you.
Ye Xuan continued. Once this was said, he thought these people would change their expressions.
However, these capable subordinates were looking at him with eyes full of disbelief. You really are a fool, the times have long changed. 10 billion, what the hell is 10 billion worth? Do you know how we are being insulted online? Do you know what your actions this time mean? What is 10 billion worth? Tell me. 10 billion, do you have the life to get it? Do you have the life to spend it? I never expected that our leader would actually be such a fool.
Faced with the merciless accusations of these young folks, Ye Xuan's smile froze on his face. He thought that after hearing about the 10 billion, these young folks would change their minds. Unexpectedly, not only did they not change their minds, but they also criticized him even more harshly.
This left him very confused. When did these people start to look down on 100 billion?
At this moment, the door was opened. Outside, several figures in black uniforms quickly approached Ye Xuan.
Click. Silver handcuffs fell onto Ye Xuan's wrists.
Ye Xuan was stunned. Mr. He, we are from the National Security Bureau, and after investigation, we have confirmed that you have colluded with foreign organizations and betrayed national interests. You are hereby arrested for treason. The cold voice entered Ye Xuan's ears.
In his bewilderment, he was quickly taken away from the scene.
Everyone, from now on, I am the new leader of the Tiandi sect.
My name is Lu Weigua. I hope that you will cooperate with me in the future.
A middle-aged man smiled and spoke softly. As the Tiandi sect fell into a storm of public opinion, a piece of news topped the trending searches. After investigation, it has been confirmed that the leader of the Tiandi sect in the terrifying game colluded with foreign organizations, leading to the great defeat of the Tiandi sect. Currently, the leader of the Tiandi sect, Ye Xuan, has been lawfully arrested.
As soon as this news broke, a crowd of netizens immediately understood, cheering online. Damn, I said, how could 50,000 people be easily beaten?
It turns out the leader has betrayed us.
Good job arresting him. This kind of traitor should be shot. Sorry, brothers of the Tiandi sect, I misunderstood you. I hope the Tiandi sect can rise again. Brothers, it seems we forgot something. Oh crap, I just remembered, the 108th District's Tianxia Society hasn't given any news yet. Now that you mention it, what happened to the Tianxia Society? Isn't the Tianxia Society the real focus? Over 10,000 against 70,000, and we still have no results? The brothers from the Tianxia Society are tough, over 10,000 fighting against 70,000, and they're still holding on? Brothers from the Tianxia Society, keep it up. No matter the outcome, we will support you. Chapter 129, The Defense War of the 108th District, 8. It started, President, when do we strike? On the desolate mountain, players from the Tianxia Society looked at their president. Below, the Big Bull village was ablaze with the fires of war, having completely broken out. Players were battling against the strange monsters and various creatures. Every second, players were dying. No hurry, we will attack only when all the bizarre creatures and monsters have been eliminated. Lu Haizhu stroked his chin, holding back the eager players around him. Hearing Lu Haizhu's words, the other players suppressed their excitement and chose to continue observing. Lu Haizhu's idea was simple. Wait until the players from the three kingdoms below were exhausted, then strike. Because those three kingdoms players were all gathered together out of sheer passion. Once they suffered a major defeat, it would be difficult to gather the players again. After all, we are playing a game, we all need to grow stronger. Why should we waste time following you to get beaten? the cohesion of players is limited.
Although the bizarre creatures and monsters have drastically reduced the number of Three Kingdoms players, it's still not enough. The number has indeed decreased, but there are still several tens of thousands. They are not something they can easily confront.
We have to wait.
By the way, let our people get some means of transportation and scout a route to ensure our players can quickly respawn to reach the battlefield after they die.
Lu Haizhu looked at his assistant beside him, speaking in a low voice.
After observing for so long, he discovered an important point. That is, when players die, it takes time to rush from the respawn point to here. He hadn't thought of this before, but now he understood. As long as they can arrange the routes well, allowing players to quickly reach the respawn point after dying will greatly aid the situation.
As long as their support speed is faster than the Three Kingdoms players, then over 10,000 people.
You can treat it as if 30 to 40,000 people will charge.
Okay, President. The assistant nodded and called out, making dozens of players disappear into the night.
Their mission was very simple.
Step 1, find the right route. Step 2, find the right vehicle. Step 3, set up a meeting point.
After players die and respawn, they just need to quickly reach the resurrection point, then a van can quickly rush them to Dania village. This way, the support speed of the Three Kingdoms players would not be able to keep up with them at all. While the Tianxia Association was making tight arrangements, the battle below had already entered a heated phase.
Fuck, can anyone tell me where all these damn things came from?
Fleck slapped a strange creature dead. Looking at the countless shadows in the surrounding darkness, he couldn't help but curse. At first it was fine, but now so many ghosts suddenly appeared.
What on earth is going on? Could it be that the game officials are specifically targeting them? Tonight, we have hope for immortality.
In the distance, a weasel, as tall as a person, had green light glowing from its eyes, with a tuft of white fur on its chin.
It looked eagerly at the players ahead, almost unable to contain its excitement.
In Jinchang, there is the Huaxia dragon array suppressing them, and these mountain monsters didn't dare to enter in large numbers.
But in this desolate wilderness, there are so many living people? Ha ha ha. This is truly heaven helping me. Kids, kill them, extract their essence. With a wave of the weasel's big hand, groups of weasels rushed into Dania village recklessly. So hungry, I'm so hungry. One by one, the strange creatures wandering in the wilderness rushed into Dania village.
At this moment, Dania village resembled a hell on earth. The ground was covered with corpses.
The entire street, saying it's flowing with rivers of blood would not be an exaggeration.
These foreign players, although numerous, were mostly new players with weak strength. In front of these mountain monsters, they were not worthy. It was also because they had many numbers that they could hold up until now. And the most important reason was that they had many ghost generals as well.
A total of 71 ghost generals.
These 71 ghost generals were all funded by foreign consortiums.
Fleck, we're here.
Old buddies, we're here, kill off this group of beasts. Kill, kill. Suddenly, countless players who had previously died slowly returned. They raised their weapons, shouting as they joined the battle. Among them, many players who had not logged in also rushed online. Tens of thousands of people in a chaotic battle against the strange creatures looked incredibly spectacular. This gave the Huaxia players squatting in the distance a great eye feast.
Old 3, how's it going? Hurry up, don't let anyone find you.
In a seemingly abandoned factory in Jinchang, several shadows sneaked in carefully.
Don't rush me, this thing is a bit tricky. Tricky? Didn't you claim that you could crack open an entire neighborhood with just a cup of instant noodles? Is a broken van too hard for you? Can you stop nagging? Damn it, don't distract me.
In the night, several shadows gathered around a second-hand van. One person was working on the lock of the van. Damn, this broken van has no gas. If there's no gas, then steal it, hurry up.
Hey, it's open. After some effort, the van door was successfully opened. Let me have a look.
Hey, easy. The one who pried open the van door took out pliers and opened the keyhole, pulling out a few wires. After a series of unreasonable operations, the van successfully started.
Damn, it started, let's go. Get in the car.
Hurry, I stole 3 barrels of oil, it should be enough.
Let's go, don't let anyone find us.
Seeing this, the few people looked delighted and hurriedly got in the car. Moments later, the second-hand van made a sound as if it were overburdened.
The van wobbled as it started.
Finally, the van wobbled away into the night at 30 miles per hour.
Did it leave? It left. After the van departed, a middle-aged man and a young lad emerged from the distant corner.
The two looked at the disappearing second-hand van with extremely complicated expressions.
Where did this poor fool come from?
In the end, the middle-aged man cursed quietly. Damn it, in the middle of the night, several strong men barged into their factory.
At first, they were startled, thinking perhaps they were dealing with gangsters.
But unexpectedly, these men, with their powerful moves, ended up stealing just a second-hand van worth hardly anything as scrap metal.
You go check if the soul stone at the entrance is still okay.
Yes, master. The young lad quickly ran to the front gate for a look. Seeing the big stone at the gate, he breathed a sigh of relief.
No problem, master.
Damn it, after all this, they really just stole a second-hand van.
If you wanted it, I could have just given it to you. This really scared me, damn it.
The middle-aged man took out a lighter to light a cigarette, took a deep puff, and turned to go back inside, cursing under his breath. In the distance, the young lad slowly closed the door. The soul stone can keep ordinary strange creatures at bay, but it cannot guard against humans.
Chapter 130, Defense Battle of District 108, 9. How did you get a tricycle? That tricycle must be quite old, right? You talk about us?
Your broken van wouldn't even be wanted for scrap.
Still, mine is powerful, see, a truck. Ha, if it weren't for the time limit, I would have pried 3 Land Rovers for you.
In Jinchang, on an open space, dozens of players were bragging to each other.
Behind them were several parked vehicles. An old tricycle with peeling paint. A large truck without doors. A beaten-up second-hand van. And an 18-hand Mazda.
Looking at these 4 mismatched rides, Lu Haiju's assistant, Luo Shuhang, covered his face in disbelief. He had no choice but to feel helpless. These are 4 gathering points, just drive the junk you worked hard to get over there.
By the way, this isn't enough, get more.
Countless words were stuck in Luo Shuhang's throat, and finally, all those words turned into a sigh. He was tired.
All right then. Let's go. Set off.
The old tricycle puffed out black smoke, slowly driving away with more than 10 players.
The van wobbled in the opposite direction. Clunk.
After not going far, a door fell to the ground.
Hee.
A player jumped off the van, picked up the fallen door, and returned inside.
Watching all this, Luo Shuhang covered his face. President, how about we just let these fools keep running?
At this moment, 5 full hours had passed. From the start point of Ye Xuan to now, a full 5 hours had gone by. And countless netizens in Huaxia were quietly waiting for news from the Tianxia Association.
At this moment, Lu Haiju took a deep breath. Are you ready? Lu Haiju looked at the players behind him. Okay. Don't worry, President, we've been prepared for 5 hours, we are fully ready.
Hee, just leave it to me, messing with ghosts, we are not skilled at that, but we know how to deal with people. Hearing these words, Lu Haiju nodded slightly. These words sounded quite reliable.
That made him feel at ease. Pass the message down, in half an hour, we act.
Glancing at the gradually calming battle in Dania village, Lu Haiju said quietly.
The strange creatures and wild spirits should give those players from the 3 kingdoms a heavy blow.
Now, it was time for them to act.
No problem.
Soon, all the players received orders to act in half an hour.
Hurry, get on it. Is this really okay? Hee, I'm like Lubu of this era. Damn pervert.
In a bumpy area, countless players held a strange long stick. On one end of the stick, countless white cloths were wrapped, and on the cloths, something that was undoubtedly feces was smeared. Everyone also tucked a knife at their waist.
Listen up, everyone.
When the fight starts, the first step is to smash this thing in their faces, and then, while they're distracted, stab them.
Got it? Got it.
Each player in the shit-stirring squad looked very confident.
How's it going? Ready?
On the other side, hundreds of players looked at the young man in the center.
Above this player's head were the 3 characters Dragon Dominance. Don't worry, this is very easy. Dragon Dominance looked at the bottle in front of him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was extremely satisfied with his masterpiece.
Alright, hurry up and replicate it, we're running out of time. Dragon Dominance called for the players around to start moving. On the ground behind them were bottles of industrial alcohol, gasoline, and diesel. These things took them a long time to collect. Don't let me see you hanging out with those guys who play in the dirt again.
If I see one, I'll kill one. How can a bunch of dirt players compare to me?
In another place, a young man with his hands on his hips looked proudly at his creation. On the ground in front of him were grenades.
Boss, are these homemade grenades safe? Don't blow up our own people.
A player looked a bit strange.
Don't worry, absolutely safe.
But unfortunately, time is a bit short, otherwise, I could upgrade them a bit. The young man stroked his chin, revealing a confident smile.
Alright, you all know the making method now?
Hurry up, during this time, make a few dozens. The young man waved his hand, and the players around began to replicate.
Homemade grenades are all about simplicity, large quantity, and great power. Small workshop production, raw materials are fierce. Whether it's safe or not is not the point, anyway, the power must be strong. Soon, half an hour passed. Countless players were now ready, waiting for Lu Haizhu to issue the order for a full attack. Standing on the mountaintop, Lu Haizhu looked at the gradually calming battle in Big Cow Village and felt that the timing was right. Notify everyone, launched the total attack. With a wave of Lu Haizhu's hand, the command for a full attack was rapidly conveyed. And the group chat was filled with commands for the total assault. Quick, everyone grab 3 Molotov cocktails, be careful not to throw them at our own people. Hurry, hurry, hold on to the grenades, remember to throw them far, I don't know how big the blast radius is. Brothers, remember my words, first smear their faces with shit, then draw your knives. With this combo, no one can withstand it. Countless players quietly moved towards Big Cow Village under the night sky. Meanwhile, inside Big Cow Village, Fleck looked at the players in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Although they had just endured a disaster, it was not all bad. After all, their cohesion had greatly improved. A bunch of beasts dare to set their sights on us? In front, a player from Cherry Blossom Country kicked the corpse of the weasel lying on the ground, his face filled with disdain. This corpse was that of the weasel old man from before. The old man had the strength, but he never thought the dead could still appear before him. Alright everyone, this time you all worked hard, and I believe you are all tired. Go down and rest, conserve your energy, when daylight comes, we have another battle to fight. Fleck revealed a smile and loudly commanded. Having killed all night, although he was not tired, those players with low strength needed rest. Otherwise, it would affect their combat effectiveness during the day. Okay, Mr. Fleck. Don't worry, Mr. Fleck, when the battle starts, I'll definitely bring down the heads of those Chinese players. Yo, China? I love playing with those pigs from China the most. Players from Cherry Blossom Country and the Great Cold Nation flattered each other. Fleck smiled but remained silent. Not good, the Chinese players have breached in. Baka. Help, it hurts so much. It's on fire, it's on fire. Suddenly, countless screams erupted from outside. These screams made the people inside the house instantly uneasy. What's happening? Have the Chinese players broken in? Even Fleck himself was panicking. Are these Chinese players devils? He opened the door and walked out. In an instant, the whole village was ablaze with light. Little brother, your Molotov cocktail is awesome. Keep a low profile. What do you mean? At the village entrance, 2 players stood sneakily at the base of a wall. What the hell, let's blow it up. A player beside him yanked the pin from a grenade in his hand and threw it with all his strength, the grenade flew inside. Damn. The other player also threw a grenade with all his might. But the 2 players scratched their heads in confusion. This isn't right, why isn't it going off? It's been over 20 seconds, why hasn't it exploded? It can't be a dud, right? This guy was bragging to me, yet the thing he made is useless. The 2 players shook their heads in disappointment. What's the point of bragging? Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. The wall beside the 2 players instantly shattered like glass, sending them flying away with a shockwave. Their bodies slammed heavily onto the ground far away. After rolling a few times, they dazedly got up, sitting down heavily on the ground. When they looked up, the scene before them left them in silence. The original 2-story building had turned into ruins. Among the ruins, there were countless severed limbs and broken arms. Besides that, 3 or 4 nearby houses had also collapsed. Looking at this scene, they retracted the words they had just said. This is a grenade? If you told them it was a missile, they would believe it. You have a nosebleed. You have a nosebleed too. Chapter 131, Defensive Area 108, 10. F***K, these stupid things, just kill them, charge forward. They aren't many, charge forward and kill all these damned guys. Crush them. Fleck, looking at the suddenly appearing Chinese players, cursed angrily. He stood on the roof, loudly boosting morale. Wasn't it your proposal that made us get out of the game? Let me see if I don't cut you down here today. Lu Haizhu brandished his big machete, rushing towards Fleck without hesitation. The machete in his hand shimmered with a cold glow. F***K, come on. Fleck wasn't afraid at all, instead, he took the initiative to meet him. Both sides' ghost generals clashed with players. Some Chinese players even fought against 2 enemies just to hold back the ghost generals. For ordinary players, the ghost generals were nightmares, they absolutely couldn't let the ghost general players from the 3 nations attack ordinary players. First move, poo on the face. Smack. A mop covered in feces was slapped right onto a Sakura country player's face. Baka, what is this? Is it poop? The Sakura country player, his face covered in poop, closed his eyes.
Upon smelling the nearly suffocating stench, he angrily screamed.
Second move, 18 dragon subduing knives. In the next moment, a head dropped to the ground. Baka, are you actually playing with poop? Despicable Chinese players are actually playing with poop? Baka.
The surrounding Sakura country players widened their eyes, their faces filled with fear. As if they had seen some great horror.
Ha ha ha, keep it up.
The Chinese player who had neatly taken care of the Sakura country player laughed heartily. Behind him stood a huge wooden barrel. Inside the barrel, it was filled with poop. Some of the poop was stolen, while others were their own. This game really has high freedom, you can even poop.
Run, the Chinese players are playing with poop.
They are, playing with poop, Brother, kill me, brother, I'm not clean anymore. The players from the three nations were completely dazed by this wave of actions. Whenever they saw a Chinese player with a mop, they turned and ran.
Not even wanting to fight back. Brothers, firebombs clear the way, kill.
Go, throw the firebombs, don't drop them on the ground.
The entire Dania village was thrown into chaos once again.
The Three Kingdoms players were suffering unbearably. Playing with shit, playing with pee, playing with firebombs, playing with grenades, and some even specialized in sneak attacks with quick stabs. Why can the Huaxia players be so despicable?
Isn't it better to fight like gentlemen?
After 5 hours of intense battle, they were already very tired, yet now they had to endure this from the Huaxia players.
This completely broke their mentality.
Some Three Kingdoms players with shit smeared on their faces were left with psychological scars, refusing to resurrect after dying.
They chose to log off and comfort their injured souls.
Even more Three Kingdoms players raged on the game forum against Huaxia players. You Huaxia are truly despicable, you are shameless, you are a despicable nation.
Huaxia players are so hateful, I strongly condemn you. Have you ever eaten shit?
I have. Despicable, shameless, lacking martial ethics, no morals, and ruthless, I discriminate against you. You actually use shit as a weapon, I swear, I will never go to Huaxia again, just a bunch of savages.
These posts quickly went viral in the dead of night.
After all, many netizens were waiting for news from Area 108. Now, instead of waiting for victory or defeat, they were met with insults. Each poster indicated they were from Area 108.
Can anyone tell me what happened in Area 108?
I don't know, but from these foreigners' reactions, they must have suffered a huge mental blow.
Eating shit, using shit as a weapon? No way.
Hiss, they wouldn't be smearing shit on their faces, right?
Shouldn't be. Thinking about it is terrifying. Netizens collectively gasped. It shouldn't be as they imagined.
This made the long-waiting netizens even more curious about what had happened in the game.
Can you slow down a bit?
Damn it, we're people, not cabbages or pigs.
My head, my ass, my teeth.
On a winding, rugged mountain road, a big truck sped through the path.
In the back of the truck, dozens of players were tossed around. These players kept rolling in the truck, some even turned into jetting warriors, continuously vomiting.
The young driver, with a cigarette in his mouth, kept turning the steering wheel. You young people are living too comfortably. Back in my day, my comrades never complained at all. He said this while speeding up.
He completely ignored the shouts from behind. As long as he pretended not to hear, no one would blame him.
It was the same back then. The dead players were rapidly transported to Dania village, joining the battle swiftly. From the very beginning, victory was already determined. The Three Kingdoms players claimed to have 70,000, but now, only a little over 10,000 remained. After all, some hadn't logged in, others were frightened by the strange creatures, and some got tired and quickly logged off to rest. Now, the first wave of attacks from the Tianxia Association had sent many Three Kingdoms players away. Due to various reasons, only a little over 10,000 Three Kingdoms players were left. And these remaining players had already lost their fighting spirit, just waiting to be slaughtered like lambs. Hee, your strength doesn't match your arrogance. Who are you to dare provoke me?
Lu Haizhu placed a big knife at Freck's neck, looking disdainful.
Fuck. Freck cursed loudly. He never expected that he wasn't this guy's opponent.
Damn it.
Why are Huaxia players so strong? Clearly, we are all ghost generals.
Die. Lu Haizhu ruthlessly made his move. A head fell to the ground. After killing this one, Lu Haizhu quickly joined other battlefields. Damn guy, you are bound to die, bound to die. In the real world, the dead Fleck immediately resurrected and then ran wildly toward Dania village. He wanted to go back for revenge.
The war was still ongoing. The number of players from the Three Kingdoms was sharply decreasing. Even in the end, when the players from the Three Kingdoms revived and reached the destination, they lacked the courage to join the battle. Because they had already lost. Originally coming to support, the players from the three kingdoms quietly left the place, then logged off at light speed. So many people, with one less me, nobody knows.
These idiots only know how to shout.
When it comes to fighting, one or two are just weak dogs, there's no difficulty at all.
Chapter 132, We Won.
November 16, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 22 days until the strange revival.
It's over, we won. Oh yeah, we won. In this epic war, we won. Awesome, 7 Nations Alliance, 70,000 people? Didn't they lose anyway?
I say, those foreign guys are just weak.
Gathering 9 lotus flowers.
At Dainio village, countless Chinese players raised their weapons and shouted loudly. The players were overjoyed and cried, hugging each other and shouting loudly.
So good. Watching this scene, Lu Haiju's lips curled up and a gentle smile appeared on his face. They had won.
They won a war that seemed impossible to win. The coalition of Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, and Cold Nation, totaling 70,000 people, was completely defeated by them. Lu Haiju sat down on the side of the road, slowly leaning against the wall behind him. Suddenly, a ray of light fell on him.
Lu Haiju opened his eyes to look.
He didn't know when, in the distance at the horizon, a big sun was slowly rising. The gentle sunlight gradually enveloped the whole land.
All darkness was completely dispelled. It was dawn. This battle lasted the entire night. President, what should we do next?
A player leaned close to Lu Haiju and asked in a low voice. Organize a bit, then free activity.
Got it.
Lu Haiju took one last glance at his surroundings, then logged off at light speed. This battle had caused him too much mental stress. If he wasn't careful, the future of more than 10,000 players would be ruined in his hands. But now, his tense mind was relieved, and he needed to rest well. At this moment, the Chinese netizens who had been watching all night finally got the answers they wanted. On the morning of the next day, the netizens who stayed up all night were drowsy. At that moment, a video suddenly appeared on Douyin, and the video's popularity rose rapidly.
Damn it, what's going on? Sat up all night and there's still no news. Did these guys fight all night? In a university dormitory, Xiaoyu held his phone with a tired face.
So far, he hadn't slept for 3 nights, and even though he was now a ghost controller, he still couldn't hold it anymore.
Fought all night, those guys from Region 108 won't be burned out, right?
His roommate Dingyan put down his phone and sighed heavily.
Burned to ash, probably.
Another roommate mumbled. In a dorm of 4 people, except for one who didn't return overnight, they were all on standby, waiting for news from Region 108. After sitting all night, there was still no news. Only the occasional curses from foreigners appeared online. There was no news about whether they won or lost in the battle at all. Sigh, it's a pity I'm not in Region 108, otherwise I'd want to join as well. Fighting a battle all night, how exciting that must be. 10,000 people fighting against 70,000 people, fighting all night. The brothers from Tiangui really held strong.
Who says not?
From now on, the players from Tiangui and Region 108 are all my big brothers.
The 3 lay on their respective beds, expressing their amazement.
Although they had never seen it with their own eyes, they had already imagined it. The brothers from Region 108, they
died and resurrected and died, repeating this for a whole night. Damn, there's a video. Suddenly, Ding Yan from the next bed picked up his phone and exclaimed an expletive. What? A video? Xiaoyu's spirit jolted, the drowsiness he just had instantly banished. He grabbed his phone and opened Douyin.
As soon as he opened it, he saw the related video.
After preparing himself mentally, Xiaoyu finally clicked on the video.
10,000 people against 70,000, it's almost impossible to win, we should have lost.
Come on, I'm ready for this.
The video started with a young man sitting in an office.
Hello everyone, my name is Luo Shuhang, I am the assistant to Lu Haiju, the president of the Heavenly Association, and I am the...
At this point, Luo Shuhang began to count on his fingers. I am the 24th hand of the Heavenly Association.
You could say that, removing the previous 23 people, I am the top one. Luo Shuhan's serious yet funny demeanor made Xiaoyu want to laugh.
But he held it back. Here, I want to thank everyone for their concern, thank you for your attention, thank you for your patience. Our Heavenly Association is in a fierce battle with the Three Kingdoms Alliance. To be honest, at first, we were all very pessimistic, because this was an entirely unwinnable fight. Because, horror games are games where personal strength can decide everything. The number of players in the Three Kingdoms Alliance is 7 times ours, and their Ghost Generals' numbers are 3 times ours. In this battle, at the very start, we were rushing headlong into defeat. After all, a great person once said, strike with one fist to avoid 100 blows.
Admit defeat before the fight even starts? That's not the way of our Heavenly Association. So what if they have more people? Let's see what they're made of. Hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement.
The brothers of the Heavenly Association have guts.
The president of the Heavenly Association is even more impressive. Much better than that crappy Tiandi sect. But why does this guy talk so much nonsense?
I came here to hear about wins and losses, not to listen to you brag. Seeing that the video couldn't fast forward, Xiaoyu still patiently continued watching. So, in the end, we accepted the challenge.
The president led us into covert operations, and we developed many tactics.
First, the bus tactic.
Second, the grenade tactic.
Third, the Molotov cocktail tactic. Fourth, the infiltration tactic. Fifth, the guerrilla tactic.
Sixth, the ambush tactic. Seventh,
As he reached the seventh, Luo Shuhan's expression gradually became strange. He looked at the script in his hand, thinking to himself whether to say a certain 4-character phrase or not. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said those 4 words. Seventh, the poop tactic. These tactics were all devised by our players, through our close collaboration and the hard work of our Ghost General Masters.
In this battle, we won.
To win this fight, our ordinary players were alright, but our Ghost General Masters had an average death rate of 5 times. The opposing 3 Kingdoms Alliance had 3 times our Ghost Generals, but our Ghost General Masters, with an average of 5 deaths, made the enemy's Ghost Generals too afraid to log on. Here, I solemnly declare, our Heavenly Association has achieved a great victory. We won this war.
Thank you for your support. With that, the video ended.
Xiaoyu held his phone, his face filled with shock.
1-1? Damn, 10,000 against 70,000, and we won? Damn, amazing, the Heavenly Association is amazing. Suddenly, the entire dorm echoed with cries and howls of joy.
And Xiaoyu let out a breath of relief, lying back on the bed.
We won. The Heavenly Association is amazing. Chapter 133, Friend, you don't look like a local. Interesting.
In the basement, Ye Xuan raised the corner of his mouth while scrolling through his phone. These players are really not trustworthy. Instead of helping themselves explore the secret realms, they started fighting each other. The first clash, Huaxia versus the whole world. According to system statistics, a total of 433 districts erupted into war.
Ultimately, 300 regions of Huaxia players achieved complete victory.
The rest, without exception, suffered total defeat. However, this data is already quite good.
Should I add more playability to the game? For example, host a platform for mutual slaughter? Then hold a competition?
Holding his phone, Ye Xuan pondered with his chin in hand.
This seems like something feasible. System, open the panel. Name, Ye Xuan. Strength, 40,000. Speed, 40,000. Mental power, 60,000. Talent, none. Skills, soul-destroying blade, everything in nature. Equipment, yin yang mirror, yin yang umbrella, equivalent scale, substitute doll, underworld coin, protective divine card, underworld 12 needles, underworld cloak. Energy points, 7625497765. 700 million, not bad.
Looking at his energy point balance, Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow.
Sure enough, once the grand map of Jincheng opened, his energy points would shoot up.
In just a few days, he already had over 700 million. However, he had borrowed over 30 billion.
Otherwise, he would have even more energy points.
Since realizing the importance of horror games, new players have chosen to take loans one after another. Otherwise, the late-starting new players could never catch up with the veteran players. I will soon be able to unlock the grand map of Yunshi.
It only takes 800 million to access Yunshi. The efficiency is still too slow.
His goal was to connect the entire Blue Star within 3 years. As of now, he was still wandering in a single city.
Still too slow. Moreover, on the player forum, many foreign players were protesting, asking why their country's map wasn't updated.
To this, Ye Xuan could only reply, "Your country has already become a living hell, what's there to update?" Through the system, he learned that in the future, the world would be tragically bleak, with many small countries declaring extinction and their lands becoming hell on earth. Given the current strength of the players, to throw them into such maps would be nothing short of a 9-death experience.
For now, it's better to develop on the relatively stable land of Huaxia.
Forget it, regarding the competition, let's deal with it later. The urgent task now is to have these players expand my territory. Casually closing the system panel, Ye Xuan planned to continue his cultivation. Ding, Huangquan channel detected. Querying range, query complete, locking range.
Host, beware, at midnight tomorrow, the central area of Heisher will have a Huangquan channel linked to reality, and the entire city will experience a catastrophe.
Task issued, go to Heisher and suppress the chaos.
Reward, Breath of Huangquan.
The sudden system notification caught Ye Xuan off guard.
System, what the heck is the Huangquan channel?
The Huangquan channel links to reality. At that time, the ghosts struggling in Huangquan will pass through the channel into the real world.
What does that have to do with me?
Ye Xuan looked innocent. This system task has such a strong compulsory nature. Host, your existence affects the entire blue star. You are now a divine official of heaven and earth. You influence the will of the blue star, and therefore, the series of follow-up consequences need to be repaid by you. Simply put, you are the law enforcer of heaven and earth. You have now disrupted the plan of heaven and earth, causing the original trajectory to shift. During this, all the unexpected disasters generated must be resolved by you, and if you don't, you will bear the consequences of heaven and earth. After all, normally, the Huangquan channel wouldn't open this early.
Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan didn't expect such an explanation to exist. However, upon reflection, the system's reasoning seems valid. So if similar incidents happen in the future, it wouldn't all be my fault, right? Possibly. Then won't I be overwhelmed with work?
Ye Xuan was momentarily speechless.
If that's the case, then all the various disasters occurring on the blue star would fall upon him to clean up? Then wouldn't he be busy until he drops? Host, this is a disaster. Also an opportunity. You are now a leader of the blue star, you take the benefits, and correspondingly, you must bear the risks. You can't just take benefits without bearing risks. There are no such beautiful things in the world. All right. The system spoke eloquently, and he could not refute it. Forget it, I'll go.
Helpless, Ye Xuan picked up his phone and began to book tickets. Completing the task with a system reward is not a wasted trip.
Breath of the Underworld. It sounds like a good thing.
Practicing the underworld record, this breath of the underworld sounds very suited for me.
After booking the afternoon ticket, Ye Xuan got up and left the basement. It's time to do something serious. Since I have nothing to do, it's good to go out for a walk.
Leaving the villa, getting in the car, starting it, and leaving, all in one go.
The vehicle left the community.
Ye Xuan suddenly came to his senses.
System, what if I can't handle it?
This question was very serious. The underworld passage, that thing doesn't look easy to solve.
What if I can't handle it? What to do?
You have already attracted the attention of heaven and earth. No matter how great the impact, it will not exceed what you can handle. Otherwise, heaven and earth would be digging their own grave. The will of heaven and earth will not do silly things that harm itself.
You talk too much, I'm just going with you.
With a cigarette in his mouth, Ye Xuan accepted the system's explanation.
If it can't be solved, I'll just run away.
Anyway, in the entire blue star, nothing has appeared that can kill me yet.
With two major ghost generals following, who should I be afraid of?
Even in the future world, I am still a top-level powerhouse.
Parking the car outside the airport, Ye Xuan, dressed in a trench coat, walked towards the airport with his hands in his pockets. Walking along the way, he attracted countless people to stop and watch. Firstly, Ye Xuan's looks were not low.
Secondly, he is now a top-tier powerhouse, and that indescribable aura made many passers-by unable to help but look at him. Feeling the gazes around him, Ye Xuan felt secretly pleased. Indeed, ever since binding with the system, he had been hiding in the dark like a rat in a stinky sewer and hadn't gone out much.
It seems I really need to go out more often in the future.
After all, in terms of time, I am now a vigorous young man. After passing the security check and waiting in the lounge for an hour, Ye Xuan successfully boarded the plane.
Economy class. Although my identity and status have risen, and I have more money. But I still need to be low-key. Low-key is the way to be king.
Just as Ye Xuan sat down in his window seat, a faint smell of decay came from beside him. Ye Xuan turned to look and saw a girl wrapped up very tightly sitting next to him. She was wrapped so tightly that almost no skin was visible, even her hands were gloved.
Friend, you don't look like a local. Chapter 134, I'm afraid of pain. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Looking at this person, Lin Yingyue's heart tightened, and she glared fiercely at Ye Xuan. Did I expose myself just after going out? Impossible. I have completely hidden my aura.
No way, I have not exposed myself, I have not exposed myself. Lin Yingyue continuously reassured herself in her heart.
Friend, you are a zombie. How can you still speak? Why can you go out during the day? Why can you move freely? Tell me about it, I'm quite curious. Could it be that you are a zombie of the new era?
Indeed, the times are advancing, even zombies are progressing.
After hearing Ye Xuan's endless chatter, Lin Yingyue's heart sank.
I have indeed exposed myself.
How have I exposed myself when I wrapped myself up so tightly? Also, why is this guy talking so much? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, I haven't killed anyone for a long time. But if you continue to dig into my background, I will bite you to death.
Lin Yingyue threatened Ye Xuan fiercely.
After saying that, she did not forget to take off her mask and reveal her sexy 4 small sharp teeth. Originally, she thought Ye Xuan would be scared. Unexpectedly, Ye Xuan not only wasn't scared but became excited instead. Hey, why are your teeth so small? Have they not developed yet? You damn. God damn, they haven't developed yet.
Hearing this, Lin Yingyue silently put on a mask, then turned her head away, no longer looking at Ye Xuan.
This guy, is he a fool?
Seeing that the little zombie ignored him, Ye Xuan suddenly felt bored.
This little zombie is actually quite interesting. Although it's a zombie, there is not a trace of bloodlust, which means it has never killed anyone. Because of this, Ye Xuan felt no urge to harm it. But he was very curious, how could a zombie act like a human? That's not how it was portrayed in movies. The zombies he had encountered before weren't like this. Unfortunately, even if he asked, it wouldn't tell him. This little zombie is quite aloof.
The plane took off, soaring through the clouds. Seeing that Ye Xuan ignored her, Lin Yingyue quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what this kid's background was, as long as he didn't bother her, that was good. She just wanted to reach Haicheng safely and quietly. Hopefully, nothing unexpected would happen during this time.
How did you become a zombie? Were you bitten, or were you born this way? By the way, how do zombies reproduce?
Lin Yingyue turned to look at Ye Xuan with a blank expression. Her eyes were extremely cold.
If you keep talking, I'll be the first to bite you. Once I bite you, you'll know.
Seeing Lin Yingyue's fierce gaze, Ye Xuan closed his mouth and turned to look at the clouds outside.
Boring to tease the little zombie. She wasn't even interested.
Forget it, if she doesn't want to play, then don't. Ye Xuan slowly closed his eyes. The plane was flying steadily. From Jincheng to Haicheng, it takes a full 3 hours. Seeing that Ye Xuan stopped bothering her, Lin Yingyue felt quite pleased. Wasn't he just a coward, scared off by a little scare?
Soon, 3 hours passed. With a violent jolt, the plane landed smoothly.
Once the plane came to a complete stop, Lin Yingyue couldn't wait to leave the plane. Ye Xuan stretched his back, hands in pockets, and walked off the plane.
Leaving the airport.
Standing by a trash can at the roadside. He took out a cigarette, lit it, all in one go.
Huff.
With a cigarette in his mouth, Ye Xuan took out his phone.
System, what's the exact address? Yunhai Building.
Getting the system's answer, Ye Xuan started searching for Yunhai Building, then hailed a taxi. What he didn't know was that a gaze flashed past him.
Yingyue, what's wrong?
In a business car, looking at Ye Xuan standing by the roadside, Lin Yingyue was slightly dazed.
This guy is quite handsome. Yingyue, what's wrong?
The middle-aged man driving ahead asked with a smile through the rearview mirror.
Third uncle, do you think I'm hiding well? Very well, why do you ask?
The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. But, I was discovered, that person recognized me as a zombie at a glance. When these words came out, the middle-aged man's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly.
How is that possible? It's true. Lin Yingyue's gaze was very calm. He didn't say anything to you, right? The middle-aged man in front seemed a bit nervous. No.
That's good. Hearing this, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Anyone who could instantly see through Yingyue's identity was definitely a powerful individual. But Yingyue was just a little zombie, and since she hadn't killed anyone, such a high-level individual should look down on her.
Last 4 digits, 4384.
On the other side, Ye Xuan extinguished his cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can, successfully getting into the car. The vehicle traveled through the streets. 2 hours later, the vehicle came to a smooth stop.
Thanks, driver.
All right, take care. Closing the car door, Ye Xuan looked at the 100-meter-tall building in front of him.
Yunhai Building, the tallest building in Haicheng, also the city's landmark. Countless elite people work inside. On the street, vehicles came and went.
It seemed like a scene of peace. The impact of the game on the real world does exist, but Huaxia has completely stabilized now. All of this is thanks to the cooperation of various departments in Huaxia.
Currently, the people's lives are not much different from before. There are fewer people going to work. Because everyone has gone to make money playing games, who would still attend your broken class? On the street, pedestrians come and go.
Among them, there are also uniformed members of the Town Ghost Bureau patrolling, and military vehicles occasionally pass by.
Although the surface has stabilized, the inspection has become stricter. It is all to protect ordinary people. With 4 billion people in China, at least 3 billion are players. In the real world, at least a few 100 million possess the strength of ordinary evil spirits. Why are there so few?
That's because merging in-game characters and manifesting them in the real world is not the same. Merging in-game requires spending energy points, and manifesting in the real world costs another set of energy points.
So, many players are still ordinary people in the real world. It's not that every Chinese person possesses evil spirit level strength now.
Ye Xuan opened a room next to the Cloud Sea building. He decided to rest here for one night, quietly waiting for the opening of the Yellow Springs passage tomorrow night. At that time, he would descend like a divine being and crush everything in one go, and that would be it. Thinking of this made it simply perfect. After checking into the hotel, Ye Xuan left with his hands in his pockets. This was his first time in Haicheng, so he thought he should have a good stroll first.
And snack on some delicious food. Just as he left, Lin Yue stood there in a daze. How could he be here? Could it be that he is stalking me? This is relentless.
Lin Yue never expected to run into Ye Xuan here.
Could this guy really be targeting her, this little zombie? Would he capture her and tie her up like in the TV shows, then cruelly pull out her little teeth?
Thinking of this, Lin Yue began to feel scared. She couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her mouth. Pulling teeth must hurt a lot.
He probably wouldn't use anesthesia, right? No, I'm scared of pain. Chapter 135, The Disaster Did Not Come?
November 17, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 21 days until the strange resurrection.
According to the timeline, it's going to happen tonight.
In the hotel, Ye Xuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly looking at the Cloud Sea building across. According to the system's hint, the Yellow Springs passage would open here at 12 midnight tonight.
Oh right.
Looking at the densely packed figures below, Ye Xuan snapped his fingers. System, inform the Haisher Town Ghost Bureau anonymously that something big will happen here tonight, and have them evacuate the crowd in advance.
It's best to clear out everyone within 10 kilometers of the Cloud Sea building.
Ye Xuan spoke steadily, giving orders to the system.
Okay, the message has been sent anonymously.
At the same time, in the headquarters of the Haisher Town Ghost Bureau, in an office. Director Zhang He was pointing at the glowing screen behind him, orderly arranging the upcoming matters. Suddenly, a chaotic disturbance flashed across the big screen in front of him.
Finally, a line of text appeared on the screen. At midnight, a terrifying disaster will erupt around the Cloud Sea building.
Please quickly evacuate the crowd within 10 kilometers around the Cloud Sea building.
If delayed, the consequences will be borne by you.
Looking at these lines of subtitles, Director Zhang He and the senior officials behind him were stunned.
Their first reaction was, who is playing this prank? Where are the people from the network department? What's going on? Zhang He frowned.
His first reaction was disbelief. Their Ghost Bureau oversees the entire Haisher, and the system has gradually improved. Whenever a large-scale disaster erupts in Haisher, they receive news immediately. But now, there was no disaster in Haisher.
There were also no abnormalities. Director, we can't trace it, and our network is incredibly secure.
A middle-aged man said softly.
Upon hearing this, Zhang He's face turned grim. Not traceable? Is it a hacker or something? This joke is not funny at all. Director, what if it's true?
A senior official said cautiously.
How big could a massive disaster be? They didn't know. But what if it really happens?
They had long received the news, and without taking action, they were unable to bear the consequences, even if tied up. Yunhai Building is the face of Haisher, and it's also the center of the entire Haisher business district.
The people within a 10-kilometer radius must be relocated before midnight. It's good if it's true, but if it's false?
Zhang He placed his hands on the table, his mind racing rapidly. If the relocation happens and no disaster strikes, then his term as director would be over. And this would be a significant political decision-making mistake.
Not only would he lose his position, but he might also end up confined with food and lodging.
Director, this is no longer the past. Now the game has materialized, and there are many talented people in the community.
Perhaps someone has really discovered something that we haven't noticed.
The director of the local town investigation bureau in Haisher, smoking a cigarette, looked calm. The smoke swirled around him.
Damn it, let's do it.
For such matters, it's better to believe there's something than to believe there isn't.
Notify everyone, folks within 10 kilometers of Yunhai Building must be relocated.
Notify the police, military, fire department, hospitals, and traffic to cooperate.
By midnight, everyone must be relocated.
You prepare the plan, I'll approve the documents.
Hurry.
Looking at the time, Zhang He slammed the table and shouted.
Damn it, it's a gamble. As long as it's 100% fake, he doesn't dare to gamble. What if?
If it turns out to be fake, he would be for the people, and even if the higher-ups blame him, the crime could be reduced.
But if it's real, and he doesn't act, resulting in heavy casualties.
In the end, he would have to face the music.
Understood.
Seeing the director make a decision, the senior officials all stood up. In the face of strange events, the authority of the local investigation bureau chief in Haisher is the greatest.
Even the city committee has to give the green light, no one can obstruct it. Whoever obstructs it will be dismissed. In an instant, the entire government apparatus of Haishur began to operate. The traffic in the center of Haishur was fully taken over. Buses and coaches were on standby at any moment. Police cars patrolled continuously. Even the military entered the city, anyone who dared to cause trouble could try. At this moment, the citizens around Yunhai building were all in confusion. The originally congested streets were quickly cleared within an hour. Countless police officers began moving from house to house to relocate citizens. The refugees also looked bewildered. However, after seeing such a large operation, they didn't dare complain, lowering their heads and obediently leaving. I'm not leaving. Why should we move? Do you know how much I can earn in 1 second? Ha!
Everyone stay here to work, I'll apply to the higher-ups. A middle-aged man in a suit pointed at the law enforcement officers in front of him and shouted loudly. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Please cooperate with our work. The law enforcement officer in front had a serious expression, his tone filled with an unyielding meaning.
Cooperate?
I'll see who has such great power. Even the military has been mobilized. He scoffed and opened his contacts, found Vice Mayor Li's number, and dialed it directly. Moments later, the call connected.
Hello, Mayor Li?
It's like this, our company is tackling a very big problem today, which affects our future. At such an important time, someone says we need to move from Yunhai building.
Do you know about this?
The man in the suit held the phone, his voice turning flattering.
Don't waste time, move. This order came from Director Zhang of the Investigation Bureau. If you want to play games, don't drag me in. After finishing, the call was hung up. The face of the man in the suit was blank. Quick, go downstairs and move. The law enforcement officers began forcibly leading the working employees away.
The game materialized, society is in turmoil, it's already frustrating enough that no one is working, and now we can't even do our jobs.
How on earth can this business continue? The middle-aged man was forlorn, being escorted away by the law enforcement officers around him. Most of the people are now busy playing games, making it hard to find anyone. He has finally recruited these employees, and now they are tackling a big contract, one that concerns the future of his company. And now, it's gone. Forced relocation.
Such things are happening all over the Yunhai building. Because most of the industries in Haishur are around the Yunhai building.
This move is equivalent to directly halting Haishi's economy.
If it were in other places, the impact wouldn't be so severe. Sai, alright, leader, I will definitely keep a close watch.
Zhang He spoke with a smile while holding his phone.
But once he put down the phone, his face turned ashen. Since the order was given, in just 4 hours, his phone nearly exploded from calls.
Calls from the city and the province. Without exception, all are asking for accountability. The city officials want an explanation. The province officials just scold him outright. Sigh.
He is now mentally exhausted.
I hope you are sincere. Otherwise, I'm really finished. Chapter 136, The Disaster Has Come. The action speed is quite fast. Night falls. It is 11:30 at night.
Ye Xuan stands in the room, looking at the surrounding darkness, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Since he informed Haishur, he has witnessed a miracle. The speed and efficiency of the action are truly remarkable. During this time, no one caused trouble, and no one questioned anything, everything is orderly and neat. This is the cohesion of Huaxia. If this were in foreign countries, they wouldn't obey without a few gunshots. There's still half an hour until it arrives. Ye Xuan looks at the Yunhai building across from him, his gaze calm. But inside, there are still some emotional fluctuations.
Is it fear or excitement? Ye Xuan does not know. Is everything arranged? In a corner not far from the Yunhai building, Zhang He's expression is solemn as he gazes sharply at his assistant.
Yes, Chief, personnel from all districts and counties have been temporarily pulled together, plus those from our city, basically, everyone who can fight has arrived. We have surrounded the entire Yunhai building. The assistant reports in a low voice. Good. Zhang He nods. This time, he has almost brought out everything from the entire Yunzhou. A huge crisis. He wants to see what exactly this crisis is. At the same time, he feels a bit nervous. What if there isn't anything? Looking out into the darkness, figures stand in their places, waiting for that so-called disaster. If this turns out to be a false alarm, he won't even be able to save his own life. Time passes slowly. Everything is calm, not a single sign of wind or movement. Zhang He is nervous. Others are also nervous. Finally, the time reaches 12 o'clock. However, what was supposed to happen still has not happened. Chief, could it be a false alarm? The assistant beside him speaks cautiously. Looking at the calm Yunhai building in the distance, Zheng He feels a chill in his heart. His inner thoughts begin to waver. Could it really be false? Let's wait a bit longer. Zheng He waves his hand, suppressing his inner doubts. Time continues to flow. 1 minute, 2 minutes. A full 10 minutes pass, and the scene remains quiet. At this moment, not just Zheng He, even the other members start to feel anxious. Damn it. Zheng He's face darkens, unable to hold back a curse. It's over, everything is over. He is already thinking about how to write the report. Huff. Send my orders, retreat. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted what Zheng He had not finished saying. Zheng He turns to look. The scene in the distance leaves him stunned. He sees a vortex suddenly appear above the Yunhai building. In the vortex, an image reveals itself. In the image, a long endless blood-red river slowly emerges. In that sea, countless furious ghosts struggle and howl. The piercing wails spread rapidly from the Yunhai building outwards. This scene leaves Zheng He frozen in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time. In the next moment, the image disappears. And following it comes the disaster. In the vortex, he sees. One by one, strange beings like dumplings fell toward the Cloud Sea building. When these fierce ghosts landed on the Cloud Sea building, their first act was to run frantically in all directions. Quick, seal off this place. Suppress all these strange beings, and don't let a single one escape. Zheng He suddenly shouted loudly and excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the order was swiftly conveyed. Countless ghost hunters began to act rapidly. System, tell me, how do I deal with this thing? Is it necessary to close that vortex? Looking at the enormous vortex covering the entire Cloud Sea building, Ye Xuan felt completely powerless. How should he solve this? He didn't have the ability to close this vortex. The current environment is not enough to support the existence of the passage. The passage only exists for 3 hours. What the host needs to do is to minimize the losses within these 3 hours. Upon hearing the system's words, Ye Xuan nodded lightly. This was somewhat reliable. The vortex gave him a feeling of extreme danger. He had no ability to break it or turn it off. But simply killing these strange beings was very easy. Ye Xuan walked out, following the stairs to the rooftop. He sat on the rooftop, silently watching this so-called disaster. The ones falling now were all ordinary strange beings, each with limited power. The members of the Ghost Suppression Bureau could easily handle them. Oh? A little zombie? What is she doing? Suddenly, Ye Xuan's gaze turned to a small black figure at the bottom of the building. With a single glance, he recognized her as the little zombie he had seen on the plane earlier. What was this little zombie doing here? Ye Xuan watched her with keen interest. I didn't expect that I just came to find my uncle to study my body, but ended up encountering such a thing. In the corner, Lin Yue looked at the strange beings running around and couldn't help but stick out her sexy little tongue to lick her exposed little teeth. Time to eat. Lin Yue shouted excitedly in her heart. Then, she couldn't wait to charge at a strange being. Before the strange being had time to react, Lin Yue struck directly. She grabbed the strange being and, without mercy, opened her cherry-like mouth, biting down on its neck. Amazingly, the strange being she bit remained motionless, as if trapped. As time passed, the strange being's body grew fainter, until it finally dissipated entirely. Delicious, really delicious. Let's keep eating. Lin Yue licked her lips and excitedly ran towards the next strange being. And all of this was witnessed by Ye Xuan on the rooftop. She can actually eat strange beings? This little zombie is something else. Ye Xuan crossed his arms, his face filled with astonishment. A zombie eating ghosts. Is it reasonable? Is it scientific? Ye Xuan didn't know. All he knew was that the fact had already occurred right in front of him. And Ye Xuan could only accept it. This disaster isn't so bad after all. Returning to his senses, Ye Xuan looked at this so-called disaster. So far, the situation was still under control. Every strange being that had fallen was quickly suppressed by the members of the Ghost Suppression Bureau. However, after a moment, Ye Xuan noticed something was off. There weren't enough of them. Strange beings were still continuously falling, but the number of Ghost Suppression Bureau members was insufficient. Moreover, all kinds of strange beings were still dropping from the vortex. If this continued, the Ghost Suppression Bureau would soon be unable to hold on. Just when Ye Xuan was about to take action, the situation suddenly changed. In the vortex, ordinary strange beings were no longer falling. What fell next were all semi-ghost commanders. As soon as these strange beings hit the ground, they charged at the members of the Ghost Suppression Bureau. In an instant, the hard-won stability of the Ghost Suppression Bureau shattered. There were not many strong semi-ghost commanders in the entire Cloud Sea city. Damn it!
Watching this scene, Zheng He couldn't help but curse. The farce should come to an end. Ye Xuan stood on the rooftop and stretched lazily. The members of the exorcism bureau below were almost burnt out. It was time for him to take action. Since I started practicing, I haven't really fought much. Just showing off. Ye Xuan summoned the hell coin to his hand. Go. With a flick of his hand, the hell coin transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from sight. Damn it, a half-step ghost general, how could such a monster appear? Looking at the massive strange creature lying on the ground in the distance, Song Yan covered his bleeding arm, his face turning grim. If a half-step ghost general is here, how can they fight? Such a fragrant smell, is this the human world? I like it. The strange head kept twisting, a pair of bloody eyes fixed intently on Song Yan. Suddenly, Song Yan felt a flash of light in front of him, and then the strange creature lying in the distance vanished. Not good. Song Yan quickly retreated. Before he could take a few steps back, the originally vanished strange creature appeared right in front of him. A nauseating smell filled the air. Song Yan looked up. Just one glance made his whole body cold, his blood seemed to stop flowing. Those eyes made his soul tremble. It's over. Song Yan felt a bit hopeless. There was no way to escape. Just as he prepared to face death, a golden streak of light flashed by. The strange creature that filled him with despair directly turned into dust and dispersed. The streak of golden light vanished into the darkness, never to be seen again. What happened? Song Yan was stunned. What was that golden streak of light just now? Not only Song Yan, but other powerful members of the exorcism bureau also saw the golden light. No matter how strong the strange creatures were, the moment they touched that golden light, they simply turned to nothing. What the hell was that golden light? After the golden light disappeared, the members of the exorcism bureau asked the same question in unison. With the help of the golden light, the situation of the battlefield was instantly reversed. Every half-step ghost general level strange was ruthlessly reaped by this golden light. This greatly reduced the pressure on the members of the exorcism bureau. No way? Even ghost generals? Feeling the aura coming from the whirlpool, Ye Xuan's face gradually grew serious. Even ghost generals are coming out? A moment later. Reality proved he was right. Because within that whirlpool, grotesque creatures in tattered armor emerged one after another. They emitted an aura that was unmistakably that of ghost generals. 5 ghost generals slowly appeared in the real world. They stood atop the Cloudsea building, overlooking the city below. It's over. Looking up at the 5 figures, the brain of every exorcism bureau member echoed with the same 2 words. Even the director, Zheng He, fell into despair. It's over. His mouth curved in bitterness. At first, when the whirlpool appeared, he had felt quite pleased. But now, his heart felt cold all over. Everything was over. Ghost generals. In the game, he didn't even have the power of a ghost general. Let alone in the real world. Even ghost generals are out? Are we going mad? Humans, in this era, should not have such strong beings. The 5 ghost generals atop the Cloudsea building did not look at the members of the exorcism bureau around them, instead, they turned to Ye Xuan. At that moment, Zheng He and the other members of the exorcism bureau finally noticed a figure standing on another rooftop. A question arose in their minds. Who is he? Do you still have the nerve to question me? Do you think the timing of your appearance is appropriate? Ye Xuan summoned the hell coin to hover in the palm of his hand. These guys still had the face to question him? Ha! The 5 ghost generals simultaneously snorted coldly. Then, they stepped into the void and walked toward Ye Xuan. Die! A voice devoid of any emotion fell down like heavenly music. Tisk! Ye Xuan flicked his finger, and the hell coin transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the 5 figures. Just a little trick. The 5 ghost generals snorted coldly. One of the ghost generals picked up a spear and ruthlessly struck at the coin. Boom! What? The imagined shattering of the coin did not occur. The spear in its hand shattered the moment it touched the coin. Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air. The coin pierced directly through the ghost general's chest. No, it can't be. A panicked voice sounded. The ghost general's body gradually turned into nothingness and then vanished into the world. This scene left countless members of the town of Enchantment speechless. The ghost general, just like that, died? Are you kidding me? Try this, thunder. Ye Xuan waved his hand. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning flickered around him. Thunder roared with a deafening crackling sound. At this moment, he was surrounded by lightning, becoming the only light in the night. Die! Ye Xuan waved his hand, and countless bolts of lightning shot towards the remaining 4 ghost generals. Damn it, attack together. Why is there such a strong person in the human world? Attack!
The four ghost generals became anxious and attacked one after another.
A vast wave of dark energy pressed towards Ye Xuan.
However, countless terrifying bolts of lightning instantly dispelled this dark energy.
Impossible. Who exactly are you?
The four ghost generals turned into four black shadows and came at Ye Xuan from four directions.
Every attack was deadly. Golden light spell, open. Ye Xuan's expression showed no fluctuation. The next moment, an overwhelming aura radiated. A dazzling golden light erupted from within him.
The golden light appeared, dispelling the darkness around.
No, no, no.
The four ghost generals attacking Ye Xuan were enveloped in golden light. White smoke suddenly enveloped their bodies, and wails of anguish came from their mouths.
Increase the power.
Ye Xuan's thought moved, and the golden light became even more brilliant. At this moment, he seemed like a sun.
A few seconds later, all four ghost generals turned into nothingness.
As if they had never appeared. Below, the members of the Town of Enchantment looked up, their mouths agape at that sun.
So strong.
Zheng He was shocked, unable to help but utter two words.
Who is this person? We're done after this.
Ye Xuan gently snapped his fingers.
The golden light and thunder all dissipated. Everything returned to calm.
However, the vortex kept swirling. As if it was nurturing something even more terrifying.
No way? Don't do this.
Ye Xuan couldn't help but squint his eyes.
What's above the ghost generals? Ghost Commander. It shouldn't be, right?
Though he was not afraid of the Ghost Commander. But at this time, the Ghost Commander should not appear. If even the Ghost Commander appears, then it's a big deal. After all, if the Ghost Commander appears here, then all over the world unimaginable.
You audacity. Boom.
Suddenly, an overwhelming aura leaked out from that vortex. This aura swept across the entire coastal city in an instant. For a moment, the entire city's people lay on the ground in fear. They didn't know why they had to lie down. But from deep within their hearts, an inexplicable fear arose. Even the strength to stand was gone. This was a fear that came from the depths of their souls.
You really came. Chapter 138, just ask if it's a terrorist.
November 18, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 20 days until the weird revival.
No, you really came.
Feeling that aura that made his soul tremble, Ye Xuan's eyes flashed with disbelief. This aura belonged to the Ghost Commander. Only the Ghost Commander could give him such great pressure.
At this time, the Ghost Commander descended? It can't be real, right?
In the future world of the game, there aren't many Ghost Commanders.
What the hell is this?
On the ground, Zheng He, who thought he was sure of victory, was now trembling all over, looking up at the vortex with a face full of fear. This aura made him feel like his soul was being torn apart.
Stronger than the Ghost Generals. What is that? Ghost Commander? This can't be real, right?
Zheng He couldn't help but crouch down, lifting his head to try to see the figure on the rooftop.
He didn't know if he could withstand it.
The Ghost Commander has appeared in the world. This is heading towards the destruction of the world.
At the same time, alarms began to blare across the country. What did you say? The Ghost Commander has appeared in Haishur?
At the headquarters of the Huaxia Town's Mystery Bureau, Hao Lingfei looked incredulously at the communicating staff member.
Yes, according to the news from Haishur, that's what it is.
The communicator's voice trembled, thick with fear. They were all players, and naturally understood what the Ghost Commander meant. At this time, if such a level of bazaar appeared in the real world, then they wouldn't need to play anymore. The real world would directly turn into ruins.
How is that possible? How could that be?
Hao Lingfei sat down heavily in a nearby chair, murmuring to himself.
How could this be possible? Even in the game, he had never faced the Ghost Commander directly. How could such a thing appear in the real world? Isn't this heading straight towards the destruction of the world?
At that moment, Hao Lingfei felt a sense of despair as he closed his eyes. This problem, he couldn't solve. Not to mention his current self, even if he manifested all his power, he couldn't defeat the Ghost Commander. He hadn't even fully researched the power of the Ghost General yet, let alone fight the Ghost Commander.
If it really appeared, then the entire blue planet would be in danger. Missiles, nuclear bombs?
If such things were effective against the bazaar, the future world wouldn't be so grim. And there wouldn't be anyone coming up with the method of cultivation to resist the bazaar.
Director, what should we do?
The communicator looked at Hao Lingfei, who lay motionless in the chair, and asked.
I don't know what to do either.
Hao Lingfei's face was full of despair. This was the first time he felt so powerless.
The Ghost Commander, what could he do? He had no way to deal with it. He could only wait. Boom. Above Haisher, in the clouds of Yunhai building, a huge hand suddenly emerged from the vortex. With a loud noise, the top of Yunhai building kept collapsing, the whole building was swaying. The giant hand pressed downwards, and finally, an entire arm appeared before everyone's eyes. What kind of arm was that?
An arm as big as a building, with a single press, a skyscraper would be gone.
Is this the power of the Ghost Commander?
Next, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared.
Those eyes slowly emerged from the vortex.
The blood-red eyes locked directly onto Ye Xuan upon their appearance.
In this world, there shouldn't be an existence like you.
A cleric, I didn't expect there to still be such a divine cleric in this time.
However, you are too weak. A deep voice echoed.
The next moment, that massive hand pressed down towards Ye Xuan. Just as the hand was about to reach Ye Xuan, it suddenly paused.
No, let me out, I don't want to go back, let me out.
Suddenly, a somewhat panicked voice came through. The Ghost Commander, who had already emerged halfway, suddenly began to struggle. And his body was being pulled back towards the vortex.
I don't want to go back, let me out, let go of me. Old man, let go of me.
The roar swept across the entire Haisher.
Countless citizens were trembling in fear.
As his body slowly retreated into the vortex.
Give me a break. What I dislike hearing the most is tough talk. Go, break one of his arms for me.
Ye Xuan pointed at the arm that was exposed outside the vortex and said softly.
Yes, master.
A shadow flashed by quietly. The figure of Black Wuchang appeared between the heavens and earth.
Cut.
With a voice devoid of any emotions, it resonated throughout the land. A terrifying black light flashed by. The gigantic arm in the distance was instantly split in half. The arm fell heavily to the ground, its surface's dark energy wildly spreading outwards. Ghost Commander, there is a Ghost Commander in the human world.
In the human world, there are Ghost Commanders. Why do you want to catch me? Why don't you go after him? You old fool, are your eyes blind? Did you not see such a huge Ghost Commander? Damn it, old man, are you confused? Screams echoed endlessly.
The whirlpool gradually healed. In the end, the whirlpool disappeared without a trace. This disaster came to a smooth end. Ding, congratulations to the host for resolving the disaster. Reward to the host, Breath of the Yellow Spring. Ye Xuan, who received the reward, did not care too much. At this moment, his gaze fell on the huge arm lying on the ground.
This is the arm of the Ghost Commander.
This arm, over 100 meters long, was covered in dense hair. Continuous energy wafted from this arm, eventually spreading throughout the entire sea city. Just a single arm, and the aura coming from it made Ye Xuan tremble.
The Ghost Commander is truly powerful. Beyond the ordinary. Forget it, such a big arm I can't take with me. But this thing isn't exactly a good item.
After taking one last look, Ye Xuan took a few steps away from there. This arm was useless to him, and bringing it back would have no place to store it. Besides, he had 2 Ghost Commander bodyguards. Why would he care about such an arm? It seems that the current environmental conditions do not allow Ghost Commanders to appear. Ye Xuan silently breathed a sigh of relief. If Ghost Commanders do not appear, the situation can still be controlled.
If Ghost Commanders could appear at will, then what fun would there be?
He could live, but he definitely couldn't control the situation.
Resolved, resolved?
Seeing the giant arm on the street in the distance, Zhang He felt relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his whole body already soaked.
That is, the arm of a Ghost Commander?
Staring at the arm that occupied the entire street, Zhang He narrowed his eyes slightly.
The disaster in the entire sea city was completely over.
And the protagonist Ye Xuan had already left the sea city, quietly leaving by car.
All that remained was the entire sea city dealing with the aftermath overnight.
The 100-meter-high Cloud Sea building had completely vanished. If this got out, it could be considered international news. They had to think about how to come up with a reasonable excuse to cover it up. If they told the truth, it would cause panic. You will do, mad terrorists.
Chapter 139, Opening a New Map. I'm back.
In the villa, Ye Xuan returned home with his hands in his pockets.
Ah.
So refreshing. Lying on the bed, Ye Xuan stretched lazily. Even though he is now a true powerhouse, lying on the bed still feels great. A soft big bed.
System, what is the breath of the Yellow Spring?
Breath of the Yellow Spring, a wisp of breath from the real Yellow Spring. If absorbed, it can make you more attuned to the Yellow Spring. The host cultivates the Yellow Spring record. In the future, you will surely control the authority of the Yellow Spring.
Breath of the Yellow Spring can speed up the process of mastering the Yellow Spring authority. Ah, Will I master the Yellow Spring in the future?
Ye Xuan was somewhat surprised.
The Yellow Spring record. So impressive?
The Yellow Spring, in mythology, is the final resting place for the dead. The Night Bridge, is built over the Yellow Spring. After a series of judgments, souls that are too sinful are thrown into the Yellow Spring and can never escape.
Those who can reincarnate pass through the Night Bridge to drink Mengpa soup for rebirth.
No matter how powerful the strange beings are, as long as they enter the Yellow Spring, they will be tightly bound by it, and struggling is useless.
How powerful will I become when I master the Yellow Spring?
For a moment, Ye Xuan fell into a trance.
Last night's ghost commander was amazing, right?
Perhaps that guy was just a small calamity among the countless strange beings struggling in the Yellow Spring.
System, what should I do?
At this moment, Ye Xuan's expression became serious as he asked. Breath of the Yellow Spring has been revealed.
Fusing in progress. Absorption complete.
Ding, congratulations to the host for absorbing the breath of the Yellow Spring and establishing a slight connection to the Yellow Spring.
Now unlocking the progress of divine authority.
Progress of the Yellow Spring Authority Mastery, 0.01%. As the system delivered a series of prompts, Ye Xuan stood up and stretched his body.
Is this it? I don't feel anything at all.
He carefully sensed his surroundings. There was no change in his body.
Divine position, divine powers? Sounds impressive. But right now, it feels a bit distant for me.
Looking at the 0.01% progress, Ye Xuan stopped paying attention.
It was too far away for him. System, how can I speed up the progress?
Resolve disasters in the real world to gain items related to the underworld. Or, the host can search for them on their own in the real world.
With this answer, Ye Xuan temporarily gave up. Because he had no clue at the moment. Oh right, I haven't checked on this matter in a long time.
As if remembering something, Ye Xuan put on his VR headset and opened the game's backend. Looking at the endless stream of messages in the game backend, Ye Xuan's eyes immediately caught the pinned message. It was a pinned message from the Huaxia Games Bureau.
So many notifications. He clicked in.
After browsing through the messages, Ye Xuan understood in his heart. The Huaxia Games Bureau had sent him many messages. But the truly useful information was just one sentence: could the strength of ghost generals be manifested? Moreover, he also saw another piece of useful information. Terrifying anomalies suspected to be ghost generals had appeared throughout Huaxia, but they seemed to be bound by something and could not emerge for the time being.
Manifesting ghost generals? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Ye Xuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. As he considered manifesting ghost generals, he instinctively rejected the idea. Right now, in all of Huaxia and even all of Blue Star, besides him, there was no one else with the strength of ghost generals. With such a situation, the recent disaster in Haishur had even revealed the ghost commander. If he were to manifest ghost generals on a large scale, what kind of disaster would that cause?
Ye Xuan didn't even dare to think. But constantly controlling it like this won't do either.
If ghost general disasters erupted all over the country, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Tapping on the table, Ye Xuan's thoughts flowed through his mind.
Right, let's do it bit by bit. First, manifest a small portion.
That way, even if there is a disaster, I won't have to run around, which makes things easier.
That's the plan.
After making his plan, Ye Xuan began to operate. In Huaxia, there were 10 slots for manifesting ghost generals. In the beautiful country, there were 3 slots for manifesting ghost generals. In the bear country, there were 3 slots for manifesting ghost generals. Basically, most foreign countries had 3 slots each.
From a big picture perspective, foreign countries were also part of sharing the burden. He couldn't just give up on them. If he abandoned the foreign countries, when they all fell, Huaxia would face global anomalies. No way.
The more he planned, the more excited Ye Xuan became. That feeling of controlling the world and planning the future layout was simply exhilarating.
In Sakura country, there were currently no slots available. Done.
Ye Xuan clapped his hands.
Although it was a parallel world, he still didn't care about Sakura country. Not even a single slot for them. If he could wipe them out, that would be even better.
Even though Blue Star was almost twice as large as the planet from his previous life, Sakura country was still just a small island.
Just a small island, it could be destroyed. Send.
At the same time, high-ranking officials around the world received a message in the game.
Playing the game required real names.
You could say that with over 2 billion people on Blue Star, there were no secrets from him. He was well aware of the leaders of each country.
System, link to the entire Yuncheng. Open the Yuncheng map.
These players have been a bit lackadaisical lately. Glancing at his energy point balance, Ye Xuan gently snapped his fingers.
Jincheng was right next to Yuncheng. The energy points are enough to link to Yun City. The progress is still a bit slow. At this pace, in 3 years, my plan to link the entire Blue Star will probably be impossible to complete, right? Dear players, keep it up.
At this moment, players who are playing the game all received a message.
Dear players, the system has detected that your activity range is limited, so we are opening a new map. The game will be updated in 1 hour, with an expected update time of 3 hours. Please log out 1 hour later. Update content, open the vast map of Yun City.
At the same time, add various copies in Yun City, strange places, and various opportunity places.
Stay tuned. As soon as this message was released, countless players cheered with joy. Oh yeah, a new map is open, this efficiency is impressive. Shout, everyone shout.
I said long ago that the next map would be our great Yun City.
You didn't believe it before, so why not shout now? Haha, it's actually our Yun City.
I am from Yun City, I know Yun City like the back of my hand.
Isn't this like a fish in water? Quick update, I can't wait any longer. Hahaha, looking forward to it. Chapter 140, Fearless in the Game. It's updated, it's the map of our Yun City. Let's go. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Xiwen put on his VR headset on time and logged into the game with excitement. Detected player Lu Xiwen, game ID Daddy hit me. Hello player, the game update is complete, separating Jincheng and Yun City. Which map would the player like to log into?
Looking at the blood-red subtitles in front of him, Lu Xiwen hesitated no longer and directly chose the Yun City map.
He is from Yun City, of course he wants to see Yun City. Okay, respawning at a random point. Respawn point confirmed.
Please note, the respawn point is unique and cannot be changed unless affected by force majeure. Finally, please do not casually disclose your respawn point to others.
Wish you a happy game.
The blood-red subtitles faded, and the surroundings changed dramatically.
Isn't this my home?
Looking at the familiar layout of the room, Lu Xiwen was stunned. The familiar sofa, familiar coffee table, familiar television. However, these pieces of furniture looked a bit worn out, and even the surface was covered with a layer of dust. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. When he used to play games, it felt very real. But now seeing his own home gave him a very strange feeling.
Walking in his home. Both familiar and unfamiliar.
The future world, it really wasn't wrong. Lu Xiwen squatted in front of an old cabinet, stretching out his hand to open the worn-out cabinet and taking out an iron box from the corner inside. There was a small lock on the front of the iron box. But Lu Xiwen just gently moved his fingers, and the small lock was opened directly.
Slowly opening the small box.
Inside, various photos were arranged. He casually picked up a photo, which showed a picture of a family of 3. However, the family of 3 in the photo was neither himself nor his parents, they looked very unfamiliar. The room was right, the details were right, but the people were wrong.
Amazing.
Putting the iron box back in place, Lu Xiwen stood up and left the room. He walked down the stairs. The walls around were covered with peeling paint, and the hallway was full of garbage. It looked like it hadn't been taken care of for a long time. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Lu Xiwen hurried to leave this place, a dull sound of footsteps came from the back hallway.
Oh. Hearing this sound, Lu Xiwen's eyebrows jumped, and he turned back.
In the dark hallway, he looked forward. In the empty hallway, stood a shadow in tattered clothes. His face was covered in blood, his eye sockets sunk, and there were no eyeballs inside. His skin was dry, looking like tree bark. The whole figure was very thin, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. However, his footsteps were very steady. Every step that landed on the ground emitted a dull footstep sound.
Whose child are you? Why have I never seen you before?
At this moment, the eerie figure slowly raised its head, looking at Lu Xiwen with its sunken eye sockets. Its mouth seemed to be stitched shut with needle and thread, with countless tiny puncture holes and dense threads on its lips.
As for how the voice came out, don't ask. Eerie?
Just one glance, and Lu Xiwen lost interest, he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly snapped back to reality.
That clothing.
A flash of light crossed Lu Xiwen's mind.
He turned back to look. The clothes worn by the eerie figure were exactly the same as the ones he had given to his dad this year. How is this possible?
Lu Xiwen slowly approached. Upon seeing that familiar clothing, he suddenly whitened his eyes.
Identical. The clothes were identical. Although a bit worn out, and even torn in some places.
He still recognized that this was the outfit he had given to his dad.
That means the eerie figure in front of him is. I must be completely crazy. I actually thought a ghost from a game was my dad.
Even if it's the future, it shouldn't be, after all, it's just clothing that looks similar.
Lu Shiwen shook his head and no longer cared about the eerie figure, instead leaving the corridor by himself. The eerie figure kept watching him, not harming him, so he didn't feel the need to kill it. What Lu Shiwen didn't know was that after he completely left, the once motionless eerie figure had two streams of blood tears flowing from its sunken eye sockets. In Yun City's countryside, there is a village that has been abandoned for 20 years due to no one living there. Back then, it was said that the village was haunted, many people went to check, but for some unknown reason, no one ever touched the village. If this game truly is a future world, then that village must have changed dramatically. A village that was haunted 20 years ago, what could it possibly become in the game? I really look forward to it. Lu Shiwen arrived on the road, weaving through it. He didn't dare to go to that village in the real world. After all, in the real world, life only comes once. But in the game, it's different. I found it. Lu Shiwen spotted a mostly new motorcycle by the roadside. Whoever it belonged to, he looked around and casually grabbed a handy tool before getting on. 5 minutes later, Lu Shiwen was speeding down the highway on the motorcycle. Any player of horror games has these skills. Hot wiring cars, prying open doors, or stealing motorcycles. Even if they don't know, they have to learn. Because this skill is too important. It can greatly increase your traveling speed in the game. Thus, in the real world, these types of workers became sought after. Some experienced craftsmen were even surprised, as some offered 10,000 yuan just to learn the skill. The motorcycle raced on. 3 hours later, Lu Shiwen tossed the motorcycle to the side of the road and walked into the thick underbrush surrounding it. This place had long been abandoned, with weeds nearly taller than a person. Although the weeds were tall and abundant, Lu Shiwen's speed was not affected at all. Half an hour later, Lu Shiwen saw it. The abandoned little village. Sure enough. Lu Shiwen felt a surge of excitement. What kind of place would a village that was haunted 20 years ago be in the future world? Looking at the village in the night, Lu Shiwen walked in. In the real world, he acted cautiously. But in the game, he feared nothing. Fear? What fear? My life is plenty. So quiet. In the night, everything was extremely quiet. Aside from the sounds Lu Shiwen made, there was no other noise. At this moment, he had already seen the whole view of the village. Old mud houses, with the ground covered in that kind of dirt road from before. Some of the houses had even collapsed. It looked like a perfectly ordinary abandoned little village. But Lu Shiwen firmly believed. This village must be extraordinary. Maybe, there will be real treasures here. Chapter 141, The Guardian Sword is Lost. Entering the village, the whole village is very messy. A village that has been abandoned for many years now looks more like a ruin. Lu Shiwen stepped on the creaking rotten wood and pushed open a half-collapsed courtyard gate. In the center of the courtyard, there is a well. The well is covered by a heavy stone slab, and the slab is engraved with dense dark red runes, which faintly shimmer under the moonlight, as if alive. This is the place. When it was haunted here, all the rumors pointed to this well. The villagers back then said that this well connected to a passage to the underworld, and the bottom of the well was the 18 levels of hell. Lu Shiwen's mouth slightly lifted. These rumors were spread 20 years ago. Later, countless people disbelieved and entered Lijia village to explore. But over 20 years, the entire village showed no changes. No one knows what exactly happened in this village. In the real world, he did not dare to come. But now, he is here. He wants to see, is the bottom of this well really a passage to the underworld, is it really the 18 levels of hell? He stepped forward and pushed the stone slab with all his strength. In an instant, a chilling, bone-piercing breath surged out, accompanied by faint cries. The well was dry, only deep and bottomless darkness, and a twisted iron ladder embedded in the well wall, winding down. Although the ladder was embedded in the wall, the screws had long loosened. Lu Shiwen placed his hand on the iron ladder and gently exerted force. Immediately, the entire iron ladder began to shake. Whatever, I won't die from a fall anyway, if it's unsafe, so be it. Grinding his teeth, Lu Shiwen turned around, placed both feet on the iron ladder, and began to climb down the swaying iron ladder. The well walls were extremely damp, covered in slippery moss. Going down about 20 meters, the end of the ladder connected to a narrow horizontal tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a corpse chamber. The stone walls of the chamber were covered with dark red runes similar to those at the well, lightly glowing under the light, forming an invisible barrier. Lu Shiwen silently watched the scene. In the center of the stone chamber, there was no terrifying scene as imagined, only a stone platform. On the platform lay a bronze ancient sword about 3 feet long. Lu Shiwen slowly approached, coming to the stone platform and looking down at the bronze ancient sword on it. The blade was covered in mottled green rust, but the edge shimmered coldly, showing no signs of rust. At the crossguard, a dark red gem was embedded, radiating a soft glow at this moment. The grip was wrapped with faded black cloth, with faint golden patterns visible on it. Next to the ancient sword lay a thin leather booklet. What is this thing?
Ye Xuan was extremely curious. He did not touch the ancient sword, but picked up the small booklet and slowly flipped it open. This sword is the Guardian Sword, suppressing the strange happenings in this place day and night. Please do not touch the sword, outsiders.
Remember, with the sword, the seal exists. Without the sword, the strange occurrences will all be unleashed. If you are an explorer or an outsider, when you see this booklet, please return it to its original place, then leave this place immediately, and put the stone slab back in place. If you take the Guardian Sword without permission, breaking the seal, leading to the strange occurrences to emerge, our Guardian Bureau will undoubtedly punish you. Yun City Guardian Bureau. There was a steel seal below. Upon seeing this content, Ye Xuan fell silent. So that's it.
There are indeed strange occurrences here, but they have been sealed by the Guardian Bureau. At this moment, Ye Xuan put down the small booklet and turned to look at the Guardian Sword on the stone platform.
This sword clearly looks extraordinary. Should he take it?
If he doesn't take it, he'll have wasted a trip. If he takes it, he might break the seal, and then all the strange occurrences will escape.
If I can't solve it myself, wouldn't that cause a major disaster? So hard to choose. Ye Xuan, this good young man who went through 12 years of compulsory education, is now caught in a dilemma. Damn it, I'll take it.
After struggling for a long time, Ye Xuan finally decided to take it. This sword looks like a good thing, and the legend of Li Family Village is not something only I know.
If I don't take it, what if other players come here? Would they choose not to take it, just like me?
If they do take it, the disaster will still happen, but I would miss a chance for no reason. But it's just a game, even if it's in the future world, it's not reality.
I'm not afraid, I'll take it. After some self-psychological counseling, Ye Xuan's gaze gradually became firm.
He had made up his mind.
That is to take it.
Ye Xuan took a deep breath and slowly reached out to grab the hilt of the soul-settling sword. As soon as he touched the hilt, the gem at the crossguard suddenly lit up, casting a dark red glow that filled the entire stone chamber. The runes on the walls seemed to come alive, starting to move along the walls, emitting a low humming sound. Ye Xuan felt a chaotic flow of energy enter his arm from the hilt, spreading throughout his body. The bone-chilling coldness inside him was completely dispelled.
Good thing. Ye Xuan's face lit up with joy. He wasn't wrong, it really was a good thing. With the soul-settling sword in hand, he waved it lightly in the air. Whoosh!
The sword's blade sliced through the air, producing a clear dragon's roar. Wherever it went, the cold and sinister atmosphere in the stone chamber was swept away, and the temperature rose a few degrees. The wandering runes gradually calmed down and returned to the walls. Just when Ye Xuan wanted to admire this treasure properly, suddenly, the entire stone chamber began to shake violently. This tremor did not come from below but from above.
Boom!
A huge noise came from overhead as the stone slab was lifted, followed by a piercing screech that seemed to tear through the air.
That sound was filled with resentment and madness, making Ye Xuan's eardrums throb with pain. Is this the seal breaking, and the weirdness coming out?
Ye Xuan was not afraid. Instead, he gripped the soul-settling sword tightly, his eyes flashing with excitement.
Now that the treasure was in hand, he feared nothing. Even if he died, the soul-settling sword wouldn't fall.
Just right, let me see what kind of creatures you really are. With confidence, Ye Xuan dashed out of the stone chamber, quickly climbing up the iron ladder.
At the well entrance, the moonlight was completely obscured by thick black fog.
The whole Li Family Village had completely changed its appearance. The worn-out mud houses vanished, replaced by broken walls and ruins. Charred wooden beams jutted into the ground, as if they had survived a great fire. On the ground lay scattered bones and tattered clothes, and the air was thick with the stench of burning and decay. And what was even more chilling was that among these ruins, countless shadows were crawling out from the ground. They looked like evil spirits from hell, terrifying beyond measure. Some were reduced to skeletons with ghostly flames flickering in their eyes. Some were completely charred, with cracked skin revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Some were bleeding from every orifice, neck twisted at unnatural angles. Some had no fixed shape at all, just a writhing mass of black shadows. These eerie figures were numerous and densely packed.
Just one glance sent chills down one's spine.
At this moment, the concentration of dark energy in the entire Li Family Village was rising wildly. The whole Li Family Village had completely transformed into a strange paradise. But it seemed that the truly terrifying things hadn't yet emerged.
Chapter 142 Chain Reaction. Director, it's not good.
The concentration of dark energy in Li Family Village is soaring, and it's already surpassed 100,000, and the numbers are still climbing.
Director, 150,000, 150,000, Director.
In the Cloud City Town Investigation Bureau, a piercing scream echoed in the headquarters building.
What?
The director Fong Jun, who was planning to return home to enjoy time with his wife, widened his eyes. Suddenly, it felt like the sky had fallen. Director, it has already broken through 200,000. The young man who came to report held a strange-looking device, his voice trembling, fear etched on his face.
Damn it, which bastard broke the seal? Isn't the seal of Li Family Village under the care of the Town Ghost Bureau of Victory District? Is that how they safeguard it? Fong Jun cursed angrily, throwing his clothes onto the ground fiercely.
The seal of Li Family Village is broken, the entire Yin City is on the brink of disaster.
Director, what should we do?
The young man stammered, his face filled with terror.
Li Family Village, that is the taboo of the entire Yin City.
Back then, to suppress Li Family Village, the Ghost Bureau of China dispatched 20 ghost generals, countless red-clad figures, and after paying a great price, they barely managed to suppress it. Now, from the concentration of the Yin energy, the seal of Li Family Village is gone.
Damn it, what else can we do? Gather people, call, notify all the ghost tamers in the city.
Report to the provincial office, we need support.
The rest of you, gather at Li Family Village immediately, right now.
Hurry, while the seal has just been broken, there is still a chance to remedy it.
Fong Jun picked up the tattered clothes from the ground and shouted loudly.
Yes. The young man hurriedly disappeared from Fong Jun's sight, immediately going to notify others. In an instant, a high-level red mobilization order was issued from the City Ghost Bureau.
The red mobilization order is the highest-level mobilization order of the Ghost Bureau of China.
Anyone receiving this mobilization order, regardless of what they were doing, or what their identity is, must go to the City Bureau for assembly. Even criminals in prison must come obediently.
Not coming? If you survive afterwards, I'll consider you a man. At this moment, the entire Yin City sprang into action. It shouldn't be, Li Family Village, who in the whole province doesn't know?
The seal of Li Family Village is of the highest level, even if the Ghost Bureau of Victory District was negligent and let someone in, that person shouldn't have tampered with the seal. In the office, after reporting to the higher-ups, Fong Jun rubbed his head, filled with suspicion. The seal of Li Family Village, no one dared to touch it. Even the mice hiding in the sewers didn't dare to touch the seal of Li Family Village. Because the seal of Li Family Village belongs to level 1. In the Huaxia region, any areas with a level 1 seal, no powerful individual or force dares to touch. Because once the seal in those areas is broken, it will be a disaster. Who dares to touch? You will face the crazy retaliation of the Ghost Bureau of China. Thus, the entire Huaxia forces are very sensible, no one dares to act. Because no one wants to face the revenge of the Ghost Bureau of China. Even those seeking death wouldn't dare to try their luck in the level 1 sealed areas. Could it be those fools? Suddenly, Fong Jun came back to his senses. In the Jincheng area, many fools suddenly appeared a few days ago. This caused quite a stir, and he had heard a bit about it. According to the news from Jincheng, these fools, despite being ghost tamers, strictly obeyed the law. They wouldn't harm ordinary citizens and wouldn't attack the district's ghost tamers. They only attacked the bazaar and their own kind. The only illegal thing they did was to pry open cars and motorcycles everywhere. This indeed caused a lot of trouble for Jincheng. Many citizens woke up the next day to find their cars missing. Some citizens woke up to find their cars were still there, but the wheels were gone, not knowing what had happened to their beloved vehicles. Could it really be those fools? Those fools have abnormal brains, it said they come from a past world. If it is really them, then it would make sense. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. After figuring it out, Fong Jun slapped the table fiercely. That group of fools wasn't satisfied in Jincheng and actually came to their Yun city to wreak havoc. Damn. It seems I've stirred up trouble. Lu Xiwen struggled to crawl out from the bottom of the well. Just as he was about to excitedly take his newly acquired treasure and start a killing spree, the scene before him plunged him into silence. Ahead, a massive figure towering 3 meters high, wrapped in iron chains, was silently watching him. It had a human body, but its head was a giant skull, full of sharp fangs, with 2 blazing green flames burning in its eye sockets. Surrounding it were countless eerie beings, standing densely around. These eerie entities emitted a strong aura. Meanwhile, the Yin energy in this place had thickened to a peak. These eerie beings made no move, yet Lu Xiwen already felt breathless. He was still thinking about using his treasured sword to unleash a killing spree. Looking at the scene now, killing a ghost? At this moment, he was completely immobilized. Especially the enormous eerie figure in front. The ghost general was unavoidable. He felt despair. You did well. We owe it all to you that we can come out. Now, I give you a chance to join us. I will protect you. What do you say? At this moment, a hoarse voice came through. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiwen suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the massive eerie. This guy is inviting him to join them? Join the Eries? But I am human. Humph, I will never bend to you even in death. Lu Xiwen roared, fully aware that he could not leave this place alive. Without hesitation, under the gaze of countless eerie beings, he raised his sword and committed suicide.
Clang.
The soul requiem sword fell to the ground, making a crisp sound.
Lu Xuan's body lay on the ground. This scene left all the eerie beings dumbfounded.
Their small heads seemed to crash. "You risking offending the Huaxia Ghost Control Bureau, broke the seal, allowing us to see the light of day again.
Then, you come before us to commit suicide? What is this for?"
The Eries found it hard to understand. The Ghost General found it even harder to understand.
"Man."
The huge Eerie muttered these two words and then walked away with countless Eries. On the ground, Eries were still emerging incessantly.
No one knew how many Eries there were in this place.
As the Eries howled while leaving Li Family Village, no one noticed that Lu Xuan's body and the Soul Requiem sword had quietly sunk into the ground, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, vehicles were rushing through the night. The advance squad had already surrounded Li Family Village.
"Li Fang, ing can't believe you got us into big trouble. I asked you to guard the seal, and you brought a little mistress here?"
"Your mother, the seal is broken, and I will get shot, and you are ing with me." Near Li Family Village, a middle-aged man pointed at the young man before him, cursing loudly.
The figures around them looked on coldly at this scene.
Li Fang, who was being scolded, felt bitterness at the corner of his mouth, not daring to retort. "Damn it, I even put that little booklet next to the Soul Requiem sword to remind myself. Besides, the reputation of the Huaxia Ghost Control Bureau is well known.
Who on earth was so fearless to stir the seal? Damn it, if you have to do it, change the timing. Why tonight? It's all over. Everything is ruined. All units, pay attention, the Eries have come out. Stop them by any means necessary. Do not let them escape." Chapter 143, The Trouble You Caused, You Solve. I did it. I've got it. In Yun City, at the resurrection point.
Looking at the Soul Requiem sword before him, Lu Xuan was filled with excitement. He had obtained a good thing. However, it seemed he had caused trouble. Outside the window, police sirens echoed throughout Yun City, with countless trucks and special vehicles moving under the night sky.
Lu Xuan knew that these vehicles were heading straight for Li Family Village. Those Eries appeared to be endless, far too many.
"This is a game, it's a game, this has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. It's just a game, if it goes out of control, the game officials will adjust it." Lu Xuan kept comforting himself. However, he did not know that it wasn't just him, other major regions were also causing a series of chain reactions. Other players in those major regions, as long as they understood a bit about the legend of Li Family Village, all rushed to Li Family Village.
And then, like him,
the soul-keeping sword was in hand, but disaster also arrived. Host, currently a total of 143 regions of Li Family Village's seal have been broken, and the number is still increasing. Li Family Village connects to the underworld, where there is a passage.
If not sealed, strange beings will continue to surge out.
At first, it was fierce ghosts, and in the end, there were ghost generals, and even ghost leaders appeared.
If left unchecked, the game balance in each region will face a severe challenge. Inside the villa,
Ye Xuan placed the soul-keeping sword into his treasure cabinet,
admiring the sword through the glass barrier. Not bad, the craftsmanship is excellent. System, can the Ghost Suppression Bureau in the game be resolved? Ye Xuan asked. Cannot resolve it.
Each region is a projection of the main world, and currently, only Jinchang and Yun City have open maps.
The Ghost Suppression Bureau in the game cannot receive external power reinforcements. Relying solely on the powers of Jinchang and Yun City in the game cannot reseal Li Family Village.
Understanding the system's response, Ye Xuan was enlightened. He did not expect Yun City to have such a place.
Li Family Village, a passage linking the human world and the underworld?
If it cannot be suppressed, then so many regions will collapse, and they will be fully occupied by strange beings.
However, I will not help them. The dangers created by players must be solved by the players themselves.
System, issue an announcement, requiring all players to go to Li Family Village and let them work together to suppress this disaster of their own making.
If it can't be resolved, then it can't be resolved. The crap you made, you clean it up. Received.
After handling this, Ye Xuan walked to the basement and continued to train. The troubles caused by the players should be solved by themselves. He would not help the players. When the time comes and everything falls, then you can play in a completely strange world.
The current players are relatively weak.
If the two major cities fall, then the development speed of the players in this region will definitely lag behind other relatively peaceful regions. But Ye Xuan didn't care so much.
In the future world, the winner is king.
The weak are prey to the strong. If they cannot resolve it and fall behind in development, then they can only be eliminated. After all, if things went according to the original progress, ordinary people would die more after the strange beings revive.
By getting involved, the number of deaths would decrease a little.
Although he was a savior, he saved only those who deserved to be saved. He had given you the platform to become stronger, yet if you still couldn't handle it, the ones who deserved to die would die, and he couldn't do anything about it.
He couldn't chew the food for them and feed it to their mouths, could he?
At the same time, for every region where the seal of Li Family Village was broken, corresponding 100,000 players received the announcement. Attention, the seal of Li Family Village in Yun City has been broken, and now the strange beings from the underworld have come to the human world, causing havoc. Please players set aside past grievances and go to Li Family Village to suppress this disaster together.
If suppression is successful, the game will be relatively balanced.
If suppression fails, the map will be fully invaded by strange beings, and at that time, the development speed of the corresponding region's players will slow down.
Work hard. Upon receiving this announcement, players who were unaware of the situation were dumbfounded. Not knowing the truth, confused players immediately went online to search. After some digging, they finally understood the whole story. So one by one, they started cursing online. What the hell, taking the soul-keeping sword and breaking the seal, now it's so serious that even the officials issued an announcement? Damn it. Who took our region's soul-keeping sword? Come out and take a beating. Damn, why are people so reckless? Now we all have to clean up after you. Just wait, if we ultimately fail, I'm going to find you and kill you. I'm really fed up, who is so reckless? I received the announcement too. I haven't received the announcement. I'm from region 111. Don't let anyone touch the soul-keeping sword in Li Family Village. Who dares to move? I will kill whoever dares. Damn it, I just finished saying that and the announcement came. Who is it? Who moved? Are they brave enough to come out? No need to say more, the soul-suppressing sword is clearly a wonderful thing, no one can resist it, sooner or later every region will be affected. The players in the region where the soul-suppressing sword was taken were so angry their faces turned red. The horror game affects the real world, closely connected to reality. Once they fail, the player's progress will slow down, which is more painful than killing them. There is a saying, cutting off my path is no different than killing my parents. After cursing online, these players still logged into the game obediently, then quickly rushed to Li Family Village. They must suppress the weirdness of Li Family Village. What the heck, is it really this serious? Ye Xuan just exited the game, looked at the news online, and was completely shocked. That sword, does it really come with such a high price? Even the game officials released an announcement. Damn. He held his phone and scrolled through the comments. The more he scrolled, the more afraid he became. No way, the soul-suppressing sword must not be taken out. Once it is out, countless players will criticize him. Will he be scolded to death then? If the suppression fails, his life will be in danger. No way, no way, no way, absolutely must not take it out. At this moment, Ye Xuan felt some regret. If he had known, he would not have taken it. Now it's good, he has it in hand but can't use it. If he takes it out, he will be killed by angry players. Huff, go, contribute your share. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xuan put on his helmet and then entered the game. What he didn't know was that even if he didn't take it, someone else would. Because this matter had become well known. Even knowing it would cause disaster. One region has 100,000 players. As long as one person is tempted, that's enough. Still the same saying. Never underestimate the greed of human nature. Chapter 144, Too Much, Can't Stop It. November 19, 2058, 2 years, 11 months, and 19 days before the weirdness awakens. Hurry up, has the support arrived? We must stop them, we must stop them. At the outskirts of Li Family Village, countless members of the Demon Suppression Bureau rushed forward, each of them, fearless of death, sacrificed their lives to stop the weirdness. Damn it, where are those captains? Tell them to come quickly. Report, Director, those captains are unavailable, the weirdness they are suppressing has started to riot. Damn it. Director Fong Jun slammed the car hood hard. He looked at the densely packed and countless weirdness ahead, his face extremely grim. The weirdness of Li Family Village has completely erupted. Among these, there are also the Ghost Commanders. Ghost Commanders are the most terrifying. The Ghost Commanders from Yun City and Jinchang are limited, and some are suppressing terrifying places, while others are maintaining formations. The number of Ghost Commanders who can move freely is extremely limited. Now, nobody can stop these Ghost Commanders among the weirdness, he could only watch as his subordinates sacrificed their lives to fight. Damn, Director, the higher-up said we cannot be supported. What? Fong Jun turned to look at his assistant in the distance. He had been waiting for support from the province. Now, you tell me there is no support? Are you kidding me?
Yes, Director, the higher-ups said there is no support. They said they couldn't find us in Yun City and Jincheng. It seems our two cities have completely cut off from Huaxia. The assistant looked at the computer screen in front of him, his face increasingly strange.
How is this possible? Fong Jun was stunned. Yun City and Jincheng disappeared from the map? Are you kidding me? Now is not a time for jokes. Besides, these jokes are not funny at all. The higher-ups said so. Director, what should we do now? The assistant looked at the increasingly out-of-control battlefield in the distance, anxious as if his heart was on fire.
If we lose this, the whole Yun City will become a hell on earth, just like those districts that have already fallen. Just thinking about those districts that have fallen makes him shiver. Cities taken by the strange are the true hells on earth. Damn it, what else can we do? We can only use lives to fill. I don't care if what they said is true or false, and I don't care if they have deceived us or not, but we only have one path now. That is, even if it means death, we cannot let these guys out. Fong Jun's gaze gradually became firm. Since there is no support, we will just use our lives to fill it. Anyway, the Zhangue Bureau in Huaxia will not allow such a disaster to happen. Report, Director. The Jin City side replied that support cannot arrive for the time being because the major forbidden places there have started to loosen. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, he noticed that his director's attention was not on him. Fong Jun slowly took a stick with complex patterns on its surface and then walked step by step toward the battlefield. Do not worry about that so-called support anymore. Ahead, members of the Zhangue Bureau were dying one by one. These members of the Zhangue Bureau controlled the strange, turning their bodies into vessels for the strange. Their combat method was to use the power of the strange within them, but each time this power was used, they would suffer a backlash from the strange. When the backlash is strong enough, their bodies can be completely replaced by the strange within. The greatest taboo for members of the Zhangue Bureau is prolonged combat. Because prolonged combat continuously gives the strange within them the opportunity to replace them. But now, they had to suppress both the strange inside them and those out there. This led to members of the Zhangue Bureau dying one after another. Their numbers sharply decreased. This also meant that the battlefield was gradually getting out of control. They could not hold it anymore. I'll fight to the death, even if I die. I want to drag someone down with me. Damn it, as long as you can kill a few more strange ones, I will give you this body. In the distance, a middle-aged man in a denim jacket shouted. As his words fell, his whole body turned blood red, even his eyes were replaced by red. His hands turned into two blood-colored claws. Kill. A word filled with killing intent came from his mouth. The strange in front of him was torn to shreds by his blood-red claws. Kill. With every claw that fell, a strange one was shredded. However, as time passed, his killing intent grew heavier, and his own will grew weaker. In the end, his last shred of humanity completely vanished. The members of the Zhangue Bureau around had no time to grieve because they had to fight. Ever since they became the strange masters, their fate had been sealed. Throughout Huaxia and the entire history of Blue Star, there has never been a strange master who ended well. Merging with the strange and borrowing its power is like trying to skin a tiger. Ah, we can't hold it anymore, there are too many, where is our support? A member of the Zhangue Bureau screamed madly, his entire skin turning black. The prolonged battle had caused the strange to ravage their bodies even more severely, and their mental state suffered a major blow. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several loud bangs echoed. Masses of strange in the distance were ruthlessly torn apart. Energy cannons? A strong member of the Zhangue Bureau turned to look. He saw three oddly shaped turrets set up in the clearing behind. With thick barrels, rounds of black spheres were being fired out. Every black sphere that landed among the strange in front created a massive explosion. In the explosion zone, the strange were instantly torn apart, leaving not a single shred behind. With the energy cannons joining the battlefield, the members of the Zhangue Bureau in front felt much less pressure. But before they could rejoice, terrifying auras began to emerge from the front. In the distance, a mighty dark energy surged into the sky, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The Ghost General. This shivering aura filled them with despair. In the midst of the battlefield, three human ghost generals, all covered in wounds, also felt hopeless at this moment. They couldn't hold back any longer, they truly couldn't hold back. Damn it, can you let go of me? Chief, no, you can't. You are just an ordinary person, if you go forward, you will die. You need to oversee the situation, Chief. The assistant yelled while holding onto Fong Jun's thigh tightly. He would not let Fong Jun take another step forward. Damn it, my team members are dying one by one, with no support. Even if I have to die, I want to die on the battlefield. Get away from me! Fong Jun shouted with red eyes. He kept shaking his legs. But the assistant clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to let go no matter what.
Chief, no matter what, I will not let you go to your death for nothing. The assistant would not loosen his grip. The chief still needed to oversee the situation. Moreover, the chief was just an ordinary person. Even with magical tools, he was still an ordinary person. Going would lead to death. If the chief died, how could they fight on? Damn it. Fang Jun's mouth showed bitterness, but he stopped struggling. Ahead, the front line had completely collapsed. Countless bizarre entities scattered and fled. They had failed. Once these bizarre entities entered the city, they would surely break through the formation. Once the formation was broken, Yun City would be completely doomed. Everything was over. Buzz. 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 Chapter 145, the number 1 guild in the world. Chief. Chief, reinforcements have arrived. The assistant's eyes brightened, excitedly pointing to the distant wilderness and shouting loudly. Reinforcements? Fang Jun was taken aback. The people from Jin City were busy suppressing the forbidden area, and they couldn't even find the provincial reinforcements. In such a situation, how could there be reinforcements? Filled with doubt, he turned to look. In the distance, in the wilderness. In the dark night, lights were shining. The buzzing sound of motorcycles rose and fell. The roaring buzz tore apart the distant tranquility. In the next moment, motorcycles appeared in the wilderness. There was a dense swarm of motorcycles, along with nearly worn-out vans, wobbling tricycles, and bicycles. Are these people those fools? A strange expression appeared on Fang Jun's face. How did these fools come here? Could it be that the seal in Li family village was truly done by these fools? Were these fools coming now to save the day? By now, he could only think of this possibility. Damn it, can't you ride slower? I'm about to throw up my overnight meal. Ride slower? We are all about excitement, about passion. Hold on tight, we're about to leap over a big ditch. Damn! Motorcycles rapidly approached Li family village. Among them, some people were desperately pedaling their bicycles. Damn it, I must learn how to pick locks when I get back, damn it. One player cursed while pedaling his bike. He had been at a loss due to not having lockpicking skills, and thus he could only steal a bicycle in the end. They rode from the city to the suburbs on their bicycles, their legs nearly on fire. They were not the most miserable were those who ran. Without any transportation, they relied solely on their legs. Oh my goodness. In front, a player riding a motorcycle stopped, looked up at the distance. When they saw the scene ahead, their eyes widened, full of shock. In the distance, Li family village was filled with bizarre entities. These bizarre entities seemed to be frantically fleeing in all directions. And the members of the town spirit bureau were dying one by one. They were simply no match for those bizarre entities. Those bizarre entities looked like they crawled out of hell, far too terrifying. Moreover, Li family village seemed like a vent, with countless bizarre entities continuously spewing out. Such a shocking scene made all the players fall into silence. At this moment, they finally understood why the game officials had issued the announcement. This scene was simply too shocking. Brothers, what we need to do is push these strange creatures back and seal the entire Li family village. As for how to seal it, send someone to ask those natives. The rest, follow me, charge. One player shouted loudly, raising his weapon and rushing forward. Kill. Charge. Kill, kill, kill. Leave none alive. The remaining players were also fired up, each grabbing their weapons and shouting as they rushed in. A steady stream of players continued to join the battlefield. When one player fell, 3 or 4 others immediately took their place. The fallen player revived and charged again. Have we already engaged in battle? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken that sword. In the darkness behind Li family village, watching the immensely spectacular scene below, Ye Xuan was filled with guilt. If he had known, he wouldn't have touched that so-called soul-capturing sword. Because of him, such a huge disaster had been triggered. Seeing the strange number below, he felt a chill run down his spine. Forget it, let's fight. I want to contribute as well. Ye Xuan shook his head and then joined the battle alongside the players. There were not only Chinese players here, but players from other countries as well. At this moment, the hatred among players was temporarily gone. Because they all had a common enemy now, fighting among themselves could wait until this disaster was resolved. After all, if defeat came, it would be bad for everyone. They have started fighting? Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned. Yes, President, those scattered players have united on their own and are currently in Li family village. A young man in front of him said softly. Well, that's perfect. Let them buy us some time. Are all our people gathered? Ye Xuan looked at the crowd of players in the distance and asked loudly. Report, President, our Tianxia First Guild is supposed to have 30,000 members, but the actual number I don't know, it should be over 20,000.
The reporting youth scratched his head and said loudly. This made Ye Xia's face darken. Forget it, having a lot of people is normal, it's reasonable that the statistics can't be done in a moment. Alright, remember, we have 10 teams, each team should obediently follow their team leader. The scattered players can fight freely, but we cannot. Our goal must be to seal Li family village. Each team should devise their own tactics. Now, let's move out. With a wave of Ye Xia's hand, the players before him boarded the vehicles in an orderly fashion. Unlike those scattered players, their guild, as the face of the 588 district, had its own exclusive vehicles. These large trucks were all hard-earned from the local natives. One by one, the trucks were neatly lined up along the road heading to Li family village. And President Ye Xia was currently holding a meeting in one of the trucks. President, 5 gathering points have been set up, and each gathering point has at least 10 trucks waiting. As soon as our people revive, they can be transported to the battlefield by vehicles. The captain of the first team pointed at the map and spoke quietly. The maps of Jincheng and Yun City were obtained from the real world and then replicated here. After all, the real world and the game world are identical, so they can be used as they are. Very accurate. President, the guild currently has 130,000 energy points. How should we fight this battle? The captain of the second team looked at Ye Xia. Guild funds are the sweat and blood of the players. Every energy point is donated from player resources. Because their Tianxia First Guild did not have the terrifying financial resources of other guilds, nor any support from financial tycoons. They were just a group of scattered players united together. A group of civilian players forming Tianxia First Guild. More than 1 million should not be recklessly spent. I suggest that once we reach the battlefield, we first confront those strange creatures and test their strength. If we can solve it all in one go, that's even better. If one wave doesn't solve it, then we'll adjust our tactics based on the battle situation. Ye Xia stroked his chin and expressed his opinion. As soon as these words came out, all 10 captains nodded. It made some sense. Right now, their understanding of Li family village's specific details is not comprehensive. Hastily formulating so-called tactics could easily lead to a total collapse. Moreover, they have a lot of respect for Ye Xia. Because Ye Xia is a true academic powerhouse, one of the best. President, someone is looking for you outside. Chapter 146, The Professionals Came. Who the hell is looking for me? Why are we stopping now? Noticing that the truck beneath him had stopped, Ye Xia couldn't help but curse. At such a critical moment, they were racing against time, and someone still dared to stop and delay them? Do they want to die? President, I think you need to go out and take a look. The voice from outside came again. Suppressing his anger, Ye Xia stepped out of the truck. Descending from the vehicle, he saw over 50 trucks parked neatly on the highway. Ye Xia became even angrier. Damn it, daring to delay the battle? Who has the audacity to obstruct their guild's action? Where are they? Who's looking for me? Suppressing his anger, Ye Xia stared at the young man speaking from afar. President, it's them. The young man pointed into the distance. Following the direction of the young man's finger, Ye Xia saw 3 middle-aged men approaching with smiles. Comrade, hello. The leading middle-aged man exuded an air of elegance and reached out his hand toward Ye Xia. Hello. Hearing this title, Ye Xia was taken aback and instinctively raised his hand. Their palms met in the air. Who are you? Our guild is heading to Li family village to suppress freaks, we can't afford any delays. Please tell me your purpose. Ye Xia asked. Comrade, we did not consider this thoroughly, but I believe you need assistance now. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Yuan Lang, Chief of Staff of the 3rd Brigade from the Southwest Military District. Li Xuan, Deputy Chief of Staff of the 3rd Brigade. Huang, Commander of the 3rd Regiment of the 3rd Brigade. Listening to the introductions of these 3, Ye Xia was stunned. His inner anger dissipated by more than half at that moment. Oh no, the regular army has arrived. President Yi, I think we should get in the car to discuss, letting the convoy continue moving so as not to delay the battle. What do you think? Yuan Lang said lightly, with a smile. The surrounding players looked nervously at their guild leader. Judging by the demeanor of these 3, it didn't seem fake. Chief of Staff? What a high rank. Oh, sure. Ye Xia glanced at the 3, then stepped aside. Inform the convoy to continue moving and step on it. Ye Xia waved to the distant players. Yes. The president's order is to step on it, let the convoy move. At that moment, the convoy started moving again. They sped down the highway. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was a bit delicate. President Yi, we are here to help you on orders from above. Rest assured, President Yi, we are only responsible for giving advice, specific decisions still need to be made by you.
Yuan Lang sat inside the truck, looking at Ye Xuan with a smile. Oh, okay. Ye Xuan nodded. He had thought these three were here to seize power, now it seemed otherwise. If they were to seize power, he wouldn't know what to do. Faced with people from the state, could his position as guild leader still be maintained?
These 10 are the 10 captains of my #1 guild in the world, each managing over 1,000 people.
Ye Xuan pointed to the 10 figures sitting around and introduced. Hello, Deputy Chief Yuan. Hello to you all. Yuan Lang smiled and nodded at each of them. President Yi, everyone, may I ask what your strategy is?
Yuan Lang looked at the map on the table and the red markers on it, his eyes flashing with surprise. Suppressing his astonishment, he kept his expression unchanged and turned to look at Ye Xuan.
Ahem, we currently do not have a strategy.
We plan to fight first and then develop corresponding tactics based on combat experience.
Faced with the curious gaze of the three from Yuan Lang, Ye Xuan, the top student among top students, felt awkward for the first time.
In front of these professionals, he didn't dare to brag anymore. The other 10 captains also secretly covered their faces, no longer looking at their guild leader. Although they thought their guild leader's decision had no flaws, when their leader spoke it out in front of the three professionals, they still felt somewhat embarrassed.
Heavens, it was just a game, how did even the chief of staff of the division come?
Ahem, President Yi, this strategy is really unique, Yuan Lang coughed lightly and barely managed to say this.
President Yi, we have plenty of information about Li Family Village.
There is a passage to the underworld in Li Family Village, which is why strange things keep coming out from there. So, what we need to do is to restart the seal and directly block this passage. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan and the 10 captains nodded in agreement. This was something they were aware of. Now, a district has successfully sealed Li Family Village, and they used the method of placing the soul-suppressing sword back to its original position to restart the seal. So, President Yi, the first thing we need to do is to find the soul-suppressing sword.
Yuan Lang looked up at Ye Xuan. The soul-suppressing sword? How do we find it?
That's a bit difficult.
Ye Xuan's expression turned serious. The soul-suppressing sword must be with a player. With 100,000 players, how are they supposed to find it? Moreover, the player community was filled with malice towards whoever held the sword now. If it were him who had it, even if he let it collect dust in the warehouse, there was absolutely no way he would bring it out. If he didn't bring it out, nothing would happen. But if he did, he might face the furious condemnation of the players. This requires President Yi to mobilize the guild members to spread the word. We will keep the identity of the player who donates the soul-suppressing sword completely confidential, and in the real world, we have already taken relevant measures. As long as the player volunteers to hand over the soul-suppressing sword, there will be no consequences, and they will even be rewarded. After all, many soul-suppressing swords from various districts have been stolen, so there's no need to blame anyone. If they don't hand it over, they will be the public enemy of the entire district. With overwhelming pressure, I believe they will give it up.
Yuan Lang smiled slightly, seeming quite confident.
Can it really work?
Ye Xuan remained skeptical. But he still patted the shoulder of the nearby captain.
It's up to you.
Once the news is out, if someone takes the soul-suppressing sword and voluntarily offers it to me, I will keep their identity completely confidential and privately reward them with 1,000 energy points, and I won't blame them.
Yes, President.
The captain of the 8th team received the order and immediately left the carriage. The atmosphere in this carriage was too subtle, he didn't want to stay for even a second longer.
What if the president disagreed with the others and a fight broke out?
He wouldn't know whose side to take. Okay, the second step we need to take is to control the situation. In fact, looking at the root of the matter, the disaster isn't so severe. As long as the passage is sealed, no matter how many strange things escape, we can eliminate them one by one later. So, before the soul-suppressing sword is returned, we first need to prevent the situation from worsening. Listening to these words, Ye Xuan nodded continuously. As expected from a professional, they pointed out the critical aspect of the matter in one sentence.
The most crucial thing isn't the strange things that escape but the passage itself. As long as the passage is sealed, it doesn't matter how many escape, ultimately, they can be wiped out.
He had just been pondering how to kill those strange things. He had gone down the wrong path from the start.
Professionals truly are professionals. Stable. Chapter 147. I think I know what to do.
Who the hell took the soul-suppressing sword?
Hurry and return it.
As long as it is returned, you can receive a reward of 1,000 energy points, and we won't pursue the previous matters. Brothers who took the soul-suppressing sword. Return the item quickly, the seal can only be repaired with the soul sword.
Who took the soul sword? Hurry up and return it. On the battlefield, countless players shouted.
At this moment, the #1 guild in the world had already arrived. Under Yuan Lang's suggestion, the players of the Tianxia guild began to gather orderly and gradually surround the center. With the addition of tens of thousands of players, the strange occurrences in Li Family Village began to be suppressed. However, these players were also very smart. If they couldn't stop the strangeness, they would let it leave. There was no need to risk their lives to stop it. As long as the seal was repaired, those strange occurrences that escaped would eventually be cleared out. The reason they continued to act now was to reduce the number of strange occurrences. They were preparing for the killing that was to come. Once the soul sword arrived, they would rush in immediately and then repair the seal.
Is no one coming?
Ye Xuan frowned, looking at the few people in front of him. Those few people looked at each other and finally shook their heads slightly. In the real world, including this place, the news had already spread. Logically speaking, the brother who took the soul sword should have received the news. Next, they could only wait for that brother to take it out willingly.
Okay, I understand.
Continue to spread the news, just say I'm here, and let the people around withdraw. Ye Xuan glanced at the players around him and waved his hand gently.
With so many people surrounding them, others naturally did not dare to come. Okay, President. In an instant, the players around spread out to hunt the strange occurrences.
Only Ye Xuan stood in place, quietly waiting.
Director, these people are really impressive.
In a corner, the assistant looked at the players fiercely fighting in the distance, his face full of admiration. Even Fong Jun felt a bit of respect rising in his heart. These people evacuated all their members the moment they arrived on the battlefield. At this moment, all the surviving members of the Yunshi town's strange occurrences had withdrawn, and the battlefield was completely under the control of the players. These people were fearless. Even if they died, they wanted to take a few strange occurrences down with them. They were not afraid of death at all. Even in death, they smiled. Their bravery stirred Fong Jun's blood.
They are all a bunch of real heroes. After watching for a long time, Fong Jun finally couldn't help but speak.
The members of the Strange Affairs Bureau behind him nodded in agreement. Compared to these people, they admitted they couldn't match up. These people disregarded life and death, they were too fierce. Earlier they had called them fools.
Now, they would say no more. These people were not fools, they were heroes. Real heroes. It can only be repaired with the soul sword? Is it true? They can't be tricking me, right?
At the respawn point, Ye Xuan sat on the sofa, his hands tugging at his hair repeatedly.
Just now, he received a message.
It requested that the player who took the soul sword voluntarily return it.
However, he didn't know if the news was true or false. What if they were just trying to trick him out and then deal with him?
Conflicted feelings surged in his heart, making it difficult to decide.
Should he return it? Or not? What if it was true, and by returning it, he made up for his earlier mistake?
He wouldn't be afraid of how he was dealt with afterward.
What if it was fake, and they just wanted to lure him out? What then? Would he become an eternal sinner?
If he had known, he should never have taken the soul sword. Ye Xuan waved his hand, looking at the soul sword in his grasp, sinking into thought. After pondering for a while, he put away the soul sword and then logged out. In the real world, Ye Xuan woke up from his bed. He took off the VR headset and then picked up his phone.
Congratulations, the first region has successfully sealed Li Family Village. Congratulations, the second region has successfully sealed Li Family Village.
Congratulations, the third region has successfully sealed Li Family Village. Opening the Douyang video, the top 10 trending topics were all about the successful sealing of Li Family Village in 10 regions. He clicked on the video and silently watched the content. In summary, a player who took the Soul Requiem sword actively returned it, and then Li Family Village was successfully sealed again. However, no one blamed the player who returned it. Instead, he received rewards from both the regional guild and the country in the real world.
Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Looking at these trending topics, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. Really, am I not lying to myself? If I return the Soul Requiem sword, will I be like them? Ye Xuan took a deep breath, put down his phone, opened the door, and walked out.
In the living room, his father, Lu Xing, was smoking, lying on the sofa watching a TV drama.
Are you done with the game?
Lu Xing looked at his son's messy hair and smiled. In the past, he had a lot of opinions about his son's gaming obsession. But now, he had no objections. Because his son playing games allowed him, this old man, to rest. His son had grown capable of supporting the whole family.
Dad, I want to ask you something. Ye Xuan sat down next to his father. Go ahead.
As a father, Lu Xing immediately knew something was bothering his son by the look on his face. Dad, suppose I made a huge mistake, and many people are suffering greatly because of it. But now, I have the chance to make it right. Although it is risky, I have to return something to correct this mistake.
But what if I return it, and they blame me and scold me? Ye Xuan lowered his head, speaking in a muffled voice. Hearing this, Lu Xing picked up the remote and turned off the TV.
To know wrong and correct it is the greatest virtue.
You asking me shows that you already have a thought in your heart, right? The disaster arose because of you and should end because of you. If you do nothing, you will definitely live in guilt for the rest of your life. The most important thing is, if you make a mistake, you must admit it, and you must listen to others' scoldings. Others are suffering great consequences because of you, and you can't handle a few scoldings? Lu Xing looked deeply at his son and spoke with earnestness. Making mistakes is nothing, everyone makes mistakes. What truly matters is what you do after making a mistake. Will you not make amends for it, or will you do your best to correct it? Son, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear ghosts knocking at your door. Don't do things that will make you regret for a lifetime. No matter how many rumors there are outside, they can't compare to the guilt in your own heart. Lu Xing stood up, patted Lu Xuan on the shoulder, and then walked toward his room with his hands behind his back. Listening to his dad's words, Lu Xuan seemed to understand what he should do. Chapter 148, Have I really become a hero? Damn it, our region's soul requiem sword hasn't been returned yet, and now we can't hold on any longer, it's a complete collapse. What stage is your region at? Up to now, dozens of ghost generals have appeared, there must be at least 50 or 60, our guild's big boss can't hold on anymore. In our region, over 100 ghost generals have appeared, the Holy Family Village is tightly guarded by those ghost generals. Now, even if the soul requiem sword is returned, we can't fight our way in, let alone repair the seal. I really can't believe it, how can the top 10 regions be so strong? The soul requiem sword was stolen, and less than half an hour later, it returned? Exactly, our region's soul requiem sword was taken by someone, we still have no news about it. I can't believe it, don't let me find out who took it, or I'll kill him. Online, because of the soul requiem sword issue, netizens were in an uproar. After the netizens argued online, they entered the game, cursing while continuing to encircle Li Family Village. After discussing among themselves, everyone realized this matter cannot be delayed. The longer the time drags on, the stronger the strange beings that escape from the seal become. In some major districts, over 100 ghost generals have already run out of the seal. Faced with these 100 ghost generals, even if the soul requiting sword returned, the players would be powerless to repair the seal. Because once these ghost generals escape, their first reaction is to guard around Lejia village, not allowing anyone to approach. Players cannot fight in, and naturally, the seal cannot be repaired. As time goes by, the fall of the major district is just a matter of time. Therefore, it must not be delayed. Chairman Yi, hasn't the soul requiting sword been returned? In the temporary command center, Yuan Lang walked in and looked at Ye Xuan, who was sitting in the main seat. No. Ye Xuan shook his head gently. Up until now, there has been no news at all. The situation is getting worse, the ghost generals have already started to crawl out from the seal. Moreover, Director Fang Jun told me, the other forbidden areas in Jinchang and Yun City are also loosening, and the strange beings inside are beginning to stir. If the soul requiting sword does not return, the consequences are unimaginable. Yuan Lang couldn't help but feel anxious at this moment. His previous judgment was somewhat wrong. His earlier confidence was based on the success of the top 10 districts. But in the top 10 districts, the guilds inside were all composed of military people in various branches of the state. The first to take the soul requiting sword was also taken away by the state people. The moment the soul requiting sword was stolen and the game announcement was made, they had already held a meeting internally, and shortly after, the soul requiting sword was returned. The seal was successfully repaired as well. The success of the top 10 districts had greatly boosted his confidence. But now, things have become a bit complicated. Ordinary civilians don't have the same faith as soldiers. If it were an ordinary person, they'd eventually break under the guilt and pressure and return it. But if it's someone from abroad, or someone with a dark heart, wanting to take revenge on society, or even worse, if they took the soul requiting sword and unfortunately died in the real world. In any case, the environmental factors are extremely complicated. Chairman Yi, I will go outside to command the battle, you stay here and wait. Okay. Ye Xuan nodded and waved to Yuan Lang, who was leaving. Since confirming that he was a professional, he had briefly delegated power and given all authority to this person. After all, he was very perceptive. He could become the chairman, it was all due to the respect from the people below. But professional matters still need professionals to handle. In the large temporary command center, only Ye Xuan remained. He sat in the command center, silently waiting for the person who would return the soul requiting sword. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan rode his motorcycle, hurrying towards Lejia village. The motorcycle was fast, and he soon arrived at Lejia village. So many people. In the distance, countless trucks were parked on the road. And around Lejia village, numerous players formed a huge encirclement, tightly surrounding the village. As long as any strange being ran out, they would be met with fierce attacks from the players. Lu Xuan casually parked his motorcycle by the roadside and stepped forward step by step. As he walked forward, he saw a huge billboard.
If you wish to return the soul requiting sword, please go to the tent 300 meters to the left. Our chairman is waiting inside. Rest assured, there are no players around the tent. No one will discover your trace. Looking at the lines of words on the billboard, Ye Xuan took a deep breath and then walked left along the arrow. After a few steps, he saw a tent. This tent was set up in the wilderness, extremely simple. But there were no players around it. What the billboard said was all true.
Ye Xuan did not hesitate and walked straight towards the tent.
Entering the tent, he saw a young man. And the young man looked at him as well. For a moment, their eyes met.
"Hello, you are."
Ye Xuan spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. "I took the soul requiting sword. I have come this time to return the soul suppressing sword."
"This is the soul suppressing sword."
Ye Xuan raised his hand, and the soul suppressing sword appeared in his grasp. He gently placed the sword in front of Ye Xuan.
"I have done something wrong, and now I come to make up for it.
You can tie me up, or hunt me down, or scold me, I accept it all."
Ye Xuan took a deep breath and said calmly.
His expression was peaceful.
After an enlightening talk with his father.
Long before arriving, he had already prepared himself. Ye Xuan looked at Ye Xuan, then at the sword on the table, and a smile appeared on his face. He picked up the sword and stepped forward to pat Ye Xuan's shoulder.
"No one blames you, and no one will scold you. Moreover, from now on, you are the hero of our region. Heroes can also make mistakes, but why are they called heroes?
Because they find a way to make amends after making mistakes.
If you don't believe it, just come with me."
Holding the soul-suppressing sword, Ye Xuan walked out of the tent. Watching Ye Xuan's back, Ye Xuan stood in place, momentarily unsure of what to do.
"I am not the criminal who made a mistake, but a hero? Really?" He looked at the empty tent. Finally, he took a deep breath and stepped out. Stepping out of the tent.
In the distance, Ye Xuan looked at him with a smile, as if he had been waiting for him all along.
"Let's go, our hero."
After Ye Xuan finished speaking, Ye Xuan lost his fear and chose to follow behind Ye Xuan. "Everyone, the soul-suppressing sword is in my hands. Our region's soul-suppressing sword has returned," Ye Xuan loudly proclaimed while raising the soul-suppressing sword in his hand. The massive voice spread out in all directions.
Countless players' attention was drawn to it. Countless players cheered for it.
Having the soul-suppressing sword means that our region's disaster is lifted. The soul-suppressing sword was returned by this little brother behind me. Ye Xuan continued speaking.
"Wow, amazing, brother, you're awesome. Brother, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, we would have definitely failed. Good job, brother.
Brother, later follow us to fight, we will repair the seal together."
"Wow, big brother is so handsome, do you have a girlfriend?"
"I'm single, oh brother."
"Good brother, I admit you're more handsome than me."
Listening to the praises around him, Ye Xuan stood in place, feeling somewhat at a loss.
Originally, he thought there would be endless insults. Not compliments. But now. Did he really become a hero? Chapter 149: The Evil of Humanity.
First team, second team, third team, and 38 ghost generals as the main force. The remaining teams will feign an attack from all sides. Target: the sealing place in the center of the village. This mission must succeed in one go, it cannot be delayed any longer.
Yuan Lang looked at the distant scene and immediately began to give orders. "Alright, let's start moving." Regarding Yuan Lang's plan, Ye Xuan naturally had no objections and made the decision immediately.
In an instant, countless players were each doing their part.
"Are you willing to act with us? To be a hero, one must see it through to the end.
Practice your beliefs, this seal, you will repair it yourself." Ye Xuan extended his hand to Ye Xuan, making an active invitation.
"Okay."
Ye Xuan did not hesitate and slowly reached out his hand. At this moment, the two hands clasped together, and the plan began to be implemented.
Set off. Kill.
The 38 ghost generals charged at the forefront, while the rest of the players attacked from all sides. And most of the remaining players feigned an attack, applying pressure from all directions. Ye Xuan was surrounded by players, moving toward the village. Feeling the atmosphere around him, the blood within Ye Xuan was ignited at this moment.
Kill. Ye Xuan couldn't help but shout.
Ahead, countless strange beings were smashed to pieces by the players. These strange beings had no strength to fight back before the ghost generals, being mercilessly crushed. Before the surrounding strange beings could approach, they were already hacked to death by players.
They didn't even have a chance to get close.
At this moment, Ye Xuan completely became a good luck charm, as he had no opportunity to strike. Under such a fierce attack, the players had already stormed into the village.
"Xuan, where is the seal?"
A voice suddenly came from Ye Xuan ahead.
"It's up ahead, there is a well, and the seal is inside the well."
Lu Shiwen didn't dare to hesitate and immediately replied loudly.
Good, brothers, let's fight in.
Ye Xuan shouted, holding up his long knife. Countless players charged into the village. At the same time, the players on the outskirts quickly changed their tactics under their leader's command, rushing into the village and spreading out around Lu Shiwen. They firmly blocked the strange creatures outside. The action was extremely tight, seamlessly coordinating with each other.
Among them were also many foreign players.
But at this moment, these foreign players fought alongside the players from the #1 guild in the world against the strange creatures. It seemed that at this moment, the hatred between players from different countries had temporarily disappeared. They became comrades, working together.
Found the well, let's kill them. Familiar well opening. We've arrived.
Ye Xuan jumped into the well first with several ghost generals. Lu Shiwen was tightly protected by 2 ghost general players and jumped in together. At the bottom of the well, looking at the familiar layout around him, Lu Shiwen took the soul calming sword from Ye Xuan and slowly put the sword back in its place. Buzz. At the moment the soul calming sword was placed back, a faint humming echoed at the bottom of the well. The runes on the sword and the runes on the surrounding walls lit up, intertwining and shining. At this moment, the seal was completely restored. The passage was fully closed.
No! Outside, the ghost generals howled loudly, desperately crashing into the players' encirclement.
Ah, the seal is restored, brothers, follow me to kill, wipe out these ghostly things.
Kill. Don't let them advance a single step. The seal is fixed, it's over, brothers, do you still want to resist? Just accept your fate.
Brothers, leave the female strange ones to me, I have use for them.
You must really be hungry.
As soon as the seal was confirmed restored, the players cheered collectively, and their enthusiasm for killing the strange creatures increased even more. Each player swung their weapons vigorously, feeling no fatigue at all. There was no way, they were just full of energy.
The seal is restored.
Ye Xuan's lips curved upward. This time, the disaster in their region was lifted.
Let's go, from now on, you are a hero.
Ye Xuan smiled slightly at Lu Shiwen.
Lu Shiwen nodded.
The disaster began because of him, and now it ended because of him.
Why? Aren't you dead? You let us out, why restore the seal again?
Outside the well, a wounded strange creature painfully looked up at Lu Shiwen. Lu Shiwen recognized this strange creature. It was the strange creature that had approached him earlier to ask him to join them.
I made a mistake before, now I just came to make amends. Facing the strange creature's question, Lu Shiwen answered truthfully.
As soon as he said this, before the strange creature could say anything, it was cut down by a nearby strong player. Brothers, eliminate the strange creatures. Ye Xuan waved his hand, and the cleanup began. Lu Shiwen also received the treatment that belongs to a hero.
Wherever he went, players greeted him. Dude, you look really cool, this is a female strange creature I just caught, she looks pretty good, I haven't used her yet, I'll give her to you. I don't want her, you keep her, thanks.
Lu Shiwen looked at the petite figure in the player's hand and quickly waved his hand.
Alright then, what a pity.
The player looked disappointed, then walked towards the nearby grove with the strange creature in hand.
This scene sent a chill down Lu Shiwen's spine.
This game has a very high degree of freedom.
Basically, there are no restrictions on anything. However, players cannot do anything inappropriate to NPCs in the game.
For example, indiscriminately killing NPCs, or forcing intimate actions without NPCs' consent. But the game has never set any rules for the strange creatures. This has led to some players developing feelings for the strange creatures at first sight. Of course, players who do this are still in the minority.
Many people cannot overcome their own inner barriers.
As he walked along, Lu Shiwen's mood became better and better. Because no matter where he went, there were people greeting him. No one blamed him, and no one insulted him. To know one's mistakes and to correct them, this is the greatest virtue.
System, how is it?
At night, Ye Xuan asked the system after exiting his training state.
Currently, the situation is 50-50.
Half of the districts have completed the sealing, while half have not, falling is just a matter of time. Hearing the system's answer, Ye Xuan sighed, then picked up his phone and opened the game forum. District 555 Soul Returning Sword, forget it, don't bother coming back, we can't fight anymore, just don't let me know who took the Soul Returning Sword, otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to play the game or live in the real world. I'm from District 222, I took the Soul Returning Sword, and I just don't want to return it.
What are you going to do about it?
I just want to drive you all crazy. I'm from District 553, I just entered the game and immediately felt a lot of malice. Now that I have the Soul Returning Sword, I won't bring it out, if you have the guts, come and kill me. I'm from District 666, I've been playing the game for a month now, and I haven't even fused one little girl, yet some people have already become ghost generals, with points they can't even spend. I feel really unbalanced, but now that I have the soul returning sword, I won't give it back. If I can't have a good time, no one else can either.
Why are there so many stupid things? Dare to give an address? Damn it, I'll serve them one by one. Sigh.
Chapter 150, I am truly a soft-hearted savior.
Holding the phone, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought.
As more and more districts fell, Ye Xuan still underestimated human nature. In some districts, players voluntarily gave up their soul-returning swords. In other districts, players with the soul-returning sword were purely antisocial personalities. If I can't have a good time, then no one else can either. As the savior, I naturally cannot just watch these districts fall. Once the districts fall, the players inside will experience stagnation in their development. With the players' current strength, they cannot survive in a world full of strange things. Before the districts fall, at least there is still a safe place where players can catch their breath. But once they fall, over time, players' resurrection points will be found by the strange creatures. Then, logging into the game means death.
How can one play then? It's totally unplayable.
Maybe at this time, some powerful players will emerge, but that will only be a very small number. The vast majority of players will become sacrifices.
Forget it. I am the savior, who told me to be soft-hearted?
Sigh, I really am a soft-hearted god. In the end, Ye Xuan sighed.
Forget it, let's help a bit.
However, there still needs to be some punishment. System, put the soul returning sword up for sale so that players can buy and sell it. Each sword will be sold for 100,000 energy points. If a district falls, the soul returning sword will never be put up for sale. Ye Xuan began to instruct the system. The soul returning sword costs 20,000 energy points to make, and selling it for 100,000 is very reasonable.
The soul returning sword itself is incredibly unique.
As the core of Li Village's formation, it is a very powerful strange tool. Of course, the one he has is the enhanced version.
According to the system, this soul-returning sword costs 1,000,000 energy points to make.
Ye Xuan won't sell those enhanced strange tools to players,
because those players can't handle it. Moreover, spending 1,000,000 to sell for 10,000,000, who can afford it?
For those districts that have already fallen, prohibiting the sale of the soul-returning sword also counts as punishment. By the way, for the districts that have already fallen, in addition to prohibiting the sale of the soul-returning sword, also prohibit resurrection for 1 month. Ye Xuan continued. Not being able to resurrect for a month is already a very serious punishment.
Received. Punishment is over, now it's time to deal with the troubles.
Connect all the districts. Each fallen district can request help from players in the other 2 districts that have already solved the troubles.
This, system, you decide. Okay.
After giving orders, Ye Xuan closed his eyes again.
Things have been handled. Troubles are resolved, and punishments have been dealt.
Very perfect. At the same time, in the strange situation of Huaxia town. Report, Director, there are already 1,138 districts that have fallen. The Shield Organization of the Beautiful Country, the Flame Organization of the Bear Country, the Blade Organization of the Cherry Blossom Country, and the Angel Organization of the Empire on which the sun never sets all request to hold an online meeting. In the huge office, a young man looked at the leading Hao Lingfei and reported loudly. More than 1,000 districts have fallen, troublesome.
Hao Lingfei felt a headache.
Among these districts, many players are from Huaxia and many are foreign players.
In some districts, most players are actually foreign. After the districts fell, all organizations and powers worldwide panicked. Currently, there is a consensus across the Blue Star. The nation with a strong presence in the terror games holds more power in Blue Star. Now that many districts have fallen, foreign powers could no longer sit still. If these districts are not saved, it would be a severe blow to them.
It is well known that in the terror games, Huaxia is the strongest force. In every district, there are quite a few players from Huaxia.
What is the point of having a meeting?
It's already fallen, another meeting won't solve the issue. Rubbing his temples, Hao Lingfei waved his hand to refuse.
It has fallen, what is the point of a meeting? Those districts have turned into purgatory, the players' respawn points have been found by countless strange beings, how can they fight?
Players just respawn to find the strange beings lurking beside them.
They don't even have a chance to gather and resist. Can a meeting solve the problem? What is our current situation?
Hao Lingfei looked up at the young man. Report, Director, the top 10 districts have resolved the disasters, everything is currently normal. In addition, 132 districts led by us, in cooperation with local player guilds, have also been completely resolved.
Other than that, we are powerless. After finishing, the young man's face was full of helplessness. In some regions, Huaxia players have independently formed guilds that quickly intervene to work with local guilds to quell disasters.
But in some districts, there are only scattered players, not even a leader, and players cannot organize at all. In the remaining districts, more than half are foreign players. Those foreigners completely don't understand Chinese, and the number of players from Huaxia is minimal, making it impossible for them to resolve the issues. It can be said that this time, Huaxia has been impacted the least, because the basic game structure can still hold steady. Abroad, it is a complete mess. At first, no one took the so-called disaster seriously. But within just one night, it spiraled completely out of control. Sigh. Hao Lingfei felt utterly exhausted. On one hand, he needs to grow stronger, as the strongest individual in Huaxia and even in Blue Star, his strength cannot decline. On the other hand, he needs to manage relevant affairs in the game. Most importantly, there is the real world. The real world is not as calm as it appears on the surface. Since the revival of the strange beings, the daily death toll in the country has been rising above 10,000. Among them, there are even shadows of evil cults. He wished he could split himself in half to manage everything. Let's just leave the stabilized districts as they are. Those districts still resisting, help if we can. As for the districts that have fallen. At this point, Hao Lingfei could not say anything further. He didn't know what to do. Lastly, all the suddenly emerging evil cults nationwide, if they violate the law, arrest them, show no mercy, those who should be detained, detain, those who should be shot, shoot. Those who profit from the national disaster, arrest them all. Alright, dismissed. Having said that, Hao Lingfei left the office. He is going to find old Li. There are things he cannot solve. Seeing Hao Ling fly away, the two assistants quickly followed. In the office, the senior executives also sighed softly. The director is helpless. If they were put in the director's position, they still wouldn't be able to do anything. Things have already become a foregone conclusion. But this cult? It needs to be dealt with properly. It's over, the region has fallen, and as soon as I revived, 3 strange beings stared at me, not even giving me a chance to resist. Have these strange things really become sentient? My revival point is in the bathroom, and they could find me? Damn, my revival point is in the sewer, and I've been caught. It's over, how can I even play this game? I die as soon as I revive, my revival coins are almost out. I originally had no habit of saving energy points, and now I don't even have energy points to buy revival coins. Don't revive, in a region that has already fallen, only the Ghost General can kill out from the revival point, everyone below the Ghost General dies as soon as they log in. Now I understand what it means to delay development, the cost is just too high. Up until now, our region's soul requiting sword has no news, it's laughable, I really want to kill. Online, netizens from the fallen region keep posting videos. And in the comments section, it's all pessimism. If they can't log into the game, how can they get stronger? Gradually, the gap will only become greater. The strange occurrences in the real world are increasing. In the end, they will all be cannon fodder, not knowing how they died. Chapter 151, Organizations from Various Countries. Fuck, Balder, is this your explanation to me? Our region has fallen over half, what do you have to say about this? In the beautiful country, within the SHIELD organization, Randall with a face full of stubble yelled at the head of the Leon family. Ever since learning about the Counter-Seduction Bureau in China, countries around the world have formed corresponding organizations. These organizations are specifically to deal with the strange occurrences and demons resurrecting in their countries. Randall, you've seen it, this was our mistake. Mainly because those fools always believe in freedom, they aren't as united as China. No matter how we persuade them, they still do as they please, to the point that the soul requiting sword doesn't even know where it is. Balder spread his hands, looking innocent. Fuck, Balder, I'm telling you, you're going to court, you're a criminal of the beautiful country. I will report this matter to the president, you Leon family will pay the price for this. Looking at Balder, who was unfazed like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, Randall was furious. Damn tycoon, these dirty bugs only see their own interests, they don't care about the country or the public at all. He knows that these bugs have their own power in the game, and any region where their power occupies remains intact. They are selling out their national interests. Randall, you know, I've always been on the same side as you. Moreover, Mr. John has a very high opinion of you. Tonight, Mr. John hopes to meet you. I think that crazy president may not be worth your loyalty. Following the bright lord can lead to a brighter future, right? Listening to Balder's words, a glimmer of light passed through Randall's eyes. In facing the game, these families are more united than the country. It's not an exaggeration to say that the powers of the major families in the beautiful country in the game have even crushed the beautiful country itself. Anyone can see that the terrifying game will determine the future. Now, these families can still suppress with their weapons. But what about in the future? Perhaps, it's time for him to choose sides. Balder, I hope you won't deceive me. Tonight, I will seriously meet Mr. John. You made a very wise choice, Randall. Balder smiled slightly. Call China for me, we need to request help from China.
In the Bear Country's Flare organization. The burly Carter yelled loudly, pointing at the distant communicator. This time, the region fell, and the losses for our Bear Country were extremely heavy. Even many areas where our national power was strong have fallen. We must ask for help from Huaxia. Sir, the young director from Huaxia said he is powerless. No, that's not possible. Huaxia is a friendly country, and they have great power in the terror game. They must have a way. Aren't they in contact with the behind-the-scenes people of the terror game? Tell Huaxia that we can agree to any price, whatever they want, we can give. Carty was suddenly anxious. Sir, I will try my best. The communicator looked helpless. From what he understood, Huaxia had also suffered considerable losses. If Huaxia really had contact with the behind-the-scenes people of the terror game, then the whole blue planet would already belong to Huaxia. Baka, why can't he die? Why? Who can tell me? In the Sakura country, inside the Heaven Blade organization. With disheveled hair like a crazy person, Yamamoto Fishing Village completely went insane in the office. He kept smashing office supplies, truly a madman. However, no one around dared to stop him. They all wore fearful expressions. Yamamoto-kun, please calm down. Eventually, someone tried to persuade him. But this only ignited Yamamoto Fishing Village's anger further. Calm down? How can I calm down? That ghostly creature killed 3,000 of our people. Now the entire Eastern Well is in a state of panic. Our team members, one goes, one dies, two go, one pair dies. How can I calm down? The terror game has manifested ghost generals for countries all over the world. Why is it that only our Sakura country has not? The terror game is a weapon of Huaxia to conquer the world. It's all a conspiracy, all a conspiracy. Yamamoto Fishing Village cursed wildly, showing no hint of gentlemanly demeanor. Indeed, the greatest difficulty that Sakura country faced now was not from the game, but from reality. Half a month ago, a ghostly creature known as the Nameless King rampaged through Eastern Well, killing while recruiting underlings. This quickly caught the attention of the high-level officials in Sakura country, and they sent police to capture him. However, all those sent ended up dead. This death completely shocked the entire nation of Sakura country. Suddenly, public opinion soared. To resolve this issue, Sakura country was willing to send out the defense team, armed with various heavy weapons to hunt down this so-called Nameless King. But unfortunately, they all died. The army, heavy weapons? Under the unpredictable methods of the Nameless King, they were all a joke. Their defense team never even saw their target, yet they died mysteriously. They sent many half-step ghost generals behind, without exception, all perished, not a single one survived. By now, the death toll among ordinary civilians has exceeded 3,000. Internally, it has surpassed 1,000. That ghostly creature has killed over 4,000 people in half a month and shows no sign of stopping. The public panic and pressure from above were driving him almost mad. They sought help from Beautiful Country, but Beautiful Country returned their request with a simple, "We'll handle it ourselves." Yamamoto-kun, should we ask for help from Huaxia? Suddenly, someone cautiously spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone in the high level looked enlightened. Huaxia, the country with the greatest power in the terror game? It is said the number one powerhouse in the terror game is in Huaxia, and Huaxia has manifested numerous ghost generals. If Huaxia was willing to help them, just sending a ghost general over could solve the problem. But would Huaxia be willing to help? Baka, seek help from Huaxia? I would rather die than do that. This terror game was created by Huaxia. They want to rule the entire blue planet through the game. I will absolutely not allow it. When Yamamoto Fishing Village heard the words Huaxia, his previously calming emotions flared up again. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, and in the end, they made a common decision in their hearts. Bowing fist, Yamamoto-kun. We feel that you are not suitable for this position. Yamamoto-kun, you are too tired, go and rest well. Yamamoto-kun, you should take a break. Baka, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let go of me, are you planning a rebellion? Baka Yoru. Hurry, call Huaxia. Hi. In the morning, an urgent telegram was sent from the Cherry Blossom country to the mysterious, majestic, and ancient country in the east, Huaxia. Chapter 152, Promoted to District Chief, Full Map Rescue. On an ordinary noon, the players in the district that had not fallen were playing the game. Suddenly, they received a notice from the game. Game announcement? Wang Somsom, the leader of the Rich Guild, was stunned and then clicked on the announcement. Due to many districts falling and being completely invaded by strange forces, the system has decided to rescue these invaded districts. The districts that have not fallen can elect a district chief, who will lead all the players in their district to rescue the invaded district. Note, a fallen district can only be rescued by a maximum of 2 districts, and there is only one chance to rescue. If the rescue fails, it cannot be attempted again. The district chief can appropriately represent all players from the district in future games. To become the district chief, a vote must be held among the 100,000 players in the district, and if the support exceeds 60%, they automatically become the district chief. Currently, the voting channel for the district chief has been opened. In addition, the Resurrection Spring has been temporarily opened. The Resurrection Spring is a special limited-time item that allows players to resurrect infinitely in the invaded district, but costs 200,000 energy points per hour. Please use it cautiously. For the fallen districts, this system is very disappointed and hereby imposes a punishment. Punishment 1. Players from fallen districts will be banned from resurrecting for 1 month after death. Punishment 2. Players from fallen districts are prohibited from purchasing the Soul Binding Sword. The Soul Binding Sword is now on the shelves. Players, please go and rescue the districts that have already fallen. Finally, wish you a happy game. Looking at this long string of announcements, Wang Songsong was bewildered. Among all these words, he realized only 2 things. The first thing, district chief. The second thing, their district's players could go support other districts that had already fallen? Hiss. The game officials are really clever. Coming back to his senses, he immediately opened the voting channel for district chief. He wanted to see who their district's district chief would be. When he opened the voting channel, he found that he himself was not eligible to vote, because he had already become a candidate for district chief. And now, his support rate had reached 54,000. 54,000, all of them were members of his rich guild. In the next moment, the number jumped. 60,000. Congratulations, player Wang Songsong has automatically become the district chief of District 66. Hello, district chief, you can now freely choose which district to support. Please lead the players from your district to battle. The crimson text disappeared. Wang Songsong took a long time to regain his senses. Gradually, he began to feel excited. District chief. He has 100,000 people under him? Oh my god. At this moment, Wang Songsong was extremely thrilled. President, you've become the district chief. Brother Wang, amazing, you've become the district chief, congratulations. Brother Wang, have you thought about it? Which district are we going to support? In a moment, the rich guild and several players who were close to Wang Songsong all came forward to congratulate him. Low profile, low profile. Wang Songsong smiled, waving his hands continuously. Right now, he was truly on cloud 9. To support, that also depends on the higher-ups' wishes. Wang Songsong pointed to the sky. He had already been incorporated into the country. Not just him, as long as any district had a guild made up of Huaxia players, the guild leader was also under the country's control. They had completely become people of the country. The country would not allow these guild leaders to be independent from the national system. After all, these people, although they are the presidents of gaming guilds, if left unattended, in a few years, these presidents will become warlords with heavy armies. If they were to rally in the real world, the consequences. TSK, I can't even dare to imagine. Wang boy. Just as Wang Songsong finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a smile walked into the room. Uncle Lu. Seeing the person in front of him, Wang Songsong appeared extremely polite. In the past, he wouldn't have had the qualification to even meet this person. But now, thanks to the game, this man is the vice president of their guild, which is still lower than his position. Wang boy, there's a message from above, asking us to go save District 336. Lu Bo didn't waste words and went straight to the point. Okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Songsong did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. He had no opinion on the decision from above. After all, the decision from above was the result of careful consideration. This is much more rational than him directly acting recklessly. Uncle Lu, I will gather the brothers of our guild right now. As for those foreigners, I do not know if they can come. Wang Songsong said while notifying the players of his guild. Don't worry, the majority of players in District 336 are from the beautiful country. Those players from the beautiful country are even more eager than us, they will come. Lu Bo revealed a smile. Uncle Lu, why don't we save our own district? Why do we have to save the district of those foreigners? Wang Songsong paused in his actions of calling the players, turning his head in confusion. He thought District 336 was their Huaxia district. In his view, whichever district has more players belongs to that country. It's a matter of interests. The Morgan Consortium from the beautiful country offered something above that could not be refused. And isn't there a revival spring item? Someone is covering the energy points consumed to activate the revival spring. If we successfully save it, the higher-ups will reward you and the entire guild. Upon hearing this, Wang Songsong nodded gently. They offered something difficult to refuse? It seems to be something good. Then he had no objections. As long as there are benefits to gain, it's fine. Infinite revival, with no energy points for them to bear, and there will be rewards afterward? Isn't that an all-out assault?
Under Wang Songsong's call, over 40,000 players from the Xinhua Guild gathered out of over 50,000.
There were also over 20,000 players from the beautiful country coming to assemble here. In a wild area, countless players stood among them. At a glance, it was all heads.
With 60 to 70,000 standing together, it was indeed very spectacular.
Are we the only district? District 336 fell not long ago, and things are not that bad. I think we can resolve this. Lubo always had a smile on his face.
For some reason, just looking at that smile made Wang Songsong feel inexplicably at ease.
Brothers, calling you here, you must know the reason. District 336 has fallen, and today, I will take you to save District 336. We will charge in and repair the seal of District 336.
Brothers participating in this operation, as long as you are from our guild, will each receive 10,000. Wang Songsong said loudly, and the players below all cheered loudly.
Joining the Xinhua Guild, not to mention anything else, just the welfare is unbeatable.
Because the Xinhua Guild was formed by the top second-generation members in the country.
These second-generation members had nothing else but money. Alright, brothers, let's set off. System, I want to go save District 336.
Wang Songsong silently thought in his heart. For this, he spent 100,000 energy points to buy a soul-stabilizing sword. After all, he still had not received any news about the soul-stabilizing sword in District 336.
Okay, the passage is being linked.
The passage has been established.
The passage is open. Chapter 153, Silly Players, Play After Dying Once.
As the space in the distance began to bend, a mesmerizing vortex slowly appeared. The passage has been completed. Location of the passage, Yun City, Yunqi Town. Brothers, the passage has been completed.
Charge. Wang Songsong waved his hand decisively. The players below cried out in panic, howling as they rushed towards the vortex. One by one, the players quickly vanished into the swirling void.
According to the messages from the players in Zone 336, it has completely fallen, and the entire Yun City is now under mysterious control.
Moreover, the 5 forbidden areas in Yun City have utterly collapsed, with most of the anomalies heading towards Jincheng.
Therefore, what we must do first is break out and fight our way to Lijia village. Lubo closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before sharing the information he had gathered. Among the many zones, Zone 336 is one of the most severely fallen areas. In Zone 336, players from the beautiful country are in the majority.
According to their information, their players sided with the anomalies. The players assisted the anomalies in clearing out all of Yun City. Then,
the anomalies broke their promises and killed all the players.
It was truly absurd. Let's go, Uncle Lu, and take a look. Wang Songsong nodded and stepped toward the vortex. Fallen? They could resolve it.
Now, there seem to be at least tens of thousands of gaming guilds in this horror game, if not more.
But among so many guilds, their Xinhua Guild could definitely rank in the top 10.
All of this was the result of his early accumulation.
Fallen? Even if it was fallen, he could lead the Xinhua Guild to save it. Wang Songsong was full of confidence as he confidently strode with his teammates into the vortex.
Seeing this, Lubo felt helpless but still followed behind Wang Songsong. After all, in this guild, this kid could easily render him useless with just a word.
This kid's prestige was far greater than his own. Confident, huh?
I'll let you suffer a bit later.
Stepping out of the vortex. Before them lay a familiar street. The street was chaotic, littered with trash and abandoned vehicles, some even still smoking. Countless players swiftly took control of the entire street. The Yin energy is very high. Wang Songsong squinted slightly.
As a ghost general, his perception was extremely keen. He could feel that the Yin energy here was 2 to 3 times thicker than that of their zone. The thicker the Yin energy, the more anomalies there were, and the stronger they became.
Old 3, how far is it to Lijia village from here?
Wang Songsong shouted loudly.
Report, President.
It is 11 kilometers to Lijia village. A voice shouted back from a distance.
Uncle Lu, 11 kilometers. What do you think?
Wang Songsong turned to look at Lubo behind him.
11 kilometers, not too far, but still a bit far.
We only have one chance to rescue. This means that if our people die here, there won't be a second chance. So, we need to set down the resurrection spring water first. Lubo looked around at the surroundings and spoke softly. The intel said that Zone 336 had completely fallen, and Yun City was full of anomalies.
But now? So many of them had suddenly appeared, yet not a single anomaly was found. Either they hadn't been discovered. Or, is it too wasteful to set the resurrection spring water now?
Wang Songsong felt a bit troubled.
It was still 11 kilometers away from Lijia village.
Their goal was to repair the seal. If the resurrection spring water was placed here, their people would have to resurrect and rush to Li Jia village. His idea was to directly place the resurrection spring water opposite Li Jia village. One was the underworld passage. One was the unlimited resurrection spring water. Then both sides could negotiate properly. You have many numbers, and we have unlimited resurrections. It could be a thrilling battle. Stop talking nonsense, hurry and set it down. I feel something is off. Lu Bo frowned and muttered. Though he hadn't experienced real war, he had attended various military exercises. His instincts told him that there was danger here. Okay. Seeing Lu Bo serious, Wang Songsong didn't continue to argue. After all, resurrection spring water was 20,000 energy points per hour, and he didn't have to pay for it himself. System, deploy the resurrection spring water. Detecting terrain. Terrain detection complete, the resurrection spring is activated. Warning, the resurrection spring cannot be attacked by strange forces. If attacked, it will be shut down. In the next moment, a magical scene unfolded. Numerous streams of light suddenly appeared on the empty ground in front of Wang Songsong. These streams of light began to intertwine with each other. Finally, a pitch-black altar emerged in the center of the road. Around the altar stand 5 stone pillars, and in the center of the pillars is a platform engraved with dense runes. Second, take your people and protect the resurrection spring well. If the resurrection spring is destroyed, I will skin you alive. Looking at the strange resurrection spring, Wang Songsong was stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly. Yes. In the distance, a young man led countless players to protect the resurrection spring in the center. Wow, so this is the resurrection spring? 200,000 energy points an hour, that's enough to buy my life. It looks so mysterious, what do these runes mean? I don't understand. Unlimited resurrection, so I will resurrect from here if I die? Some players stared at the resurrection spring, their faces filled with curiosity. I don't know, maybe? Then I'll try it. What? In the next moment, that player unexpectedly took out a dagger without hesitation and stabbed it hard into his temple. The immense force drove the dagger completely through, piercing from one side of the temple to the other. Hey, it really worked, I didn't lose any resurrection points. The player's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the resurrection spring. He touched his body, looking very happy. Really? I'll try it too. One resurrection saves a resurrection coin, I have to try it. Let's take advantage of it. What a bargain. We can say we've used something good now. 200,000 energy points an hour, this thing in the real world must be priceless. I guess I need to die once. 200,000 energy points an hour, if you can use it, why not? Players all around began to commit suicide one after another. At the moment of their death, they revived on the resurrection spring. Get down, there are too many people, we can't fit. Interesting, really interesting. Save a resurrection coin. A little life hack. Watching this absurd scene, Wang Songsong felt as if the sky had collapsed. These foolish things. Taking advantage of it? Is that really how you take advantage of it? Even Lu Bo, beside him, seemed somewhat speechless. This was the first time he had seen something so, silly. Suddenly, Lu Bo's expression changed. At the same time, Wang Songsong felt something as well and looked into the distance. What are you? You can resurrect after dying? Where did you come from? Chapter 154, do you also have a ghost domain? Players continued to pour in from the vortex. However, the surrounding evil energy suddenly began to surge. One by one, terrifying and bizarre figures slowly crawled out from the ground. From the shadows around, eerie figures emerged. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the streets. The clanking sound of chains dragging on the ground was very piercing. Within the walls, on the ground, in the sky, it was all bizarre. At the end of the road in front of Wang Songsong, an eerie figure resembling an ancient general stared intensely at the resurrection spring in front of Wang Songsong. The question from just now also came from it. It was dressed in armor, its flesh and blood long gone, leaving only a skeleton, with a green ghostly fire burning in its eye sockets. Beneath it rode a great horse, void of flesh and blood, and also surrounded by green flames. It held a long knife, tilting its head as it observed these players. Tell me, where did you come from? The long knife was raised, flames of ghostly fire burning fiercely on it. A heavy questioning voice came. Within the voice was deep confusion and inquiry. In the blink of an eye, the players were completely surrounded by the eerie figures. Wow, this guy is so cool. He looks a bit like that knight. A player exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Brothers, kill our way out. Wang Songsong's face was serious, he wasn't as relaxed as the players. Since their group had already been discovered, it meant that soon, those strange creatures would be coming this way.
The resurrection spring was here, and their goal was Li Family Village, 11 kilometers away. They had to break through. If they kept fighting here, the more they fought, the more strange creatures would appear, and they would be dragged down. Leaders of each squad, captains of each team, kill your way out, don't linger here. Second, your people protect the resurrection spring, stay in place. Yes, President. With Wang Song-song's command, the originally scattered players began to group together. One by one followed their leaders to charge forward. Fifth group, follow me to kill. Seventh group, go, don't hesitate. Each player fought fiercely, hacking at these strange creatures without fear. Anyway, I have unlimited resurrection, am I afraid of you? In almost an instant, the players present exploded with terrifying combat power. The strange creatures forming an encirclement were hacked down one by one. Faced with these players as fierce as wolves and tigers, the strange creatures were thrown into chaos. It seemed that these people were even more terrifying than them. Leave this to me. Uncle Lu, I'm going to stretch my muscles, I'll temporarily transfer command to you. Looking at the general riding far away, Wang Song-song licked his lips. That guy was a ghost general. Every swing of his knife resulted in a player being cut in half on the spot. And the 3 ghost generals who were fighting him were sent flying, completely outmatched. Damn it, how is this ghost so strong? I can't even get close. This thing is many times stronger than the ghost director of the First People's Hospital. Damn, I always feel like getting close to him is like being suppressed by something invisible, it's incredibly uncomfortable. The 3 ghost general players lamented. They had bought various experience packs, being the elite bosses of the godly rich guild. But now, they were being beaten down. Step back, I'll handle this. Just as the 3 wanted to continue, a cold voice came. President? Good. Go for it, President. The 3 turned to see Wang Song-song and immediately retreated. In the godly rich guild, this president's power was top-notch. Although they were all ghost generals, no one knew how many ghost generals resided within this president. Kid, tell me, where do you come from? Is it the underworld, or the already vanished heavenly court? The ghost general before him pointed his long knife at Wang Song-song. He had fought on many battlefields. From the earlier address, it could be heard. This kid was the leader of this group. We come from another world. And I will soon kill you and turn you into my possession. Wang Song-song licked his lips. The ghost general before him matched his aesthetic perfectly. He absolutely had to have him. Presumptuous, ignorant child. Wang Song-song's words completely enraged the ghost general before him. Without hesitation, he raised his long knife and slashed down at Wang Song-song's head. Wang Song-song twisted his body, dodging the blow, then summoned 2 large sabers into his hands. Everyone, come out. Kill. Wang Song-song smiled wide. The next moment, many figures appeared around him. Black King, the deputy director of the First People's Hospital, and 6 unknown ghost generals. These ghost generals were all absorbed by Wang Song-song. There were a total of 8. 8 ghost generals resided in his body. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by the local ghost slayers. If local ghost slayers had seen this, they would surely be terrified into madness. Every ghost slayer would suffer inhuman pain when merging with strange creatures. It can be said that to merge with strange creatures, you either obtain their approval or suppress them. This is the first step. The second step is merging, enduring the pain of having your soul torn apart. Becoming a ghost slayer. This step eliminates 90% of ordinary people. Integrating 2 strange beings can already be called an unparalleled genius. Because of their strangeness, they are also extremely domineering. One strange being will never allow another to coexist in the same body. Usually, those who possess 2 strange beings as possessors are absolute geniuses and absolute powerhouses. But what about Wang Song-song? A full 8. Fortunately, the surroundings are full of players who are already used to it and not surprised. If local possessors saw this, they would be scared out of their minds. Looking at these 8 figures, the strange general was completely befuddled. What did it see? This human has 8 ghost generals residing within? Aren't these 8 ghost generals lacking self-respect, lacking dignity? It's just like 8 men sharing one woman. These 8 men are so lacking in self-respect. Don't they find it disgusting? It couldn't understand. Everyone, charge in and kill him. Wang Song-song gave the order and then was the first to strike. As long as he killed this guy, he could merge with him. This strange general really suited his taste. He was just too handsome. Impudent, get lost. Seeing Wang Song-song fly towards him, the strange general snorted coldly and swung his large blade. A terrifying aura of darkness came rushing at him. Wang Song-song felt as though a big truck was crashing into him, his entire body was violently knocked away. Ghost domain, activate.
Seeing 8 ghost generals charging at him, the strange general didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly activated his ghost domain.
Ghost domain, activate.
To his surprise, 4 of the 8 ghost generals activated their ghost domains directly.
You all have ghost domains too?
Chapter 155 Strange Horse, majestic from all sides. The strange general was completely broken down this time. He originally thought that having so many ghost generals residing within one body must be some weak little fellow.
But now you tell me, 4 out of 8 have ghost domains? Don't you have any dignity at all?
Ghost domain generals, even in the underworld, could be a small team leader, and here in the human world, they could run rampant without any issues.
You all don't want that, you just want to reside in a human body, serving a human. Aren't you being despicable? Boom, boom, boom. The 5 ghost domains began to clash. This is bad.
The strange general felt a bad omen arise within him.
Sure enough, his ghost domain was crumbling. His ghost domain couldn't withstand the combined suppression of 4 ghost domain generals. Impudent, why don't you all wake up? 8 ghost generals are serving a mere human, don't you have any dignity left?
The strange general angrily scolded.
His scolding did not wake those ghost generals, instead, their attacks became even more fierce.
The terrifying attacks made the steed beneath him continuously retreat.
Damn it, outrageous, outrageous.
The strange general let out repeated roars of anger. The collapse of the ghost domain caused his strength to be limited to a certain degree.
I'm coming.
Unknowingly, Wang Songsong joined the battlefield again. There were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. But without hesitation, he rushed towards the strange general, aiming directly at its steed with a fierce slash.
He struck at the horse's neck.
A sizzling sound was heard. The intense pain made the steed jump and whinny continuously. And the strange general was thrown down by the steed's wild struggle.
Damn it, I will kill all of you, kill all of you.
The strange general charged at Wang Songsong with his blade. However, before he could approach Wang Songsong, he was blocked by the 8 ghost generals and was beaten by them.
Wang Songsong just smiled and quietly watched. After a full 2 minutes,
the strange general knelt on the ground. The green ghost fire in its eyes disappeared, and its whole skeletal frame turned to dust. The entire strange being was reduced to a pile of white ash. He was brutally killed by the 8 ghost generals. Seeing this, Wang Songsong put away the big blade and directly opened the system store.
Strange General, 10,000 energy points. Strange General Steed, 10,000 energy points. Ghost General Package, 180,000 energy points. Includes War Horse.
Looking at this string of words, Wang Songsong was speechless.
This system can even do packages now? A bit expensive, huh?
Seeing the price made Wang Songsong's teeth hurt.
All Ghost Generals.
The first Black King only needed 30,000, and now it starts at 100,000. Plus the War Horse, a whopping 180,000.
How many Black Kings is 180,000? 6.
Forget it, if I like it, I'll buy it. Wang Songsong gritted his teeth and placed the order directly. Successfully placed the order for the Ghost General and War Horse, integration begins. Wang Songsong closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and began the integration.
During the integration, he needed to stay awake.
If his willpower wavered, the integration would fail, and the energy points would be wasted. He had failed many times before. Because he had failed so many times, his mental strength was much stronger than that of regular players. Wang Songsong gritted his teeth, enduring the impact from the soul level. The integration process wasn't too painful, but he had to stay utterly focused, not allowing any slack. Willpower must not waver.
1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed little by little.
Wang Songsong's whole body even began to burn with green flames. The surrounding players saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to silently protect their guild leader. Because players with insight would receive rewards. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The green flames on Wang Songsong suddenly disappeared.
Success!
Suddenly, Wang Songsong opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashing in his gaze.
He had successfully integrated the Ghost General and the War Horse.
Guild leader, how is it?
Are you okay?
At this moment, a player's voice came from beside him. Looking at the dozen players surrounding him, Wang Songsong looked proud.
Everyone gets 1,000 ability points. The guild leader is generous. The surrounding players' faces lit up with joy. After dismissing the players, Wang Songsong couldn't wait to summon the War Horse. Looking at the War Horse engulfed in green flames, Wang Songsong eagerly mounted it. The green flames automatically avoided him upon contact with his body. Wang Songsong felt a warm sensation enveloping him. Riding the War Horse, his vision expanded instantly. The War Horse beneath him neighed loudly. Damn, this is what a mount is. Wang Songsong shouted excitedly.
Compared to this mount, luxury cars worth millions or tens of millions were nothing.
Giddy up.
Wang Songsong flicked the reins, and the warhorse charged off into the distance at high speed. The horse was incredibly fast, with the scenery around him retreating quickly. Along the way, Wang Songsong could see players. During his struggle with the Ghost General, Lu Bo had already led the players toward Li Family Village to attack. Wherever the warhorse went, Wang Songsong received many envious glances. Whoa, guild leader, what is that? So cool, a horse burning with green flames. Where did the guild leader get such an amazing thing? I want one too. Wow, so cool. From the player's perspective, Wang Songsong riding the warhorse, surrounded by green flames, looked simply stunning. Cool, right? 100,000 energy points. Wrong, based on the guild leader's style, it should be a package deal, 180,000 energy points. Oh wow, I saw it in the shop, a warhorse costs 100,000 energy points, never mind, I can't afford it.
I see.
Being poor has successfully made me lose my jealousy, only admiration remains.
100,000 energy points could buy my life. Is your life really that valuable? You meanie.
After seeing the price, the players all expressed that they were no longer jealous, only full of envy. If they were just a little closer to being able to afford it, they would feel jealous and find ways to get one for themselves. But with such a big gap, they had no jealousy left, only envy remained. The warhorse galloped. Soon, Wang Songsong arrived at the front lines. Lu Bo was leading the players in a fierce battle against many strange beings.
Uncle Lu, you're pretty quick with your moves. Wang Songsong reined in the warhorse and stopped next to Lu Bo. Goodness.
You little brat, you sure are impressive. Lu Bo turned his head and smiled, slightly squinting when he saw Wang Songsong riding his warhorse.
How is it? Handsome, right?
Wang Songsong pulled the reins, and the warhorse raised its front hooves, letting out a loud neigh.
Very handsome, very handsome.
We are still 8 kilometers away from Li Family Village, we need to rush over quickly, no time to waste. If we delay even a second in repairing the seal, countless strange creatures will escape, which will be bad for us.
Chapter 156, we are powerful enough to scare the opponents to death. Everyone, charge with me.
Wang Songsong, riding his warhorse, was the picture of charisma. His body was ablaze with green flames, radiating an aura of power as he gripped the reins and charged forward on his warhorse. Other players followed closely behind, their legs working hard to keep up with him. At the same time, local players from District 336 were logging in one after another. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, if they didn't log in now, it would seem quite shameful.
Oh. Second, you bought one too?
Wang Songsong raised an eyebrow at his companion riding a warhorse beside him.
Of course. If you have one, why can't I? The second one looked proud as he rode his warhorse.
This was way cooler than those so-called luxury cars.
What kind of million or multi-million-dollar luxury cars could possibly compare to his warhorse?
As the warhorse moved forward, the two advanced together, trampling the path ahead. The strange creatures along the way were already crushed by the surrounding players as they approached.
Unlimited respawns, no need to consume revival coins, these two conditions drove the players completely crazy.
Just charge straight in.
Go all out. Something feels off ahead. Wang Songsong's face changed slightly as he rode his warhorse.
The closer they got to Li Family Village, the stronger the dark energy became.
I'll go take a look.
The second one urged his warhorse to speed up and charged ahead, disappearing in an instant down the street.
A few minutes later. President, I died.
It's right in front, Li Family Village, the number of strange creatures inside is too terrifying. I died before I even got close. The voice of the second one came through the headset.
Wang Songsong's eyes narrowed. Calculating the distance, they should be reaching Li Family Village soon.
At this point, they had already left the city. They were only about a kilometer away from Li Family Village. And he, riding on his warhorse, had already seen the several mountains surrounding Li Family Village. Looking up, he saw strange creatures crawling out from the ground onto the path ahead. Huge skeletons, 8 to 9 meters tall, blocked the entrance.
Wow, so many. How did these big guys crawl out? Wang Songsong raised an eyebrow.
The sheer number of strange creatures in front of him was truly astonishing. And this was just after a day and a night of waiting.
If they delayed any longer, what would it turn into?
President, players from the beautiful country have arrived.
Whom?
Wang Songsong turned to look and saw a large group of players approaching from the distant fields. These players all had foreign faces. These were players from the beautiful country. At the forefront was a handsome young man.
He walked directly toward Wang Songsong.
The other players from the beautiful country stopped in place, only this young man approached Wang Songsong.
Seeing this, Wang Song slowly dismounted. My name is George Peter, just call me Peter. Thank you, friend from Huaxia. Peter smiled slightly, extending his hand toward Wang Song. Wang Song didn't hesitate, raising his hand to shake Peter's hand. If his guess was correct, this Peter was the son of someone important from the Morgan Corporation. No wonder the Morgan Corporation was willing to invest so heavily, it was to save their son's business. The group of players behind must be the team Peter assembled himself. Unlike the domestic situation, in the capitalist society of the beautiful country, each consortium chooses to operate independently. Before the game was released, these consortiums could influence politics, and now that the game had come, the financial group sensed the future world pattern, so each one laid out their plans in the game. Their plans had nothing to do with the beautiful country itself. The young master of the Morgan family suffered a heavy blow to his business, so he spent a huge cost to invite us to save it, right? Interesting. Hello, Mr. Peter. Thinking of this, Wang Song only took 1 second. He smiled slightly at Peter. If it were in the past, he wouldn't even be worthy to stand with this person. But now, this person was asking him to do something. TSK. This feeling is truly wonderful. Mr. Wang, what should we do next? You can rest assured, my team will cooperate with you throughout. Peter pointed to his player team in the distance and spoke softly. After seeing it with his own eyes, he felt the difference. Their team was strong enough to crush his own team. As expected, the horror game is unfair. Why didn't it appear in the beautiful country first? Our plan is simple, we will directly crush them. Our combined strength is enough to overwhelm those weird creatures. One wave is enough. Looking at the terrifying group of weird creatures in the distance, Wang Song clenched his fist, full of confidence. They resolved it this way in the 66th district. He led the players of the guild and charged in one wave to restore the seal. Sir, I believe in you. Peter smiled slightly, showing agreement. He received gentlemanly education since childhood. When someone says one wave can solve it, then one wave can solve it. He wouldn't question the decisions of professionals or the strong. This is a way of survival. Moreover, thanks to these players attracting the attention of the weird creatures, he could gather so many players. Otherwise, they would still be stuck at the resurrection point, unable to get out. Pass it down, gather the manpower. Wang Song turned to his assistant and instructed. The players from their luxurious guild have not yet gathered. Now is not the time to charge. Understood, President. The assistant nodded and then frantically called for people. Countless players rushed towards them in waves. On the other side, players from the beautiful country and other countries were also gathering. A century battle is about to begin. Aren't we going to investigate first? Lu Bo approached, feeling that Wang Song's decision was very unreliable. Years of combat experience told him that knowing yourself and your enemy means victory in every battle. Now, they haven't even figured out the enemy's details, and they are going straight in? This is a major taboo on the battlefield. Uncle Lu, you have to understand, in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is nothing. This is a game, not reality. I know more about games than you do. Hearing Wang Song's words, Lu Bo nodded gently, without questioning. Indeed, some of his ideas cannot be applied to this game. Sometimes, this kid's brilliant idea is more practical than the schemes he contemplated for a long time. He truly is getting old, he can't compare to the flexible thinking of these young people. Time passed bit by bit. Strangely, they were waiting for someone. The weird creatures across also seemed to be waiting for something, standing still. Both sides stared at each other across the wilderness, no one making a move. Have the high-level troops keep an eye on the enemy's high-level troops. Wang Song gathered all 133 members of his guild's Ghost General players to make some simple arrangements. This arrangement had no real content, just directly keep an eye on the enemy's high-level troops. Don't worry, our more than 100 Ghost Generals can stare the other side to death. I'm even worried there won't be enough enemies to kill. Some players crossed their arms, brimming with confidence. Other players also radiated extreme confidence. This is the strength of their rich guild, 133 Ghost Generals, globally all guilds listed, they could rank in the top 10. That is still just a conservative estimate. Alright, being confident is a good thing, but don't flip the car later. Chapter 157 Power Disparity. Peter, these Chinese players are terrifying. Conservatively estimated, they have at least 100 powerful Ghost Generals. And we only have a pitiful 13. On the other side, Peter was also mobilizing his subordinates before the battle. Below, Gray was clenching his fists, looking overly dramatic. Just now, he had been secretly observing the strength of those Chinese players. To his shock, they were extraordinarily powerful. When compared to them, they were nothing at all. They come from the Chinese Rich Guild, a guild formed by the heirs of wealthy Chinese. They have strong financial backing. Besides, they have been playing games for much longer than we have, so it's understandable they are ahead of us by so much. I admit, in this aspect, we are indeed far behind the Chinese, but you must know, our Morgan Group is skilled at making miracles. You need to believe in Morgan Group, and also believe in us. In the future, we will definitely stand at the top of Blue Star, and no one can shake our position. Peter smiled slightly, his smile warm and elegant, full of gentlemanly charm. Peter, we believe in you. Yes, we will always be loyal to you. We are willing to follow you to the death, to follow Morgan Group. Hearing these words of loyalty, Peter nodded in satisfaction. In the future, these would be Morgan's most loyal fighters, and his most faithful subordinates. When the fight starts, fully cooperate with the Chinese players, do not clash with them, do not ruin my big plans. Rest assured, Peter, we understand the situation. You know, Peter, I won't mess things up. Me neither. Good. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. In this hour, both teams of players were already prepared. They were just waiting for their big boss's command, and then they could charge forward. President, our players are all here, besides a few who are sick, a few who can't be contacted, a few who went on dates, a few with matters to attend to, a few whose partners cheated, a few who didn't sleep well, and a few who were caught while soliciting. Very good, don't report so detailed next time. Wang Songsong rolled his eyes at his assistant, then stood up and walked toward the outside. In their guild, every day a few people were missing. These people weren't leaving the guild, they just had never logged on. Perhaps they had already died in the real world. In the seemingly peaceful China, secretly, many people died every day. The risks brought by the strange incidents were largely suppressed by the Strange Suppression Bureau, but privately, there was nothing they could do. With over 4 billion people in China, no matter how powerful the Strange Suppression Bureau was, they couldn't protect everyone. Those who were meant to die couldn't escape. Notify the opposing side, launch the general attack in 3 minutes. Remember, the first battle is the decisive battle. After one wave finishes, we can go home and have dinner. Yes. Wang Songsong sat on his warhorse. Players around followed their direct supervisor to make final preparations. On the other side, led by Peter, the beautiful country players received the news and also began to prepare. It's about to start, I'm so excited, the first time in such a large-scale battle. Me too, you better not run slow, don't steal my kills. Damn, there are so many weird things on the other side, even if you lay down, you wouldn't finish killing them, and you're still worried I'll steal your kills? What are you bragging about? Watch me do a massacre, I'll go into a frenzy and crush a bunch. Still bragging, where's your frenzy? Stupid bird. You. Stop arguing, it's about to start, perform well, give those little foreigners a small shock. I see there are players from Sakura country inside, I might accidentally hit my own. Now that you mentioned it, hey, I might too. Just think about it, don't say it out loud. Players discussed excitedly with each other. But in the final minute. Everyone, shut your mouths. Get ready, charge. Where do you come from? We have observed you, you can keep coming back to life. Such sorcery, I have never heard of. So many ghost generals, they seem to appear out of thin air. Huaxia, since when do you have such power? At the forefront, Wang Songsong rode on his horse, looking at a mysterious ghost general across from him, dressed in a black robe and cloak, his face completely hidden. We come from another world, and our purpose is to take you down. Wang Songsong's expression remained calm. Talking to these NPCs is so interesting. Just a few words, and their brains freeze. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the eerie figure fell silent. They must be short-circuited. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, the first battle is the decisive battle, charge. Realizing it was time, Wang Songsong waved his hand. His voice swept across several kilometers. Kill. Charge. For the emperor. For the ladies. For the widows. For the wives. For the prosperity of the Huaxia nation. For my girlfriend. Kill. Each clueless player shouted their own slogans, charging forward with the crowd. Kill. Beside them, Peter watched as tens of thousands of Huaxia players charged simultaneously, feeling the atmosphere influence him too. He raised his hand, mimicking Wang Songsong's gesture. Charge, for Morgan. For Morgan. For Peter. For the young master. Go, go, go. The players from the beautiful country followed suit. Peter closed his eyes, savoring this moment's feeling. So wonderful. Hundreds of thousands of players rushed forward like a herd of sheep. Yet the eerie figures across were not easy to deal with, they vowed to guard the passage with their lives. Boom. In the next moment, both sides collided. Players at the forefront were instantly killed by the shockwave as ghost generals engaged in battle. Though dead, they turned and emerged from the resurrection fountain, joining the battlefield again.
The front lines were a scene of extreme carnage. The whole picture resembled a massive meat grinder, with countless players dying every second. In the sky, Ghost General players clashed with their counterparts, creating even more chaos. A single slip could accidentally injure 10 or 20 ordinary players. But they didn't care. If they die, so be it. This big guy is my target. That one is mine. Damn it, you've all taken the good ones, what am I supposed to fight? There are so many below, you go for it. I don't want to bully weaklings. Once the real fight began, players realized that while the eerie figures seemed numerous, they were just ordinary ones. The Ghost Generals numbered only in the dozens, far from enough to share. Some Ghost General players didn't even have opponents, forced to grind down the ordinary eerie people beneath. There was completely no gaming experience. After all, it was their first time bullying weaklings, they found it refreshing. But after too much of it, it became boring. Chapter 158, Oxen and Horses, Get Ready to Roll. Did you see that, Uncle Lou? In front of absolute power, so-called strategies have no effect at all. Hundreds of thousands of players crushed them in one wave. Wang Songsong did not join the battle but stood high on a mountain with Lu Bo, quietly observing the war below. Down below, players pushed through like a herd of sheep. The eerie figures couldn't stop them at all. Looking closely, only 10% of the players were truly fighting, the vast majority were blindly shouting slogans, charging forward recklessly. They didn't even have an opponent. They could only curse a few words while following the crowd. At this pace, in just a few minutes, they would reach Li Family Village. There was absolutely no pressure at all. What if things go south? Haven't you thought about that? Lu Bo looked curiously at Wang Songsong. Over time, he found that this kid was not the reckless type, his mind was very meticulous. He was curious about what made this kid dare to give the order to charge directly. What if they fail? What then? Uncle Lou, I have looked into the background of this eerie game. It is our future world, this has already become a consensus. According to the survey, I found that in this game background, there are many forbidden places similar to Li Family Village, and quite a few of them. Once, these forbidden places were open, but in the end, it was the Huaxia people who paid a great price to seal each of these forbidden places one by one. Uncle Lou, do we have a lot of players? Wang Songsong looked at Lu Bo and asked back. Lu Bo looked down at the players below and gently nodded. Many. Not just many, over 100,000 players, this number is terrifying. Yes, many. Moreover, according to the game background, these are all over 100,000 yuge. This channel has only been open for less than a day and a night, how many strange things could have escaped? If our 100,000 players can't solve even one wave, then the Huaxia in the game would have long been annihilated. Wang Songsong had a confident expression. These are all results he had investigated. There are many channels in the whole Huaxia, all in a sealed state. As for how they were sealed, it's up to him to think. If their 100,000 yuge can't handle one channel, then Huaxia in the game would have long been destroyed. Unless, the yuge in the game are all superhumans, with one ghost commander able to hold down over 100 strange ghost commanders, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. What you said makes sense. Lu Bo gently nodded. This kid has done his homework very well. He speaks very logically. Of course, when I used to play games, I would always gather information about the dungeon before I entered. This is a game, not reality. Some information can be found online with just a search, there's no need for investigation. Wang Songsong chuckled softly. He looked down. The players had already reached the entrance of Li Family Village. Countless strange creatures were blocked at the entrance and couldn't get out at all. They were directly blocked and killed. If you come out, you die. The players grew more and more excited, killing with increasing addiction, and no longer knew what was happening around them. Damn it, you in front, move aside. Let me get a hit. I haven't seen a single strange thing yet. Damn it, who the hell touched my butt? Who groped my chest? Which pervert is doing this? If I find out, I'll chop off your claws. Wah wah wah, someone is slapping my butt, and not just once. I'm going to report. In the crowd, countless players were cursing loudly. The most unfortunate were some female players. After all, the game had complete freedom, and now with people packed together, occasionally a lewd hand would stretch out from the dark, simply shameless. It's time. On the mountaintop, Wang Songsong bid farewell to Lu Bo, turned around, rode his warhorse, and held the town soul sword, walking step by step towards Li Family Village. Wherever he walked, the players in front all parted to make way for Wang Songsong. The players of the Godly Wealth Guild had a strong cohesion. Mainly because their guild leader had conquered them with sincerity. The road led straight to the interior of Li Family Village. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Songsong took the town soul sword and descended into the well.
Moments later, the ground of Li family village trembled slightly. Sealing, restoration. Eliminate the strange creatures here, and then we will return.
Wang Songsong climbed out of the well and sat on his warhorse.
Damn it, there are too many people here. Just a glance made him feel his scalp tingle. Mr. Wang, thank you. From now on, you are my best friend.
If you need me, please be sure to contact me. Peter stepped forward beside him, looking sincerely at Wang Songsong. After witnessing the power of the Godly Wealth Guild, he was also very willing to have a friend from Huaxia.
You're welcome. It's my duty.
Wang Songsong smiled and shook hands with him.
The two chatted for a long time. Eventually, they parted ways. No need to see us off, we're going back.
Wang Songsong waved his hand to Peter behind him. Surrounding players each entered the vortex, heading to their own districts. They had to go, there was no alternative.
The game has started its countdown.
At the moment the seal was repaired, the system had already begun its countdown. 3 hours of countdown, players who do not leave after 3 hours will be judged as dead and will then use resurrection coins to revive in their own region. To save resurrection coins, players quickly left the 336 region.
Mr. Wang, see you next time. Maybe I'll go to Huaxia next time. Okay, I will wait for you in Huaxia. Wang Songsong waved, entering the vortex under Peter's watch.
Soon, the vortex disappeared, and the resurrection spring water completely vanished. This time, the regional rescue plan had a perfect conclusion. At the same time, the regional rescue plan was unfolding in countless regions. Some fallen regions were restored to normal with help from other strong regions. At the first moment of recovery, Lijia village was completely sealed off. This was to prevent some mad dogs from continuing to break the seal. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Huaxia discovered the flaws in the law. Therefore, Huaxia was already formulating game laws. Some players' mistakes made in the game would sync with laws in the real world. That is to say, committing crimes in the game was equivalent to committing crimes in the real world, and you would be arrested. After all, as the game became more important, some people became more irrational, and Huaxia had to take action.
However, this road is still long. TSK, the plan is perfect.
In the basement, Ye Xuan held his phone and looked at the latest news with a satisfied nod. Just a moment of thought from him was enough to make the whole Blue Star busy.
This feeling is wonderful.
Keep practicing, I'm not even as strong as some players.
How can that be? I must surpass them.
By the way, system, give me a leaderboard, a guild leaderboard, and a player leaderboard.
Rank them based on overall strength.
These players have lost their competitive passion, how can that be?
If you don't put in effort, how can I reap you? Cattle and horses, rise and grind. Received. Chapter 159, Abnormal Activity at Wuyun Mountain.
In 2058, on November 20th, there are 2 years, 11 months, and 18 days left until the strange resurrection.
Report.
Director, there is unusual activity at Wuyun Mountain.
Just an hour ago, the eerie energy concentration at Wuyun Mountain has skyrocketed.
So far, the eerie energy concentration has exceeded 30,000, and it is still rising.
In Huaxia, Yun Province, by Bo City Town Supernatural Bureau. Director Jiang Xian listened to the report, his face filled with worry.
Unusual activity at Wuyun Mountain, something big might happen this time.
Wuyun Mountain, a place full of mystery.
In ancient times, Wuyun Mountain was considered ominous, a place of disaster, deemed a source of misfortune by ancient emperors. Furthermore, during the recent World War, Wuyun Mountain was occupied by the Japanese invaders, who massacred countless people in Baibo City, throwing hundreds of thousands of bodies into Wuyun Mountain. Before the strange resurrection, the magnetic field inside Wuyun Mountain was chaotic, and researchers who had entered either came out severely ill or contracted some kind of disease. This was also why he had been worried since the strange resurrection began. And now, the worrying thing has happened. Send a message to the province, we need support.
Mobilize all supernatural agents in the city and request support from surrounding cities. Bring people, come with me.
Jiang Xian threw away his cigarette butt, his expression gradually becoming resolute.
Yes.
The young man in front stood straight and answered loudly.
Jiang Xian put on his hat and stepped out of the office. As he walked, the number of figures following him grew.
In the courtyard of the Supernatural Bureau, countless special vehicles were ready.
Get in the car, let's go.
With a wave of Jiang Xian's hand, the members of the Supernatural Bureau all got in the cars, one by one leaving the location. At the same time, the Supernatural Bureaus of various districts and counties in Baibo City mobilized personnel and headed to Wuyun Mountain together. At this moment, the sun shone brightly in the sky.
The warm sunshine covers the entire land. It seems that everything is calm and peaceful. What? Movement in Wuyun Mountain? In Yun Province, at the headquarters of the Jingui Bureau, many big shots gather in the office. Ye Xuan just sent a message, saying there is unusual activity in Ye Mountain in Bifo City, requesting our support.
What do you all say? The director of the Xingui Bureau in Yun Province has a stern expression as he looks at the high-ranking officials below him.
In the large office, there are only 5 shadows.
These 5 people control the entire Yun Province, and any single one of them stepping forward could shake the whole province. Normally high and mighty figures now bear looks of worry.
The entire office is filled with swirling smoke. Who doesn't know about that haunted place, Yun Mountain?
Before the strange occurrences appeared, when the whole world still firmly believed in materialism, that place was already restless. It even made many of their researchers' worldviews collapse. In the past, they kept the news in Yun Mountain under wraps. But now, perhaps Yun Mountain has pulled a big stunt on them. If they let this go unchecked, who knows what will happen next?
Yun Mountain is not a simple place. If there is indeed activity, it must be a disaster on a catastrophic level.
Bifo City alone cannot handle it.
A big shot extinguishes his cigarette and his voice echoes in the office. Old Wang, what I want is a solution, not for you to reiterate the problem.
The director slightly furrows his brow. Our Xingui Bureau in Yun Province is weak, various cults run rampant behind the scenes, and just dealing with those cults has already exhausted us.
Now, how do we handle Yun Mountain? We have no extra forces left. Modern weapons have no effect on those ghostly things.
So, the only path in front of us is to seek help from above, to request support from the headquarters.
Doesn't the headquarters have ghost generals?
Have them send a ghost general here. The middle-aged man known as Old Wang grips his hands and speaks in a deep voice.
This is his solution. Right now, all over Yun Province, the forces of the Xingui Bureau are severely lacking. Who has the manpower to be dispatched to Yun Mountain? Not to mention that the headquarters had recently issued strict orders to purge all cult organizations. Those cult organizations have ghost controllers, after all. Seek help from the headquarters. Ever since I became the director of this Xingui Bureau, I've been asking the headquarters for help every day. But the headquarters is also in a tough spot. Shenanjia is in motion, Tianhe is in motion, and the underworld is in motion. Those places are much more dangerous than our Yun Mountain.
Notify all cities to hold on and send some manpower to Bifo City to subdue Yun Mountain. I'll try to ask the headquarters for support. The director rubs his temples and waves his hand in front.
Sigh. Oh my gosh, what's going on at Yun Mountain? At the foot of Yun Mountain, in Wangjiatan.
Just finished playing a game, Wang Zhi rides his electric bike under the warm sun to buy milk tea in town, and he is stunned. He stops his bike on the road, looking in shock at the distant Yun Mountain. On his side, the sunshine is shining brightly and warmly. But in the distance, at the top of Yun Mountain, dark clouds gather, completely blocking the sun.
Such terrifying yin energy. Wang Zhi's pupils shrink.
He also merged with Manon as a ghost controller, so he can naturally see that this is all yin energy. However, he has only seen such a scene in games.
Damn it, Yun Mountain can't be like a game, right? For a moment, Wang Zhi feels cold hands and feet. Could it be that the real world is about to become like the game world? V5 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 V5. Suddenly, a blaring siren breaks the silence.
Wang Zhi turns his head to see countless police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances driving into Wangjiatan along the street.
The harsh sirens echo one after another. Residents around Yun Mountain, please evacuate quickly. Residents around Yun Mountain, please evacuate in an orderly and organized manner. Residents around Yun Mountain, please follow our personnel and evacuate in an orderly fashion.
The horn sound resounded in the streets.
Countless uniformed personnel walked on the streets.
One by one, residents were taken from their homes and then sent onto the large buses behind them.
Wait, I need to go back and get my bank card.
I need to get my household registration book, my bank card, and my ID card. Wait for me.
Comrade, what is happening? What happened to Yun Mountain? Is the end of the world coming?
My dog is still at home. Please let me. I want to hug my baby.
In an instant, the once quiet street, the once leisurely passers-by,
suddenly became chaotic.
In the midst of the crowd, Wang Zhi was holding the handle of his electric bike, feeling dazed. Such a huge commotion, it's over. Right, Grandma.
Wang Zhi's heart tightened, he twisted the handle, and the electric bike sped towards the village. At home, a 70-year-old grandma was waiting for him.
Faster, faster, even faster. Chapter 160, Danger in the Darkness. Has it gotten this serious? Ye Xuan looked at the distant Yun Mountain, his face in shock.
To be honest, he had only seen such a scene in a game. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch on his wrist.
3:43. It was still afternoon, the sun was high in the sky. What if it was nighttime? Quick, evacuate the surrounding crowds before it gets dark.
Also, tell the comrades coming from behind to seal off the entire Wuyun mountain.
The anxiety in Jiang Xian made his voice unavoidably louder.
As time passed, this anxiety grew stronger. He stood with his hands behind his back, walking back and forth on the site. The staff around him were almost going crazy with busyness. In the end, some stubborn crowds who refused to leave were directly tied up violently, thrown onto vehicles, and taken away.
What time is it? Still thinking about your bank card. Still thinking about those red notes at home. For the particularly stubborn ones, special police took action. The gun was pointed at their foreheads. It didn't matter how arrogant they had been before, they had to be obedient now. 4 o'clock. Jiang Xian glanced at the time, listening to the progress reports beside him.
The 5 cities around Bibo City had sent support, escorted by fighter jets, to arrive in half an hour. And the forces summoned from across the city had completely sealed off the entire Wuyun city at this moment.
What do you think would happen if I bombarded it with cannons? Suddenly, Jiang Xian turned to look at an assistant beside him. What if he bombarded the entire Wuyun mountain flat?
Director, according to the research by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, artillery has no effect on the eerie. The Een energy cannon currently being studied by the Chinese Academy of Sciences is still in testing and cannot be deployed to the battlefield. After a moment of silence, the assistant quietly responded to his director's sudden inquiry.
He understood the director's mood. Time passed little by little.
The scene was orderly. The surrounding crowds had already been completely evacuated.
Some well-informed people had already bought tickets to leave Bibo City, even leaving the Cloud Province. When disaster strikes, some people run the fastest. 5 o'clock. Looking at the time.
The sunlight was no longer so dazzling, the sun was about to set.
In November, the days are short.
Basically around 5 o'clock, the sun sets, and by 6 o'clock, it's dark.
Report to the director, the crowds within a 10-mile radius have been completely evacuated. Report to the director, we have arrived at the combat position.
At this moment, the time had reached 6 o'clock. The sky was gradually darkening. The support from various cities had arrived. However, the eerie energy ahead was even thicker. Notified to keep the supernatural users behind, ordinary people quickly evacuate. Whether they are law enforcement, doctors, or nurses, everyone must evacuate quickly. Only supernatural users can stay at the site.
Hurry! Yes! Jiang Xian shouted loudly.
Ordinary people, no matter how capable, have no resistance against the lowest level of eerie.
Now that ordinary civilians have evacuated, it's time for them, the staff, to leave. Jiang Xian gave the order.
Fire trucks, ambulances, police cars, and special police must all evacuate. In their system, anyone who is a ghost controller has already joined the Ghost Control Bureau, so everyone else is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person, since entering the game, wants to merge with the little girl with their own efforts and then manifest power.
To be honest, it's pretty hard.
So, even with the game, there are still quite a few ordinary people.
Damn, why is my heart beating faster and faster?
Feeling his chest and the violent beating of his heart, Jiang Xian looked grimly ahead. At this moment, the entire Wuyun mountain was already shrouded in dark energy. The whole Wuyun mountain was pitch black, and nothing could be seen inside.
A gut feeling told him there were many extremely terrifying things inside. How long has it been? The province still has no news. Jiang Xian clenched his fist. There was still no news from the province.
At this moment, deep in his heart, he had already prepared for martyrdom.
Sister Shaoling, are you afraid?
At the foot of Wuyun Mountain, 2 figures, 1 man and 1 woman, were hiding in a bush.
From their perspective, they could just see the entire outline of Wuyun Mountain ahead.
But at this moment, the entire Wuyun Mountain was covered in black mist, nothing was visible. The anxious young man turned to look at the woman next to him.
Afraid? Of course I'm afraid, who isn't afraid? To be honest, my legs are shaking right now, but I can't retreat because there are thousands of families that need me to protect.
Bai Ling brushed her hair and smiled as she spoke.
How about you? Xiao Wu, don't just ask me, are you scared?
Bai Ling turned to the big boy beside her. I'm also scared, my parents are waiting for me at home to eat dumplings. Xiao Wu said with a smile. You are still young, and you can achieve a lot in a horror game.
Why did you join the Ghost Control Bureau?
Glancing at the quiet and motionless Wuyun Mountain in the distance, Bai Ling continued to ask. Hi, my grandpa is a veteran from the War of Resistance, and my dad lost his right leg in the military due to an exercise error. At first, my dad wanted me to join the army, but later he heard the city needed help, and since I had some achievements in the game, my dad let me come help.
Xiao Wu scratched his head and said softly. That's great, Xiao Wu. I didn't expect your family to be a military family, impressive.
Bai Ling looked at the big boy with some surprise, then gently patted his shoulder.
Sister Xiaoling, do you think we can return alive this time? We definitely can.
Bai Ling said, her gaze firmly locked on the Wuyun mountain in front of them. But the unsettling premonition in her heart grew even stronger. The two were crouched in the bushes. At this moment, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The night had completely fallen.
What is that?
Suddenly, Xiao Wu's expression changed as he looked up at the darkness in the distance.
Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Sister Xiaoling, there's something in front, I'm going to check it out.
As Xiao Wu was about to get up, he felt something pulling at him. Looking back, he saw Sister Xiaoling had already come in front of him.
Stay here, I'll go take a look. Don't run around, okay?
Bai Ling said, then grabbed the standard Ghost Control Bureau machete and moved closer to the front. Xiao Wu leaned against the tree, ready to support her at any time. The night deepened, and everything around was very quiet. Bai Ling nervously gripped the machete, her gaze scanning around constantly.
Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. Swish.
Suddenly, a sound like air being cut through came from the nearby bushes.
What is that? Sister Xiaoling?
Behind him, Xiao Wu's expression tightened. In his line of sight, a shadow suddenly appeared next to Sister Xiaoling, and then she disappeared.
Damn it.
Xiao Wu felt a surge of blood rise and rushed forward with his knife. Sister Xiaoling, Sister Xiaoling.
In the dark forest, the quiet air echoed only with his voice. Sister Xiaoling, are you alright? Sister Xiaoling? Sister Xiaoling.
In the bushes, the searching Xiao Wu froze. In front of him, on a big tree, there was a corpse. The whole body was nailed to the trunk.
The body's internal organs were hollowed out.
The corpse's mouth was wide open, and its eyes were bulging, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying in life. And this corpse was none other than Xiao Ling, who had just been alive moments ago.
No, Xiao Ling.
Just a moment ago she was a living person, and in the blink of an eye, she had become like this. Xiao Wu found it hard to accept. The girl he secretly loved, Xiao Ling, was just gone like that?
What a fragrant smell.
So fragrant. The world is wonderful, there are delicious foods everywhere. This kid has plenty of young energy, he must be very tasty.
Amidst the darkness, voices of discussion emerged. Come out, all of you, get out here. Ghosts, come out, I will kill you. Xiao Wu waved a big machete in the darkness, wildly. Kid, we are coming out. You are the ones who killed Xiao Ling? I will fight you, I will kill you, I swear. Ah. Chapter 161, now is not the time for them to come out.
Director, the two people I sent deep into Wuyun Mountain have lost contact. At the temporary command post, the deputy director wiped his sweat and hurriedly reported.
Who gave you the power to send people in? Ye Xuan looked up and pointed at the deputy director, repeatedly questioning.
Director, Wuyun Mountain is like this, I thought it would be good to send two people in to take a look, besides, what if something comes out, wouldn't it be better to receive news in advance?
Deputy Director Liang Che didn't expect Ye Xuan to react so strongly and quickly explained in a low voice. You don't know what Wuyun Mountain is? Can't you see how high the Yin energy density is now? Sending two people in, what's the difference from sending them to death? If you want to take a look, why don't you go in and see? Do you think the lives of our comrades are so insignificant in your eyes?
From now on, your position as deputy director is revoked. Someone, take Liang Che out of here, I don't want to see him again.
Ye Xuan pointed at Liang Che's nose and cursed.
With a wave of his hand, two people came in from outside and directly dragged Liang Che out.
Ye Xuan, what right do you have to do this? Revoking my position as deputy director needs the provincial agreement, what gives you the right? Let go of me, let go. Outside, Liang Che's shouting could be heard. Ye Xuan's face was extremely cold. Now that the Yin energy at Wuyun Mountain was so thick, the surrounding temperature was continuously dropping.
Their people didn't even dare to approach, they only dared to observe from the periphery.
This fool actually sent people in deep, wasn't that sending them to their death?
Thinking of two vibrant lives lost due to this fool, he became even angrier. Monitor Wuyun Mountain comprehensively, no one is allowed to approach.
Any movement anywhere must be reported immediately. Ye Xuan loudly issued commands to the rest.
From the perspective of the density of Yin energy, Wuyun Mountain was already out of their control. He only wanted to delay, to buy time for provincial support to arrive. At this moment, he just hoped that tonight would be peaceful and nothing would happen. Report to the director, strange traces have appeared in the south, north, and east, our people are already engaged with the strange entities.
Report to the director, the Yin energy concentration in the center of Wuyun Mountain has risen again.
It has now exceeded 50,000. Suddenly, someone shouted the report loudly.
Quick, support, hold on. If you can't hold, you can retreat, but you absolutely cannot withdraw from the containment area. Jiang Xian put on his hat and immediately left the command post.
Yin energy concentration is an indicator derived from the above entity's Town Ghost Bureau to determine the strength of bizarre occurrences in the game. The thing needed to detect this indicator is called a ghost disc.
The National Town Ghost Bureau is equipped with it.
If the Yin energy concentration exceeds 50,000, it means large-scale bizarre occurrences are present, and there are already half-step ghost generals. If it exceeds 100,000, that means ghost generals. Damn it, there are just so many of these ghostly things, can't kill them all, really can't kill them all.
Old Lu, run, you can't continue fighting, run. I won't run, I can't be a coward.
At the foot of Wuyun Mountain, several uniformed ghost controllers were fighting with a group of eerie entities.
These strange beings seem to crawl out like evil spirits from hell, their bodies emaciated, but their faces twisted and immensely terrifying. Their numbers completely overwhelm this five-man squad. The middle-aged man known as Old Lu swings his machete, fighting fiercely. His left arm is empty, with blood occasionally dripping down. Damn it, it looks like I'm going to fall here today.
Even if it's me, I want to take a few down with me.
Old Wang, what are you going to do? Boom.
A huge sound erupts. In the distance, several strange figures are instantaneously torn apart by a terrifying force. The other four look stunned.
Then comes endless sadness and anger.
Self-detonation, triggering their own strange explosion, releasing violent dark energy at that moment. However, after the self-detonation, they will completely dissipate, even their souls shredded, utterly disappearing from this world.
Ha, since Old Wang is gone, it's my turn. Brothers, I'll go ahead. Boom. Since we can't leave, then let's die together. Boom.
Old brothers, wait for me, I'm coming too, I won't be lonely on the road to the underworld.
Boom. Immediately after, the other three choose to self-detonate one after another.
Even if they die, they want to take a few down with them.
Captain, we can't go back. Team member Lu Dazhuang, I ask you to tell my family hello for me.
Tell them their son is not a coward. Throwing away the walkie-talkie, Lu Dazhuang's eyes gradually become firm. He discards his machete and charges forward.
You ghostly things, I'll fight you to the death. Boom.
Report to the director, the 3rd squad, 4th squad, 5th squad, and 6th squad have all lost contact. The northern and southern defenses have collapsed. 4 squads, a total of 108 people, have died in the line of duty.
In the eastern defense line, Jiang Xian listens to his assistant's report, his heart bleeding. In the quiet night. In just 10 minutes, 108 lives are gone. He hasn't even seen the enemy yet. 108 vibrant lives have just disappeared like that. Director, the defense line has collapsed, what should we do?
The assistant's face is full of despair, his voice trembling. 108 supernatural beings, almost a fifth of their strength. Just like that, they are gone so easily. Bring the reserves up to reinforce the defense.
At the same time, report to the province, if reinforcements don't arrive soon, all members of the Bibo City Strange Bureau will die for the country. Jiang Xian remains silent for a long time, gritting his teeth as he utters 2 sentences.
Yes.
The assistant immediately starts transmitting orders.
The waiting supernatural beings at the back receive the orders and immediately rush to the defense line. Here they come, a large number of supernatural beings have been detected ahead. Suddenly, a roar comes from the front.
Kill. Jiang Xian snatches up a large knife beside him and walks forward with it. Director, you can't go. The assistant panics at the sight. It's already like this, what else can I do?
I either die here or stop these ghostly things.
I'm also a supernatural being, get out of my way. Shoving away the assistant, Jiang Xian joins the battle ahead. In the darkness, shadows flash through the pitch-black forest.
Dozens of supernatural beings are fighting against the shadows in the darkness.
Every minute, a member dies here.
In the dark of night, the battle rages on. 100 miles away from Wuyun Mountain, it is bright with lights.
Some citizens are even unaware of what is happening.
They continue their lives as usual. Shopping, dining, binge-watching series, playing games. What they don't know is that on the other side of the city, a group of people is fighting desperately for their peace and safety.
Jinchang, Villa area. A passage to the underworld has appeared in Yun province? Too fast.
Ye Xuan raises his eyebrows. Just a few days ago it was the Yellow Springs, and now it's the underworld again.
The frequency is getting denser. Wang Jin.
Yi Lin calls softly. Since it's a passage to the underworld, he doesn't plan to go alone.
Master. Wang Jin appears from the darkness, standing respectfully behind Ye Xuan. You go solve it. Master, can you let me go? Before Yi Lin finished speaking, the shadow of the Black Wuchang appeared next to Wang Jin. Seeing this figure, Wang Jin gently stepped back.
The gap in strength made him instinctively want to distance himself from this one.
Oh? Since that's the case, then you go.
Suppress the local anomalies, seal the passage.
Now is not the time for them to come out. Ye Xuan's voice echoed in the basement. Yes, master. Black Wuchang gently bowed. Chapter 162, No Way Out. At 9 o'clock at night.
At this moment, the world was pitch black. Inside the Wuyun mountain, a bloody battle was raging.
Director, we. Don't give me that nonsense, I want reinforcements, do you understand? I want reinforcements, the province isn't responding, so just send it, keep sending. Send until we hear back from the province.
The Yin energy has already surpassed 80,000, we are one step away from the Ghost General. If there are no reinforcements, we will all die. Not only will we die, but the city of Baibo behind us, as well as several surrounding cities will be affected. The lives of hundreds of thousands, over 1 million people are in our hands.
Get out and contact the province, this is not something you can be part of.
Jiang Xian held his knife, casually looking like he charged at the approaching anomaly, and turned to kick his assistant out. His assistant was just an ordinary person, keeping him here was just for convenience.
But that didn't mean he would let his assistant die.
Remember, if there are no reinforcements, if we can't hold on, you run, the further the better.
After shouting at his assistant's back, Jiang Xian continued forward with his knife. He fought with anomalies for 2 full hours.
He didn't know the casualty situation, nor did he know how the lines of defense were doing, all he knew was to kill, keep killing. From start to finish, he never felt that relying solely on the people in his hands could completely solve the Wuyun mountain problem.
His focus was completely on the reinforcements from the province.
As long as there was one Ghost General, just one Ghost General could solve the trouble in front of him.
Director, don't worry, I will definitely bring you reinforcements.
His assistant, Zhang Hong, looked at his director's back, wiped away a tear, and quickly turned to leave. The Yin energy here was too strong, he was just an ordinary person and couldn't stay here at all. He ran all the way to the command center and stepped inside. The province says we must hold on for another 2 hours, they are mobilizing people as much as possible. As soon as he walked in, Xiao Chen, who had been contacting the province, rushed over anxiously to report loudly.
How are the lines of defense?
Zhang Hong didn't pay attention to Xiao Chen in front of him but looked at the other few people. The defenses at all fronts are collapsing, the reserve troops are almost exhausted, except for the east front. At this rate, in about half an hour, the 3 lines of defense will completely collapse, and thousands or tens of thousands of anomalies will rush into the city. A few people watching the battlefield from a distance said loudly. While speaking, their eyes were all red. Because, on the map, every minute, a red dot disappears.
Is the disappearing one a red dot? That is a living life.
Every time they saw a red dot disappear, their hearts bled.
2 hours? In 2 hours, we will be long gone, the over 1 million people in Baibo City will directly face the anomalies assault.
In Baibo City, over 1 million people, 90% are ordinary people.
What will happen when they face a direct assault from the anomalies? Can you dare to imagine? Zhang Hong slammed the table, extremely angry. 2 hours? We can't even hold on for half an hour. The anomaly fighters in Baibo City are all exhausted, the surrounding cities that sent reinforcements are almost out of fighters, too. In another half an hour, everyone will be wiped out. At that time, these anomalies will come down the mountain and enter the city, what will happen then? He didn't even dare to think. Assistant Jiang, what should we do? Someone weakly spoke up. Modern weapons couldn't do anything against the strange phenomena. Otherwise, they would have already notified the troops stationed in Baibo City to shell the area. They would have flattened the entire Wuyun mountain without hesitation. But reality is often unsatisfactory. Only the ghost tamers could deal with the strange occurrences. Zhang Hong held the table with both hands, his face full of seriousness. Before becoming Jiang Xian's assistant, he was the second in command of the municipal committee. The authority of the Ghost Tamers Bureau outweighed everything, so he was transferred to be this assistant. However, this did not mean he could do nothing. Although he was an ordinary person, he was not just for show. Besides the official power, we still have countless grassroots forces. After pondering for a while, Zhang Hong finally said a sentence. As soon as he spoke, the several people around jumped in surprise. This meant... Assistant Jiang, do you mean to rally support from the grassroots? Little Chan mulled over Jiang Heng's words repeatedly before cautiously speaking up. Aside from us, there are many ghost tamers among the public, and there are also many corresponding organizations. If they are willing to help, maybe we can survive this calamity. Zhang Hong clenched his fists and said each word clearly. If there was really no other way, would he let the common people go to the battlefield? Assistant Jiang, this is a huge taboo. Shouldn't we report this to the higher-ups? Little Chen tentatively asked. This matter was too big. If they called upon the public, what if there were too many casualties? If the higher-ups blamed them, none of them could bear this responsibility. Moreover, privately conscripting common people to the battlefield. That crime was enough to take them all down. In the end, they wouldn't just be executed, they would be bombarded.
In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures.
Support from the province will take 2 hours.
In 2 hours, the yellow flower will be cold, and in the end, it's still going to be death. Right now, at least we still have a method, we still have a path. Notify major media outlets, let them expedite news reports, saying that Ye Xuan Mountain has met with disaster, and we need public help. Remember, only ghost tamers are qualified, ordinary people are not allowed, and they must be voluntary, must be voluntary, must be voluntary. Tell them that before coming, they must be prepared for death. Take action, if the higher-ups blame us, I will bear it alone.
Isn't it just execution? I've seen all kinds of scenes in my life.
After pondering for a long time, Zhang Hong slammed the table and shouted. His voice echoed throughout the command center. Hearing this resolute voice, the few in front no longer tried to dissuade him.
Because they knew it was futile. This person was serious. Moreover, he was right.
As the dispatchers, they knew the battlefield situation.
2 hours?
By the time help arrives, who knows how many people in Bibo City would die? Before the public perished, they would have already met their end. Even if the future troubles were resolved, they would still bear the blame. But now, if they put in the effort, who knows, they might turn the tide and be written into history. Even if they lose, it would just be death once again. At least they would have tried. At least in the end, there would be fewer civilian deaths. At least the time they persisted would be a little longer.
Damn it, let's do it. I'll contact the TV station. I'll contact major short video platforms.
Remember, in the name of the Ghost Tamers Bureau of Bibo City, everything must be quick and simple.
Yes.
Changzi, I have a feeling that something will happen on Ye Xuan Mountain.
Did you see?
A lot of vehicles went to Ye Xuan Mountain this afternoon. Like fire engines, police cars, ambulances, and even military vehicles. The people nearby have all been evacuated, and thick clouds have been covering Ye Xuan Mountain during the day.
I just feel something is very wrong. In a barbecue restaurant somewhere in Bibo City.
A young man was skewering meat and drinking beer, bragging to his friends in front of him. Sitting in front of him, Wang Song listened to his friend Cui Daoyuan boast, putting down his barbecue with a thoughtful look.
Daoyuan, we are both from Bibo City.
I have heard rumors about Ye Xuan Mountain since I was little.
In the past, maybe it was nothing, but now, I feel. Wang Song poured wine into his glass with both hands as he spoke.
He trailed off, not finishing his sentence.
So, I have this premonition. Sunzi, you think there might really be something coming out of Ye Xuan Mountain?
Otherwise, the noise couldn't be this big.
Cui Daoyuan put down the barbecue, looking somewhat doubtful. Ding dong.
Just as Wang Song was about to respond, his phone rang.
It should be.
Wang Song replied vaguely, then slowly opened his phone. On it was a message from his girlfriend. Wang Song smiled, holding his phone with both hands as he began to type a reply. After finishing, just as he was about to put down his phone, a notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Normally, he wouldn't click on such junk news, but this time he inexplicably did. The phone page switched to the Doyang platform. On the screen, words were written in lines.
Comrades of Bibo City, this message comes from the Bibo City Town Anomaly Bureau.
Comrades, our Bibo City is experiencing an unprecedented great disaster. This afternoon, Ye Xuan Mountain in Bibo City has shown unusual movements, and our town anomaly bureau quickly evacuated the surrounding crowds. At 6 in the evening, a small number of anomalies appeared around Bibo City. At 7, large numbers of anomalies emerged one after another.
Our comrades in the town anomaly bureau began fierce battles with the anomalies.
At 9 in the evening, which is now, our vast majority of comrades have fallen in the line of duty.
Our strength can no longer stop the anomalies.
In at most half an hour, the Bibo City Town Anomaly Bureau will be practically extinct. It does not matter if we die, but over 1 million common people in Bibo City remain. Over 1 million common people will face thousands of anomalies, and we cannot bear to witness this happen. Out of desperation, we are urgently recruiting, summoning anomaly controllers from the public to Ye Xuan Mountain to resist this calamity together.
This recruitment is only open to anomaly controllers, and participation is entirely voluntary. This task is extremely dangerous. If you come, you must be prepared for death at any time. If it were not for desperation, we would never make such a decision. We ask all anomaly controllers who see this video to contribute their strength as they see fit. Here, on behalf of the Bibo City Town Anomaly Bureau, I thank you, and on behalf of the millions of common people in Bibo City, I thank you. This recruitment is entirely voluntary, don't push yourself.
Those who are only children at home or have no children after marriage, please do not come.
Lastly, we will be waiting for you at Wuyun Mountain.
After reading this news, Wang Song held his phone, motionless for a long time.
Sanzi, what's wrong?
His good friend Cui Daoyuan looked up with a skewer in hand.
Is it Qianqian calling you back? It's fine, go ahead.
As your brother, I won't delay your happiness. By the way, you promised me you'd take me to face the terrifying new handover tomorrow, don't forget.
Cui Daoyuan said with a smile.
In the middle of the night, it was definitely his good brother's girlfriend calling him. For the happiness of his good brother, he was willing to sacrifice himself.
You eat first, I'll leave now. Daoyuan, can you promise me one thing?
Wang Song seemed to have made a significant decision as he put away his phone and stood up, looking seriously at his friend.
What's wrong? Why so serious all of a sudden? What do you need? As long as my bro can do it. Cui Daoyuan chuckled. Isn't it just your girlfriend asking you out? Why does it feel like going to the battlefield? Now, he's all serious.
If I don't make it back, take good care of my parents for me. I have over 1 million in my card, the password is my birthday.
It's all yours. Bro. Take care. Patting Cui Daoyuan's shoulder, Wang Song left the barbecue restaurant without looking back.
Once outside, Wang Song glanced around and noticed a few people who seemed to have the same purpose as him. They exchanged glances, then began to head towards the same location.
What's going on? Cui Daoyuan looked confused and bewildered. How is this like Liu Bei entrusting Zhuge Liang with his son? Did they even take out their bank cards?
Realizing something was off, he quickly picked up his phone and dialed Wang Song's number.
Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Why is it still turned off?
Cui Daoyuan felt puzzled.
Suddenly, a news alert popped up on his phone. He clicked on it without thinking.
When he saw the first site, he froze. After reading it all, Cui Daoyuan held the bank card on the table, speechless for a long time.
You brat, you must come back, you must come back. Everyone, I believe you have all seen the news. The reason I called you here is simple, it's to pull off a big job.
This is our home, and we need to protect it ourselves.
Aren't you always shouting about wanting to be heroes? Well, here's your chance.
In an office, a young man stood at the forefront, looking down at the group and smiling as he spoke.
President, just tell us what to do. As long as the president gives the order, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll just do it. The members below echoed with laughter.
Our Dawn Guild, although it doesn't rank highly in the game, now faces a life and death crisis in the entire Bibo city.
We Dawn Guild cannot stand by and watch.
So this time, I've decided to support Wuyun Mountain. This trip could be full of danger, 9 deaths out of 10, or even 10 deaths without life. Anyway, it's very dangerous, with high chances of not coming back. Remember, this is not a game, there is no such thing as infinite respawn.
So, it's all voluntary. If you want to go, stay, if you don't want to go, I won't force you.
Also, inform your team members. Be quick, everyone going, gather downstairs immediately, I have prepared the vehicle. Still, the same thing, if you are an only child or have no descendants, don't go. As the young man finished speaking, the expressions of the members changed slightly. They hadn't expected their president would take such a big step this time.
Chapter 164, If you go and don't return, just go and don't return.
If this were a game, at the president's command, no matter what lay ahead, they would charge forward.
But this time is different, this time is in the real world. You can respawn in a game. In reality, if you die, you're really dead.
At this moment, some people started to have second thoughts. It's okay, feeling scared is human nature, there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
It's all voluntary, don't force yourself.
As if sensing the unease among his team, the young man smiled and said.
This time is different from the past. He doesn't have the authority to send his teammates to their deaths.
President, if it were before, I'd go wherever you say, but this time, sorry, my parents are still at home. At this time, a person stood up, head lowered, speaking softly.
It's okay, why lower your head? This is not embarrassing. You're not married and still have parents.
Make sure not to make your parents bury their own child. The president of the Dawn Guild, Lu Song, patted his shoulder and offered comfort.
President, I will inform my team members. Good. Is there anyone else?
If you don't want to go, you can speak up, no worries, this isn't embarrassing, speak boldly. As long as you don't want to go, then don't go, don't force yourself. After all, going this time might mean you won't come back.
Anyone would be afraid. Lu Song smiled and said. Being afraid of death is human nature.
Not to mention, the vast majority of the members in his guild are young, they have brighter futures ahead.
President, I will go, I still have a younger brother at home. If I leave, he'll be alone. At this moment, a man in his late 20s stood up seriously. I will go too. My child is already 8 years old, a little man now, able to take care of his mother. I'm going too. My wife is pregnant, and I have no worries now. I have 3 million in my card, enough for them to spend. Go ahead, I've lived enough anyway. I will die in the future. Before I die, let me be the hero in someone's eyes just once. Hearing these words, although Ye Xuan felt uncomfortable inside, he still nodded with tears and a smile. Before disaster strikes, everyone is equal. The members of the Bureau of Anomalies are also human, they were all born of parents. If they can sacrifice for the country, why can't we? Alright, you have 10 minutes to explain to your families and inform all our members. 10 minutes later, we all set out. Ye Xuan slammed the table heavily. Assistant, we have sent everything that needs to be sent. Now we can only wait. In the command center, Zhang Hong lay casually on the chair and waved his hand. Now I'm no longer an assistant, I am just an ordinary citizen, no need to report to me. At that moment, when the news was sent out, his phone almost exploded with calls. He had to turn off his phone. The province immediately revoked all his positions. He had now completely become an ordinary citizen. The few people in front of him wanted to speak but stopped themselves. Alas! A few people sat in the command center, silently waiting. The news has already gone out, now, we can only wait. Those who could wait here are all ordinary people. Anyone with power had already been pulled out to take charge. Time passed slowly. For them, every minute and every second was torture. Report, a large number of vehicles are coming this way, should we let them through? Suddenly, someone walked in loudly reporting. The few exchanged glances, seeing the light in each other's eyes. Let's go, let's check it out. Zhang Hong led a few people out of the command center to the front of the security line. In the distance, countless vehicles with their lights on stopped in place. One young face after another appeared. They came forward, standing in front of Zhang Hong. Hello, leader, I am Xiao Feng, volunteering to fight against the anomalies. Hello, leader, I am Ye Chen, volunteering to fight against the anomalies. Hello, leader, I am Wang Gao, volunteering to fight against the anomalies. Hello, leader, I am Lu San. Hello, leader, I am Li Song. One crisp voice after another, one young face at a time, one clumsy military salute after another, made Jiang Hang's eyes moisten. Good kids, all good kids. Good, good, good. Zhang Hong nodded repeatedly, his eyes red. Damn it, I wonder if support has arrived or not. On the front line, Zhang Xian sat on the ground, his body covered in countless wounds, cursing under his breath. How many of us are left? Bureau Chief, only a few of us are left, the rest of the brothers have all died. The young man in front looked mournfully at his bureau chief. Seeing the 5 young faces before him, Zhang Xian's eyes welled up. He sighed softly. Are you afraid of death? Zhang Xian looked at them, forcing a smile. Report, bureau chief, we are not afraid. We have long placed life and death aside. Isn't it just death? If we die, who is afraid of whom? Hearing these words, Zhang Xian smiled. Bureau chief, the anomalies are coming again. So what if they come? Let them come, I will charge to the front, you stay behind me. Help me up. With the help of the young man, Zhang Xian shakily stood up. Long periods of fighting had pushed his body and spirit to the limits. But he still could not fall. Unless he was dead, he could not fall. Absolutely cannot fall. These scum. Looking at the figures in the darkness from a distance, Zhang Xian cursed under his breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. How many come, I will kill how many, ha ha ha. Zhang Xian suddenly burst into laughter. The few young men behind him were influenced by their bureau chief, and one by one they started to laugh. Having seen friends, comrades, fall one by one. At this moment, they were more eerie than the eeriness itself. Isn't it just death? Who's afraid of whom? Director, many people are coming down from the mountain. Director, our reinforcements have arrived. Director, the reinforcements are here. Before Zhang Xian could take action, a shout came from below the mountain. Reinforcements? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Then he felt great joy. Finally, the provincial reinforcements have arrived? Quick, retreat, wait for the comrades from the reinforcements. Upon hearing that reinforcements had arrived, Zhang Xian immediately called a few people behind him to retreat. Since reinforcements had arrived, he didn't need to lead these brothers to their deaths. Later, they would charge together with the comrades who came with the reinforcements. The group made their way down to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, dozens of people were walking towards them. So few? Jiang Xian was stunned. Just this few people?
But thinking about it, it made sense. It wasn't easy for the province either, just getting reinforcements was already enough.
Comrades too. Jiang Xian, who wanted to step forward to chat, was stunned when he clearly saw these so-called reinforcements.
Young faces appeared before him. Pairs of clear eyes.
Tender faces. This is not the support from the town peculiar administration. Who are you? Jiang Xian cautiously opened his mouth.
Director, we are volunteers, we came to kill the eerie beings voluntarily. Director, I am a half-step ghost general, the vice president of the Dawn Guild, our president went to another defensive line, these few are my team members. Director, I am from the Forestry University, don't worry, I have a younger brother, it doesn't matter if I die.
Director, where's the eerie being? We need to kill it. With us here, those damned ghosts will never enter the city. Listening to these words, Jiang Xian looked dazed, with tears in his eyes.
Even with 1,000 words, he didn't know how to respond. Good kids, they are all good kids.
Chapter 165, The Horn of Counterattack.
Director, our president said once we are here, we are your soldiers, we will follow your command.
Director, give the order, what should we do?
Don't worry, Director, we are all battle-hardened from games, we know how to act.
Director, give the order. Hearing these words, Jiang Xian forcefully held back the tears in his eyes.
Now is not the time to cry. Looking at these young faces, Jiang Xian took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually grew firm. Alright, kids, our situation is very serious right now. There is a large-scale resurgence of eerie beings in Ye Xuan Mountain, suspected of having a passage to the underworld. We had previously set up 4 defensive lines to the east, south, west, and north. But ever since our manpower has been dying one by one, I no longer know the situation on the other 3 lines. However, we have only one task, which is to hold our ground here, not to let the eerie beings break through our line.
That is enough.
Saying this, Jiang Xian exhaled a breath of foul air.
Although reinforcements have supposedly arrived.
But he won't lead these kids into battle, he only needs to keep them around to guard, not allowing the eerie beings to break through the line. As for the situation inside Ye Xuan Mountain, according to his exploration, only ghost generals can handle it. In summary, he still needed to wait for real reinforcements. Inside Ye Xuan Mountain, he would never take these kids to risk their lives. With each young face, they all had bright futures, they should not die here.
Director, the eerie beings are coming down the mountain.
Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them from behind.
Kids, follow me. Jiang Xian looked at the would-be teammates, his expression resolute. Kill. Charge. Up.
A surge of blood rushed through the group.
They surged behind Jiang Xian, charging towards the mountain. Bypassing the front line, they saw the pitch-black Ye Xuan Mountain. And the eerie figures amidst the trees. In the darkness, these figures looked as if they crawled out from hell, terrifying beyond belief. Facing these eerie beings, these people felt no fear at all. Because in the game, they had already experienced many encounters. They had long been immune to the appearance of eerie beings. Remember, this is not a game, if you die, you will really die. If you can't beat them, just run, you got it? And you all just need to block them, understand? If you can kill, then kill, if you can run, then run. Your lives are the most important. These children came to help without fearing for their lives, which moved him deeply. But he would never joke with these children's lives. Rest assured, Director, we are all battle-hardened and have combat experience. Don't worry, Director, can we act freely from now on?
Free action, you all coordinate, and remember, your own lives come first.
Yes.
After receiving this order, the volunteers who came to help looked at each other and quickly began forming teams. 3 people in a small group, scattered in this dense forest. Next, we will use guerrilla tactics. The defense line has collapsed, and that is a certainty. What we have to do is kill as many aberrations as possible. Watching those volunteers delve into the darkness, Jiang Xian turned to the few team members behind him and said. At this moment, the collapse of the defense line had completely become a fact. He no longer cared about the so-called defense line. Because his rationality would not allow him to lead these children into a desperate fight. Now the strategy had changed, since they cannot stop the aberrations, they should kill as many as they can. Killing one less means one less that enters the city. He did not want these aberrations to enter the city. But Jiang Xian had already done his best. By the way, let Jiang Hong contact the provincial authorities, try to report to the provincial headquarters and coordinate a ghost general to come over. Otherwise, no matter how many Yuguizers come, in the end, it's still death. If there are more volunteers behind, let them form their own defense line on the periphery to intercept the aberrations. We are on the front line, so let them form the second, third, fourth lines, multiple segments of interception. After speaking, Jiang Xian did not hesitate, he swung the long knife beside him and charged forward.
Although his body and spirit were already nearing their limits, he could not rest, absolutely could not rest. Wow, buddy, that was nice. That slash was very clever, well done. In a dark spot, two team members gave Wang Song a thumbs up. In front of Wang Song, an aberration gradually became illusory and then disappeared before him. Keep it down, don't let the aberrations around notice us. Hearing the praise from the two temporary teammates, Wang Song did not get carried away, but instead put his finger to his lips and whispered. The other two immediately understood, lowering their bodies and moving closer to the front. 3 ahead, roughly at the level of common malevolent spirits. We 3 will take 1 each, I'm on the left, you're on the right, Wang Song is in the middle. The 3 crouched in the bushes, watching the 3 aberrations ahead wearing tattered clothes, crawling on the ground. No problem. Let's go. The 3 moved lightly but quickly. Though the night was dark, those with ghostly eyes could still see 1,000 miles at night. In fact, they could see clearer at night than in the day. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As they got closer, the 3 acted in an instant. 3 large sabers extended. Before the 3 aberrations on the ground even reacted, the blades fell upon them. Puff, puff, puff. With 3 faint sounds, the 3 aberrations on the ground were successfully killed. After killing too many in the game, this is the first time I've killed in the real world, it feels pretty good. The young man on Wang Song's left said softly. Wang Song keenly noticed that the kid's legs were trembling, and his hands gripping the saber were shaking. Adrenaline is soaring, it seems. Let's go back, the director said not to enter the depths of Wuyun Mountain. We just need to kill these wandering aberrations on the outskirts. Looking at the distant darkness, Wang Song said softly. His intuition told him that there was great terror ahead. Let's move, this place feels very dangerous. Retreat. The 3 turned around and ran. Though they had prepared for death before coming. But dying for a cause and seeking death are 2 different meanings. I feel there aren't too many aberrations here. Yeah. We have walked for so long, and we only saw 4 heads. Why have so many members of our town gone missing? The 2 people beside Wang Song debated with each other, trading thoughts. What they saw was completely different from what the news reported. The news said the bizarre things came in hordes, bringing disaster to the city. But until now, they had not seen any truly terrifying hordes of bizarre entities. It was strange. The news shouldn't have lied to them, right? Wang Song listened to their words, lost in thought. In the back, Director Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Director, why have the numbers of these creatures decreased so much? Have they disappeared? The team member next to Jiang Xian scratched his head, puzzled. Half an hour before these volunteers arrived, the bizarre creatures came rushing in, countless in number. Just that one wave took away 80% of their team. However, now, they saw none of the bizarre creatures in hordes. All they could see were scattered entities lurking around. No, the concentration of negative energy in Wuyun Mountain has already surpassed 80,000, and it hasn't stopped. There is definitely still danger here. It suddenly got quiet, maybe it is. Not good. Jiang Xian's face suddenly changed dramatically. Chapter 166, Disaster Approaches, Everyone is a Hero. Are you all useless? 2 hours, half an hour ago you said it was 2 hours, now it has become 3 hours. Fine, you just want to watch our Bibo city fall, right? You bunch of useless fools, I am going to report you to higher authorities. Damn it. At the command center, a furious Jiang Hong smashed the communication device into pieces. Assistant Jiang, what did the province say? Someone hesitantly asked from behind. There is no support, the province has abandoned us here in Bibo City. Jiang Hong sat at the table, his face dark, gritting his teeth as he spoke clearly. What? This statement was like a bolt from the blue, striking hard at their hearts. No support? Assistant Jiang, the province has abandoned us? Some didn't believe it and continued to inquire. He could not believe the province would give up on Bibo City. They had over 1 million citizens in Bibo City. Just a moment ago, there was unusual activity at Wailing Mountain, and the province redirected their support there. They told us to handle this trouble ourselves. In necessary circumstances, sacrificing some is acceptable. Jiang Hong covered his fists, biting his teeth, relaying the news word for word. How is this possible? Over 1 million citizens, and they just say to give up? Sacrifice some? How are we to sacrifice? Impossible, absolutely impossible, I need to make a call, I need to contact the province. Upon hearing this, several people looked lost, as if their inner faith had collapsed. They couldn't believe the province could make such a decision. Wailing Mountain, that place is tenfold, 100-fold more terrifying than Wuyun Mountain. If Wailing Mountain is truly like Wuyun Mountain, it will shake the entire Yun province. The higher-ups are also forced to make such a choice. Zhang Hong exhaled a deep breath.
After saying this, he seemed to be drained of energy, collapsing like a pile of mud on the chair.
A few people in the distance also sat down on the ground.
Although the higher authorities had their difficulties, they still felt heavy in their hearts. Their Bibo city had been completely abandoned.
Boom! What is happening?
Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake.
Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at his watch.
At this moment, the time had reached 11 o'clock at night. Assistant Zhang, the concentration of negative energy in Wuyun Mountain has exceeded 90,000, and it is still rising. In the distance, a young man, holding an oddly shaped compass, said tremulously. In his extreme anxiety and fear, he couldn't even finish his sentence.
Let's go outside and take a look. Zhang Heng's heart raced.
He stepped out of the command center, gazing into the distance. In the distance, the black mist had completely enveloped the ominous cloudy mountain, not letting even a sliver of moonlight in from above.
At the foot of the mountain, countless figures were sprinting downhill in panic.
It was like a volcanic eruption. But this eruption from Cloudy Mountain was not of lava, but of something eerie. A chilling wind swept through the area, and he could even hear the sounds of screams and roars echoing around him. Quick, notify everyone, open all checkpoints, let the people evacuate from Bibo City, hurry. Zhang Hong shouted angrily at several people behind him. At that moment, he had completely lost control. Even though he was just an ordinary person, he understood that Cloudy Mountain was erupting completely.
Could the people defend against it?
No, they couldn't defend against it at all.
The collapse was already a certainty.
The only plan now was to retreat, to evacuate the civilians as much as possible.
Evacuate everyone from Bibo City. Assistant Zhang, let's go.
Assistant Zhang, we are not afraid of death, let us go. Assistant Zhang, our families are in the city, we will never allow these monsters to enter the city, we won't let them come close even a single step. At that moment, loud voices were coming from behind Zhang Heng.
He turned around.
The ones speaking were the civilians who had come to help. After receiving the director's order, he had kept these people here. Because this was the third line of defense. He did not know when, but there were already hundreds of people behind him. Hundreds of people, disregarding life and death, had chosen to come to assist. They knew they were walking into danger, but still, they came.
Facing these people, Zhang Hong did not know what to say or what to do.
From the geographical position of Cloudy Mountain, if the first line of defense fell, then the horrors would scatter. The so-called second and third lines of defense were nothing but illusions.
The director's intention was to let these people avoid combat, to let them survive.
But now, with the complete eruption of Cloudy Mountain, if these people did not go, everyone in the first line of defense would die. At that point, with the horrors scattering, control of the situation would be completely lost, and the civilians in Bibo City who hadn't evacuated would all.
But if he sent these people in, then.
The order to sacrifice them was on the tip of his tongue, but he hesitated to speak.
What would be the outcome for these people if they went in? He knew better than anyone. These people were men, women, children, and adults.
Some were treasures in their parents' hands, some were fathers or mothers of children.
Each of them had a family behind them.
Zhang Hong clenched his fists, at a loss for words. When he made the announcement earlier, he had little psychological burden because the situation was extremely urgent. But now, the urgency was still there. However, facing these people, he no longer had his previous decisiveness. When you cannot see people, no matter how many there are, they are just a number. But when you can see them, you realize that they are all living, breathing individuals.
Assistant Zhang, we are not afraid of death, we have seen the horrors, we will go. Assistant Zhang, no need to say anything, I am leaving. If you don't want to speak, I understand, my eyes are not blind. Assistant Zhang, you should run. You are an ordinary person, go quickly, we will hold them back. Brothers, since we are here, be prepared to face death, follow me, we will not let these monsters step into the city.
Kill. Kill. These simple civilians seemed to see Zhang Heng's dilemma. They did not wait for him to speak and instead entered Cloudy Mountain on their own. Facing the terrifying dark energy and the overwhelming horrors, they stepped in without hesitation. Assistant Zhang, go back, you cannot die here. We are the ones who confront the horrors, this identity carries responsibility. Assistant Zhang, go, return, we will stall for you as long as we can, go do what you must. Each person smiled, patted Zhang Hong on the shoulder, and then without hesitation, entered Cloudy Mountain. Tears filled Zhang Heng's eyes, as he stood there, dazed, enduring the heavy hands of these people. Tears, he did not know when, had already fallen. His face was already wet. On his clothes, he did not know when stains had appeared. But Zhang Hong looked at those figures and finally bent down, deeply bowing. They are heroes. This world has never lacked heroes. When disaster strikes, everyone is a hero. Chapter 167, The Ghosts Are Born.
Damn, so many?
Ahead, a dense swarm of strange creatures charged towards them. Some were tattered, crawling on the ground with limbs.
Some were missing half their heads, floating in the air.
There were also ancient warriors in ragged armor, holding long spears. Furthermore, there were giant freaks with huge bellies, filled with human heads. The numbers were plenty, and the types were very diverse. At a glance, it was impossible to count how many there were.
Brothers, since we are here, let's stop them.
I'll go first. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man took a few deep breaths, then gripped his big knife, shouting to boost his courage before charging ahead resolutely. At this moment, the so-called life and death were no longer in his consideration. Even if he were to die, he would have to drag a few others down with him.
Let's go. Dawn Guild, follow me, don't be scared. Charge. Hundreds of players, wielding weapons, charged straight in.
At the moment of contact, these players did not blindly kill but worked together, dodging. Their combat experience was extremely rich, they were not the so-called reckless youths. Each player coordinated with one another, hundreds of players managed to hold back the strange creatures filling the mountains and fields. These ghostly things aren't that scary, they're not even as powerful as those in the game.
Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash, is this all they can do?
I can take on 100 of you in the game, killing you is easy.
Keep going, brothers.
Not only can we stop them, but we can also push forward.
Kill. In their first battle, these volunteers discovered a surprising truth.
That is, although these strange creatures looked numerous and terrifying, their strength was just average. In fact, they were not even as strong as the ones in the game.
This greatly boosted their confidence. Each one killed even more fiercely. If you are tired, feel free to go rest in the back, don't push yourself. Also, don't show off, if you can't handle it, join together to fight. In the battlefield, others loudly commanded. Everything was proceeding very orderly.
These volunteers managed to hold back the advance of the strange creatures.
Bro, don't sleep. In the depths of the forest, in a ditch.
Wounded and covered in blood, Ye Xuan grit his teeth and lifted his aching arm to nudge the teammate in front of him.
Director, I'm not dead yet, but I'm so tired, I really want to sleep.
The teammate slowly turned his head, looking at his director, forcing a smile.
You little rascal. Don't sleep, the director is tired too, but can't sleep, you know?
If you fall asleep, you'll never wake up again.
Rest briefly, and when you're good to go, the director will take you to kill. The director will take you home.
Ye Xuan smiled faintly, finally feeling a little relieved, lying in the filthy water.
The water at night was very cold.
But no matter how cold the water was, it was nothing compared to Ye Xuan's cold heart. Suddenly, Wuyun Mountain erupted, countless strange creatures rushing out. These people faced the first wave of attack. In just that one wave, they were scattered.
The two of them desperately escaped and hid here. He did not know what was happening outside.
He did not know how the others were doing.
Kid, are you rested enough? Get up, we need to leave here.
Feeling it was about time, Ye Xuan moved his body with difficulty, reaching out to push the teammate in front of him.
Kid, don't sleep, let's go, don't rest anymore. Stop pretending.
You little brat, don't play tricks on me, hurry up and get up.
Don't sleep. You.
No matter how he pushed, the young man in front of him kept his eyes closed and did not move.
Ye Xuan clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and tears fell drop by drop.
On the eastern defense line of Wuyun Mountain, in the strange situation of Bifo City, 78 members remained. Besides him, the director, all had fallen. One by one, team members had died right under his eyes.
Who? Ye Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, holding back his tears, and slowly stood up.
You little brats, you fell asleep first. But the director can't sleep, the director's mission is not yet complete. Wait until I, the director, complete the mission, and then I will come to accompany you.
You all have it easy, but I, the director, am not easy at all.
Ye Xuan mumbled to himself, speaking while struggling to move forward.
As he walked, suddenly everything went dark, and he collapsed to the ground.
Several hours of high-intensity combat had drained his spirit and physical strength. Even if he was a master of deception, he also had limits. At the front line, with a continuous stream of volunteers joining, the collapsing defense line was unexpectedly stabilized. The defense lines were firmly blocked by thousands of volunteers. Of course, the volunteers suffered significant casualties. Many people closed their eyes forever. Some were college students in the prime of life, with bright futures ahead. Others were the pillars of their families, waiting for their loved ones at home.
But they would forever sleep here, never to return. Really, did we really stop them?
In the command center.
At this moment, the large command center was left with only Jiang Heng.
The rest were sent to the city to arrange for the evacuation of the citizens. At this moment, he looked at the screen in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief.
The satellite map showed that the entire Wuyun mountain was surrounded by volunteers in a circle. Although the satellite view could not see the strangeness, it could see those volunteers. These volunteers surrounded Wuyun mountain tightly.
This meant that they had successfully stopped and blocked the strangeness from Wuyun mountain. Although they are citizens, ordinary people, they are also masters of deception. These people have rich combat experience in the game and are definitely not weaker than our members of the Town of Deception.
Their strength even exceeds that of our Town of Deception. At this moment, a flash of inspiration lit up Jiang Heng's eyes.
All along, even the entire country's perspective has not changed. Each person does their own part, doing what they are meant to do.
Is there a shortage of manpower in the Huaxia Town of Deception?
Huaxia has more than 2 billion players.
Is there a shortage of manpower?
No, they were wrong from the very beginning.
The power of the people is the most terrifying. Just like... Boom.
As hope just arrived, despair also followed. Just when everyone thought they had stabilized the situation, the entire Wuyun mountain suddenly shook.
100,000. Jiang Heng's face changed dramatically.
The concentration of negative energy broke through 100,000.
Ghost General. It's over. Boom.
At the summit of Wuyun mountain, terrifying negative energy howled, shrouding the entire sky in dark clouds.
The night became even darker. A figure, holding black chains with both hands, dressed in a black robe, slowly appeared on Wuyun mountain. I have finally come to the human world.
A cold, emotionless voice echoed in the void, almost inhuman. The volunteers, once full of confidence, turned pale, their hearts like ashes. They were players and knew what this aura meant.
Ghost General.
A true top-tier strangeness. Even in the game, it was the strongest.
Now, it appeared in the real world. It's over.
A player turned pale, showing despair.
The Ghost General has come out.
All they could do was wait for death. They had no strength to confront the Ghost General. Some had crossed paths with the Ghost General in the game. In front of the Ghost General, numerical superiority meant nothing at all. However, strangely, the powerful Ghost General did not attack, but kept watching the distant sky.
Finally arrived. The human world is restricting my speed. A whisper came from the distant void. What else?
A player widened his eyes and turned back to look.
Chapter 168, Strike, Instant Kill.
Under the astonished gazes of the volunteers, half of the sky in the distance was covered by dark clouds. Looking closely, those were not clouds at all, but rolling dark energy.
The vast dark energy took the form of clouds, blocking the moonlight in the sky. Such thick dark energy made the volunteers' hearts tremble in fear.
Accompanying it was a presence that caused the body to shiver and the soul to quake. Just the aura surrounding the void made the volunteers fall to their knees, unable to even stand up. Amidst the rolling dark energy, a black figure dressed in a black robe slowly appeared.
This guy seems stronger than the Ghost General. Stronger than the Ghost General? That means it's the Ghost Commander? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There is no Ghost Commander in the game, where could there be one in the real world?
It's fake, all fake. The volunteers' mouths were bitter. They couldn't even lift their heads. Not even qualified to look up at that figure in the sky. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This. In the command center, the commander was lying on the ground, hardly daring to breathe. His blood felt frozen, and his heart was pounding wildly. It felt as if a giant rock was pressing down on his back. However, at this moment, he wasn't concerned about his physical state, but stared wide-eyed at the instrument in front of him. The instrument that could measure the concentration of dark energy suddenly exploded.
That's right, that instrument just blew up a moment ago.
According to the Academy of Sciences, the threshold for this instrument is 200,000 dark energy units. In other words, this instrument can measure up to 200,000 dark energy concentration.
But the instrument exploded suddenly. What level of strangeness could cause this instrument to blow up outright? 300,000? Or 400,000? No matter how many thousands there were. He only knew now that it was over, everything was over. Who the hell can tell me what happened in Bibo City?
At the headquarters of the Huaxia Town Supernatural Bureau, a senior official shouted angrily, slamming the table in his office. Now the entire Bibo City seems to be shielded by a mysterious power, not even satellites can penetrate it.
Also, the dark energy concentration in Bibo City is skyrocketing, and with our current means, we have no idea how much dark energy is in Bibo City. Connect me to Yun Province, I want to know immediately what happened in Bibo City.
The senior official smashed the table and shouted, and the staff below immediately contacted Yun Province. Leader, the person in charge of Yun Province told me that a few hours ago, there was unusual activity in the Wuyun Mountain of Bibo City. So far, the losses in the Bibo City Supernatural Bureau have been heavy, and as a last resort, the assistant to the director of the Bibo City Supernatural Bureau, Zheng Heng, notified the citizens of Bibo City to help suppress the supernatural occurrences. But then, there was a huge upheaval in Bibo City all of a sudden, and Naoyan Province has no idea what has happened in Bibo City.
All communication methods cannot reach Bibo City.
In the distance, a young man trembled as he set down the red phone in his hand, his voice shaking as he spoke.
Bibo City urged the citizens to help suppress the supernatural occurrences. What is the Yun Province Supernatural Bureau doing? Why aren't they going to provide support?
The senior official spoke with a gloomy face. To force the citizens of Bibo City to help, one can imagine how serious the situation has become.
In such a case, the province actually did not go to support?
Leader, the deputy director of the Yun Province Supernatural Bureau said that the Grievance Mountain in Yun Province is also experiencing unusual activity, and all forces have gone to deal with Grievance Mountain.
They simply don't have any extra manpower. Nonsense, let them wait. If anything happens to the million citizens of Bibo City, they will all go to prison.
The senior official sat down in his chair, his face so gloomy it seemed like it could drip blood.
Such a big event. They actually did not receive a single bit of news from headquarters. At the same time,
at the moment Black Wuchang appeared, the concentration of Yin energy across the entire blue star slowly began to rise. Black Wuchang was like a key, prying open a certain part.
Ghost. Ghost Commander? Why is there a Ghost Commander in the human world?
In Wuyun Mountain, the Ghost General, who barely managed to escape and was preparing for a killing spree, was stunned when he saw Black Wuchang in the distance.
Ghost Commander? How could there be a Ghost Commander in the human world?
These Ghost Generals wanted to come to the human world, but it was incredibly difficult. The environment here did not welcome them.
So the question arises, where did this Ghost Commander come from? Damn it, this despicable will of the human world. It tries every possible means to stop us. A Ghost Commander that big is just standing there, and you act like you can't see it? Is this a targeted attack? The human world does not welcome you. The environment of the human world does not permit your presence. Black Wuchang's voice was extremely cold.
The voice was supreme, as though decreeing a sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, the Ghost General went completely mad. You can allow such a big Ghost Commander to move freely in the human world.
I, a Ghost General, barely managed to escape, and you tell me the human world does not welcome me? Are you blind?
However, facing Black Wuchang, he only dared to curse in his heart, and he absolutely did not dare to speak out. A Ghost Commander, even in the bizarre and strange underworld, was an absolute powerhouse, a being capable of dominating a region.
Then I will leave.
The Ghost General, who had finally wriggled his way out, felt raging fury but had to admit it at this moment.
A Ghost Commander was blocking the door. What could he do?
He turned and left, without a trace of nostalgia. As he turned around, the bizarre beings that had just barely escaped all returned to Wuyun Mountain.
If you come, then stay.
After Black Wuchang spoke, he slowly raised his hand.
No, I'm leaving, don't kill me.
The Ghost General felt a chill in his heart.
This guy wants to kill me.
He just wanted to run, but suddenly countless chains appeared in the void, instantly piercing through his body.
Die.
Black Wuchang gently clenched his right hand.
The Ghost General in the distance was instantly strangled to death.
He had no strength to resist at all.
This scene left the volunteers below in shock. Just like that, he died? Goodness gracious. The Ghost General was killed just like that? It's confirmed, the one in the sky is indeed the Ghost Commander. Is this unfamiliar Ghost Commander good or bad? They did not dare to speak, only kneeling on the ground, silently watching.
The pressure brought by this Ghost Commander was too strong. So strong that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds came. In the void above, black lights fell like raindrops. These black lights had a clear target, the bizarre beings spread across the mountains.
The fleeing bizarre beings that touched these black lights were instantly obliterated. They didn't even have time to scream. Chapter 169, Sealing Wuyun Mountain. Suppress. Black Wuchang struck again. Countless black chains, like black pythons, completely entwined Wuyun Mountain.
The surface of these black chains was covered with mysterious purple symbols. Dense purple symbols were etched onto the surface of the chains, looking extremely mysterious.
This seal can last for 10 years.
In 10 years, it will be nearly enough. Black Wuchang murmured as he looked at Wuyun Mountain below.
After a moment, he turned and left.
This time, after resolving this trouble, he took a glance at the human world. Now that he has seen the human world and resolved the trouble,
it is time to go back. After Black Wuchang left, the rolling dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. Even the dark clouds above Woyun Mountain disappeared. As the clouds dissipated, the moonlight fell upon the earth. Everything returned to calm once more. Is it over? He didn't kill us? It's over, it should be over. How thrilling. After Black Wuchang had left for quite a while, the volunteers cautiously raised their heads to look. After seeing the starry sky, they looked at each other, and eventually all lay down on the ground. He left, that mysterious ghost commander left. They were safe. It killed the ghost general, killed all the strange creatures on Cloudy Mountain, and now it has completely sealed Cloudy Mountain. It should be good, right? A volunteer looked up. Before him, Cloudy Mountain was entirely wrapped in mysterious black chains. It looked like wrapping Zunzi, tightly binding Cloudy Mountain. The surface of the chains exuded an overwhelming aura, making him too afraid to even get close. Let's not talk about good or bad, let's go in. Now that the trouble is solved, why go in? A volunteer looked puzzled. With the trouble resolved, what were they going in for? Seeking death? In there are the bodies of our comrades from the town ghost bureau. Although the trouble is solved, we must bring them home. A middle-aged man in a down jacket wiped his face and resolutely stood up to move forward. Hearing this, the others quietly stood up and followed behind him. There, on Cloudy Mountain, lay many bodies of the town ghost bureau comrades. They needed to bring them home. They entered Cloudy Mountain and encountered not a single strange creature. With the efforts of many volunteers, one by one the bodies of the town ghost bureau comrades were carried out. Some bodies were even incomplete, but they still held back their disgust, piecing the bodies together and wrapping them up for transport. In the search, they also found the unconscious director of the town ghost bureau, Ye Xuan. With the efforts of many volunteers, Ye Xuan was carried out. He was then rushed to the hospital. The disaster at Cloudy Mountain was thus completely resolved. Cloudy Mountain was sealed off by the authorities. Ye Xuan was sent to the hospital. Assistant Hong and the president of the Dawn Guild were urgently taken away by a group of mysterious individuals. At the headquarters of the town ghost bureau in Huaxia, a middle-aged man in uniform, with a serious expression, slowly sat in front of Jun Hong and Lu Song. He set down the thermos in his hand and looked at the two with a stern face. Let me introduce myself, I am Li Xiu. Now, please tell me the entire process from the beginning to the end of the disturbances at Cloudy Mountain in Baibo City. I apologize for the trouble. Li Xiu smiled slightly, quietly observing the two. Next to him, there was a device recording everything. On his left, a recorder was ready to take notes. Upon hearing this, Jun Hong and Lu Song exchanged glances. Finally, Jun Hong began to explain. Lu Song obediently kept his mouth shut. He didn't understand why this big shot called him here. But for now, he just needed to remain silent. Jun Hong's voice was steady, his pace neither fast nor slow, every word clear without any unnecessary talk. Before they knew it, 10 minutes had passed. Jun Hong also closed his mouth. In those 10 minutes, he had finished recounting everything. From beginning to end, every detail was covered. You're saying there's a passageway to the underworld inside Cloudy Mountain, and ghost generals even showed up? At this critical moment, a ghost commander arrived to handle all the trouble and even helped you seal the passage? Li Xiu furrowed his brows, looking serious as he stared at the two. Ghost generals are one thing, but what is a ghost commander? In various places across Huaxia, they did indeed find traces of ghost generals. That wasn't anything special. But a ghost commander? Where in reality could a ghost commander come from? This thing, based on their information from games, ghost commanders were top-tier experts capable of dominating a region in the future world. Faced with the questioning, Jun Hong remained silent, turning his gaze to Lu Song. To be honest, he had never seen a ghost commander with his own eyes. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and back then, that oppressive force had nearly crushed him in the command center. The ghost commander was something he heard about later. As for the ghost commander, we can only speculate. Seeing Jun Hong's gaze, Lu Song knew it was his turn. When that figure appeared back then, dark clouds rolled across the entire sky, and we were all pressed to our knees, unable to move. Moreover, the ghost generals that escaped from Black Cloud Mountain didn't even have the power to resist and were just slain by that ghost commander. With a casual strike, it ended all the oddities and sealed off the entire Black Cloud Mountain. Such great power, the only thing we can think of is the ghost commander. Lu Song said seriously, laying out everything he knew. So, do you remember what it looked like? Li Xiu didn't question him but continued to ask. I don't remember. At the moment it appeared, the terrifying power didn't allow me the courage to turn back and look at it. From beginning to end, I had no idea what it looked like. Lu Song shook his head slightly. The moment that mysterious ghost commander appeared, he felt he was going to die, let alone lift his head to look. I see. Li Xiu tapped the table and fell into silence. From their expressions, it didn't seem like they were lying. But a ghost commander, that's too horrifying. Even the director of the headquarters Bureau of Anomalies was nowhere near strong enough to deal with a ghost commander. Now, suddenly, a ghost commander popped up. That's terrifying. Well, thank you both for your cooperation. Soon, we will have someone escort you both to rest. You must be very tired, so get a good sleep after you go down. Li Xiu smiled slightly and stood up, shaking hands with each of them. This time at Black Cloud Mountain made the higher-ups of the Bureau of Anomalies in China realize something. That is, the power from the common people is equally terrifying. They had previously completely ignored those powers from the folk. This time, the incident at Black Cloud Mountain taught them that these guilds were all powerful forces. Since then, any powerful guild leaders have received secret consultations. And the members below, unknowingly, were ruthlessly sold off by their leaders. They became external personnel of the Bureau of Anomalies in China. Chapter 170, A Brand New Hell Instance. In 2058, on November 21st, there are still 2 years, 11 months, and 17 days until the strange resurgence. So, what do you want me to do? I don't know. Faced with the system's response, Ye Xuan had a helpless expression. Ever since Ye Xuan went out for a stroll, the system informed him that the global concentration of negative energy had risen by more than one level. And in certain places, the channels were starting to loosen up. The current situation is that it won't be long before ghost generals appear in the human world. In fact, some ghost generals are already wandering around in the human realm. And he can do nothing about it now. If he directly opens the manifesting permissions for ghost generals, it will lead to a large-scale emergence of ghost generals worldwide, which will inevitably provoke a fierce backlash from certain forces. Then, the major channels would break open, and countless oddities and ghost generals would emerge in the human world. The situation on Blue Star would be completely shattered. At that time, it's hard to say how many lives would be lost. And right now, places in China and even across Blue Star, like Black Cloud Mountain, are being unsealed one after another. Every unsealing brings massive disasters. Yet, Ye Xuan cannot intervene. The only way he can intervene is to send someone, or go himself. Sending someone. Considering Ye Xuan went out for a stroll, things in some parts of Blue Star were already starting to resurrect, slightly beginning to fall out of balance. If Ye Xuan goes out again, that would be a disaster. And if he goes himself? He is just one person, and he would be overwhelmed. So, facing those known disasters, it's not that he doesn't want to save but rather can't save, there's no way to save. Sigh, perhaps, this is a step they must go through. After pondering for a long time, Ye Xuan sighed. He had thought of this idea when he just bound the system. That is, even if he intervenes, those doomed people still cannot escape. History is a cycle. The people meant to die will still reach their dead ends, no matter what. Intervening only extends those people's lives for a little while. In the end, it still cannot change their thoughts of death. This thought has gradually been confirmed by Ye Xuan by now. Although he has the ability to destroy the world, redemption is often 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 times harder than destruction. Sigh. A deep sigh came from the dark basement. Black Impermanence stood in the shadows, silent. He is the Ghost Marshal and can naturally sense the changes in the Blue Star. He went out for a stroll once, causing a little accident on the Blue Star. So he didn't dare to speak. Open the panel. Ye Xuan suddenly lifted his head and silently thought. Name, Ye Xuan. Strength, 50,000. Speed, 50,000. Mental power, 70,000. Talent, none. Skills, Soul Destruction Blade, All-Encompassing, Summon Deity, Yin 5 Thunder, Golden Light Spell, Transference. Equipment, Yin Yang Mirror, Yin Yang Umbrella, Equivalent Scale, Substitute Doll, Underworld Coin, Protection Talisman, 12 Underworld Needles, Underworld Cloak, Deity Killing Order. Energy Points, 162-354-8794. Great, my strength has increased again. Moreover, my energy points have reached 1.6 billion. With so many energy points, of course I need to spend them. After scanning the panel, Ye Xuan lightly snapped his fingers. System, open a new map. Ye Xuan gave the command. With enough energy points, of course, a new map should be opened. The more maps opened, the more energy points I have. The more energy points I have, the more maps I can open. Why does that sound strange? Damn. Beep, detecting. Beep, a brand new instance detected, now giving the host two choices. First, the host spends 1.6 billion energy points to open a random instance. After the random instance is opened, regardless of how the host completes it, as long as the instance is cleared, a surprise super gift pack can be obtained. Second, expand the map, 1.6 billion energy points, connecting 2 urban areas around Golden City. Please make a decision, host. Hearing the sudden words from the system, Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. What kind of instance is worth 1.6 billion?
Before Ye Xuan could curse it out. After seeing the words super gift pack, he calmed down. Everything he has was obtained from the rewards of the system's gift packs. To be honest, there are no defective items in the system's gift packs, they all contain good things.
What is in the super gift pack?
Ye Xuan didn't even dare to imagine.
1.6 billion, to gamble or not? What if the instance can't be completed? System, what type of instance is it?
To be safe, Ye Xuan still wanted to understand first.
The instance comes from the underworld.
The system will capture a scene from the underworld to create the instance.
Within the instance, there are specific tasks. Completing them within the given time will count as clearing the instance. After clearing, the host can obtain massive rewards.
Hearing this, Ye Xuan stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. From his perspective, the instance was indeed an interesting thing. From the system's point of view, this guy has really made progress. As everyone knows, the system intercepts some power from the future world. Ye Xuan couldn't understand it anyway.
But now, the future world is no longer enough for the system? It went directly to the underworld. Directly intercepting the power of the underworld? That's impressive.
Host, such opportunities are rare. This system cannot capture underworld scenes every time. While Ye Xuan was pondering, the system kindly reminded him again. Since that's the case, 1.6 billion, I'll gamble.
After deep contemplation, Ye Xuan sat up straight. Gamble it.
If I win, massive resources, a huge leap forward. If I lose, find ways to make money from the players.
That's the plan. System, open it. I'm betting 1.6 billion energy points to play with you.
Ye Xuan waved his hand grandly. The system began to work.
Capturing underworld scene. Capture complete, creating instance. Creation complete. Instance name, Blood Village of the Underworld.
Ultimate task, find the missing dragon and phoenix wedding dress of the bride. Players participating in the instance must have the strength of a ghost general, neither too high nor too low.
The maximum number of players entering the instance at once is 10. This copy has 2 ways to complete. The first way is to kill the old master to complete it. The second way is to find the dragon and phoenix blood wedding dress and hand it to the bride to complete it. This copy exists for 10 days.
If any team completes it within 10 days, the host will receive massive rewards.
If no one does, the copy will disappear automatically, and the host won't gain anything. After hearing the system's prompt, Ye Xuan raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to give it a try. But this is a team copy. What a pity, sigh. Forget it, I won't go, let the players handle it.
Besides, he was thinking of sending the black and white impermanents there.
But unexpectedly, the system actually has restrictions on strength. It's clearly guarding against me. Sigh. System, update the game and throw the copy to the players. Whoever completes it will get 20 million energy points.
Ye Xuan suddenly put away his smile, his face serious. For the sake of his super big gift bag, he's going all out. As long as they complete it, they'll receive 20 million.
This is the most generous he's ever been so far. With so many players around, he doesn't believe they can't complete a small copy. A super big gift bag, isn't this giving it away for free? He wants to look forward to it.
If what comes out of the super big gift bag isn't worth up to 1.6 billion energy points, let's see how he curses the system.
Don't be upset.
Lost in thought, Ye Xuan suddenly snapped back to reality.
Why haven't there been big gift bags recently? By the way, system, why haven't I received any big gift bags? Based on the previous frequency of rewarding big gift bags for exploring a location, I've opened up 2 entire cities now. It's impossible that the players in these 2 cities haven't explored them, right? By rights, I should have at least 100 big gift bags, or at least dozens, right?
Ye Xuan wore a suspicious face. His journey so far has been smooth sailing. If it weren't for the system's reminder, he would have forgotten he still has big gift bags. Now that he thinks about it, that's dozens or even hundreds of big gift bags. He can't even imagine what could come out of them. Host, big gift bags have triggering conditions. Moreover, at first, big gift bags were rewarded because the system saw the host was poor and specially overdrawn the system's source to create energy points for the host. Now that the host has completely taken off, the system will no longer do losing business.
Do you understand? Goodness gracious. Hearing the system's response, Ye Xuan's heart shouted goodness gracious. So that so-called big gift bag is the system's investment in himself? He was weak in the beginning, so the system overdraws its source to invest in him. Now that he has risen, the system won't invest anymore. Is that true?
Ye Xuan was somewhat disbelieving.
Just one ghost commander, how much do you think it should be worth?
Hearing this, Ye Xuan stopped to refute.
That's right, those things in big gift bags, taken out separately, are worth a massive amount of energy points. How much would one ghost commander sell for? 10 million energy points? 100 million energy points? So it's this reason.
If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have opened the big map so quickly.
This way, I could have tricked you for a few more big gift bags.
Ye Xuan stroked his chin, muttering to himself.
Brothers, log on. Today, I'll take everyone to explore that deserted park well. What's going on there?
In the Douyan live stream room, a player with the ID "I am a fool" greeted numerous viewers. Behind him was a gray, deserted amusement park.
Fool, take it easy, that deserted park has scared many people. Yeah, fool, my third uncle is still in the ICU, take it easy, don't get scared to death. Fool, that's my electronic pet, don't end up playing yourself to death. Fool, I'd say you're a character now. Is it really necessary to work so hard? Yeah, let's change the place, Bang Shui. This deserted park, let's just say, it is really scary.
The live stream chat kept scrolling. As the protagonist, Bang Shui naturally accepted the good intentions of the viewers, but he had no intention of backing down.
Thank you for your kindness, but don't forget, I'm really strong. As for being scared? What a joke. After playing games for so long, when have you ever seen me afraid? Don't worry, I just hope you won't cry from being scared.
Bang Shui flexed his muscles and showed off his powerful companion, the Black Queen, confidently stepping forward.
No matter what, he was still a ghost general. Fear?
In the face of absolute power, it is impossible to be scared. In front of him was the deserted park.
The deserted park is located in Yun City. In the real world, it was an amusement park, but here, it was the scariest place to be. Anyone who had gone and came out not quite right in the head.
Even several players at the Ghost General level were so scared they never dared to return.
This led to the amusement park in the real world, Yun City, nearing bankruptcy.
Just as he was about to step inside, a game announcement appeared before his eyes.
The sudden appearance of the announcement stunned him, he quickly pulled back his foot and began to read.
As we all know, horror games are different from other silly games. Horror games either don't have announcements or the ones they do have are significant. Dear players, in order to enrich everyone's gameplay, this game has opened a brand new copy, and this copy is available for a limited time of 10 days.
After 10 days, it will disappear automatically.
During the existence of this copy, any players who clear it will be rewarded with 20 million energy points. We encourage players to actively participate in this copy event, and once cleared, a reward of 20 million energy points will be given immediately. Note, this event is only open to Ghost Generals, and the number of participating players at one time cannot exceed 10. Finally, we wish all players a pleasant gaming experience. This announcement appeared before Bang Shui, and was also shown to the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream. In that instant, the entire live stream exploded.
What the hell, 20 million energy points? Am I seeing this wrong? Clear the stage and get 20 million energy points? What a big deal. Why can only Ghost Generals participate? I'm just half a step to a Ghost General, why? Great, 20 million energy points, that has nothing to do with me. We've all been watching Bang Shui's live stream, can we expect to be that strong? There are more than 80,000 people in the live stream, isn't the number of Ghost Generals pitiful? Shut your mouth, no one thinks you're mute. You hurt me, I want retribution. I want to sue you for emotional damages. I can't even come up with this kind of thing, how can your mouth be so poisonous? Go die.
The live stream was in chaos.
As the person involved, Bang Shui was also stunned. 20 million energy points? Oh my goodness. What a huge amount.
Friends in the live stream, I think we can explore this deserted park next time.
Right now, I want to go see this so-called copy. Bang Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. 20 million energy points. Although the chance was slim, what if? What if he cleared it? At that time, holding 20 million energy points, wouldn't he be invincible? Yeah, Bang Shui, go ahead. We can't go, but you can. Show us what this so-called copy is like. Yes, Bang Shui, hurry up, we're really looking forward to it. Bang Shui, charge ahead, don't embarrass us. Bang Shui's team, let's go. Let's go.
Looking at the live stream comments, Bang Shui smiled. Then he quickly opened the game's control panel and soon found the passage to the copy.
Would you like to confirm the payment of 100 energy points to enter the copy of the Eternal Blood Village? What the hell, why do I need to pay? Seeing the suddenly appearing blood-red subtitles, Bang Shui couldn't help but curse. Why do I need to pay? But after seeing the 100 energy points, Bang Shui still painfully paid up. Ding, detected player paid for the ticket, now opening the dungeon teleportation channel.
The teleportation channel has been opened. Player, I am Bang Chui, please quickly enter the teleportation channel. The blood-red subtitles disappeared.
A whirlpool appeared before Bang Chui's eyes. Without hesitation, Bang Chui directly stepped inside. Chapter 172 Illusion, It's Broken.
Just as he stepped in, the scene in front of him changed instantly. The blood-red whirlpool in front of Bang Chui vanished, replaced by a desolate mansion shrouded in pale moonlight. The tall gate had a faded white lantern hanging, and on the signboard above the door were the two characters' white mansion, but those characters seemed to be drawn in blood, slowly seeping dark red liquid.
Welcome to the dungeon, Ghostly Blood Village.
System reminder, this dungeon is filled with the power of rules. Even if the player is a ghost general, it does not mean absolute invincibility. Please pay attention to the rules. Ghostly Blood Village has two ways to clear the level. First, find the bride's bloodstained wedding dress and locate the bride, then hand the dress to her. Second, find the old master and ruthlessly kill him. The dungeon challenge is time limited to 3 hours. If not cleared within 3 hours, it will be considered a failure.
Now, the challenge officially begins. After the blood-red subtitles disappeared, the 3-hour countdown began at that moment. Seeing this, Bang Chui's expression darkened. Making 20 million is really not easy. There's time for the challenge, and the requirement to clear the dungeon in 3 hours? Damn it. TSK, the atmosphere of this horror game is really unbeatable. Just look at this vibe, it's exhilarating. This isn't a game, it's the future world. You understand nothing, Bang Chui. Even the challenge is fine, but there's a time limit? 3 hours? Isn't that too difficult? Difficult? Bang Chui is a ghost general. According to my guess, there's definitely no ghost commander in this dungeon, otherwise, it wouldn't be clearable. So speaking of that, isn't Bang Chui just going to force his way through? Are you blind? Didn't you see the game prompt? The dungeon is filled with rules, although I don't know what the rules are. I feel like they definitely aren't something good. Difficult? 20 million energy points are not easy to obtain. Bang Chui didn't move at first but instead looked down to observe. In the distance, on the stone slab in front of the door, peanuts, longans, and red dates were scattered. These were exactly the things used for rural weddings. The power of rules? Then I must thoroughly test it. After Bang Chui said that, he reached out and summoned a big scimitar into his hand. Why did he choose this ID? That's because he didn't like to think. Whatever it is, just charge ahead and talk later. If he dies, he'll just respawn and keep charging. As long as he works hard, there's no dungeon he cannot clear. With this spirit, he obtained the strength of a ghost general. And also gained a large number of fans. Brothers, follow me, charge. Bang Chui lifted the big scimitar and walked forward. When he reached in front of the mansion door, he did not hesitate at all and kicked the door with a powerful kick. Bang! A huge sound echoed out. However, the door did not open. Although the door did not open, a large amount of black hair suddenly surged out from the crack, instantly wrapping around his ankle and dragging him down. What the hell is this? Bang Chui's face changed slightly. But he did not fear, raising the big scimitar and chopping down at the black hair beneath his feet. The ghostly energy exploded from the blade as the black hair beneath was cut down piece by piece, emitting a mournful wail. The sound was extremely harsh, causing Bang Chui to involuntarily scratch his ears. 666, although Bang Chui is a fool, his power is no joke, 1/kills. Ghost generals are indeed different, the strength, TSK, amazing. However, I don't think it's that simple. I also feel like, with a reward of 20 million energy points, anything in this dungeon feels extraordinary. After glancing at the live stream, Bang Chui was about to feel proud. Suddenly, the severed black hair melted directly, seeping into the ground. The next moment, the stone slab beneath his feet turned into a pool of blood mud. The whole person suddenly sank, sinking all the way to the waist. What is going on? Bang's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly urged the dark energy throughout his body, slapped the ground with both hands, and leaped upwards in a panic. Finally, he managed to escape in a sorry state. The power of the rules, Blood Mud Swamp has been triggered. The movement speed in the dungeon is permanently reduced by 20%. Blood-red subtitles appeared. Bangs could only feel his legs becoming a bit heavy, making his movements less agile. Is this the power of the rules? Bangs murmured to himself. The power of the rules is a bit scary. A permanent reduction in movement speed. Although it is only 20%, the impact on him is still quite significant. Moreover, until now, he hadn't even entered the door before suffering such a big loss. This also made him realize that his strength as a ghost general could not push through here. If there were a few more such rules binding, even as a ghost general, his power would eventually be weakened to freezing point. Looking at the great door in front of him, he no longer acted recklessly,
but instead circled to the side wall of the yard and leaped over.
Damn it, I can't fight my way in, can I not even climb in? Bangs proudly landed.
The moment he touched the ground, his scalp went numb. In front of him was a spacious hall filled with banquet tables, dozens of empty seats. However, these guests were not people but paper figures. Pale paper faces painted with 2 blush spots, dark hollow eyes all turned to look at this unwelcome guest. Candle flames flickered with a ghostly green light, casting shadows on the paper figures' faces, seemingly laughing.
What the hell, what a terrifying atmosphere.
Let me say it again, in terms of modeling and atmosphere rendering in horror games, they have never lost. Having experienced various horror scenes, I thought I was immune to this stuff, but now, I admit, I have lost.
So damn terrifying, I feel like I'm going to wet myself at this very moment. Bangs, are you okay? My electronic pet, don't let yourself get scared to death.
Bangs, look at the main table, that old paper figure has something in hand, others have nothing, only he has it, I feel that's a clue.
While observing the surroundings, Bangs also looked at the bullet screen.
Upon seeing the last message, his eyes brightened.
Then he looked ahead.
Sure enough, other paper figures had nothing in hand, only that old paper figure held a red piece of paper.
That must be some clue. Thanks, brother.
Thanking his brother in the live broadcast room, Bangs held his breath and approached. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps.
Each step felt like a heartbeat.
At this moment, even the viewers in the live room held their breath. So thrilling. Just 3 steps away from the paper figure, all the paper figures' heads suddenly turned 180 degrees, their necks making cracking sounds like paper being broken. Those eerie faces with hollow eyes stared directly at Bangs.
Playing tricks. Facing this scene, Bangs scoffed.
This couldn't scare him. He had seen too much. Since he had discovered it, then. Bangs swung his knife horizontally, the large cleaver in his hand emitted a terrifying blade wind. The blade wind chopped the closest table of paper figures in half. Even the table was reduced to crumbs. However, the paper figures that were cut did not fall down, but floated up, their limbs twisting towards him. Grayish-white paper scraps drifted from the broken edges of the paper figures. Unknowingly, this grayish-white paper scraps were sucked into Bangs' nostrils. The next moment, Bangs suddenly found himself sitting at the banquet, with a lively atmosphere all around. Surrounded by festive red decorations. The simple-dressed people at his table were all raising their glasses to him. Old Juan, come drink, today is your 3rd daughter's wedding, you must drink.
Old Juan, quick drink, drink. Don't be aloof with us, come, drink heartily and eat meat. Not good. Seeing such a scene, Bangs' heart sank.
Before he could react, he felt a pain in his chest, and then everything went black.
You are dead, will you continue to challenge? Chapter 173, isn't this bullying honest people? Is this how I die? The fool had a face full of confusion. I just died like this? Isn't this too hasty? What was that scene just now? Was it an illusion? It should be an illusion. The fool fell into the illusion and didn't react in time, then got killed. Wow, this is really unexpected, there's even an illusion? By the way, how did that illusion happen? Why didn't I see any hints?
The fool just killed those paper people, and then fell into the illusion, maybe the problem lies here. He shouldn't have attacked those paper people. Exactly, once those paper people die, the illusion comes.
Maybe those paper people cannot be killed. Could it be that the paper people are also part of the rules? Killing them leads to the illusion rules? Hiss, now that you mention it, it makes some sense.
Perhaps the truth really is like this. Looking at the comments in the livestream, the fool secretly praised the viewers for their cleverness, then decisively took out 100 energy points to challenge the dungeon again. Walking into the blood-colored vortex, the fool arrived at a familiar place again.
What everyone said makes sense.
Perhaps that paper person is the beginning of the illusion, so this time I won't kill those paper people.
This time, my goal is that thing in the paper person's hands.
The fool glanced at the big door and resolutely circled to the other side. After dying once, the previous negative effects completely disappeared. Looking at the courtyard wall in front of him, the fool climbed in without hesitation.
The familiar paper people.
This time, the fool didn't hesitate, almost instantly walking towards the distant paper person with the item.
The fool was quick. Moreover, he found that these paper people did not actively attack him.
It was just that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Besides that, there was nothing else. The fool suddenly charged forward. He snatched the red paper from the hands of the old paper person. At the moment he grabbed it, all the paper people suddenly stood up together and rushed towards him. Even more terrifying was that each paper person held a bowl of black blood, and the blood bowls floated automatically, blocking all his escape routes.
Damn.
Seeing this scene, the fool couldn't help but curse.
Due to his fear of the illusion rules, the fool didn't rashly attack these paper people. Because he still hadn't figured out how to deal with that illusion rule, being dragged in would mean death. Rule triggered, please drink the marriage wine. If you do not drink this wine, you cannot leave this hall. Please make a choice within 1 minute. Seeing this sudden option, the fool was stunned. Another rule. I have to drink this wine? Smelling the pungent odor emanating from the black blood, the fool's heart was filled with 10 million refusals. However, as the 1-minute countdown was about to reach 0, the fool grabbed a bowl. Damn it, if I have to drink, then I'll drink. Cheering himself up, he then raised the bowl and drank it down in one go. After all, it's a game, drink it, even if it's poison, he also accepted it. The moment the liquid entered his body, the fishy and stinking taste exploded from his mouth, and the fool almost vomited on the spot. However, he still resisted the urge to throw up and managed to finish the bowl of black blood. The next moment, his vision went black. But this time, it wasn't blindness or being dragged into the illusion, but rather, it felt like being pulled into fragmented memories. A girl in a bridal gown was dragged into the ancestral hall, the clan elders watched coldly, she cried and struggled, and in the end, someone strangled her neck with white silk. The image suddenly shattered, and the fool regained his vision, but the edges of his view appeared blurry in dark spots. However, the paper people seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Rule triggered, dark energy entered the eyes, vision decreased by 50%, lasting 5 minutes. Damn it. The fool never expected that after he obediently drank the black blood, there would be side effects. Taking advantage of the paper people being temporarily still, he stumbled towards the back hall. Wow, you are really amazing, you really dare to drink without knowing what it is. I was stunned just now, you really dare to put anything in your stomach. Little glutton. By the way, what does it taste like? Is it good to drink? Damn it, that thing looks like it's not good, it must be human blood. What thing? Human blood? Is that for real? Think about it, in a horror game, what weird thing could it be? It can't be pig's blood or black dog's blood, right? It really is human blood, for the eerie, human blood is a great tonic. Oh no, he drank human blood, he won't turn into a zombie, will he? Looking at the live chat, Bo Choi, who had finally suppressed the discomfort in his heart, felt nauseous again. Who knows, it might really be human blood. Stop talking, if you keep talking, I'm going to puke. Bo Choi waved his hand at the live chat, standing still. He looked around, not seeing the paper figure, nor any danger. At that moment, he took out the item he had snatched from that old paper figure, the longevity star, and spread it out. He didn't even have time to take a close look at it when he snatched it earlier. In his hand was a half-blood-stained invitation card. The back of the invitation had 4 big characters, clothes in the mirror. Clothes in the mirror? What does that mean? Could it be, the bride's dragon and phoenix blood wedding dress is in the mirror? Looking at this information, Bo Chue scratched his head. Seeing clothes in the mirror, he thought of this instance's clearing hint, find the bride's dragon and phoenix blood wedding dress and return it to the bride. Forget it, let's go see ahead. Putting away the bloodstained invitation, Bo Chue raised his head and looked forward. In front of him was a long corridor, with white lanterns on both sides swaying without wind. A series of piercing Xuan sounds echoed in the corridor. Listening carefully, isn't this the 100 birds facing the phoenix? Although he didn't know much about the Xuan, he had heard this piece online enough times. But this 100 birds facing the phoenix had each note dragged out extremely long, like the wails of a dying person. Wait, isn't 100 birds facing the phoenix played for the dead? This instance's background should be a wedding. A bit eerie. Bo Choi narrowed his damaged eyes, looking down at his feet. His vision was blurry, but he could still see a little bit, at least he wasn't completely blind. Underfoot was a dense array of floorboards and rotten wood. Basically, after every 3 complete blue bricks, there was a slightly darker rotten floorboard. Let's move forward. Bo Chue squinted his eyes and lifted his foot to walk forward. He gripped a large cleaver tightly, his whole body tense. Once anything unexpected happened, he could strike at the first moment. He walked into the corridor, with the Xuan sounds echoing in his ears, and this Xuan sound grew increasingly piercing, making Bo Chue feel like his soul was trembling. Before he could take a few steps, the lanterns on both sides of the corridor suddenly exploded, and dozens of blood-red satin ribbons shot out like venomous snakes, heading directly for Bo Chue's neck. These ribbons were fast, but Bo Chue was faster. Slash! He raised the cleaver to strike. However, at the moment the ribbons approached Bo Chue, they surprisingly split apart, one going left, one going right towards him. Exactly, right into Bo Chue's blind spot. The ribbons stabbed fiercely into Bo Chue's neck. In an instant, blood spurted out. You are dead. Damn it. My vision is blocked, there's Xuan sound affecting my hearing and focus, and those ribbons are so fast. What a ridiculous rule. At the revival point, Bo Chue was furious and cursed loudly. Aren't they just bullying the honest people?
As a ghost commander, it feels just like a damn joke.
I'm not playing this anymore.